Over at the Tanner estate in Clearwater City, the elders are dead serious right now, watching Colton Tanner awaken his martial spirit. He focuses up completely, and then a massive, fierce white fox phantom bursts right onto the awakening stage. The sharp-eyed elders instantly spot the 5 golden rays shining down the ultimate flex of a rank 5 Huang tier beast spirit. Colton Tanner stands up like a total boss while everyone cheers wildly. Just like that, this guy becomes the brand new, undisputed top-tier genius of the Tan family. He flashes this super smug smile, already gloating in his head. Oh yeah, he thinks he is the absolute #1 now with his rank 5 spirit, calling Nathan Quinn nothing but a complete joke. But here is the kicker: that kid named Nathan Quinn is actually our main guy. Right after the big show-off, it is finally his turn to step up for the martial spirit awakening ritual. The family servants all stare at Nathan Quinn, placing their mental bets on what kind of crazy spirit the young master will pull. Because normally, everyone totally knows Nathan Quinn's natural talent completely dunks on Colton Tanner's. Nathan Quinn is looking pretty stressed. The big day is finally here, so he sits down cross-legged and channels everything into his awakening. An elder immediately yells at the crowd to shut their mouths and keep it quiet, making sure nobody ruins the kid's crucial moment. Colton Tanner scoffs at all this extra hype. The guy is just blindly arrogant about that shiny new rank 5 Huang tier spirit of his. He honestly thinks it is completely unbeatable. After all, martial spirits are supposedly decided entirely by the heavens, not something a person can just grind for. Seeing him act so insanely cocky, the servants completely clam up, not daring to speak, just waiting in tense silence. Meanwhile, our guy Colton Tanner is secretly praying really hard for Nathan Quinn to roll a spirit way weaker than his precious rank 5. And hilariously enough, the universe actually decides to grant this jerk super petty wish. Because after a long wait, only a single, incredibly sad golden ray of light pops out from where Nathan Quinn is sitting. It is a total downgrade from that massive light show earlier. Nathan Quinn technically succeeds, but it is just a measly rank 1 Huang tier spirit. This absolute bomb drop shocks the entire Tan family to their core, but honestly, the guy taking the hit saw this coming a mile away. He already knew he was going to awaken the rank 1 Scarlet Flame Blade. Colton Tanner bursts into this obnoxiously loud laughter, totally shattering the awkward silence. He glares over at Nathan Quinn, basically dripping with nasty satisfaction. Then he practically shouts, "Well, Nathan Quinn, who would have thought you would get a pathetic rank 1 spirit?" Calling him a fake genius, he announces to the crowd that Nathan Quinn is straight up trash. He claims the title of absolute best talent in the family and the whole of Clearwater City for himself. But honestly, the guy's insanely arrogant attitude actually has some solid backing here. A rank 1 Huang tier spirit is literally the lowest of the low in the whole power system. Everyone basically just treats it like pure garbage. Pretty much any regular person awakens at least a rank 2 Huang tier spirit. Yet today, Nathan Quinn somehow manages to stun the entire room by pulling the most useless trash spirit ever. A ton of Tan family members flip their loyalty instantly, complaining they wasted way too much respect on this guy. They decide he is no prodigy, just a total loser with a bottom-tier spirit. The crowd gets super angry, throwing out insults left and right, practically forming a whole mob demanding he gets kicked out of the family. Meanwhile, those 2 top family elders are still completely spacing out in shock. Seeing it with their own 2 eyes does not help at all. They just refuse to accept that their shining #1 star is officially dead weight now. Seeing the crowd all riled up, Colton Tanner happily pours more gasoline on the fire. He loudly reminds everyone, "I told you all earlier. A person's spirit is locked in from birth." He says it does not matter if you invent insane martial skills, a low-tier spirit still makes you trash. And of course, the guy who just awakened a top-tier spirit can say literally whatever he wants. The fickle crowd instantly switches sides to fanboy over Colton Tanner. They all declare him the only real young master from now on. They scream that Nathan Quinn does not even deserve the title anymore, demanding he gets tossed right out of the estate. Another massive wave of noise erupts. In no time at all, the wild gossip about the genius Nathan Quinn pulling a garbage rank 1 spirit spreads through the entire city. At first, lots of people seriously doubt it. After all, Nathan Quinn was literally recognized as a top prodigy by an ultra-strong Martial King expert. Meanwhile, back at his own courtyard after that disaster, Nathan Quinn stubbornly keeps training anyway. The basic martial path has 10 stages. And the very first one is the body tempering realm, basically just sucking in spiritual energy to harden your physical form. Right about now, Nathan Quinn finally realizes how ridiculously important spirit ranks actually are. He calculates in his head if Colton Tanner trained as hard as he did, that guy would have broken into the first layer by now. But get this crazy plot twist, he actually thinks he is super lucky to have this trash rank 1 spirit, or else he would be in deep trouble. Turns out, this completely bottom-tier martial spirit that got him labeled as absolute garbage actually holds some wild hidden secret that nobody else out there has a clue about. The real kicker? He has actually been sneaking out to train since he was 14. One random day, the weather went completely crazy, and a massive red lightning bolt blasted Nathan Quinn right out of nowhere. After surviving that wild strike, a second martial spirit popped up inside his body, the divine battle spirit. But listen to this insane catch. To actually claim this totally broken power, he has to sacrifice his original martial spirit as an offering. And it gets weirder. If his original martial spirit is actually high tier, the chances of waking up the divine battle spirit drop straight to 0. But if his spirit is absolute trash like Huang rank first grade, the success rate for the awakening shoots up to 100%. That right there is exactly why Nathan Quinn looked so incredibly happy when the whole town started calling him a useless piece of trash. Time for the main event. Nathan Quinn focuses every single ounce of his energy and summons his Scarlet Flame Blade right out into the open. Without even a second thought, he sacrifices his garbage first-grade spirit. The Scarlet Flame Blade instantly bursts into fire, melting down into a river of boiling magma that flows right back into his body. The whole process hurts like absolute crazy, making his entire body shake completely out of control. Once the magma fully blends into his system, the divine battle spirit officially wakes up from its long nap. Completely drained of energy, Nathan Quinn just collapses flat on the ground. Who knows how much time passes before he finally wakes up with a massive headache. Weird, incredibly creepy noises suddenly start echoing all around the room, sounding genuinely terrifying. But he honestly does not have the time to care about ghost noises right now. His top priority is checking out what this new battle spirit actually looks like. So he crosses his legs, sits up straight on the floor, and directly summons his shiny new divine battle spirit to the outside world. A massive, dominating figure materializes out of thin air, rocking long white hair and a seriously epic red battle armor. Nathan Quinn is totally mind-blown. This thing is a Huang rank 6th grade spirit. The divine battle spirit definitely did not let him down. Next up, he tests out how fast he can cultivate with this beast, and the results leave him even more speechless. His training speed has skyrocketed to totally insane levels. If you compare it to his old first-grade Scarlet Flame Blade, this new setup is easily pumping out power at least 10 times faster without even trying. Just like that, in only 3 short hours, his cultivation breaks right through to the body-tempering first layer. He is ridiculously satisfied. This battle spirit seriously brings a whole different level of crazy power. With this cheat code in his hands, his wild dream of standing at the very top of the martial world is suddenly totally possible. First thing, the next morning, right as the sun comes up, his personal maid Sophie Kim pushes the door open and walks straight in, bringing him his special monthly allowance. Nathan Quinn spots the item in her hands and his eyes literally sparkle. He lunges right at her, yelling out to hand it over so he can take a bite. What he is actually aiming for is obviously the bottle of medicine pills Sophie Kim is holding, but somehow, her brain totally misreads the situation. She chucks the bottle across the room, screams about him being a total creep, and runs for her life. Feeling completely framed, he yells back at the door, "Hey, you misunderstood. I wanted to eat the pills, not you." But she is already long gone. Nathan Quinn is way too lazy to chase after her anyway, so he just pops open the freshly delivered bottle. A strong herbal smell instantly fills the entire room, revealing dozens of tiny bean-sized pills inside. He never expected to still get this kind of VIP treatment after becoming the official laughingstock of the Chin family. These are body-tempering pills. Super expensive stuff meant only for cultivators at this stage. A normal family disciple usually gets exactly 1 per month. But remember, he just woke up a trash-tier first-grade spirit in front of the entire family. He went from total genius to absolute 0. Logically, the stingy family elders would never hand over this massive pile of pills to a guy like him. He thinks hard about it and only comes up with one real answer: his dad is secretly playing favorites. Since day one, his old man has always backed him up and expected greatness. That unconditional support just makes Nathan Quinn swear he will never let his father down. The exact second he swallows the first body-tempering pill, something totally weird goes down. Some mysterious force just completely sucks up the spiritual energy from the pill. Nathan Quinn quickly guesses the divine battle spirit is the greedy culprit here. He tries popping a second one, and boom, the exact same thing happens. Yep, his new spirit is straight up drinking all the medicine's power. At first, he is a little worried about wasting them, but then he just shrugs and decides to let his spirit eat the entire stash. He really wants to see what kind of crazy stuff might happen next, so he grabs the rest of the bottle and chugs every single pill left. His body heats up like a furnace. Meanwhile, after snacking on all those pills, his spirit actually upgrades its own rank completely by itself. Honestly, guys, this is genuinely wild, because, just like Colton Tanner said earlier, a martial spirit is a gift from the heavens. Once it wakes up, you are stuck with its original rank for life. but somehow, his divine battle spirit can literally level itself up just by eating a bunch of random medicine, which means, as long as he feeds it enough pills, his spirit will just keep evolving nonstop. It might honestly even break through to the absolutely legendary Xuan, D, or Tian ranks. His eyes are practically glowing like high beams, and a massive grin is already stretching completely across his face. Nathan Quinn fights hard to hide his ridiculous excitement. He seriously needs to stay calm, because a crazy cheat code like this definitely cannot be exposed yet. Right on cue, the courtyard door gets kicked wide open with a massive crash. And then, Nathan Quinn hears some guy screaming his name at the top of their lungs. "Nathan Quinn, get your butt out here right now, or do not blame me for tossing our old friendship right out the window." He totally expected Colton to show up and start drama, but surprise, it is actually Kyle Preston. Nathan Quinn already knows this guy is up to no good, but he plays along anyway and asks what the heck he wants. Kyle Preston smirks and says his goal today is honestly super simple. He flat out demands that Nathan Quinn hand over all of his body-tempering pills. "Do not blame a brother for being heartless," he sneers. Since Nathan Quinn is officially total trash now, those pills are totally useless to him anyway, so he might as well just hand them over. For some context, this Kyle Preston guy recently woke up a yellow rank 3rd grade martial spirit, the Cyan Ape Sword. Compared to Colton Tanner, his spirit is actually 2 whole grades lower. But when it comes to being incredibly annoying and starting fights, he is absolutely unmatched. Nathan Quinn is obviously not thrilled by this ridiculous arrogance. He asks what happens if he just says no while secretly judging the absolute heck out of this guy. Honestly, Nathan Quinn thinks this guy is nothing but a two-faced little punk. Back when the family still worshipped him as their ultimate genius, Kyle Preston was basically his personal lapdog, following him around everywhere and begging for attention. But the exact second he got labeled as trash, this faker instantly flipped the script. Now he is literally showing up at his front door to rob his pills. Honestly, even wild animals have better manners. Seeing that the pills are not getting handed over, Kyle Preston decides to turn up the heat. He aggressively starts flexing his spiritual power and goes straight into throwing threats. He violently warns Nathan Quinn that if those pills do not get coughed up today, things will get incredibly ugly. He brags about his fancy 3rd grade yellow rank spirit like it makes him a god. Nathan Quinn just gives this massive shrug, looking completely bored, and casually picks his nose. He bluntly announces that he already swallowed every single one of those pills. So even if he wanted to share, it is way too late unless Kyle Preston wants him to literally throw them back up. That ultra-casual disrespect makes the guy totally lose his mind. He screams out, does Nathan Quinn still think he is the #1 golden boy of the family? He needs a massive reality check, because he is nothing but useless garbage right now. He vows to give him a very painful lesson about the massive, humiliating gap between a 1st grade and a 3rd grade yellow rank spirit. And with that, Kyle Preston fiercely charges right at him. Nathan Quinn honestly did not want to fight today, but being pushed this far, he is definitely not going to just take a beating. He aggressively clenches his right fist and fires up a basic-level ice fist technique. He throws a totally brutal punch that blasts Kyle Preston straight off his feet. The guy slams heavily into the dirt, looking absolutely pathetic and totally wrecked. Kyle Preston lies there with his eyes bugging out in pure disbelief. He starts violently stuttering, demanding to know how on earth Nathan Quinn already broke through to the first layer of body tempering. He whines that Nathan Quinn is supposed to be total 1st grade trash, while he has a 3rd grade spirit and has not even leveled up yet. How is this fair? Nathan Quinn just tells him to scram. Nathan Quinn is in zero mood to give this absolute clown a tutorial, shutting him down with that single freezing cold word. Now, Kyle Preston might be a total jerk, but he is not stupid. He does not even wait for a second warning before he scrambles up and sprints away in pure terror. Left totally alone in his courtyard, Nathan Quinn stares at his completely smashed front gate, feeling this extremely annoying surge of frustration bubbling up inside. Looks like a peaceful training session is totally off the menu today. Since sitting around cultivating is a bust, he decides to hit up the martial arts pavilion instead. Plus, this time around, he is finally strong enough to enter the highly restricted 2nd floor. Let me break this down for you real quick. This pavilion is basically the family vault for combat skills, and it is split into 4 separate levels. The 1st floor holds the basic stuff. The 2nd floor holds intermediate techniques. The 3rd houses the advanced stuff, and the ultra-rare top-tier skills are locked away on the 4th floor. Hardly anyone ever gets to see that top level. Anyway, Nathan Quinn pushes the doors open looking ridiculously confident. Elder Owen, the elder managing the whole place, spots him instantly and asks what he is doing here. Nathan Quinn respectfully replies, he just wants to hit up the 2nd floor for some reading. In response, the old man hits him with an incredibly heavy, disapproving frown. The elder severely warns him not to get any crazy ideas. Just because they are somewhat friendly does not mean he is handing out free VIP passes to the 2nd floor. You literally have to hit the first layer of body tempering to step foot up there. Nathan Quinn does not even blink, he just instantly flares up his real cultivation aura for the elder to see. The old man's face instantly completely changes, looking absolutely blown away by the reveal. And honestly, who can blame him? A garbage first-grade spirit is not supposed to level up anywhere near that incredibly fast. Nathan Quinn totally ignores the shock, offering zero explanations as he just casually strolls right past the elder and heads straight upstairs. An entire vault of intermediate techniques opens up right in front of him, but before he can even crack a single book, a painfully sarcastic voice rings out from behind him. The voice mocks him. Who would have guessed that a totally disrespected, first-grade piece of trash actually managed to drag himself up to the first layer of body tempering? The guy sarcastically guesses that the family head must have forcefully stuffed 10 body-tempering pills down his throat to get that result. Nathan Quinn does not even need to turn around to recognize that highly punchable voice. It is Tunning Nok, Kyle Preston's heavily annoying older brother, who recently woke up a rare fourth-grade spirit. So naturally, the whole family treats him like an absolute genius god. Just looking at his deeply arrogant smirk makes Nathan Quinn's fists itch, so he instantly claps right back at him without a shred of politeness. The body tempering pills effect is seriously not bad. I just used this massive power boost to beat the absolute crap out of your little brother. Justin Quinn furiously scrunches his eyebrows together, grinding out every single word. You beat up my little brother? Nathan Quinn shoots him a completely disgusted side eye, sneering back. Your little brother totally ignored our past ties, kicked down my courtyard door. He threw totally garbage insults, threw punches at me, and tried to snatch my origin pill. I only gave him a beating. That was me actually holding back for old time's sake, otherwise I would have crippled the guy. Hearing this trash talk, Justin Quinn gets even more pissed. He screams out, "Great, how nice of you to care about the past. Nathan Quinn, what is wrong with my brother taking your origin pill? You absolute trash, using a body-tempering pill is literally a total waste of heaven's gifts." Totally opposite of his raging cousin, Nathan Quinn just lets out a light chuckle. You and your brother are exactly the same, totally shameless scum with zero morals, absolutely sickening. Justin Quinn completely loses his cool pupils, shrinking as he screeches out, "What did you just say? Got the guts to repeat that?" Nathan Quinn's mouth twists into a super smug grin. Do you not understand human speech? I called you a completely worthless animal, worse than a stray dog. Justin Quinn loses his mind, raising a hand to blast him and shouting that he is dead. But get this, before he attacks, a massive pressure crashes down, crushing them. Elder Ying's heavy voice echoes out. Fighting is strictly forbidden inside the martial arts pavilion. The old man cranks up the pressure specifically on Justin Quinn, giving him a super stern warning. Justin Quinn, if you dare break the rules today, you will never step inside this martial arts pavilion again for the rest of your life. The guy's face scrunches up, raging intensely at that ruling, but he literally cannot do a single thing about it. Justin Quinn swallows his massive frustration, bowing with his hands together, stating firmly, "Elder Ying, please forgive me. This disciple will absolutely not break the pavilion's sacred rules." He glares back at Nathan Quinn. Pure ego. He whispers that he got super lucky today. Next time, you better pray we do not cross paths. Otherwise, I will completely shatter your limbs and your core, turning you into something way worse than useless trash. The kid shows zero fear, snapping right back with a totally icy glare. Is that so? I will toss those exact same words right back at you. You better avoid me, and when that day comes, you better not drop to your knees begging. Because begging me will be completely useless anyway. I am absolutely never going to spare a totally shameless, honorless piece of garbage like you. Triggered out of his mind by Nathan Quinn, Justin Quinn gets so incredibly furious he starts stuttering. You just wait. He clenches his fists, his face turning pale green while glaring endlessly at the boy. Nathan Quinn smirks. Time to check the martial arts first. The book glowing with blue aura is Cloud-Piercing Step, making the body move like clouds, totally invisible, and phasing in and out to stay unpredictable. And the one wrapped in green light is Jadestone Palm. Fully mastered, the palm hits harder than literal jade, immune to water and fire. Weapons literally cannot pierce it at all, and one single palm strike brings absolute devastation. Meanwhile, the red and pink books are Lonely Mountain Flying Sword and Mountain Splitting Spear. Nathan Quinn is disappointed, so confused. He thinks to himself, the power of mid-tier martial arts is seriously unreal, way stronger than the low-tier stuff, but absolutely none of these actually fit my style. Then a totally trashed-looking book sitting completely abandoned in a corner catches Nathan Quinn's eye. He reads the faded text on the cover, suddenly wondering about it. Shocking Thunder Saber. Just reading that makes him picture a blade moving like roaring thunder, fast as a literal lightning flash. His eyes completely light up with hype. This is the one. He calculates his options at 16. He had created his own totally unique saber technique, but it only carried low-tier power, and his saber progress completely stalled out after that, making it super hard to advance. This shocking Thunder Saber is a mid-tier skill with insane power, and it can push his blade mastery to a massive new level, totally fitting his vibe. Up in the bright blue sky, white clouds drift under golden sunlight. Wind blows fiercely as he stops right in front of a totally familiar building, surrounded by massively overgrown trees on both sides. Nathan Quinn stares at the totally freshly painted red doors, feeling pretty amazed that his courtyard is already perfectly repaired, totally wondering how this happened so fast. A familiar voice suddenly rings out. He freezes. "You are back?" The Chin family head, Victor Quinn, stands proudly in the yard. "Your cultivation already broke through to the first layer of body tempering." Nathan Quinn bows his head slightly, answering respectfully, "Yeah, all thanks to the totally epic pills you gave me, Father." The man voices his pure disbelief. Those 10 body tempering pills carry insane medicinal power, but you only have a yellow rank first-grade martial soul. How could just 10 pills possibly make you break through that insanely fast? The kid tries to hide it, but totally fails to mask his huge, smug grin, just pure luck. "Anyway, Dad, what brings you here today?" Here is the crazy part. Nathan Quinn thinks about his war god's soul, massive warning bells ringing in his head. That war god's soul is his absolute biggest, most dangerous secret. He absolutely cannot let a single person find out about it, not even his own super close family. If word ever leaked, it would literally bring deadly disaster. Victor Quinn stands in the blowing wind, turning to look at him. "Those guys smashed everything up like that. How could I not come? Next time you face this kind of totally wild mess, come find me straight away." Nobody gets to bully Victor Quinn's own son. The kid has literally zero fear of those guys, answering super casually, "Father, I can totally handle these annoying problems all by myself." The man brushes it off, keeping up his serious tone. "Honestly, the real reason I came today is to tell you, his dad tells him not to sweat it and definitely no giving up. Whenever he needs cultivation pills, just ask." The old man fully believes his son is destined to become an absolute powerhouse martial artist who can totally hold his own. Nathan Quinn bows right back at Tun Thien, calling out to his dad. He actually has a pretty massive favor to ask. The kid goes all in. He needs some serious cultivation pills, specifically 100 body tempering pills right now. Honestly, 200 or even 500 pills would be way better. Nathan Quinn knows this is a totally insane ask, so he tries his absolute best to completely talk Tun Thien into handing them over. He openly admits the request is outrageously greedy, but he begs his dad to just say yes. He is already doing the math in his head. His God of War soul basically levels up entirely by snacking on these sweet magic pills. Just munching on 10 of those pills already bumped his soul from yellow rank 6th grade straight up to the 7th grade. So what rank could 100 body tempering pills unlock? What about 200, or a whopping 500? The sheer potential here is totally wild. Tun Thien does not instantly shut him down, but he is clearly baffled, asking what he even needs those for. Nathan Quinn completely dodges eye contact, sweating bullets like a guilty kid. Looking at his son panicking, the patriarch kind of gets it. He completely drops the subject, saying if it is a secret, he will back off. 500 pills is absolutely no joke, though. He cannot pull that massive stash out of nowhere, so he asks for a few days to go work his patriarch magic. Cut to 3 whole days later at the Tun family estate, where the warm sunlight is just hitting the courtyard perfectly. That epic God of War soul hovers right behind Nathan Quinn while the guy meditates like a boss. Then boom, his eyes snap completely open, glowing with literal fire. He feels that fresh spiritual energy pumping through his veins and exhales hard. Finally, he smashed right into the second layer of body tempering. He flops back onto the ground, totally relaxed. Nathan Quinn absorbs all that fire energy, giving his God of War soul a seriously juicy power boost. Body tempering has 10 layers total. Every single time you level up, your soul gets a massive physical upgrade. Climbing these cultivation ranks only gets insanely harder from here, demanding way more spiritual energy. Sure, his martial soul hit yellow rank 7th grade and he is currently grinding twice as fast as he ever did before, but it still took him 3 painfully slow days just to finally break into that second layer. Nathan Quinn puts his serious game face on right here. Cultivation is literally like climbing a sheer cliff. The higher you go, the worse it actually sucks. He calmly shuts his eyes tight, refusing to slack off, and gets right back to the grind. Meanwhile, over at the main Tun family council hall, 3 other major big shots are hanging out with Tun Thien, the 3rd elder, the great elder Thiet Ba, and the 2nd elder. Thiet Ba is already completely out of patience. He loudly slurps his hot tea and rudely demands to know exactly why the patriarch dragged them all here today. Tun Thien drops his serious patriarch tone. He officially called this meeting to make a major announcement. He is using his total authority to pull out 1,000 body tempering pills exclusively for Nathan Quinn's training. You can guess exactly how this goes down. Hearing that absolutely fries Thiet Ba's brain. The grumpy elder literally blasts his hot tea right at Tun Thien, violently jumping up and screaming that the patriarch has completely lost his damn mind. Handing over 1,000 rare pills to a known piece of trash? No way. Tun Thien just smirks like an absolute troll. Fine, if the great elder is gonna cry about it, 500 pills works too. Thiet Ba is practically foaming at the mouth now, violently yelling that he completely rejects this crazy idea. Giving that hopelessly useless son of his 500 precious pills is nothing but an absolutely insane pipe dream. Second Elder Trenlau nervously chimes in too. He totally votes no on handing over those 500 pills. That massive stash equals 5 whole months of cultivation resources for the entire clan. They let it slide when the patriarch slipped Nathan Quinn 10 pills before, but 500 is just completely crossing the line. The third elder furiously nods right along with that massive complaint. Oh yeah, why should a known loser hog all the family's premium loot? But Tuntine does not even blink, calmly reminding these old dudes why he actually called this little meeting. This is definitely not a friendly debate, it is a straight-up order, and to get them to stop whining, he offers a crazy deal. He promises to completely give up his own hefty monthly patriarch salary to personally pay off this massive pill debt. Thiet Ba is still throwing a massive elder tantrum. Absolutely no way. He screams nothing justifies wasting premium loot on that total scrub. Secretly, the old man is fully panicking inside. The clan's pill stash is already pretty low, and giving away a huge chunk is seriously bad news. See, Thiet Ba totally wants those pills for his own guy, Trung Kong. If the patriarch steals 500 of them, his golden boy gets absolutely nothing. Tun Thien just flexes his suffocating patriarch aura to instantly shut them down. The deal is done. He tells them all to get out. The 3 angry elders turn ghost white, completely terrified into absolute silence. Back in his room, Nathan Quinn is still grinding hard, totally wrapped inside a glowing sphere of pure spiritual energy. Eyes shut, he is completely zoned into his own mental world, tempering his physical body. Sure, boosting his soul makes him way stronger overall, but this crazy leveling grind still requires going step by painful step. Nathan Quinn's eyes snap open again, absolutely burning with pure, rebellious determination. A fighter's soul power comes straight from their very flesh, bones, organs, and blood. His flesh is already practically bulletproof, so it is finally time to start violently tempering his bones. That magical energy ring spinning around him starts glowing with an insanely bright yellow light. Nathan Quinn clenches his fists tight, a super cocky grin spreading completely across his face. He actually broke right into the 3rd layer. That yellow rank 7th grade soul is honestly no joke. But then, that cocky smile completely vanishes, quickly replaced by deadly serious focus. He really has no clue when his old man will drop off those body-tempering pills. But hey, a promise is a promise. 500 of them are definitely coming his way. Nathan Quinn gets pretty smug just thinking about it, though honestly, this situation is still a headache. To everyone else right now, he is just a totally useless 1st grade yellow rank trash. Getting his hands on those pills anytime soon is basically impossible. So what does our guy do? He hits up the Dragon Tiger mountain range to grind his shocking Thunderblade technique. Leveling up his base stats is not nearly enough. He has got to combo it with actual martial skills to hit maximum damage. Deep in the Dragon Tiger Mountains, a massive eagle wildly flaps its wings, letting out a couple of loud shrieks. Feet kick off a thick tree trunk, launching straight into the air. Nathan Quinn casually lands right on a branch, locking his eyes onto a little rabbit across from him. He quickly glances off to one side. Instant alarm bells ring inside his head. Hidden totally out of sight, a snake flicks its tongue and quietly slithers right toward that rabbit. The second it snaps the prey up, Nathan Quinn launches himself away. The Dragon Tiger range is completely crawling with demonic beasts, the absolute perfect spot to grind some serious martial arts skills. He crouches down low, perching on a high ridge to scout things out. His shocking Thunderblade technique is all about raw speed and crazy explosive power. If you want to actually master this blade technique, this wild place right here is perfection. Nathan Quinn drops down, planting his boots hard onto a slick rock right at the river source. He slowly draws his blade, crouching low, fully locked into combat mode. Aggressively spinning his body, the crashing river water whips up into a massive wave. Standing dead center in the splashing ring, he knows it is not enough. Nathan Quinn braces himself, squaring up directly against the brutally churning current rushing right at him. It is just not enough. He dodges a violent jet of water, fingers gripping his hilt tight as his teeth grind. Not enough. He closes his eyes to focus up, letting the mighty divine battle spirit materialize right behind his back. Launching high into the air, Nathan Quinn viciously rips a horizontal slash straight through the rapid water. He looks totally satisfied at the sheer destruction he just caused, severed in one single strike. Hell yeah, total success. This is the true terrifying power of the shocking Thunderblade. But wait, a massive white hairy foot suddenly steps up, leaking thick blackish-green aura. A horribly vicious black-striped tiger stalks straight out from behind the heavy brush. It is a Stage 3 demonic beast, the notorious Banland tiger. It quickly closes the distance to the muddy stream bank. Nathan Quinn raises his blade, fully on guard. The massive Banland tiger cracks open its drooling jaws, letting out a deafening roar before launching itself high into the air. The huge tiger dives right at Nathan Quinn, dead in the river's center. Without a single flinch, he swings his heavy blade, slicing cleanly straight across its body. The beast completely collapses into the dirt. Nathan Quinn just stares quietly down at the massive corpse, totally realizing how insanely formidable this new blade technique actually is. Even among intermediate martial skills, this has got to be totally top tier. He cleanly sheathes his blade. Still, his shocking Thunderblade is basically just at the beginner phase he really needs to keep grinding. But then sudden rustling shakes the dark forest again. Nathan Quinn immediately scans the thick woods. There is actually another one out here. Oh, you are going to love this next part. Charging immense power into his fist, he flies straight up to smash this demonic ape. Those beastly eyes glow blood red. Someone clearly has not tasted fresh meat in forever. It actually drools just looking at him. So, Nathan Quinn decides to test whose fist packs a way bigger punch. Spoiler alert, the massive ape totally wins, sending him flying backward. Nathan Quinn heavily grinds his teeth together, soaking up the pain. He digs his boots hard into the dirt to finally kill his momentum. Before our guy even gets a second to catch his breath, the ape launches from the sky for round 2. That absolutely gigantic fist rockets straight down toward Nathan Quinn's face. He kicks backward just in time, barely dodging the lethal smash. Hand tightly grabbing his sword hilt, Nathan Quinn lets out a pretty cold, annoyed snort. He rips a massive arc with his blade, unleashing the shocking thunder strike. But incredibly, this crazy ape literally swats the heavy attack away with its bare hands. Getting violently tossed backward again, true panic finally hits him. This is seriously bad news. This giant freak is not a Stage 3 beast. It is entirely Stage 4. He desperately glances back at the giant monster quickly gaining on him. Mentally crunching the numbers, his beginner-level blade technique is basically totally useless against a beast this ridiculously strong. Seriously, time to run. But the ape instantly lunges, throwing a completely devastating purple-charged mega punch right at him. Nathan Quinn narrowly dodges out of the way. The furious punch completely shatters the solid ground beneath them. He heavily grinds his teeth together, his brain racing to find a way out. Damn it! Bouncing cleanly off a huge chunk of airborne rock, he gathers every ounce of momentum to launch one final, absolutely desperate strike right at the ape. He aggressively charges back in, his entire body fully wrapped in a blazing golden aura. But his eyes go wide in pure shock as the ape just casually backhands him. Once again, Nathan Quinn gets brutally swatted right out of the sky. Coughing through the thick dust cloud, he jams his blade down to slowly force himself up. Heavy internal damage has fresh blood dripping right from his mouth. He forcefully keeps one bruised eye peeled. Out of nowhere, the raging demonic ape plummets from the sky, completely intent on squashing him flat. But he cleanly slips away at the absolute last second. Hitting the ground way too hard, the massive monster actually buries its own arms deep in the rock, angrily screeching as it totally gets stuck. Nathan Quinn glares deeply at it. Since running is totally off the table, let's fight. He forcefully summons the divine battle spirit to violently boost his damage output. Ripping its arms free, the ape shows zero fear, furiously swinging its huge hand right back at Nathan Quinn to counter. With one ridiculously smooth strike, he completely slices the monster's arm off. Screaming in absolute agony, the cocky beast finally realizes how badly it messed up. Completely terrified, it instantly turns and runs for its life. Nathan Quinn just stands there, quietly smirking as he watches it disappear into the trees. Think you can run away? Nathan Quinn leaps up and slashes straight down its chest. Stay right here. He lands smoothly after taking down the demon ape, planting his blade in the dirt. Nathan Quinn clutches his aching chest, thinking to himself, that crazy ape was insanely tough. He actually had to summon his war god spirit just to scrap a win, and he took some heavy damage doing it. The Dragon Tiger Mountains are crawling with demonic beasts, making hiding super risky. Plus, with these injuries, he desperately needs to heal up fast. Running into another high-tier beast right now means absolute death. So, top priority, track down some rare natural medicine to fix himself up before he gets eaten. Just then, a weird golden-white mist swirls right around his feet before floating up and spreading completely across the sky. Nathan Quinn chases after the thickest part of that strange mist. He figures if the spiritual energy is floating around this heavily, there has to be some kind of epic treasure waiting straight ahead. The deeper he pushes in, the thicker and crazier that energy gets. He finally stops at a glowing lake, the literal source of the mist. A primal spirit pool, he realizes. Nathan Quinn smirks with total satisfaction, practically buzzing over stumbling into a jackpot like this. Fixing his heavy injuries is going to be incredibly easy now. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo from the trees, making his eyes go wide in total surprise. Kyle Preston and Ten Nok strut right up to the edge of the lake. Tunyok stares at the heavy mist and yells out, "Big brother, there really is a primal spirit pool right here." Of course there is. The older brother gloats out loud. "I literally tracked this entire spot from an ancient map." Kyle Preston raises a seriously smug eyebrow, totally thrilled. "Perfect," he brags once the two of us absorb this crazy energy and level up. "You can finally go ahead and beat Nathan Quinn to an absolute pulp." The younger brother's face instantly goes totally dark. He grinds his teeth so hard you can actually hear his pure hatred for Nathan Quinn. A simple beating is too nice if he gets the chance. He swears he will cripple the guy and make him wish he was completely dead. Nathan Quinn leans back against a tree, crosses his arms, and just starts laughing out loud at them. Is that really so? Both Kyle Preston and Ten Nok absolutely freeze up and hiss at the exact same time. "Nathan Quinn, why are you out here?" The older brother bursts into a cocky laugh. "It does not matter why he is here. Heaven left a door open and he ignored it, but hell is closed and he kicked it right down. They are not hiding in the martial arts pavilion or the Tun family estate right now. Absolutely nobody is going to protect him out here." He wants to see if the guy can actually back up his crazy arrogance from last time. The second he stops talking, Ten Nok fires off a technique, body tempering second layer. Right next to him, Kyle Preston drops into an attack stance, body tempering first layer. Nathan Quinn just flashes them a super casual smile, realizing that in just a few days, both of these massive losers have actually leveled up their cultivation quite a bit. He guesses he is not the only one getting stronger. Honestly, if this was a few days ago, he totally would have lost to these two guys. But right now, to him, they are basically just annoying little bugs that are not even worth mentioning. Nathan Quinn instantly flares up his own spiritual energy to push right back. They really want to see his true power? He openly laughs. Two shameless losers like them are absolutely not qualified to witness it. Teningok summons a heavy bow and fires an arrow straight at Nathan Quinn. "Are you asking to die?" Kyle Preston suddenly snaps, quickly stepping in to block his brother. "Big brother, to deal with trash like him, I am more than enough by myself. You just stand back and enjoy the totally pathetic show." A seriously toxic glare flashes in the younger brother's eyes. He wants to completely erase his past humiliation. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn just finds it incredibly hilarious. "Erase his humiliation? Just you? Seems you completely forgot how I beat you like a stray dog last time." Furious, Kyle Preston immediately readies his glowing sword. "Nathan Quinn, do not act so insanely arrogant. You only won last time because you stole the huge advantage of those 10 body tempering pills. That pushed your cultivation up to the first body tempering layer. But right now, my cultivation is also sitting exactly at the first layer. Even better, my martial soul is a solid yellow rank 3rd grade. You just have a garbage yellow rank 1st grade soul, so you are fundamentally no match for me." He violently grips his sword and charges right in, unleashing the deadly autumn water sword art. Tuningok just watches from the sidelines, flashing an incredibly smug, confident smirk. That autumn water technique is a totally brutal mid-grade skill. Combined with his brother's aggressive style, the raw attack power skyrockets. At the first body tempering layer, nobody survives this. Nathan Quinn is absolutely going to lose right here. Nathan Quinn does not even flinch, calling their pathetic talent totally worthless. As Kyle Preston aggressively swings his blade, Nathan Quinn does not even draw his weapon. He blocks the heavy strike completely barehanded. Unable to handle the insane physical pressure, the attacker's glowing sword blade instantly starts cracking and shattering into pieces. Kyle Preston's eyes practically bulge out in pure shock. Now watch this. Without skipping a beat, Nathan Quinn drives a heavy punch straight through his body, completely crushing the guy in a single hit. Over on the side, Tenengok turns completely ghost pale, totally speechless. Panicking, he raises his heavy bow and fires a desperate shot straight at him. "You literally just killed my brother. I am going to end you." The massive arrow, packed with a huge burst of spiritual power, rockets right toward Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn casually swats the supercharged arrow away with his blade like it is absolutely nothing. Tennock stares in wide-eyed panic. How is this even possible? Smirking hard, Nathan Quinn levels his sword straight at the terrified guy. "Is that really it?" He laughs. "This pathetic level of power is honestly a massive disappointment. That heavy strike just now? I was literally only using half of my actual power." Tenengok goes completely pale, sweating absolute bullets as he stammers, "Only half your power? Did your cultivation seriously just break through to the 3rd body tempering layer?" No, he panics. That is completely impossible. How does a total loser with a trash rank 1 martial spirit suddenly hit the body tempering 3rd layer? Nathan Quinn shifts into this wild new form, totally mocking the guy back, calling him out on that whole trash, rank 1 insult. He stares Tunningok down and asks if he actually bought that fake rank 1 garbage. Today, he says, you get to see my real martial spirit in action. Nathan Quinn summons the God of War spirit with a completely ruthless tone time to show this guy who the real piece of trash is. This massive God of War figure erupts behind him. The blazing aura alone packs enough raw power to leave Tunningok completely speechless. The dude is panicking so hard he actually stammers, "Wait, you have a rank 7 martial spirit? How is that even possible?" Nathan Quinn stands tall and casually asks who the loser is now. Tunningok grinds his teeth in pure bitter rage, stunned that this so-called trash is rocking a rank 7. Tunningok realizes he stands absolutely zero chance here. If he keeps fighting, he knows he will end up dead just like Kyle Preston. So he swallows his pride and decides to bolt. Running is his best bet. He plans to tell his dad and get this trash chopped into 10,000 pieces later. But Nathan Quinn is not about to let him slip away that easily. You really think you can just run away? Moving like an absolute ghost, he flashes right in front of him and instantly throws a blazing, flaming punch straight at Tunningok. The brutal hit lands dead center on his stomach. Tunningok screams out in shock, and the pure force of that punch launches the guy literally miles backward. He goes flying through the air and smashes violently right into a massive tree trunk. The impact is so ridiculously heavy that the whole tree splinters and snaps clean in half, sending him free-falling while screaming in pure agony. Honestly, that single heavy strike from Nathan Quinn practically sends a shockwave through the entire forest. Tunningok somehow struggles to sit up in the ruined crater. Panting and raging, he yells out for Nathan Quinn to stop bullying him. Nathan Quinn lands gracefully and doesn't even bother denying it. "Yeah, I am bullying you," he says. "What are you going to do about it?" Tunningok barely manages to stand, wincing as he claims he could totally still win this. He claims he just recognizes Nathan Quinn as a genius. Killing him would be a huge loss for their family, so he supposedly spared his life. He warns Nathan Quinn not to force his hand. Nathan Quinn's voice drips with heavy sarcasm as he replies, "Is that right? You are such a perfectly selfless guy. I just killed your little brother, and you aren't even mad at me? You seriously don't want to get revenge for him?" Tunningok immediately waves his hands to deny it. "Not at all," he says. "Kyle Preston tried to kill you, so he literally asked for it. He deserved to die, so relax. I am absolutely not seeking revenge." He promises to keep the whole murder a total secret. He will just go back and tell everyone that Kyle Preston got eaten by some monster. That spineless, cold-blooded excuse actually makes Nathan Quinn sick to his stomach. He calls him out for being so utterly heartless just to save his own skin. You won't even avenge your own brother. A pathetic coward like you doesn't even deserve to exist in this world, just die already. Hearing getting trashed like that snaps something inside him. Bitter and desperate, he decides to strike back, cursing Nathan Quinn for forcing his hand. Tunningok triggers his magic art for a counterattack, the 10,000 points of frost. He screams for him to die as countless glowing, energy-infused arrows shoot straight at Nathan Quinn. The sheer speed of this strike is absolutely insane, leaving Nathan Quinn zero time to actually put his guard up or dodge. He just has to stand there and take the full force of that roaring arrow rain. Nathan Quinn heavily struggles to block the overwhelming attack. Pushed backward in serious pain, the incredibly brutal impact of the magic makes Nathan Quinn cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Watching him violently struggle just to stand, Tunningok gets absolutely thrilled. He brags that this frost attack is his absolute ultimate move. It packs enough firepower to kill a body-tempering third-layer warrior, so you are definitely dead today. Brimming with confidence, he fires up the 10,000 points of frost a second time to finish the job for good. But Nathan Quinn is more than ready to clap back now. With his divine battle spirit fully active, he calls upon its massive power. Suddenly, every single arrow looks totally pathetic against his flaming blade. The thunderous blade art erupts, ready to completely obliterate everything in its path. Tunningok stubbornly unleashes another massive volley of arrows to pin him down, but every last one gets instantly shattered by Nathan Quinn's storm of attacks. Watch closely here. The guy totally breaks down, dropping right to his knees in the dirt. Tunningok's face is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. "No way," he stammers. "How could you possibly beat me?" Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn just casually stands tall right over him without breaking a sweat. Groveling on the ground, Tunningok pitifully begs for his life, crying for him to stop. But Nathan Quinn is definitely not the type to just forgive and forget a stunt like that. "I already told you," he warns, "you really shouldn't be kneeling down and begging me. Because even if you beg on your knees, I am never letting you walk away. Looks like you didn't take my words seriously at all. Remember this when you and your brother reach the afterlife. Don't be so ridiculously arrogant and never look down on other people. And definitely don't be a shameless coward, or you won't even get the chance to regret it." Cutting off any more whining, he ruthlessly swings his flaming blade one last time. Now, go keep your little brother company in hell. Leaving the absolutely destroyed Ten and Nock sprawled out in the dirt, Nathan Quinn calmly turns and walks away. Kicking this annoying obstacle out of his path finally lets him breathe easy. At last, no more annoying pests bothering him today. Now, it is time to go test out the real power of that primal chi pool. Nathan Quinn approaches the water. He sees the magical vortex swirling below, doesn't even hesitate, and just dives straight into the lake. It is time to grind. He immediately drops into a deep cultivation state. He floats right in the middle of the pool, sucking up all that surging wild energy. The guy focuses hard, drawing in even more raw power. Magical lights dance along the ripples of the water. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, his injuries are completely healed up and gone. This essence pool still packs so much crazy spiritual energy. It is way more than enough for him to push through and secure a major breakthrough. Right now, his flesh, muscles, and bones have all hit the first stage of tempering. But there are still his internal organs. His blood and vital energy have barely been touched. Nathan Quinn gets super serious again, ready to forge his internal power. Now he plans to borrow the essence pool energy to temper his organs. Let us see if he can smash right into the body-tempering fourth layer. He shuts his mind off and meditates, a glowing energy vortex wrapping around his body. 3 straight hours of hardcore training later, the crystal-clear lake reflects like a perfect mirror. Everything is dead quiet and perfectly peaceful. He sits meditating directly in the lake. Eyes half closed, spiritual energy radiates from his body, making the water ripple wildly. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn feels something totally different. His eyes snap wide open in pure shock. Turns out the crazy kid actually hit the exact internal level he wanted to conquer. He finally broke through to the body-tempering fourth layer. Nathan Quinn launches himself out of the pool, absolutely hyped. He lands hard on the ground, his whole body practically overflowing with crazy internal power. He is itching to test out this brand new strength. Time to see exactly what kind of ridiculous damage this fourth layer stage can do. He throws a blazing fiery punch straight at a massive tree trunk to check his output. Wildly, just that one single strike makes the giant tree start violently cracking apart. The massive trunk splits completely in half in an instant. Even Nathan Quinn is totally blown away by the sheer force of that insane punch. Is this really the destructive power of the fourth layer? Turning a low-tier martial skill into something hitting like a mid-tier skill is absolutely terrifying. He looks incredibly smug about the massive perks he scored just by showing up here. Who knew just 2 short days in the Dragon Tiger mountain range would bring such a massive haul? His whole goal for coming out here is already totally complete, but his dad wanted to help him secure 500 body-tempering pills, which obviously takes time. Since his dad definitely does not have them yet, going home now just means boring solo training. Staring at the massive mountain range in front of him, a wild determination to conquer the whole thing flares up inside Nathan Quinn. Might as well just stay in the Dragon Tiger Mountains and grind. First, he can seriously level up his real combat experience. Second, if his luck holds up, who knows, he might even stumble into some epic hidden encounters. And just like that, our boy is ready to roll, spinning around to go explore. Running into some dangerous situations along the way, Nathan Quinn does not even flinch. He steps right up to the plate and fights for the win every time. A short while later, a violent and terrifying roar suddenly echoes straight through the heavy forest. Turns out Nathan Quinn is staring down a massive, absolutely savage beast. The brutal monster lunges right at him, but he quickly leaps straight up into the air to dodge the vicious attack. Nathan Quinn flips once in midair, building momentum to counterattack the demonic beast. He reaches back, grabs the sword off his back, and violently slashes straight down at its spine. The beast cannot even dodge in time and eats the heavy blade completely. It gets sliced totally in half with just one single strike. Honestly, Nathan Quinn thinks fighting this particular monster was way too basic. A level 5 beast is just weak sauce. His rapidly growing strength is giving him some seriously insane confidence right now. His Thunderblade technique keeps getting stronger, and pretty soon, he knows he can break through yet again. Leveling up this insanely fast is ridiculous. There is zero chance his actual perception skills could normally upgrade this quickly. The only logical explanation here is his ridiculous divine battle spirit. Nathan Quinn starts thinking about combining all the crazy powers he currently has. If the divine battle spirit really can boost a person's cognitive abilities, plus somehow manage to raise their actual grade, then this thing is not just your average terrifying cheat code. But hold on, the loud sound of galloping horse hooves completely shatters the quiet atmosphere of the forest. This sudden noise definitely grabs his attention, and our boy instantly goes on high alert. Someone is here. Ever since Nathan Quinn leveled up to the 4th layer and reinforced his organs, he realizes his vision and hearing have both gotten a massive, undeniable upgrade. Basically, within a 12-meter radius, if even a single blade of grass moves in the wind, Nathan Quinn can instantly detect it. Being naturally curious, the guy does not overthink it and hurriedly sneaks over to spy on the situation. Over on the other side of the woods, a group of followers is busy trying to find their way. Someone calls out "Eldest Miss, it should be this direction." Nathan Quinn immediately recognizes the girl. What is she doing all the way out here? Her randomly showing up in this deadly place leaves him completely confused. That girl is Fiona Dalton, the spoiled younger daughter of the Fang family head. In Blue Ridge City, aside from the 100-year-old Chin family, the Fang family commands countless disciples with limitless potential. Their overall strength is actually a bit higher than the Chins. Getting completely lost in this massive forest makes her throw a furious tantrum. She yells at her guards, "Why are they not there yet? Are you three idiots even reading the map right?" If they lead her wrong, this young miss will definitely not forgive them. The guards tremble and stutter out an apology. They swear the map is not wrong, insisting that besides that ruined stone cave they saw earlier, there really are not any other secret mansions out here. They stammer that it is highly likely this map is completely fake. Hearing that excuse, Fiona Dalton instantly flies into a blinding rage. How could she possibly be wrong about this? How could the map she brought possibly be a fake? She tells them to look harder, or else they are going to face her absolute worst wrath if they fail. Those three guards are shaking in their boots and quickly agree. "Yes, young miss." Nathan Quinn hides behind a nearby tree to watch and quickly figures out their whole operation. They are clearly hunting for some hidden treasure. What on earth is Huang looking for that needs this massive search party? But of course, Nathan Quinn accidentally steps on a dry twig. That loud snap totally blows his cover. The lead guard catches it instantly and goes right into attack mode. He yells for the spy to get out here immediately. A sharp sword flies straight at him, freezing Nathan Quinn for a split second, but he smoothly leaps backward, letting the poor tree take the heavy hit instead. He is honestly pretty surprised he got caught so fast. He actually asks the guard how he managed to spot him. Because Nathan Quinn's stealth is usually pretty much impossible to track down. Ever since hitting the 4th tier of body tempering and refining his core, Nathan Quinn can completely mask his personal aura from anyone, so getting caught right now makes zero sense. The guard just gives him this super smug, arrogant smirk. The guy brags about his special foggrass martial spirit. Sure, it is a pretty low rank, but it lets him sense literally anything within a 10-meter radius. He admits the kid's hiding skills are actually pretty impressive. If Nathan Quinn had not stepped right into that specific radar zone, they would have never spotted him at all. This is actually his first time seeing this kind of weird tracking magic. A martial spirit that acts like a motion sensor? The sheer variety of powers in this world is honestly kind of wild. Nathan Quinn realizes he got way too sloppy here. He decides he needs to stay super cautious from now on, flexing his new cultivation tier just is not enough. Huang gallops over on her horse, furiously demanding to know who is stalking her. She squints down at him, taking a good hard look to confirm his identity. For Nathan Quinn, this whole situation is just hilariously awkward right now. Picture it, he is completely surrounded by 4 deeply annoyed enemies. Huang fiercely demands answers. She asks why the family's biggest loser is stalking her out here instead of staying home to train. Nathan Quinn just finds this whole interrogation incredibly annoying. He snaps right back whether he trains at home or not is literally none of her business. Plus, he has zero interest in following her around, he was just casually walking by. That blunt answer shuts her up instantly. She just furiously grinds her teeth. See, Huang paid a massive fortune for this old map, fully expecting to dig up some legendary treasure, but they spent 4 straight hours finding absolutely nothing but dirt. Her mood is already complete garbage today, so getting roasted by the town loser makes her totally explode in rage. Looking incredibly arrogant, she yanks her reins back, forcing her horse right up into his personal space. Acting like total royalty, she commands him to apologize for running his mouth like that. She orders the trash boy to kneel down and smash his head on the dirt as an apology. Nathan Quinn just scratches his head, playing completely dumb as he stares back. Apologize to you? He totally ignores her threat and just casually roasts her instead. He asks if her brain is broken, why on earth would he ever kneel for her? Her face immediately turns a bright, furious red. She stammers, completely shocked that he dared to insult her. She quickly strikes back, throwing absolutely vicious insults right at his face. She sneers, saying that without his young master title, a loser like him would not even be allowed to kneel in front of her. She screams at him to beg for mercy. Or else what? Nathan Quinn does not even blink. He stares her down and casually asks exactly what she thinks she can do to him. His completely cocky attitude pushes her right over the edge. She yells that if he wants to die so badly today, she will gladly grant his wish. She instantly orders her 3 guards to deliver some seriously brutal punishment, chop off his limbs and completely shatter his core, but keep him breathing. She wants to take her time playing with him, making his life far worse than death. Thinking she has him totally trapped, she flashes this incredibly wicked smirk. We all know that classic villain face. Now he is going to find out exactly what happens. The three guards circle around him as a team. Creepy, magical vines start wrapping through the air, trying to lock Nathan Quinn down completely. At this point, the kid realizes he cannot just stand there anymore. He tells her they literally have zero bad blood, yet she actually wants to cripple him for life. Getting bullied over nothing finally ignites a very real spark of rage in his eyes. A violent hurricane-like shockwave explodes from his body, literally cracking the ground apart. He shouts, "Do they really think Nathan Quinn is some kind of easy target?" The sheer explosive force of his blast knocks her entire group totally off balance. Watching him unleash that insane power, she stares in absolute disbelief. Fourth-tier body tempering? How could the town loser possibly reach that level? Her shock quickly turns into completely panicked rage. She screams at them to just kill him right now. The three guards summon those magic vines again, trying to crush him inside a trap. Together, they weave a massive ball of thorny vines that looks ready to detonate. Nathan Quinn watches their every single move like a hawk. Their teamwork is honestly flawless, their spirit energy blending together into this glowing, deadly formation. The three guys sync their powers up perfectly, charging up their ultimate moves before rushing straight at him. Their eyes are glowing just like those toxic mutant vines. Dangerous green energy starts swirling all around Nathan Quinn, but he stays perfectly calm, realizing this aura is heavy. The sheer pressure of this combined attack actually hits the fourth-tier level. Makes sense, these three only have Tier 1 martial spirits, landing a bodyguard gig for Feng Tuet at just the third layer of body tempering. Guess they actually have some skills to back it up. Nathan Quinn suddenly flashes a wicked grin, totally figuring out their gimmick. But honestly, this basic magic is a complete joke compared to his actual cultivation. It wouldn't even block a single swing of his blade. One clean strike whips up a massive fiery gale, completely blasting away that thick wall of creeping vines. The flames merge into a massive fire tornado, ready to absolutely swallow anything dumb enough to stand in its path. That blazing vortex smashes right into the guards at totally insane speeds. They get absolutely pulverized, crushed to pieces. Even their fancy plant magic gets instantly reduced to nothing but flying ash. The whole forest totally shakes with every single massive wave of energy ripping outward, leaving the scene looking straight up like a bomb went off. She fails to dodge in time and gets violently blasted backward without an ounce of mercy. Feng Tuet takes a brutal hit, violently coughing up blood. She collapses on the ground, completely shell-shocked by what just went down. She stammers out, "This is just absolutely impossible. How could a known piece of trash like him be this freakishly strong?" Her eyes are completely wide with pure panic and utter despair right now, stuck staring at a furious Nathan Quinn marching over to finally settle the score. Nathan Quinn leans in, heavily taunting her, mocking the great Feng Tuet for actually feeling fear now. Every word he drops heavily crushes whatever pride she has left. He reminds her how she was just bragging about snapping his limbs and completely crushing his core. Well, oops, he sarcastically apologizes. Her guards accidentally just got totally wiped out. Guess they will not be finishing that whole snapping off his limbs and crippling his core mission she really wanted done today, so he bluntly asks if she plans to personally cripple him now. She just violently shakes, stuttering out his name in pure shock. Feng Tuet pathetically clasps her hands together, begging Nathan Quinn for her life. She cries for him to spare her, swearing loudly she will absolutely never pull a stunt like this again. But he just icy coldly rejects her, stating flat out that she honestly has no future left. Not giving up, she desperately scrambles to convince Nathan Quinn to leave her a tiny way out. She screams his name, crying that as the Feng family's eldest daughter, he seriously cannot kill her, because if he does, her father will absolutely never let him go. Plus, her older brother just awakened a Tier 6 martial spirit, so if she dies, her brother is 100% hunting him down for bloody revenge. Hearing that little threat, Nathan Quinn actually pauses for a second. A Tier 6 martial spirit? So Feng Nulong awakened a Tier 6 spirit, yet nobody has heard a single peep about it. The Feng family keeping a secret this huge definitely smells like some kind of shady scheme. Catching his changing expression, Feng Tuet totally smirks to herself. Oh, is he suddenly scared now? She instantly flips her attitude, snapping that a piece of trash like him daring to attack her is honestly just begging for an early grave. She orders him to drop down, bang his head 100 times, and rip off his own arms and legs so she might spare his pathetic life. He just smirks right back at her. Oh, really? Nathan Quinn slowly draws his blade, stepping right up to her. He mockingly sighs her name, calling her genuinely hilarious for still daring to throw threats at this point. They are deep in the Dragon Tiger Mountains right now. If he kills her here, absolutely nobody is ever gonna know. Feng Tuet instantly shrinks back, begging him to stop. He aggressively challenges her right back, adding another brutal point. He states he isn't scared of her dad, since his own father is the Tun family head, and he absolutely could not care less about her precious older brother. Because honestly, in his eyes, the guy isn't even worth bringing up. Is a Tier 6 martial spirit supposed to be impressive? Nathan Quinn openly mocks her with complete arrogance. Now watch this flex. He decides to thoroughly blow her mind today and show off what a real martial spirit actually looks like. She instantly freaks out, completely turning pale. A Tier 7 martial spirit, she stammers out, completely failing to process how this is even possible. Feng Tuiet genuinely cannot believe her own eyes. He actually managed to awaken a Tier 7 spirit. Not even bothering with a reply, Nathan Quinn just cleanly slashes his blade right through her. Staring down coldly at her lifeless body now sprawled across the dirt, he scoffs in pure disgust, mocking that getting to die by his war god spirit actually gives her pathetic little death some actual meaning. Nathan Quinn sharply turns his back and walks off, leaving her totally motionless on the ground. But suddenly, something glowing right on her body catches his eye. Nathan Quinn stares totally blankly at the weird light, super curious now. He casually strolls right back over and starts digging through her scattered belongings. Turns out this chick was seriously loaded with body pills. But mixed in with the shiny loot, Nathan Quinn uncovers this super ancient, dusty old map. He squints hard, trying to figure out what this crusty relic even is. Then it hits him. He remembers hearing her and her guards bragging earlier about using this exact map to find some hidden stone cave. But apparently, that cave was completely wrecked and totally empty, without a single piece of treasure inside. Nathan Quinn tightly grips the map in his hand. Since he genuinely has absolutely nothing else going on right now, he figures he might as well check out the cave himself. Who knows, maybe he will actually stumble onto something good. Pushing off the dirt with massive force, he rockets straight up into the sky. Nathan Quinn leaps wildly across the steep cliffs, tracking the map's messy directions. He finally touches down at the base of this incredibly weird mountain, just silently taking in every single little detail around him. He checks the actual scene against the map, just wild weeds everywhere. Yep, looks like this ancient relic is seriously just a giant scam. Nathan Quinn lets out a super heavy sigh, feeling totally annoyed, and turns to bounce. But right then, a sudden gust of wind sweeps right across the quiet area. That breeze rips the thick grass right off the cliff face, totally exposing a bizarre, deeply carved handprint underneath. He instantly spins back around, locking his eyes straight onto the weird mark. Trusting nothing, Nathan Quinn tightly grips his blade's hilt, completely ready to strike at the first sign of danger. He cautiously waves his hand over the print, then firmly presses the very tip of his blade dead center into the palm. When absolutely nothing happens, he just smoothly sheathes his weapon. Guess there are zero hidden traps. Looks like this palm print is nothing special, probably just some leftover damage from a random brawl or a stray training session. Nathan Quinn sighs at the totally wasted effort. But suddenly, his true spirit just pops out of nowhere right behind him. He stares at it, completely caught off guard. Why did the divine battle spirit summon itself? At the exact same time, raw energy starts swirling right around that massive handprint on the cliff. Nathan Quinn watches as insane amounts of sheer power keep radiating from the print right in front of him. He frowns, stressing out completely. He realizes this terrifying pressure is actually the aura of a martial king. Nathan Quinn thinks back carefully. Looks like the hidden treasure mentioned in that ancient map was literally just this single palm strike. It is just that Feng Tuiet and her group have absolute garbage cultivation levels. They could not even sense the will hidden inside it. Honestly, if his divine battle spirit had not acted up, even he would have completely missed the profound mysteries buried in this strike. He slowly sits down, his divine battle spirit still standing guard right behind him. This giant palm contains the will of a martial king. Using it for his cultivation insight is going to be a massive cheat code. Sitting cross-legged in the dirt, Nathan Quinn locks his eyes dead onto the print. His brain hits a level of total focus he has never reached before. Deep in his mind, a terrifying phantom palm carrying absolute destruction crashes down right from the sky. It threatens to crush Nathan Quinn completely as the massive hand slowly descends. But before he can even lift a finger, his battle spirit turns around. Fire sparks violently from its cold eyes, launching a massive blast of pure roaring flames straight ahead. That raging firepower shoots straight upward, intending to clash right against the giant palm. Two insane forces absolutely smash together. Total deadlock. Neither side is backing down. Ultimately, the flames win. The mental image shatters into golden light, transforming into a pure stream of intention that flows straight into his brain. Meditating inside an endless void, Nathan Quinn calms his breathing, putting his entire soul into absorbing these concepts. His inner self completely ascends to a brand new level of understanding. A while later, as morning light breaks, the energy aura still fiercely wraps around his body. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn snaps his eyes wide open. Golden light flashes, shooting out a fiery blast identical to his battle spirit, blasting right into the massive boulder up ahead. As the dust clears, huge cracks splinter across the giant rock. Nathan Quinn clenches his fist, excitedly thinking this martial king's will is seriously off the charts. He only managed to scratch the absolute surface of it, and yet he still made such a massive leap in progress. If he could fully comprehend this entire martial king's will, his sheer power would absolutely skyrocket in record time. He stares at his faintly glowing hand, getting kind of annoyed. He blames his own super low cultivation for only grasping that tiny bit. What a huge bummer. Nathan Quinn grabs his blade and swings it at the ground, thinking back to his little meditation session. His Thunder Saber art seems to have leveled up again, so he decides to seriously test out his current skill level. After watching that casual/completely split the huge boulder in half, he figures this blade strike has finally reached a totally pure telepathic connection with his own mind. He is pretty sure he just barely stepped into the man and blade unity realm. Plus, that strike just now, a normal 5th layer body tempering guy would totally struggle to block it. Standing right in the thick dust, Nathan Quinn firmly hypes himself up. This training trip in the Longho Mountains brought a pretty insane haul, and time is almost up. He figures his dad definitely prepped enough body tempering pills by now. Time to head back. He happily gathers his strength and sprints forward. But hey, check out the vibe shift at the Tanner estate. Nathan Quinn strolls right in, completely relaxing. He is finally home. But then he spots the weird attitude of everyone around him. They are all huddled up, whispering and gossiping about something shady. Nathan Quinn carefully analyzes the situation, judging by the side eyes these people keep throwing him. His dad must have actually scored those 500 body tempering pills for him. He honestly could not care less about them, casually extending his stride straight inside. Suddenly, a guy totally blocks Nathan Quinn's path. It is Uncle Theotam, the personal guard for Theo Tanner, Nathan Quinn's dad. His cultivation is second only to the clan head, making him his dad's most trusted right-hand man. He holds out a wooden box, reporting clearly, "Young master, here are the 500 body tempering pills the clan brought just for you." Nathan Quinn politely takes the box, giving Uncle Theotam a quick thanks. Just cracking it open releases a super intense, rich aroma. Fully opening the lid, the neatly stacked medicinal pills inside practically glow with raw energy. Nathan Quinn practically drools, his greedy eyes totally glued to the stash. Luckily, his mouth still works, praising how insane the quantity and pill potency really are. Theotam slightly furrows his brows, obvious disappointment showing in his cold eyes. Nathan Quinn snaps the box shut and asks Uncle, "Where is my dad?" Theotam coldly turns his back to leave, dropping one harsh sentence. He is busy attending the clan meeting. Then his footsteps just stop. Theotam issues a freezing cold warning. "Nathan Quinn, I have no clue what your ultimate goal even is. But right now, you are acting like pure trash, forcing your own father to secure 500 body tempering pills just for you. Do you even realize what kind of absolute disaster you caused your dad over this?" Nathan Quinn gets totally startled, frantically asking what happened to his dad and if something went horribly wrong. Theotam cannot believe he is seriously this oblivious, gritting his teeth. What actually happened? It is entirely because of you, and those cursed 500 body tempering pills. During this exact clan meeting, the First Elder and Colton Tanner's faction are aggressively impeaching your father. Your dad might just lose his spot as the clan head, and honestly, it is entirely your fault. Nathan Quinn goes absolutely crazy, eyes wide as he screams out, "What did you just say?" A violent aura explodes right out of him, literally cracking the ground beneath his feet. He grits his teeth. They seriously want to impeach my father? Shui-san shrieks in horror. Body tempering 4th layer weight. How is that even possible? But Nathan Quinn is completely blinded by a fiery rage right now. His mind is set on pure payback. He growls out those names, Tiba, Changong. You guys have some serious nerve impeaching my dad. Do you really think I am just going to roll over and take this kind of insult? Meanwhile, over at the Chin Clan Hall, the doors are heavily guarded. Inside, every single major power player in the entire family has gathered up. Changong speaks up, acting all high and mighty. Thanks to waking up a 5th grade yellow-ranked martial spirit and hoarding tons of resources, the guy has already hit the 3rd layer. "Clan head," he starts. "As the #1 genius here, I only get 10 body tempering pills a month. Even with extra clan favors on top, I still max out at 20 pills tops. So I have to ask, on what grounds did you hand 500 pills over to a total piece of trash like Nathan Quinn? Just because he is your son?" Beside him, Tiba smirks like a winner. Victor Quinn claps back with perfect calm. "Exactly," he says. "Because Nathan Quinn is my son. Yeah, I selfishly pulled 500 pills for him. But I also stepped up and covered that cost using my very own personal cultivation resources. Doing it that way means the Qin clan loses absolutely nothing. Tiba jumps right on that excuse. Oh, love that line about the clan losing nothing. We only get so many of those pills a year. And you just snatched 500 of them right up for your useless trash of a son. What are the rest of us supposed to do? You are the clan head, yet you refuse to spend resources on an actual genius. Instead, you blow it all on garbage. Honestly, I do not think you are fit to hold the title of Qin clan head anymore. The nosy disciples start whispering and gossiping around the room. The other elders just sit there, completely silent. One guy is even casually sipping his tea. Victor Quinn lets out a mocking laugh. Impeach me? First elder? You seriously want to throw me out over this? He unleashes his heavy aura, forcefully pressing everyone down. Let us see if you actually have the guts to impeach me today. Victor Quinn throws down the ultimate flex. I am the sole Xiantian realm expert in the entire Qin clan, and you think you have the right to judge me? Tiba shoots right back, still dripping with arrogance. Always the same routine. Victor Quinn relying on your cultivation level while ignoring our actual rules. Do you really believe you can just block out the sun with one hand in this clan? And here is where things get genuinely wild. The old guy drops a massive piece of breaking news. Just the other day, the Mystic Spirit sect noticed Gong. He has officially been chosen to become one of their inner disciples. Plus, in exactly 5 days, they are coming to Clearwater City for their draft. Victor Quinn genuinely flinches the moment he hears that famous name. The Mystic Spirit sect. The disciples instantly erupt into a chaotic buzz of whispers. We are talking about one of the Luohe Kingdom's top 4 sects, a power that easily rivals the entire Luohe Kingdom itself. It is the absolute holy ground for any young fighter. Getting in there basically means your status will skyrocket overnight to a whole new level. In the entire history of the Qin clan, no one has ever made the cut. One guy just cannot hold back and steps up to check. First elder, is that actually true? They only recruit every 3 years, and it has only been 2 years since their very last draft. That is right, Tiba confidently states this draft is happening ahead of schedule. Gong seizes the perfect moment to step up and rally his own faction. Our clan head is mixing his public and private duties. Wasting 500 pills on complete garbage means he is utterly unworthy to lead the Qin clan anymore. He points straight at Victor Quinn, demanding action. So I officially propose we strip Victor Quinn of his title right now. The man stays calmly in his seat, repeating in a cold voice. Everyone listen, yes. I selfishly pulled those 500 pills for my boy. But I already told you, I covered the cost with my personal cultivation resources. Victor Quinn guarantees it once again. Besides, am I really the kind of guy to make shameless, empty boasts? Ever since I took over as head, I have given my blood and sweat to this entire family. I did everything in my power to make the Qin clan far stronger than before. 5 years in charge, and I won't claim I achieved impossible miracles. But I can safely say we have transformed and grown a lot stronger under my leadership. During the Spirit Awakening, my son went from a genius to a total waste. The gap there is crushing. I am not just the clan head, I am also Nathan Quinn's father. The kid begged me for the very first time, so as his dad, I had to say yes. Plus, like I said, my future cultivation resources will all go straight back to the clan. After laying all his cards on the table, Victor Quinn wraps it up. That is all I have to say, and I hope you will all continue supporting me. The disciples stare at him in stunned silence. Before they can even process it, Elder Chen speaks up. I agree entirely with Gong. We must impeach Victor Quinn. With an elder leading the charge, the disciples instantly flip sides and scream out, yeah, absolutely right. You have zero right to keep acting as our clan head. Victor Quinn, step down right now. One elder yells out that he completely supports kicking Tun out. He says he's been sick of him for ages, especially since he wasted so many body-tempering pills on his totally useless son. Is that really how a leader acts? Tun, you should have handed those pills straight over to young master Trung Kong instead. That would actually make sense. It is honestly hilarious. Our Tun clan growing stronger has absolutely nothing to do with you anyway. We built this clan with our own blood and sweat, so we are voting Tun out right now. A guy like this has zero right to stay on as our patriarch. Tun just flashes a bitter smile and nods, finally accepting his harsh reality. So that is how it is, he mutters. Fine then. I agree to step down. But before he can even finish, a massive crash echoes from the entrance. Someone just smashed the heavy doors wide open, sending a wild gust of wind ripping through the hall. Nathan Quinn steps calmly into the room, his face absolutely burning with an unstoppable, fierce energy. He glares at the crowd and demands to know if they are really trying to overthrow his father. The whole room totally panics, loudly gasping out his name, Nathan Quinn! The Itba furiously steps up to reprimand him. Nathan Quinn, you have serious nerve, he barks. Are you actually trying to start a rebellion? Tun frowns and quickly tries to warn his boy. He asks what he is doing here, telling him to leave immediately because this is no place for him. But Nathan Quinn just keeps his dark, stubborn glare. "I am going to ask you all one more time," he says. "Are you really trying to strip my father of his patriarch title?" Trung Hong furiously shouts back, calling him an insolent little punk. He mocks him, wondering how a piece of trash with a rank 1 yellow martial soul dares to make such a loud scene here. Thiet Ba turns and issues a brutal threat. "Tun Thien, if you do not make your boy leave right now, do not blame me for getting violent." All the disciples loudly mock him in unison. Their faces twist into ugly sneers, spit literally flying everywhere. A total loser daring to cause a scene, basically begging for a death wish. What is this trash even doing here? And he actually dared to smash the meeting hall doors. Absolute madness. The whole mob starts hyping each other up, screaming that they have to punish Tun Thien immediately. His kid is clearly nothing but dead weight, and yet he acts this arrogant and totally reckless. If Tun Thien actually keeps running the clan, who knows what crazy disaster his useless son will drag them into next. Exactly, absolutely right. They demand that Nathan Quinn be punished without question. This pathetic excuse for a son is seriously just pure scum dragging down the whole society. Tun Thien takes the full force of the crowd's raging anger. He squeezes his eyes shut, totally exhausted, and begs his boy to step back, saying he really shouldn't be here. But Nathan Quinn firmly plants his feet. "Father, do not worry," he promises. "As long as I am standing right here, they will never take you down." Tun Thien lets out a heavy sigh. Pure exhaustion washes over his face, completely stripping away the commanding aura a clan patriarch usually carries. "My boy, my problems have absolutely nothing to do with you, so stop being so incredibly stubborn and get out." But Trung Kong just sneers, mocking him. "You think walking away is that easy? Get this classic clan drama." He points right at Nathan Quinn's face, loudly exposing that Tun Thien gave this total loser 500 body tempering pills. What an absolute waste. "Hand those pills over right now. You definitely do not deserve to use that many body tempering pills," Trung Hong smugly threatens him. "Plus, you barged into the Grand Council Hall without permission and completely trashed the front doors. Your behavior is beyond unacceptable. Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness, or I will personally break both your legs." Nathan Quinn fires back with a cold laugh. "You want me to hand over the pills and kneel for mercy? Someone like you is nowhere near qualified for that." He just drops the ultimate disrespect. "Listen up, Trung Hong. You keep calling me garbage, but in my eyes you are literally worse than trash." Totally humiliated, Trung Hong fiercely grinds his teeth and screams that he is dead meat. He stomps hard, launching himself into the air to close the gap. Spiritual energy quickly gathers in his hand, ready for a lethal strike. Tun Thien instantly panics, leaping up to scream his name. But that jerk Thiet Ba physically blocks the patriarch's path, totally jumping on the chance to keep criticizing him. "Tun Thien, your son smashed into our hall acting like a maniac. He disrespects everyone here, so he absolutely has to be punished. Or are you actually trying to cover up his crimes?" Tun Thien freezes, completely unable to argue back. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn just stands there totally confident. Deadly intent flashes in his eyes as he cracks a wicked grin. "Father, you do not even need to lift a finger." He charges his own spiritual power to meet Trung Hong head-on, arrogantly shouting, "Just watch how I put down this dog." The two blasts of spiritual energy violently slam together. Trung Hong actually starts losing ground, grinding his teeth as he stubbornly refuses to back down. Now watch this epic flip. Nathan Quinn brutally blasts him straight across the room. The whole crowd absolutely panics, realizing this kid actually hit the 4th stage of body tempering. Trung Hong's lips tremble as he screams in pure denial, "That is impossible." He lays on the floor, aggressively demanding to know how Nathan Quinn actually broke through to the 4th stage. "Your martial soul is literally just garbage tier, a rank 1 yellow soul. How could someone like you ever reach the 4th stage of body tempering?" Nathan Quinn casually flexes his heavy spiritual pressure across the room. He stares down at him, coldly asking, "So who is the trash now?" Tun Thien is totally shocked. "My son," he stammers, "your cultivation level." Nathan Quinn gently explains everything. He says he went training in the Dragon Tiger Mountains a few days ago and scored a lucky encounter, which pushed him straight to the 4th stage. He promises to give his dad the full story later. Tun Thien absolutely cheers up. "A lucky encounter? That is brilliant, truly amazing news. Now let us see who actually still dares to call my son a piece of trash." The surrounding disciples instantly switch up their whole attitude. They start frantically whispering, completely rethinking which side they should bet on. But Nathan Quinn just lowers his head, hiding his burning anger before bluntly calling them all out. "All of you thought I was just worthless trash, feeling my father was entirely wrong to waste 500 body tempering pills on me, so you used that exact excuse to try and strip away his rightful patriarch title. Nathan Quinn asks if they still want to punish his father now that he proved he isn't total trash. Meanwhile, Colton Tanner struggles to his feet. The guy wipes blood from his mouth and just starts laughing like an absolute maniac. He actually spits out that a loser like Nathan Quinn just stumbled into some dumb dog-level luck to get this strong. Tier 4 body tempering means nothing. He calls Nathan Quinn pure garbage anyway. Nathan Quinn just frowns and asks if the guy is still seriously denying reality. Chang Kong screams back that he obviously refuses to accept it. He claims he was just acting careless and got cheap-shotted by a total fluke. Even with Tier 4 body tempering, he yells that Nathan Quinn still possesses a completely useless yellow-tier first-grade martial spirit. Pure junk. Chang Kong declares himself the ultimate heaven-chosen genius. He demands to know if this nobody actually believes he can defeat someone destined for greatness. He demands an immediate kneeling apology. Nathan Quinn gets totally annoyed by this ridiculous ego trip and bluntly tells him to shut up and fight. Chang Kong unleashes his massive white tiger martial spirit. If Nathan Quinn really wants to die, he is more than happy to oblige. He arrogantly promises to show everyone the massive, uncrossable gap between a real genius and a pathetic piece of trash today. He even lays down a bet beat him, and they drop all the charges against Victor Quinn and let him keep his clan head seat. How about that? Nathan Quinn releases his own spiritual power and calmly accepts the duel. Victor Quinn totally panics and begs his son to stop. Chang Kong rocks a yellow tier 5th grade martial spirit. Even with tier 4 body tempering, Nathan Quinn simply cannot match that kind of raw talent. He says his son has already done enough and made him proud. He honestly does not care about the clan head title anymore. Hearing this just makes Chang Kong laugh even harder. The arrogant jerk points out that even Nathan Quinn's dad knows it is hopeless. Who cares about some lucky power boost? A higher cultivation base means nothing. He demands Nathan Quinn face reality. He is total trash, and his entire family is equally pathetic. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn teleports right behind him with a super gentle smile. Oh, really? Then he just backhands Chang Kong across the face. Look at that hit. That single slap sends the so-called genius flying straight into a solid wall. Chang Kong explodes in complete rage. He screams at Nathan Quinn for sneak attacking him again and swears absolute murder. He raises his hand and charges up a high-level martial art, the White Tiger Pounce. Obeying his command, the massive white tiger growls and lunges straight for Nathan Quinn. The surrounding disciples practically lose their minds screaming. It is a crazy high-level technique. Rumor says this specific move is ridiculously difficult to master, but once you pull it off, any battle spirit can totally sync up with it, creating a blast of unholy power. Plus, since Chang Kong naturally possesses a white tiger martial spirit, the damage output is exponentially more terrifying. A few elders start completely bragging about it. They declare this technique was practically tailor-made for him. Taking only half a month to fully comprehend something this complex is insane. A yellow tier 5th grade martial spirit is no joke. They all agree that trash boy Nathan Quinn is about to have a seriously bad day. The other disciples eagerly join the roasting session. Seriously, people never learn. Does Nathan Quinn actually not know his limits? One tiny stroke of luck and he thinks he is the strongest alive? They want to see young Master Chang Kong aggressively put this loser in his place. Only Victor Quinn is genuinely terrified for his son, shouting a frantic warning across the hall. Recognizing the deadly technique, he screams for him to watch out. But Taiba quickly steps in front of him, flaring his own spiritual power as a heavy threat. Taiba sharply tells Victor Quinn to let the kids handle their own drama. Adults really have no business sticking their noses into this. Victor Quinn grits his teeth, looking absolutely ready to curse the man out. Meanwhile, the giant white tiger keeps bulldozing straight toward Nathan Quinn. Seeing the guy just standing there completely frozen, even keeping his eyes closed, the crowd goes wild with jokes. They wonder if the trash is literally too scared to move a single muscle. Maybe he finally broke his brain. Yeah, probably. All that edgy arrogance from a minute ago? Just a massive, pathetic bluff to look tough in front of everyone. Garbage will always be garbage. There is zero chance he could ever share a stage with a real genius like Chang Kong. Now Chang Kong is sprinting right behind his attack. He bares his teeth and orders Nathan Quinn to die. The white tiger unhinges its jaw with a massive roar, ready to strike. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn snaps his eyes open. Pure golden light flashes in his pupils. He grabs his blade handle, his entire body twisting as an absolutely horrifying power erupts outward. With a brutal swing, he slices the massive white tiger cleanly in half. The violent shockwave forces Chang Kong to physically shield his own face. It gets worse. After completely obliterating the beast, the blade energy rips right toward the arrogant genius. Taking the full brunt of the hit sends Chang Kong tumbling violently backward. The entire great hall goes dead silent, watching his total humiliating defeat. The elders start hyperventilating. They stammer out that this is the legendary human blade unity, the ultimate tier. Nathan Quinn has somehow managed to comprehend the sacred realm where man and blade become one. Victor Quinn is totally shell-shocked, struggling to process the impossible. Looking at his kid, he just strokes his beard and bursts out laughing with pure pride. He boasts that only his son could possibly sharpen a blade technique to such an insane, terrifying level. Sure, it is not true human-blade unity just yet, but he has definitely found the right path. Finishing his sentence, Victor Quinn shoots a deeply smug glare at everyone around him. He challenges anyone in the room to call his boy trash now. The hall stays absolutely dead silent. Nobody dares to breathe. Tai Ba's face looks horribly twisted, like he just swallowed a massive bug. Chang Kong clutches his battered chest, violently struggling to his feet. He sounds completely broken, repeating over and over that this is totally impossible. He furiously screams at him. How could a piece of garbage beat him? He starts repeating that he is the genius, and Nathan Quinn is just worthless trash, completely losing his mind. Nathan Quinn just sneers, his eyes practically dripping with pure contempt. He tells Chang Kong not to act so proud of his shiny yellow-tier 5th-grade spirit. There is always a higher sky, always a stronger fighter. He brutally warns him to drop the ego because to him, the so-called genius is completely beneath an ant. Chang Kong is absolutely furious, grinding his teeth as he spits out a heavy threat. Nathan Quinn, he growls, I am never letting you off the hook for this. Trash will always be trash, so what if you manage to beat me today? I am going to be a disciple of the Silverstone Academy, and you will forever be nothing. With that final flex, he turns and storms off alongside Tyler Quinn. Father, let us go home. Nathan Quinn grips his blade, sweeping a sharp, warning glare over the rest of the room. Do you guys still want to condemn my father just for giving me 500 body-tempering pills? The elders nervously force a laugh, physically backing away while their tone instantly flips to pure flattery. How could that be? Family head Victor Quinn is just supporting the young genius of our clan. How could that possibly be wrong? The rest of the crowd immediately folds, changing their tune. Yeah, totally. I actually think handing out 500 body-tempering pills is honestly way too little for him. Boss, I highly recommend we give young Master Nathan Quinn another 500 body-tempering pills right now. The whole room bursts into loud cheers of support. Exactly. Young Master Nathan Quinn is without a doubt the #1 genius of our Chin clan. Spending a few extra pills is completely worth it. The position of head of our Chin clan can only be rightfully handled by Lord Victor Quinn himself. Victor Quinn sighs in deep disappointment at this entire squad of shameless bootlickers. He steps down and calls out Nan, let us go. But to his surprise, Nathan Quinn holds him back. Hold on a second, Father. I still have exactly one thing left to say to all the elders standing right here. He looks straight at the group of trembling elders and lays it all out. You guys are the esteemed managers of the Chin clan, so logically speaking, you should be my respected seniors, but after the pathetic stunt you pulled today, I do not see you as my elders anymore. Nathan Quinn calmly drops the hammer on them. In my eyes, every single one of you is just a bunch of spineless, bootlicking cowards. You just cling to whoever has the most power. You literally tried to strip my father of his clan head title, constantly whining that he gave 500 body-tempering pills to a total loser like me. Ignoring their completely guilty, pale faces, he keeps tearing into their absolute lack of loyalty. Nathan Quinn continues to aggressively expose them. How did the Chin clan even grow this big? By relying entirely on my father. Even if my father did not make massive contributions, he still broke his back working for this family. So what if he gave his own son 500 body-tempering pills? Especially since he literally paid for them out of his own pocket anyway. His tone is dripping with sheer disgust and absolute contempt. Your two-faced attitude thoroughly disappoints me. You completely blind yourselves to my father and his hard work, only caring that Colton Tanner might become a disciple of the Silverstone Academy. Well, let me tell you something right now, whether or not Colton Tanner actually joins the Silverstone Academy is not even guaranteed yet. Nathan Quinn drops that heavy declaration as he turns around, stating that is all he has to say. How you spineless elders choose to act next is entirely up to you. I know Tyler Quinn will not just let this go, and neither will Colton Tanner. But I sincerely advise you all to think carefully and not regret your choice later. I am completely done here. The scene cuts over to the Chin clan training ground, where a super hyped guy jumps down and yells for everyone to stop. It is Harold Quinn, the loyal lackey standing right behind the genius disciple Colton Tanner. The guy with a yellow rank grade 4 martial spirit excitedly asks the crowd if they have any idea what massive drama just went down. A few younger kids look up with curiosity. Big bro Harold Quinn, what huge drama just happened in our clan? Harold Quinn crosses his arms, practically dripping with arrogance as he explains. At the clan meeting today, Big Bro Colton Tanner is officially moving to strip Victor Quinn of his clan head title. Victor Quinn is totally finished. The young disciple asks back in pure shock, wait, what? Colton Tanner actually dares to condemn the clan head? I know he is our #1 genius, but is that not way too arrogant? After all, Victor Quinn is still the strongest fighter in the entire Qin clan. Harold Quinn firmly insists that Victor Quinn absolutely cannot keep his seat as the head anymore, because Big Bro Colton Tanner is completely locked in to become a disciple of the mighty Silverstone Academy. In exactly 5 days, an elder from the Silverstone Academy is coming to Lam Tui City. They will officially take Big Bro Colton Tanner as a disciple. Hearing that legendary sect name, the whole crowd drops their jaws in sheer absolute awe. The Silverstone Academy, they scream in total blind admiration, every single one of them instantly taking Chang Kong's side. If Big Bro Chang Kong is truly valued by the Silverstone Academy and becoming their disciple, he genuinely is the undisputed #1 genius of our family. Condemning him is great. Victor Quinn handed over 500 body-tempering pills to that complete loser Nathan Quinn, so he definitely does not deserve to lead our Qin clan. Breaking the rules for his own personal gain means he totally deserves to be overthrown. Big Bro Colton Tanner is doing the right thing. Oh, you just know this guy loves the drama. Seeing public opinion completely flip, Harold Quinn smirks wickedly to himself, thinking that once Victor Quinn loses his position, that absolute loser Nathan Quinn is incredibly screwed. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes through the yard. Bad news, bad news. A disciple runs in completely out of breath to deliver the message. A massive incident just happened. Something huge went down. Latest news, Nathan Quinn crashed the meeting hall. He apparently got some crazy lucky encounter in the Long Ho Mountains, and his cultivation suddenly broke through to the 4th layer of body tempering. He only used one single move to completely crush Colton Tanner, even after Chang Kong unleashed his strongest martial spirit. The same disciples who were just laughing around instantly pale, unable to process the insane news. What? The scene immediately cuts over to the inside of Colton Tanner's private courtyard. Right now, Chang Kong is losing his absolute mind with rage, clenching his fists and screaming, "I want to kill him. I definitely have to kill him. That piece of trash actually beat me. How is that even remotely possible? How could he do that?" Tyler Quinn steps up, reminding his furious son to calm down a bit, since the Silverstone Academy elder arrives in Lam Thui City in exactly 5 days. When Bok Hoen Thu officially takes him in as a disciple, Huang Kong's face twists up in pure rage, swearing this grudge will be settled. He angrily declares they will totally crush Nathan Quinn and his dad, Theo Tanner, leaving them absolutely no chance to bounce back. He barks out a promise, Nathan Quinn. In exactly 5 days, you are dead meat. Meanwhile, inside some hidden room over at the Huang family estate, the pitch-black space is barely lit by a single flickering candle. Huang Leech, the strict family head and Huang Tuyet's dad, sits stiffly with his fan. He asks just how long until Elder Bok Hoen Thu actually arrives in Lam Thui City. The sneaky-looking teenager sitting across from him just smirks. 3 more days, he replies. This kid is Huang Nu Long, Huang Lich's own son and the older brother to Huang Tuyet. He reports that Elder Bok Hoen Thu gave the Tan family a fake 5-day timeline. That gives them 2 whole days to set up their trap. Hearing this, Huang Lich looks pretty pleased and praises his boy. Awesome, the old man notes. He really wants to see if the Tan family has any tricks left to survive this mess. Nu Long drops the smile and asks his dad why they even need this scheme. In his eyes, the Tan family is literally nothing but a joke anyway. He brags that even their supposed genius, Colton Tanner, is totally garbage compared to him. There is basically zero reason to be scared of them. Huang Lich shakes his head, telling his son he simply does not get it. Those Tan family disciples with rank 4 and 5 yellow grade spirits actually pack a pretty massive potential to grow stronger later on. Their goal is to wipe the Tan family completely off the map, leaving 0 future threats hanging around. Nu Long just scoffs to himself, dismissing them as a bunch of dead bugs. Suddenly, Huang Lich brings up a rumor. Did Nathan Quinn really defeat Colton Tanner? Nu Long acts super arrogant, his voice dripping with pure disgust. He says Nathan Quinn is just a pathetic bug with a rank 1 yellow grade martial spirit, so who cares if he won? He claims he could easily crush that guy with one hand. They are completely underestimating our guy here. A piece of trash like Nathan Quinn is honestly not scary at all. The old man nods along. What kind of trouble could a rank 1 yellow grade martial spirit possibly cause anyway? Looks like he was just overthinking things. Dropping that topic, Huang Lich asks if there is any news about his younger sister. Nu Long looks a bit bummed out and shakes his head no. The old man grumbles in frustration, complaining that Huang Tuyet is getting way too wild these days. Huang Lich just waves him off, telling him to go get everything properly prepared. In exactly 5 days, he wants his son to completely wreck every Tan family disciple right in front of the Silverstone Academy elder. Nu Long obediently bows to his father. He agrees. The scene cuts over to Theo Tanner's residence in the Tan estate, where Thiet Tam bows sincerely. He begs the young master not to take his previous angry rants to heart, admitting he was just acting way too hot-headed. Nathan Quinn just smiles softly, brushing it off as nothing. He tells Uncle Tam he fully understands it was all out of care for his father. Theo Tanner then chimes in with a warning. Even though Ted Tanner Baugh's crew failed this time, those guys are absolutely not going to let this slide easily. He just cannot hide his worry, reminding him about 5 days from now. When the Silverstone Academy arrives to officially recruit Trong Kong as a disciple, his own position as the family head will be completely impossible to keep. Plus, they have totally offended the duo of Ted Tanner Baugh and Colton Tanner. Those two are definitely coming for payback. With the massive Silverstone Academy backing them up, Theo Tanner admits he will not have the power to actually protect his own son from their nasty revenge. Theo Tanner keeps fussing over him like a super worried mother hen. So before the sect members show up, he begs Nathan Quinn to pack his bags and run far away. But Nathan Quinn stands firm as a rock, boldly telling his dad that he is not going anywhere. If Ted Tanner Baugh and Colton Tanner want to mess with him, bring it on. He is genuinely not scared at all. Even with all those warnings, the kid refuses to budge an inch. Theo Tanner hesitates, but before he can ramble on, Nathan Quinn flashes a pretty cunning little smirk. He tells his dad he has his own plans and not to sweat it. Those two annoying dogs definitely will not be able to actually hurt him. Right after returning to his room, he sits on his bed with crossed legs, staring intensely at a massive chest full of pills. Nathan Quinn gets super pumped, wondering exactly what level his divine battle spirit could reach with this many body-tempering pills. It is basically time to test it out. Oh, just watch this wild flex. Shortly after, he totally levels up as a powerful pillar of spirit energy gathers. The epic divine battle spirit materializes right behind his back. He slowly swallows the pills one by one, letting streams of pure spirit energy get sucked straight into his system. The divine battle spirit unleashes this invisible pulling force, completely absorbing every drop of the body-tempering pill's medicinal energy. Checking the results, though, Nathan Quinn feels a wave of heavy disappointment. 10 whole pills were simply not enough to make the divine battle spirit level up. He stares at the remaining stash, doing some quick mental math. Given the spirit's current rank, he realizes he desperately needs to bump up the pill count to force a breakthrough. So he decides to keep pushing it, just to see exactly how many it takes to finally trigger that next crazy tier. Nathan Quinn just keeps gobbling them down, 30 pills, 80 pills. The numbers wildly skyrocket from double digits into the hundreds, hitting 170, then 350. Holding the 490th pill, he heavily frowns. Still, no level up, this is clearly going to be insanely difficult. Getting a bit desperate, he checks the remaining pile. He grabs the absolute last batch of body-tempering pills to swallow all at once, praying for a breakthrough. He throws them all back in one huge gulp. Suddenly, the eyes of his divine battle spirit flash with an intense, blinding light. A massive surge of raw power erupts out. He quickly regulates his breath as the 8th ray of light shines behind him. Nathan Quinn is totally thrilled finally, a glorious level up. Suddenly, the war god spirit opens a very human-looking eye, not just that pure pitch black anymore. Nathan Quinn jumps back in surprise as the spirit changes right in front of him. Then he glances out the window. Boom, the tree trunk outside zooms in like a 10 times lens. He is completely blown away, seeing every tiny groove in the bark. He whips his head around to the pond. He can see frogs literally through the muddy water. His vision just got a massive upgrade, he whispers, totally hyped. Looks like munching on those pills didn't just level up his war god spirit, it actually supercharged his other physical stats too. His mind races with all the epic possibilities. His perception just spiked big time, definitely thanks to the spirit, and now it is even improving the raw physical limits of his own body. This war god spirit is not just your average terrifying power. With an absolutely broken cheat code like this, what kind of insane level could he actually reach in this lifetime? Nathan Quinn steps outside, looking completely dead serious. The war god spirit never backs down from a fight and never loses. It suddenly hits him like a truck. Having a martial spirit this overpowered means his future is straight up unimaginable. He has to enter the Huang Lin sect. It is the only way to truly understand this crazy world. Stepping out into the open air, his face goes full killer mode. He mutters a warning. Does Colton Tanner really think he can just casually sit in that cozy sect disciple spot? In exactly 5 days, he is going to show that guy what a real genius looks like and who actually deserves to be a Huang Lin sect disciple. Up above, the sky is clear and blue, but down below, noisy chatter echoes everywhere. In a random roadside tea shop, gossip is spreading like wildfire. People are asking if everyone heard the Huang Lin sect is recruiting in Lam Thui City in 5 days. Word on the street is that Colton Tanner from the Tun clan is already locked in as a disciple. But someone scoffs, wait, didn't that guy get beaten by the trash Nathan Quinn? What right does he have to join the Huang Lin sect? Another guy brags that young master Feng Nulong of the Feng clan is obviously the absolute best candidate for the disciple spot. Overhearing all this drama, a curious bystander butts in. Nathan Quinn beating Colton Tanner, how is that even physically possible? Colton Tanner is a peerless genius with a rank 5 yellow martial spirit, while Nathan Quinn is just garbage with a rank 1 spirit. You know how rumors work, right? Well, someone steps right up swearing it is absolutely true, claiming his cousin's brother's second sister-in-law does odd jobs at the Tun Clan estate. That guy was apparently sweeping right outside the Tun Clan's main meeting hall. He saw with his own 2 eyes Nathan Quinn knock out Colton Tanner using only 1 move. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn is still grinding his training hard. Body tempering 4th layer is all about refining the internal organs, boosting their toughness to a whole new ridiculous level. But the 5th layer? That takes skin, muscle, bone, and organs, pushing everything up another full tier to make him extremely powerful. If he hits that 5th layer, he will be totally immune to blades and completely unfazed by fire or water. Nathan Quinn opens his eyes wide, declaring with absolute confidence it is time to break through to the 5th layer. The war god spirit flares up, dragging his massive spiritual energy with it. Pure power condenses around his body, bringing some serious agonizing pain. Inside him, 5 blinding red spots of light suddenly ignite. 5 whole hours later, the clouds are still casually drifting by. Nathan Quinn leaps up, his spiritual power exploding as he yells out, "Break for me!" He feels the wild shifts inside his body. Is this really the raw power of the 5th layer? It is easily twice as strong as the 4th layer. Just then, Thiet Tam pushes the door open, calling for the young master, but freezes in absolute shock the second he sees him. He stutters out, "Young master, you already broke through to the 5th layer." Nathan Quinn smoothly drops a pre-planned excuse. He claims he found a lucky break in the Dragon Tiger Mountains, scoring a rare spirit herb that he didn't fully absorb when hitting the 4th layer. Over the past few days, he just rode that leftover medicinal energy to break into the 5th layer. In his head, he knows this absolute beast of a war. God's spirit breaks all the rules, he cannot let it leak, or it will bring down a massive disaster. Playing it cool, Nathan Quinn quickly changes the subject, asking Uncle Tam what brings him by today. Thiet Tam gets totally serious, saying tomorrow is the huge Huang Lin sect recruitment event, and the clan head sent him to see if he is actually going to participate. Nathan Quinn flashes a smirk, replying with zero hesitation he is in. Of course he is participating. Thiet Tam immediately starts breaking down the rules for him. Here is where it gets spicy. This specific Huang Lin sect recruitment is being co-hosted by the Tun and Feng clans, split into 2 totally chaotic rounds. He explains that the first stop is the Feng clan, where each family sends out 30 disciples to draw lots and fight it out. Only the top 5 ultimate winners even get to sniff the second round. Uncle Tam lists the key details. The second round is exactly what he expects, a martial spirit release to test their ranks, and no one knows how many they will finally pick. The Huang Lin sect guys are keeping that a secret. Nathan Quinn nods, totally getting the picture, and asks where this whole showdown is taking place. Thiet Tam's face goes completely dark as he answers they are hosting it at the Feng clan. Nathan Quinn's eyes flash. The Feng clan has been hiding Feng Nulong's spirit. Now they are hosting the grand sect recruitment right on their home turf. Those Feng clan guys definitely have some sketchy plot against the Tun family. Even with that thought, Nathan Quinn pumps himself up, totally confident. Whatever crazy, earth-shattering scheme the Fang family is cooking up, he will slice right through it with one strike. Over in the courtyard, Nathan Quinn and Thiet Tam are hanging out, and the older guy asks a quick question. He says the family head mentioned that our young master beat Truong Kong last time using only the shocking Thunderblade technique. Nathan Quinn casually admits to it. Hearing this, third uncle Thiet Tam pulls out an old martial arts manual with totally good intentions. The older man mentions he also practices the shocking Thunderblade technique and has quite a few personal insights inside. Generously, he hands his secret notebook over to Nathan Quinn, hoping the young master can read through it and level up. Honestly, this little book is insanely useful for him. Nathan Quinn is beyond grateful to get a gift like this. Third uncle has been obsessed with the shocking Thunderblade for decades and has already reached the man and blade unity tier. His uncle's notes are super precious, and they are definitely going to be a huge boost for his own understanding of the Thunder technique. He bows respectfully, thanking his uncle for the massive favor. Nathan Quinn is incredibly moved, especially since Thiet Tam is always so ready to help him out whenever he needs it. He tells the kid his martial arts talent is unreal. Nobody in the entire city can even compare, making him the absolute perfect fit for this personal training diary. With just one single day left until the Mystic Spirit Sect disciple recruitment ceremony, the old man decides to stick around. If Nathan Quinn gets confused by anything, he can just ask. He genuinely appreciates the older guy's kindness. That works out perfectly, so he tells his third uncle he will definitely be bothering him. The courtyard is dead silent, except for some rustling leaves. Under the porch, Thiet Tam and Tukam quietly watch Nathan Quinn as he zones in completely on his hardcore training. He mutters to himself, trying to guess exactly what kind of crazy level the young master can reach in just one day. Suddenly, dark clouds completely wipe out the clear blue sky, and heavy thunder and lightning roll in right behind them. In an instant, rain starts pouring down, drops smacking against the old roof tiles. But even with the storm, he completely ignores the weather and stays locked into his intense learning session. The girl worries about Nathan Quinn catching a cold. She asks third uncle if the young master will be okay in this absolute crazy downpour. Should they wake him up? Tam immediately vetoes that idea, refusing to break the kid's focus, since he is clearly right in the middle of a super crucial breakthrough moment. Massive streams of light start bursting out of Nathan Quinn, wrapping all around his entire body like a crazy glowing sphere. This is an entirely brand new realm that he just managed to absorb. Tam is absolutely blown away seeing this magic happen. He stutters out that this is actual blade intent. Blade intent is something you only grasp when man and blade unity hits a crazy profound level, finally unlocking the master tier. He is completely stunned by Nathan Quinn's insanely rapid cultivation speed. Just one day ago, the young master had barely hit the beginner stage of man and blade unity, and now he is already pulling this off. The kid's comprehension skills are straight up terrifying. Cam stands nearby, full of complete admiration as she praises him. She calls the young master incredibly awesome. Tam sighs with a little hesitation. It is just a massive shame the kid's martial spirit is only a measly first-grade yellow rank. Otherwise, his future martial path would be limitless, a true dragon among men. Meanwhile, she just keeps swooning and chanting over how ridiculously handsome the young master is. Eventually, after what feels like a really long time, the heavy rain finally stops entirely, letting the bright glaring sunlight take over the sky once again. He looks up, completely caught off guard. It is already morning, and he cannot believe he was zoning out for that long. Nathan Quinn is pretty satisfied with his new skill level, realizing his gains this time are absolutely off the charts. Tam walks over to celebrate, congratulating the young master on actually grasping blade intent. Hitting the master tier of man and blade unity is huge, but Nathan Quinn stays polite, giving full credit to his third uncle's training notes. The older man waves off the credit, pointing entirely to Nathan Quinn's own skills. He tells the kid he is being way too modest. The diary was just a little backup. Unlocking that unity realm so fast is all thanks to his incredibly overpowered natural talent. Suddenly, remembering something super important, Nathan Quinn asks about it right away. He asks his third uncle to explain what the master tier of man and blade unity actually is. Tam starts asking a few test questions to gauge him. He asks the kid if he feels it right now, like his blade technique completely outclasses the normal raw power of the shocking thunder blade. Nathan Quinn totally agrees. Spot on. But what does that actually mean? He patiently breaks down the basics for him. Everyone knows martial skills are split into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate tiers. Put simply, higher tier martial skills hit way harder. But that is just the normal standard way of looking at it. Tam slowly explains the deeper concept. Now watch closely, because this is where the power scaling gets wild. When you train a skill to a certain point, like the man and blade unity state, normal ranks do not apply anymore. It becomes a whole new realm. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn gets super curious. A realm? The old man confirms it with absolute certainty. Exactly, the stronger this realm gets, the more insane the power you can actually control. For example, man and blade unity, or even man and sword unity, they all fall under the big umbrella of human and weapon unity. This specific realm is split into 3 entirely different levels: beginner, master, and finally, perfect. Tam happily shares absolutely everything he knows about the whole concept. After man and weapon become one, there is an even higher level called the entry state, and believe it or not, an even crazier tier exists beyond that. He nods along, finally getting the picture. So that is how it works, he realizes, just as the older guy rushes Nathan Quinn to get entirely ready for departure. Young master, the sun is completely up. We better hit the road right now. Time to group up with the Tan family at the square for the Silverstone Academy disciple recruitment ceremony. Sounds like a truly solid plan. Seeing the two about to leave, Cam gets super excited. She practically begs to tag along, calling out for her young master. Cut to the massive Tan family courtyard, packed to the absolute brim with basically everyone. And look who it is, Huang Kong himself, standing right there in the massive crowd. Tanner stands up high on the steps, clearing his throat to grab their attention. Listen up, everyone. He announces the big upcoming event. Today is a huge day because the Silverstone Academy is hitting Lam Thui City to recruit disciples. Tanner explains exactly why this gathering matters. I do not even need to hype up the Silverstone Academy within our Lakha dynasty. You all know becoming their official disciple means hitting the jackpot. Not only does your future skyrocket to the top, but the whole Tan family totally wins. We rise with the tide, instantly becoming the #1 clan in Lam Thui City. So I expect every single Tan family disciple entering this recruitment trial to go completely all out and hold nothing back. Show the Silverstone Academy the true badass style of our Tan family. He pulls out the highly filtered results sheet with dramatic flair. Now I will announce the final chosen roster for the Silverstone Academy recruitment ceremony, he declares, telling everyone to step forward. The hyped crowd below eagerly screams out all their favorite standout names. Truong Kong, Harry Tanner, Thomas Tanner Bao, and Trevor Tanner Lamb. But totally wrecking their expectations, Theo Tanner reads the very last name on the list, Nathan Quinn. Hearing his name, the crowd instantly starts mocking him. Pure chaos. Nathan Quinn actually made it? A complete trash-tier yellow rank first-grade martial spirit becoming a Silverstone Academy disciple that is basically a ridiculous pipe dream. Only she is genuinely thrilled, cheering that her young master got in. He is so awesome, he will definitely become a Silverstone Academy disciple, while some random hater overly curses him out. Oh yeah, definitely if Nathan Quinn actually becomes a Silverstone Academy disciple, I will literally eat dirt right here. But another guy drops a hot take. Maybe it is actually possible. Do not forget. Just a few days ago, Nathan Quinn one-shotted Truong Kong, our #1 Tan family genius. Shut your mouth. Do you really want to die? The guy standing right next to him gets so mad, his veins literally pop. Truong Kong just cuts him off to voice his own opinion. Hold up, patriarch. Nathan Quinn is nothing but a garbage yellow rank first-grade martial spirit. What right does he even have to join the Silverstone Academy recruitment ceremony? These harsh insults make the quietly standing boy turn entirely grim. Pure silence. Elder Tran entirely agrees, chiming in to fully back up the young master without hesitation. Truong Kong is definitely right. What right does absolute trash have to join the disciple recruitment? He is literally just wasting a perfectly good competitive spot. The third elder steps right up to suggest straight up canceling Nathan Quinn from competing. Our Tan family only gets 10 slots in total, so we absolutely cannot waste one on a complete and utter loser like him. Patriarch, I officially propose we revoke Nathan Quinn from even participating in the Silverstone Academy disciple recruitment ceremony today. The crowd below instantly blindly follows their ridiculous demand, yelling out their full agreement. Seeing the sheer numbers backing him, he smugly glares right at our guy. Trash? Like you dares to fight me? Just watch. I will totally crush you. Theo Tanner drops a massive defense that instantly shuts everyone right up. Nathan Quinn is no loser, even if his martial spirit is just yellow rank first grade. His cultivation already reached the body tempering realm. He even fully grasped the man and blade unity state, showing truly massive potential. So why wouldn't he be perfectly qualified to join the Silverstone Academy recruitment ceremony? Theatbach suddenly butts in, claiming all of that is just seriously weak. Huge potential, my foot. A yellow rank first grade trash basically just got super lucky with some random encounter and bumped up his cultivation slightly. You actually claim he has huge potential? Honestly, Theo Tanner, I think you have gone entirely crazy, old man. That wild comeback instantly ticks him off. Theo Tanner scowls and shouts back at him, while the nosy spectators simply refuse to quit and keep fiercely protesting. The Great Elder is completely right. Nathan Quinn basically just stepped in some incredibly dumb dog luck. A flower that blooms fast fades faster, and eventually he will just crumble in front of everyone anyway. Trash like that literally has zero right to join the Silverstone Academy recruitment ceremony. Instantly cancel Nathan Quinn from competing. Cam hears all these toxic haters and gets incredibly furious on behalf of Nathan Quinn. These guys are just so awful. Back when the young master was a genius, they followed him around begging like sad lapdogs, but now they constantly kick him when he is down seriously inhuman behavior. Thiat Tam clearly sees right through it. He sighs. Such helpless defeat. This is exactly how people in reality work. In a world where the strong rule and massive sucking up is the ultimate trend. If young master Nathan Quinn had even a slightly powerful martial spirit like Truong Kong, he would never be treated this badly. She panics, incredibly worried about his messed up situation. Third uncle, is the young master genuinely going to get his actual right to compete canceled? He extremely calmly reassures her that everything will turn out perfectly fine. Just relax. Even though the young master only has a yellow rank first grade martial spirit, and his future achievements will definitely face severe limits. But the young master has some seriously freakish talent. He already mastered the man and blade as 1 state, and his cultivation just hit the body tempering 5th stage. So yeah, there is absolutely no way this angry mob can cancel the young master's right to compete right now. Theodba totally uses the raging crowd to force a final verdict. He calls out Theo Tanner, asking if he sees this mess. Stripping Nathan Quinn of his spot is what everyone here wants, so what else is there left to say? Theo Tanner is backed into a corner, unable to fight the masses, and bitterly prepares to announce the final decision. He tells his son he really wanted to buy him one last chance to become a disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect. But looking at this massive outrage, He has to officially declare Nathan Quinn disqualified. Nathan Quinn absolutely cannot stay quiet anymore, charging forward to cut him off. "Father, I have something to say." The kid stands tall and entirely alone on the front lines, determined to protect his own honor. His dad acts like he was just waiting for this, immediately asking what he wants to say. He just openly mocks absolutely everyone gathered in the room. "All of you constantly run your mouths calling me trash, but do you realize that in my eyes, you are not even worth garbage?" Nathan Quinn fearlessly points his finger straight at Huang. Holding absolutely nothing back, he spits it right out, especially you. He unleashes a barrage of insults without giving anyone a single ounce of face. You show off your yellow rank 5th grade spirit, acting incredibly arrogant and looking down on everyone else. You honestly think you are some kind of peerless genius, but did you know that to me, you are utterly pathetic, and I could easily crush you with just one bare hand? Those old fogies get completely furious hearing him call them out so boldly by name. And the guy himself is shaking with absolute rage, screaming out words like arrogant, bold, and crazy, completely losing his mind as he snarls. "Nathan Quinn, you are asking for death." The old man takes this chance to lunge forward, attacking the boy while scolding Theo Tanner. "Theo Tanner, is this the good little son you raised? Actually daring to insult the elders and the bright genius of our Tan clan? Clan rules say he must be completely crippled and kicked out, but Theo Tanner quickly steps in to block Thietba from crossing the line. You dare. Yet the elder shows zero fear and starts a mutiny, Theo Tanner. You dare protect him? Guess you do not want to be the patriarch anymore." As a father, Theo Tanner refuses to swallow this insult and let Thietba run wild anymore. He firmly stakes his claim as the boss. "Thietba, if you touch Nathan Quinn, I will destroy you even if it costs me my title. Try me if you do not believe it." Backed by the roaring crowd, the elder gives himself the ultimate authority to call the shots and dish out insults as he pleases. "Fine. I will give you some face today. We will not cripple the kid, but he disrespected clan rules and insulted the elders, so he absolutely must be thrown out of the family. He must be kicked out immediately. Exactly, throw him out." But get this, that wild arrogance only makes Nathan Quinn burst into a highly sarcastic laugh. The elder snaps, asking what is so funny. Nathan Quinn is practically glowing with battle intent, boldly stepping up to challenge every single elder present. "You guys think you can kick me out? I really want to see you try." Nathan Quinn stands proud in the arena, his surging power making the very ground and rocks tremble around him. Seeing the sheer power he is displaying right now leaves absolutely everyone shocked. Even the third elder and Elder Tran are totally speechless. Body tempering 5th stage, plus the major completion of Man and Blade as one. How is this even possible? Just think about it, in 5 incredibly short days, Nathan Quinn made a massive breakthrough. His dad is completely blown away by this insane skill level. Just a few days, and my boy broke through again. Meanwhile, Truong Kong completely rejects the reality, muttering that it is absolutely impossible. Utterly impossible. How could a piece of trash with a yellow rank 1st grade spirit level up this incredibly fast? Nathan Quinn radiates pure confidence, totally roasting the guy. "Nothing is impossible. It is just that your vision is way too tragically narrow. Truong Kong, I already made it clear. In my eyes, you are not even worth dirt. Just one of my hands can easily destroy you. So are you convinced yet?" Truong Kong is probably just too fiercely jealous to admit the kid's real talent. "I refuse to accept this. So what if you level up fast? You are probably just relying on some super lucky encounter anyway. Someday I will definitely show you what a true, genuine genius looks like. Someday I am going to stomp you completely into the dirt." Nathan Quinn is actually really looking forward to that, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. "Is that right? Then I will gladly wait for that day." He turns back to check Thietba's current attitude. "Grand Elder, I wonder if you still want to boot me out of the family right now." Nathan Quinn politely asks the rest of the peanut gallery, "What about you guys?" That crazy display just blew their minds, so they awkwardly swallow their protests. "Young Master Nathan Quinn, we were obviously just making a tiny joke with you earlier." "Yeah, just joking. How could a spectacular, once-in-a-lifetime genius like you ever get kicked out of the clan? We firmly support the young master representing us in the Mystic Spirit Sect disciple selection." What a massive bunch of total suck-ups. Seeing the crowd suddenly calm down, his dad quickly sticks to the original plan. "All right then, if nobody here has any other brilliant objections, we should just head out." After that, they all move out to the Huang clan estate to join the big event. The Tan family guests arrive, and the respectful butler invites them straight inside. Huang Dick steps right up to welcome the Tan family squad. He greets them warmly, apologizing for not coming out further to receive such honored guests. The old man lays the politeness on thick. He turns directly to brother Theo Tanner, asking for forgiveness if the humble Huang family estate falls short in hosting them properly today. Theo Tanner really does not care about the formalities. The Huang estate is flashy enough already. He tells brother Huang Lich to skip the small talk, just so they do not keep the two esteemed elders waiting. With that settled, the whole group heads inside the grand tournament hall to take their invited seats. Meanwhile, an elder standing behind them grinds his teeth in bitter anger. Theo Tanner might still hold the patriarch title, but everyone knows the real power in the Tan family belongs to him, Thiet Ba. He feels Huang Lich is deliberately slapping him in the face with this disrespect. Thiet Ba stews in his own arrogant pride. He silently sneers at Huang Lich, vowing revenge. Just wait until his son officially becomes a disciple of the Swanling sect, then he will show that fool who is really in charge. Down at the Huang family arena, the massive crowd gathers tightly, waiting for the challenges to kick off. Off to the side, Nu Long shoots arrogant glares at every single competitor. Nathan Quinn instantly recognizes him and quietly sizes the guy up. That has to be Nu Long, a guy holding a 6th grade yellow martial spirit. There is absolutely no way he is only at the 3rd body tempering layer. He is definitely hiding his true cultivation. Nathan Quinn shifts his gaze toward the VIP viewing platform, silently guessing that the imposing man seated up there must be Elder Bok Hoen. He can physically feel Bok Hoen radiating an unnatural aura. The mighty Swanling sect truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. Just a single elder, yet his oppressive energy is absolutely unreal. He is definitely a whole level above his father. But next to Elder Bok Hoen sits Kin Tuyet, and this woman is somehow even more terrifying to Nathan Quinn. He cannot get a read on her at all. Her cultivation level is way beyond just being profoundly deep. Suddenly, Kin Tuyet senses someone probing her and narrows her eyes right down at the crowd. That sharp, abrupt glare totally catches Nathan Quinn off guard, freezing him dead in his tracks like a deer in headlights. It feels like that single look grabs Nathan Quinn by the throat, leaving him utterly stunned. Kin Tuyet has entirely locked onto his presence. Honestly, if she stared at him for even a second longer, Nathan Quinn might have literally turned into a stone statue. Her gaze carries this incredibly heavy, oppressive energy that sends a violent chill straight down his spine. Luckily, Nathan Quinn manages to throw up a quick mental barrier just in time to deflect the crushing pressure. He lets out a huge breath of relief as that suffocating weight finally fades away. A single, fleeting glance was enough to heavily terrorize his internal energy. This woman is an absolute monster. She just casually glanced his way, and he almost lost his entire grip on reality. Up on the stand, she actually looks pretty surprised that he is still standing firm. She thinks to herself, he actually managed to resist my mental pressure. This kid is kind of interesting. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn knows he has to be super careful around their peak cultivation. Both of these Zhuanling sect elders are insanely strong, easily sitting at the peak Xiantian realm or even higher. He pays extra close attention to Kin Tuyet, realizing that this specific woman might have already transcended the Xiantian realm entirely. The Zhuanling sect really deserves its title as one of the 4 great sects of the Luohe kingdom, absolutely overpowered. The other disciples cannot stop whispering praises after seeing her beauty. They gasp out loud, wondering if those are really the 2 Zhuanling sect elders, because the aura radiating off them is totally insane. Someone else nods in agreement, saying these 2 elders actually feel a whole lot stronger than their own family patriarch. The guys cannot stop repeating the exact same thing, that female elder is so incredibly young and just so gorgeous. One jokes about taking her home as a wife, but Nu Long immediately shuts down their delusional behavior. He scoffs at them like a bunch of trash could ever compete for a Swanling elder. He outright tells them that daring to have such filthy thoughts about her means they must have a serious death wish. Those guys are entirely shocked into silence by his harsh words, but Truong Kong just strolls right up and confidently fires back. He smirks and says nothing is certain. Who decided that a Xuanling sect elder is totally off limits for them to pursue? Truong Kong claims he is definitely going for her. Nu Long openly mocks the guy's skill level, asking how he dares try when he got beaten by a grade 1 trash just days ago. And worse, that opponent only needed a single move. If he cannot even defeat grade 1 trash, he is pathetic. Calling himself a genius is dog garbage. He is just useless. For a total loser to actually dream about the Xuanling elder is hilarious. It is honestly the funniest thing ever, like a gross little toad trying to eat swan meat. Absolute pure garbage. Now watch this hypocrite deep down. Nu Long is desperately craving Kin Tuyet for himself. He firmly believes only a stunning woman like her deserves someone as great as him. He tells himself to just wait. Once he joins the sect, he will absolutely hold her in his arms every single night. Meanwhile, those taunts instantly ignite a massive temper tantrum between the rivals. Huang roars out that Nu Long is simply begging to die. Nu Long is more than happy to clash right here. He taunts Truong Kong back, "You want to fight me? Then step up and die right now." He brags that he can obliterate trash like him with just one hand tied behind his back. Oh wait, correction, he can wipe out the entire Tan family trash with one hand. Hearing his family insulted pushes Truong Kong into pure blinding rage. He screams out his intent to kill. The crowd chants to beat him to death, watching this incredibly childish showdown unfold. Standing nearby, Nathan Quinn just frowns in heavy judgment. Seeing the chaotic noise, Huang violently raises his voice to demand total silence. The old man directly shuts down their pathetic, attention-seeking behavior. Make a single sound and you are instantly disqualified. Meanwhile, Truong Kong still really wants to get back at Nulong for those insults. He warns him to pray they do not cross paths in the arena, or he will absolutely end him. Total trash. Huang clears his throat, pointing up at the observation deck. He tells the crowd he has some very special guests to introduce. Up on the high platform, Kin Tuyet sits right alongside Bak Hoen. These two VIPs are Elder Kin Tuyet and Elder Bak Hoen, sent straight from the Mystic Spirit sect. Bak Hoen stands up. Crossing his arms, he tells the crowd that just getting to participate in their recruitment exam is an absolute privilege. That is all he really has to say on the matter, so Huang better hurry up and start this thing. Huang bows respectfully and takes the order. Huang officially and loudly declares that the selection has finally begun. He announces the Mystic Spirit sect disciple recruitment is a go. Standing on the stage, Huang points right over to the lottery box to explain the rules. The first round of martial combat is kicking off. Assuming everyone already knows the drill, he tells them to come up one by one and draw a lot. The matchup format is number 1, fighting number 20, and so on down the line. The crowd quickly forms a line to take their turns drawing. When it is Nathan Quinn's turn, he confidently pulls a slip, opening the paper to reveal a big number 1 printed right on it. Theo Tanner walks over, asking his boy what number he got. Nathan Quinn just smiles, number 1. Looks like he will be the very first guy entering the battlefield. Tu Cam runs over looking totally thrilled, cheering her young master on and swearing he will definitely become a Mystic Spirit sect disciple. Nathan Quinn gently pats her head, telling her not to worry. He confidently declares that grabbing a spot in the Mystic Spirit sect is already in the bag. Right on cue, Truong Kong pops up behind him with a loud mocking laugh. He sneers that a loser like him wanting to join the Mystic Spirit sect is just pure delusion. Nathan Quinn smirks right back, asking if Truong Kong's bones are itching for another beating. He honestly would not mind helping him loosen up those joints again. Truong Kong gets so furious that veins literally pop on his forehead, dying to curse him out. But knowing that talking trash will not actually do anything, the guy just stews in his own angry thoughts. Waiting is his only option. He vows that once he becomes a Mystic Spirit sect disciple, he is going to absolutely murder him. At that moment, Huang announces the very first match is starting, calling numbers 1 and 20 to the stage. Hearing the order, Nathan Quinn jumps right up into the arena. Number 20 gets massively spooked the second he sees him. It is Harry Tanner. The kid turns pale with fear, stuttering out Nathan Quinn's name and asking why it had to be him. Nathan Quinn casually asks back, why could it not be him? His expression darkens, remembering how this Harry Tanner guy always sneaked around their family tossing dirt on his name. Even during the last disciple assessment, Harry Tanner could not stop running his mouth and openly mocking him. Maybe this is just instant karma arriving early. Suddenly, an incredibly impatient voice from the high platform yells down, "Stop dawdling and start the match already." Bak Hoen thinks in absolute disgust that this low level of combat is just a massive waste of his time. It kills any possible interest he might have had. In all of Blue Ridge City, aside from Truong Kong and Nulong, the rest of these disciples are pretty much unwatchable trash. Looking like an absolute demon descending, Nathan Quinn steps closer, telling him to get this started. Harry Tanner backs up in pure terror. Begging Nathan Quinn to stay away, the guy keeps trying to calm himself down, thinking that even though his cultivation is weaker, there has to be some kind of trick here. Harry Tanner's eyes suddenly light up. Bingo. He immediately decides to play mind games. You have to see this hustle attempt. Harry Tanner asks what it would take for him to concede, promising that if Nathan Quinn forfeits, he will hook him up with endless wealth once he joins the sect. Despite begging, old habits die hard. He stays totally condescending. He admits his cultivation is lower, but insists Nathan Quinn is still just a loser with a bottom-tier yellow-rank martial spirit. The guy claims Nathan Quinn is destined to never enter the Mystic Spirit sect anyway, so he might as well hand the chance over for a massive future payoff. Annoyed, Nathan Quinn straight up slaps him across the face, telling him he is too noisy. With just one palm strike, he blasts Harry Tanner completely off the fighting stage. Harry Tanner gets launched far away, his body bouncing across the ground a few times. The referee loudly announces the result. Nathan Quinn wins. Bak Hoen finally pays attention to the kid, stunned to realize this is the body-tempering 5th layer, reaching the great completion of man and weapon unity. Kin Tuyet is also surprised, thinking this disciple recruitment ceremony is actually getting a little bit interesting. The surrounding disciples freak out, nervously shouting that Nathan Quinn's cultivation has actually hit the 5th layer. Was he not supposed to be complete trash? How is this even possible? Over on the other side, Huang and Nu Long stare in guarded shock, realizing Nathan Quinn has mastered the man and weapon unity realm. Even in their own Huang family, there are literally only 2 people who have managed to reach that incredible level of mastery. Is this Nathan Quinn guy not just a failure with a pathetic yellow rank martial spirit? How could his level up speed be this terrifying? After getting over his initial shock, Bok Hoen's face darkens, furious that Huang Lich dared to hide such a peerless genius from the Tan family. He glares intensely at Huang Lich from afar, his overwhelming aura making the old man completely panic. Huang Lich quickly bows down to explain, stammering out that this Nathan Quinn kid is the young master of the Tan family. He admits the kid had insane martial talent as a child and even created his own skills, but the spirit he awakened was only a measly first-grade yellow rank. He got this kind of cultivation because of a lucky encounter on the mountain. The surrounding disciples hear this and immediately start mocking him. So it was just a lucky encounter, they sneer, totally unimpressed. No wonder he managed to level up so incredibly fast. Ru Long relaxes his body and thinks to himself just a lucky break. Nathan Quinn, what does your 5th layer body tempering cultivation even matter? Even your grand completion of Man and Blade as one means absolutely nothing. A trash, tier 1 yellow grade martial spirit. You and Chang Kong are the same, destined to be crushed beneath my feet. Wait, destined to be crushed? Bai Heng hears this and looks absolutely disgusted. So it really is just rank 1 yellow grade trash. Keep the tournament moving. Linda Dalton quickly nods in agreement. All right, next up is Chin Taiju versus Douglas Dalton High. And yeah, Douglas Dalton High takes the win easily. After that, Diana Quinn fights Frank Dalton, and the girl secures a solid victory. For the 4th match, the referee shouts with pure hype. Next up, Ru Long from the Fang family against Ryan Quinn from the Chin family. Cheers absolutely erupt from every single corner of the arena. The crowd goes wild. Our eldest young master is finally stepping up. He is the #1 genius of the Fang family, so he is definitely securing a spot as a Xuanling sect disciple. Chang Kong lets out a cold, arrogant snort. Just one Ru Long. Does he really deserve all this hype? The only one becoming a Xuanling sect disciple is obviously me. He mutters to himself, I have already been chosen as an official Xuanling sect disciple. Showing up to this selection tournament today is honestly just a mere formality. Ru Long, what makes you think you can even compete with me? Facing Ru Long is a visibly sweating Ryan Quinn. Ru Long casually releases a massive wave of spiritual energy to mock him. Trash like you has absolutely zero right to fight me. I am giving you 2 choices right now. Either surrender or get crippled permanently. Ryan Quinn gulps down a massive lump of fear. This aura is just way too terrifying. Chang Kong and the Chin disciples angrily curse him out. He is so utterly arrogant. Does this guy seriously think he is the #1 genius of Blue Ridge City? Just way too arrogant. He is totally out of control. Ryan Quinn, stomp him out. Ru Long just flashes a deadly aura. I will give you exactly 5 breaths to think it over. 1, 2, 3. The booming countdown makes Ryan Quinn tremble in pure terror. Ru Long hits 4, his face twisting into an actual demon ready to strike. Right as 5 drops, Ryan Quinn frantically begs, I yield. I choose to surrender. But before he can even step off the stage, Ru Long rushes in and punches him hard in the face. Too late! Ryan Quinn gets smashed violently right into the solid wall. His body is left literally wedged inside the crater. The whole arena falls into this horrifying dead silence. Everyone looks terrified. Ru Long calmly announces in my ring, Trash has no right to surrender. If you are garbage, you do not deserve to live in this world. You will absolutely be crippled by my hands. The other disciples immediately start protesting, and honestly, you cannot blame them. This Ru Long guy is way out of line. He actually dared to severely cripple a disciple of our Chin family. There is no doubt about it. This is a direct slap in the face to our entire clan. He clearly does not respect us at all. Victor Quinn angrily turns around to demand answers. Linda Dalton, what is the meaning of this behavior from your family? It is just a simple tournament match. Do you really need to beat someone until they are permanently crippled? Linda Dalton smirks smugly, Patriarch Victor Quinn. Those words of yours are completely wrong. First of all, this match was declared a battle of life and death. Second, I fully agree with Ru Long's methods. Trash has no right to exist in this world, so they deserve to be crippled forever. Chang Kong lunges forward, pointing right at Ru Long's face while cursing him out. Good. Very good. If your Fang family is going to act like this, then today I really want to see exactly what level your disciples actually possess. Right at this intense moment, a commanding voice echoes from the high platform. All right, There is no need to keep arguing over this. Bai Heng sits calmly and speaks up to defend him. I think Rulong's actions are completely justified. Garbage should be beaten into waste. They simply deserve to die. The Qin family members all panic instantly. They cannot believe he would actually say something like that out loud. Bai Heng makes his stance crystal clear. Rulong is someone I have my eye on. If your Qin family dares to seek revenge, do not blame me for showing zero mercy. You had better understand this right now. A tiny little Qin family is nothing but a mere ant in my eyes. The disciples scramble to backtrack, kissing up to him immediately. Elder Bai, those words we just said were completely out of line. Elder Bai, please do not misunderstand. I guarantee the Qin family will absolutely never seek revenge against the Fang family. You are right. How could we ever want revenge? Rulong has such a strong personality, so everyone naturally supports him. Exactly, Rulong's absolute dedication to the martial path is truly a rare thing to see. Bai Heng nods, praising them with a satisfied look. Not bad. Your Qin family really knows how to respect the rules. Chang Kong, you better perform well today. I actually have very high expectations for you too. Chang Kong hurriedly bows with his hands clasped. I will use my full strength, he mutters to himself. This is just perfect. As long as Elder Bai does not get angry, who cares if Rulong cripples a few random Qin disciples? Only Jing Shui watches in disgust, thinking to herself, this Qin family really knows how to sell out their own. Standing right behind Victor Quinn, Sophie Kim sees their absolute cowardice and curses them out what a bunch of shameless cowards. Jing Shui glances over at Nathan Quinn out of sheer curiosity. She wonders what he will do next, only to see his face looking as dark as a burnt pot. He looks seriously furious. Rulong casually sparks the flame. Young Master Nathan Quinn, you are honestly nothing more than a total piece of trash with a rank 1 yellow-grade martial spirit. Glaring at our honorable Huang family with those ridiculously murderous eyes of yours, are you seriously trying to rely on your pathetic little bit of cultivation to actually attack our loyal disciples right now? Bok Hoen totally steps up to defend them, asking if Nulong's words are actually true. Nathan Quinn just bows politely and replies, Elder Bok Hoen, I absolutely do not have any intention of getting revenge at all. I honestly think young Master Nulong completely misunderstood the situation. If I somehow disturbed young Master Nulong here, I sincerely apologize to him. Bok Hoen looks pretty satisfied, tossing out words that sound like praise but are actually dripping with heavy mockery. No problem at all, even though you are literally trash. Your conduct honestly is not too bad. We will let this slide, so let the tournament continue. Truong Kong stands on the side looking ridiculously smug, thinking he should slightly change his methods. Once I officially become a disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect, I will not even need to take his life. Just completely crippling his cultivation will be perfectly fine. Thinking about it, Nathan Quinn will probably even appreciate my sweet mercy of not killing him. Then a super majestic voice rings out, let the matches continue. Nathan Quinn goes totally head-to-head against Huang Nok, rocking a yellow rank 4th grade spirit at the second body tempering layer. Huang Nok arrogantly issues his wild challenge. Nathan Quinn, you better just surrender right now. After all, you are literally just a worthless scrub with a 1st grade spirit. You basically do not have any chance of winning this. If you just actively surrender right now, you might still keep a tiny bit of your dignity intact. The guy barely spits out his last 2 words before Nathan Quinn just straight up charges forward and punches Huang Nok right in the face. Then Nathan Quinn delivers one brutal slash to obliterate his enemy. In just a literal blink of an eye, Huang Nok crashes heavily to the dirt. Huang Lich furiously bugs his eyes out. What? Huang Nok is dead? You actually dared to kill Huang Nok? Nulong stands nearby, totally horrified by that insane speed. His saber is so ridiculously fast, I might not even be able to block that single strike. Then Nathan Quinn sternly makes a very clear declaration. My personal mindset is actually super similar to young Master Nulong. Right here, total trash basically does not need to live in this world. Plus, my personality has always been pretty straightforward with my loves and hates. If someone punches me once, I am definitely punching them back twice. Nathan Quinn arrogantly delivers this speech with eyes as insanely cold as ice. So I am telling you loud and clear, any Huang family disciple I ever run into, all of them. He decisively drops this hardcore death sentence, completely shocking the entire hall. I will kill them without a single drop of hesitation. The Huang father and son literally shake with crazy rage after hearing that. Nathan Quinn, you brat, but then Bok Hoen aggressively steps up to question him. In the Falling River Kingdom, just a tiny young master from some little family in Blue Ridge City, and a scrub with a 1st grade spirit at that, actually daring to act so rebellious and provoke my absolute majesty. The old guy radiates this super gloomy aura that instantly suffocates the space. Bok Hoen heavily suppresses his boiling anger, sternly criticizing Nathan Quinn. Do you even have any idea what you just did? He just casually fires back without a single ounce of regret. I know, I only killed a piece of garbage. Young Master Nulong just said it earlier. Garbage simply should not exist in this world. But Nulong only crippled that specific deadbeat, and I personally think that is far from being enough. So I just went ahead and directly killed this particular loser on the spot. Nathan Quinn uses his sharp tongue to completely flip the whole situation. Besides, Elder Bok Hoon, this disciple match does not have any rules whatsoever, regardless of life or death. Did killing Huang Nok really break any rules? So why exactly is Elder Bok Hoon getting so angry about this? Now get a load of this guy's ego. Watching that highly arrogant display, Truong Kong smirks and secretly thinks this utter trash actually dares to provoke Elder Bok Hoon. Dead man walking. Then the old man grumpily flashes a super mocking smile. Good, I, Bok Hoon, am seeing a body tempering scrub for the very first time. A first-grade absolute loser actually daring to yell and shout at me. He furiously points his giant hand right out and viciously threatens him. Today, I am telling you right now, the words of me, Bok Hoon, are the absolute rules. You dare to oppose me, I will definitely make you die today. And not just you, every single person in the Tan family will be buried with you. Realizing his son is in crazy danger, Theo Tanner frantically yells out loud, "My boy, be careful!" Right then, Kin Tuyet unexpectedly raises her voice to warn him. Bok Hoon, have you messed around enough? Stop it. She strictly waves her hand with the wind, immediately releasing a sparking bolt of electricity. Kin Tuyet easily completely neutralizes the old man's gloomy aura. Seeing someone actually make a move, Bok Hoon blankly turns his face and asks senior sister Tu, "What are you doing?" She just coldly lays out the logic to completely crush his argument. Bok Hoon, his words are actually not wrong. This entire tournament fundamentally disregards any kind of social status. You are an official disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect, so do you really want to rely on your power to bully people? So what if he killed someone? The Huang family's cultivation was simply way weaker. Kin Tuyet gently but firmly delivers her absolute final warning. All right, from now on, you will sit right here and watch the matches properly without saying another single word. The old guy secretly stews in pure jealousy, wondering why Kin Tuyet suddenly decided to interfere like this. Does she seriously have some sort of relationship with this total piece of trash? It looks like no matter what happens today, I simply cannot kill this garbage. Standing down below, Truong Kong feels unconvinced and totally secretly dissatisfied. This piece of garbage managed to anger Elder Bok Hoon, yet he is perfectly safe and sound. On what basis? Why does an absolute loser like him actually get this ridiculously good treatment? At the exact same time, Nathan Quinn stands there totally frozen and trembling before that completely unimaginable power. Is this seriously the absolute peak of the innate realm? Absolutely terrifying stuff. Honestly, if he did not have that yellow rank 8th grade divine god spirit inside his body, he would have probably passed out directly. He narrows his eyes, totally reading their dirty little minds. This guy Barquan is basically the Fing family's personal cheerleader, and Thiet Nier is already in their pocket. During this disciple exam, the Feng clan is definitely going to use Barquan to mess with the Tun family, maybe even wipe them out entirely. Nathan Quinn just radiates absolute boss energy, his mind totally made up. But hey, with his 8th grade yellow rank martial spirit, a spot in the Huainlin Tong sect is practically his already. Bark Huain might act tough, but to him, just a minor speed bump. He also has the god of war spirit. His future is completely off the charts. No way a nobody like Bark Huan compares. If the Feng family wants to use him to destroy the Tun clan, he has zero problem annihilating the Feng family first. Nathan Quinn looks up, piecing things together. That woman just spoke up, and even though Elder Bak Huan threw a massive, ugly tantrum, he still had to sit down and obey her every word. Clearly, this lady's status back in the Huyan Ling Tong sect is way more terrifying than his. Right after that, Kin Tuyet coldly orders the matches to resume. "Keep fighting," she says. "Let's finish this and hit round 2. Meanwhile, Feng Lich completely loses his mind, growling out that this trash dared to kill their genius and must die. Seeing this, Nu Long quickly whispers out a warning, "Dad, chill out, do not do anything stupid." He completely breaks down the situation the plan changed, and with Elder Tu here, they absolutely cannot mess up this first round. Just wait until the second round finally starts. He will show his true talent and utterly crush the Tun family. The old man glares at his back with pure disgust, deciding to let this absolute loser breathe a little longer. A second later, the referee sternly announces the next match, Nathan Quinn against Feng Hua. He gives a super snarky smile. Another Feng family guy, huh? Must be destiny. Over on the sidelines, Feng Lich is quietly sweating bullets, since Feng Hua is only the third-ranked genius in their family. If their number 2 guy, Feng Ngok, could not even handle Nathan Quinn, how is Feng Hua supposed to survive this? The poor kid is shaking like a leaf, slowly creeping onto the stage. Feng Hua is absolutely terrified, internally screaming, "Why did it have to be Nathan Quinn?" He desperately mutters to himself, Nathan Quinn killed Feng Ngok with a single slash, so with his own garbage skills, he does not stand a ghost of a chance. What now? If he fights, he is probably going to end up looking just like Feng Ngok. Right on cue, Feng Hua totally chickens out and runs. "I surrender," he yells. But Nathan Quinn refuses to let him leave, dashing forward to deliver a brutal, lethal slash. Witnessing this absolute horror show, the Fung family is left completely bug-eyed. Not gonna lie, this hits different. Nathan Quinn stands tall, proudly declaring he completely agrees with young master Nu Long. Trash does not have the right to beg for mercy, nor the right to surrender. There is only one ending. He shoots them a glare and drops the final verdict, death. The old man goes absolutely mental, his hatred hitting max level. This loser dared to kill their genius, so he secretly vows to tear him into tiny pieces. After that, Nathan Quinn fights the 4th-ranked genius one hit, dead. Then the 5th-ranked guy steps up, and Nathan Quinn coldly brings the sword down again. Meanwhile, Nu Long looks like he is shooting literal fire from his eyes, viciously swearing at Nathan Quinn, "Wow, you are good, real good. I am burning every punch and every single move you make today right into my memory, so I really hope you do not regret this." Nathan Quinn stands tall, throwing the attitude right back. "Stop acting tough. When you crippled the Tun family disciples, did you ever think this day would come? Besides, what gives you the right to bully anyone?" Nathan Quinn roasts him completely, not holding back a single bit. "If you are so mad today, come up here and fight me right now. But if you are scared, keep your stupid mouth shut down there. Listen closely. Nu Long, who do you even think you are? You are nothing but garbage, and garbage needs to learn to stay perfectly quiet." Hearing that, his blood absolutely boils. With bloodshot eyes, Nu Long completely loses whatever tiny bit of chill he had left. He lunges forward like a starving tiger, screaming that he will murder him. Right on time, the panicked referee yells for them to stop immediately. Seeing the aggressive charge, the ref strictly reminds them fighting outside the match is strictly forbidden, or you get your fighting qualifications instantly revoked. Hearing that, he slams on the brakes. Nu Long grinds his teeth in furious embarrassment, muttering that he will let him live just a little bit longer. The relieved referee breathes a heavy sigh and announces clearly, "Round 1 is officially over, and all the newly promoted fighters must step up onto the stage." The referee slowly reads out the final advancing roster. The winners are Nathan Quinn, Trung Kong, Nu Long, and Tung Lum. Over in the crowd, Feng Lich is quietly seething with vengeance. It is all because this little animal brutally slaughtered his precious Feng family geniuses. Thanks to him, their clan only has Nu Long moving forward. This little punk seriously deserves a brutal end. But hey, as long as Nu Long is still in the game, who cares how many Tun family guys actually advance? They're just a bunch of weak losers anyway. The moment Nu Long becomes a Huan Lin Tung disciple, that is the exact day this kid dies. Right then, the guy arrogantly throws out a challenge, Nathan Quinn. Round 1 is finally done, so in round 2, let us see what tricks you actually have left. Because this second round test is going to be incredibly important. What actually matters here is not pure strength at all, it is martial spirit tier. He just frowns, totally mocking them in his head, since he knows they only need a rank 6 yellow tier anyway. Just look at him. Acting all smug. "I have a rank 8 yellow tier spirit over here. Once I unleash it, you are literally going to wet your pants." Trong Kong completely loses it and shoots back. "Nu Long, knock off the sarcastic act right now. Do you honestly think the Tan family is helpless? Honestly, today I really want to see exactly what martial spirit you awaken that makes you act so unbelievably arrogant." Back then, Elder Bok Hone totally played favorites with you, so nobody dared to touch him, but now the Tan family has Elder King Tuyet protecting us. So for Nu Long to still act this incredibly cocky, where does he even get the absolute nerve? He just smirks, firing back with pure disgust, since when did absolute nobodies like you get to jump in? Feeling completely insulted, the guy flares his aura in a pure threat. "Do you have a death wish?" Seeing the tension spike, Bok Hoen shouts out to stop them entirely. "Enough of that. Cut the noise and prepare for the second round right now." The old man states it plainly. Round 2 is stupidly simple. Just unleash your martial spirit. Bok Hoen practically gloats, laughing at them inside his head. This absolute loser relies entirely on Kin Tuyet for her protection, yet openly dares to clash with me in public. The very first round tests martial spirits, and this piece of trash only possesses a pathetic rank 1 yellow tier anyway. When that happens, Kin Tuyet will definitely drop her protection over Nathan Quinn and his entire family. Right on cue, Truong Kong steps up to test, volunteering to go first. Finishing his words, he lets out a feral roar, releasing the massive white leopard from his body. She watches. Witnessing this intense display, she nods along and gives her verdict. Rank 5 yellow tier, beast-type martial spirit, focused entirely on slaughter. If paired with a heavy martial art, merging man and beast, the raw power goes up another level entirely. Not bad. Truong Kong looks thrilled, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Then he turns right around and throws out a blatant challenge. I released mine, so let us see yours. I have already seen exactly what Nathan Quinn has to offer. So honestly, I am way more curious about you as the Huang family young master. What spirit did you awaken? Nulong glares darkly, issuing a low warning. Truong Kong, remember one thing right now. Trash standing in front of me has absolutely zero right to even open their mouth. Nathan Quinn just smiles, casually agreeing with that whole take my exact view, matches brother Nulong. Hearing this, the guy completely loses it. Absolute garbage like you. Who exactly is your brother? Get the hell away from me. Feeling entirely ignored, Truong Kong points a bitter finger from the corner. You just wait. Once I become a Silverstone Academy disciple, I will chop you all into tiny pieces. Clearly annoyed, Nulong violently shoves his way straight to the front. Truong Kong, do you actually think your rank 5 yellow tier spirit is impressive? Pathetic. In my eyes, your pathetic martial spirit is not even worth dirt. He boasts with insane arrogance. Today, I will physically show you who the actual #1 genius of Lam Thui City is. You have to see this flex. Without a word, Nulong instantly summons his massive rank 8 yellow tier giant hammer. Meanwhile, a gigantic hammer glowing with a dark crimson aura violently slams straight into the ground. The Tan family members actually get blasted backward by the sheer insane force, leaving only Nathan Quinn completely unbothered, standing tall and utterly fearless. Total silence. Right now, Theo Tanner looks absolutely stunned by everything unfolding before him. This is a rank 6 yellow tier martial spirit. Nulong actually awakened a rank 6 yellow tier. Hearing this, Thietba stares in pure shock, completely refusing to believe his own eyes. How is this even possible? The entire Huang family crowd erupts into non-stop deafening cheers. Oh my god, young master Nulong actually awakened a rank 6 yellow tier spirit. Our young master is the true #1 genius in all of Lam Thui City. Compared to young master Nulong, Truong Kong is basically worse than a stray dog. Right on cue, the guy puffs out his chest and delivers his incredibly arrogant opening speech. First of all, I owe a massive apology to everyone standing here today. The fact that I awakened a rank 6 yellow tier spirit was a secret kept strictly by the Huang family elders to give everyone a major surprise. Now that the shock is out, I want to declare one simple fact right here. The ultimate genius of Lam Thui City is me, Nulong, and absolutely every other disciple is nothing but trash. Bok Hoen bursts into laughter, looking insanely pleased with that speech. Perfect. Very well said in all of Lam Thui City. You are the peak genius, and everyone else is just pure garbage. Then the old man turns around and carefully asks Elder Xiao, exactly what do you think of this disciple? Qin Tuyet nods slowly, giving a thoughtful compliment. Not bad at all. Rank 6 yellow tier, weapon type spirit, perfectly built for offensive slaughter. His future achievements point straight toward the martial ancestor realm. I really never expected this tiny Lam Thui City to produce such a genius, so coming here was definitely not a waste of time. Following that, Theo Tanner looks totally crushed, feeling like the entire sky just collapsed. He never expected Nulong to actually awaken a rank 6 yellow tier spirit. It is over. The Tan family is completely finished. The heavens actually want to destroy our family. Bok Hoen just gloats, secretly mocking their misery. Qin Tuyet, were you not trying to protect the Tan family? Well, let me tell you, compared to Nulong of the Huang family, they are absolutely nothing at all. At the exact same time, Truong Kong panics and stammers, completely devastated by the shock. How did you do this? How is that even possible? How did you actually get a rank 6 yellow tier spirit? I do not believe it. The other guy does not hesitate to throw pure contempt right back. Truong Kong, were you not just mocking me a minute ago? Did you honestly think your rank 5 yellow tier spirit was some kind of big deal? Right now, you are the only actual garbage here. Pure garbage. Nulong coldly attacks him with absolute zero emotion. Bro has absolutely zero right to even exist right now. So he completely panics, begging for his miserable life. He frantically screams for Elder Tu to stop this madman. Sure, his martial spirit level is slightly lower, but hey, he is still a yellow rank 5th grade, a totally qualified and useful talent. But sadly, Truong Kong only gets a deeply freezing glare from Qin Tuyet. Stunned and pale, the dude practically chokes out the word genius. With that giant hammer dropping right on his head, a terrified Truong Kong unleashes his absolute strongest high-level martial skill, White Tiger Pounce. The two explosive energies instantly smash right into each other. Honestly though, Nulong's hammer is just built different, completely shattering the guy's spirit aura in a single blink. Truong Kong violently coughs up blood in pure shock. He pathetically drops to his knees, begging like an absolute coward. He cries out to young Master Nulong, pleading for his life and promising to do literally anything to survive. He even offers to be a loyal dog just to breathe. But Nulong just gives him a cold stare and snaps, "You are entirely unworthy." Nulong ruthlessly moves in for the final kill without a single ounce of hesitation. Seeing no way out, Truong Kong completely freezes and gives up. Right on cue, Huang Lich suddenly steps in to stop him. He tells Nulong to spare this trash, claiming the Huang family can actually use a pawn like him. Since Nulong is about to become a proud Silverstone Academy disciple, this coward wouldn't dare betray them even with 10 extra lives. Hearing that, Nulong immediately pulls back his massive power, and his terrifying spirit aura totally vanishes in just seconds. Truong Kong ugly cries with pure joy. He eagerly bows to the family head and loudly swears his absolute loyalty. He promises to never ever betray the Huang family, vowing his total lifelong devotion. Watching this absolutely pathetic display, Theo Tanner is just too furious to even speak. Huang Lich just flashes a super smug, victorious grin. Bet you didn't see this coming at all, Theo Tanner, did you? The Huang family has been laying low this whole time for one single reason: to completely crush your Tan family. Honestly, with our current strength, wiping your clan off the map would be too easy, but I wanted something better. I want to utterly break you, destroy your legacy, and force every Tan family member to be our obedient little pets. Huang Lich smirks, his voice dripping with venom. He offers them one final, generous chance: follow Truong Kong, ditch the sinking Tan family, and join his winning side. If they refuse, the final verdict is just instant death, zero negotiations. Right then, Thiet Ba cautiously steps out from the crowd to speak. "Lord Huang, my boy Truong Kong made his choice, and honestly, that completely speaks for me too. I will gladly join the Huang family and serve you." Hearing that absolute garbage, a bunch of Tan family members quickly turn their backs on their own clan. "Yeah, sign me up too. I have been sick of the Tan family for ages, so thanks a million for this golden opportunity, Lord Huang. I will fully dedicate my life to the Huang family, serving you faithfully until my dying breath." Watching these spineless traitors flip sides so fast, Cam furiously curses them out as ungrateful dogs. Meanwhile, Theo Tanner's heart sinks, letting out a heavy, defeated sigh. Now watch this epic villain gloat. Huang Lich smugly claims it only took one sentence, and literally everyone betrayed you. See it now? Your Tan family is nothing but a pathetic pile of trash. Theo Tanner glares with raging fury, while Huang Lich just arrogantly laughs. What about the rest of you? Are you disciples actually dumb enough to stay? Hearing that, the remaining members completely freeze up, entirely speechless. The villain drops one final, incredibly arrogant ultimatum on them. "I am giving you one last chance to join us, or I promise I will make your lives far worse than death itself." Seeing them hesitate, the Huang thugs aggressively yell out, "You pieces of trash. Our boss is giving you a golden ticket, so what the hell are you still waiting for? Yeah, get over here right now. Do you idiots really want to stay with the Tan family and die? You guys must have a massive death wish. If you do not cross over right now, I will personally slaughter you myself." Heavy with worry, Theo Tanner lets out a sigh. He tells his loyal men he is genuinely proud of them, but they need to run. The Tan family is totally finished. But the stubbornly loyal Lucas Tanner instantly steps up. "Master, you can stop talking right now, because I am absolutely not going anywhere." He proudly puffs out his chest with sheer heroic energy. "The Tan family literally saved my life, so why the hell would I ever betray you? A real man does not need to rule the entire world, he just needs a clean conscience, and I only have one humble life to give anyway. Who cares about dying? I belong to the Tan family, so we live and die together." Moved by this wild loyalty, the remaining disciples loudly cheer in unison. "Live and die together." But right then, Nu Long practically rolls his eyes and loudly mocks them. "Wow, live and die together. What a beautifully cheesy line. But honestly, what the hell are you nobodies anyway? You guys are literally just trash, and trash does not get a heroic death. I am going to make you suffer forever." Then, his wicked gaze snaps straight to Nathan Quinn, who is just quietly standing off to the side. Nu Long casually airs out his petty revenge plan. "Nathan Quinn, you were acting all crazy and arrogant towards the Huang family back then. And trust me, I remember it. But I am not going to kill you just yet, because I want you to carefully watch. Watch me become a Supreme Silverstone Academy disciple, and once I finally claim that absolute power, I am going to teach you the true, terrifying meaning of pure cruelty." Nathan Quinn doesn't flinch at all, just complete silence. Meanwhile, Nu Long bows respectfully and flashes a super shady smile. "Two elders," he asks, "does this humble one have the qualifications to become a Huan Lin Tong disciple? Plus, once I officially join the Huan Lin Tong, I actually have one major request. I really hope you two elders can suppress the Tun family people so I can slaughter every single one of them. It's just so you can better understand the true power of my martial spirit. Seeing this, the Tun family disciples grind their teeth, fists clenched tight. Kin Twet frowns, gently reminding him, Nu Long, you definitely qualify to become a disciple of the Huyen Lin Tong. But once you actually step up as a Huyen Lin Tong disciple, you need to leave the mortal world behind. Why insist on this earthly slaughter? Doing this will only severely mess with your martial heart later on. A second later, Bar Quan completely disagrees and fires right back. Elder Tiu, I really have to disagree with you there. Nu Long awakened a weapon martial spirit, which is literally meant for pure slaughter. Plus, the Tun and Feng families are sworn enemies. If he doesn't totally wipe out the Tun family, it wouldn't be a good thing for junior brother Nu Long's cultivation at all. Besides, he continues, junior brother Nu Long is a sect disciple now. Killing some ordinary mortal trash, what could possibly go wrong? He doesn't hold back at all, quickly adding Elder Tiu. Nu Long awakened a yellow rank 6th grade martial spirit. His high status as a sect disciple is an absolutely unchangeable fact now. If word gets out that you're still protecting these mere mortals instead of actually backing our very own sect disciple, it's gonna look pretty bad for your reputation. She absolutely blows up at this, snapping right back Bar Quan. Do you really have to be so incredibly sarcastic? What I say goes today. I want to protect the Tun family, and I absolutely will protect them. If you've got real skills, Bar Quan, make a move. Realizing he can't win this argument, he quickly drops the tough act. Calm down, Elder Tiu. I was just making a harmless joke. Inside, though, Bar Quan stays incredibly suspicious, quietly watching exactly how this plays out. He really didn't expect Kin Twet to defend the Tun family this hard. Could she actually have some sort of secret connection to that piece of trash? Right at that moment, Nathan Quinn seizes the perfect opportunity and steps right up to elders. I have something to ask. Curious, she softens her voice. Nathan Quinn, go ahead and ask whatever you want. He stays totally cool, calling him straight out. I want to ask Elder Bei Quan. Does simply becoming a Huanling Tong disciple mean you can just freely wipe out any other family? The very same ordinary mortal families you guys keep talking about right now. The arrogant old man loudly confirms it, of course. Sect disciples naturally sit way above everyone else. Mortal bugs are completely trivial. If they die, they die. And here's where he springs the trap. Having gotten exactly what he needed, Nathan Quinn casually nods. I see how it is. Elder Bar Quan, I have one more question, and I really hope you can give me an answer. Losing all his patience, the guy snaps, what is it? He points a finger, straight up exposing the totally blatant favoritism. In this second round, results are clearly supposed to be judged only after everyone releases their martial spirit. So why is it that right after Nu Long showed his spirit, and before I or the other two even did anything, he was instantly made a disciple of the Huyen Lin Tong? Kin Tweet coldly and firmly shuts him down. Stop causing trouble. This match definitely doesn't even need to continue anymore. Nu Long undeniably has the real qualifications to join the sect. Nathan Quinn fiercely pushes back with pure defiance. Elder Tiu, I really have to disagree with you there. This match isn't completely over yet. According to the competition rules, this match definitely needs to keep going. At the very least, we all need to release our martial spirits. We have to compare them one by one to decide a clear winner. Since the match is still running, Nu Long isn't a confirmed disciple just yet. Hearing this bold claim, the traitors turn completely pale, way too scared to even let out a squeak. Nu Long bursts out laughing, acting totally hyped up as he praises him exactly. Nathan Quinn is totally right, the match isn't over yet. My yellow rank 6th grade martial spirit might not even be the highest one here. Putting on a deep, serious act, Nu Long formally makes a request. Elder Tiu, I stand here and officially ask that we continue this match. Right then, Bar Quan smirks with a totally cunning smile. Indeed, we really should let it continue. Otherwise, imagine missing out on an even more incredible genius. That would be a completely massive loss. Plus, the competition needs to stay completely fair. Annoyed, she reluctantly backs down, but she definitely doesn't forget to drop a super harsh warning. Fine, if you want fairness that badly, I'll give you fairness. Actually, I really want to see exactly what kind of martial spirit you awaken today, but I am entirely done protecting you. Whatever the final result is, you carry it all by yourself. Nu Long gloats maliciously, threatening him in his head. Nathan Quinn, you absolute trash bug. Without Kin Twit covering you, just watch how I play you to death, and I will completely wipe out the entire Tun family while I'm at it. The eager old man coldly orders, while secretly cursing him inside, he announces, let the match continue. The rest of you, release your martial spirits one by one right now. This elder is absolutely curious to see if anyone today can actually beat a yellow rank 6th grade martial spirit. That piece of trash Nathan Quinn actually dared to argue with Kin Twet. Just wait without her protection later. I am absolutely gonna chop you up into a million tiny pieces. The two traitorous contestants shake in their boots. They give up. They both forfeit, leaving him to laugh like a maniac. He yells at Nathan Quinn, both of your Tan family geniuses just chickened out. You are the only one left standing, so what on earth are you just staring at? Hurry up and show us that absolute garbage martial spirit of yours, just a useless yellow rank first grade. Seriously, where do you get the nerve to demand fair treatment? Plus, you actually had the guts to say I might not even make it as a disciple. Big mistake. So today, I want to see what kind of insane skill you have to back up that big mouth. The crowd totally jumps on the bandwagon, mocking him ruthlessly. Why even bother showing off a spirit at this point? Just Nathan Quinn. A pathetic yellow rank first grade spirit. We all saw it with our own eyes. His spirit is just a rusty blade. A yellow rank first grade sword is total garbage. He is practically begging for humiliation. No wonder Elder Tu completely refused to protect a loser like him. Bok Hoen gets super hyped and rushes him. He tells Nathan Quinn to stop wasting time and summon his spirit right now, or else he gets disqualified on the spot. But right then, our boy just chuckles to himself. Nathan Quinn holds back a mountain of built-up frustration. He drops a super cryptic whisper. Do you guys have any clue how long I have waited for this exact day? Seeing him act so calm completely freaks the crowd out. He stands his ground and screams with pure fire. Yellow rank first grade martial spirit? Today I am going to show all of you clowns my true, unfiltered power. Nathan Quinn unleashes every single drop of his energy, leaving those haters absolutely stunned and speechless. Right before their eyes, a massive, blinding orange-yellow light explodes. An insane, terrifying pressure fills the air. He stands tall and declares yellow rank 6th grade, the divine god of war spirit. Now learn who the real trash actually is. Witnessing this epic glory, everybody freezes completely mute. Theo Tanner gets super emotional with sparkling eyes. He never expected his boy to pack a 6th grade spirit. The heavens really are not letting the Tan family die out today. Right after that, Thiet Tam nods along in pure excitement. A 6th grade spirit. No wonder the young master could comprehend the grand unity realm of man and blade so incredibly fast. The Tan family is saved. Tu Cam totally fangirls out, cheering that the young master has a 6th grade spirit. He says the young master is absolutely badass. Seeing a martial spirit this insanely strong, Nu Long stands frozen like a statue. Then he completely loses his mind, screaming out loud, how is this even possible? How on earth do you have a 6th grade spirit? Insane. Back when you awakened, the whole Tan family saw it. You were just a pathetic yellow rank 1st grade. You were supposed to be absolute, totally useless trash. Hearing this absolute garbage, our boy just gives a cold, cocky snort. Meanwhile, Kin Tuyet drops 2 sharp words. Nu Long instantly panics. Shut your mouth! She watches for a second and suddenly puts all the puzzle pieces together. No wonder you dared to slaughter the Huang family genius disciples even with Bok Hoen backing them up. No wonder you demanded a fair fight. So this is what you were hiding. Kin Tuyet suddenly speaks up to test the waters. Elder Bok Hoen, I suddenly feel like Nathan Quinn is way more qualified to become a disciple of the Silverstone Academy. What do you think about that? The clueless old man turns completely pale and forces out an incredibly awkward smile. Wait, was Nathan Quinn not just a totally useless 1st grade martial spirit trash? How does he have a yellow rank 6th grade? What in the world is actually going on? Crazy. Thietba mutters furiously, totally burning with hate. This absolute loser was hiding his true power. Beside him, Truong Kong is choking on pure, toxic jealousy. No way, I am the #1 genius of the Tan family. How could this piece of trash pull this off? Why does he get a 6th grade spirit? He refuses to accept it and shouts his lungs out. I do not buy this. He is clearly just garbage. So what gives him the right to enter the sect? He definitely used some kind of shady, dirty trick to artificially boost his martial spirit up to such a crazy high level. Yeah, that has got to be it. At this point, Kin Tuyet loses her patience entirely, shooting absolute lightning from her eyes. Our boy just smirks and turns around, dropping a major taunt. Nu Long, you really do not accept this, right? Cornered and totally bitter, the guy furiously roars. Damn right, I refuse to bow. You are nothing but utter trash. There is no way you are a real genius. You are trash. Know your place. You will always be a total loser. Nathan Quinn just smiles and decides to answer with pure, brutal facts. Very well. Today I will make you bow down to a yellow rank 7th grade. Watch closely, because this is where everything breaks. Seeing his spirit level up again, Kin Tuyet goes wide-eyed with shock. The blinding light leaves everyone completely stunned. A 7th grade. Nu Long stumbles back, terrified and totally speechless. There you go. He speaks calmly, his voice dripping with absolute sarcasm. Are you convinced yet? Nathan Quinn does not stop, he upgrades it again. 8 beams of golden light, a yellow rank 8th grade martial spirit. Seeing his enemy go totally dead silent, he aggressively demands an answer. Tell me right now, do you submit or not? An insane pressure completely floods the space, making every single cultivator drop their jaws in pure awe. Truong Kong drops to his knees in absolute disbelief. How could this even be real? At the very same exact moment, Nu Long turns ghost white and goes completely stiff. He trembles uncontrollably from sheer terror as the martial spirit aura violently spreads out. It practically knocks everyone flat on their backs. Qin Tuyet looks on with deep interest, finally seeing through his massive secret. 8th grade, Nathan Quinn, you really hid this perfectly. At this point, Nathan Quinn casually downplays it. He tells Elder Tu he never actually meant to hide it, hoping he did not go too overboard. Besides, he wonders if Elder Xiao thinks his current martial spirit level is enough to actually become a Mystic Spirit Sect disciple. Jing Shui steps up and announces, as an outer elder of the Mystic Spirit Sect, she makes it official they are only taking a single disciple from this entire assessment. She declares Nathan Quinn as the absolute first-place winner, officially making him an outer disciple of the Mystic Spirit Sect. Hearing this clear public announcement, the entire Fang family instantly goes dead silent. Victor Quinn is practically bursting with joy, totally shocked his boy has actually reached such an insane level. Meanwhile, Rulong screams out in pure despair. How could that known trash awaken an 8th grade yellow-ranked martial spirit? He whines that he should be the disciple. Next, Nathan Quinn confronts the elder directly, giving the old man a serious jump scare. He asks Elder Bai Heng to confirm what they discussed earlier about becoming a sect disciple. Crushing a few ordinary mortals is totally allowed, right? The terrified elder aggressively nods yes, confirming it is fine. He desperately asks Junior Chin which mortal enemies need crushing, offering to handle the dirty work himself. His cultivation might not be elite, but beating up regular mortals is incredibly easy for him. Hearing this, the traders and the Fang family panic hard. Nathan Quinn answers politely before coldly bringing up the past. He thanks Elder Bai Heng, then glares at the Fang family, noting they know exactly what happened today. Refusing to back down, he demands a clear explanation from them. Then Chang Kong eagerly steps up to play peacemaker. The suck-up claims young Master Nathan Quinn is totally right and shouldn't spare the Fang family. He spins a wild lie about only joining the traders to bide his time, hoping to eventually rise up and take revenge for the Chin family. Nathan Quinn isn't buying it. Eyes red with anger, he simply yells at him to shut up. He lists their massive crimes, telling them to save their weak excuses because he does not care. He reminds them how they condemned his father, even after he gave them a clear warning. When the Chin disciples got crippled, they just stood there and kissed up to Bai Heng instead. And when the Fang family threatened the Chin family, every single one of them betrayed their own people without a second thought. Game over. Faced with those sharp facts, the trader is left completely speechless. Nathan Quinn stares them down and loudly declares that they are no longer part of the Chin family at all. He firmly drops the ultimate punishment. They have the time of 3 incense sticks to cripple their own cultivation and get out of Blue Ridge City. If they fail to do it in that time, they shouldn't blame him for showing absolutely zero mercy. Disagree? Step right up. He will gladly hand you a quick death. With Bai Heng nervously supervising, the Fang family and Tiba actually choose to cripple themselves and flee the city forever. Soon after, the wild events of the Mystic Spirit Sect assessment spread like absolute wildfire across Blue Ridge City. You have to admit, seeing the famous #1 trash turn into a peerless 8th grade genius is a beautifully wild plot twist. The Fang family totally collapses. Nathan Quinn steps up as the true, unquestioned overlord of Blue Ridge City. The entire city is rattled to its core. The scene shifts over to the solemn Chin family meeting hall. Victor Quinn speaks up with massive pride, amazed that he actually raised a son who is a peerless genius. Jing Shui softly asks him a question. She asks why everyone called his spirit 1st grade yellow-ranked. Victor Quinn nervously chimes in to find out the truth, too. Seriously, what is the real story here? He needs to know. Nathan Quinn calmly explains that a lightning strike hit him as a kid, somehow leaving a secret technique directly inside his head. The technique only hides his martial spirit level, which is exactly why the awakening ceremony showed a basic 1st grade spirit. Sophie Kim gasps in total shock about him hiding his rank. Oh. Everyone nods, finally getting it. That actually makes total sense now. His dad is super surprised, asking if his crazy cultivation was purely self-taught without any lucky encounters at all. Nathan Quinn honestly confirms he had absolutely no special encounters. He built all that raw power through his own brutal training. He humbly explains that running into Fiona Dalton back in the Dragon Tiger Mountains caused all this. Learning the Fang family's plot forced him to hide his spirit. He asks everyone in the room to forgive his little deception. Elder Bai Heng awkwardly waves it off, saying with Junior Chin's insane talent, a puny Fang family means literally nothing anyway. Bar Quan steps up with a heavy apology, admitting the Fang family completely played him for a fool. If junior brother Nathan Quinn had just told me earlier, I would have wiped out the Fang family without a second thought. She then drops a pretty serious task on them. Nathan Quinn, now that you are officially an outer disciple of the Huyan Lin sect, there is something I absolutely have to tell you. You have exactly 2 days to wrap up all your family business before officially moving into the sect, because our time is actually running incredibly short. His father firmly steps in with a quick command, absolutely no need to drag this out for 2 more days. He tells Nathan Quinn to head out with Elder Tiu tomorrow morning. And don't worry, nobody dares mess with the Tun family now. The kid respectfully cups his hands in a classic dutiful son move, agreeing that he will not delay his departure any further. He tells his father, his third uncle, and everyone else to take care of themselves. He swears that once he settles into the sect, he will come back and visit whenever he gets the chance. Tun Tin lets out a proud laugh and gives one final instruction. He tells his son to show the 2 visiting elders around their estate. Bar Quan enthusiastically jumps up to agree. But a single freezing glare from Kin Tuet instantly shuts the old man down, making him shrink back in pure terror. Cold sweat starts pouring right down his face, so he cleverly pivots to save his own skin. He nervously suggests staying right there, offering to use his own decent cultivation experience to chat and study with the local family members instead. Right after that, the 2 of them step out of the main hall and stroll down the corridor. Feeling her intense stare on him, Nathan Quinn blushes and awkwardly sneaks a peek back at her. He shyly clears his throat and politely asks Elder Tiu to stop staring at him like that. Kin Tuet flashes a teasing smile, asking if he actually knows how to apologize now. She steps right up close, playfully telling him to drop the stiff titles and just call her Kin Tuet. Nathan Quinn nervously nods and agrees to it. She immediately tilts her head with total suspicion. She points out how he mentioned finding a secret technique that magically hides his true martial spirit level. He plays it incredibly cool and confirms it without missing a beat. But Kin Tuet drops her playful act and asks straight up, is his martial spirit actually just at the 8th grade Huang tier? Is he still hiding something else under his sleeve? Nathan Quinn totally panics on the inside, feeling completely exposed right to his core. Did senior sister Tiu actually figure his secret out? Scrambling hard to hold his composure, he quickly throws out a seriously convincing excuse. If he honestly possessed a vastly stronger martial spirit, why in the world would he ever hide it away? The stronger his spirit, the more the Huyanlin sect would value him, throwing endless cultivation resources his way. What good could possibly come from him keeping that a secret? She rubs her chin, thinking it over, before finally nodding in agreement. Makes sense. Nathan Quinn secretly lets out a massive sigh of relief. That was way too close. He almost blew his cover entirely. This Kin Tuet girl is genuinely terrifying. Her intuition is just ridiculously sharp. He definitely needs to tread carefully around her now. Kin Tuet then takes a seat, shifting into a warm mentor mode. She tells Nathan Quinn that despite having an 8th grade Huang spirit, he absolutely cannot let his ego inflate once he steps foot inside the sect. He has to focus entirely on his training. Otherwise, he is going to seriously regret it. She reminds him that there is always someone stronger out there, and the Huyan Lin sect on this massive continent is honestly just his very first stepping stone. Hearing this solid advice, he sincerely expresses his deep gratitude. He thanks Kin Tuet for the reality check, promising to remember it. The scene shifts outside Lam Thui City, where a massive crowd is gathered for a truly grand send-off. Staring at the insanely huge crowd, Nathan Quinn freezes up, completely baffled. Father, what is this? Tun Thien beams with absolute pride and affection. He gently explains that he did not summon all these local cultivators. Every single one of them showed up voluntarily just to see his boy off. The citizens passionately cheer their lungs out, wishing young Master Nathan Quinn an incredibly safe and smooth journey ahead. One guy proudly yells that he tells his own kid to use young Master Nathan Quinn as his ultimate role model. Others shout for him to remember his roots once he becomes an absolute powerhouse, promising that the whole city will eagerly await his glorious return. His father gives him one final, fiercely passionate reminder. He tells Nathan Quinn to never ever forget that he is the son of Tun Thien. He firmly believes his son will eventually become a legendary warrior, urging him to never surrender and never back down from any challenge life throws his way. Deeply moved by this, the boy cups his hands together and promises his father he will absolutely make him proud. After that emotional farewell, the 3 of them finally hit the road. As they travel, Bar Quan carefully calculates the long journey ahead of them. He points out that the sect sits way up in the northern part of the Luohi kingdom, meaning they have a brutal 9 days and 9 nights of travel left. Nathan Quinn immediately looks confused. 9 full days? But then a wildly ambitious idea lights up his face. If it takes that long, he can just cultivate while they walk. Now watch this flex. The Sout. Nathan Quinn instantly summons his martial spirit. Seeing that insanely fierce aura, the old man just gasps in pure awe. The surrounding spiritual energy is insanely thick, and the absorption rate is straight up terrifying, totally worthy of an 8th grade Huang spirit. But Qin Tuyet casually bursts his bubble, bluntly pointing out a massive flaw. She tells Nathan Quinn that training like this will yield absolutely zero results. Whether you are at the body tempering stage, Shantian realm, or even a martial king, true cultivation requires intense focus. You have to concentrate heavily on regulating your internal energy. Trying to cultivate while constantly walking just instantly burns away whatever spiritual chi you manage to absorb. He realizes there is basically no way to achieve the body tempering effect. Hearing this fact, the guy gasps in total shock. What on earth? Nathan Quinn instantly grasps the core issue and groans in absolute dramatic despair. So that is how it works. He complains aloud, no wonder activating the war god cultivation method gave him absolutely zero results. Right then, Qin Tuyet generously decides to hand over a treasure. She mentions watching him fight earlier, noting he clearly has not practiced any movement martial arts techniques yet. She just so happens to have a high-tier martial art right here, specifically called Bach Blake Vincent Bow. Take it and practice, she tells him. Seeing the item, he practically drools with joy. But Nathan Quinn suddenly freezes up and politely tries to decline the offer. He tells Qin Tuyet it is way too precious. She gets completely annoyed and just chucks it at him. Stop talking so much. If I give it, take it. Nathan Quinn gratefully accepts the gift and secretly swears a vow in his heart. Thanks, Qin Tuyet. Senior Sister Tu is seriously too good to him. Back during the disciple exam, if Senior Sister Tu had not protected him, he never would have become a disciple of the Silverstone Academy. His own Tan family probably would have been wiped out by the Huang family, and now she hands him such a wildly expensive martial art. One day when he gets strong enough, he will definitely repay Senior Sister Tu. A second later, she gently but thoroughly advises him, Nathan Quinn, remember that in martial arts combat there are 2 basic points. Number 1 is the killer move. Number 2 is pure speed. She notes he already mastered the great unity of man and blade, meaning his killer move is already incredibly powerful for his level. So next, he really needs to study this Bach Blake Vincent Bow to boost his speed. The guy happily and enthusiastically agrees to follow her exact instructions. He thanks Senior Sister Tu for the reminder, eager to see what deep secrets this Bach Blake Vincent Bow actually holds right now. Right then and there, Nathan Quinn hyper-focuses on studying the treasure. Seeing his relentless passion for cultivation, Qin Tuyet watches in absolute stunning amazement. She never expected this guy to love martial arts quite this much. In less time than it takes to take a single breath, he already enters a state of complete mental unity. He is entirely lost in it, something even she cannot pull off that fast. Standing nearby, Bak Hoen grows incredibly suspicious and jealous. How does this Nathan Quinn kid have an 8th grade yellow martial soul and still excel at absolutely everything else? The old man gets intensely annoyed, looking for a way to humiliate him. All along the road, he bowed and scraped, but the kid completely ignored him. How does that make any sense? He comes up with a somewhat malicious plan. Good or bad, he is an outer sect elder of the Silverstone Academy. He cannot just swallow this massive indignity. Right at that moment, the cunning Bak Hoen steps up and pitches a proposal to Tio. He suggests the waiting time ahead might be a bit boring, so why not make a little bet? She gets curious and immediately asks about the details. Bet on what, exactly? The old man softly presents his completely unique, highly calculated idea. Now watch this tricky setup. Since junior brother Nathan Quinn is comprehending Bach Blake Vincent Bow, why not bet on how long it takes him to grasp it? How about that? Both of them will guess a time frame, and whoever guesses closer takes the absolute win. Qin Tuyet excitedly accepts the challenge, finding the bet pretty interesting. She stakes 100 Tien Tien Dan pills. These are just like Toy the Dan pills, but specifically meant for cultivators in the Tien Tien realm to use for their training. If you consume this medicine, just one single Tien Tien Dan equals 100 Toy the Dan. Hearing this, Bak Hoen stammers in pure shock, echoing that truly dizzying number 100 Tien Tien Dan. 100 of those equals 10,000 regular Toy the Dan, which is absolutely not a small amount. For Bak Hoen, coughing up that many pills at once inevitably hurts his heart quite a bit. He completely grits his teeth and bitterly agrees, fine, let us bet 100. Bak Hoen sharply makes his confident prediction while secretly running the math in his head. He judges it first by his own skills. If he were the one learning Bach Blake Vincent Bow, it would take a minimum of 3 full days. But junior brother Nathan Quinn has an 8th grade yellow martial soul and easily falls into that perfect state of mental unity, completely losing himself, meaning his time will drop significantly. So he bets exactly 1 day. He once saw a top-tier genius with the same 8th grade soul comprehending a similar art, also dropping right into that exact same focused mental state. Getting utterly absorbed like that took that previous genius exactly one single day to finish. She decisively pushes the stakes way up if that is the case. She bets 11 hours. The old man drops his jaw in pure shock, completely disagreeing with this wild guess. 11 hours? Even if a 9th grade yellow-tier genius fully entered that flawless state of mental unity, completely losing themselves to comprehend an ultimate martial art, they would still need at least 11 hours. This Kin Tuyet is actually comparing Nathan Quinn to a 9th grade genius, definitely overestimating the kid. Bok Hoen smugly laughs on the inside. How could this guy possibly be put on the exact same level as a 9th grade prodigy? He tells Kin Tuyet she is valuing Nathan Quinn way too highly. He is definitely winning this bet. After that, all three of them settle into a quiet, meditative phase, waiting for the kid to finally master the technique. Just a few hours pass. 5 hours later, Nathan Quinn hits the final result. The old man stands paralyzed in utter shock. What? He only took 5 hours to comprehend Bach, Blake, Vincent, Bo? How is that even remotely possible? She also peeks over in sheer amazement, stunned by that insane speed. By now, the guy finishes comprehending and casually comments totally worthy of an ultimate martial art, incredibly mind-blowing. It actually cost him a full 5 hours just to grasp the very first step. Seeing them absolutely staring at him, Nathan Quinn gets totally confused and asks Kin Tuyet, "What on earth are those expressions on your faces?" She cheerfully breaks down her epic win. Bok Hoen and I just made a bet. I bet 11 hours, he bet 12 for you to master that skill, and whoever guessed closer took the prize. The prize was 100 Tian pills, and it looks like I am the winner. He hands over the bottle looking totally crushed. "Here are your pills, senior sister." Nathan Quinn stares in pure shock. The spiritual energy is insane, at least 10 times stronger than a basic body tempering pill. Nathan Quinn eagerly runs the numbers. If he swallows 100 of these Tian pills, how many levels could his war god soul jump up? Right then, Bok Hoen tosses out a reluctant challenge while quietly throwing a huge internal tantrum. "Hey Nathan Quinn, since you mastered the 100 Mystic 8 steps in 5 hours, why not show it off right now? I have only ever heard rumors about this technique, but I never actually saw it." Damn freak, he thinks. Mastering it that fast cost me 100 precious pills. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn just flashes a pretty dark, knowing smirk. He casually shows off his skills, teleporting right into his face and scaring the soul right out of him. Kin Tuyet nods in genuine awe, not bad at all. To grasp the technique to this crazy level so quickly, he is seriously talented. Bok Hoen grinds his teeth, while Nathan Quinn smiles and makes a bold offer. "That bet you just made with Kin Tuyet seemed pretty fun to me. So senior brother Bok Hoen, why not make a bet with me?" The guy squints suspiciously. "A bet with you? What exactly are the rules?" He lays out the exact terms. "Now watch this crazy hustle. We still have 9 whole days before reaching the sect. Perfect time to practice my footwork on the road. I bet you that within these short 9 days, I can actually master the 100 Mystic 8 steps to its absolute peak." Hearing this, her eyes go wide with pure shock. 9 days to reach the highest tier? Are you completely insane? Meanwhile, Bok Hoen arrogantly takes the bait. Junior brother Tan really has that hot-blooded youth energy, confident to a fault. "Since you are asking, I gladly accept. But I am betting you fail completely in these 9 days, and the prize is another 100 Tian pills. Deal?" A second later, Kin Tuyet steps in to stop him. "Stop messing around, Bok Hoen. Nathan Quinn, do not bet." But Nathan Quinn firmly states his case. "I know exactly what I am doing here, Kin Tuyet. I just need the pressure to push myself forward." Then he brings up a tiny practical issue. "Senior brother, I do not actually have 100 Tian pills on me right now. Let senior sister witness it today, and I will pay you later." The guy greedily nods, "Absolutely." Nathan Quinn politely clasps his hands, totally ready. "Perfect. Since the bet is locked in, I will not waste another second time to start training." He locks in, unleashing a heavy aura. Meanwhile, Bok Hoen scoffs in disgust. "Nathan Quinn, you are way too arrogant. Even a super genius with a perfect yellow rank soul could not master an ultimate skill like this in a whole month. No matter how insanely talented you are, there is zero chance you figure this out in just 9 days. Oh, I am definitely winning this bet." A whole day passes, and Nathan Quinn looks like an exhausted puppet, endlessly repeating the exact same move without a single break. Now the sun is finally dipping below the horizon. Wiping his sweat, he truly feels the brutal difficulty of this technique. This footwork really earns its ultimate title. A full day of brutal grinding only gets him to 90 steps, leaving true mastery feeling like an impossible dream. The 100 Mystic 8 steps is an insanely complex movement technique at its peak. It only actually requires 8 steps, but every single step is impossibly deep, shifting like a phantom so nobody can ever predict your path. Bok Hoen smirks junior brother. Do not risk your life. You are only at the body-tempering 5th layer. You should definitely rest and meditate at night. Even I cannot go a full day and night without stopping. Unless you somehow hit the Martial King realm, Kintu yet gently agrees. He is right, Nathan Quinn come rest. But he fiercely refuses, claiming he is totally fine. Nathan Quinn clears his mind, diving deep into the technique. Every single step of this footwork holds deep secrets. Each move carries its own unique meaning, and grasping them connects the entire flow. Driven by pure instinct, his body automatically starts executing the steps perfectly. Watching this insane spectacle, Bok Hoen gasps out loud. He is a natural-born martial fanatic. Rumor says some people are born specifically to conquer martial skills. When they train, they forget to eat or sleep. Even the sky falling would not break their focus. That is what a true martial fanatic looks like. She excitedly brings up an ancient legend. She says she used to just hear rumors about an incredibly powerful senior in the Silverstone Academy who was a born martial arts fanatic. It was all just empty talk back then with absolutely zero proof. But she never expected to actually see a natural martial arts maniac right in front of her. Maybe he really can master the 100 Mystic 8 steps in just 9 days. Bok Hoen just sneers secretly, super jealous thinking, so what if he is a natural martial arts genius? Even a born genius mastering that technique in 9 days is just living in an absolute dreamland. 8 whole days pass. During this time, Nathan Quinn becomes totally obsessed, spending even his eating and sleeping hours grinding out those 100 Mystic 8 steps. In those 8 days, Nathan Quinn pushes the technique down to 30 steps. He is just 24 steps away from hitting the absolute highest tier of the art. Panting heavily, he anxiously asks what day it is and where they are. The senior calmly gives him the full breakdown. It is the 8th day, and they are getting pretty close to the Silverstone Academy right now. They will arrive by early tomorrow morning. Nathan Quinn startles a bit, realizing it is already day 8. So fast. Kintuyat helplessly scolds him, saying his training is pure madness, so of course he loses track of time. Bok Hoen slyly pretends to be generous. He tells junior brother Nathan Quinn to just stop training today, since there is less than a day left anyway. There is no way he masters the steps now. Out of those 108 pills, handing over 50 is totally fine. But the kid flat out rejects that with fiery willpower. He tells senior brother Bok Hoen that he has not lost yet, promising he will master the steps and definitely claim those 108 pills. Then Nathan Quinn focuses his raw energy, summoning his hidden strength, calling his divine god soul to emerge. The senior arrogantly smirks in total contempt, telling Nathan Quinn to just keep practicing if he is so incredibly confident. He claims he has never seen anyone push an ultimate technique to grand mastery in a measly 9 days. Nathan Quinn confidently promises to completely blow Bok Hoen's mind today. But watch closely, the senior gets secretly angry and starts plotting a challenge. He gave the kid an out and he refused it. Now he really wants to see how this punk plans to expand his horizons. Nathan Quinn jumps up alongside his majestic martial soul, pivoting his legs into a tight corner for leverage. He quietly mutters the 100 Mystic 8 steps technique. Then he moves like absolute lightning, pulling off an unbelievable feat, down to 25 steps. Seeing this bizarre sight, Bok Hoen adjusts his glasses in total panic, wondering what is happening. Time flies fast. After releasing his divine soul, Nathan Quinn's comprehension power gets boosted by several crazy times. All those ridiculously hard bottlenecks from earlier? Completely cleared out now. The magic of the technique replays in his mind until he sees right through it. Nathan Quinn's eyes suddenly shine bright. He finally gets it. The so-called 100 Mystic 8 steps is literally just 100 movements combined into 8 core steps. These 8 major steps target 8 directions, 1 step per angle. He starts moving incredibly fast across the yin-yang diagram. 20 steps, 18, 13. Nathan Quinn jumps to lock in the result. 8 steps. He cheekily drops a taunt. How is that, Senior Bok Hoen? Did he open his eyes today? The senior just stands there frozen, totally speechless. Kintuyat gets curious and seriously asks Nathan Quinn how he pulled that off. Why did his comprehension spike so massively after releasing his martial soul? He honestly admits his soul actually helps him understand martial arts techniques. She thinks it over and gives some sincere advice, noting his martial soul's ability is seriously out of this world. Now is definitely the time for him to spend a little effort mastering these skills. With his wild talent, learning enough moves could let him invent his own epic technique. Nathan Quinn then smugly makes a completely shocking offer. He tells Bok Hoen that since he hid his martial soul's true power earlier, and he technically took advantage of him, so 50 innate pills out of the 100 is perfectly fine. The terrified senior quickly waves him off, secretly doing the math. Absolutely not. He insists he must give the full 100 innate pills. Actually, no, he needs to give 200. You have to realize the kid's talent is utterly terrifying and he will shine ridiculously bright soon. He absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy out of this guy. Otherwise, he would die cluelessly. Better to just cling to this kid and ride his coattails upwards. Nathan Quinn firmly replies, "That really is not necessary 50. In 8 pills is just 50 pills, and that is plenty for him. He already scored a big bargain." Bak Hone hands over the medicine bottle, eagerly kissing up to young master Nathan Quinn. Kin Tuyet happily praises his talent, saying Nathan Quinn definitely did not disappoint her. She bets he will get a great rank in the upcoming Myriad Phenomenon tournament. Hearing this, the clueless kid asks what the heck that tournament even is. Old man Bark Huan starts dishing out all the juicy details. He tells young master Nathan Quinn that the Grand Illusion Tournament is a huge competition held right after the Mystic Spirits sect takes in new disciples. The whole point of this massive showdown is for the sect to judge everyone's true character and mindset. Back in the day, they used to run this talent showcase every 3 years, but right now they recruit fresh blood every 2 years instead. So, the big tournament drops every 2 years now. Kintwit seriously chimes in right after, pointing out that the rewards for joining are always incredibly rich and totally worth the risk. Hearing this, he gets pretty fired up and smiles, so that is how it works. If that is the case, he really wants to broaden his horizons and see exactly what kind of crazy geniuses the Mystic Spirit sect managed to recruit this time around. A few hours later, all 3 of them finally stop right at the towering gates of the Mystic Spirit sect. Nathan Quinn excitedly stares off into the distance. They finally made it. Is this really the Mystic Spirit sect? Absolutely epic. But Kin Tuyet worries about running late and quickly urges him on. "Let us go," she says, guessing that the new disciples from all over the place have probably already gathered up inside the sect. While climbing up those ridiculously high stone steps, Barquan carefully breaks down the sect's entire ranking hierarchy for them. "Young Master Nathan Quinn," he explains, "this sect is split into outer, inner, and core disciples, and every single rookie who joins up starts at the exact same level. No matter how wild your martial spirit is, you are an outer disciple first, and you only move up after your cultivation actually improves. Anyone below the martial king tier stays in the outer ranks, while those who push past it become official inner disciples. As for the core disciples, they are basically the absolute top tier of the sect, holding ranks as high as elders, way beyond what an old guy like him knows." He smoothly keeps describing the massive halls outer disciples usually just hang out in the outer courtyard all day. Inner disciples actually have to build their own private cave mansions, while the sect itself is divided into a few main centers, specifically the Patriarch Hall, the Merit Hall. Then there is the Punishment Hall, the Treasure Hall, and the Life and Death Hall. The first 4 are pretty self-explanatory, but that last one is a completely different beast. Hearing this, he frowns in total confusion and asks, what makes it different? Barquan seriously breaks down the sect's harshest rule: absolutely no fighting among your own fellow disciples. Break that rule and you get kicked right out. It is crazy strict, which is exactly why that special hall exists for students to violently settle their grudges. The crazy part is, once you step inside there, it is literally life or death. The fight only officially ends when the other guy is completely dead. Otherwise, both get heavily punished by sect rules. Nathan Quinn realizes how brutal this is, letting out a cold laugh in his head. A life or death rule where somebody absolutely has to die, it looks like this. Mystic Spirit Sect is not exactly some peaceful sanctuary after all. A second later, the old man remembers something else and quickly chimes in, there are actually 10 main rules around here. Rule number 1 is the no internal fighting thing, and rule number 2 is absolutely no betraying the sect. Rule number 3 is something Barkhan carefully explains right after that. Nathan Quinn finally gets a basic grip on how things work, and soon they hit the main gathering spot for the candidates. Thousands of students with completely different power levels are inside, just chilling and chatting happily. He casually looks around, secretly sizing up the rookies out of all these people. Even the absolute weakest ones have already hit the 4th layer of body tempering, while the strongest ones are sitting at the 10th layer and they are just the new kids. This sect is seriously built different. Just then, the graceful girl softly calls out Bark 1. "You can stop right here. This is far enough. Nathan Quinn, you come with me first. An elder will be heading over here personally in just a minute, to run the grand tournament this time." The old man respectfully obeys without a word, while Kin Twit thoughtfully gives some extra advice. "Now watch closely. This is where things get tense." She tells him not to pick fights and to let her handle everything, and he just confidently nods along. "Got it," he says. Meanwhile, the curious crowd around them simply cannot hold back their gossiping. Who the heck is this guy? And why is he walking with a beauty like her? Man, you are seriously blind if you do not know. That is our senior sister Kin Tuet, an inner disciple who is not just the #1 beauty in the sect, but also holds a crazy 8th grade yellow-ranked martial spirit. Wait, what? This girl actually has an 8th grade yellow spirit? Good lord. She is drop-dead gorgeous and packed with that kind of insane talent totally worthy of being our sect's absolute top beauty. Starting today, senior sister Tiu is officially the woman of my dreams. No questions asked. A few jealous guys start whispering their toxic judgments. Who is this punk daring to walk around with her? He is just some fifth-layer trash. What right does he have to get her attention? Nathan Quinn forces an awkward smile, muttering a very familiar saying. His dad was right. Women really are nothing but trouble. She just smiles, turning back with a teasing look. What is wrong? Are you scared? He calmly shoots back at her little provocation. Me? Scared? Nathan Quinn leans right in close to Kin Tuyet and gives her a totally shameless wink. Dying under a peony flower still makes for a romantic ghost, senior sister Tiu. Why do we not just become a couple? She instantly blushes red and playfully punches him away, telling him to drop dead. Right at that very moment, the incredibly arrogant Mac Lair speaks up out of nowhere, grabbing everyone's attention. I was wondering who could make all these disciples stare. Turns out it is our great beauty, Tiu. He mutters it in a low tone, dripping with pure sarcasm. He smirks, asking why the great beauty isn't hanging out with young Master Ao Duong today, and why she brought this little pretty boy out here instead. Hearing that annoyingly familiar voice, Kin Tuyet snaps her head back. She spots the arrogant jerk who just spoke Mac Li. She glares right at him, her beautiful phoenix eyes practically shooting fire. She tells Mac Li to shut his mouth, calling him a lingering ghost that just won't go away. The guy simply chuckles, looking completely full of himself. A lingering ghost, he repeats. Yeah, he absolutely is one. And whose fault is that? She shouldn't have rejected him in the first place. If he had the same insane talent and background as young Master Ao Duong, would she still turn him down? He calls out her name, making a bold declaration today. If she willingly gets with him, he promises to stop bothering her. Before he can finish his creepy threat, she loses her temper and flat out screams at him. Get lost! The guy drops his fake gentle act, replacing it with pure sleaze. He tells her that making him leave is simple. He just laid out the rules. He just needs her. Mac Li drags his absolute trash gaze up and down Kin Tuyet's body, his lips curling into a deeply twisted, thoroughly disgusting smirk. Right on cue, our boy Nathan Quinn steps up fearless, dropping a hilarious dose of sarcasm. You are Mac Li, right? He casually mentions he has never met a guy with such a wildly shameless face before. But hey, today is the lucky day. Consider his horizons officially broadened. Getting roasted alive, the jerk glares with absolute fury, calling him way too bold. A nobody new disciple actually dares to raise his voice. He demands to know if the kid realizes who he is. Nathan Quinn faces the threat with zero panic. Who are you? If he had to guess, the guy is probably the son or personal disciple of some big-shot elder in the sect. But honestly, who even cares? Without missing a single beat, Nathan Quinn flips the exact same question right back. Does Makla know who he is? Now totally confused, the jerk actually asks who, taking a mass. He was scouted by senior Kin Tuyet herself and officially recruited right into the Silverstone Academy. So, putting it another way, he is basically the sect's own flesh and blood, an entirely average outer disciple. Hearing this anticlimactic bomb drop, the whole place goes dead silent, everyone making weird faces. A few wildly disappointed disciples instantly start booing him out loud. Is that seriously it? They thought he was some secret VIP. They were sweating bullets for nothing, and he turns out to be a totally basic outer disciple. The guy is just a massive poser. With that attitude, they honestly thought he was a direct core disciple or something. What a waste of hype. Even Kin Tuyet, standing right next to him, just shakes her head in disbelief. Oh, Nathan Quinn. Mac Lay's face scrunches up in pure rage, roaring that the kid actually dared to play him like a fool. He clearly does not know how the world works. Makla mocks the name Nathan Quinn, asking if he thinks getting into the sect magically makes him completely invincible. He warns the kid this whole game is only just getting started. He better keep his voice down, or else he won't even know what hit him when he dies. Stepping right up, Kin Tuyet throws herself into the mix with a warning. She asks Mac Li if he is seriously trying to bully a rookie. Nathan Quinn is her recruit. She swears that if he even tries laying a single finger on him, she will utterly destroy his reputation. At that moment, the creep flashes an evil smile, waving off the threat with pure sarcasm. Bullying? No way. He points out that this new kid she dragged in is only at the 5th stage of body tempering, which makes him look like absolute garbage. Well, whatever, because he just so happens to have found his own ridiculous genius this year. He plans to have his guy drop by and say hello. When the big sect tournament rolls around, his genius will take really good care of Nathan Quinn. Dropping that threat, Mac Li angrily spins around and stalks off. He tells them both to just wait. Watching that miserable guy walk away, Kin Tuyet worriedly breaks down his actual background for the kid. That guy happens to be the son of the sect's 3rd elder. Sure, he only possesses a completely average yellow rank 7th grade martial spirit, but his actual cultivation level is basically dead even with hers. Plus, the guy is petty as hell. Anyone who steps on his toes always ends up facing some brutal revenge. She sighs. Nathan Quinn was way too hot-headed back there. But our boy doesn't flinch, standing his ground like an absolute rock. He tells Senior Kin Tuet that in the martial arts world, playing it safe and holding back is no way to become a real legend. Besides, he straight up refuses to watch someone bully people like that. So what if he is a sect elder's kid? Does that mean he is immune to being roasted? Honestly, if his cultivation was high enough today, he wouldn't just be talking trash, he'd drag that jerk straight to the deathmatch arena to settle it for real. Hearing his crazy confidence, her tension breaks into a gentle smile. She admits that bringing Junior Nathan Quinn here was probably a really good choice. Now, watch closely, because right out of nowhere, a massive wave of energy explodes in the square. The crowd starts panicking, looking wildly around. Standing right in the middle is a new guy, his glowing treasure sending a sharp ringing sound echoing through the entire space. This dramatic-looking player introduces himself as Tutu, packing a yellow-rank 9th grade martial spirit. Spotting the local celebrity in the flesh, the crowd absolutely loses their minds. It's Tutu. The rumors about this guy have been flying everywhere. A yellow-rank 9th grade spirit is just insane. Within just 3 short months of awakening his power, he already blitzed his way up to the 8th stage of body tempering. Wait, a high-tier spirit in 8th stage already? Showing off his wild aura, the guy smoothly lowers his fancy flute right down to his waist. Tutu casually pulls back the swirling energy around his weapon. Once the light fades, the bamboo flute shows off a super rare jade green glow. The player immediately locks eyes on Kin Tuyet, laying the charm on thick. He calls her a flawless painting brought to life, a literal fairy untouched by the dirty world. He always figured girls like that only existed in cheesy poetry, but nope, turns out a beauty like her is actually real. Confident as ever, Tutu steps up, formally introducing himself and asking to be friends. But Kin Tuyet just gives an annoyed little headshake. Seeing the cold shoulder, he gets all petty. He asks out loud. She refuses to answer me. So is it because of this guy? He claims he just ran into Senior Mac Lee, who totally warned him that Kin Tuyet was hanging out with a piece of trash. He thought it was a joke, but wow, it is actually true. Nathan Quinn just stands there, totally baffled and completely annoyed. Nathan Quinn thinks this Tutu guy is unbelievably arrogant. They have zero bad blood, yet he shows up throwing insults, treating him like dirt. Suddenly, a massive dude crashes the scene, radiating killer intent. This absolute tank rocks 9 yellow lights, 9th grade yellow rank spirit, body tempering 10th layer. Spotting a standout genius, Nathan Quinn clicks his tongue in sheer appreciation. The Mystic Spirit sect really earns its top 4 title. A 9th grade talent is already showing up, and that is definitely just the surface level. Who knows how many more top-tier 9th grade prodigies are hiding around here, or how many 8th grade spirits exist. He gives a deep smirk, combat intent firing up. This is exactly how it should be. Bring on the geniuses. He fully plans to clash with every single one of them, stepping right up to the absolute peak. Huang catches this and laughs in pure disgust, telling defeated opponents to shut up. If you have a problem, step right out here. Big boss Huang promises to crush you flat with a single punch. Tutu chokes on his own words, speechless. So the sneaky jerk pivots, quickly busting out a cheap trick. He yells out, "Sure, Huang, your cultivation beats mine. I admit it. But do not think that gives you the right to run wild. Let me tell you something," he says. That Nathan Quinn guy next to Kin Tuyet does not even respect Senior Mac Lee. He thinks he is top tier. Nathan Quinn instantly spots the dirty little game. He thinks to himself this Tutu is shameless, using slick words to throw Huang at him, just to dodge his own humiliation. Huang frowns hard at that, not even respecting Mac Lee. Huang glances over, throwing a mocking sneer. He says he expected someone amazing. Turns out he is just a 5th layer body tempering brat, nothing but oblivious trash who has zero idea how the real world works. And you just know this is about to get messy. Watching the showdown, the crowd starts buzzing, gossiping about Nathan Quinn having massive guts to disrespect Mac Lee. Now he gets straight up called garbage to his face by Huang. They wonder how he will react to that. Meanwhile, Tutu glares with hyped up hatred, cursing the kid for stealing his girl and waiting for him to die. Stepping up, Nathan Quinn grits his teeth and fires back. Trash? It has only been 20 short days since he awakened his martial spirit. He locks eyes. Rebellious attitude on full display. He tells Huang straight out, "Do you even have the right to call me trash?" Nathan Quinn violently erupts with high-level power, creating a totally insane visual spectacle. The whole crowd totally panics in awe. 20 days? He hit the 5th layer in just 20 days? Wait, does he already have sword intent? This Nathan Quinn kid is seriously not simple. Grinding to the 5th layer in 20 days means his spirit must be at least 8th grade. Plus, possessing sword intent means he absolutely had to reach the great completion of man and sword as one to even release it. Catching on, they nod and sigh in realization. No wonder someone as elite as senior sister Kin Tu-Yet accompanies him. They finally get it now. This explains why Nathan Quinn actually had the guts to disrespect Mac Lee earlier. The guy really brings the skills. Huang Long pulls his intense gaze back, nodding in hard confirmation. This level of talent is real. It completely crushes other 8th grade prodigies. Taking back his previous insult, he admits Nathan Quinn is definitely not trash and actually has some real bite. Tutu tilts his head with pure snark. So what if he is 5th layer with a mastered sword state? He says the kid is still total garbage, bragging that one strike is all he needs. Kin Tu-Yet frowns, instantly firing back. She warns Tutu this is the White Jade Dojo, not some playground for trading dumb insults. Besides, even if you do hold a 9th grade martial spirit, who cares? To her, he is the real trash here. Someone she could easily crush in less than a single move. Getting roasted completely ruins his face. He grinds his teeth in furious embarrassment. Losing his temper, Tutu yells out a challenge. Just wait for the 10,000 Phenomena Grand Competition, he warns. Nathan Quinn answers calmly, bring it on. He will fight him to the bitter end. Afterward, Kin Tu-Yet softly tries to comfort him about Tutu. She tells him not to sweat it since she caused the drama. If that guy tries anything, just say the word, and she will handle him. Nathan Quinn flashes a confident smile, firmly standing his ground. He tells Kin Tu-Yet to relax, because absolutely nothing in this world scares him. Besides, he is definitely not someone people can just walk all over, so do not worry. Getting serious, he emphasizes that when the time finally comes, Tutu will be the one choking on regret. She just stares at him, totally baffled by that insane aura. Where does this guy get his crazy confidence? He actually wants to make Zishao regret everything. Right on cue, a massive blast of golden light tears across the sky. Jing Shui excitedly announces that the elder has finally arrived. Feeling that overwhelming presence, Nathan Quinn is in total awe. Is this an actual mystic spirit sect elder? So insanely strong. Elder Yang touches down with absolute authority, scanning the crowd with a strict, serious face. Suddenly, Elder Yang locks his eyes right on one specific corner. He happily praises Huang Long and Zishao, giving them both a very detailed piece of advice. 9th grade yellow rank martial spirits. He tells the two of them to work extra hard because he personally plans to watch their growth very closely from now on. Hearing that, they both happily shout out yes in unison. Elder Yang raises his voice to lay down the law. He figures everyone here already knows all about the upcoming Vientiane tournament. The giant Vientiane tournament officially kicks off in exactly 10 days. Before that happens, every single new disciple gets one free chance to pick a skill at the Technique Pavilion. But Huanglong and Zishao actually get 2 chances. Once you guys finally grab your skills, Outer Sect disciples will personally welcome you, sort out your brand new living quarters, and get your real training started. The strict elder glares at everyone and drops a heavy warning. Besides all this, you all absolutely better rank up fast. During these 10 days, if anyone is bold enough to start a private fight, they will face the sect rules and get instantly kicked out forever. A second later, Zishao shoots him a vicious, poisonous glare. He thinks to himself, enjoy your last few days, kid, because once the Vientiane tournament starts, I will absolutely make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, the fangirl disciples swarm around Zishao, flirting heavily. Jing Shui watches this and scoffs in total disgust. This guy is such a massive, arrogant hypocrite. Standing nearby, Nathan Quinn curiously asks her, Senior Sister Jing Shui, can you tell me a bit more about this Technique Pavilion? She patiently explains every single detail. The Mystic Spirit Sect Technique Pavilion does not just hold martial skills. It also contains personal training journals left behind by the absolute strongest experts in the entire sect. But there are strict rules inside, which you will understand once you enter. Nathan Quinn shockingly repeats the most important part. Training journals left by actual experts. Jing Shui sternly warns him, Nathan Quinn, your current cultivation base is way too low, so do not get obsessed with martial skills right now. You absolutely must boost your core power. When you enter the pavilion this time, make sure you come back out in exactly 5 days, and I will be waiting right at the door. He smiles and promises to get it done. Do not worry, Jing Shui. I will definitely be out in 5 days. With everything wrapped up nicely, the entire crowd finally leaves the assembly hall. Cut to the ancient, towering Technique Pavilion. Standing right beneath this massive structure, Nathan Quinn excitedly shouts out, so this is the famous Technique Pavilion. He immediately shifts his gaze toward the center. Feeling the incredibly dense aura radiating right in front of him, Nathan Quinn seriously wonders about this old man. He quietly evaluates the situation. Who would have guessed the old guy guarding the pavilion actually has a higher cultivation base than the Mystic Spirit Sect elders? Nathan Quinn quickly steps forward and bows with total respect, disciple. Nathan Quinn formally greets the honorable elder. The old man gently waves off the fancy title. He says he is no elder at all, just a completely ordinary old man watching the door. Just calling me Elder Shan is completely fine. You are Nathan Quinn, right? Not bad at all, young man. Hurry up and go inside. Nathan Quinn gratefully clasps his hands in thanks. Thank you so much, Elder Shan. The old man watches his back and smiles with a very hidden, mysterious meaning. What a wildly interesting kid, only at the tiny fifth layer of body tempering, yet bold enough to secretly probe him. A moment later, Nathan Quinn steps inside and looks all around the first floor of the massive pavilion. Right in front of him is a massive mountain of neatly organized treasures. Nathan Quinn is completely stunned. His eyes light up like crazy. He figures this first floor alone must hold at least 10,000 peak-level martial skill manuals. So does that mean the upper floors, especially the 8th floor, hold the legendary training journals left by the ultimate experts? He quickly snaps back to reality and focuses on the main goal. Forget it, stop daydreaming. I better hurry up and find something that actually suits me. After browsing around for a bit, Nathan Quinn gently puts a few manuals down. He sighs in frustration. These peak martial skills are incredibly powerful, but there is not a single saber technique anywhere. Oh boy. Brace yourselves, here comes Zi Xiao strutting in with his fangirls, looking insanely arrogant. Look who we have here. Is this not our dear Nathan Quinn? We really must be fated, bumping into each other here right after leaving the White Jade Plaza. Nathan Quinn barely cares, replying super coldly, oh, it is just Zi Xiao. Do you actually want something? Because if not, I am out of here. Seeing this attitude, the fangirls furiously curse him under their breath. This Nathan Quinn really has a huge nerve. He is not even looking at who he is talking to, having such a terrible attitude, truly not knowing his place. Completely ignored, Zi Xiao grinds his teeth in pure rage. How dare that useless trash insult him? If the Technique Pavilion did not strictly ban fighting, I would absolutely kill you right here and never let you leave. Zi Xiao sneers provocatively, leaving so soon. What exactly are you planning to do? Are you actually scared? He steps closer and keeps right on insulting him. Nathan Quinn, weren't you supposed to be incredibly arrogant and completely out of control? I originally thought you actually had some real skills, but looking at you now, I guess this is all you amount to. Without Kin Twet around, his true colors finally show just a massive pile of absolute trash. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn naturally stops right in his tracks. Nathan Quinn doesn't hold back at all and fires a direct insult to you. Besides using your little status to bully people, what actual skills do you even have? Back when Huang was looking for a real fight, you didn't dare utter a single word. As cowardly as a mouse. When senior sister Kin Twiet got mad, you acted totally blind and cowered in pure fear. A pathetic coward like you has absolutely zero right to lecture me. Tu explodes in a raging fury and starts screaming loud threats. You think you are so great, Nathan Quinn, but to me you are just garbage. Who gave you the massive guts to stand there and yell at me? Right after that, our boy claps back with brutal sarcasm. A guy who only knows how to hide like a turtle isn't even worthy of being called garbage, right? Tu grinds his teeth bitterly and lunges forward with crazy killing intent, growling that Nathan Quinn is asking for death. Right at that second, Thiern Lao steps in with a super strict warning. Loud brawls are strictly forbidden inside the martial arts hall. Seeing the elder appear out of nowhere, the bully totally panics and stops his attack, slamming on the brakes to land awkwardly. The elder lowers his voice to remind them of the rules. If you two have real beef, just pick a formal martial duel to settle the score. If you dare to keep screaming without starting a proper duel, you will be permanently kicked out of the hall according to the strict regulations. Nathan Quinn hears this and curiously asks like a confused kid Elder Thiern Lao, what exactly is this martial duel you just mentioned? The old man patiently explains that a duel is basically a raw contest of pure martial talent. Everyone is born completely different, meaning martial talent naturally ranks from high to desperately low. Lucky for you, our hall happens to have a Lam Hai Weird Crescent Stone used specifically for testing, perfectly separating the absolute elites from the losers. The arrogant guy raises his voice to challenge him. Hey, Nathan Quinn, weren't you acting super cocky and wild just a second ago? Why don't we just duel right now? I won't force you though, since trash like you obviously has garbage talent and will definitely lose. Tio smirks slightly, feeling incredibly confident deep down inside. His Ngark Tiu martial spirit doesn't merely use flute music to execute people, it can also heavily boost his own natural martial talent level. This specific type of duel was literally custom made for him. But watch this, our boy excitedly jumps in to add a spicy extra condition. You really want to duel me, right? If we are going to do this, you wouldn't mind tossing in a little hardcore wager, would you? Whoever loses is banned from stepping foot into the martial hall for the rest of their life. Hearing that crazy bet, everyone inside gasps in total speechless shock. Tutio secretly freaks out at this insane declaration, wondering if Nathan Quinn has completely lost his mind. Where is he getting the ridiculous confidence to make such a massive bet? Could he actually be hiding some secret trick? Seeing his rival stay quiet, Nathan Quinn acts super cocky just to provoke him. Well, do you dare to do this, Tutio? If you are scared, then get lost immediately. The furious bully snaps and accepts the wild challenge. Very well, I take your bet. If you personally want to be completely banned from the Martial Hall forever, then I will gladly do you a huge favor and help out. I actually really want to see what kind of pathetic skills garbage like you still possesses. Elder Tiern Lao steps up and firmly makes a formal announcement. Since both of you hardheads have no further objections, this official martial duel is hereby established. If anyone dares to back out on this path, they will be permanently exiled from the hall forever. All the surrounding students stare at our boy with brutally terrified, pitying eyes. Nathan Quinn has some ridiculously huge guts to make a wager like that, but what kind of hidden strength does he actually have? Tu is a literal genius with a yellow tier 9th grade martial spirit, so how could Nathan Quinn ever compare to his raw talent? Our guy is completely doomed this round, locked out of the hall for life. He basically just dug his own grave right here. Right then, the elder magically conjures up a swirling green aura, which reveals a massive glowing blue stone directly from thin air. Watching this insanely magical scene, the students widen their eyes in pure awe, while Thiern Lao calmly explains the giant rock. This is the Lamhaingweert Crescent Stone. Simply placing your hand on it instantly reveals your exact martial talent level. Different dazzling bursts of light will naturally appear right on it, clearly divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Out of those 7 colors, red is the absolute weakest, and purple is top tier, so who goes first? A second later, the incredibly arrogant Tutio boldly volunteers to go absolutely first. Nathan Quinn, open your eyes wide and watch closely to see what crazy rank my martial talent hits, and exactly what color it radiates. The bully does not waste another word and slaps his hand directly onto the giant boulder. Seeing the massive stone suddenly glow with a brilliant aura, the shocked students gasp loudly. It is the cyan light! Tutio twists his mouth into a smirk and keeps showing off, shouting that he isn't done yet. He summons his bamboo flute and channels heavy energy right into his body. He violently activates his power, wrapping a wild energy completely around the glowing blue stone. Seeing the dazzling deep blue glow, the female disciples scream in total excitement. The blue light. He actually reached the elite blue rank. Oh my god, his martial spirit has this magical ability to boost his skills that is insanely powerful. The elder smiles brightly, praising him with total utter satisfaction. Your base talent is already cyan, but with your spirit's help, reaching the blue level is pretty darn impressive. Very good. Meanwhile, the arrogant kid smugly turns his head to mock our hero. Well then, Nathan Quinn, weren't you acting super aggressive earlier? Today I really want to see exactly what pathetic level your garbage martial talent can possibly reach. Tutio arrogantly spits insulting words to degrade him. Of course, you can always just admit your total defeat right now. Just kneel down right in front of me, kowtow 10 times, and I will forget the past, letting you keep your precious hall access for the rest of your life. Elder Thien watches the whole thing go down, quietly judging the situation. Out of every single disciple in the Silverstone Academy, only 3 have ever hit the blue talent tier, and Tutu is one of them. Nathan Quinn is totally about to lose this. Even with all that insane pressure weighing him down, our guy claps back hard. He demands to know exactly who gave Tutu the right to mock people like that. He tells him to remember one simple fact: there is always someone better out there. Thinking that flashing a little blue light makes him the absolute best in the entire world is just completely pathetic and childish. Tutu stares back in pure shock, completely thrown off. He mocks Nathan Quinn for still talking big right at the end. He genuinely asks if Nathan Quinn actually believes he can blast past the blue light and hit the legendary purple tier. Right on cue, Nathan Quinn slams his hand straight onto the testing stone, but his true power has not even begun to spike. The hyped crowd completely drops their jaws, then bursts out laughing in absolute disgust. They totally write Nathan Quinn off, mocking that they actually thought he had real skills, only to pull a basic red light. Flexing the absolute lowest tier talent like he is some big shot, they wonder who on earth gave him that kind of ridiculous confidence. Trash will always be trash, and trying to fight Tutu with that garbage level is just hilarious. Tutu himself starts laughing, spitting out the most toxic insults. He thought his rival actually had something hidden up his sleeve, but bragging about a pathetic red light is just beyond embarrassing. Nathan Quinn just fires back a cold, super shady response, is that right? He channels all his hidden energy straight into the stone, and in literally seconds, a blindingly bright green light explodes from inside it. Tutu watches the pillar shift colors and absolutely loses it, yelling out yellow, then green, demanding to know what is going on. The whole crowd is paralyzed by the insane display as cyan drops. Wait a second, the blue light hits and it is still not stopping. He totally smirks and pushes even more power inside, blasting a blinding purple light that completely swallows the room. Elder Thien squints hard in absolute shock, while the entire crowd goes dead silent. The old man is literally shaking with hype as he announces that Nathan Quinn has completely crushed Tutu. He calls the match right there. Nathan Quinn wins. He genuinely cannot remember the last time anyone triggered a purple flash like that. Tutu turns completely pale, dropping straight to his knees in total denial. He stammers out, "Did I actually lose?" Getting beaten by Nathan Quinn just feels like a bad nightmare he cannot wake up from. But our guy spares zero sympathy, coldly ordering him to get lost. Tutu completely loses his mind, screaming that Nathan Quinn is asking for death. But Elder Thien sharply cuts him off, confirming the victory loud and clear. He bans Tutu from the martial arts pavilion permanently, warning him that stepping foot inside again means an instant death sentence. Swallowing his bitter pride, he glares back and swears that during the Van Tuong tournament, he is going to make Nathan Quinn wish he was dead for daring to cross him. After that massive reality check, Tutu and his lackeys take their embarrassing walk of shame. The outer disciples are still standing there, totally losing their minds in pure awe. They literally cannot even process it. Nathan Quinn's talent is genuinely terrifying. They whisper about how crazy this is, since Tutu already had massive skills and a super rare martial soul backing him up, and yet he still got entirely wrecked today. Hitting the purple tier for martial arts talent? You could literally search the entire Silverstone Academy and barely find anyone on that level. Elder Thien calmly steps up, pointing out the crowd and suggesting they go take a private walk together. Nathan Quinn respectfully bows his hands, totally down for it. He tells the elder he will follow his lead anywhere, and the two quietly slip out of the pavilion. Soon enough, Nathan Quinn looks around, genuinely surprised to find such a super elegant spot hiding inside the sect. The old guy just bursts out laughing, brushing off the high praise. He tells the kid to drop the flattery, joking that he is just a broke old man who could only afford a basic setup. Then, he kindly slides over a special token, dropping a massive perk. He casually explains that bringing Nathan Quinn here was mostly just an excuse to hand over this token. With it, he gets VIP access to the first and second floors of the pavilion, grabbing any skills he wants. And the best part, absolutely zero time limits. Nathan Quinn drops his jaw, blurting out a massive what. New disciples in the sect normally only get one single skill choice per visit, but this token gives him an all-you-can-eat buffet of techniques, plus totally unlimited time to browse. Stepping back a bit, Nathan Quinn tries to decline the crazy offer. He tells the elder the gift is way too expensive, and without a solid reason, he is straight up not taking it. The elder just gives him a super chill look, admitting there is no secret agenda here. He just happens to be a huge fan of disciples with top-tier talent. Getting serious, Elder Thien promises that if Nathan Quinn's skills can actually trigger the Blue Sea Moonstone's anomaly, he will hook him up with an even more insanely broken token, something that lets him stroll straight through the entire pavilion with zero restrictions whatsoever. I mean, who wouldn't want ultimate VIP access? Nathan Quinn practically drools, repeating the idea of having absolutely zero restrictions. A second later, the elder pulls out an ancient, glowing blue artifact, ready to drop some major lore. He explains the anomaly of this Blue Sea Moonstone ranks completely above the red and orange. It even clears yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. He smirks, asking the kid if he genuinely believes his talent is freaky enough to trigger an actual anomaly. Nathan Quinn is super confident, dead set on trying it out. He decides to release his martial spirit and test things. He feels pretty sure that with his battle, spirit's power, triggering an anomaly won't be a problem at all. The older man gasps in pure shock, secretly doubting this insane level of arrogance. "Oh really?" the elder remarks. He never expected this kid's martial spirit could actually boost martial skill talent. But even with that kind of crazy perk, the massive gap here is still incredibly hard to bridge. This guy, Nathan Quinn, is way too competitive. For 100 years at the Silverstone Academy, not even the core legacy disciples have been able to pull this off. This kid's martial spirit level is probably only hovering somewhere around the 7th to 9th yellow rank, and he still thinks he can trigger a crazy anomaly? Guy absolutely does not know his place. Right after that, our boy immediately summons up his very own martial spirit. Nathan Quinn quickly slams his palm right onto the stone block, and instantly the rock starts shaking violently. Witnessing this freakish moment, Elder Thien panics and wonders, what exactly is this martial spirit? Could it be that after Nathan Quinn releases his martial spirit, he can actually trigger the anomaly? Without warning, the super valuable stone shatters completely into a bunch of tiny pieces. Both of them freeze, faces totally pale. The Blue Sea Crescent stone is actually broken. The kid gets incredibly nervous, sweating buckets while sneaking tiny glances at the old man. Elder Thean just stares right back with deep resentment. The elder softly lets the whole thing slide. "Nathan Quinn," he says, "I do not blame you for this, and I definitely will not make you pay for it." Then Elder Thean hands over the token and swears on his honor. "Based on our previous agreement," he states, "this purple dragon red tooth token is now completely yours. From now on, you can freely enter any floor of the Cultivation Method Hall and even the Rare Treasure Hall whenever you want." The kid gratefully cups his hands together, showing pure respect. "Thank you so much, Elder Thean," he says. "This disciple will remember your kindness forever." After Nathan Quinn walks away, the old man just stands there thinking deeply. He honestly believed that no disciple in this entire world could ever reach this kind of insane level again. He absolutely never expected someone could actually pull it off, even shattering the Blue Sea Crescent Stone completely. Elder Thien looks up at the sky and sends a hidden message. "Brother, the person you wanted to find, I just helped you find him. But when exactly are you returning?" We cut over to another room. Our boy is currently taking wide, incredibly confident steps forward. Right then, Elderkin suddenly shouts out a harsh warning. "Stop right there, new disciple. You are absolutely not allowed to enter floor 3. Leave immediately, or you will be punished according to sect rules. Zero leniency here." Nathan Quinn stays completely calm and just holds out an item. "Elder," he asks, "I wonder if this token can let me in." The old guy does not even look closely before yelling arrogantly, "What token? Get out of here right now." Only then does Elder Can finally bother to glance down. After recognizing the crazy item, he gasps in shock. This is the purple dragon red tooth token. The kid acts totally innocent and asks politely once again, "So, Elder, does that mean I can actually go inside now?" Elder can practically bows and nods his head super fast. "Yes, you can." Watching the boy leave, the elder starts guessing suspiciously. Seriously, what kind of wild background does this guy have? His cultivation is only body tempering 5th layer, yet he holds the legendary token of the Supreme Elder. Could it be? And here is where the luck truly kicks in. The scene shifts to the dimly lit 3rd floor cultivation hall, where Nathan Quinn casually opens a notebook. The Chasing Mystery Sword Technique, recorded by the Silverstone Academy disciple Zhang Lu. He never expected that randomly grabbing an old book on the 3rd floor would yield a core disciple cultivation record, written by a genuine powerhouse who reached the Martial King realm. Right at that exact moment, Kung Duang gets curious and suddenly asks out loud, "A new disciple?" Startled, the kid turns his head back to get a good look at the guy's face. Nathan Quinn observes him closely and silently starts making comparisons. This guy's looks are totally average, but his cultivation is actually at the Martial King realm. He is way stronger than Mac Li or even Qin Tuet. The guy is also incredibly shocked inside. Body tempering 5th layer? This is the 3rd floor of the cultivation hall. Even core disciples find it extremely difficult to enter this place. Yet the guy standing right in front of him is just a new disciple at the body tempering 5th layer. How on earth did he get in here? Only then does Kung Duang actually notice the item hanging on the kid's waist. He freezes up upon recognizing it. This is the Supreme Elder's personal token. What kind of insane background does this guy actually have? Kung Duang politely steps up and introduces himself. "I am Kung Duang, a core disciple of this sect," he says. "May I ask what to call you?" The kid cheerfully makes his identity public. "Greetings, senior brother Kung Duang. I am Nathan Quinn." The guy acts super impressed and gently warns him. "So it is junior brother Nathan Quinn. You really should not expose this token casually. It honestly scares people way too much." The kid forces a sincere smile and replies, "Thanks for the heads up, senior brother." Kung Duang asks with genuine interest, "Did junior brother Nathan Quinn come to the 3rd floor to pick out a cultivation record or a martial skill?" The kid frankly confesses, "I will not hide it, senior brother. Coming here today, I mainly want to find a cultivation record about different blade techniques. If there are martial skills for blades too, I naturally want those as well." Hearing that, the guy enthusiastically offers a highly helpful suggestion. "Different blade techniques, you say? I remember there is a self-created martial skill here covering exactly that, and it also includes solid blade cultivation experience. But honestly, if you actually want to learn this specific martial skill, you need to possess extremely high talent." After grabbing it, Kung Duang immediately presents the item. "Found it, the Flying Void Blade technique for cross-level kills." Nathan Quinn takes the notebook, gives a solid thanks to his senior, and drops right down to focus on his cultivation without a second thought. Watching this insane talent, Kung Duang rubs his chin. A natural martial arts fanatic, he really did not expect Nathan Quinn to have this kind of broken constitution. Sure, this crazy physical trait does not exactly boost his martial spirit level, but being a natural-born fanatic, it means he can literally reach breakthroughs mid-fight and flip the entire board. Definitely a guy worth befriending. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn shuts his eyes tight, tapping deep into his hidden potential. Nathan Quinn unleashes his raw energy, sparking with blinding electrical flashes. Seeing this wild display, Kung Dung is absolutely stunned. Is that blade intent? Right now, Nathan Quinn is intensely studying the Flying Blade manual, realizing it literally only contains one single strike. Once unleashed, this blade can snatch an enemy head from 100 steps away. It is just absurdly ruthless. Whoever actually created this particular flying blade technique had to be an absolute legendary genius. From his own realization, this blade technique is not just purely ruthless. It also shifts form in super unpredictable ways, making it totally impossible for anyone to actually defend against. Nathan Quinn nods in total satisfaction, suddenly realizing his previous thunder technique was only about being fast and accurate. Just being brutal is definitely not enough. On a totally chaotic battlefield, you have to adapt and execute the perfect blade strike for whatever situation pops up. Kung Dung practically applauds him in his head, totally worthy of a martial fanatic. His cultivation is only body-tempering 5th layer, and yet he already grasps blade intent, reaching the major mastery stage of man and blade as one. Nathan Quinn's comprehension of this flying blade technique is about to get ridiculously deep. Right on cue, Elder Kan strides into the room and asks he entered the zone this quickly. Kung Dung respectfully bows down, greeting the Elder. The Elder calmly issues a strict order. The 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion is going into full lockdown. For 5 whole days, the outer seal absolutely cannot be broken. You two just stay right here and focus on training. Hearing this, Kung Dung stares wide-eyed. Even the Elder values this kid so much that he locked down the entire building. Could it be that Nathan Quinn can actually rely on one single cultivation notebook and push his man and blade connection straight to the perfection stage? A second later, Kung Dung sighs heavily and quickly reassures his own bruised ego. There is just no way that is possible, right? The massive gap between major mastery and true perfection is honestly way too huge. It is fundamentally impossible for anyone to just figure that complex stuff out overnight. Even a natural-born martial arts fanatic would need at least a solid month. Fast forward 2 whole days. Nathan Quinn keeps his eyes shut, finally feeling the struggle. The actual combat experience of a martial king is definitely not that easy to just magically absorb. Inside this genius manual, every single detail screams extreme refinement and careful precision. He feels totally stuck between the theory and practice, but a brutal finishing move like the 100-step flying strike is pure aggressive destruction. It honestly has zero connection to being careful or refined. So what massive detail is he actually missing here? A few seconds later, Nathan Quinn's massive divine god of war slowly appears behind him. He asks in pure shock the god of war soul, then suddenly, Nathan Quinn suddenly wakes up to a brand new truth, realizing he finally gets it. This flying blade technique is not about gathering all your physical power into one single point, but forming a mind's eye. He intensely figures out that expanding the blade's will to cover 100 steps works exactly like having normal vision. The blade perfectly follows the heart. Only unleashing the blade intent from your own core makes it truly yours. That is the real meaning of man, and blade is one. Right after that, Nathan Quinn just keeps cranking his wild energy higher and higher. Watching this absolute madness unfold, Kung Dung actually stammers out loud. Wait. Kung Dung mutters in absolute shock. Reaching total perfection in man and blade as one in just 4 measly days? Are natural-born martial fanatics actually this terrifyingly broken? This crazy kid's martial talent has absolutely reached an entirely different level. Right as he finishes his intense training session, Nathan Quinn asks in genuine confusion, Senior Kung Dung, why are you still standing here? What is wrong with you? Kung Dung shoots him a warm smile and jumps right in. I am a pretty straightforward kind of guy. Nathan Quinn, in just these past few days, you have totally convinced me. From this moment on, do not bother calling me your senior anymore. Since I have just a bit more experience around here, how about you just call me Big Brother Dung instead? Nathan Quinn cups his hands with a friendly nod. All right. Then from now on, I will count on Big Brother Dung to look out for me. The two of them walk off chatting like old friends, but grab your popcorn because Mac Lair abruptly screams out Nathan Quinn, you finally dared to show your face. The guy aggressively glares at him. I am giving you one single chance right now, kneel down and beg exactly 100 times, or I will gladly show you just how ruthless I can be. Hearing this garbage, Kung Dung gets totally annoyed and steps up seriously big talk. Opening your mouth just to demand someone kneels. Do you really think you are all that tough? Seeing the famous senior, the bully goes completely pale in sheer terror. Kung Dung! Right then, Tu Tiu throws out a highly cocky threat, and what kind of nobody are you supposed to be? Let me give you some solid advice. Do not stick your nose in this, or you will not even get the chance to regret it later. Mac Lair absolutely panics and screams at his lackey. Tu Tiu, shut your mouth right now. This is Senior Kung Dung. He instantly switches to awkward flattery mode, stuttering that he completely never expected Senior Kung Dung to be here. Tiu plays the innocent newbie card, claiming he just joined the Huang Lin sect and begging senior brother Kung Dung for forgiveness if he offended him. Then he makes it worse, boldly clarifying his insults were totally meant for the absolute trash standing right next to him, not Kung Dung. Kung Dung snaps. He furiously warns the kid that calling someone trash is a huge mistake, especially since Nathan Quinn is his brother, totally off limits for casual insults. He glares straight at Mac Lair, refusing to waste another breath. If that guy yaps one more time or bothers his brother Nathan Quinn, they are taking this straight to the death match arena. Hearing that fatal threat, Mac Lair completely panics. He stammers out a weak apology and promises they are leaving instantly. Scurrying away, Mac Lair grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Nathan Quinn is literally just a brand new disciple with absolutely zero background or backing. Getting favored by Kin Twet was annoying enough, but how on earth is a heavyweight like Kung Dung protecting him too? Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn respectfully bows his hands in thanks. He expresses deep gratitude to Kung Dung. Without his backup, those two arrogant jerks definitely would not have backed off so easily. The senior gives a hearty, genuine laugh. He tells brother Nathan Quinn to drop the formalities entirely. They are friends now, and backing each other up is just standard procedure. Right on cue, Kin Twet cheerfully strolls up to greet them, happily asking if Nathan Quinn is finally out of seclusion. She then notices Senior Kung Dung. He watches the exchange with absolute shock, completely stunned by just how unbelievably tight Nathan Quinn and Kin Tweet really are. This Nathan Quinn kid is definitely not simple. He makes a mental note to stick close. Flashing a warm smile, Kung Dung explains everything to junior sister Kin Twet. He and Nathan Quinn just bumped into each other at the martial arts pavilion, clicked instantly, and became fast friends. But since she is here now, he casually excuses himself, claiming he has some urgent business to handle and leaving them alone. Staring at the senior walking away, she impatiently demands answers. She wants to know exactly how he got so chummy with Kung Dung. That guy is a super genius among the inner disciples, totally top tier, and packs an insane rank 10 yellow tier martial spirit. Hearing that, everything clicks for Nathan Quinn. No wonder Kung Dung treated Mac Lair like absolute dirt earlier. The power gap between those two guys is literally night and day. Getting serious, Kin Twait quickly pushes him back to reality. Enough side-chatting. With only 5 days left until the massive Varn Turng Darby tournament begins, she tells him to follow her right now. It is time for some hardcore training. Within these 5 short days, he must boost his cultivation to the 6th stage of body tempering. The scene cuts to an inner sect luxury pavilion. Tiu furiously slams his hand flat on a table, practically spitting venom as he swears absolute revenge. He tells his brother he literally does not care anymore. The second that tournament starts, he is destroying Nathan Quinn. He vows to brutally crush that rotten trash to swallow down this blazing rage. Mac Lair crafts a deeply venomous scheme, calling that direct approach totally idiotic. He proposes a better way they will wait and strike together, teaming up with a bunch of the new genius disciples from this fresh batch. Once the massive tournament kicks off, they will all ambush him at the exact same time. Nathan Quinn is guaranteed dead. Tutu anxiously questions the logic. Why would those brilliant newbies ever bother helping them out? Especially when they need such a huge crowd of manpower. Sneering proudly, his partner shoots back. He tells him never to forget he is a super genius with a rank 9 yellow tier spirit. None of those fresh rookies would ever dare cross him just to save a nobody like Nathan Quinn. During the big event, every single disciple gets scattered randomly. They will definitely coordinate with the other elites the second they cross paths with Nathan Quinn. With his totally garbage cultivation level, his brutal death is an absolute certainty. Hearing this flawless plan, he laughs wildly. He challenges Nathan Quinn to just wait and see against a trap this massive. He wants to watch that trash desperately beg for a tiny sliver of hope. Meanwhile, our hero Hyper focuses his mind completely. Grabbing those 50 innate pills he scored from Barquane earlier, he figures now is the perfect time to pop them. You have to wonder just how wildly his divine battle spirit will level up. Zero hesitation. Nathan Quinn pops the pill bottle open, gently tapping the pills into his palm. He swallows them instantly, but strangely, his physical strength does not shift at all. Thoroughly confused, he questions everything. He just slammed 50 innate pills all at once, and his body is giving absolutely zero reaction? A single one of these equals 100 basic body tempering pills. Could it be that absorbing way too many high-tier pills caused a malfunction? Did his battle spirit just hit a wall? It looks like upgrading this divine spirit requires a totally insane, wallet-crushing amount of pills every single time. He seriously has no clue how many more magic pills it will take to finally push into the rank 9 yellow tier. Suddenly, his divine spirit activates on its own. The eyes of the battle god flash seeing through the heavens. analyzing everything, leaving absolutely nothing hidden. Nathan Quinn freezes, his eyes flying wide open. He is completely terrified by this unnatural ability. He can literally see every single movement happening over in the Lackvierne courtyard. What kind of deeply terrifying vision is this? Nathan Quinn practically buzzes with pure excitement over this insane new magical trick. So this is the legendary gaze of the battle god. Unbelievably, awakening a body part of the divine spirit actually directly grants his own physical body those exact matching abilities. Following that logic, if he manages to awaken the nose, mouth, and ears later, will he score all of those overpowered senses too? And when the spirit fully manifests into a complete human form, whose martial soul could even possibly dream of comparing to his? Thrilled, he quietly calculates his next move, realizing the massive Varntern Darby tournament is practically knocking on his door. Just then, King Twit suddenly calls out from outside. Nathan Quinn barely finishes speaking before he quickly jumps up to get the door. She gently hands him a precious item. The Varntern tournament is coming up fast. She tells him to take these. This right here is the escape bead. If danger hits, just crush it and someone will teleport you out in an absolute flash. Nathan Quinn gratefully accepts the treasure, thanking senior sister Kin Twit for having his back. He firmly promises her that her help will always stay right here in his heart, a classic sincere move. She humbly waves it off with a soft smile. It is fine, just take it. Then Kin Twit cheerfully gestures to the guy standing next to her. Let me introduce my little brother. Teo Line is also a new disciple this time around. Once the Varntern tournament officially kicks off, you two can definitely look out for each other. Nathan Quinn politely cups his hands in greeting. I am Nathan Quinn, hoping for senior brother Teo's guidance, but the guy just coldly turns his head away with a total challenging attitude. Guidance is definitely not needed, he snaps. Who among the newbies does not know the great Nathan Quinn? Seriously, I have no clue where you get that wild courage. Daring to offend Teo? She angrily glares at her brother. Why would you say that? Apologize to Nathan Quinn right now. But the kid stubbornly stands his ground. Sorry, but I only speak pure facts. Nathan Quinn, your cultivation is barely at the 5th tier of body tempering. Your martial spirit is just an 8th grade yellow rank. Besides your martial talent being slightly higher, in what universe do you even compare to him? This Varntern tournament is not about raw martial talent. It is about actual personal strength. With your current cultivation level, bumping into Tutio means absolute certain death without a doubt. So before the tournament even begins, you better bow your head and apologize. Knowing your place is the real smart move here. After dropping that truth bomb, Line arrogantly turns his back and straight up walks away. Enough of that nonsense. Kin Twiet anxiously rushes to explain everything. Nathan Quinn, please do not mind my little brother's harsh words. The kid has been way too arrogant since childhood, so his temper is honestly just kind of terrible. He brushes it off casually, totally fine. She then sincerely gives him some very careful advice. During this Varntern tournament, you must be extremely careful and not act recklessly. Even though your martial talent easily ranks at the very top among all the disciples, your actual training time is less than a month. Your cultivation level falls way behind theirs, so you really need to endure and hold back a bit. Blushing hard, Kin Twiet softly tells him not to be like last time. She stammers shyly, completely flustered by her own worry. Did you hear me clearly, junior brother Nathan Quinn? He answers with dead serious sincerity, I will follow senior sister's orders. Kin Twet embarrassingly turns away, questioning her own incredibly weird behavior. What is actually wrong with me right now? Why am I being so shy and saying all these totally unnecessary things? No, wait. Nathan Quinn is a genius I personally recruited, so caring about him a little bit is completely normal. After finishing their chat, she silently stares at his back as he walks off. She thoughtfully repeats it in her heart. Nathan Quinn, you seriously have to be careful in this tournament. Meanwhile, our boy stands up high, surveying the massive hall below. Nathan Quinn looks around and lets out a gasp of surprise. It seems the number of new disciples accepted by Huan Lin's sect far exceeds his wildest imagination. After landing on the ground, he calmly rubs his chin, checking out the fresh meat. There are hundreds more than last time, and their cultivation strength is no joke. Now watch, he activates the divine god of War Eye to see who is actually worth watching. Nathan Quinn rapidly fires up his signature eye skill. He looks right through everyone, realizing over 80 people have reached the 7th tier of body tempering or higher. Nathan Quinn is totally stunned by this crazy discovery. Teo has even hit the 9th tier already. Standing right there in the massive crowd, he frowns in deep thought. Looks like this tournament is going to be an absolute bloodbath of arrogant geniuses fighting for glory. Right at that second, Nathan Quinn feels a surging wave of energy. He quickly turns around. The aura is genuinely terrifying. Standing majestically before him are the sect elders. Nathan Quinn stares straight up without blinking once. Elder Dung then makes a very serious announcement: this entire tournament will be held out on the Varnturng Island, hosted directly by me. In just a moment, us 5 elders will activate the massive array to teleport you all to the island. 1 month later, the array will activate again to bring you back. The strict old man lays out a very clear warning. I will now explain the rules of this tournament. Rule number 1. Killing is absolutely not forbidden during this event. At the exact same time, Tutio smirks with silent, brutal hatred. Just wait until we reach the island. Nathan Quinn, I will hack you into a million pieces. Elder Dung continues his epic opening speech. Rule number 2. There are exactly 30 Azure Dragon tokens scattered across the island. The number of tokens you personally secure will decide the final victory. The generous Elder then drops the massive prize pool. Rule number 3. Only the top 10 ranked fighters will actually receive any rewards from this event. First place gets a crazy 9 Revolution Golden Pill. Second place earns a solid 3 Revolution Golden Pill. Third place walks away with 10,000 Scientian pills and 1 chance to pick an item from the treasure pavilion. As for those ranking 4th through 10th, the rewards scale down from 9,000 to 3,000 Scientian pills. Hearing the news, the crowd goes absolutely wild with greed. He quietly analyzes just how valuable this really is. The reward from the Huyen Lin sect this time around is seriously no joke. Even the guy in 10th place scores 3,000 Scientian pills, while the 3rd place winner walks away with a truly staggering 10,000. He thinks to himself, if I can grab those 10,000 pills, how high could I actually upgrade my war god soul? Who would have thought the sect would drop such an insane prize pool? This changes the entire game for him. In this grand competition, he knows he absolutely must break into the top 3 no matter what it takes. Earning that spot is the only way to permanently secure his place inside the sect. Time to soar. Then, his arrogant rival drops a heavy threat. He glares at Nathan Quinn, swearing to see how tough he acts once they step foot onto Varnturng Island, promising to make him beg for a death that will never come. Tiu loudly announces his spiteful plan. Listen up, everyone, he shouts. Nathan Quinn is my sworn enemy, and if any of you manage to hunt him down on the island, just name your price and I will pay it in full without question. Do me a favor and slaughter this total piece of trash. The surrounding crowd instantly echoes their loud agreement. They yell that absolute garbage like Nathan Quinn shouldn't have offended their boss. One guy swears he will beat him half to death on the island and hand him right over. Another bootlicker chimes in, boss, you are offering way too good of a reward to crush a bug. We honestly cannot say no to a deal like this. How dare a weak 5th-tier body-tempering kid disrespect you? He proudly claims it would be his absolute honor to help wipe out someone so totally clueless and arrogant. Tiu looks incredibly smug as he mocks his target. Bet you did not see this coming, he sneers, but this is exactly what happens when you cross me. Once we get inside that island zone, even if you somehow manage to hide from me personally, you are still a walking dead man. Right then, Elder Dung steps up looking a bit confused. He asks why Tiu needs to gang up with so many disciples just to deal with a single guy. Why call a total hit on a pathetic little ant? Furious, the rival immediately spins a fake story. He claims Nathan Quinn challenged him to a skill battle at the library, relying entirely on his cheap martial arts tricks to intentionally harm him. And now, he whines, he is permanently banned from ever entering the library again. Hearing this fake tragedy, the elders completely lose their minds in shock. The elder explodes with rage and immediately issues a ruthless kill order. How dare a tiny 5th-tier piece of garbage harm the greatest genius of our entire sect? He commands all disciples listening, the moment you set foot on that island, you have my full permission to strike Nathan Quinn down on sight. Tiu flashes a horribly satisfied smirk, practically drooling as he waits for his sweet revenge. Let us see who can possibly save you now, he thinks to himself. Right on cue, the surrounding disciples start aggressively screaming out. They promise to crush this worthless trash for harming their precious genius. If I catch you out there, one yells, I will show you what real pain is. Honestly, someone else shouts, why even let a guy like this onto the island? We should just execute him right here. You are not going to believe his reaction. Through all the screaming, he stays completely silent until he suddenly bursts out laughing. Rattled, his rival stammers out a threat. I am telling you right now, things have gone way too far. Even if you drop to your knees and beg, I will absolutely not spare your pathetic life. Nathan Quinn stands tall and totally defiant. You want to know what is funny? He asks. I am just a nobody rookie stuck at the 5th tier of body tempering. What makes me so special that this entire mob wants to hunt me down? You are all just desperate to kiss up to Tiu. What gives you the right? Elder Dung steps up with a crazy, arrogant look. Based on what? It is simple, he mocks. It is based on Tiu's high-level martial soul and 9th-tier cultivation. Compared to him, you are nothing but a totally worthless bug. In this martial world, the strong survive and the weak get buried. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn calmly nods, keeping his composure completely unbroken. So the weak just deserve to be buried, huh? I never had any bad blood with you people, but today you treat me like literal dirt. You openly mock me, trample over my pride, and try to publicly humiliate me. Fine then. I am burning every single one of your faces into my memory. Who wants to try and kill me? His blazing energy erupts, warning them to bring it on any time. The surrounding students grit their teeth in absolute fury. His rival flashes a highly disgusted smirk. Oh, you will take us on any time? I really cannot wait to see what kind of pathetic tricks you pull out later. Wasting no time, the elder gives the final command to power up the massive teleportation array. Instantly, a massive glowing magic circle dominates the sky above them. Every single student glares at Nathan Quinn with savage, bloodthirsty eyes, but our guy does not flinch for a second, just staring right back with icy calm. Elder Dung watches with utter disgust. What kind of trash is the sect taking in these days? He grumbles, a pathetic little 8th grade talent acting like he owns the place. Standing nearby, Elder Ho just shrugs his shoulders without a single care. Let it go. There is no point getting mad over a dead man. He made enemies with the entire roster once he hits that island. He is totally guaranteed to die anyway. In a flash of light, the group is warped directly into the dense island forest. Nathan Quinn touches down softly, landing in a random spot. He carefully scans his new surroundings. The massive array clearly scattered everyone across completely different sectors of the wild jungle. I really need to play this smart and avoid running into anyone else, he figures. But barely a minute down the path, the tall grass rustles and a vicious tiger suddenly lunges right at him. Nathan Quinn casually frowns, basically begging for death. Then he dashes right in. One decisive slash of his saber intent completely wipes the floor with the beast. No time to waste. Our guy keeps moving. There are way too many demonic beasts swarming this myriad phenomenon island. He figures he better use his divine battle eyes to check things out. Gotta see if any rival disciples are creeping around. He focuses hard, unleashing his signature visual technique, the divine battle eyes. A second later, Nathan Quinn happily spots some sweet loot. Spirit-gathering grass, ancient thunderwood, and even a purple flame flower. He touches down softly by the lake and quickly plucks the rare flower. But right at that exact moment, something abruptly drops down right behind him. The sneaky Chang Yun gloats. Nathan Quinn, I finally caught you. Once I finish you off, all those massive rewards Zishao promised will be entirely mine. Seeing the glowing rare item in his hand, he frowns and glances down. Chang Yun wonders out loud, wait, is that a purple flame flower? His expression instantly flips, revealing a blatant, greedy urge to snatch it away. He praises his lucky stars. Heaven really favors him today. Not only did he find his target, but he gets 5 purple flame flowers as a bonus. Hand over the flowers, Nathan Quinn, and I will leave your corpse intact. Our hero just calmly replies, you are Chang Yun, right? We have absolutely no bad blood, so why try to kill me? Plus, with your weak cultivation level, acting this arrogant is just downright embarrassing, do you not think? His fragile little ego takes a massive hit, and he furiously lunges straight ahead. You piece of trash dare call me arrogant? I am taking your life right now. The next second, Nathan Quinn dodges the strike in a flash using the 100 shadow steps. Realizing he hit completely nothing but air, Chang Yun bitterly screams about cheap tricks. Dying by my hand is an absolute honor for you, Nathan Quinn, so get ready to take my very strongest attack. He violently throws his lethal move, the explosive ice punch. However, our guy already predicted this perfectly and instantly throws up a protective shield. Chang Yun fails to even scratch Nathan Quinn, and worse, he takes a brutal counterattack. Shocked by the rebound, he crashes violently straight into a thick tree trunk. So painful. How is this even possible? Chang Yun trembles as he props himself up, asking, wait, is your saber intent not just at the major completion stage? Realizing things are going totally sideways, he grits his teeth and backs up to strategize. That bastard Nathan Quinn actually hid his true cultivation. I am definitely no match for him right now, so I better retreat first. Once I find the others, or Zishao, that will be your death date, but Nathan Quinn refuses to let him escape, ruthlessly launching a pursuit attack. You want to leave? Stay right here. 100-step flying blade. Before he can even process it, Chang Yun panics as the strike hurls right at him. One clean hit drops Chang Yun dead on the spot. Staring at his fallen enemy, Nathan Quinn firmly declares that is what you call instant karma. He crushes the flower in his hand, secretly hoping to test its effects. Let us see if this purple flame flower can actually push his realm to a crazy new level. The moment he starts, a massive shockwave hits him. Nathan Quinn grabs his head, grimacing as an agonizing headache completely takes over. Hurts like hell. The flower's intense energy rapidly latches onto his body. He grits his teeth, stubbornly pushing himself to break past his absolute limits. No way, he absolutely cannot fail right now. With so many enemies actively hunting him down right now, he has to upgrade his cultivation even if the searing pain literally kills him. Nathan Quinn focuses entirely on his meditation. The second he absorbs it all, his eyes snap open with resolve. At the exact same time, his divine battle eyes rapidly level up. The wild energy inside his body compresses into a single, dense point. Nathan Quinn breaks into an incredibly satisfying, joyful little smirk. Feeling that immense surge of power, he happily clenches his fist. Oh, wait for it, he finally broke through to the body-tempering 6th layer. His raw physical strength honestly feels just as wild as a body-tempering 7th layer expert. Right on cue, Lena Shaw casually shows up, asking Nathan Quinn, "Why are you here?" He looks completely surprised and blurts out, "Wait, did your cultivation actually break through?" Lena Shaw coldly drops a pretty harsh warning. Hitting the 6th layer at best is completely useless for a guy in your current situation. You offended way too many disciples, so death is definitely your only option. Nathan Quinn just turns his head and calmly replies, "Thanks for the heads up." Seeing him start to walk away, the guy urgently steps in. "Wait a second, Nathan Quinn. I actually have a little business proposition for us." Our guy raises an eyebrow, looking pretty confused. "Cooperate?" Lena Shaw generously spills a huge secret. "This involves 2 Azure Dragon tokens, and if we pull off this team up, I will split them evenly with you." Nathan Quinn asks, completely caught off guard. "Azure Dragon tokens? How the heck do you know where those are?" Soon after, the 2 guys immediately head out toward the secret spot. On the way there, he slowly lays out all the juicy details. This myriad phenomenon island holds tons of ancient maps left behind by the Mystic Spirit Sect seniors. These maps mark hidden treasures across the island, and one specific type of map literally points right to the Azure Dragon tokens. But that map is split into 5 scattered pieces, and each piece can score you 2 entire tokens. Rumor has it, combining all 5 pieces leads straight to the remaining 20 tokens. Hearing this crazy setup, he excitedly agrees to the plan. "So that is the deal. How exactly do we work together?" Lena Shaw honestly opens up about his real thoughts. "I totally had a map," Tio Lan explains, "but Vung Man, ranked 9th among the top 10 experts, straight up snatched it away. Let us team up. I can definitely handle this Vung Man guy, but he keeps 2 7th-tier body-tempering lackeys around. I need you to step up and hold those 2 off when the fight kicks off." The moment they arrive, he cautiously points ahead. "This is the exact spot. Let us not alert them just yet." We wait until they finish off the beast, and then we finally make our move. Right inside, 3 guys are fighting hard against a beast pack. But get this in just a flash, they somehow manage to take down absolutely every single one. Those 2 lackeys immediately start kissing up to him. "Huge congrats. Senior brother slaying this beast actually secured you the Azure Dragon token." Vung Man just smirks like the arrogant jerk he really is. "Me getting my hands on these 2 Azure Dragon tokens is definitely partly thanks to your hard work. If it were not for you 2 helping out, I never could have snatched that map straight from the hands of that total idiot Tio Lan. Do not worry at all. The second I get promoted and move up, I will definitely hook you both up with something good." Right as he finishes talking, Tio Lan furiously steps out to declare war. "Vung Man, you stole my map and actually dare to insult me right here. Today, I am absolutely taking your life." Seeing the guy rush in, he quickly throws up a block. Tio Lan gets completely stuffed. He stumbles backward. Vung Man scoffs. "I wondered who that was. Turns out just my pathetic defeated opponent. I spared your miserable life before, and yet you dare come crawling back. If you really want to die, I will gladly oblige." Tio Lan suppresses his burning rage and fires right back at him. "Vung Man, if you did not rely on your numbers, how could you have ever possibly snatched that map right from my hands? If you actually have guts, fight me one-on-one right now." The jerk gleefully decides to play dirty instead. "One-on-one? Who in their right mind wants to fight you one-on-one? Today I fully intend to use my numbers to completely bully you, so let us all attack together." This guy is totally delusional, so we might as well just kill him right here. Right at that exact second, Nathan Quinn unexpectedly cuts in. Who says? He steps up with an absolutely towering aura, flashing a highly sarcastic grin. 3 against 1 does not seem fair at all, but if you really want to play like that, you can count me in on the side of Tio Lan. The lackeys freeze up. "Who are you?" Vung Man frowns, instantly recognizing him. He bitterly growls the name out Nathan Quinn. Vung Man arrogantly spits out pure mockery. "Tio Lan, are you seriously at your absolute lowest point? You actually went and brought this piece of trash?" He squints his eyes smugly and just keeps going. "But I really must thank you for kindly delivering this total loser right to my doorstep." Tio Lan gets absolutely furious and shouts a massive threat. "Cut the nonsense right now and hand over the map, or we just start fighting immediately." Vung Man is not afraid at all, showing his contempt plainly. "Start fighting right away? You teamed up with the useless Nathan Quinn, and you still want to fight me? Since you did me a solid and brought this loser over, I will graciously spare your life. Now leave. Just a second later, Nathan Quinn confidently confronts him. Your name is Vung Man, right? You keep calling me trash, but do you actually have the guts to fight me one-on-one? The jerk laughs out loud in pure mockery. An absolute weakling actually dares to challenge me? This is somewhat interesting, so if you really want to die, I will grant your wish. Tiulan nervously jumps in to stop him. Nathan Quinn, are you completely insane? Do not mess around like this, because you are not a match for Vung Man at all. But Nathan Quinn firmly stands his ground. Tiulan, just listen. You really do not need to persuade me, because your words will not work anyway. And besides, it is definitely not certain who will actually win or lose this fight. Vung Man sneers with bitter anger, suddenly looking totally expectant. You are exactly just an arrogant punk who completely ignores how vast the world really is. So today, I honestly just want to see what skills you possess. Show me. Daring to yell before every disciple at the White Jade Dojo and speaking so arrogantly to me? Oh man, here is where it gets crazy. Vung Man immediately unleashes a devastating move, the Ice Freeze 3 touches, Flying Mountain Strike. Tiolan absolutely panics and hastily shouts out. How is this even possible? That is literally the very highest realm of the Cold Ice Sword technique. Nathan Quinn, dodge right now. But the villain refuses to let his target escape, recklessly charging forward. Want to dodge me? It is way too late for that. A pathetic little weakling actually dares to act this incredibly arrogant. Today, I will finally show you exactly what true absolute power really looks like. However, our guy just stands right there, totally calm and unbothered. Nathan Quinn unleashes his own gigantic power, the absolute perfect realm of man and sword merging as one. He simply flicks his hand. Totally casual. Vung Man sees the incoming strike and completely panics. Is this seriously the perfect realm of man and sword as one? Before he can even react, he takes a direct hit and violently coughs up blood. Tioline steps forward in absolute shock to ask him, how do you possibly possess the perfect realm of man and sword as one? How in the world did that Vung Man guy just get killed by you in a single strike? The other two lackeys go totally pale with terror, quickly signaling each other to run away. Nathan Quinn coldly opens his mouth to tease them. Want to leave? Not that easy. Right after that, he unleashes a truly devastating move, the Flying Slash technique, 100 Steps Flying Heaven. Both energy arrows violently launch toward those two cowards at the same time. The lethal strike instantly pierces right through their pounding hearts. Witnessing this incredibly gruesome scene, Tiolan is completely stunned and just stammers out his question. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, what kind of insane martial skill did you just use back there? Actually being able to take a life from such a massive distance? A second later, he quickly retracts his overwhelming power. Nathan Quinn just sits there and coldly responds to him. Do you seriously not know that a person's martial skill is never something you can just casually ask about? He issues a very stern command. Do not just stand there looking dumb, go quickly retrieve those 2 Azure Dragon tokens right now. Nathan Quinn splits the loot, one for you, one for me. Oh, and strip them of every last pill, map, and treasure. He tells him to search those guys thoroughly, missing absolutely nothing. Tulon just nods totally cool with playing the obedient loot goblin. But right mid-stride, Nathan Quinn suddenly remembers a tiny little detail. He drops a bombshell that makes Tulon freeze totally in his tracks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention everything on those 3 guys belongs entirely to me. No sharing. A little later, the fog rolls in thick. Check this out. Nathan Quinn counts his shiny new loot and smirks. Not a bad haul today. Holding up a glowing blue wooden plaque, he asks if this is the famous Azure Dragon token. His teen detective brain clicks this map, marks the exact spot to find them. Tulon stands right beside him and excitedly confirms the big theory. You need to gather all the map pieces to locate the final 20 tokens. Nathan Quinn just chuckles and totally claims it. Do not even overthink it. This map is officially mine now. Tulon swallows his sad little tears and agrees. Meanwhile, our boy is already staring super hard at a weird symbol on the paper. He points it out. Look at this mark. Is that a lotus flower? Are we tracking down some kind of rare magic weed? Hulon finally recognizes the shape and completely loses his absolute mind. That is the legendary 3-petaled golden lotus. Following this map leads straight to the ultimate jackpot. He then gets super serious to explain exactly why this plant matters so much. Eating this golden plant does not just give you an instant, massive power-up. It literally boosts your actual brain power and supercharges your entire martial arts talent to the next level. If you chucked it on the black market, it would sell for at least 2,000 Xiantian pills. That makes the purple flame flower look like cheap grocery store cabbage. Nathan Quinn is genuinely shocked who knew gardening could be so insanely profitable, but he pivots right away, casually announcing that picking the fancy flower is not the first priority today. First, you are coming with me to a totally different spot. I need to grind my cultivation level higher. Tulon suddenly gets super earnest and drops some truth. He admits he totally underestimated Nathan Quinn at first, not about power, but because he acts so ridiculously reckless, even picking fights with Tutu. He finally stops hesitating and gets right to the main point. He just does not understand it. With talent like this, even the guy ranked 8th among the top 10 campus experts would probably get wrecked in a fair fight. You have all this raw potential, so why not just lay low, play nice for 2 seconds, and everything stays totally fine and peaceful? But instead, you just go around offending literally everybody. With that kind of attitude, your massive talent cannot save you. Are you seriously not scared? Nathan Quinn turns around and hits him with that profound shonen protagonist wisdom. Look, I know what you are getting at, but a martial artist only ever follows their true heart. I picked this insane path so that one day, when I am stomping across the globe through all the drama, absolutely nobody will ever bully or humiliate me again. If I have to bow down and swallow my pride over tiny things, what is even the point of being a martial artist? Nathan Quinn stands completely firm. If you expect me to play the good little boy and compromise for the big picture, you might as well just tell me to drop dead right now. Hearing that incredibly raw speech, Tulon just stands there with his eyes bugging completely out of his head. Nathan Quinn spins around and jogs off, leaving his buddy completely frozen in stunned silence. Finding a nice quiet corner, Nathan Quinn focuses entirely on his stats. He scored a massive pile of magic pills today, time to see if he can finally push his rank up to yellow rank 9th grade. Without any hesitation, he pops them like candy. Up until now, he has downed over 200 Scientian pills. If this still does not trigger a level up, then getting his Divine War Soul to the legendary Mysterious or Heaven rank is going to cost an absolute galaxy of pills later. Just as he thinks that, the War Soul aggressively levels up. Feeling that massive surge of spiritual energy, Nathan Quinn totally loses his mind with joy. He actually did it. He keeps grinding, pushing that soul all the way up to yellow rank 9th grade. He completely fails to contain the absolute hype. He is dying to test out his shiny new stats and see exactly how insanely fast a yellow rank 9th grade soul can actually absorb power. Watching the absolute spectacle unfold, he shouts in shock. His spiritual energy is literally manifesting as a giant dragon. It is turning totally solid, and right then, the whole picture finally clicks for him. No wonder those stuck-up sect elders practically worship Tutu and Huang on campus. The speed gap between the 8th and 9th grade is basically the difference between riding a bicycle and strapping yourself to a rocket ship. Tutu grinding for a single day equals 10 whole days of his old speed. Crossing his hands, he rapidly absorbs the surrounding energy. Feeling his stats just absolutely skyrocketing, Nathan Quinn clenches his fists tight. This Divine War Soul is an absolute beast. This mega upgrade even forced a direct breakthrough to the body-tempering 7th realm. Alright, training arc over. Time to go hunt down that super expensive golden lotus. Right on cue, Tulon slowly strolls over to check in. He has been waiting and politely asks if Nathan Quinn is done meditating. But feeling that wildly massive aura shift, Tulon gasps he already hit the 7th realm. Nathan Quinn wastes zero time and barks an order. Let us move right now. Stalling only causes big problems. We are getting that golden lotus right this second. Tulon quietly judges his buddy's insane progress. Who knows what crazy overpowered secrets Nathan Quinn is still hiding. Maybe he is not actually some reckless teen after all. Maybe he really is a total powerhouse ready to rip Tutu apart. They step right into a totally desolate wasteland covered in swirling fog. Tulon frowns sharply and gives a grim warning. Wait, isn't this the infamous blood miasma? Nathan Quinn asks back in total confusion. Blood miasma? Tulon slowly breaks down the creepy origins of this stuff. This blood miasma is naturally formed by heaven and earth, packed with an insane amount of deadly toxins. Even a 10th tier body-tempering expert rushing in there would be poisoned to death in a flash, not even bones left behind. But Tulon notices something totally off and speaks up. Super weird. How are they targeting the 3-petal golden lotus? Nathan Quinn calmly suggests a smart move. Let's just stay quiet and watch the situation unfold, since this blood miasma probably needs a couple of geniuses to clear it out. We just hide out right here, and soon enough we will figure out exactly who these disciples are, and how they found out about the 3-petal golden lotus. Down where the crowd is gathering, one student frantically points a finger. Look over there. Look right now. A completely gorgeous girl touches down lightly on the dirt. This elegant beauty right in front of them is So Van. The massive crowd goes absolutely wild with admiration. Senior Sister So Van is here. Does she also have the ancient map for the golden lotus? Senior Sister So Van is not just incredibly pretty, her cultivation has already hit the 8th tier of body tempering. She ranks 5th among the top 10 masters. Nobody expected to bump into such a massive VIP today. Looks like the sect actually printed out hundreds of ancient maps marking the 3-petal golden lotus. Scattering them all over the island was definitely a real thing. Just then, she quickly catches on that someone is watching them, so Van sharply tilts her head up and calls them out. "You two up in the tree, how much longer are you gonna hide?" Hearing that, both of our guys absolutely jump in shock. Teolan panics and asks, "What do we do now?" Nathan Quinn just gives a casual shrug. "What else can we do? We already got busted, so obviously we just have to walk right out." Seeing them step out, the crowd gets insanely hyped up, and here is where things get wild. It is Nathan Quinn. Perfect. Killing him means a completely massive reward. Anyone want to team up with me? We can split the loot right down the middle. I am totally in. This punk Nathan Quinn is way too arrogant anyway. I have been wanting to kill him for ages. Tulan does not hesitate to step up and defend him. "You nobodies really think you can lay a hand on senior brother Nathan Quinn?" He boldly throws down a threat. "If anyone dares to make a move, do not blame me for getting completely ruthless." Right then, the crowd quickly realizes the guy standing right there is actually Tulan. Tulan ranks 10th among the top 10 masters. Why on earth is he teaming up with Nathan Quinn? With Tulan protecting him, this just became a huge headache. Wait, do you guys seriously not know? Tulan is Kin Tuyet's younger brother, so of course he is going to back Nathan Quinn up. So Van smiles in pure admiration. Who would have thought junior brother Nathan Quinn could blast straight from the 5th to the 7th body tempering tier in just a few days? I am honestly super impressed. Hearing that, the crowd completely freaks out. He broke through 2 whole realm tiers in just a few days. Not even a super genius with a 9th grade yellow martial spirit could ever pull off something that insane. And Nathan Quinn actually did it? Thank goodness they did not attack him just now. Otherwise, they would be walking straight to their own graves. He humbly accepts the compliment while quietly thinking to himself, "When it comes to cultivation speed, I really cannot compare to senior sister So Van at all. Breaking through 2 realm tiers back to back was just me stumbling into some crazy good luck." This So Van shows up out of nowhere, so who knows if she is a friend or foe, but she quickly shows her sincerity and makes her stance super clear. "Relax, junior brother Nathan Quinn. Even if absolutely everyone else here wants to kill you, I am definitely not going to raise a hand against you." Before the Grand Myriad Form Tournament even started, senior brother Kung Duong specifically ordered me to make sure I build a really solid relationship with junior brother Nathan Quinn. He clasps his hands and quietly says, "Thanks, if there is a chance. Please thank senior brother Kung Duong for me." Just then, Sat arrogantly cuts in. "Why are there so many people here?" Even So Van and Tulan showed up, so I guess literally everyone knows about the 3-petal golden lotus hiding out in this exact spot. Hearing that painfully familiar voice, she coldly turns her head right around. He smugly spits out some total trash talk, but what this young master truly did not expect is that even a complete loser like Nathan Quinn would show up. "Looks like heaven is treating me pretty well today." So Van scrunches her eyebrows and greets him. "Young Master Sat, you actually made it too." He acts all tough and bluntly snaps back, "If you guys can be here, why exactly can I not be?" Sat aggressively points a finger straight at his face. "Besides, I clearly came to the exact right spot, and even found my personal prey waiting for me. Nathan Quinn, I will give you exactly 3 breaths of time to drop to your knees right now, and I might just spare your life. If you dare fight back, I will show you what a living nightmare really feels like." He is not scared at all and just casually roasts him. "Young Master Sat, right? A literal dwarf daring to call himself a young master. We have absolutely no bad blood between us. Yet you show up demanding I kneel, threatening me with a living nightmare. I actually really want to see this. What kind of skills does a short guy like you even have?" Hearing that brutal roast, Tulan quietly gives a warning Nathan Quinn. "Do not be reckless. This young Master Sat absolutely hates it when anyone calls him short. Sure, he is at the 8th body tempering tier, but rumor says this guy practices some insanely wicked dark arts even, so Van is supposedly no match for him." Sat furiously flexes his aura, spitting threats. "Oh, real brave. A total piece of trash like you actually dares to talk back to me? Did you seriously think a tiny little cultivation boost magically makes you my equal? Today, I am going to show you exactly what happens when you dare cross me." Right on cue, so Van steps right in and demands he stop. "Young Master Sat, Nathan Quinn is my friend. If you actually try to lay a hand on him today, then do not blame me when we all decide to gang up and completely wreck you together." Sat flies into a rage and snaps right back at her. "So Van, you better think this through. Are you seriously going to stick your neck out for him today?" She anxiously sighs to herself. Honestly, if Kung Duong had not specifically asked her to keep an eye out, she really would not be out here poking her nose into someone else's mess, especially if it means offending an incredibly powerful and wildly ugly guy. But she cannot just stand there and watch Nathan Quinn get slaughtered by Saturday, so Van takes a breath and calmly proposes a truce. "Young Master Sat, regarding what Nathan Quinn just said, I can apologize on his behalf. But if you are seriously dead set on attacking him, then today I will absolutely have to stand by Nathan Quinn's side. Except, before she can even finish her sentence, Nathan Quinn sharply cuts her off. Absolutely no need to waste breath on this guy. Senior sister So Van, he says. Nathan Quinn then casually tosses out a massive provocation. If young Master Sat wants to kill me, he can come try his luck. What kind of skills does a short little freak like you have to kill me? Hearing that, Sat roars in absolute blind rage. Nathan Quinn, since you are begging for death, I will happily grant your wish. Sat ferociously charges forward to attack. Nathan Quinn, hand over your life right now. However, our boy smoothly busts out his ultimate evasion technique, the 100 Mystery 8 Steps. Seeing his target dodge the strike, Sat scoffs in pure disgust. Is this really all your power? You think mastering one single movement skill gives you the right to act arrogant in front of me? Sat stomps the ground hard, launching himself like a brutal lightning bolt. Lightning flash steps, he rapidly closes the distance. Seeing Sat catching up, Nathan Quinn does a quick double take, then flashes a super arrogant smirk right back at him. Go ahead, Nathan Quinn, keep acting tough for me, because right now, I am going to show you my absolute deadliest soul-stealing finishing move. Without any hesitation, Sat fires off his terrifying signature attack, Soul-Seeking Chains. So Van sees the chains and instantly panics, realizing it is the great perfection of man and weapon unity. This young Master Sat actually managed to reach such an insane tier. Sat totally loses it, his voice dripping with pure hatred as he screams out for Nathan Quinn to die. But our guy just calmly replies, "Is that right?" Nathan Quinn unleashes his supreme power to shatter the chains, perfect man and blade unity. The remaining iron links shake violently before exploding into dust. Staring at this horrifying scene, Sat completely loses his mind, yelling out, "How is this even possible? How can a piece of trash like you possibly grasp the perfect tier of man and blade unity?" She nervously feels that overwhelming power pouring out. Not even a top-tier genius like Tutu could actually master this kind of legendary state. You gotta admit, this Nathan Quinn kid is way too scary. Sat bitterly scrambles for an excuse to run away. Nathan Quinn, since So Van is here today, consider yourself ridiculously lucky. But next time I catch you, I am definitely taking your life. But Nathan Quinn coldly blocks his exit. You really think you can just walk away? Not that easy. Nathan Quinn locks onto his target and instantly chases after him. Anyone who dares come here is my enemy. She just watches his fading silhouette, letting out a heavy sigh. This guy is just way too aggressive. Meanwhile, the confused crowd starts murmuring. Has Nathan Quinn actually lost his damn mind? He already forced young Master Sat to back off, yet he is still not satisfied and dares to chase him down. Is he just begging to die out here? Against just Nathan Quinn alone? Why would Sat even be scared? Cut to the deep forest, where the guy is furiously punching a tree trunk. Sat bitterly swears absolute revenge. That dead meat, Nathan Quinn. I will just spare your pathetic dog life for now. Once you are finally traveling all alone, I will make you suffer my real torture methods. But right on cue, Nathan Quinn casually speaks from the tree branches above. What exact methods are those? Startled, Sat angrily yells right back up at him. Great! I willingly backed off to give you a way out, yet you dare to chase me down. Who exactly gave you this much courage? You think you alone can kill me? Nathan Quinn stays completely cool and totally confident. Cut the extra garbage talk. Just bring out whatever pathetic skills you have. Because to deal with you, I do not even need to team up with anyone else. I am more than enough. Sat snarls out a deadly challenge. Fine. Heaven has a door you ignore. Hell has no gate, yet you just barge right in. Do you really think mastering the perfect man and blade unity makes you completely invincible in this world? Today, you are going to witness my absolute strongest killing strike. Going all out, he unleashes a completely murderous technique, man and soul unity, dark lightning weeping ghost. Sat fires off the sinister dark lightning soul-sealing chains, but our boy gracefully sidesteps the fatal blow. Get ready for this, seeing the weak attack. Nathan Quinn laughs. Man and soul unity. And it is honestly this weak? He does not even flinch, immediately flexing his own terrifying strength, the Emperor rank 9th grade war, God Soul. Seeing that blinding light, Sat is completely shell-shocked. Emperor rank 9th grade? Impossible. How on earth did your martial soul reach that insane tier? This is totally impossible. Looking down at his panicking opponent, Nathan Quinn just gives a brutally cold reply. Well, that is honestly none of your damn business. Sat chokes on his own pride, wildly running for his life while screaming back. Nathan Quinn, I will definitely collect this blood debt from you later. He completely smashes the attack aside. Oh, trying to run now? Way too late. Before he can even process it, the guy gasps in shock. Yep, Nathan Quinn silences him in one single strike. Meanwhile, over at the disciple gathering area, everyone is gossiping and totally losing hope. It has already been the time of one incense stick. Those two must have settled their little death match by now, right? Someone mutters that even if Nathan Quinn was not killed by young Master Umsat outright, he is definitely critically injured. Keeping his life would honestly be a miracle. Who told that guy to act so wild and cocky anyway, actually daring to chase after him alone like he has a total death wish? Hearing all this trash talk, Sovern anxiously prays inside. She begs Nathan Quinn not to die, hoping he just got heavily injured, otherwise how could she face Kung Dung? Right at that exact second, our guy sighs and casually tosses a dead body over his shoulder. He counts the loot, 300 TNTN pills and 2 shiny Thon Long tokens. This jerk really lives up to his top 10 ranking, being absolutely loaded with cash. One disciple randomly screams that someone is coming out. Now watch this, the crowd completely loses their mind seeing Nathan Quinn carrying something. Wait, is that young Master Umsat? How is that even remotely possible? Young Master Umsat is literally ranked 4th among the top 10 experts. So how could a guy like Nathan Quinn actually take him down? He ruthlessly dumps the corpse onto the dirt and loudly announces, "My bad. I am afraid a whole lot of you are going to be super disappointed today." Umsat's busted body is clearly visible now, making Tiulan frantically stutter Nathan Quinn. "Did you seriously just kill young Master Umsat?" He casually admits to the brutal deed, dropping a very heavy hint. What is the matter? Is this really that shocking to see? I know plenty of you scrubs are secretly plotting with Tiu. Want to kill me? Well, I hold some incredibly serious grudges, so I am giving you all exactly one chance right now. Either scramble out of here immediately or step up and fight me. The second he finishes speaking, the surrounding disciples turn completely pale with fear. They frantically scatter in absolute panic, screaming that they will get killed. Just run. Right then she smiles with pure joy. "Junior brother Nathan Quinn, I never expected your actual strength to be this insane, even destroying young Master Umsat. You hit it so well and made me suffer, making me worry about you constantly." He sincerely suggests teaming up senior sister Sovern. I chased him alone because I was fully confident. Since senior sister Sovern is on great terms with Brother Dung, and Brother Dung is basically my sworn brother. If you do not mind, you should definitely stick with us right now to harvest the 3-petaled golden lotus. She breathes a huge sigh of relief and happily agrees, genuinely thanking junior brother Nathan Quinn. Right at that very moment, he spots something totally bizarre and loudly calls it out. "Look over there. The Huet Trung mist is actually retreating." The thick fog completely vanishes in a flash, revealing a blindingly bright light resting right on top of a rock. Inside that glow, a beautiful lotus flower is slowly blooming, revealing an insanely rare treasure. They all gasp in pure shock, the 3-petaled golden lotus. Nathan Quinn quickly tosses 3 stones forward, and after they sink, the calm lake surface does not even ripple. Seeing that the area is secure, Sovern takes charge, noting there are no hidden traps and it seems perfectly safe. The Huet Trung mist vanishing so suddenly is super weird, so we need to grab the 3-petaled golden lotus immediately before any more crazy, unexpected disasters pop up. After that, they quickly make their way down into the water, and he gently plucks the glowing flower. Nathan Quinn decisively splits up the epic loot you two get, 1 petal each, senior sister Sovern. "Come with me to find a good hiding spot first. I want to completely absorb this golden lotus." They eagerly agree in total unison. A second later, the trio flies off to find a training spot. Meanwhile, some creepy old dude is secretly spying on them from a distance. He thoughtfully strokes his beard, plotting something. Cut to a super secret cave, where our boy is fully locked in. Nathan Quinn eagerly swallows the magical flower petal. "Let us see if this legendary 3-petaled golden lotus can actually boost my cultivation instantly, and just how crazy its effects really are." Feeling an absolutely unreal surge of power, he shouts in pure joy. This spiritual energy is insanely thick. With spiritual energy this incredibly pure, even 20 Tiantian pills could not possibly compare to it. Nathan Quinn gets totally hyped by the massive breakthrough. The body tempering realm is split into 10 stages, refining skin, muscle, bones, organs, and blood. Now, thanks to just 1 tiny golden lotus petal, my blood vitality is already refining, surging like a raging river. So if I just focus on training, I can totally transform, reaching a much higher level and finally smash right through to the 8th layer of body tempering. His sharp mind immediately realizes the core value here. The absolute most priceless feature of the 3-petaled golden lotus is not just boosting cultivation, but actually supercharging a person's martial arts comprehension. It totally lives up to its legendary status as a miraculous worldly treasure. After that, Nathan Quinn goes right back to intensely circulating his energy. Meanwhile, over with Sovern and Tiu. She curiously asks how long junior brother Nathan Quinn will take to finish his secluded training this time. He carefully and calmly warns her that he has no clue, but they definitely should not bother him right now. All of a sudden, their cave absolutely explodes. From deep inside the thick dust cloud, our guy slowly steps out looking completely badass. Sovern looks at him with pure admiration and asks, "Junior brother Nathan Quinn, did you seriously just break through to the perfect realm of man and blade as one, reaching that legendary microcontrol state?" He flashes this super humble smile, totally waving them off. "No way," he tells them. "Reaching the subtle realm isn't that easy to pull off. You guys are seriously overestimating my skills right now." Sovern looks completely lost and asks for the game plan. Where exactly do they go from here? The Varnturng Island tournament wraps up in just 10 days, after all. Nathan Quinn calmly calculates their current odds. With only 10 days left, fighting for the Azure Dragon tokens is an absolute must. He mentions having just one map piece right now. If they somehow track down the other 4, 20 whole Azure Dragon tokens are pretty much guaranteed. That makes Sovern jump in shock. "Wait," she asks, "you actually have a map piece? But across the entire 1,000-mile stretch of Varnturng Island, how the heck are they supposed to find the missing 4? Someone else probably snatched them all up ages ago." Now watch closely, things are about to get weird. A creepy old dude suddenly materializes out of nowhere, demanding to know which one is Nathan Quinn. Our boy politely steps up to test the waters. "Senior, I am Nathan Quinn," he says. He asks what business this elder could possibly have with him. He frowns nervously, rapidly analyzing the situation. This Varnturng Island is supposed to be the Huan Lin Sect's exclusive training zone for disciples. You absolutely have to use the massive teleportation array to enter. Yet this geezer casually bypassed the island's entire barrier. He popped up like a ghost right beside them without making a sound. Could his cultivation seriously be past the Martial King tier? Thon Sun drops a completely blunt demand, "Come with me, while your 2 sidekicks wait right here." Nathan Quinn immediately gets defensive and tries politely dodging the shady request. "Forgive my rudeness, senior," he replies. He points out they literally just met and have zero actual connection. Without knowing the elder's true background, he absolutely refuses to tag along. Hearing this bold rejection, his 2 friends instantly tense up in total shock. The old man slowly sweeps his dark gaze over the trio. Thon Sun stares Nathan Quinn down, completely evaluating him. He thoroughly checks out every single ounce of their potential. Seeing right through their little defensive schemes, Thon Sun flashes a super shady smile and issues a warning. "You are quite smart, but you really shouldn't try that nonsense right now. I know you hold Junior Brother Thier's token, but that hardly gives you the right to turn me down." Hearing that bomb drop, our guy frantically pieces the massive clue together. Junior Brother Thier's personal token? This mysterious old dude actually just called the sect's supreme elder his junior brother. Doesn't that automatically make him Elder Thier's senior martial brother? Nathan Quinn hilariously flips his attitude real quick, respectfully apologizing. He never expected the senior to be Elder Thier's brother, begging forgiveness for his earlier disrespect. The old guy says absolutely nothing else, simply gesturing for him to follow. Before taking off, Thon Sun casually pulls out 2 treasures and instructs the remaining duo. "You 2 just sit tight right here," he orders them. "Here are 2 ancient books for you guys to kill some time." He swiftly tosses the items right over to them. Staring at the heavy text in her hands, Sovern gasps out loud in pure panic. She examines every single stroke of these absurdly precious Martial King cultivation records. Seeing such legendary loot, Sovern suspiciously tries evaluating the situation. Meanwhile, Tiulan is completely paralyzed by pure shock, utterly speechless. Can you even imagine getting handed loot like this? Actual Martial King cultivation notes just tossed at them like literal trash. Who the heck is this insanely overpowered mystery elder? And more importantly, who is Nathan Quinn really? What kind of crazy connection does he have with that powerhouse? She thoughtfully calculates everything. Among all the new rookies, Nathan Quinn is probably the only guy she genuinely cannot read. But mark her words, one day she will totally drag every last one of his dirty secrets into the light. At that exact moment, our guy is quietly following Thon Sun's lead. Along the way, the elder proactively shuts down the incoming question barrage. "I know your mind is currently swarming with confusion, but do not ask anything. Even if you do ask, I am absolutely not telling you a thing. The one and only detail I will confirm for you next is that you just need to follow my orders perfectly. As long as you manage to keep me satisfied, you will score a massive fortune." Nathan Quinn genuinely agrees to take on basically whatever crazy task he wants. "Please clarify what you need from me, senior." Thon Sun abruptly hits him with a totally unprompted question. "First off, let me ask you something. Your martial spirit was clearly only an 8th grade yellow rank, so how did it suddenly evolve into a 9th grade? Our boy frowns, clearly pretty annoyed by the interrogation. "You were stalking me, senior?" The old man casually admits to his creepy behavior. "I have indeed been keeping an eye on you. That bloody mist clearing up so early was also my doing." Nathan Quinn completely confusedly lays out his burning question. Senior, I am just a ridiculously weak cultivator stuck at the 7th layer of body tempering. Why on earth would you value me this much? Thonson profoundly spells out his actual goal. I honestly could not care less about your little secrets. I am simply curious. Your martial talent managed to literally detonate the Blue Sea Crescent Stone. Just one petal of that 3-petal golden lotus pushed you into the half-step subtle realm. You definitely did not disappoint me. He dramatically waves his hand, summoning a bizarre artifact. Thonsun solemnly introduces this shiny rock as the Purple Sea Full Moon Stone. It is basically an evolved version of that Blue Sea Crescent Stone. Much like its predecessor, it is explicitly designed to test a person's raw martial talent. The only wild difference is, to even spark this purple full moon stone, your skills need to hit the purple light tier at the bare minimum. Spotting the object, Nathan Quinn stands there totally stunned, thinking, this purple light realm required to activate the Purple Sea Full Moon Stone? It means hitting the absolute peak level of the original Blue Sea Crescent Stone. The Elder excitedly starts listing out some seriously juicy rewards. This purple moonstone only has 5 specific ranks anyway, so it breaks down like this: purple light, black light, starlight, golden light. And right at the very top, the Purple Sea Full Moon phenomenon. If you somehow trigger that black light, I will hand you 10,000 innate pills on the spot. Hit the starlight, you get a rare treasure right then and there, and if you actually pull off that legendary golden light, another epic treasure is all yours. I will even throw in a life-saving token for good measure. Qingshan lays out this totally irresistible offer with absolute authority. But if you trigger that Purple Sea Full Moon phenomenon, I will take you on as my personal disciple. Nathan Quinn lights up but asks if the old man is serious. Qingshan just laughs, completely confirming it. It is absolutely true. I always keep my word. Nathan Quinn gives this cheeky little grin and asks the real question, so senior, if I accidentally shatter your precious stone, you will not make me pay for it, right? Qingshan just fires back with a breezy laugh. With your current level? You honestly think this is some fragile rock? Look, if you actually manage to blow up this stone, I will personally teach you a secret technique. And trust me, this move of mine is worth way more than any fancy pill or rare treasure out there. Just go ahead and unleash your martial spirit. Nathan Quinn does not waste another second. He takes a deep breath and slaps his hand right onto the stone. Well then, this junior will just have to show off his terrible skills. Nathan Quinn summons his god of war spirit, channeling absolutely everything he has straight into the rock. Seeing the crazy result pop up, the old man strokes his beard, clearly impressed. Not bad at all. Golden light. I can definitely hand over a rare treasure for that. You could not even trigger the Purple Sea Full Moon phenomenon, and you seriously thought you could blow up the stone itself? The kid was honestly just dreaming out loud. But suddenly, the rock shifts into a crazy 7-colored glow. Up in the sky above them, a massive, sparkling constellation just bursts into view. Catching this totally earth-shattering shift, Qingshan gasps out loud. He realizes he is looking at an impossible achievement, the true Purple Sea Full Moon phenomenon. Right at that moment, the stone actually starts cracking. Watch closely now, because Qingshan is about to witness something completely insane. The solid stone instantly shatters into tiny pieces. Seeing this chaotic mess, the old man just groans his precious rock is totally destroyed. Nathan Quinn immediately starts scratching his head, looking super guilty about the mess. He says he is incredibly sorry he actually went and shattered the senior's special stone into dust. Honestly, Nathan Quinn is secretly smirking inside. Did they really think a simple test stone could measure the true potential of his god of war spirit? How ridiculous. Seeing this totally freaky level of talent, Qingshan clears his throat and makes his call. Your martial spirit might just be 9th grade yellow rank right now, but your actual fighting talent has hit the absolute peak. Just like we agreed earlier, I am going to teach you a hidden technique. This move is called the Heaven Gathering Strike, and its background is legendary. Nathan Quinn gets completely hyped just hearing it. Heaven Gathering Strike. What an insanely badass name. Then the old man slowly breaks down all the details. This Heaven Gathering Strike might just be an incomplete manual, but it is still enough to let you dominate anywhere you go. I will demonstrate it exactly once. How much you actually pick up is entirely up to your own skills. Hearing that heavy condition, Nathan Quinn just stands there completely stunned. Qingshan fiercely launches into the move Boundless Sea, Eternal Sky. He focuses every drop of power straight into his pointing finger. Then, he fires the ultimate strike right forward. The terrifying blast absolutely flatlines an entire mountain. In just a split second, everything is completely erased into thin air. He drops this heaven-shaking power that leaves the whole world totally speechless, the Heaven Gathering Strike. Feeling that wild, brutal energy, Nathan Quinn is seriously shaken. Even a hardcore Martial King tier expert would probably be buried alive by this move before they could even blink. His eyes are burning with pure determination. He tells himself he absolutely has to master this crazy technique as fast as humanly possible. Right after that, Nathan Quinn drops to the ground and zeroes in on his training. He drops into deep meditation at lightning speed, letting his mind connect with that ultimate subtlety. Just like that, Nathan Quinn actually breaks through to the micro-observation realm. Seeing the kid's entire aura shift, Ching Shan goes wide-eyed in pure shock. Nailing the breakthrough, Nathan Quinn stands up and respectfully clasps his hands. He seriously thanks the senior for his elite guidance. Passing down the Heaven Gathering strike genuinely opened his eyes to everything. It actually helped him grasp the true, insane mysteries hidden inside the micro-observation realm. This junior is beyond grateful, but the old man just firmly turns his back, telling him to cut the nonsense. I kept my promise, so now you can get out of here. Nathan Quinn just blinks, totally caught off guard. As he leaves, Ching Shan watches his back fade away from a distance. The old man smiles, looking super emotional after all this time. 300 long years. It has been exactly 300 years. The heavens finally let him find a kid with this much potential, finally handing him a real shred of hope. Meanwhile, Chu Yun is pacing around, staring anxiously into the distance. The huge Myriad Phenomena tournament ends in just 4 days. So why the heck is junior brother Nathan Quinn still not back? Right on cue, he casually strolls out from the bushes. The rest of the crew jumps, turning around ready for a fight. But seeing his face, she happily yells out his name. Junior brother Nathan Quinn. He skips the greetings and gets right to business. With only 4 days left, they absolutely have to hunt down that Azure Dragon token. Nathan Quinn rubs his chin, looking pretty confident. Since all 3 of them got major power boosts, they could split up. That way, their odds of snatching the Azure Dragon token shoot way up. What are you guys grinning about? Chu Yun looks completely flustered as she breaks the news. Junior brother, you probably have no idea, but something huge went down while you were away. And trust me, this massive mess is definitely enough to force the 3 of us back together. Lena Shaw suddenly gets all serious and hands over a letter. He tells his bro Nathan Quinn to check it out. Zishao is calling everyone together. The note inside was actually penned by Yun He, doing the dirty work for senior Zishao, who commissioned this whole message. Everyone already knows that slapping 5 map pieces together unlocks 20 Blue Dragon tokens. Zishao currently holds 2, so he is hunting down the last 3. This letter is an open invite to all disciples. If you have a map piece, bring it to the center of the island to merge them. There is a massive reward, of course, but claiming those tokens relies entirely on your own skills. After reading the crazy terms, Nathan Quinn drops a highly suspicious question. How did you guys even get this letter? And who exactly is Yun He? Lena Shaw calmly explains that they snagged this message 2 days ago. Lena Shaw looks visibly respectful as he dumps the real lore on them. This Yun He guy is literally top tier among the 10 great experts. He has hit the 10th layer of body tempering, and his martial spirit actually controls low-level beasts. This time, he straight up mind-controlled the island birds to drop these letters right into everyone's hands. Hearing this totally wild flex, Nathan Quinn starts putting the pieces together. Controlling actual beasts, the world is huge, so it is definitely packed with totally bizarre stuff. There are countless martial spirit types out there, bringing insane abilities. Chu Yun carefully sizes up the mess and warns Nathan Quinn this is both good and incredibly bad news. With Yun He broadcasting this to every single cultivator, they can definitely gather all 5 map pieces without breaking a sweat. But honestly, that just proves Zixiao already made Yun He his loyal lackey. Plus, throwing out an open invite means Zixiao has everything calculated. He is totally unafraid of a massive crowd. She looks super anxious as she finally drops the big question. So what is the play here, Nathan Quinn? Are we crashing this party or what? He firmly declares that they are definitely going, because why the heck would they not? Back when the Myriad tournament started, he already made up his mind to snatch that top 3 spot no matter what. With the 3 tokens he currently holds, stepping up to fight for those last 2 is his only real shred of hope. Nathan Quinn refuses to act like a coward, especially after Zishao and those other disciples relentlessly tried to crush him. If he just stays silent now, those jerks will seriously start thinking he is some pathetic little ant they can just squish. Chu Yun is completely moved by his hardcore speech and promises her backing. If Nathan Quinn is this stubborn about it, she is totally ready to lend him a hand. Skipping the extra drama, the 3 of them sprint straight for the meetup spot. Along the way, he seriously lays down some heavy ground rules. He thanks them right now for their epic loyalty, but warns that if things suddenly get dangerous or go completely sideways later on, they absolutely cannot help him, they just need to run. Zishao is only gunning for him, so he definitely will not bother wasting time on them. She flashes a smile but stubbornly refuses, claiming that ditching him would actually make her look terrible. Meanwhile, every single student is packing into one desolate spot on the island. The second they step onto the rocky cliff, Chu Yun happily announces that they have finally made it. Lena Shaw is instantly completely stunned. He points out the insane crowd, swearing that every single disciple on this cursed island must have shown up. Nathan Quinn gets super quiet, realizing Zishao definitely planned this out flawlessly, having managed to gather so many massive geniuses right by his side. Lena Shaw cautiously points out a guy standing near the front. That is Yoon Hee, and yup, he is totally acting as Zishao's loyal sidekick. Spotting a ridiculously famous guy in the crowd, he blurts out in pure shock even Mu Yang, the third-ranked heavy hitter, actually got roped into this. This whole operation is seriously no joke. A second later, some absolute hater starts yelling Nathan Quinn, "You really dared to show your face?" The whole crowd completely loses their minds, buzzing that Nathan Quinn actually pulled up. Check out the sheer nerve on this guy. The mob stands there utterly stunned, trading whispers about how the madman actually walked right into the trap. This absolute lunatic knows Senior Zishao is waiting right here, yet he still swaggers in like he owns the place. Talk about massive guts. People are jokingly admitting total defeat when it comes to purely reckless arrogance. Absolutely nobody in this entire place can outshine Nathan Quinn. A few Zhengshang disciples just sneer, staring him down with pure disgust. They mockingly point out that the so-called trash somehow hit the 7th layer of body tempering, which is highly hilarious to them. Does this clown seriously think a measly 7th layer means he can just ignore Senior Zishao? Trash is always going to be trash, they claim. Hearing their toxic garbage, Nathan Quinn snaps back hard, telling them to shut up, because calling him trash just makes them look like absolute jokes. If they have any actual guts, he dares them to step right up and catch these hands. Chu Yun stands right by his side, throwing out her own spicy challenge. Whoever wants to mess with her junior brother has to go through her first. A second later, some well-informed student totally panics and drops a reality check on the arrogant crowd. He heavily advises them to zip their mouths. They obviously missed the memo, sure. Nathan Quinn is only 7th layer, but he literally hit the perfect stage in being one with the blade. Just a little while ago, even the notorious young master Yin Sha got completely wrecked by him. Wait, is that actually true? The whole crowd absolutely loses it, asking if he means the same young master Yin Sha who sits pretty at rank 4 among the 10 great experts. The student confirms it, swearing he was right there watching Nathan Quinn brutally solo the guy with his own 2 eyes. Doing the crazy math, they realize that makes Nathan Quinn's power level easily rank 3rd among all the top heavyweights on the island. Zishao flashes a highly amused smirk. Taking down young master Yin Sha? Now that is a genuinely fun little twist. He admits he never expected some trash to master the blade perfectly. Guess the kid has actual skills. Completely fearless, Nathan Quinn snaps right back, asking if Zishao really needs a reminder of what he can do. A seriously salty disciple glares at him. Where does trash like you get the nerve? You dare talk to Senior Tu Tiu like that? Van Ha grinds his teeth, trying to sound tough. A 7th layer scrub like you acting all wild. Come fight me right now if you actually have the guts, and I will make your death totally painless. Nathan Quinn literally just picks his nose and brushes him off. My bad, but I am super busy looking for the 20 remaining Thonlong tokens, and you are basically not even qualified to fight me. Getting completely ignored just makes the guy absolutely lose it. What did you say to me? I am going to kill you. Tu Tiu frowns heavily and steps right in. Van Ha, knock it off. Tu Tiu drops his voice for a little advice. This loser is definitely dead today, so just hold back until we get the map, then crush him. Hearing that, the lackey totally bites his tongue and backs down. Consider your sad life spared for now. Then Tu Tiu flips his attitude completely, shamelessly demanding the goods like he owns them. Wild that a 0 like you actually scored a map piece. Hand it over right now, and I might just break your legs instead of actually ending your whole life. Nathan Quinn bursts into laughter. Pure, absolute mockery. So you want to cripple me and take my stuff, and you seriously think I will just hand it over? Tu Tiu, you really need to wake up from that absolute delusion. The guy gets super mad but actually swallows his pride. Fine, I apologize for that. Just hand over the map and I absolutely swear I will not lay a finger on you. How about that deal? Nathan Quinn shuts that down instantly. I do not trust a single word you say, and I definitely do not need your fake mercy. If you want those 20 Thon Long tokens so badly, then hand over the 4 map pieces you are holding to me instead. Honestly, I would rather just rip this map up than ever hand it over to a jerk like you. Tu Tiu is literally shaking with pure rage. Do not push your luck. But right on cue, Huang Long shows up to completely crash the villain party. Tu Tiu, you absolute two-faced snake, calling people trash every 5 seconds and casually threatening to break their legs. And you have the nerve to say someone else is pushing it? Huang Long struts in looking way too hyped, while Nathan Quinn quietly sizes up this brand new powerhouse stepping onto the scene. This heavy aura is pretty insane to feel. Huang has definitely hit that crazy half-step Xiantian tier by now. Plus, he has completely mastered that crazy unity between man and weapon. Seriously, a few days apart and he leveled up this hard? Tu Tiu furiously points a finger right at him. Huang, what is your problem here? No problem at all. The big guy lands hard without flinching. I just cannot stand watching you flex your status to bully the underdogs. Here is a little proposal for you guys, so listen up and follow my lead. My buddy Nathan Quinn gives you the map piece and then tags along to help find the other 20 Than Long tokens. But until those tokens are safely secured, you are absolutely not allowed to lay a finger on him. You try anything funny, you make an enemy out of me, and Nathan Quinn and I will happily wipe out your entire garbage squad. Tutu chokes on his own anger, totally humiliated. Huang, you are seriously taking this bullying way too far. Huang just flashes a cocky grin. Yeah, I am bullying you. So what are you actually going to do about it? Step up and fight me if you are mad. Tutu sees these with hate, but literally has no comeback. So he grits his teeth and folds fine. We play it your way, just hand over the map. Huang turns around, giving a solid bro nod to reassure him, do not even sweat it, man. My word is solid gold, and if this little weasel Tutio actually tries to pull a fast one on you, I will absolutely help you wreck them. Nathan Quinn nods back with clear respect, obviously. I completely trust what you say, man. Without missing a beat, Nathan Quinn tosses the item right over. Huang loves that instant hustle and immediately starts gloating. See, my guy knows how to handle business. Hey Tutiu, stop sulking like a baby and put the 5 pieces together already. The guy furiously pulls out his own map segments. A second later, Tutio slowly slides the ripped fragments together. And get ready for this, every single student holds their breath in pure shock. A crazy burst of fire instantly sparks right out of the parchment. Seeing that wild glow, everybody starts losing their minds. Look at that, the real map just showed up. That ridiculously familiar energy wave hits them. A disciple just gasps out loud. The whole squad hypes each other up, fully locking in on the prize. The Than Long tokens are definitely hiding right there. Let's roll. They do not waste a single second, rushing straight toward the new coordinates. Fast forward the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, and they hit a spooky bamboo forest. The moment they touch ground, Sovern is already getting totally jumpy. We made it. This is totally the spot. Nathan Quinn, let's rush in there and grab those Than Long tokens. But Nathan Quinn sharply scans the whole area, his danger radar pinging hard. He immediately throws up a hand. Hold up, guys. These bamboos feel seriously weird. Tutiu suddenly spots the weird details too and completely panics, yelling a warning, wait, this is the mind-scrambling ancient bamboo forest. Another guy just scratches his head in total confusion. The mind-scrambling what now? Right on cue, Tuthian steps out of the bushes looking ridiculously arrogant. Not bad. You junior brothers actually know your stuff. You actually figured out this was the mind-scrambling ancient bamboo forest. Seeing someone with such a massive power level, one lackey practically squeaks in fear, a martial king expert. The guy strikes a super majestic pose to introduce himself. Listen up, juniors. I am your senior brother, Tuthian. Tuthian announces he is here on orders from the 5 elders, ready to run a special little test for the junior disciples. Anyone who passes gets rewards based on their score. Hearing this, Tutiu quickly cups his hands and asks for the details. He respectfully asks what exactly this test is. The sharp senior smiles right back, praising the kid and guessing he must be junior Tutu. He says the elders hyped him up early on a super genius with a grade 9 yellow martial spirit and a totally limitless future. Tu Tian casually drops an invite after this trial. If Junior Lamb ever needs any cultivation tips, he can come straight to him for VIP treatment. The kid lights up and politely accepts the huge favor. Then Tu Tian drops the smile and gets totally serious about the rules. He tells the crowd to listen up closely while he explains. This creepy ancient chaos bamboo forest is packed with some seriously freaky mind-bending power. And get this, that heavy hypnotic energy specifically targets any cultivator sitting below the martial king realm. Simply put, this trial is a hardcore test of their martial willpower and inner focus. Tuthian stands tall and announces the game plan. Their next massive challenge is to step right into that chaotic bamboo forest. The rules are dead simple. They are totally free to unleash their martial spirits, but using actual martial skills is strictly banned. He warns them to think very carefully before jumping in. The path is exactly 1,000 steps long, and whoever goes the furthest takes the win. With the ranking system set, Tuthian generously hypes up the epic prize pool. Third place snags 1 single Azure Dragon token. Second place gets a solid 4 tokens, while the undisputed #1 champion walks away with 5. But of course, if some absolute beast actually finishes all 1,000 steps, they get to sweep every single Azure Dragon token available. But here is the crazy part in the entire history of the Mystic Spirit sect. Nobody has ever finished all 1,000 steps. If someone pulls it off, expect a massive reward. The listening disciples go absolutely nuts, bouncing off the walls and practically begging to start, but suddenly Toothian drops the whole friendly senior vibe. His voice gets dangerously low, dropping a dead serious warning on the rowdy crowd. He warns that if their martial heart wobbles even a little, they might suffer energy deviation and straight up explode into bloody chunks. Plenty of 7th-tier body-tempering disciples and even mighty 8th tiers have died horribly inside that forest. Hearing that brutal reality check, the nervous rookies instantly freeze up. Even 8th-tier geniuses got wiped out in there, they mutter among themselves, totally spooked by how insanely dangerous this ancient bamboo trap actually is. With a tricky smirk, Toothian issues the ultimate challenge, so who wants to go first? The terrified rookies just awkwardly push each other around. They keep stammering and offering the spot to the next guy. Just then, a super beefy dude arrogantly stomps forward, volunteering himself. Seeing this absolute unit, the panicking crowd instantly recognizes him. Someone shouts out that it is Huang, a guy famous for his brutally toxic methods. He boasts a grade 7 yellow martial spirit, making him a pretty solid genius. The crowd starts whispering, so that is the infamous Huang? Rumor says plenty of rookies have already died by his hands. Before the gossip finishes, the beefy guy flexes and lets out a massive roar. Huang leaps right into the bamboo maze like an agile beast, leaving the crowd completely mind-blown by his speed. They gasp in awe the guy is legit, already blasting past the 200-step mark in seconds. He aggressively powers up to smash the green bamboo apart, but goes way too hard. Huang catches a heavy backlash and gets injured, leaving the spectating disciples totally speechless. He just wipes a bloody smudge from his mouth and chuckles, admitting this trippy bamboo forest actually has some serious kick to it. Toothian gives an approving nod and casually tosses Huang his hard-earned reward. He praises the guy's guts, calling it a pretty decent run, and hands over 108 pills. The beefy dude wildly grins, snatching up the loot. He shouts his thanks. Thinking this challenge is a total joke, the other disciples get wildly hyped and practically trample each other to enter. Just 200 steps for a massive 100-pill payout? They start screaming to go next. But right on cue, one overhyped rookie rushes in and literally gets blasted into mist. The rest of the crowd freezes in absolute horror. Watching that clueless kid instantly explode into a shower of gore sends them into a total screaming panic. Toothian steps up, keeping his cool to calm the freaked-out mob. He tells them to chill out. This brutal stuff literally happens every single year, serving as a raw test of their inner mental grit. The sect takes this trial incredibly seriously, and anyone who actually survives with a decent score gets heavily rewarded. Driven by pure greed, the reckless kids decide to gamble their lives. Earning 108 pills at step 200 equals a massive 10,000 body-tempering pills. High risk means high reward, right? One guy yells that this tiny bamboo patch is nothing, swearing he can easily hit 300 steps. But reality hits hard. Cocky students drop dead on the spot, turning things into a meat grinder in just 1 hour. Out of 58 rookies who sprinted into the bamboo trap, 8 got completely wiped out. That brutal reality check finally snaps everyone back to their senses, stopping the blind rush. Just then, Manhwa arrogantly steps up and targets Nathan Quinn, calling him absolute trash. He smirks and promises to show the kid what a real, actual genius looks like. Nathan Quinn just frowns, staying dead silent instead of wasting breath on a comeback. Manhwa smugly struts toward the entrance, loudly telling Nathan Quinn to keep his eyes glued to the show. Watching his flashy entrance, the hyped crowd totally loses it. They cheer his name, calling him the undisputed #1 genius of the 10 great masters, praising his slick moves. Manhwa weaves effortlessly through the lethal maze, hitting 300 steps, then gracefully pushing straight to 400. Hitting his absolute limit, he furiously grinds his teeth, dragging himself to 450. Everyone is completely blown away. Manhwa is seriously no joke, already hitting 450 steps. But even for this absolute beast, he's totally hitting his limit right now. Refusing to waste the effort, he braces himself, pushing way past the breaking point, peaking his 8th grade yellow martial spirit. Manhwa blasts forward with wild power, locking in his final score. The crowd gasps in shock. 499 steps. Right after, Mukduong's crew marches straight into the bamboo forest, racking up some pretty solid numbers themselves. 400, 440. Mukduong hits 450, and Manhwa takes 499. Toothian quickly hands out the rewards. Not bad. Take these 3,008 pills. He respectfully cups his hands, grabbing the loot. Thanks, senior brother. And of course, Manhwa gets super smug, launching into total mockery mode. Senior sister So Van, you two choosing to follow this utter trash was a seriously brain-dead move. But honestly, you guys will regret it real soon. Feeling totally insulted, Tulan's face darkens, calling him out. This Manhwa is bullying people way too much. Right then, Huang simply cannot stand that arrogant attitude, jumping in to roast him. You guys just scraped together a tiny bit of success, and you're already acting this ridiculously wild. He cracks a huge laugh, boldly dropping the mic. Let Master Huang teach you losers the true meaning of a martial heart. Looking annoyed, Tutu points a finger right back with a harsh warning. Huang, quit acting so crazy. This chaotic ancient bamboo forest tests your martial heart, not just your cultivation base. He doesn't even flinch, straight up accepting the challenge. Well then, I totally want to see whose martial heart is actually a lot tougher between you and me. A second later, both of them are blazing with intense energy, ready for war. Feeling that absolutely insane power, the disciples start gossiping like crazy. The two mega geniuses finally want to settle who is actually the best. I've been waiting an entire month for this exact showdown. I bet senior brother Huang is definitely taking the big win here. I'm not so sure. Senior brother Huang is too bossy. His martial heart might actually be pretty unstable. Meanwhile, senior brother Tutio is looking incredibly sharp and polite, basically the gold standard for a steady martial heart. Not liking this, a female disciple yells out angrily, "What are you all even arguing about? Those two are literal mega geniuses. Do you clowns even have the right to stand around talking trash?" Right then, Toothian generously throws out a massive reward for this super rare duel clash. As the senior, I'm throwing down 1,008 pills right now. Whichever one of you takes the win gets the whole stash. They politely cup their hands and bow down. Thanks a lot, senior brother. After that, they face off, locking into their stances, and without waiting for a signal, both instantly blast right into the bamboo zone. Right now, it is a total deadlock. Nobody is backing down. 400, 500, 600 steps. Watching this wild spectacle, someone just keeps screaming in pure shock. Oh my god, 700 steps. These two are insanely fast. In just a blink, the number shoots all the way up to 850. With their sharp eyes, the crazy crowd quickly spots something completely off. The speed of those two is finally slowing down. Looks like they are running out of gas, but getting this incredibly far means their martial hearts are seriously solid. Now, these are true peerless geniuses. Losing steam? I'm not totally sure. Neither has unleashed their martial spirit yet. Boom! Both of them ignite their spirits, blasting out massive energy together. Tutu strains hard and leaps up 899 steps, while nearby, Huang grits his teeth, pretty much hitting his total limit. Completely dazed by that guy's crazy aura, Huang just can't hold on, exhausted as he completely slams into a rock. And just like that, Tutu proudly nails the ultimate final score, exactly 900 steps. Seeing this, the fangirls start screaming their lungs out. Senior brother Tutu totally won this. Senior brother Tutu is way too handsome. He's literally number one among the newbies. Even senior Huang couldn't touch him. Looks like in this fresh batch of rookies, senior Tutu is the one true undisputed king. Standing over his defeated rival, he acts super smug and totally arrogant. Huang, are you seeing this yet? You simply can't compare to me. Your martial heart is nowhere near as rock solid as mine. Today I'm making sure you remember from here on out, you will never be a match for me. He pants heavily, grabbing his stomach to endure the nasty pain. After that, Toothian speaks up with some serious authority. I now officially declare on behalf of the Profound Spirit Sect, for this trial, junior brother Tutu hit exactly 900 steps, taking first place. Do any other disciples have an issue with that? He happily cups his hands to say thanks. Then thanks a ton, Toothian. Before he can even finish, Nathan Quinn suddenly cuts right in. Hold on a second. Seeing someone butt in, a female disciple gets annoyed and snaps, "What does this total trash Nathan Quinn want?" He doesn't say a word, just smirking right at them. Getting interrupted, Toothian is completely ticked off and starts mocking him a piece of trash at the 7th layer of body tempering. What kind of problem do you have? Nathan Quinn bravely throws the question right back. Yep, I definitely have an issue. A massive one, actually. I want to ask, senior brother, I haven't even entered the chaotic, ancient bamboo forest for my test yet, so how exactly is he ranked first? The surrounding crowd goes completely wild in shock. I mean, this guy Nathan Quinn actually dares to question Senior Toothian, a legit inner disciple? Does this completely insane guy seriously think he can take down senior brother Tutu when even a mega genius like Huang couldn't handle it? How does this utter trash with an 8th grade Huang rank martial spirit get so much crazy confidence? He honestly thinks his own martial heart is somehow way stronger than senior brother Tutu. He lets out a mocking sneer. Relying on absolute garbage like you to compete with Tutio is just pure delusion. Von Ha loudly chimes in with pure contempt, asking who on earth gave that trash Nathan Quinn this much nerve. Acting so incredibly arrogant if an absolute piece of garbage like you can't even manage to walk 400 steps. Right then, the massive crowd of onlookers gasps in complete shock. What? Did they hear that wrong? Does this complete failure Nathan Quinn really think he is stronger than senior brother Tutio? This guy has always been wildly arrogant, but daring to run his mouth and provoke 2TU right now is practically a death wish. The surrounding disciples just click their tongues and shake their heads in total disbelief. Talking incredibly tough just because he managed to kill young Master Omsat, he honestly thinks he is completely invincible now. Even Huang got completely crushed by senior brother 2TU. Yet this absolute madman still dares to spit out such ridiculously arrogant words. He stands his ground and firmly fires back senior brother 2THEN. You can call me total trash all you want. You can call me garbage, but this is the sex official trial, so we are going to strictly follow the established rules. As for whether anyone else accepts it, what does that have to do with me? I absolutely refuse to accept it. The senior brother turns purple with speechless rage. You, he cuts himself off and forces a mocking chuckle, praising him. Not bad. For complete trash, you are extremely bold and totally decisive. 2TU then spitefully proposes a fair challenge. Following the rules today, he announces he will give him a real chance, and he is extending that exact same chance to everybody else here. If anyone disagrees, just step right up and participate in this trial yourself. Hearing this, 2THEN immediately agrees with the harsh idea. Fine. Since junior brother 2TU said so, I will give a piece of garbage like you a chance. I want to see exactly how many steps someone this ridiculously arrogant can actually manage to walk. Seeing this incredibly reckless move, Sovern anxiously thinks to herself, what on earth is Nathan Quinn even planning here? Is he completely insane? He does not hesitate at all, immediately stepping forward. Vanha grinds his teeth in obvious frustration, spitting out that if the senior brother was not being so generous today, he would definitely end Nathan Quinn right here. Mokdung eagerly chimes in right beside him. This trash actually dares to challenge senior brother 2TU. He probably will not even survive 400 steps. Hearing this, the disciples excitedly start placing bets. Brother Dwarnmok is right. One guy wagers 1,000 pills that he taps out at 300 steps max. Standing right in the absolute center of attention, he remains calm and silent. 2TU glares at him with chilling resentment, wondering how this nobody dares to oppose him. Let us see how you end up dying this time. Meanwhile, Huang silently prays, wondering if Nathan Quinn can actually pull off a true miracle here. But just watch how he handles this impossible pressure. Nathan Quinn does not waste time talking, instantly bursting into motion. In one smooth leap, he clears 200 steps, and then 300. Seeing his lightning speed, the entire crowd screams in amazement. He is already at 300 steps. Vanha refuses to believe his eyes, angrily grinding his teeth. Absolutely hateful. How is he moving this fast? How could he go that far? Right after that, Nathan Quinn suddenly hits the brakes hard at step 399. He halts with an intense aura, his face completely blank. Noticing Nathan Quinn standing dead still, his rival lets out a highly smug and contemptuous laugh. Seems like they actually underestimated this piece of trash earlier. Having a 9th grade Huang rank martial spirit and reaching 399 steps is honestly wild, but this has to be his absolute limit. The crowd immediately bursts into loud, mocking laughter, agreeing that, yeah, he is still just trash, and making it this far is already extremely shocking. But then he casually checks his shoe, causing the onlookers to literally choke and spit out their drinks in pure disbelief. Ran way too fast. Gravel got in. Right then, Nathan Quinn gathers his energy for the very next move, swiftly gliding straight past 400 steps, then 420. One disciple totally loses it, jaw dropping in horror. 450 steps already. They blankly stare, completely stunned that Nathan Quinn just easily surpassed senior brother Vanha. Stopping at 600 steps, he cheerfully raises his voice to challenge them. So sorry, Vanha and you junior brothers thought I could only hit 300 steps. I guess I really disappointed you. I just got a little careless and accidentally walked 600 steps. His rival's face turns dark with utter jealousy. So what if you hit 600 steps? Even if your martial spirit heart is somehow firmer than ours, do you honestly think you can ever compare to senior brother 2TU? The way I see it, you can hit 700 steps at the absolute most. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples instantly nod along and loudly agree. Exactly right. You can only push forward maybe 100 more steps. If you are still unsatisfied, let us see you hit 800 steps then. Nathan Quinn just confidently flashes a highly cryptic smile. Without hesitating for another second, he smoothly launches himself high into the air. Nathan Quinn drifts forward with wildly unpredictable leaps. 650 steps. 700. 750. He finally casually stops right at 800 steps. Nathan Quinn calmly looks down at the stunned crowd and delivers a deeply sarcastic apology. Sorry everyone, looks like I disappointed you again. I got a bit careless and accidentally walked another 200 steps. 2TU is completely frozen, stammering out it is actually 800 steps. The restless observers frantically whisper among themselves, is there any way Nathan Quinn actually ends up surpassing senior brother 2TU here? The rival anxiously shoots down the idea. telling everyone not to worry since he only maxed out at exactly 800 steps anyway. Because past that mark in this ancient bamboo forest, the difficulty absolutely skyrockets. He figures Nathan Quinn has totally hit his absolute limit by now, so beating him is just an impossible pipe dream. Right then, a student screams out in total panic, "Oh my god, that guy Nathan Quinn still has not stopped moving. 899 steps." Tutiu freezes up completely speechless, blurting out a furious what. Nathan Quinn just explodes past expectations while everyone absolutely loses their minds. 899. Sovern covers her mouth in pure shock, gasping that Nathan Quinn actually hit 899 steps. Even Tiu Lan jumps in totally amazed, wondering aloud how senior brother Nathan Quinn reached this insane level and if he can actually surpass Tu Tio. The arrogant guy's face completely drains of blood before he screams out in pure rage. How is this even possible? How could a total piece of trash like Nathan Quinn pull off 899 steps? Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn just flashes a sarcastic smirk and mocks them all, asking if they think he can hit 900 steps or maybe even cross right past it. Tu Tiu glares back with furious, arrogant eyes, completely caught off guard that this supposed trash actually managed to pull off 899 steps. He sneers internally with bitter contempt, thinking, so what if you can somehow push yourself to this pathetic little level of strength? It still changes nothing. The cold truth is you are just garbage. Right then, the arrogant Tu Tiu points a challenging finger, shouting that Nathan Quinn will never hit 900 steps or cross it because that exact mark unleashes a massive, constantly crushing pressure. He brags that if his own martial spirit had not reached the yellow rank 9th grade, complete with an extra mind-calming effect, even he would never have survived walking those 900 steps. He claims even Huang with his yellow rank 9th grade spirit could never withstand this overwhelming pressure. At the exact same time, Huang himself solemnly admits his own total defeat. He agrees Tu Tiu is right this time, since even with a yellow rank 9th grade martial spirit, without that specific mind-calming effect, taking the 900th step is absolutely impossible. That is exactly why I lost, he adds. The crowd laughs in unison, loudly agreeing that a total piece of trash like Nathan Quinn cannot possibly hit the 900 mark. If even Huang could not reach that level, Nathan Quinn is just dreaming about crossing 900. But Nathan Quinn just flares his aura and confidently smirks back. Is that really so? Seems like you guys have not been humiliated nearly enough, yet you still refuse to accept reality. Since you want it so badly, today I will open your eyes. Without another word, Nathan Quinn fiercely pushes past 920 steps, completely ignoring his bleeding wounds to smash right into 950. Nathan Quinn silently hardens his resolve to completely shatter this final threshold. 999 steps. Seeing this insane spectacle, a disciple panics and screams out, "Is this guy really Nathan Quinn?" Our hero then fiercely delivers a truly epic declaration. He yells for all of them to open their eyes wide, to watch extremely closely as he casually takes the 1000th step. Right then, Tuthian loses his cool and shrieks in terror. I mean, wouldn't you? 1000 steps? Are you completely out of your mind? Nobody has ever hit 1000 steps in the entire ancient history of the Silverstone Academy. Literally not a single living soul. Anyone who even tries that 1000 mark, even a super genius with a yellow rank 10th grade spirit, ends up exploding into bloody mist. Tiu Line and Sovern watch this terrifying milestone in pure horror, wondering if even a 10th grade talent really cannot survive 1000 steps. Nathan Quinn hears this and absolutely does not care, fiercely barking back. Nobody in history did it? Then today I will defy the heavens and forge this ultimate miracle myself. He flexes hard to conquer the brutal agony, roaring that even if they sever his cultivation and destroy his body, nothing can ever stop his relentless will to keep moving forward. Nathan Quinn zeroes his focus and directly summons his ultimate power, the Divine War Spirit. The second it appears, he proudly declares his absolute invincibility. The Divine War Spirit, striking the heavens and crushing the lightning, forever undefeated and totally unmatched by anything. "I am the master of the war spirit," he yells, "and this pathetic little bamboo forest could never hold me back." Nathan Quinn channels absolutely everything to ascend the clouds and plant that 1000th step. Now watch this flex. His terrifying power explodes in green. It strikes so intensely that the very space around them violently shakes apart. Everyone standing nearby is completely overwhelmed by this insanely majestic burst of light. They frantically shield their eyes, yelling out in confusion about what in the world is happening. Tuthian watches the scene, frowning until he literally flinches. Right now, Nathan Quinn breaks out from the eternal flames, aggressively claiming the absolute peak as his cultivation shatters through into the body-tempering 8th realm. Witnessing this totally unprecedented event, he gasps out in pure, stunned disbelief. 1000 steps. Someone actually reached 1000 steps. Countless geniuses across the entire history of the Silverstone Academy could never do it, yet this crazy kid just pulled it off. Tiu completely rejects reality, furiously denying the nightmare inside his head. How could this possibly happen, he wonders. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn happily figures it out. This mind-confusing bamboo forest is clearly just a sect trial meant for training new disciples, and as long as you push through the pain, you definitely earn some massive rewards. He proudly turns around, stepping right back to his original starting spot. The second he arrives, everyone stammers in crazy excitement, asking Nathan Quinn if he really walked 1,000 steps. Someone else just mutters, "Man, I must be dreaming right now. Is this guy really Nathan Quinn?" Tiulan points a shaky finger in pure admiration, telling Nathan Quinn he actually hit 1,000 steps and created a real miracle. Right then, Huang slowly stands up, staring at the absolute first person in history to finish 1,000 steps. He tortures himself, wondering just how insanely tyrannical Nathan Quinn's martial spirit heart really is. Meanwhile, our guy calmly turns around and drops a teasing joke. Nathan Quinn totally hits them with the fake apology, "Sorry, senior brother Tuthian. Guess I accidentally completely crushed Tutu's record." He flashes this absurdly arrogant grin at the crowd. "My bad, everyone," he jokes. "I just could not stop myself from hitting 1,000 steps." That massive flex slaps the entire crowd right in the face, and then our guy smoothly drops his demands. He asks the senior brother to just announce the test results already. He totally remembers the rules. Hitting 1,000 steps means scoring 20 Azure Dragon tokens, plus getting some super sweet bonus rewards straight from the sect itself. Hearing that little reminder, the disciples start whispering and guessing. Wait, if Nathan Quinn actually cleared all 1,000 steps, does that make him the absolute undisputed champion of this massive competition? Tram2 bites his lip and thinks it over. Nobody expected this kid to have such an insane martial arts core. Definitely someone to keep a close eye on. Right on cue, Tuthien steps up to officially announce the final scores. Following the test rules, Nathan Quinn clearing 1,000 steps straight up creates a total miracle in the sect's history, making him the #1 ranker of the entire exam. Tuthien tosses over the well-deserved prize of 20 Azure Dragon tokens, and our boy Nathan Quinn catches his loot with a massive grin. Just to be safe, Nathan Quinn actually counts every single token. The surrounding disciples watch him flex the shiny loot and just stand there completely stunned. Meanwhile, Tuthien gives him a quick heads up. "Hey, junior brother Nathan Quinn, you only get the sect's bonus reward after we head out and report this crazy stunt to the elders." Keeping it super classy, he respectfully cups his hands and thanks senior brother Tuthien. But of course, an insanely jealous Tutio suddenly starts shouting his name. The guy aggressively stomps over, practically drooling as he boldly declares those 20 Azure Dragon tokens belong to him. Showing absolutely zero respect, the dude glares at Nathan Quinn and orders him to hand the tokens over right now. The crowd completely eats up the drama, mocking the situation. Looks like Tutu is finally making his big move against Nathan Quinn. Tutu wanted to throw hands ages ago, but held back just to secure those 20 tokens. Honestly, everyone agrees Nathan Quinn is about to get wrecked here. They all start analyzing the upcoming beatdown, totally agreeing that this is an absolutely guaranteed slaughter. Sure, Nathan Quinn hit 1,000 steps and has insane willpower, but willpower is not raw combat power. Once Tutu unleashes his skills, Nathan Quinn is literally dead meat. Not to mention Tutu has a whole squad of 50 genius backup fighters. If they gang up on him, absolutely nobody survives that. Arrogantly stepping up, Tuthien drops a brutal warning telling Nathan Quinn to be smart and hand over the tokens right now. Trash like you absolutely does not deserve to hold them. A split second later, the guy lets out a crazy roar and lunges forward. He yells that he does not care if Nathan Quinn has better martial arts talent or a stronger mind. None of that matters, because in terms of raw combat power, Nathan Quinn is still just pure garbage in his eyes. Hand over the tokens or die. But our guy just coldly accepts the ridiculous challenge. So you finally show your true colors, huh? But get ready for this insane twist. Huang suddenly crashes right into the showdown. He violently blocks the palm strike, sparking a massive, equally matched collision. The guy shows absolutely zero fear. He loudly calls him out, "Tutu, I knew you would never just accept a loss. If you really want to fight, then your grandpa Huang will gladly play with you today." Boiling with total rage, he barks back. "Huang, your body is completely battered from the test. You are in no shape to fight us right now. Are you seriously throwing your life away for Nathan Quinn? Because if you do, I will personally send you straight to hell." But Huang refuses to back down an inch, completely ignoring his heavy injuries. "Who cares if I am hurt? I can still absolutely crush you into dust. Come on, Tutu, if we are fighting, then shut up and fight." Triggered by that careless attitude, the guy completely loses his mind. "Fine, perfect," he snarls. "I will gladly end your life today." Then they both let out an explosive battle cry. Pushing their bodies to the absolute limit, the two of them clash head-on, neither warrior backing down even a single inch. Right as the tension hits its peak, Nathan Quinn casually speaks up. "Hey guys, mind if I jump in for a quick second?" Hearing that super chill voice, everyone flinches and turns their eyes straight to Nathan Quinn. And then, he proposes the absolute craziest idea. He tells Tutu that this beef has always been strictly between the two of them. There is zero reason to drag other people into their mess. And do not get it twisted. I am not saying this because your little squad scares me. I just want to end this rivalry with my own two hands. Tutu narrows his eyes. Stunned by this wildly bold setup, Van Ha blurts out in total confusion. What is this crazy dude doing? Is he actually trying to fight Tutio totally solo? Nathan Quinn does not flinch at all as he throws down the ultimate gauntlet. Tutu, if you have the guts, let us settle this in a pure death match. The entire crowd instantly freezes, completely too terrified to even speak. Witnessing this absolute madness, they all start buzzing with wild, confused whispers. Is Nathan Quinn completely out of his mind? Why would he actively challenge senior brother Tutu? Does this punk just have a massive death wish or something? The power gap between them is astronomically huge, and yet he still dares to fight. An 8th layer body-quenching rookie challenging a super genius at the 10th layer is pure suicide. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd scoffs in absolute disbelief. Nathan Quinn, with your laughably weak current cultivation level, literally anyone here could easily destroy you. Seriously, who gave you the ridiculous nerve to pull a stunt like this? How dare you challenge senior brother Tutio? Right then, and extremely worried, so Van steps up to stop him. She begs junior brother Nathan Quinn not to act impulsively, reminding him that his current strength is zero match for Tutu. He drops a confident smile and reassures her, "Don't worry, I know exactly what I am doing." Faced with his wild stubbornness, she just rolls her eyes, completely speechless. And right on cue, that arrogant guy bursts into full-blown mocking laughter. Tutu looks completely disgusted and openly sneers a solo match with me. Where does trash like you even get the nerve? Facing this wildly smug opponent, Nathan Quinn stands his ground and loudly calls him out, "Hey Tutio, haven't you been dying to kill me this whole time?" He fearlessly drops the ultimate bait. "Come on then, I am handing you the perfect chance right now. Strike me down and the Azure Dragon token is all yours." Hearing that, the guy eagerly snaps up the deal. "Fine, great, if you really want to die." Tutio tilts his head back with pure hatred and screams like an absolute maniac, "Then I will grant your wish." Seeing this blazing showdown spark up, the disciples totally lose it and yell out, "Holy crap, that is terrifying. He has perfectly mastered man and weapon unity." This right here is Tutio's true power. Under a punch like that, even a top-tier genius at the 9th tier of body tempering could never block it. The battle barely just started, and he already unleashes such an insane strike. Looks like Nathan Quinn is completely doomed this time, but our guy just silently closes his eyes to focus. Seeing this weird move, the crowd instantly starts roasting him. "Look at this trash," closing his eyes. Did he get scared, stupid? Tutio feels absolutely certain he has already won, violently lunging forward and roaring at him to die. Yet Nathan Quinn expects this exactly and snaps his eyes open. He flashes a cocky winning smile, throwing his hand up as a massive wave of raw energy erupts. Nathan Quinn locks in on the perfect second to execute his finishing slash. A blazing blade aims straight for his skull. Tutio looks up in pure, bewildered panic. His body moves faster than his brain, punching wildly right at the incoming sword. Thanks to that absolutely reckless move, Tutio takes a devastating hit. His body goes flying completely backward, helplessly slamming hard into the giant boulder behind him. Right before everyone's eyes, defeated Tutio gets pinned hard into the dirt. Seeing the heavy favorite knocked flat, the crowd freaks out. Such horrifying strength. Wasn't this Nathan Quinn kid supposed to be useless? How does he have this kind of raw, explosive power? Watching this absolute miracle happen, Tuthian stands there totally stunned and thinks to himself, the micro realm. Nathan Quinn, you actually grasped the minor success phase of the micro realm. Just a lowly 8th tier body tempering nobody, yet you managed to unlock the micro realm. By now, our boy has completely mastered this crazy micro realm skill. Completely blown away by this insane natural talent, he anxiously tries to analyze the impossible scene, an 8th tier disciple actually wielding the power of the legendary micro realm. Even the most elite super geniuses of the mystic spirit sect need to reach the innate realm first before they can touch this type of martial arts state. The crowd goes totally wild and starts gossiping minor success in the micro realm. No wonder he hits with such terrifying brute force. This kid Nathan Quinn has some scary good martial arts talent. Even Tutio just barely completely mastered the basic man and weapon unity state. But this guy somehow actually reached the legendary micro realm. Witnessing this massive leap in progress, Huang smiles with deep absolute satisfaction. To think it is really the micro realm. Nathan Quinn, you definitely did not let me down. Standing nearby, Sovern beams with obvious pride junior brother Nathan Quinn. You really are completely impossible for people to figure out. From the dust cloud, the guy grits his teeth and sneers, never expected you to reach the micro realm. I really underestimated you. Our boy arrogantly throws back a challenge. What is wrong? This is only the beginning. Are you scared now? Tutio arrogantly snaps back. Scared? Nathan Quinn, you are getting way too cocky. So what if you grab some micro realm power? Do you honestly think that is enough to beat me? You need to understand. I also possess the perfect state of man and weapon unity, and my cultivation base easily outclasses yours. He angrily launches another heavy strike. That last hit was just me being a little careless and letting you sneak one in. You are still absolutely no match for me. Heavenly Dipper Fist! He fiercely counters the technique, clashing right against the incoming blade intent. While Nathan Quinn goes all out swinging, Tutiu recklessly charges right at him. Now watch this insane moment. The guy blocks barehanded without hesitation. A massive shockwave explodes outward, instantly blowing away the dust cloud as giant boulders just shatter into tiny little pieces around them. The terrified disciples squeeze their eyes shut and cover up. At this point, our guy just relentlessly spams his deadly combo attacks. Tutiu panics, desperately blocking while screaming in absolute agony. Watching this terrifying beatdown, the bystanders loudly gossip Tutiu is actually getting totally crushed by Nathan Quinn. So this is the true power of the micro realm. Bitter and completely furious, Tutiu stews in his own head, me, getting beaten this badly by some 8th tier body tempering trash. This is an absolute utter humiliation. With literally no other options left, he violently lunges forward. Nathan Quinn, I am risking it all against you. Pushing his internal energy to the absolute maximum limit, Tutiu quickly summons out his signature bamboo flute. Right then, the flute fuses with fire as Tutiu proudly unleashes his ultimate treasure, the 9 pagoda demon suppression sound. The disciples watching the fight completely scream in absolute terror, such horrific raw power, exactly as expected of a 9th grade yellow martial spirit. This crazy heavy aura can probably rival a half-step innate expert. Is this really Tutu's true strength? Even a 10th tier body tempering expert probably could not defend against a crushing force like this. Meanwhile, sensing the deadly danger crashing down, Huang immediately feels a wave of heavy anxiety. Oh crap, this move from Tutu is ridiculously terrifying. Nathan Quinn is definitely outmatched. He is in huge trouble. Right then, Manhwa smirks. The 9 pagoda demon suppression sound, Senior Tutu's absolute strongest attack. Let us see you act all cocky now, Nathan Quinn. The suppression artifact reveals itself, blazing with total unstoppable arrogant power. Pure disgust. Tutu spits his words out. See this? Nathan Quinn? Even if your martial arts talent beats mine, even if your willpower crushes mine, there is still a massive, natural gap between us two. An 8th grade yellow martial spirit is just a pathetic bug compared to my 9th grade power. The guy totally loses his cool and unleashes everything. Go to hell right now. The massive array burns brighter above his head. The crowd groans. Nathan Quinn is totally dead. Another overpowered genius biting the dust today. Seriously sad. He showed insane talent. Even Manhwa could not compare. If only he was not so obnoxiously reckless. Sure, he was slightly behind Tutu and Huang, but he could have easily become a top 10 master. Oh well. Zero self-control, totally his own fault. Game over. Seeing the brutal end, Tuthian lets out a heavy sigh. Nobody survives that. Nathan Quinn is finished. The winner is officially decided. But watch this. Facing that nightmarish attack, our guy just grins. Bring it on, a true 9th grade ultimate strike. Only your absolute best move gets my blood pumping. Then boom, the air totally erupts into a massive vortex. Nathan Quinn does not flinch at all. Tutiu, try taking my move now. He violently unleashes his brand new technique, the Heaven Gathering Strike. Nathan Quinn fires a blast straight through the sky, leaving everyone shell-shocked. The guy freezes. How? What weird skill is that? How can you possibly block my absolute strongest attack? Tutiu cannot even react, utterly obliterated. In a split second, he is wiped off the map, leaving only thick dust. Everyone stands paralyzed. One female disciple falls to her knees in pure shock. Am I dreaming this? Senior Tutiu actually lost? How? The crowd totally loses their minds in complete disbelief. An 8th layer body temperer just one-shot at a level 10 super genius. Absolutely insane. Just how terrifyingly overpowered is Nathan Quinn? It feels like a bizarre fever dream. Even Sovern is completely stunned. Tutu was a top-tier beast, yet got totally crushed by Nathan Quinn. Seriously, what insane level is your combat power even at? Tuthian stares at his back, totally shaken. How can a basic cultivator unleash such a monstrous hit? He cautiously asks about the move. Nathan Quinn? What the heck was that move? The guy just pants heavily, totally exhausted. Nathan Quinn ignores it. He raises his hand, scanning the crowd, calling out names Stone Cold you, and those two. He flashes a wicked smile. I remember perfectly. You all accepted that bounty from Tutiu, planning to hunt me down right here. Well, Tutu is gone now, so do you still want to kill me? The disciples tremble, frantically waving their hands. Huge misunderstanding. We were just brainwashed, acted out on total impulse. Exactly. We never ever planned to raise a hand against Senior Nathan Quinn. He shifts his cold gaze sideways. Van Ha, Mok Dung, what about you two? Nathan Quinn taunts them flawlessly. I am completely out of gas. One random hit could finish me off. Such a rare chance, do not let it slip. Those two just grind their teeth. Seeing them choke on their rage, he laughs coldly at their cowardice. They glare back, completely pale you. Right then, Tuthian claps his hands to end it. Time out. The assessment is officially over. No more fighting allowed. Tuthian stands tall, announcing loudly. Everything ends right here. The teleport array opens in 3 days. The elders will handle the final results outside. This crazy tournament is finally over. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, things remain quiet. The elders stand around, watching intensely. Then Mac Lair slowly slithers over. He smirks. Greeting Kin Twait smoothly, did not expect you to show up. Mac Lair intentionally raises his voice. Just the girl I wanted to ask, do you honestly think Nathan Quinn survives this? She glares back, saying his name with pure disgust. Then Elder Dung strokes his beard, casually dropping a reality check. Mac Lair, you are an elder's son for crying out loud. This is just a painfully bad look. The old man scoffs, completely agreeing. This guy Tan Nan only has a low tier 8 yellow rank martial spirit, yet he dares to provoke a genius like Tu Tia, so in this myriad form tournament, he obviously will not survive. That statement of yours is completely pointless. The cunning guy shoots her a sideways glance and sarcastically adds with fake respect, Elder Duong, there is something you do not know. Disciple Tan Nan is actually the genius that Kin Tu Yet personally scouted. Right now, Kin Tu Yet is naturally super worried, which is exactly why I am just showing some concern. Hearing this, the elders are absolutely shocked, and the old man furiously snaps and lists out all the crimes. Kin Tu Yet, that punk Tan Nan ruined Tutu's chances of entering the martial arts hall, and worse, he actually dared to provoke us directly. Yelling across the entire courtyard, his guts are completely massive. Elder Duong arrogantly continues pouring fuel on the raging fire. Even if he has a tier 8 yellow rank spirit, acting this clueless means he truly deserves to die. So you really do not need to take this to heart. She brushes it off and bluntly rejects the elders. There is no need to speak these useless words anymore. Kin Tu Yet angrily sparks back at them. If Tan Nan actually encounters any unexpected accidents this time, I will absolutely not let you off the hook. Mac Lee just smiles. He smoothly lays out the current situation. Elders, there is still quite some time before they actually come back out. The sneaky guy comes up with a wild idea. Why do we not place a bet to see if Tan Nan dies? Elder Duong nods enthusiastically in agreement. If that is the case, then count me in for a round. The only thing is, simply betting on whether Tan Nan dies is not fun at all, because his death is already an absolute certainty. The old man excitedly throws out a tempting counteroffer. We should bet on exactly how many moves it takes to kill Tan Nan, or how many people gang up to end him now. That makes it interesting. A second later, the elders are eagerly competing to throw out their wild predictions. I like this. A mere kid at the 5th layer of body tempering with a pathetic yellow rank spirit, any normal person at the 7th layer could easily crush him to death. I bet he gets killed in just 3 moves, by a single attacker. Well, I completely disagree. I bet he gets ended in 1 hit. Just 1 strike. Since you two think that way, I bet he gets brutally swarmed by a whole mob. Seeing their crazy, arrogant attitude, Kin Tu Yet is left completely speechless. All of you, right at this moment, an annoyed young man casually steps up and speaks. 5 elders and Junior Mac Lee, you all seem to have way too much free time. He calmly calls them out. Right there. It seems you guys forgot Tan Nan is my junior brother, and using him as a joke means you are completely looking down on me, right? Now watch how fast they panic. Hearing that familiar voice, they frantically whip their heads around. The elders absolutely panic and gasp out Kung Duong. He gently drops down from the sky, taking his time stepping onto the brick floor. Seeing such a massive big shot, the crowd enthusiastically whispers it is senior brother Kung Duong. He actually came today too. Senior brother Kung Duong is a core disciple, an absolute super genius ranked right among the top 10 masters. Even he showed up here. It looks like the results of this myriad form tournament are going to be incredibly exciting. Right then, the guy timidly stammers out an excuse, Senior Kung Duong. I am afraid you completely misunderstood. We were just casually discussing the situation here. Elder Duong thoughtfully offers his own judgment, secretly doubting everything in his head. Kung Duong, you really do not need to be angry. Although our words were a bit extreme, you should definitely know that based on what happened during the previous Myriad Form tournament, it is extremely difficult for Tan Nan to keep his life. Who would have guessed that a nobody at the 5th body tempering layer with a Tier 8 spirit is brothers with Kung Duong? At this moment, she firmly and honestly points the finger Senior Kung Duong. If any problem happens to Tan Nan this time, it is all because Mac Lee interfered. Hearing this, he decisively confirms I already know exactly what happened here. Do not worry, Junior Tan Nan is not going to die. Seeing his confidence, Kin Tuyet anxiously thinks it over. Kung Duong and Tan Nan only had a brief interaction for less than a single day. Why does he trust Tan Nan with such absolute certainty? He shifts gears and tests the waters just now. I heard the 5 elders and Junior Mac Lee open a bet, and I am pretty interested, so why do I not bet around with you all? Faced with this unexpected offer, the old man feels a bit guilty and signals he wants to back out. Kung Duong, I think we should just drop this bet. The things we said earlier were definitely a bit out of line, and anyway, Tan Nan still has a massive chance to survive and walk right out of Myriad Form Island. Mac Lee's face darkens as he secretly analyzes the situation. The teleportation array of the island is likely random. After discovering Tutu's brutal intentions, Tan Nan might stay on high alert and could absolutely find some random spot to hide, and if he just survives for 1 month, he has a shot at living. Kung Duong refuses to back down and firmly issues the challenge. Let us just bet around. The only catch is we are not betting on whether Tan Nan dies or not, because he is definitely not going to die. Get ready for this wild flex. I bet that in this tournament, Tan Nan will actually rank in the top 5 spots. Hearing this, the crowd gasps in sheer terror. What? He just offended Tutio and over 200 disciples. Even reaching the top 50 is completely crazy. So has Kung Duong lost his mind? Kin Tuyet worriedly whispers out to him, Senior Kung Duong. This is just way too much. He gives a nod, softly reassuring her, do not worry, I know exactly what I am doing. Kung Duong stands tall and throws down the gauntlet, so from what I hear, all of you look down on him. If he is really that worthless, why not put your money where your mouth is? Don't want to bet? Fine, but you had better apologize for running your mouths. Hearing those sharp words, Duong Elder scowls but reluctantly takes the bait. If Kung Duong is pushing it this hard, then fine, I bet Nathan Quinn cannot break the top 5, putting down 10,000 Marshall King pills. The other elders get totally hyped up and quickly jump right in. If that is the case, count me in for another 10,000 pills. Another guy eagerly tosses in a rather sneaky wager. I'm quite short on cash, so I will just bet 1,000 Marshall King pills. Someone else boldly follows along, throwing in 10,000 as well. Hearing everyone blindly piling onto the bet, Kung Duong happily runs the math in his head. Right then, he cheerfully turns around to ask the girl Kin Tuyet, my junior, do you want to get in on this action? Easy chances to score Marshall King pills like this rarely happen. She does not hesitate. I trust you. I will bet 4,000 pills. Nathan Quinn, I just know you are going to be perfectly fine. These 4,000 pills are literally everything I have. Next, Kung Duong smugly announces the massive total pool to everyone. The bet that Nathan Quinn fails to reach the top 5 sits at 71,000 pills. I will cover the house on this one, matching the remaining 71,000 Marshall King pills. Everyone stands there completely stunned in pure shock. Over 70,000 pills! To put that in perspective, the entire life savings of 5 elders barely crack 10,000 Marshall King pills total. The actual depth of Kung Duong's pockets is honestly quite terrifying. But watch this closely. The ground suddenly shakes as the massive array slowly reveals itself, the heavy gate violently trembling before opening. Seeing the big event finally happening, the crowd goes totally wild. The teleportation array is open. They are coming out. Mac Lei smugly pipes up. Kung Duong, I never expected you to trust Nathan Quinn this much. Looks like I am walking away with an easy 5,000 pills today, so I really have to thank you for the charity. Duong Elder completely agrees and lets out a gloating laugh. He is right, Kung Duong. I am afraid we are taking absolute advantage of you today. 2 other elders nod along in firm agreement. 10,000 pills is my entire fortune. My heart is honestly beating a bit out of control right now. If Nathan Quinn somehow actually manages to reach the top 5, I would not even be heartbroken if I actually lost this time around. Facing their disrespect, Kung Duong confidently declares that anyone the Supreme Elder values cannot possibly be as utterly average as they all think. Right then, Tu Lan frantically announces they are finally out. From within the blinding light, candidates slowly appear, and everyone anxiously scans the area in pure surprise. Just then, they completely freeze upon seeing a certain someone finally show up. Nathan Quinn returns safely, making Kin Tuyet sigh in massive relief. Thank goodness, he is completely fine. Duong Elder bitterly sneers to himself upon seeing this. It is hard to believe Nathan Quinn survived, but what does cheating death really matter? He still cannot possibly break the top 10. In the very back, Manhwa and his team stumble out looking completely exhausted, drawing his master's confused gaze. Mac Lay nervously asks a question, causing the boy to flinch in terror. Manhwa, what on earth happened? Where is Tutu? Why hasn't he shown up yet? The poor kid practically shakes as he tries to answer. Tutu, my senior, he is gone. Mac Lee loses all his patience and furiously screams at him, demanding to know what happened. Where did Tutu go? Manhwa stammers out in absolute dread, my senior. Tutu, he is dead. Hearing this, the mighty elders are left completely speechless. What? Kung Duong furrows his brows, quickly analyzing the situation. Tutu is dead. How is that even possible? Among the brand new disciples, Tutu had a 9th grade yellow-ranked martial spirit, and his cultivation had already hit the 9th layer. Killing someone like Nathan Quinn should have been a total walk in the park. Maclay's heart sinks as he shakily demands an answer. Who did this? He lets out a wildly furious roar. Who the hell killed Tutu? Maclay aggressively points a finger. Hong Long, he angrily accuses. It absolutely had to be you. Out of all the rookies here, you are the only one with enough power to kill Tutu. This was just supposed to be a friendly competition. Tutu was a super genius with a limitless future. Why on earth would you kill him? Listening to this, Huang Long calmly sneers. Me, kill Tutu? What exactly do I gain from that? I would not bother killing a hypocrite like him. It only dirties my hands. Seeing this completely dismissive attitude, Makla screams in blind rage. But before he can even argue back, Kung Duong smoothly steps in to calm things down. Junior Mac Lee, hold your temper for a second. Geniuses dying in the tournament is perfectly normal. It fully follows the rules, and besides, the most important thing right now is our wager. Let's see if Nathan Quinn actually managed to hit the top 5 this time. Mac Lay hears this and ruthlessly fires back. What is there to even compare? A total piece of trash like Nathan Quinn dreaming of the top 5 is just pure delusion. At that exact moment, Tu Thien is the very last person to finally walk out. Duong Elder spots him and immediately yells out his name. The old man strictly urges him to report fast in this competition. Who exactly managed to claim the top 10 spots? He nervously gears up to speak Elder. During this grand tournament, he starts, but Mac Lee loses his patience and angrily cuts in. Tu Thien, just spit it out. Did Nathan Quinn make the top 5? Senior brother Kung Duong just made a massive bet with us, laying down 70,500 Marshall King pills. He bet that absolute trash Nathan Quinn would actually crack the top 5. Tu Thien just stands there with his jaw practically hitting the floor. Wait, 70,500 pills? Elder Duong looks completely smug and totally confident. He confirms it, yeah, he and the other elders matched that exact same insane bet. There is zero chance Nathan Quinn makes the top 5. He tells Tu Thien to hurry up and report the final results, already gloating about winning big against Kung Duong. Tu Thien hesitates, looking completely awkward. He takes one really deep breath and starts his official report. He addresses the elders, pointing out that in this whole tournament, only 4 people managed to secure an Azure Dragon token. The elder hears this and stays totally calm, brushing it off. Only 4 winners? He says that is perfectly normal. This exact tournament has seen crazy outcomes like this happen before. Following the classic rules, the rewards meant for the remaining 6 empty ranks will just get split among those top 4 guys. Tu Thien nods, looking incredibly serious. He announces that he followed the exact orders from the sect to test the brand new recruits on the island. Without missing a single beat, he drops the stats. Tulan took 4th place with 1 token, while Sovan snagged 3rd with 2. Huang Long secured 2nd place by grabbing 3 tokens, but when it comes to the final name, Tu Thien actually stammers before revealing the absolute winner. He drags out the suspense for 1st place. The elders absolutely lose their minds, losing all patience and yelling at him to just spit it out. Who took the top spot? Hurry up and tell us. The entire room basically stops breathing. Tu Thien takes his time, then raises his voice and drops the absolute bombshell. 1st place belongs to Nathan Quinn, holding a staggering 22 tokens in total. Elder Duong freezes like a statue, so completely shell-shocked he almost falls over backward. Over on the side, Mac Lee goes completely pale, looking sick. Nathan Quinn in 1st place? Even Kung Duong is questioning reality right now. The kid only has a yellow rank 8th grade martial spirit. He figured Nathan Quinn would barely scrape into the top 5 at best. Actually winning the whole thing? That is just straight up unbelievable. Tu Thien nervously adds another crazy stat. During the mental trial in the ancient bamboo forest, Nathan Quinn casually walked a full 1,000 steps. Mac Lee literally shakes with pure terror. Wait, what? 1,000 steps? Kung Duong suddenly busts out laughing, completely shattering the awkward, heavy tension in the room. He practically beams with pride, yelling that his incredible brother actually cleared the entire 1,000 steps. Amazing. Just absolutely brilliant. Kin Tu yet blushes a little, silently cheering for him. Nathan Quinn really came through and delivered. Then Kung Duong pivots, throwing out a massive, sarcastic apology to the elders and his lovely junior Mac Lee. That absolute piece of trash they kept trashing? The bug they all swore was going to die out there? He didn't just make the top 5, he snagged first place and shattered history. Kung Duong flashes a knowing look that makes them all turn pale. Looks like somebody owes him a mountain of Marshall King pills. Another guy jumps up, practically doing a victory dance because his crazy underdog bet actually paid off. Nathan Quinn is an absolute legend for this. But while everyone else is hyped up and celebrating, Mac Lee steps in. Looking furious, how is this even mathematically possible? Mac Lee looks totally unhinged. He demands to know if this is a prank, screaming about how Tu would never just let Nathan Quinn walk away with a win. He corners Tu Tien. Tell me right now, who took out Tu? Was it Hong Long? Tu Tien looks miserable and waves him off. He sighs, telling senior brother Mac Lei the ugly truth. Tu was permanently shut down by Nathan Quinn. Mac Lee's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. He demands Tu Tien repeat that insane claim. But right on cue, Nathan Quinn chuckles. No need to bother Tu Tien. He can explain it himself. Mac Lei shoots a deadly glare right at Nathan Quinn. And then, while everyone else is just watching in stunned silence, Nathan Quinn completely casually drops the hammer. He smirks, fake apologizing that the exact useless trash they all mocked just managed to one-shot Tu during the big tournament. Now watch his reaction. Mac Lee actually stumbles backward, shaking with rage. How is this even real? How could any of this be happening? Mac Lee points a shaky finger at him, screaming that an 8th realm amateur could never take out Tu in a single strike. Does Nathan Quinn think he is some kind of idiot? Nathan Quinn just flashes a wicked little smirk. Oh, really? His energy completely explodes as he summons his blade. A massive shockwave of pressure hits the room, pulling every single eye straight toward him. Seeing this terrifying aura, Mac Lei practically chokes on his own words. That is micro-level mastery. Kin Tu Yet stares in total, absolute awe. She can barely process that Nathan Quinn has actually mastered the micro-realm. Elder Duong suddenly connects the dots, finally realizing exactly how Nathan Quinn managed to behead Tu. But honestly, how is any of this real? Everyone knows Nathan Quinn is supposed to be total garbage, so a move like that makes zero sense. Mac Lee glares at him, stepping up for a direct confrontation. He admits he totally underestimated Nathan Quinn. For a guy stuck with a garbage yellow rank 8th grade spirit, his talent somehow rivals someone at the 9th grade. But none of that matters now since Nathan Quinn killed Tu. They are officially sworn enemies for life. Mac Lee violently tosses down a bunch of pill bottles, throwing even more until there is a small mountain of loot. Furious, he just spins around and storms off. He spits out a nasty warning to watch his back. Nathan Quinn just watches him leave, quietly thinking things over. Mac Lee is way more ambitious than Tu ever was. The fact that he swallowed his rage instead of attacking right now, that makes him incredibly dangerous later. If there was ever a chance, they definitely could not just let him off easily. Right then, Kung Duong aggressively pushes the elders and absolutely all the junior disciples. He shouts out Mac Lee already coughed up his pills. Why are the rest of you slacking? Frowning in totally forced defeat, they pull out their pill bottles, reluctantly tossing them into the massive, growing mountain of loot. Seeing everything sorted out, he nods with total satisfaction. Awesome. Kung Duong pats our guy right on the shoulder, handing out some serious praise. Nathan Quinn, it is totally lucky we had you this time. Otherwise, winning this insane amount of pills would be entirely impossible. Just wait until the elders announce the real prizes. I will definitely cut you in for a share. Then Elder Duong strictly gets down to business. All right, time to start announcing the shiny rewards for this round of the Great Myriad Phenomenon Tournament. Pointing out 3 epic items, Elder Duong hands them to the top 3 winners. But that final glowing golden object? He passes it straight over to him with a quick lesson. This right here is the 9 Revolution Golden Pill, and to push its insane medicinal power to the absolute maximum limit, it is way better to actually use it after breaking through to the innate realm. Elder Duong stares him down and formally declares according to sect rules, hitting exactly 1,000 steps sets a wild new record, naturally earning a reward. Generously tossing the gift, the elder announces he is officially representing the sect to reward him with 100,000 heaven pills and a spatial storage bag. Nathan Quinn does not even hesitate, just grabs the loot. He is totally floored by the crazy stash, 100,000 innate pills equals 1,000 Marshall King pills, plus a storage bag. Who knew? A sect reward could literally be this insanely huge. Before taking off, Elder Duong drops a quick, stern reminder. All right, the Great Myriad Phenomenon Prize ceremony officially wraps up right here, and soon Outer Sect elders will show up to guide absolutely everyone directly into the fancy inner court. Our guy just stays quiet, seriously following the elders' directions. Now Kin Tuyet gets super curious, walking over to ask Nathan Quinn, with these crazy Myriad Phenomenon rewards, what exactly did you even go through inside that place? He looks around real quick, then drops a super low-key suggestion this definitely is not the best spot for talking. You two just follow me. Scene shifts right over to a luxuriously classic mansion with a totally peaceful vibe, making him sigh in awe at such a seriously elegant spot. Smiling softly, Kung Duong clearly explains that this mansion was actually opened up by a fellow sect disciple, totally dedicated just for enjoying tea, plus there are zero restrictions whatsoever on renting the very private VIP rooms here. Nobody can eavesdrop unless they hit Marshall King level. Watch this, she immediately starts nagging him with completely obvious worry. Nathan Quinn, I absolutely never expected you to hide yourself that well. You kept me stressing out for way too long. He forces a smile, explaining his whole journey to his awesome senior sister Kin Tuyet. That totally was not my fault. I was chased by Tutu and basically forced into an absolutely cornered situation. All I could do was aggressively boost my own strength, but I never expected my luck to be this insanely good. Hitting the jackpot over and over on Vientiane Island, making my cultivation completely skyrocket. Right then, he smiles brightly, cutting the dramatic chat completely short. All right, no need to keep talking about all that nonsense. Right now, it is definitely time to split the pills. Kung Duong generously starts dividing the massive reward. Awesome little sister Kin Tuyet, you originally bet a few thousand Marshall King pills, so I owe you 8,000 back, but let us round it straight up to 10,000 pills. He cheerfully hands over that seriously massive and generous reward. Nathan Quinn, winning this insane amount of pills is totally thanks to your hard work. Plus, since I am basically your big brother, I definitely cannot treat you badly. Just take these 30,000 Marshall King pills and go spend them. Staring down that absolutely massive pile, his eyes basically pop out of his head. 30,000 Marshall King pills literally equals 3 million heaven pills. Nathan Quinn honestly and humbly spills his guts. Big brother Duong, are you seriously trying to scare me right now? You only won all these Marshall King pills because you completely trusted me. I really did not do anything that special. Of course, whatever you hand over, I will naturally accept. But just holding on to 10,000 pills is honestly more than enough for me. Hearing that, Kung Duong freezes for a few seconds, then happily and slowly stands right up, so let us just decide it like that. Then Kung Duong waves goodbye with a totally hidden meaning. All right, I got things to do, so I am heading out first. You two take your time talking, leaving just the two of them alone in a wildly awkward vibe. Suddenly remembering something huge, he frantically pulls out a super rare pill. Oh, right. That Earth Escape pill you gave me last time. Kin Tuyet. I literally never even used it, so how about I just give it back to you? Blushing super hard, she shyly replies back. Was I not just completely worried about you running into danger? Seriously, just keep the escape pill. Then Kin Tuyet cautiously asks him, Nathan Quinn, you have to tell me exactly how many secrets you are actually hiding right now. Scratching his head, he frantically denies everything. I totally do not have any secrets. She sharply narrows her eyes, pressing him, oh, really? Nathan Quinn stubbornly insists so hard that it actually startles her into totally softening up. Kin Tuyet, one of these days I will definitely let you see everything with your own eyes. She boldly accepts the promise. Fine, I will wait. After that, Kin Tuyet happily stands up to wave goodbye. All right. I actually have to get going right now. I recently picked up a wild mission and probably have to leave Kai Tun for a bit, plus staying here to cultivate directly has its own annoying limits. Before bouncing, she gives a super serious warning. Oh right, inside this mystic spirit sect, even the outer court is packed with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, so you better learn to keep that crazy temper of yours fully under control, got it? He hears this, gets totally flustered, and just nods. Right then, Kin Tuyet softly calls out Nathan Quinn's name. She gathers her courage and trusts him. I will wait for you at the intersect. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn gets embarrassingly excited. Once he is alone, he clears his throat and tells himself the most crucial thing right now is upgrading his martial spirit. Nathan Quinn stares at his massive pill stash, quietly doing the math. 100,000 Scientian pills from the sect, plus exactly 1 million Marshall King pills. Just how far can this level up his spirit? He aggressively grabs the first bottle of pills. Gotta down 300 of them first. Nathan Quinn frowns, awkwardly asking his martial spirit if it agrees. No response at all. Taking that silence as a clear yes, He decides to speed things up, popping a few more pills right away. Time flies by, and exactly an hour later, our completely relentless guy is just sitting there feeling totally disappointed. 9,900 pills down, and absolutely zero effect so far. He sighs to himself, swallowing more and absorbing them. Leveling up the divine battle spirit really takes an absurd amount of wealth. Suddenly, his martial spirit actually levels up. Seeing that intense light erupt, Nathan Quinn gets super hyped. 10 rays of golden light, he actually did it. He is internally screaming right now. Rank 10? He finally hit the glorious rank 10. Nathan Quinn takes a deep breath to calm down. He casually glances at the insane mountain of pills covering the floor. He calculates that he still has 90,000 Xiantian pills left. Going by that crazy rate, eating all 90,000 means he has to sprint just to reach that peak martial state. If 90,000 is not enough, he still has 10,000 Martial King pills left. No time for hesitation, so Nathan Quinn goes straight to work, less thinking, more eating. Fast forward 3 hours, and his stomach is literally stuffed full. Nathan Quinn rolls a pill in his hand for a bit, then decides to keep stuffing his face 100, 300, 500. Nathan Quinn stubbornly eats every single one, pill 999 down. Right then, a tiny spark of light flares up inside his body. Feeling this completely earth-shattering power, Nathan Quinn gasps in absolute shock, fighting heaven and earth, basically invincible. What in the world is this? He looks around totally confused, wondering what just happened. Right in front of Nathan Quinn, a really weird crack opens up. Blinding light explodes from it, forcing him to block his face. Nathan Quinn suddenly falls straight into a black hole. The martial spirit strongly manifests divine eyes awakening, peering through the entire world. 3 whole days pass by just like that, and after he finally wakes up from his coma, he dizzyingly thinks to himself exactly like last time. His head hurts like crazy. What on earth do these weird dreams even mean? How could that giant corpse possibly exist? Nathan Quinn quickly regains his chill, eager to resume training, realizing the absolute most urgent task right now is checking his divine battle spirit for any crazy updates. The moment he dives into his own mind, he notices those glowing red eyes have changed. Feeling some serious mystical power pouring out, Nathan Quinn gasps in awe. The pupils of the divine battle spirit have suddenly evolved. He clenches his fists, absolutely buzzing. The battle spirit's eyes are fully developed now, so does that mean his own divine eyes get some epic new abilities too? After feeling that wild surge of energy, Nathan Quinn instantly tests it out, divine eyes awakening, peering through the world. He completely freezes as his vision shifts to a different angle, immediately locking onto his next target. Then his view accidentally lands on a seriously spicy scene. The woman inside quickly catches that sneaky gaze. Blushing bright red, the girl furiously yells out, "Who is peeping at me?" Snapping back to his body, Nathan Quinn pats his chest, breathing a massive sigh of relief. He walks outside feeling pretty incredibly smug. His divine eyes are definitely stronger now, giving him the power to literally see through anything. If he ever runs into divine techniques later, just one quick glance is all he needs to instantly spot the true core and any glaring weaknesses. Right at that moment, Huang happily greets him, young master Nathan Quinn. "You are finally out of seclusion?" Recognizing the guy, he casually waves back. Huang enthusiastically reports the latest news. He says senior sister Tiu mentioned that Nathan Quinn was doing some closed-door training here, so he has just been waiting outside this whole time, and tells him not to worry because he already handled all the outside business perfectly. Now that the young master is officially an outer sect disciple, he can head back whenever he wants. Hearing this, our boy gets a little weirded out, asking if he seriously stood guard here for days. Huang just nods, wiping sweat off his forehead. "Exactly," he says, and just now those inner sect disciples went completely crazy over some peeping Tom. Everyone was turning purple with rage, scaring him half to death. Seeing this, Nathan Quinn acts super generous, thanking him for the hard work. He casually tosses over 100 Martial King pills as a reward. The old guy joyfully accepts the massive payout, 100 Martial King pills. He repeatedly thanks young master Nathan Quinn. He adds that if Nathan Quinn ever needs absolutely anything, just come find him. Then Huang quickly drops a really juicy piece of info. Oh right, he heard the treasure hall is hosting an outer courtyard auction, and only outer sect disciples are actually allowed to join the fun, so he wonders if Nathan Quinn is interested. Our guy instantly agrees out of pure curiosity. An outer courtyard auction sounds pretty fun. Why not go check it out? But wait, this is actually perfect timing. Nathan Quinn happily calculates that after mastering his blade merging training to the micro realm, he desperately needs a brand new weapon anyway. This auction literally could not have come at a better moment. After that, he slowly strolls out into the main hall. Old man Giamnyi drops the rules. Any outer sect disciple wanting to enter the rare treasure hall has to register first. Huang proudly leads the way inside. This is the first floor of the rare treasure hall, where outer disciples looking for real treasures and gear can come test their luck. Inside, the stall owner enthusiastically pitches his goods. The displays are packed with gorgeous and bizarre artifacts. Taking in all this wild wealth, Nathan Quinn rubs his chin. So this is the famous rare treasure hall? Just as expected of a massive faction, seeing so many heaven and earth spiritual items feels like walking into a treasure city. Right then, the owner happily hypes up his stock. He calls the two bosses over, bragging that his artifacts date all the way back to ancient times. He guarantees every single item here is incredibly valuable. Hearing that bold claim, they stare hard at the displayed goods. To find the real value, Nathan Quinn quickly uses his power to scan the items. After one sweeping glance, he looks completely unimpressed and pretty confused. These are all just totally average items with trash quality like this. Can anyone really set up shop in the outer court? He looks regretfully at a sword sitting on display. The sword is actually pretty decent, packing some serious power and a razor-sharp edge, but the price tag is absolutely insane. 10,000 Marshall King pills is way too steep for him to stomach. Nathan Quinn sighs to himself, realizing that since he holds the purple dragon token, he could easily head up to the 3rd floor right now. He could even check out the 4th floor, making this bottom level completely pointless. But right then, a super weird item stops him in his tracks. He stares blankly at this spirit ginseng for a few seconds. Just as he reaches out, Limok sharply warns him, "Look, but do not touch." Annoyed by the attitude, Nathan Quinn silently curses the shady merchant and takes a really close look at the thing. This ginseng plant is tiny, yet he can feel a highly mysterious energy radiating off it, definitely a precious treasure. Nathan Quinn makes a split-second decision to buy it. Then the vendor coldly screams out an absolute sky-high price 10,000 Xiantian pills. Witnessing this insane extortion play out, Huang roars in pure outrage 10,000 Xiantian pills for a spirit ginseng that is completely rotting away. He yells that asking for that much is basically daylight robbery. Limok does not even care, casually replying buy it or walk away. Hearing that, Nathan Quinn smoothly pulls out a bottle to trade. 10,000 Xiantian pills? He counters by offering 10 Marshall King pills instead. Seeing this totally impulsive move, the older man asks in total confusion, "Young Master Nathan Quinn, why buy this junk? This ginseng is clearly rotting, meaning it will be completely useless once you take it home." He simply ignores the warning, packing up the item while saying he just felt like it, and 10 Marshall King pills is basically nothing. Huang feels helpless but totally admires the flex, thinking Nathan Quinn really is a baller who does not even blink at 10 Marshall King pills. Right then, a weird-looking guy coldly asks, "Are you Nathan Quinn?" Seeing this arrogant stranger, the old guide cautiously demands to know who he is. Second young master Namkung bossily barks at him to get lost, telling the kid to listen up because this does not concern him. He brags about being Kung Than's little brother, then loudly warns Nathan Quinn that simply looking at his stupid face makes him completely sick. He forbids him from joining today's auction, threatening massive consequences if he dares to show up. The crowd hears this and immediately starts whispering in shock. Wait, Kung Than's younger brother? People can hardly believe this guy is actually the notorious second young master Nam Kung. They definitely know of him totally famous for being an absolute tyrant. He has harassed countless female disciples, but they were all way too terrified to ever speak up, so the anxious crowd quickly warns each other to keep their voices down. But since he is Kung Than's younger brother, obviously nobody ever dares to lay a single finger on him. Looks like this kid is totally out of luck. Realizing his crazy high status, Huang nervously explains that Kung Than is actually a top elite outer disciple. He is actually ranked #1 in the entire outer court, boasting a crazy 9th grade imperial martial spirit. His cultivation has even reached the half-step Xiantian level. Highly favored by the outer elders, the punk smugly mocks Nathan Quinn, so how about it? Are you scared? Nathan Quinn furiously responds with a surge of murderous intent, "Get lost!" Hearing that insane disrespect, nearby disciples gasp, asking who this lunatic is. His guts are way too huge. Does he really not know that the second young master's big brother is Kung Tan? Then the crowd suddenly realizes this guy actually looks pretty familiar, like they have definitely seen his face somewhere before. Oh snap, wait for it, it is Nathan Quinn, the champion of the recent Myriad Phenomena tournament. He is the same guy who walked 1,000 steps in the bamboo forest. So it really is him. Everyone agrees there is a crazy good show about to happen, because offending the second young master is no joke. How could a regular guy possibly handle the brutal payback? Seeing Nathan Quinn's totally indifferent face, the arrogant rich kid completely loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs about the sheer disrespect. Without a single ounce of fear, he challenges him head-on. He loudly asks what his deal is. They have zero bad blood, yet he immediately tries to ban him from the auction. Does he seriously think Nathan Quinn is a total pushover? Honestly, he is way too lazy to keep wasting breath here. If he has a real problem, they can settle it right now in the life and death hall. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, Nam Kung snaps his fingers, cowardly plotting his next payback. Nam Kung smirks, sure, he admits his martial arts might not match up, but since this guy is acting totally clueless, he is about to flex his real underhanded tricks and completely ban him from ever stepping foot inside today's massive auction. Nam Kung shamelessly points his finger and starts making stuff up. Oh, mighty deacon, sir. He claims Nathan Quinn is just spouting total nonsense and ruining the vibe, arguing that a complete loser like him shouldn't even be allowed near the auction. Elder Ung scowls like someone just ruined his day. What? He asks. People like this actually exist? He quickly drops the hammer, bragging that as the first floor's head deacon. He is officially ripping away Nathan Quinn's ticket to the auction right now. Plus, he is banned from the treasure pavilion for a whole month with strict sect punishments if he disobeys. The surrounding crowd immediately starts whispering their hot takes. Oh man, they mutter. Nathan Quinn just joined the Mystic Spirit sect and is completely clueless about the second young master Nam Kung's dirty little tricks. This dude is seriously out of luck today. It looks like the treasure pavilion deacon is totally wrapped around the second young master's little finger. After hearing that ridiculous sentence, Nathan Quinn just tilts his head up totally chill and asks, "You are the deacon, right?" Elder Ung gets all red in the face and snaps, demanding to know where he got that token from. He has never seen it before, and warns that faking one is a massive sect crime. If he refuses to leave the treasure pavilion right now, they will deal with him using their absolute strictest rules. Nam Kung is basically throwing a mental party while holding his petty grudge. He curses Nathan Quinn, blaming him for making the lovely Sovern completely ignore his existence. Today is the day he puts this loser in his place, proving he is absolutely not worthy of dating Sovern. Facing all this dramatic hate, Nathan Quinn totally keeps his cool and asks if the guy really does not recognize it. The old man completely blows him off, sneering that some trashy little piece of metal will not fool him. He barks for his guards to arrest the criminal, and the muscle loudly agrees. Yes, sir. In seconds flat, those bulky guards completely box him in. Nathan Quinn scans the room without a single drop of fear, while Elder Ung and his spoiled buddy share an evil smirk. Right on cue, a booming voice shatters the intense vibe. Way too noisy. Elder Lam suddenly storms right over, demanding to know what this ridiculous drama is about. Elder Ung flinches and awkwardly stammers out a greeting to his senior, pointing his finger to complain that Nathan Quinn is out here impersonating a top sect elder. Pham Jia Kui respectfully hands over the item, showing the senior brother the exact token Nathan Quinn pulled out. Elder Lum squints at the shiny little object in total confusion. What the heck is this? Now watch closely, the second Elder Lum gets a good look at that elite token. Pure panic hits his face. He instantly slaps the absolute soul out of Elder Ung. You absolute idiot, he yells, how do you not recognize this token? I was blind to trust you, now get out. From this day forward, you are permanently banned from the treasure pavilion. Elder Lum has zero patience left and totally snaps at him. Elder Ung is left completely paralyzed with shock. Move, or do you want me to kick you out myself? The guy practically bursts into tears, crying out for mercy as he runs. The crowd is absolutely dumbfounded by this wild turn of events, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Elder Lam turns back to deliver a very sincere apology. Little brother Nathan Quinn, this is deeply embarrassing that fool had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, so please forgive the mess. Nathan Quinn just nods, calmly dropping the real story. No big deal, he shrugs. Just that Nam Kung over there colluded with your guy to brutally block me from entering today's grand auction. He jokes that his tokens seem totally useless, and hints that maybe someone else should be the one permanently banned from the treasure pavilion from now on. Hearing this spicy call-out, Nam Kung throws a massive fit and snaps back Nathan Quinn. What did you just say? He screams that he is from the mighty Nam Kung family, daring anyone to ban him for life. But Elder Lum's face goes pitch black as he chillingly asks, so you are the second Nam Kung heir? From this exact second forward, you are permanently barred from ever stepping a foot inside my treasure pavilion. The spoiled rich kid freezes completely like a broken NPC. He grinds his teeth in pure fury, quietly promising to let Nathan Quinn off today. But just wait. He vows to eventually drown him when the perfect moment strikes. Right then, the elder politely hands over the incredibly important item. Here is your token back, young Master Nathan Quinn. Elder Lam then drops a totally mind-blowing VIP privilege on him, pointing out that, with his elite status, the rules of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion dictate that during the upcoming major auction for the Outer Courtyard Disciples, he is allowed to just grab 3 epic spirit treasures completely for free, and no one else is even allowed to bid against him. Barquan watches this from the sidelines, absolutely shook, wondering what kind of wild plan Nathan Quinn has with a token that gives away 3 free mega treasures. Nathan Quinn casually cups his hands in thanks. That sounds perfect, he tells the elder, but he asks him to keep his real identity completely under wraps. The elder bows and instantly agrees. Of course! But then the elder cannot help but pry, asking where he got that insane token. Nathan Quinn just shrugs it off, casually mentioning some senior gifted it to him, granting free access to every single floor of the pavilion. Huang gasps out loud, "What on earth?" He stands completely stunned, just staring at Nathan Quinn's back as he walks away. Huang gets dizzy, realizing the huge potential of someone who can just walk into any floor of the treasure pavilion. With backing like that, he figures brother Nathan Quinn must have a heavyweight elder behind him. Sticking by his side today is a total jackpot. Right at that second, the massive crowd suddenly goes wild, screaming that Kung Than has finally arrived. The crowd shifts nervously, complaining out loud, "Kung Than is here. Guess this auction has some serious top-tier loot. We have absolutely no chance of competing now. Who expected him to show up? Wasn't that guy supposed to be locked in seclusion? Heaven help us all. Please do not let him target the exact treasure I want." The arrogant guy strolling in like he owns the place is Kung Than, head of the outer court. Spotting that massive ego, Nathan Quinn quickly activates his war god vision. Sweeping a quick glance over him, Nathan Quinn quietly sizes up his opponent a grade 9 yellow rank beast spirit weapon. Human and spirit perfectly synced. Cultivation sitting right at half-step innate realm. This Kung Than guy is honestly pretty solid, definitely packing a bit more power than Tutia. The guy steps up with a cold glare, demanding if he is Nathan Quinn. Our boy literally does not care, casually turning away. Watching this absolute disrespect, the crowd goes totally speechless, quietly muttering to themselves, this Nathan Quinn kid is seriously wild, daring to brush off Kung Than like a nobody. The senior softly drops a thinly veiled warning, "My little brother never respects anyone and caused a massive mess, so please look after him." Hearing this, Nathan Quinn stays completely quiet. Kung Than just keeps pushing, zero filter. He bluntly points the finger, "You completely blocked my brother from entering the spirit treasure hall, but honestly, he brought that suffering on himself." He shoots back a fierce glare, laying down a heavy warning, "But let me remind you right now, do not act too crazy. You had better not provoke me, or you will swallow the consequences." The audience watches this whole standoff, whispering in pure confusion, "Is that actually Kung Than?" "Yeah, watch your mouth." I honestly think he did not come here to apologize at all. He is definitely just warning Nathan Quinn. Right then, Bok Hoen anxiously checks in on young master Nathan Quinn. He just smiles, playing it cool, "It is totally fine. Let us head inside too, the auction is starting up." They strut into the auction hall, where the host enthusiastically greets the crowd, welcoming everybody in. Elder Truong slowly makes the official announcement, stepping up as the professional auction host. "I trust everyone here already knows the rules clearly, so I will not waste words." With that, this outer court auction officially begins. He hypes up the bidding, announcing the very first treasure. The second that first item gets displayed, some sharp-eyed guy in the crowd screams out, "What? A 3-petal lotus." The crowd totally freaks out and jumps to their feet. The very first treasure is a 3-petal golden lotus. This entire auction is seriously going hard tonight. I swear I am absolutely securing that 3-petal golden lotus. Elder Truong calmly introduces the treasure. I do not need to say much about this. You guys definitely know it. The bidding starts right now. Starting price is 1,000 innate pills, and every raise must be no less than 500 innate pills. A second later, guests aggressively compete, yelling out 1,500 pills. Whoever dares to rob me, I will end them incredibly big talk. If we are playing like that, I bid 2,000, I bid 3,000. Sitting aside, Nathan Quinn looks genuinely surprised, did not expect this lotus to go that high. The host loudly declares the final result, slamming the hammer at a closing price of 8,000 innate pills. Right after that, Elder Truong moves on to reveal the identity of the second item. This next treasure is easily one of the absolute most precious gems in the entire auction tonight. Pretty sure half the disciples here have been dying for it to appear. Flashing a super smug grin, Elder Truong excitedly uncovers the rare prize. I am pretty sure you can all tell this is the legendary 7-color flower. As you guys already know, body tempering is literally 10 times harder than the standard innate realm. Possessing this 7-color flower basically guarantees a 100% clean breakthrough straight into that innate level. But that is not all. Every single petal also dramatically boosts your comprehension skills. 7 times the effect of the 3-petal lotus, starting off at 5,000 innate pills. Hearing those stats, the greedy guests go totally feral, screaming bids non-stop. I bid 6,000 innate pills. I bid 8,000. 8,000 and you think you can take the 7-color flower? I bid 10,000. You broke losers, only adding 2,000? I dropped 15,000. Now check this out. Kung Than confidently steps in and drops an absolutely massive bid. I offer 50,000 innate pills. I hope my brothers here will not fight me on this, since you all know I am one step from the innate state, and I desperately need this flower right now. Seeing his total dominance, the crowd reluctantly decides to back down. Since senior brother Kung Than said it, he really does need this flower way more. Elder Truong solemnly confirms the new owner is indeed junior brother Kung Than. Junior brother Kung Than has bid 50,000 innate pills. If nobody else wants to compete, then this legendary flower belongs entirely to you. Right at that perfect moment, Nathan Quinn arrogantly cuts straight in, I want this 7-color flower. Elder Truong jerks his head up in pure confusion, snapping his eyes toward the voice, only to find a ridiculously confident teenager. Flustered, the elder quickly explains the rules. Hey buddy, really sorry about this, but you bid a second too late. This flower already belongs to Kung Than. Nathan Quinn just lets out a wicked sneer, boldly claiming his ground. Oh, really? Once I want something, I do not care who shows up. That flower is mine. Hearing this, Kung Than laughs with pure contempt. This junior brother is actually hilarious. You did not even bid, so stop throwing a tantrum here. Though obviously, if you can actually cough up enough pills, I fully welcome you to try and compete. Seeing a total VIP approach the stage, Elder Truong asks in doubt, Elder Lam, why are you here? But after hearing his explanation, Truong jolts back in absolute shock. What? Elder Truong skips the small talk, his eyes light up, locking in the final decision. This 7-color flower officially belongs to this disciple right here. Kung Than looks completely dumbfounded, choking on his own words. Catching on to the ridiculously tense vibe in the room, the elder jumps in to smooth things over. He tells junior brother Nathan Quinn, man, I was completely blind a second ago. I didn't recognize your status at all, trying to snatch your prize like that. Please, your excellency, forgive this lowly fool. This 7-color flower is absolutely yours if you just say the word, and you do not have to pay a single dime for it. Hearing that insane offer, the entire auction house goes totally quiet, jaw practically hitting the floor. Kung Than absolutely loses it, protesting at the top of his lungs. He demands to know what Elder Truong is doing. An auction literally means the highest bidder takes home the treasure. What right does this kid have to snatch the 7-color flower for free? But the elder shoots him a stern glare, shutting the argument down completely. Sect rules, he announces firmly. Moving right along, the bid for the next treasure officially begins now. Nathan Quinn just flashes a pretty satisfied smirk, enjoying the free show. Meanwhile, Kung Than clenches his fist so hard he is physically shaking, glaring at our guy with pure, unadulterated rage. He mentally promises to carve this grudge into stone. Nathan Quinn is seriously going to regret this. Up on stage, Elder Truong quickly pivots to the next item. Presenting the second major treasure of this massive auction event, the legendary dragon ambergris. He hypes it up with crazy detail. Burning this special incense releases a unique spiritual aura, practically guaranteed to help you break right through your martial arts limits. Picture a fighter stuck at the peak of the unified chi tier. They just spark up this dragon ambergris, and boom, instant breakthrough to the next level. The bidding officially kicks off at a whopping 10,000 innate pills. And watch this, the crowd goes absolutely feral. Guests fighting tooth and nail in a wild bidding war. I bid 11,000 pills, someone else shouts 15,000, then 12,000, 18,000. Numbers are flying everywhere. One guy groans that he's been stuck at the upper unified chi tier for 6 straight months, completely walled off from hitting that perfect peak. He yells that he needs this ambergris for 25,000. But then Kung Than loudly flexes his wealth, dropping an absolute bomb, 50,000 innate pills. The whole room gasps in pure awe. They praise senior brother Kung Than, incredibly impressed by his massive pockets. Looking smug as hell, he turns to bait his rival. He tells junior brother Nathan Quinn that this kind of ambergris only shows up once a decade, miss it now, and it's gone for good. If you actually want it, come fight me for it. Nathan Quinn just rubs the back of his head, totally calm. You make a solid point, senior brother. In that case, I will gladly take this incense off your hands. Seeing this absurd level of arrogance, Kung Than fiercely objects taking it. You didn't even outbid me. What makes you think you can just grab whatever you want? You already snagged the 7-color flower. You seriously expect to snatch this dragon ambergris too? But the second he stops yelling, Elder Truong instantly confirms the item belongs to Nathan Quinn. He motions to bring out the next piece, while Kung Than stands there, completely unable to believe his own ears. Wait, what? Kung Than flips out, loudly calling out the elder. He demands to know if Elder Truong has lost his mind. Nathan Quinn never dropped a single bid for that ambergris. The elder totally ignores him, smoothly rolling right into the next pitch. Alright, next up is the false god sword. Forged by the Stonehand Heavenly King himself, it slices through solid iron like it is wet paper. Nathan Quinn just kicks back, admiring the loot. Kung Than is boiling with venom, swearing brutal payback. Who exactly is this Nathan Quinn kid to casually steal two major treasures right out from under him? He firmly logs both insults into his memory. He is definitely making him pay for this. Next to him, Bok Hoen looks pretty nervous, hurriedly whispering that they really need to watch their backs around Kung Than. Nathan Quinn just smiles, overflowing with quiet confidence. He says not to sweat it if that guy tries playing dirty. He has his own counters ready. Just then, Elder Truong signals the crowd. We are reaching the finish line. The next item up on the block is the grand finale of this entire auction. He practically shouts the name of the treasure, the Seven Sins. Staring at the insanely rare setup, Kung Than is stunned to actually see the Seven Sins here. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn narrows his eyes, quietly activating his war god vision to inspect them. Taking a good look at the artifacts, Nathan Quinn feels a weird vibe. He deduces that these 7 ancient blades are somewhat strange, secretly resonating and feeding off each other's energy. On stage, Elder Truong gives a super serious rundown. These 7 ancient blades are actually one complete set, known strictly as the Seven Sins. They were uncovered by one of our sect elders inside an incredibly rare ruin. He proudly hypes up their insane value, pointing out they went through full sect appraisal. The origin of these 7 sins is totally a mystery, but the pure sharpness they project is off the charts. They can easily stand toe-to-toe with actual spiritual weapons. And get this, the sect elders suspect that when these 7 blades link up to unleash their combined energy, their destructive power is absolutely unmatched by any regular gear. Hearing all that hype, the crowd completely loses their minds. A weapon that's strong? Who would even be scared of the inner disciples anymore? It is not like every single person walks around holding spiritual gear. Nobody expected the outer courtyard auction to drop this many heavy-hitting items. Elder Truong skips the extra fluff and dives right into the main event. The starting bid for the 7 Sins set is 50,000 innate pills. Every single raise must be at least 10,000 pills or higher. Let the bidding begin. But the second he finishes talking, the entire room drops into dead silence. Not a single person makes a peep instead. Every single head turns straight toward Nathan Quinn. Realizing the massive elephant in the room, the elder mentally facepalms. He completely forgot about the kid. Shifting his focus, Elder Truong cautiously asks the golden question. Brother Nathan Quinn, do you happen to want this set too? The crowd just stares in absolute shock, and right on cue, Kung Than bursts into sudden laughter. He clenches his fists and goes right for the provocation. He loudly declares there is absolutely no way Nathan Quinn walks away with a third treasure for free today. Kung Than throws down a bid of 100,000 Xiantian pills, daring anyone brave enough to step up and challenge him. Nathan Quinn just crosses his arms and calmly replies that the 7 deadly sins set perfectly suits his taste, so he is taking it. A second later, the host happily confirms the deal. The 7 deadly sins set officially belongs to Nathan Quinn, and the auction is closed. Kung Than freezes completely, unable to process reality. Wait, what? The crowd shuffles out in disappointment while Bok Hoen smiles and whispers a quick congratulations. But then Kung Than darkly calls out for his good brother Nathan Quinn. He fakes an excited tone to deliver a heavily loaded message, a massive congratulations to Nathan Quinn for scoring the 7 deadly sins set. He says he thought nobody could easily grab this set after Senior Lan Fong turned it down, but somehow Nathan Quinn pulled it off without breaking a sweat. Then Kung Than drops a very serious warning. He casually mentions that Senior Lan Fong actually happens to be a huge fan of this exact treasure set. And once that guy finishes his current mission and finds out Nathan Quinn snatched it up, he will definitely be coming around for a little chat. Hearing this threat, Bok Hoen turns completely pale and curses. Senior Lan Fong. Of all people, Bok Hoen swears that Kung Than set them up on purpose. Nathan Quinn just frowns in pure confusion and asks who this guy even is. Bok Hoen drops his voice out of fear and explains how the sect divides disciples into an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. Outer disciples are all in the body-tempering realm, and they can only join the inner ranks after breaking through to the Xiantian level. And Senior Lan Fong firmly sits in the top 10 of the inner courtyard rankings, totally famous for his sheer, unapologetic brutality. Bok Hoen stammers in absolute terror, explaining that every single person who ever offended him ended up dead. The scene shifts outside the main hall gates as the crowd slowly starts filtering out of the building. Kung Than turns his head with a deadly serious look, advising Nathan Quinn that he really ought to be extremely careful from now on. But Nathan Quinn completely ignores the threat and casually orders Bok Hoen to leave. Surprised, Bok Hoen whispers for the young master to look behind them. Right at that moment, Elder Lam and the other officials wave with extremely awkward smiles, visibly relieved to finally send this absolute menace on his way. Nathan Quinn flashes a radiant, perfectly polite smile, thanking the elders and declaring that today at the Rare Treasure Hall was an absolute joy. He tells them to definitely send a messenger his way the next time they host an auction, promising he will absolutely show up in person. Hearing that promise, the elders nearly choke on their own breath. The scene then shifts over to a towering, insanely steep mountain road. Bak Hoan enthusiastically points ahead to two distinct mountains, explaining to young master Nathan Quinn that they are the outer and inner peaks, an area specifically built to house all the outer disciples. The sect's top experts placed heavy restrictions on all those houses up there, meaning there is absolutely zero chance of anyone spying on you. He adds that these living quarters are divided into a first, second, and third-tier courtyard system. Hearing all this, Nathan Quinn gets curious about the purpose behind it. What exactly is the point of splitting the courtyards up like that anyway? Bak Hoan gets incredibly serious, explaining that it actually holds a massive significance, and he decides to give the simplest example. He clearly lays out the raw numbers. The spiritual energy flowing freely through the first courtyard is 5 entire times denser than in the fifth courtyard, and it is a staggering 10 times richer than the 10th courtyard, meaning the power gap between them is just completely mind-blowing. Bak Hoan brings it right back to a practical reality, since Nathan Quinn currently ranks exactly 5th among all the outer disciples. That means he gets to live right in the 5th courtyard of the outer peak. Bak Hoan heavily emphasizes how this system ties everything together. Naturally, Bak Hoan points out that as long as a person's official ranking among the outer disciples constantly keeps climbing up, the specific courtyard they live in will definitely change over time to perfectly match that new status. Kung Thon is actually currently living right up in the first courtyard. Hearing this fact, Nathan Quinn frowns with quiet determination. If his rival gets the first courtyard, he really needs to hustle and boost his own raw strength. Nathan Quinn suddenly remembers a few familiar faces and asks about Huang, Tulan, and So Van, wanting to know where those three are staying. Bak Hoan slowly details the current rankings. Hoang Long sits pretty at second place, So Van holds 11th, and Tulan is in 12th. Right now, all three of them have officially accepted sect missions and already left the mountain grounds for some real-world combat training. Stopping right outside a neat little house, the cheerful guide warmly announces that they have finally arrived at Nathan Quinn's very own personal courtyard. Nathan Quinn takes a quick look around and is completely blown away by how incredibly thick the spiritual energy really is here. Seriously, think about it. If the fifth courtyard packs this much energy, just imagine how utterly insane the first courtyard must feel right now. Nathan Quinn takes a deep breath to truly feel the aura, quietly calculating the odds in his head. A massive 5-time difference between this fifth courtyard and the top spot basically proves that reaching a higher rank secures incredibly huge benefits. Seeing everything perfectly settled, Bak Hoan flashes a polite smile and announces that he will be taking his leave now. Nathan Quinn nods with genuine gratitude, thanking Bak Hoan for guiding him the whole way. The older man humbly brushes it off, though he is secretly celebrating inside. He claims it was absolutely no trouble at all, absolutely thrilled that he just managed to pull his relationship with the young master a whole lot closer. The scene shifts to the bedroom, where Nathan Quinn slowly sets his new treasures on the table. Staring at his loot, Nathan Quinn happily lets out a sigh of relief. He scored a massive haul today, totally striking it rich by securing 3 insanely rare treasures just because he held that purple dragon token. He rubs his chin, checking out every single item. He knows exactly what all these rare treasures do. Except for this one weird ancient ginseng root, he just cannot figure this thing out at all. Sensing some insane hidden power, Nathan Quinn decides to activate his Eye of the War God to take a really good look. Turns out there is a massive amount of energy packed deep inside this ginseng, but it is completely dead asleep. There has to be some kind of trick to wake this ancient root up and get that power flowing. Just like that, a wild idea hits him. That is it. Nathan Quinn quickly brings a finger to his mouth and bites down hard. Without hesitating, he uses his own blood as a catalyst. Divine weapons and worldly treasures always need fresh blood to be refined, so he figures he might as well give it a shot. The second Nathan Quinn drips his blood onto the ginseng, the root instantly absorbs it all and starts glowing super bright. Suddenly, all the other treasures on the table start shaking wildly, and before he can even blink, they dissolve into pure energy. Then every single drop of that energy gets sucked right into the ginseng. Seeing this absolute horror show, he just stares with wide eyes. The ginseng suddenly cracks open, and Nathan Quinn is completely left speechless by the sheer shock. Outside, all the disciples see this crazy phenomenon and completely freak out. Seeing his entire stash of loot gone, he literally shakes with pure rage. His 7-colored flower, the dragon ambergris, his 9 mystic golden pill, and over 8,000 Marshall King pills devoured entirely. Nathan Quinn absolutely loses it and starts swinging. You asking to die? He furiously unloads a flurry of punches right onto the greedy ginseng. Right then, it suddenly blasts out a massive wave of energy that sends Nathan Quinn flying. The force is so insane that he gets thrown backward over 10 meters. Getting injured by a tiny little root just pisses him off, so he angrily draws his sword. Nathan Quinn summons two blades at once. He grits his teeth, wildly swinging the swords around while yelling out for it to give back his stuff. Suddenly, a loud voice rings out from inside the ginseng itself. Nathan Quinn just stares blankly with wide eyes. What is going on? Is there actually someone living inside this root? He uses his divine power to check inside with his god of war eye, only to see the silhouette of a girl yelling back, "What are you looking at?" "Stop peeking at this, princess," she snaps. She haughtily claims she lacks power right now and is about to fall into a deep sleep. "Since you are my servant now, make sure you gather a ton of spiritual herbs for this princess." Feeling completely disrespected, he furiously snaps back. "You guys gotta see this nerve. Princess My Foot, who is your servant, and why would I help you collect herbs?" Nathan Quinn aggressively declares his absolute determination. "I will totally tame you." Everyone outside watches this incredibly bizarre scene and confusedly asks each other what is even going on. Is he practicing some kind of technique, and why is he making all this crazy noise out of nowhere? It is pretty terrifying to wonder who is really inside there. They excitedly gossip, noting that his name is actually Nathan Quinn, the exact guy who snatched first place at the grand competition. Rumor has it he fully mastered the subtle realm technique. Using just his 8th layer body tempering and an 8th grade yellow spirit, he actually slaughtered a genius at the 10th layer with a 9th grade spirit. So crazy powerful. Hiding in a dark corner, Nam Kung gnashes his teeth and darkly mutters to himself, "Go ahead and feel pretty smug for now. Soon enough, you will taste the real ruthless tricks of this young master Nam Kung." After that chaotic little scuffle, morning sunlight finally creeps into the room. Right now, he is annoyed and panting heavily, cursing the situation. Feeling this completely helpless is genuinely a massive first for him. Suddenly, the mysterious object lights up again. Curious but furious, Nathan Quinn fiercely grinds his teeth together, secretly holding a massive grudge over this whole ordeal. "Once I get out of here, I will make sure to take very good care of you." 10 days fly by, and we find Nathan Quinn aggressively grinding his cultivation. Right then, an intense wave of power just explodes out of him. Nathan Quinn is completely thrilled that he finally leveled up. Feeling his surging strength, he stretches with total satisfaction. The outer courtyard peak is truly something else, providing such an incredibly massive amount of mystical energy. After 10 straight days of brutal training, I have finally stepped into the 9th layer of body tempering. Nathan Quinn seriously evaluates his current insane power levels. Adding his mastered technique and God-given offensive abilities, it is more than enough to perfectly counter Nam Kung, even if that guy is half a step into the innate state. Now just one tiny step away, the pure strength he comprehended has actually easily surpassed 10 times the normal body refinement limit. He angrily blames it all on that greedy little ginseng. If he still had his 7-colored flower and dragon ambergris, he definitely would have broken right into the higher refinement tier. Letting it go, Nathan Quinn bitterly forces himself to hyper-focus and just keep cultivating. Right on cue, a super strict voice commands every single disciple to immediately head outside. An hour later at the outer courtyard arena, the inner disciples gather for a lecture. Seeing this, he turns away thinking that listening to a lecture is nowhere near as good as actual training. Then the announcer loudly declares the new rule: anyone who skips gets fined 10,008 pills. Hearing this absurd penalty, Nathan Quinn just heavily sighs. Without any delay, he instantly teleports over to the lecture zone, shifting the scene straight into the massive martial arts arena space. Everyone is casually hanging out and chatting. 2 eager disciples are enthusiastically gossiping right now. Did you guys hear the big news? The one giving the lecture today is actually senior sister Huang. Wait, seriously, Huang? She has a 9th grade yellow spirit and is literally the top student in the inner courtyard. Another hopeful disciple completely cuts into their loud talk. Since senior sister Huang is here, it definitely will not be like that annoying guy last time who just showed off his power. Looks like we might actually learn a ton of stuff today. Boom, a bizarre red light tears through the sky and slams straight into the dirt. Out steps senior Huang, dropping an immediate threat. She barks at everyone to shut their mouths right now, or they are getting a taste of her staff. She sweeps a fierce glare across the crowd, making her point clear. She announces she is here to teach today, but not to guide their cultivation. She is not handing out martial arts tips, and definitely not teaching them how to be decent people. She only wants to show them exactly how massive this world truly is. The crowd completely freezes, totally rattled by her insanely arrogant vibe and obvious raw talent. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn sharpens his gaze, picking up on her true power level instantly. This senior Huang is seriously interesting. She has not only reached the 6th innate tier, but she has actually mastered that tricky micro-intent realm too. If she actually lets loose in a real fight, she would be absolutely terrifying. She gets right down to business, breaking down how the Kanglin continent splits into an upper and lower realm. And yeah, compared to the top, their lower realm is basically a barren puddle. Huang spells it out loud and clear. Their own Xuanling sect sits smack at the bottom in that lower realm. Down here, you have got hundreds of different nations and over 500 sects. And every single one of those factions is on the exact same level as Xuanling sect. She smirks, eagerly dropping more heavy facts. Sitting right at the very top of those 500 sects are the three great holy temples. Every single faction falls directly under their absolute control. They are the absolute peak of cultivation power down here in the lower realm. Hearing this massive reality check, the disciples are completely speechless. Then, Huang narrows her eyes, turning to single someone out, asking this disciple to list out how many realms martial arts is split into. Panic sweeps the crowd as every single eye locks onto Nathan Quinn. He does not miss a single beat, smoothly listing the path starting from the body tempering tier, then innate tier, martial king, martial ancestor, and martial emperor, continuing right up through martial venerable, martial saint, martial origin, martial sovereign, and finally martial god. She actually gives him a soft, highly satisfied smile. Spot on. She says the martial path has exactly 10 distinct realms, with 10 stages in each. Their own Xuanling sect leaders have only hit the peak of the martial ancestor tier, while the upper realm is packed with legendary martial gods. Soaking in this wild lore, Huang drops the hammer with a deadly serious warning. They need to understand that simply joining the Xuanling sect is quite literally just the starting line. Nobody should dare get arrogant just because they have some basic talent or a lucky break. Across the grand scale of the continent, they are basically still just helpless bugs. Acting all high and mighty, she then tosses out a rare reward. His answer was absolutely flawless. She offers up her personal token, telling him he can swing by the inner courtyard to see her anytime he wants. She tosses the shiny token straight over for Nathan Quinn to catch. The crowd instantly starts buzzing with toxic jealousy, wondering why on earth this guy gets the prize. Total garbage, they grumble. It was such a ridiculously easy question that literally anyone could have answered it. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn quietly checks his surroundings, burning Senior Huang's harsh reality check deep into his brain. This world is unfathomably massive, and looking out across the entire continent, their grand Xuanling sect is actually nothing more than a tiny beginner zone. The only thing that matters right now is fueling his martial drive and grinding harder to reach that next insane power tier. But right on cue, Nam Kung-han blocks his path. He aggressively yells out for Nathan Quinn to freeze right there, tossing out a loud, obnoxious threat. He sneers, claiming Nathan Quinn only dared to mess with him last time because he leaned on some lucky backing. Today, he will prove why the second young master of Nam Kung is completely untouchable. He demands Nathan Quinn drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness right this second. Seeing the heavy hitter step up, the crowd totally loses their cool. Oh man, they whisper in panic. Are those the notorious 5 tigers? And who exactly is this crazy guy standing up to them? Why on earth would anyone willingly offend the second young master and the ruthless 5 tigers? A few bystanders finally recognize his face and immediately start gossiping. They point him out. That is Nathan Quinn, the absolute top ranker from the Grand Pavilion trial. Rumor has it he walked a full 1,000 steps in the chaotic bamboo forest, even crossing cultivation tiers to slaughter a super genius. But honestly, so what if he took down a genius? This right here is the absolute stomping ground of the 5 tigers. The second those 5 link up their powers, Nathan Quinn does not stand a single chance. Despite the heavy hype, he just calmly turns his back. He casually tosses over his shoulder that he is busy today, so they can chat some other time. Seeing him brush them off, the rival sneers, aggressively blocking his path again. He loudly mocks him, asking if he is finally terrified. The rest of the 5 tigers step up with greedy, threatening glares. They laugh at the absolute joke of him trying to leave after catching their crosshairs. They heard all about him grabbing first place back at the pavilion tournament. That means he must be holding on to some seriously sweet loot, right? If he has half a brain, he will hand over those 100,000 innate pills and that shiny 9 profound golden pill right now. Nathan Quinn doesn't even flinch, sighing a completely deadpan response. Pills? What pills is he even talking about? Looks like they are going to have to do some aggressive negotiating today. Seeing his attitude, Big Tiger steps up with a crazy, arrogant challenge. He admits it is pretty wild that Nathan Quinn actually mastered the micro-intent realm. But honestly, so what? Once all 5 of them combine their heavy strength, they will easily crush him flat. And here is where things get genuinely insane. The 5 tigers suddenly lock into an aggressive formation, unleashing a massive, terrifying energy grid. The crowd totally loses it, screaming, "Is that actually the Profound Light 5 Elements array?" One guy stammers that the tigers bullied him before, nearly beating him to death with this exact same setup. He checked the ancient records. Unless someone is a true master of the innate tier, there is literally no way out. Even a half-step innate fighter would be totally helpless trying to break that brutal formation. Nam Kung arrogantly steps up with a direct threat. He demands to know if Nathan Quinn is watching because this is exactly how anyone who offends the second young master ends up. He declares that this Mystic Light 5 Elements array is absolutely unbreakable, no matter what kind of crazy trick anyone tries to pull. Today, he is not just going to cripple him, he is taking every single pill he owns, and from now on, every time he sees him, he is handing out another brutal beating. Nathan Quinn just lets out a faint smirk. Is that so? He replies calmly. Then he steps right up and firmly unleashes his technique. He announces he will shatter their little 5 elements array today. He activates the divine god of battle eyes, peering into the very heavens. Daiho flies into a wild rage and charges forward. He rallies the boys to attack together, mocking the attempt to break his array. Keep dreaming, the guy yells. Nathan Quinn just channels all his energy, summoning down raw lightning. Now watch how fast the tables turn here. A second later, Nathan Quinn effortlessly obliterates the entire formation in one single strike. Seeing this absolute disaster, Daiho screams in terror. His unbreakable array is busted. Bystanders completely lose their minds. This is just straight up unimaginable. That massive defensive array is something even top-tier experts completely fail against. How could he possibly pull that off? Daiho shakes like a leaf, panicking and asking aloud how this is real. How on earth did he dismantle the 5 elements array? Nathan Quinn does not even answer, just hits him with a dead cold stare. The terrified guy chokes on his words, asking what Nathan Quinn wants. This is the martial arts arena, he stammers out, warning him not to act crazy or he will violate sect rules. Not holding back at all, Nathan Quinn exposes the truth. He was only here to listen to a lecture, but they just had to bother him. And on top of that, they wanted to steal his pills. Daiho shrinks back in absolute horror and tries to make excuses, pleading that it is just a misunderstanding. Nathan Quinn does not care and simply clenches his fist. He starts swinging in fury, cursing them out with every punch. This is what they get for trying to rob his stash, because stealing his pills is his biggest pet peeve. Still want to rob me, he demands. They cry they would never dare. Leaving so soon? Hand over every single pill you have right now, he orders. The guy sobs in total defeat, offering up everything and begging for his life. With the goons handled, Nathan Quinn shows zero mercy and pivots right to his main target. Nam Kung, you are up next, he says. Hearing his name, the guy jumps in pure panic. Nam Kung looks utterly pathetic, desperately begging while frantically coughing up all his belongings. Big bro, Nathan Quinn, boss. He whines, dumping his entire stash of pills and telling him to take it all. He admits his mistake, begging not to get beaten, or at least to please spare his face. Nathan Quinn aggressively stomps over, glaring down at him. Seeing that scary amount of rage, Nam Kung stammers in absolute terror, pleading with him to stop. What follows is a completely merciless beatdown. Nathan Quinn wraps up the one-sided fight, grabs his newly acquired loot, and quickly leaves the scene. Left behind, the guy bawls his eyes out, repeating his ignored plea he specifically asked not to be hit in the face. The scene shifts back to Nathan Quinn's private estate, where he excitedly holds his new prizes. Attending that lecture really paid off big time today. Not only did he snag senior sister Huang's token, but right when his pockets were completely empty, someone generously gifted him this huge pile of pills. Nathan Quinn marches into his room and gets dead serious. He was tricked last time, but he swears he absolutely will not let this thing swallow his pills again. He glares right at the ginseng root and makes a bold promise, claiming that once his cultivation level gets a bit stronger, he is going to slice it wide open and see what is actually hiding inside. Right at that very moment, the ginseng suddenly stirs and flashes an intense, blinding light. You already know what happens next, right? Watching every single treasure get sucked dry, Nathan Quinn yells in pure horror his entire pill stash is completely gone again. Furious, he screams at it to stop right now. Seeing the thing refuse to spit them out, Nathan Quinn loses his mind and roars that he will fight it to the death. He immediately draws his twin swords. A split second later, Nathan Quinn slashes straight at the ginseng, but the weird root does not take a single scratch. From inside, Diu gives a totally arrogant reply. This princess simply pitied him. She didn't even want to steal these measly little pills, but she never expected him to dare provoke her. Consider this a mere warning from the princess. Now he better hurry up and fetch her a ton more pills, or he will have to keep facing her terrible wrath. He is so incredibly mad his eyes turn bloodshot. It swallowed that many of his pills, and now it demands he go out and find even more? Does she really still think she is some princess? Pushed to his absolute breaking point, Nathan Quinn raises his blade high, threatening to chop her head clean off. Right at that very moment, a super cheerful voice calls out from the door. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, they announce, we are finally back. Forced to yield, he turns away, warning her he will settle the score later. Stepping outside, he sees Tulan greeting him with a bright smile, noticing his great progress. The guy praises him endlessly, saying it is amazing he got even stronger, especially given his cultivation. He figures it will not be long before he hits the top 10. Then he suddenly realizes in pure shock that Nathan Quinn has already reached the 9th layer of body tempering. Feeling a bit insecure, Lan compares himself and sighs, unable to believe he still cannot even compare to brother Nathan Quinn. Standing nearby, Van smiles to comfort him. She says even Tio cannot measure up to junior brother Nathan Quinn, so he just needs to work harder. The guy quickly regains his calm, feeling totally motivated. Going out to train this time really helped him grow up a lot. He proudly tells Nathan Quinn that he has always viewed him as the ultimate goal to strive toward. Shifting to a serious topic, she gently interrupts them. All right, she says, we came here because there is actually something way more important to discuss. Van cheerfully leans in with a curious question. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, the outer courtyard exam is starting really soon. Aren't you going to participate? Nathan Quinn tilts his head, asking what this outer court exam actually is. Lena Shaw casually explains the deal. Outer court disciples have to face a massive evaluation test every 3 months. The sect uses this special trial to check on everyone's cultivation progress. Plus, if you manage to snag a spot in the top 5, you get hit with some seriously massive rewards. Not just that, but your final rank in this exam becomes your permanent ranking out here in the outer court. So if you want a better life, you absolutely have to participate. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn's eyes completely light up at the mention of a huge reward. He is still furious about his massive loss. That sneaky little ginseng ate 8,000 of his pills the second he looked away. Seeing him completely space out, Lena Shaw looks confused and asks Nathan Quinn what is wrong with him. He forces a smile and quickly changes the subject, telling him to keep going. Lena Shaw seriously relays the next detail. The outer court exam kicks off in exactly 10 days. On top of that, senior brother Huang went into isolated training. Before locking himself away, he passed on a message. He really hopes to test his full strength against Nathan Quinn during this exam. Hearing this bold challenge, Nathan Quinn gets entirely hyped and agrees instantly. He declares he will absolutely join this outer court trial to face Huang. Meanwhile, over at the first courtyard peak, Nanzhong Gui is practically groveling on the floor. He begs his older brother to step in and help him out. Gong Cheng coldly questions him, asking if Nathan Quinn is really the one who caused all of this mess. The guy bitterly confirms it. Furious at this reckless disrespect, Gong Cheng decides to take revenge, sneering that Nathan Quinn is completely lawless and out of control. Just wait for the outer court exam, you know he is going to make him pay. Back at the 5th courtyard, our boy is hyper-focused on his cultivation. Nathan Quinn pushes right to the peak, officially breaking through the 10th layer of body tempering. He falls into deep thought, carefully calculating his current strength and weighing his odds against a terrifying existence like Zi Xiao. Even without unleashing his martial spirit or his ultimate strike, he could crush the guy in one move. But fighting a true Xiantian realm expert? That is a whole different beast entirely. Huang and Gong Cheng are absolutely guaranteed to enter this outer court exam. There is a massive chance both of them have already broken into the Xiantian realm. If that is true, the real question is whether he can actually pull off a win. Nathan Quinn sighs in pure frustration. That stupid ginseng is seriously the worst. If it had not stolen all his rare herbs and golden pills, things would be completely different. He probably would have easily reached the half-step Xiantian level by now at the very least. Meow Meow haughtily fires back. What is he crying about? Having this princess sample his little pills is an absolute honor for him. He needs to realize that countless cultivators would kill for this kind of privilege but can never get it. So he better learn to appreciate it and serve the princess well. Hearing this nonsense, Nathan Quinn's face turns black with sheer rage while she just smugly continues mocking him. But since he is her servant now, she refuses to let him suffer a loss. She decides to hand him a little benefit right now. Right as she speaks, a purple pill suddenly materializes and shoots straight into Nathan Quinn's body, leaving him totally stunned. What in the world is this? Feeling that perfect surge of energy, Nathan Quinn gasps in complete shock. This spiritual chi is incredibly pure. Even top-tier ginseng would not equal a fraction of this power. Meow Meow happily reveals its real identity. This is the primordial spiritual liquid, a special reward from the princess herself. She orders him to sit down immediately and refine it. He asks what this primordial liquid actually is. Feeling the boundless strength coursing through him, Nathan Quinn is absolutely blown away by the terrifying amount of raw energy. He quickly tosses those thoughts aside and calms his mind. Whatever it is, he will refine it first and ask questions later. Time flies by, and within just 8 short hours, Nathan Quinn instantly levels up to a completely new realm. He excitedly realizes he successfully broke into the Xiantian realm. He can feel it after just 1 day of training. He reached the heavenly stage, and the power packing his soul is seriously intense. Nathan Quinn looks over at the ginseng with deep satisfaction. This white jade ginseng is actually not half bad. He closes his eyes to center himself and get everything in order. Tomorrow is the big trial day, or the grand evaluation, however you want to call it. The ancient terms are confusing, so he just wings it. Right now, he absolutely has to master this new strength. Fast forward to the second day at the massive plaza. Now the real show begins. Looking around the packed area, Nathan Quinn is seriously impressed, admitting it completely deserves the title of a grand trial. This is the perfect stage for the strongest fighters to clash, bringing power levels at least 7 times higher than a normal crowd. Right on cue, the disciples start screaming in pure hype. It is Nangongui himself. Nathan Quinn whistles at the guy's entrance, even his breathing screams that he just had a major breakthrough. Rubbing his chin, Nathan Quinn grins. A Xiantian realm opponent is definitely going to be fun. Then Lena Shaw waves him over with a big smile. He swaggers up and playfully teases Nathan Quinn, asking how he is feeling. Does he have the confidence to survive this? Nathan Quinn carefully sizes up the competition. He has confidence, sure, but it will be a bit tricky. In the outer court, Nengong ranks first. Huang Long is second, and Mo Che is third. All of them possess 9th grade golden martial spirits with unfathomable cultivation bases. Running into those 3 almost guarantees a loss. Plus, there is 4th-ranked Shu Yu, holding an 8th grade spirit with seriously boosted chi refinement. Tiu Lan awkwardly hesitates, asking what happens if they actually run into each other in there. Nathan Quinn just flashes a gentle smile and tells him to chill out with over 600 disciples joining in. The chances of crossing paths are basically 0. Right on cue, the big shot elders make a grand, unexpected entrance. Trinbu clears his throat and loudly declares that the outer courtyard disciple assessment has officially begun. The test is split into 2 phases, but before anything else, they announce the sweet rewards for the top 5 contenders of this round, leaving the second phase details for later. He loudly announces the rewards. 5th place scores 10,000 Xiantian pills, while 4th place bags 20,000 Xiantian pills. 3rd place grabs 30,000 Xiantian pills, 2nd place gets 50,000, and the champion takes home 100,000 Xiantian pills plus a legendary Insect King pill. The disciples totally lose their minds, gasping in shock. Wait, an Insect King pill? They are actually giving away an Insect King pill? Rumor has it that whoever swallows this crazy pill instantly breaks through to the King realm, finally stepping out of the shadows for good. This exact miracle drug, it makes every single disciple go absolutely feral. Staring at the prize, he is seriously impressed they are actually going all out by offering such an insanely rare pill. But Trinbu is not done dropping bombs, continuing with an even juicier announcement. That is not all. The top 5 winners will actually represent the Swan Ling sect at the Wu Yuan Pavilion this year. Standing in the back, Huang Long practically burns with ambition, swearing he will secure a top 5 spot no matter the cost. Hearing this crazy news, Sovern seriously and honestly admits that he never even dreamed of getting a shot at entering the Wu Yuan Pavilion. The Wu Yuan Pavilion is hidden away in a mysterious part of the Luo He Kingdom, opening only once every 2 years. It even has a special season so folks without a Xiantian cultivation base can sneak inside. Word on the street? Just setting foot inside guarantees a massive lucky break. Senior brother Kung Dung actually went in there once. And get this, after he came back, his cultivation level rocketed up by 3 whole realms in just a single day. The 2 of them stare with eyes wide as saucers jumping 3 whole realms. I mean, is the Wu Yuan Pavilion seriously that ridiculously overpowered? He stares down this unpredictable goal with rock-solid ambition, finally realizing exactly why all the disciples are going totally crazy over it. He vows he is definitely going to the Wu Yuan Pavilion this time, and what is more, he is claiming 1st place in this trial. Just then, Trinbu cheerfully announces the start of the first assessment phase. Now watch closely, because he claims this opening round is super simple, a little game of identifying herbs. He patiently breaks down the rules, explaining that they have set out 50 types of heaven and earth spirit herbs and 50 different medicinal pills. Everyone has to properly identify them and write down the exact properties of the spirit herbs. They must see right through the ingredients, and they only get 1 single shot. The second he stops talking, the rare medicinal items and herbs are laid out right before them. The crowd takes one look at this nightmare and instantly starts complaining, how on earth is identifying random herbs a fair test of skill? This is a total disaster. The Grand Elder is a high-level alchemist, and Kung Than is his personal disciple, so obviously he knows alchemy. This first test is basically tailor-made for Kung Than. What an absolutely shameless move. Is this not just a blatantly rigged setup to let Kung Than breeze right through the first round? It is completely and utterly unfair. Hearing the angry whispers, Trinbu furiously barks everybody shut your mouths. He threatens to instantly disqualify anyone who dares utter another useless word, demanding the test begin immediately. Meanwhile, the guy happily steps right up to examine the goods. Done! Kung Than quickly zeroes in on his targets and scribbles the names. Smugly shouting his victory, he smoothly hands over his completed exam paper. Watching this ridiculous display, Tiulan angrily scoffs. Setting up a herb identification test just so Kung Than can easily pass the first round is honestly just pathetic. No more wasted breath. The emotionless elder simply barks out the next name. A brave disciple steps up next, figuring he might as well give it a shot. The tense atmosphere drags on for 3 agonizing hours until the referee finally calls out Nathan Quinn. You are up next. Watching him prep, Kung Than slyly decides to drop some totally fake advice. He tells junior brother Nathan Quinn that this herb test is super tricky, pretending to be a kind senior giving a friendly warning. But Nathan Quinn just ignores him, arrogantly scanning the room. Grand Elder Trin Bu totally rigged this entire herb identification trial specifically for Kung Than. But they never factored in his battle god eyes, which can literally see through absolutely everything in just a single split second. Nathan Quinn figures it all out and quickly scribbles everything onto the paper. Watching this insane speed, the elder strokes his beard in pure shock. His godly recognition speed is actually minutes faster than Kung Thane. But this punk definitely knows absolutely nothing about actual medicinal pills. He must just be writing down complete nonsense. Facing this crazy result, Kung Than surprisingly walks over and pats his shoulder, praising junior brother Nathan Quinn for finishing in just 3 short minutes. Somehow, he actually listed every single ingredient for all these herbs and pills. Sorting them all perfectly, it seems junior brother Nathan Quinn has an unmatched level of alchemy skill that commands absolute respect. Arrogantly clasping his hands, Nathan Quinn playfully fires back, "Too kind, but I almost feel bad stealing first place right out from under you." Kung Thane slyly jumps on the chance to propose a bet. Since junior brother Nathan Quinn is so obnoxiously confident, why not put some real stakes on it? If you actually win, I will hand over 100,000 Xiantian pills, but if you lose, you give me that 7 purities badge in your hand. How about it? Standing off to the side, Tiulan watches this entire slimy trap unfold. Disgusted by the sheer shamelessness, he annoyed calls it out. This Kung Than guy is just way too despicable. This bet clearly looks like an absolute win for him. Standing right beside him, Sovern nervously points out the obvious. When it comes to judging herbs and pills, Kung Than has 0 rivals in the outer courtyard. Nathan Quinn definitely will not accept a bet like this. But the guy does not argue back, he just flashes a highly suspicious smirk. Nathan Quinn takes the bet with 0 hesitation. He tells his senior brother that if he really wants to hand over 100,000 heavenly immortal pills, he will gladly accept the free gift. The crowd completely loses their minds over this insane level of recklessness. They start whispering frantically, completely shocked that Nathan Quinn actually accepted, genuinely believing he stands a chance at taking down Kung Than. Nobody expected the guy to actually have this much reckless courage, openly challenging Kung Than right to his face. Facing this crazy arrogance, Trin Bu just bursts out laughing, clearly entertained. He praises the kid's guts, deeply amused that this rookie actually thinks he has the skills to take down a veteran. The old man decides to crash this gambling party himself. With a wicked grin, he throws down a massive new challenge. He wagers 400,000 heavenly immortal pills on Kung Than taking the win, demanding to know if Nathan Quinn dares to accept. The crowd absolutely gasps at that absurdly terrifying number. 400,000 pills is a wildly heavy wager. Throw that onto the pile, and this insane bet totals a whopping 500,000 heavenly immortal pills. Will Nathan Quinn actually take that bait? The guy slyly tries to haggle right away, asking the Grand Elder if 400,000 pills is maybe pushing it a bit far. He casually mentions that he does not exactly carry that kind of massive collateral in his pockets right now. He suggests the old man lower the bet to 200,000 pills instead. He offers up his own storage bag to match it, claiming the bag itself is easily worth a solid 200,000 pills. Trin Bu arrogantly shuts that down right away. He firmly insists on keeping the bet at 400,000 heavenly immortal pills. If the kid manages to win, all 400,000 pills belong to him. But if he loses, he will not have to pay the 400,000 back. Instead, he just has to kneel on this very training field for 10 days and 10 straight nights. The elder smirks, openly asking if the kid has the guts to accept. Tiu Line stares nervously at his friend's back. He panics, convinced this is an absolutely rigged game that is completely destined to fail. He begs his bro not to accept. But Nathan Quinn just wildly declares that he originally tried to save the Grand Elder 200,000 pills. Since the old man does not appreciate his kindness, he is tossing that mercy right out the window. He loudly agrees to match this crazy bet with them all. The elder looks completely thrilled by this development. He praises the moment, deeply amused to find such a gloriously lawless rebel hiding right here among the outer sect disciples. So today, the Grand Elder is going to watch this exam very closely. He wants to see exactly where this absurd confidence comes from, especially since the kid claims he can beat his own top student. With that settled, Trinbu formally announces the start of the exam grading. Elder Bui steps up and strictly reads out the grading rules. The written herb and pill test is scored out of 100 total points. Scoring under 30 points means instant elimination, while anything above 30 moves you forward. Whoever grabs the top 5 spots gets their points rolled over into the next brutal round. The scores will simply stack up. Getting right down to business, he starts calling out the desperate candidates one by one with their final grades. La Yen scrapes by with 30 points, barely passing. Sovern secures a solid 72 points to advance, and Tio Line moves forward with 53 points. What a disaster! Turdao gets a miserable 23 points and fails completely. Right then, Elder Bui pauses, his eyes locking dead onto a very specific name, before slowly announcing the score. Up next is Kung Than's final result. The anxious crowd quickly cranes their necks, waiting for the reveal. Here we go. The Golden Boy is up. Elder Bui practically shouts with excitement, announcing that Kung Tan crushed it with 99 points, putting him straight in first place. Hearing that insane score, the stunned crowd completely erupts in praise over those 99 points. Just one single point away from absolute perfection, truly worthy of Kung Tan. They figure there is nothing surprising about a guy like him dominating the boards, since he is already a master alchemist. Exactly. With a high score like that sitting at the very top, there is no physical way anyone beats it. It looks like Nathan Quinn is taking a hard, undeniable loss here. A second later, the ultimate kiss-up elders turn around, endlessly throwing praise and congratulations right at the Grand Elder. They hype up the incredible result Kung Than just pulled off. That top spot obviously belongs to his beloved disciple. 99 points is no joke. One elder even claims that he himself probably would not score that high if he took the written test today. They absolutely love praising this genius new generation. Trinbu flashes a totally arrogant smirk, wondering just how long this cocky little brat can keep up his tough act. But hold on, check this out. An elder suddenly freezes up in pure shock. He starts reading Nathan Quinn's final score. Tiu Lun heavily shakes his head in total despair, convinced it is already over. This entire exam was basically handed on a silver platter to Kung Than. With a near-perfect score like that, how is his bro supposed to beat it? The elder stutters, his hands shaking as he reads the final result. Nathan Quinn actually scored a 99 as well, tying for dead first alongside Kung Than. The crowd listens to that and completely bugs out, their eyes going super wide. What in the world? Trinbu glares at the kid, wondering how this is even possible. Could this rookie actually be a super secret master alchemist hiding in plain sight? The crowd bursts out into wild, mocking laughter, completely stunned that Nathan Quinn somehow pulled a 99. The Grand Elder and Kung Than are looking pretty stupid right about now. This entire exam was openly rigged to make Kung Than look good. But now Nathan Quinn comes crashing the party out of nowhere. One guy admits this is crazy satisfying to watch, especially since the Elder's rigging things behind the scenes always rubbed him the wrong way. Now that Nathan Quinn and Kung Than are completely tied, he wants to see exactly what those smug elders have to say next. Shocked, his rival chokes down his absolute rage and sarcastically praises the kid, amazed he somehow managed to tie for first place. He admits he totally underestimated the kid before this moment. Nathan Quinn glares right back at him in complete silence. The elder rubs his chin, openly admitting he never expected a mere outer sect disciple to actually master the art of alchemy at such an insanely high and profound level. But since your overall scores are perfectly tied up, the elder clears his throat and loudly declares that his little wager with the disciples is officially a complete and total draw. Nathan Quinn is not having it. He yells out, "Hold on, I object." Trinbu glares, clearly annoyed. An objection to what? The elder snaps back. The kid stands his ground, stubbornly crossing his arms. I have a major problem with my own score. Nathan Quinn tilts his head with pure arrogance, flatly stating he absolutely deserves 100 points, not 99. The whole crowd of disciples instantly breaks into wildly confused mutters. What is that supposed to mean? Did he really just protest his own grade? The guy already scored a massive 99 points, tying directly with Kung Than, so what could he possibly be mad about? People think he is just showing off now. The elder completely loses his temper, screaming out, "This is absolutely absurd. Total nonsense," he yells, because every single part of this exam was checked thoroughly. Your score is exactly 99 points, so how could it ever be 100? The kid calmly bites right back. I am not questioning the grading process itself. I am just saying the official answer to the final question is completely wrong. Hearing this absolute bombshell, the entire crowd goes dead, silent, in pure shock. Nathan Quinn just smiles right in his face. Fearlessly doubling down, he claims his own answer is the only correct one. Kung Than immediately explodes in pure, unfiltered rage. He screams at Nathan Quinn not to push his luck, arguing that just tying the score was enough of a massive flex already. Who do you even think you are, daring to talk back to my master? Completely ignoring the tantrum, the kid politely asks the panel a simple question: would the honorable elders be willing to give him just one chance to officially correct the final exam answer? Trinbu glares at him and coldly agrees. Fine, he sneers. You get one single chance. I really want to see how this final answer is supposedly so wrong. The strict elder then firmly emphasizes his terms. But if you cannot prove this ridiculous claim today, Trinbu aggressively lays down the absolute harshest condition: the kid will be sent straight to the punishment hall. The crowd gasps in sheer terror. The punishment hall stepping in there means you will end up begging for death but never getting it. Seriously, watch this kid push his luck. He scored 99 points, refused to just be happy, and threw a massive fit. Now he is definitely going to pay the ultimate price. Exactly, someone mutters. Does he really think his basic alchemy skills give him the right to challenge the Grand Elder? But Nathan Quinn completely ignores them, loudly exposing the hidden truth. He points out that all 50 pills in the test were secretly tampered with, holding hidden restriction seals placed by the Grand Elder himself. He sharply questions the furious old man. If I recall correctly, the first 49 pills only had a maximum of 3 restriction seals placed inside them. But this final Dragon Phoenix pill right here actually contains 5 separate restriction seals. Am I right? The Elder freezes in utter disbelief, finally admitting he is correct. He is totally stunned that a kid could analyze all 50 pills using just his naked eye. But if the kid is genuinely that observant, why on earth did he only score 99 points? Nathan Quinn immediately drops his absolute knockout argument. But Grand Elder, you completely forgot one tiny detail. Instantly stacking extra restrictions heavily damages the core medicinal properties of the Dragon Phoenix pill itself. The balance completely shatters, turning half of this perfectly good Dragon Phoenix pill into pure, useless waste. Kung Than grits his teeth, screaming his rival's name. He tells him to stop spitting total garbage, yelling that his master is a top-tier alchemist. There is absolutely no way a pill refined by his own hands could ever turn out to be trash. You must have a serious death wish to stand there and loudly spit out such wild, disrespectful accusations. Deeply insulted, the Grand Elder furiously points a finger. You arrogant little brat, where is your actual proof that I somehow ruined my own perfectly crafted pill? Nathan Quinn flashes a terrifyingly smug smile, casually pulling out a pill. Is that so? He holds up the visibly cracked pill for everyone to see. Trinbu completely freezes up, totally caught red-handed and unable to deny it. The kid smartly delivers his final strike. Look right here. Elder, this pill is exactly what I just said it was. A half-ruined waste pill. And on my exam paper, my final answer explicitly stated this item was half a waste pill. The other elders drop their jaws in sheer shock. The entire crowd erupts in absolute amazement, cheering about how insanely impressive this is. Just way too wild. In the 2 whole years I have been an outer sect disciple, I have never seen anyone step up with skills like this. This guy is an absolute genius, daring to challenge everyone and actually finding the hidden flaw to flip the entire situation upside down. Forcing an official answer change, nobody else would dare do that. It looks like Nathan Quinn's alchemy level absolutely crushes Kung Than now, making the crowd wonder if he has actually reached the elite master tier himself. Kung Than stammers in pure fury, pointing a trembling finger. Nathan Quinn confidently cups his hands, loudly declaring that in a match like this, he is the only true champion. After inspecting the pill, another elder nervously steps up to confirm it, quietly asking the Grand Elder to take a look. The defeated elder clears his throat, bitterly announcing the result for this specific pill. It is exactly as Nathan Quinn stated, completely ruined by half. The official exam answer was officially wrong, which means Nathan Quinn rightfully claims the undisputed first-place spot today. The kid immediately lights up, demanding his massive payout. Well then, Grand Elder, time to pay up. Our wager was for 400,000 Shantian pills. Nathan Quinn flashes a totally cunning smirk, half joking as he twists the knife. Originally, I only planned on winning 200,000 Shantian pills off you, but who could have guessed you would generously gift me 400,000 instead? As a humble disciple, I can only graciously accept the Grand Elder's extreme kindness. Trindu bitterly tosses over the pill bottle. Inside 2,000 Marshall King pills. Our boy proudly turns to his rival. Hey, Senior Kung Than, where is your share? The guy grinds his teeth and throws over his bet. Take it, he snaps. Nathan Quinn flashes a completely triumphant grin, mocking the guy relentlessly. He says thanks and offers a super fake apology. So sorry, Senior Nam Kung. Guess I snagged first place and made you lose your whole bet. I told you right from the very start. You should have just given me those pills as a gift, but you refused to listen. So easy to earn. Hearing this, Kung Than chokes on pure rage, like salt rubbed right into a fresh wound. After finishing the inspection, the elder sourly announces that today's evaluation is now officially wrapped up. The second round gets pushed to tomorrow. Meanwhile, the crowd goes absolutely wild, showering Nathan Quinn with nonstop praise. Senior Nathan Quinn, how are you this insanely overpowered? Are you a high-level alchemist? Definitely. They just cannot believe Senior Nathan Quinn is so young and yet already a top-tier pill master. He is truly built entirely different. Senior Nathan Quinn, you are an absolute beast. Do you think you could maybe take me in as your loyal disciple? A bunch of hyped-up students literally drop to their knees. Master, please accept a bow from your humble apprentice. Faced with this completely outrageous behavior, our guy stands there totally speechless. Then, a wildly attractive girl enthusiastically shoots her shot. Senior Nathan Quinn, are you free tonight? Could you come over and guide my cultivation? Seeing this absolute madness, he panics and sprints for his life. No chance, because the girl chases him with pure determination. Senior Nathan Quinn, do not run away. My door is wide open for you anytime you want. At the exact same time, Kung Thon furiously screams, this makes absolutely zero sense. He is just a nobody named Nathan Quinn, yet he ruined my reputation in front of everyone. I want him dead. I will definitely make him pay with his life. Trindu schemes quietly right beside him. They absolutely cannot keep this kid around, but killing him right now is totally off the table. Even if they cannot kill Nathan Quinn directly, targeting the close friends around him is a perfectly viable strategy. He hands Kung Than a special pill, warning him carefully about the second round. If Nathan Quinn refuses to listen, keep this handy just in case things get completely out of control. Kung Than proudly makes a bold claim. Nathan Quinn, even if you defy the heavens, you will never be a match for me. Back in his courtyard, the little ginseng spirit is literally sunbathing outside. Right on cue, Nathan Quinn returns fresh from the wild competition. He loudly throws out a pretty bold proposal. You probably sense it already. I have a massive stash of pills, but please do not eat them yet. I am really hoping we can negotiate a bit. We should totally team up together. Nathan Quinn seriously tests the waters. Out of these 5,000 Marshall King pills, I can easily give you 2,000. I need the remaining 3,000 for something super important, so those are mine. Once I hand over your share, hopefully you can trade me 3 drops of primordial spirit liquid like last time. Dudu just sneers, completely annoyed by his nerve. Pure delusion. You really think you can make deals? You are this princess's servant. Giving me spirit medicine is your natural duty, yet you dare negotiate with your master? Completely contradicting her own arrogant rant, she wastes zero time. Gulp, I swallow. He is furious at this daylight robbery. Do not push me too far. Dudu shamelessly teases him back. I am bullying you, so what are you gonna do? Suddenly, she sees his battle soul manifest and panics. What on earth is that? Nathan Quinn growls, throwing down a heavily threatening ultimatum. I am completely serious about trading this time. If you swallow my pills again, I will literally never step foot in this little courtyard ever again. When that happens, you will not have any more tasty pills to eat. So if you actually agree to team up, we both win. Dudu reluctantly caves in. Fine, this grand princess officially agrees to your silly little terms. He looks extremely satisfied and quickly absorbs the drops, happy cooperating. Nathan Quinn instantly feels the massive physical shift happening inside his body. Last time, just one single drop of this primordial liquid broke through his limits and infused his inner energy with a truly ancient aura. Who knows what insane level 3 entire drops will push him to? Watching him, the princess rubs her chin in complete suspicion. What kind of crazy martial soul does he have anyway, to completely block someone as powerful as me from invading this guy's mind? It feels way too abnormal. But Dudu just brushes it off immediately. Whatever, he is my servant anyway. Even if he is totally weird, he still serves this grand princess. She stares at him with keen interest. Let us see exactly how far this ridiculous kid can actually grow. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn silently ponders over this truly miraculous new power. This inner energy carrying an ancient aura is just seriously bizarre. Fueled by 3 drops of ancient liquid, this insane density could easily push someone into the first tier innate realm. It might even completely blow past the innate tier. Yet his actual cultivation level is somehow still stuck down in the body-quenching realm. What exactly is going on here? Bursting with pure energy, he throws a sharp glance out the window. Whatever. Better stop overthinking this for now. He definitely did not expect absorbing this primordial energy would burn up so much of his precious time. The sun is up. Round 2 is starting. Time to move. The second evaluation is officially starting. A super strict elder steps up and announces the rules. This next round is going to be an all-out arena battle. So 10 fighters get packed into each arena. This martial arts brawl is strictly based on rankings. Cheng Biao keeps explaining the rules. Opponents are totally random, and you need 10 straight wins just to reach the next round. Right now, the 7th Elder is running this whole exam show. Qi Jiang steps up and quickly announces the match's time to kick off the very first round of fights. Number 11 against 83, 97 versus 320. He calmly reads out number 5 taking on 12. Nathan Quinn is absolutely stunned, calling out his close buddy Lena Shaw's name. Lena Shaw awkwardly scratches his head. Brother Nan. Qi Jiang scowls, barking at the boys to start fighting already. No need to waste any time here. Lena Shaw decisively throws his support behind his bro. I surrender. Brother Nan, you absolutely have to grab that first place spot. Nathan Quinn gives a firm nod of thanks. Next up, the announcer calls out the following match. Match 2 puts 28 against 77, 65 versus 400, and then comes another completely ridiculous coincidence. Number 5 against number 9. Nathan Quinn totally hesitates to speak up. Chu Yun bravely calls it out right away. I surrender. Junior Nathan Quinn, looks like someone is using us to suppress you and force you to totally submit. You don't need to hold back against these jerks. Lena Shaw and I both completely support you. Hearing that, he looks up and agrees. I guessed right. Cheng Biao just frowns, shooting them a pretty cold, nasty glare. And here is where you really see the fixes in. Qi Jiang calls it out again. Match 5, 5 against 12. Nathan Quinn versus Lena Shaw. He is literally shaking with pure anger. I surrender. Next, the guy reads off another totally absurd fight. Match 7, number 5 against number 9, Nathan Quinn taking on Chu Yun again. She casually raises her hand. I forfeit the match. By the 10th round, it is 5 against 12 again. Seeing this ridiculously unfair suppression playing out, he sees right through their little dirty trick, absolutely furious that the Grand Elder and Gong Cheng would actually use such despicable tactics just to deal with him and target his friends. Bring it on. He just wants to see exactly how these clowns plan to stop him. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang just keeps announcing the upcoming bouts. Match 12 puts 12 against 4, and 12 gets completely eliminated. 15th match, 9 versus 2, and 9 gets knocked out. Facing this blatant rigging, the crowd cannot hold back anymore and angrily starts questioning everything. What is the exact meaning of this? Aren't they obviously just targeting Nathan Quinn here? What the heck are they even doing? Anyone close to Nathan Quinn either ends up fighting him or they get thrown to Huang and Gong Cheng. It is seriously way too obnoxious. The Grand Elder is clearly abusing his power here, deliberately suppressing Nathan Quinn. Right then, that jerk Gong Cheng steps up and whispers a nasty little taunt. So Nathan Quinn actually won 9 matches already? Super impressive. But those 2 little friends of yours, I recall their names are Lena Shaw and Chu Yun, right? Such a massive shame. Their cultivation base really is not bad at all. With just a bit better luck, they could have totally made the top 5. What a huge pity. Nathan Quinn furiously turns around to drop a threat. You better start praying you don't run into us, or I will absolutely cripple you. Hearing that, Gong Cheng just completely explodes with raw killing intent. Court death. Qi Jiang annoyedly yells for silence. Private fights are strictly forbidden, or you get totally disqualified from the exam. The guy grinds his teeth in pure hatred, warning him, Nathan Quinn, you just wait for me. I am definitely going to kill you dead. Now the announcer gravely declares the 20th round of matches 9 versus 6, 10 against 17, and number 5 taking on number 3. Hearing this, Lena Shaw jumps, confirming number 3 is Senior Zishan. Gong Cheng looks way too thrilled and mocks him how totally unexpected. Nathan Quinn. This time you are up against Brother Zishan, so today I finally get to see exactly who is actually stronger between you two. Still want to cripple me? Too bad, you're gonna get crippled by someone else first. Lena Shaw and the audience absolutely lose it, loudly criticizing the whole mess. This is way too much. They're totally doing this on purpose. Is there even any law left in this outer court exam? Exactly. It is so obnoxious. Deliberately making Nathan Quinn fight Zishan, who ranks 3rd in the outer court when they fight. Someone is definitely getting hurt. Honestly, guys, I think we just witnessed peak shamelessness today. Cheng Biao coldly uses his authority to shut down all the complaints. These are official sect rules, so if anyone has a problem, you can step right up and say it straight to my face. Otherwise, stop wasting breath down there. If I catch anyone daring to keep making things up, this elder will personally step in and arrest you myself. Right then, Zishan respectfully drops some praise. Nathan Quinn, in my eyes, you are a fierce rival, totally worthy of me fighting you seriously. He gives this bright smile like he is anticipating something, but I have clearly seen through all the shady stuff going on today. So I will not fight you right now. Instead, I really want to watch you step right up and challenge Gong Cheng with my own eyes. Zishan happily turns and walks away, leaving absolutely everyone stunned. I forfeit this match. Wait, what? Nathan Quinn nods, giving his sincere thanks. Much appreciated. Jiang keeps announcing the results. Nathan Quinn wins, scoring 10 consecutive victories and officially advancing into the highly anticipated second round. Seeing things not going his way, that guy furiously growls out. Yun gets totally hyped and mocks him. Looks like a certain someone's little plot completely failed. Now the announcer loudly reads off the next big matches. Match 2, 1 against 8, 2 versus 13, and 3 taking on 20. Then Jiang completely pauses at the next bout, number 4 against number 5. Looking at this absolute big shot, she gasps in pure shock. I really never expected the Grand Elder to be this completely and utterly shameless. Match 2 is instantly set up, featuring the rank 4 guy, Do, ready to square off against Nathan Quinn. He happily points out that he absolutely will not be going easy on him today. Nathan Quinn boldly summons his green sword and fires back. He has heard of senior brother Do for ages. Today he wants to see exactly how this guy plans to block his path. But wait, Do casually turns and steps down. He respects that Nathan Quinn broke the 5 elements array and defeated the 5 tigers. Do admits defeat right there, promising to challenge him again if they ever get the chance later. Watching everyone just casually forfeit makes Kung Than absolutely furious, quietly burning with pure spite. Damn it, he fumes. He cannot believe both Sam and now Do are actively stepping aside for Nathan Quinn. The original plan was to let Nathan Quinn constantly fight strong opponents and slowly wear him down. Instead, the kid is just stacking back-to-back free wins without even throwing a punch, which is incredibly frustrating. Next up, Huang calmly walks onto the stage. Spotting his close senior brother, Nathan Quinn flashes a bright smile and says hello. He asks if Huang is really his opponent this time. The older guy nods with a cheerful grin, greeting his junior brother Nathan Quinn after a long time. Nathan Quinn thinks a real fight is finally happening, so he channels his inner energy. He playfully asks if Huang has been waiting for this match for a while. But honestly, even if he does not yield, Nathan Quinn vows to push into the top 5 and challenge Kung Than directly, so there is absolutely zero need to worry about him. Huang flares his imposing aura and fiercely fires back as Nathan Quinn, implying a guaranteed loss, warning him not to be underestimated. The crowd watches this hype showdown and starts cheering wildly, asking if they are finally going to throw some actual punches. A fight between these two is definitely worth watching. Judging by the current vibe, it seems like Huang is not going to surrender at all. Yet he suddenly flashes a very cryptic smile. Huang bursts into laughter, rubbing his forehead as he steps down. He jokingly complains that a whole month of closed-door training still was not enough to beat him. He refuses to humiliate himself in this match, straight up surrendering. Nathan Quinn sharply realizes that this guy's blood sword martial spirit can somehow sense the hidden energy pulsing inside his own body. A moment later, Jiang solemnly announces that after several hours of intense competition, the tournament has officially entered its final epic stage, and now the ultimate showdown between the last 2 fighters will begin. He gravely invites both Kung Than and Nathan Quinn to step onto the main stage and commence their highly anticipated final battle. Standing proudly up on the arena, the guy arrogantly taunts him. He tells Nathan Quinn that today he will prove he is nothing but worthless trash, and just standing here is pure luck. The younger boy raises a brow, sarcastically throwing the question right back. Is that so? He asks. Kung Than calmly flashes a sinister smile, promising he will quickly learn the massive gap between himself and a genuine genius. Right at that second, and trust me on this, a sudden flash of crimson light pops out of nowhere. Everyone jumps and snaps their attention toward it. Huang steps out with an incredibly majestic aura. The crowd immediately buzzes with admiration, amazed that senior sister Huang came in person to watch this specific match. Last time, she handed Nathan Quinn a special token during class, so showing up today absolutely means she is here to support him. Just then, a pitch-black wave of energy slowly approaches the area. Spotting that very familiar and imposing face, the disciples gasp in total shock. Lair is here too. The core disciple of the third elder is actually paying attention to this tiny little showdown. Looks like today's final battle is getting incredibly hyped. The elders warmly greet him, surprised that junior brother Lair actually decided to make an appearance. They wonder who he favors to win, welcoming him after a long time. The guy does not beat around the bush and gives his blunt verdict. He tells the Grand Elder he is obviously backing Kung Than today. In his eyes, Nathan Quinn is absolutely guaranteed to fail this match. Right then, Kung Dung strides over majestically, mockingly asking if junior brother Lair is a bit too confident today. Because in this year's tournament, his bro Nathan Quinn is definitely taking the win. Hearing that super familiar voice, the two of them look down in absolute terror. He arrogantly tosses out a highly dramatic offer. If Lair or even the Grand Elder disagree, they can just place a bet against him right now. Down below, Kung Than acts surprised and snarks loudly he had no clue junior brother Nathan Quinn was tight with senior brother Kung Dung. But no matter what happens, he violently declares with absolute certainty that he, Kung Tan is going to win this fight. Sovern senses his explosive power and yells out in a panic. He reached the innate stage, wondering if Kung Than gave up on entering the martial destiny pavilion. He actually broke into the innate stage. Tio Lon anxiously paces around, throwing in his own comment. Damn it, the guy only reached half-step innate stage, but with Brother Nam's true strength, he can definitely still handle him. Wait, he is fully in the innate stage now. That is a massive power gap. How can he fight that? Mac Lair firmly stands his ground, addressing senior brother Kung Dung. He admits he wouldn't dare bet against him, but he insists Kung Than has this match totally secured. Kung Dung completely ignores him, keeping his eyes locked straight forward. Down inside the arena, Kung Than smugly charges ahead, yelling that Nathan Quinn will finally learn the gap between innate and body tempering. Kung Than violently aims for his eyes, screaming at him to die. The words barely leave his mouth before Nathan Quinn casually delivers a massive, humbling slap to the face. The guy just freezes, completely confused about what just happened. Trin Bu and Mac Lair drop their jaws in utter shock. What on earth? Everyone asks in total disbelief. Did that really just happen, or are their eyes playing tricks? How did Kung Than just eat a slap to the face? The guy clumsily rubs his own cheek, totally bewildered. Seriously, what in the world is going on here? Absolutely humiliated, Gong Cheng gets these crazy bloodshot eyes. He screams out that he will slaughter Nathan Quinn's entire family, charging forward like a complete wild animal. I have to kill you, he yells. But Nathan Quinn does not even bother talking, just planting a massive punch right on his face. Gong Cheng stands there shaking, totally stunned. The guy lets out this pathetic, hateful roar. He swears he will kill Nathan Quinn and chop him into 10,000 tiny little pieces. Nathan Quinn honestly could not care less and just slaps him again. The whole crowd watches in total confusion, while Cheng Biao stares in absolute shock, demanding answers. Half-step Xiantian tier. Nathan Quinn actually bumped his cultivation level all the way up to half-step Xiantian. Elder Pei frowns, definitely noticing something super weird going on. Something is wrong here, because his inner energy feels completely bizarre. He is clearly just in the body tempering realm, but his power somehow rivals a first-layer Xiantian expert. This is straight up an ancient martial art. Zishan breathes a huge sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars she stepped out of Nathan Quinn's way earlier. Shoo. Yu nervously mutters to himself, yeah, it looks like the guy never even needed them to clear the path anyway. Now watch this part. Our guy just keeps endlessly thrashing his opponent, putting on the most satisfying revenge show ever. The disciples cheer wildly, screaming about how cool it is. Senior brother Nathan Quinn is just speed-slapping Gong Cheng right in the face. Honestly, the guy is downright terrifying. Turns out a first-layer Xiantian expert really is that scary. Call it instant karma. Who told that master and his student to rig the exam anyway? Totally serves them right. At this point, the elder completely loses it and yells, Gong Cheng, why the heck are you just standing there frozen? This kid is using an ancient martial art against sect rules, so play your trump card and take him out right now. Pushed to absolute despair, Gong Cheng frantically pulls out one final pill. Nathan Quinn, you forced my hand on this, he screams. Do not even think about making it out of this arena alive today. Without wasting a single second, Gong Cheng tosses the pill into his mouth and swallows. He roars with crazy joy, telling Nathan Quinn he brought this on himself. Seeing this blatant favoritism, Gong Yang furiously speaks up Grand Elder. This is an official outer sect exam. Gong Cheng is using a mad demon pill, which totally destroys the fairness of this whole test. But Cheng Biao just arrogantly scoffs, claiming that he alone decides what is actually fair around here. Seeing this incredibly shady move, the entire crowd feels absolutely disgusted by how shameless it is. Completely shameless to the extreme, with zero pride left. He actually dared to use a mad demon pill to cheat his cultivation level. Like, can you even call this an exam anymore? That master and student duo are a total joke, rigging the entire exam from start to finish, and now popping a mad demon pill just because they are losing. Get out of the ring, someone yells. Gong Cheng does not even qualify to fight anymore. Meanwhile, the maniac swings his sword and screams out insults. Nathan Quinn, you absolute trash. You pathetic little bug. Since you actually had the guts to challenge me, I will show you exactly what happens when you cross my path today. Watching this go down, Moley looks super satisfied, secretly cheering him on. Perfect. He thinks best to just slaughter Nathan Quinn right here. Sensing that terrifying aura, someone nervously yells out a warning. This is really bad. Gong Cheng's strike is so scary that even a third-layer Xiantian expert could barely block it. But Nathan Quinn never flinches, decisively launching his counter. Transform. He blasts one massive sword strike straight up into the sky. Gong Cheng completely panics, muttering over and over that this is completely and utterly impossible. Skipping the trash talk, Nathan Quinn slashes straight down. One single brutal strike makes Gong Cheng cough up blood and collapse hard. Staring at this totally insane scene, Lena Shaw stammers out, "What the heck just happened?" Brother Nan seriously used just one move to defeat a guy hyped up on a mad demon pill. Chu Yun Fran Wheat, trying to analyze the crazy math of it. How could one single attack completely defeat a second-layer Xiantian expert? Could Nathan Quinn's actual combat strength really have reached the third-layer Xiantian tier? Even Mo Li is totally stunned by this freakish talent, jumping across two whole realms to crush an opponent. Over in the Mystic Spirit sect, only absolute top-tier geniuses can pull that off. This Nathan Quinn clearly only has an 8th grade Huang rank martial spirit, so how the heck is he this incredibly overpowered? The entire crowd goes absolutely wild right now, screaming about how incredibly satisfying that beatdown was to watch. Senior brother Nathan Quinn is way too awesome. He is definitely the true number one, so Gong Cheng can just get lost. Watching this, Huang Long suddenly feels super proud. "Nathan Quinn, I never expected your strength to rival a third-layer Xiantian, but guess what happens next?" Cheng Biao furiously screams out for everyone to shut their mouths. He angrily declares the match invalid before mercilessly slamming down a heavy blow. "Nathan Quinn, you broke sect rules by practicing ancient martial arts, and you probably used some kind of forbidden drug too. Based on your heavy crimes, I officially represent the Mystic Spirit sect to expel you right now. From this exact moment, you are no longer a disciple here." Gong Yang refuses to accept this garbage and steps right up to argue. "Grand Elder, everyone is watching. Do you seriously think your rank lets you just forcefully twist the results?" But Cheng Biao flies into an absolute rage, screaming at him to stop wasting breath. "Gong Yang, you belong to the inner sect. This is strict outer sect business, meaning it has absolutely nothing to do with you at all." The power-tripping elder then threatens the entire crowd. "As for the rest of you disciples, if you want to side with Nathan Quinn, you become criminals of the sect." Cheng Biao actually calls in backup, yelling for the disciplinary hall to come decide what is right and wrong. Seeing this insane escalation, the crowd instantly gets super nervous. When that terrifying new force finally shows up, the disciples start anxiously whispering among themselves. What on earth is going on here? Their aura is completely terrifying. It is actually the disciplinary hall. Oh man, this is completely over now. The Grand Elder really dragged the disciplinary hall into this mess. Out from the clouds, a new squad rolls up. It is the penalty hall. Vice Master Triel steps up, looking totally dead serious. He introduces himself as the penalty hall vice master, asking his senior brother Trin Bu what kind of drama called him here. Trin Bu goes straight into snitch mode, throwing some extremely malicious accusations. He points out that Nathan Quinn, a guy with only a rank 8 yellow spirit who just hit Shantian level 1 through ancient martial arts, somehow totally wrecked Kung Thane, a dude rocking a rank 9. Beating a level 2 Shantian expert like that? It is completely suspicious. Trin Bu stubbornly demands an immediate expulsion, claiming that kind of ridiculous combat power is flat out impossible even for an ancient martial artist. He insists this kid definitely had to swallow some forbidden ancient pills. Since that breaks the sect rules, he formally begs the penalty hall to step in and strip his disciple status right now. Kick him out of the sect entirely. The crowd murmurs in total disbelief. How could a level 1 ancient martial artist crush a stronger level 2 spirit cultivator? Vice Master Triel just squints his eyes and drops his highly biased verdict. He declares that everything the Outer Sect Grand Elder just said is completely true. Because Nathan Quinn broke the sacred rules, he is officially no longer a Silverstone Academy disciple. Hearing this wildly unfair ruling, the other students completely lose their minds, yelling about what kind of garbage justice this is. Just convicting him on the spot like that? Damn. The penalty hall is totally bought out by the Grand Elder, and that is pure nonsense. Someone hisses for silence, warning them they will get expelled too. But Kung Dung does not care at all, stepping up to bluntly challenge the old man. He calls out Vice Master Trio for convicting his brother based on a completely one-sided story. Who says a level 1 Xiantian ancient martial artist cannot casually destroy a level 2? But the old guy firmly holds his ground, refusing to back off even an inch. He coldly tells junior brother Kung Dung to stay out of it, claiming the penalty hall only does its official duty. Kung Dung shakes his head and drops a heavy warning. If Vice Master Trier refuses to accept his good intentions, he will stop trying to be nice. He leaves the man with one piece of advice he sincerely hopes Trier does not end up violently regretting this stupid decision later. The old dude arrogantly scoffs at the threat. Why would he ever regret taking out some random outer sect nobody? He thinks it is totally absurd that a pathetic outer disciple is actually bros with Kung Dung. But even knowing that, he is absolutely not going to give him any face today. Right then, Tiulan loudly speaks up, suggesting that if they want to kick out Nathan Quinn, they should just expel both of them together. Huang Long bravely chimes in, saying they can count him in too. Trinbu practically glows with malicious joy, declaring that all of them must be Nathan Quinn's accomplices. Since Vice Master Trio is already here today, they might as well make it official right now. All 5 of you are officially kicked out. But watch closely right then. Nathan Quinn aggressively cuts in, telling them to hold up. Standing right against this massive injustice, he crosses his arms and roasts the Grand Elder for being so shamelessly corrupt, using every dirty trick just to throw him out. And now teaming up with the Penalty Hall Vice Master, ignoring basic facts, and literally just making up random fake crimes for everyone else. The recently defeated Kung Thon laughs loudly, mocking Nathan Quinn for still acting tough. So what if you actually beat me in a fight? Starting today, you are no longer a Silverstone Academy disciple, which means the first place spot defaults to me. But Nathan Quinn does not flinch, staring him down directly. He calls out Vice Master Trier, tearing into him for kicking him out without even trying to tell right from wrong. Looking back at this exam, it was all totally rigged by Grand Elder Trin Bu. Why do you not have the guts to investigate the Grand Elder himself? Is this seriously how the Great Penalty Hall handles its dirty business? Nathan Quinn fearlessly drops the ultimate insult. What gives you the right to even be the Vice Master of the Penalty Hall? The old man turns completely vicious. Very well, he sneers, wondering where a pathetic little outer disciple gets the nerve to interrogate him like this. Vice Master Trio roars in absolute fury, barking out an order. Just saying those words alone is a massive violation of the sect rules. He commands the enforcement elders to use full force and chop this punk's head clean off. The guards immediately shout their compliance, ready to strike. Nathan Quinn calmly holds up a token, telling the guy to open his blind eyes and see exactly what this is. He arrogantly tosses it up. You really think you can kill me? But the old man aggressively smashes it to pieces. What kind of garbage token is this? Watching this absolute madness unfold, the crowd is terrified, and frankly, so are we. This crazy Vice Master literally just shattered the legendary Purple Dragon Red Fang token. He screams viciously in a fit of pure rage, yelling for the enforcement elders, claiming this brat has broken the rules one too many times. And now he even dared to launch a sneak attack on the Vice Master. He has way too much nerve, so attack him immediately. Kill him for me. The guards follow orders, roaring out for his death. Seeing the kid completely surrounded, Trin Bu smugly strokes his chin. I thought you were super powerful, Nathan Quinn. Sniffing herbs, checking pills, combat exams, you took first place in all of them. So what? If this elder wants you alive, you live, but if I want you dead, you definitely die. Kung Dung simply cannot hold back anymore, stepping up fiercely to block. You have a death wish, he says, decisively counterattacking the guards. Seeing his men get completely stonewalled, Vice Master Trio clicks his tongue in annoyance. You are seriously bold, Kung Dung, daring to obstruct the penalty hall from doing its official job. Just wait until this is over. My penalty hall will definitely hunt you down for this. The old man is boiling with resentment, ready to end this at any cost. The deputy hallmaster personally steps up to attack, completely obsessed with taking Nathan Quinn's miserable life today. Everyone watching just sighs in regret. The guy is a second-layer martial king from the disciplinary hall. He strikes, and the crowd groans. Nathan Quinn is totally dead now. Who told him to act so insanely bold? Hasn't he caused enough trouble already? Daring to question Deputy Hallmaster True. Standing right in the storm, our guy simply smirks and wonders, is this really it? Right at that exact second, some furious guy screams out, you beast, stop right there. Hallmaster Chow makes a super dramatic, majestic entrance. Feeling that insane aura, all the disciples basically shake in their boots. The sheer power is terrifying. Just one single yell literally shifted the clouds. Whoever owns that loud voice has to be sitting at the absolute peak of the Martial King tier. True coldly snaps back. Who exactly just showed up? This is official law enforcement business, so if anyone seriously dares to interfere with actual force, watch out. The newcomer steps closer, fully revealing himself. Spotting a familiar face, Deputy Hallmaster True instantly starts stammering in pure terror. He asks why the big boss is here. Mac Lei and Trin Bu are freaking out too. It is the top law enforcement hallmaster. Why show up personally? But then they completely freeze up when another shadowy figure drops in. This new guy is Hallmaster Lin, the big boss of the martial arts hall. Spotting such an insanely massive VIP, all the students start buzzing like crazy. They point out he is the big boss of the martial arts hall. One guy swears he actually saw him hosting the entire sect tournament exactly a year ago. Another student completely agrees too. Oh my god, the law enforcement boss is here, and now the martial arts boss too? What on earth is going on to make two massive leaders personally crash this tiny little party? Facing this wild plot twist, Trin Bu stands there completely shocked with his jaw dropped. What is happening? Not just the law enforcement boss, but the martial arts. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, two bright green auras light up the sky. It is the Merit Hallmaster and the Treasure Hallmaster arriving in style. Deputy Hallmaster True spots the two crazy VIPs and basically screams in pure panic the Merit Hallmaster and the Treasure Hallmaster. Seeing all the top brass gathered in one spot, the students totally freak out and start cheering. Seriously, what kind of wild stuff is happening today? After the law enforcement and martial arts bosses showed up to ruin the mood, the remaining two top dogs actually decided to crash the party too. Yep, it is the Merit Hallmaster and the Treasure Hallmaster. Absolutely nobody expected all four supreme bosses to gather up in this random spot today. This ridiculously grand flex is honestly way more shocking than the entire sect tournament. Sweating bullets, True steps up completely terrified, quickly paying his respects to the bosses. He awkwardly greets all four Hall Masters, nervously asking what kind of supreme orders bring them out to this incredibly trashy outer courtyard training ground today. Hall Master Chow just stares at him completely confused. He demands to know what kind of messy drama forced a deputy to personally start attacking a kid. Deputy Hall Master True is sweating literal buckets right now. He tries to report that he came here today for official business, but Chow cuts him off immediately. The big boss gets annoyed and literally yells, "All right, just shut your mouth already. You cannot even speak properly like a normal person, what useless trash." Chow suddenly turns his scary gaze over, demanding Trin Bu speak up instead. Trin Bu starts trembling, claiming they were just running the standard outer courtyard exams. But apparently, one specific student totally broke all the rules without any shame. He claims the kid used completely forbidden pills to cheat his strength. By the time Triyu arrived, the crazy student was actually violently fighting back, which perfectly explains this giant messy scene. Trin Bu secretly assures himself the four supreme bosses definitely came down here for something way more important. A petty little drama like this? They are definitely just asking around casually. He figures once they leave, it still won't be too late to crush that annoying bug Nathan Quinn. The bosses slowly nod along, looking like they totally buy the fake story. But then Hallmaster Chow just scans the yard and loudly demands to know which one of you is Nathan Quinn. Trin Bu and Mac Lei practically freeze up in shock. The top law boss is personally asking for a totally random guy like Nathan Quinn. Right on cue, our boy calmly steps up with a polite bow. He introduces himself as Nathan Quinn to the four bosses. Hallmaster Lin looks closely and mentions how she heard a pretty wild rumor. She heard about him flashing a crazy purple aura while battling a genius on the training field. Nathan Quinn plays it super cool, saying it is an absolute honor getting noticed by the bosses. Hallmaster Chow cheerfully cuts straight to the real point. He tells Nathan Quinn to drop the formalities and just spill the truth. All four of them literally came down here today purely to demand absolute justice for him. Whatever insane drama went down here, he tells the kid to expose everything. Hearing that massive bombshell, Triyu and Trin Bu basically feel their souls leave their bodies. I mean, seriously, what is actually happening right now? Did the four strongest leaders personally drag themselves out here purely to back up Nathan Quinn? Does this random student actually have some insanely overpowered hidden background? Nathan Quinn just lets out a heavy sigh and begins dropping the absolute truth. He admits the situation is a bit messy, but starts by targeting First Elder Trin Bu. Nathan Quinn violently calls him out, claiming the Elder completely rigged this recent exam. Just to guarantee his precious little student Kung Than could snatch the Grand Champion title, this guy aggressively forced his own rules right into the official tournament. He totally turned the first round into an absolute flaming disaster. And look, literally everyone knows the First Elder is supposed to be this amazing alchemy master. His student actually has some pretty decent talent when it comes to refining pills too. Dare you claim that the first exam was not entirely rigged for your precious disciple Kung Than? The moment the words land, the old guy actually jolts in sheer panic. Trin Bu gets hit right in his guilty conscience and stutters out a pathetic excuse. But before he can even explain, Nathan Quinn keeps exposing the bitter truth. Take the second round in the arena. The Grand Elder desperately wanted to stop me, so he secretly manipulated the entire match order. He arranged for my two best friends to fight me, forcing them to fail right at the very first stage. And not just that. He also forced me to continuously face off against the absolute top-tier geniuses in all the following exams. This was a clear setup to crush me completely. Hallmaster Joe frowns in total shock and asks if this is actually true. Nathan Quinn stands proud and keeps delivering his savage accusations. The only thing the Grand Elder did not expect was my crazy winning streak. I kept leveling up until I finally faced his precious disciple in the final showdown. He flawlessly lists out every single crime Kung Than committed. Sitting at only innate realm level 1, I absolutely wrecked Kung Than at level 2. But then the Grand Elder falsely accused me of taking forbidden pills, actively trying to get me completely expelled from the sect forever. Because of that, he even called in Vice Hall Master Zhao from the Law Enforcement Hall. Nathan Quinn angrily calls out the next guy on his hit list, and Vice Hall Master Zhao was way worse. Without asking a single question, he just straight up declared I was kicked out of the sect. I simply asked one question back, and the guy actually attacked me, trying to kill me right on the spot. He clasps his hands tightly, demanding real justice. 4 Hall Masters, I have said everything I needed to say. Now I'm just wondering how you 4 will handle these 2 absolute jokes. Hallmaster Joe angrily glares right at the guilty pair. You 2 sure have some serious nerve, actually daring to pull off something like this. After weighing the massive mess in front of him, Hallmaster Joe coldly delivers the verdict. Since things have gone this far, the evidence of your ridiculous crimes is completely undeniable. Today, I am officially sentencing you both to 5 years of total confinement. Hearing this weak punishment, the 2 corrupt elders immediately start plotting. Only a slap on the wrist like this? It seems the 4 Hallmasters do not actually care about this Nathan Quinn kid all that much. However, Nathan Quinn fiercely shuts it down. He refuses to accept this. He ruthlessly lists out every single crime. The Grand Elder completely abused his power for selfish gain, ruining the Outer Sect exams. Plus, he secretly teamed up with the law enforcement Hallmaster to forcefully kick out innocent Outer Sect disciples. As for Vice Hallmaster Zhao, he blindly covered up the truth and actively worked with the Grand Elder. He expelled top-tier disciples for no reason, and even physically tried to commit actual murder. But here is the wild part. Nathan Quinn angrily drops the ultimate proof. The absolute worst crime? They totally disrespected the Purple Dragon Red Fang token, smashing it into pieces. Hearing this bomb drop, the Hallmasters loudly gasp. What? Hallmaster Joe entirely loses his mind and loudly roars out, You absolute animals, do you 2 just have a total death wish? Flashback to exactly half an hour ago. Old Tian is just taking a casual walk when he suddenly jolts. He senses a terrifying disruption in the air. The Purple Dragon Red Fang token just shattered. Nathan Quinn is in serious trouble. Old Tian gets dead serious and immediately issues his strict orders. All 4 Hall Masters must rush to the Outer Sect and save Nathan Quinn immediately, crushing whatever mess is happening. He heavily strokes his beard. This punk really knows how to stress an old man out. Snapping back to the present, Hallmaster Zhou finally gets the big picture. The Supreme Token was broken. No wonder they were all specifically ordered to show up. Hallmaster Ning calmly explains its terrifying true power. When the Purple Dragon Red Fang token appears, it represents the Supreme Elder himself. Even the Sect Master would have to respectfully back down. Hallmaster Yang violently calls them out. Did these 2 idiots completely lose their minds? How dare they openly provoke the mighty authority of the Supreme Elder? Seeing their explosive rage, Vice Hallmaster Zhao pathetically stammers out an apology. But Zhou is not hearing any weak excuses today. He just straight up punches the corrupt elder directly in the face. Hallmaster Zhou brutally sends Zhao flying right into Trinbu. The furious master completely loses it, unleashing an absolute beatdown of heavy strikes. The literal token of the Supreme Elder, and you dared attack it? You dare call yourself a member of the Law Enforcement Hall? Is that how I taught you to act? Within minutes, both men are miserably sobbing on the ground, begging for mercy. Hallmaster Zhou stands tall and officially declares the new sentence for Zhao and the Elder. You 2 actively colluded and caused an absolute disaster. The 4 Hallmasters officially strip away their powerful titles completely. The Grand Elder is dragged to the punishment hall for 100 years of solitary confinement. Seeing this, Kung Than totally collapses in sheer, hollow despair. But Nathan Quinn is not done. He calmly steps forward, pointing out that Kung Than and Mo Li were also deeply involved. Zhou instantly drops his second harsh verdict. Kung Than and Mo Li lose their sect status and get locked up for 10 years. Nathan Quinn casually adds that those 10 law enforcement elders tried to kill him too. Zhou does not hesitate for a single second. As law enforcement elders, how dare you abuse your authority to bully a student? Every single one gets 30 years behind bars. Zhou crosses his arms, seriously asking if the kid is finally satisfied. Nathan Quinn humbly bows and says the law enforcement hall truly acts with perfect justice, leaving him completely satisfied with the ruling. It is just a massive shame about his friends. Both are absolute geniuses with 8th grade Emperor spirits. But thanks to the Grand Elder, they missed the top 10 entirely. Hallmaster Zhou looks a little annoyed. He reluctantly gives in. Fine, he sighs. Those 2 friends of yours will train under him from now on. Is that good enough? Since this mess is handled, they really should get going. Nathan Quinn happily smiles and offers his sincere thanks, praising the Hallmaster for his absolute wisdom. With a cold, decisive wave, the man orders his people back. After they leave, Maclay grinds his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. Nathan Quinn lowers his voice, feeling pretty guilty about the whole thing. He tells Tulan and Sovan that since they got targeted because of him, this was the absolute best compensation he could grab for them. Tulan gets emotional and completely denies it. No way, Brother Nam. This reward is already way too massive. Sovan smiles brightly. totally agreeing with him. Exactly. That is the master of the punishment hall, holding serious power. Getting to train directly under him is honestly way better than just making the top 5. Meanwhile, a bunch of fanboy disciples start cheering nonstop. They scream that Senior Brother Tan is just too handsome, way too incredibly cool. The crowd excitedly rushes him, shouting that Senior Nathan Quinn is their absolute idol. I mean, even 4 whole hall masters personally showed up just to back him up. So freaking awesome. Nathan Quinn is an absolute beast. He completely destroyed the Grand Elder and beat him right into the dirt. 100 years of imprisonment sounds super satisfying. Right on cue, the presiding elder loudly announces that Nathan Quinn officially takes first place in this exam. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting first place non-stop. Nathan Quinn and his crew confidently step forward. Right beside them, Sam and his group happily walk up to the stage. Elder Bowie steps up looking super majestic, introducing himself as the second elder of the outer courtyard. He congratulates everyone for passing the exam with flying colors and achieving great things. He calmly gets ready to announce the final results. Sure, this exam had a ton of unexpected accidents, but all things considered, it ended perfectly. He declares that he will temporarily replace the Grand Elder to hand out the outer courtyard exam rewards. The winners immediately reach out and grab their prize items. Feeling his blood boiling with energy, Huang gasps in awe. The power is completely overflowing. This insect king pill really lives up to the hype. No wonder Kung Than busted his back trying so hard to steal it. Elder Bowie clears his throat with a slight cough, carefully giving out strict instructions. He tells Nathan Quinn, Hong, Sam, Du, and Daiho to listen up closely. They have exactly 10 days until they enter Vo Duyen Pavilion. The elder drops a very serious warning. Nobody is allowed to break through to the innate realm during these 10 days. Why? Because inside the Vo Duyen Pavilion, if you already hit the innate realm, you absolutely cannot claim the ultimate grand prize. He fairly announces the rest of the rewards. Tulan and Sovan, since the Grand Elder ruined your chances to reach the top 5 this time around. As compensation, you two can go straight to the first floor of Dao Pavilion and pick a rare treasure. The two of them happily thank the second elder. Nathan Quinn flashes a huge smile, saying that is pretty awesome news. Having delivered the message, Elder Bui calmly issues his final order. All right, everybody pack up and leave. You 5 will gather at the outer courtyard martial arts arena in 10 days. The sect will send an inner sect elder to guide you to the Vo Duyen Pavilion. Hearing this, Sam and Huang politely bid each other farewell. See you later. But right then, Nathan Quinn smiles and waves at them. Wait up, Huang, Sam, and Du. Being a totally loyal guy, he expresses his deep gratitude. Thanks a ton for jumping in to help out during this crazy exam. From now on, no matter what happens, you are officially friends of Nathan Quinn. If you ever need my help, seriously, do not hold back. The guy gently shakes his head and explains, no need to be polite. Senior brother Nathan Quinn is full of pure justice and absolutely never backs down, which I completely respect. That is exactly why I stepped aside. He then laughs and jokingly admits the truth honestly. If I could actually beat you, I definitely would not have yielded. After that, all 4 of them just crack up laughing together. Hearing this fun banter, Daiho respectfully chimes into the conversation. Senior brother Nathan Quinn. The big guy bows his head in sincere apology. It was entirely our fault that the 5 tigers caused trouble for you earlier. If you ever give the word, we 5 will jump into boiling water or climb a mountain of blades without hesitating. Nathan Quinn sternly gives them one final warning. As long as you 5 behave yourselves from now on and stop looking for trouble, we are all good. Otherwise, I will beat you up every single time I see you. The guys frantically nod and agree in unison. Yes, absolutely. Fast forward a few days. An excited messenger runs around spreading some wild updates. Outer disciple Nathan Quinn used his insanely deep knowledge of alchemy. He actually exposed a massive mistake by the Grand Elder Alchemist, completely snatching back first place. The crowd is completely shocked and super suspicious. Someone with an 8th grade yellow martial spirit, just one step from the innate realm, actually beat a 2nd layer innate expert? Is that even real? Who would have thought the 4 great hall masters would step in personally? They arrested the vice master, the outer grand elder, and an inner disciple just to get justice for Nathan Quinn. But seriously guys, who exactly is Nathan Quinn anyway? To be this absolutely terrifying, his background must be totally overpowered. Meanwhile, over at the inner courtyard's Fong Sun residence, Duong Quan stands at the very top, smirking down at the reports. How interesting, a purple dragon token actually appeared. If I remember correctly, this brat named Nathan Quinn is getting pretty cozy with my little girlfriend, right? Standing right behind him, Huang respectfully answers the question. Yes, she replies. Quan coldly reveals his plan, time to teach this guy a tiny little lesson. Cut back to Nathan Quinn at his door. He hesitates for a good long while. Coming back with so many precious pills this time, including a super rare Insect King pill, makes him nervous. It is an incredibly valuable resource. What if he goes inside and that mysterious thing just swallows it whole? He anxiously thinks to himself, I already absorbed the primordial spiritual liquid. It breeds ancient chi, and its thickness totally rivals the first layer of the Scientian realm. That is exactly how he actually used his raw Scientian strength to utterly defeat a second-layer opponent. Without this ancient ginseng around, he definitely could not cultivate this insane ancient chi. Wasting no time, Nathan Quinn kicks the door wide open. He offers his pills, but instantly, Diu pops right up in front of him. Panic hits hard as she hastily hides the pill bag. Hey, wait a second. But nope, she bluntly snatches everything clean away, leaving Nathan Quinn totally crushed and whining about his precious pills. Furious, he grabs the ginseng body and screams out loud. You absolute beast, he yells. You actually did not leave even one behind. You swallowed the whole entire stash. Right then, the ginseng shell suddenly crumbles to pieces. A wildly strange light flashes, and Nathan Quinn frantically shields his eyes in total confusion. Oh, you are not ready for this. In just a blink, the ginseng shatters completely and morphs right into a highly elegant young girl. He stares in utter disbelief as her identity clicks. This is the legendary shape-shifting elixir. Diu gracefully touches down onto the dirt. Waving her hand with arrogant pity, she declares that as her servant, he looks like a complete idiot, and he is seriously disappointing this princess. Totally dumbfounded, Nathan Quinn cautiously asks who on earth she actually is. The arrogant girl bluntly fires back she is his master, Princess Diane Du. Princess Diane Du? He completely freezes up in absolute confusion. A short second later, Nathan Quinn lets out a pretty annoyed little sigh. He angrily points his finger, stating he does not care what kind of princess she is. Ever since he picked her up, she has swallowed way too many of his spirit medicines. He demands it all back right now, warning her not to make him fight. Frowning, she holds her ground. Since he is merely her servant, everything he owns naturally belongs to the great princess. Furious, Nathan Quinn sarcastically snaps back. You are definitely overthinking things, right? Hearing this blatant disrespect, Diu immediately scowls in clear annoyance. Not cool. She swiftly closes the distance. Without a word, Diu punishes him with a vicious forehead flick, packing enough raw power to send Nathan Quinn flying far away. He blurts out in total shock, her physical strength is absolutely terrifying. Confidently winking, she warns him that as her servant, he better not act up. That hit was just a very tiny little lesson. Realizing the harsh truth, Nathan Quinn nervously notes that Princess Diane Du actually possesses power rivaling the martial ancestor realm. She crosses her arms high up and proudly reminds him, as her lowly servant, if he dares to leer at the princess again, he should not blame her for dropping all polite manners. Hearing this absurd threat, he goes entirely speechless. Honestly, can you blame him? Nathan Quinn tries really hard to keep his cool and cautiously attempts to make peace. Princess Diane Du is so incredibly strong, so why even bother bickering with a guy like him? He just sincerely hopes she can hand those precious pills back over. From now on, they should go their separate ways and cut all ties. If he cannot afford to offend this mighty princess, surely he can at least manage to avoid her. She fiercely pouts and completely deflects the idea. Is that any attitude for a servant? If he had not used a drop of blood to form a blood pact, tying them within 100 miles, the princess would have bounced a long time ago. As for his pills, supplying her is his basic duty, and he still expects the princess to actually pay him back? Since it is his very first time playing servant and he lacks manners, Her Royal Highness mercifully decides to let him off the hook. He bitterly endures this forced setup, a blood pact, keeping them within 100 miles. Does this mean he is stuck with her for life? Plus, she clearly swallowed his massive pill stash and still speaks so boldly about it. Hitting his absolute limit, Nathan Quinn summons his martial spirit. He tells her straight up, do not push him too far. Dangerously smug, Diu decides to flex her real strength. Big mistake. The princess has finally restored her human form, and even if she feels a bit weak right now, it totally beats her previous miserable state. Today, she absolutely has to see what makes this 10th grade Huang spirit so incredibly special. Without wasting another breath, she immediately charges right at him. Yet Diu completely fails to harm even a tiny hair on his head. She stands shocked by this weird ability. What kind of crazy spirit does this 10th grade guy actually have? Why does it pack such terrifying power? She literally cannot even probe its true depths. Wild. Completely unfazed, he loudly warns her not to assume he will just quietly take her bullying in this tough spot. Diu reluctantly backs down. The princess freely admits his martial spirit is super strong. If it were not for the blood pact binding them, she simply cannot kill him. Otherwise, Do you really think his spirit alone could actually block the great princess? Absolutely not. Suddenly, flipping to a surprisingly generous mood, she claims that since he acts as her personal servant, she naturally will not take his pills for absolutely nothing. For using up so many of his pills this time, the princess will reward him with 20 drops of ancient spirit liquid. Hearing this epic payout, Nathan Quinn gets starry-eyed, insanely hyped over the hefty reward. 20 drops of ancient liquid. Back then, just 3 tiny drops pushed him to the Shantian first layer. Now with 20 whole drops, his cultivation base will undoubtedly skyrocket straight into the Shantian third layer. Seeing she holds all the cards, Dudu gleefully sets her terms. If he really wants those 20 drops of ancient liquid, he must first agree to one specific condition. He curiously and eagerly asks what kind of condition. She gets strictly serious and lays out 3 binding rules. The terms are simple because of the pact. They cannot be apart for 10 whole years. Therefore, the princess has demands. First rule, never, ever reveal the true identity of the princess. First off, protect each other's secrets. Second, this princess will trade you enough good stuff for your pills, meaning you still have to keep supplying me with those pills. Third, as my personal servant right now, when I actually need something, my requests become your top priority. Princess Meow Meow flashes a smug smile, locking down the deal. Meet these simple demands, and I hand over the primordial spirit liquid. Sound fair? Nathan Quinn looks completely stunned by the offer. That is seriously it? She actually pouts, warning him that if he thinks it is too easy, she can happily add more rules. Nathan Quinn wisely takes the deal. The second he agrees, Meow Meow cheerfully tosses over his shiny new prize. He carefully absorbs every single drop of that precious liquid. Then Nathan Quinn respectfully cups his hands. Thank you, Princess Meow Meow. She literally jumps for joy at that title. Very good, little guy. You say princess with perfect respect. From now on, you get my personal protection. Meanwhile, our boy is just absolutely lost in his shiny new treasure. Smells incredibly good. Nathan Quinn secretly hypes himself up. Princess Meow Meow is a legitimate martial ancestor expert. Having her tag along is basically a walking cheat code for survival. Trading a few pills for this kind of backup is an absolute steal. With their little business deal wrapped up, she trots alongside him, impatiently asking how much longer until they reach this supposed skill hall. He answers her with totally unbothered patience. Almost there. Just one more quick turn. You gotta love his mindset here. Nathan Quinn silently maps out his moves. Since he barely survived that wild outer sect exam, he definitely needs to go pay proper respects. Plus, right now his actual cultivation level sits at half-step Xiantian realm. But somehow, the primordial energy inside his body punches way up at the third layer Xiantian level. He really needs to ask about how that insane trick even works. And more importantly, Princess Meow Meow just randomly dropped right into the middle of the Mystic Spirit sect. With her absolutely terrifying power level, he desperately wants to avoid any massive incoming headaches. He seriously needs to fake a solid identity for her. Pulling up to their destination, Nathan Quinn happily announces they made it. We are here. The doors swing wide open, and Elder Shan beams with a huge smile. Little friend Nathan Quinn, you finally made it. This old man has been waiting. Our guy stays totally cool, politely cupping his hands to greet Elder Shan. But spotting the girl standing right next to him, the elder looks completely baffled. Why did you drag a little girl along? She instantly snaps. Old man, what did you just say to me? Who are you calling a little girl? If you do not cough up 500,000 Xiantian pills today, this princess will literally end you. Elder Shan frowns, severely panicked but trying to act tough. Little girl, you really need to learn some basic respect. Meow Meow does not hold back for a single second, snapping right back respect? This princess has never cared about respect. Feeling her terrifying power spike, the poor elder practically jumps right out of his own skin. This little girl's cultivation is actually monstrous, just her raw aura is entirely outclassing him. Elder Shan immediately starts sweating, nervously pulling the boy aside. Little friend Nathan Quinn. Who in the world is this so-called princess? He stays totally perfectly cool, spinning a massive lie right on the spot. She is a highly respected benefactor of my Qin family. She did me a huge favor before. For a few messy reasons, she needs to stay at the Mystic Spirit sect long term. I am really hoping you can arrange a proper rank for her. She instantly scowls, totally offended. What did you just say? Who is your little family's benefactor? Nathan Quinn starts sweating bullets, desperately waving his hands at her. Stop messing around. Am I not setting up a safe backup plan for you right now? Elder Shan hears the tone shift and gently apologizes. That is no problem at all. If the princess joins our Mystic Spirit sect, she absolutely gets the honorary elder title with the highest VIP treatment. Princess, how does that sound to you? This old man was deeply out of line earlier. I am so sorry. Please forgive my extreme ignorance. Suddenly getting all that respect, Princess Meow Meow looks incredibly pleased and playfully demands, "Old man, you are actually way too cute." My instincts are super sharp. The exact second I met you, I knew you were a guy who really understands how the world works. Come on, call me princess just one more time, say it again. She playfully lays out her terms. Being your honorary elder is fine, but exactly how high up the food chain is this rank anyway? Exactly how many pills can I collect every single month? Elder Sean completely straightens up to explain the power dynamic. In the Mystic Spirit sect, you answer only to the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, break zero rules, and nobody bothers you. As for the pills, he casually drops a massively generous reward offer. You can grab 100,000 Marshall King pills every month, the exact same top-tier treatment as me. Nathan Quinn turns pale from pure shock hearing that. 100,000 Marshall King pills. He stands there totally stunned, shaking his head at the pure madness. Doing absolutely nothing and bagging 100,000 Marshall King pills a month? This honorary elder gig is seriously way too overpowered. Princess Meow Meow does not hesitate for a single second. Old man, it is a done deal. From this exact moment forward, this princess is officially the brand new honorary elder of your entire sect. Elder Shan then carefully hands over a fancy token. Please do not break this one. And by the way, I have a big question for you. What exact rank is your martial spirit anyway? How on earth did you use half-step Shantian realm strength to completely wipe the floor with a second-layer Shantian opponent? He honestly admits the messy truth. I temporarily cannot reveal my martial spirit's grade, so please understand my awkward position here. As for taking down a second layer, Shantian, that was mostly because I lucked out and found some primordial spirit liquid. After drinking it, the energy inside me completely evolved into primordial chi. I actually came here today hoping you could explain how that even works. The elder slowly nods, listening super closely before giving a firm, confident answer. So it is primeval chi. That means you are officially a primeval cultivator now. It is a completely different path from normal martial arts, earning the title of primeval cultivator. Since you train with primeval chi, your cultivation realm will always stay halfway. Even entering the Xiantian realm, outsiders absolutely will not be able to read your true power. As for the chi inside you, you must stack it up to the 10th layer of Xiantian before breaking through the Martial King realm in one shot, becoming a true Martial King powerhouse. Elder Thian anxiously gives him a very thorough warning. Nathan Quinn, my senior brother values you highly, so I really need to make this perfectly clear. The training speed of a primeval cultivator is insanely fast, but when it is time to break through to the Martial King realm, the difficulty is 3 times higher than a normal person. He sternly issues a specific warning. Our Silverstone Academy once had dozens of disciples who got too greedy for speed. They tried training as primeval cultivators, and the result was 10 whole years of failing to break into the Martial King realm. Even a supreme 10th grade royal tier genius blowing through countless resources still needed a full year just to finally reach the Martial King level. So you definitely need to prepare yourself mentally for this. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn just firms up his resolve. Even if a primeval cultivator has a ridiculously hard time hitting Martial King, his own war god martial spirit will probably upgrade to mysterious grade by then anyway. Over at the 3rd floor of the technique hall, Elder Can sternly warns someone that the 2nd level is totally off limits without proper permission. No wandering in. But once he sees exactly who is standing there, he gasps in total shock. Who are you? Elder Can instantly flips his attitude, eagerly inviting him inside. Please go right in. You can stay exactly as long as you want. No problem at all. Right after that, he loudly blasts out an urgent announcement. Starting today, the Technique Hall's 4th floor is officially locked down for closed-door training. All sect disciples are strictly forbidden from entering. Stepping inside, Nathan Quinn slowly paces around, literally drooling with happiness. He has finally made it back to the 3rd floor. This place right here is his absolute personal paradise. Full of ambition, Nathan Quinn thinks back to that crucial advice Elder Thean gave him. The training speed for primeval cultivators does not waste much time at all. In the 10 days before heading to the Martial Destiny Pavilion, he can study the inner disciple's combat insights to seriously deepen his own martial arts understanding. Meanwhile, outside, the gossip mill is running hot. Hey, did you guys hear the crazy news? A few days ago, Intersect Elder Dong got brutally beaten half to death by some random girl, and she totally robbed him of all his precious pills, too. The crowd murmurs dismissively, so what is the big deal about that? Well, word on the street is the Punishment Hall leader got ambushed on his way to work a few days back, and his pill stash was entirely cleaned out too. Just who exactly is this girl, having the guts to actually mug the Punishment Hall leader? This is terrifying, since when did our sect get invaded by such an absolute monster? You have gotta love this sex drama. Anyway, cutting back to the 3rd floor of the Technique Hall right on the 8th day. Fully focused and pretty satisfied with his progress, he realizes he has read through every ancient text here, carving a much deeper understanding of martial skills right into his brain. With a clear mind, Nathan Quinn suddenly cooks up a wild idea. He still has 2 days left, so he might as well refine the Seven Sins weapon. Summoning the artifact, he nods and sharply breaks down the facts. Weapons are divided into Spirit Tier, Post-Heaven Tier, and of course, Xiantian Tier. Now, this Seven Sins set might just be a spirit weapon for now, but there is an absolutely massive hidden power locked inside it. If fully awakened, it easily rivals a post-heaven weapon. Nathan Quinn boldly chants the ancient spell, "My blood holds my spirit," dripping into the cosmos, merging directly with my will. He eagerly waits for the treasure to show its true form, knowing an average inner disciple would kill just to get one single post-heaven weapon. The Seven Sins is a set of 7 blades, and waking them up means scoring 7 post-heaven weapons at once. They can form a brutal killing formation, making them way stronger than standard post-heaven gear. Nathan Quinn focuses intensely on the next step, testing if refining them with his blood can truly bind the weapons to his own body. He practically cheers as he feels that raw power actively invading his body. Here it comes. Nathan Quinn fiercely grounds his mind, declaring that his martial heart is already rock solid. Becoming a myth across the continent is his goal, and some random negative energy will not shake him. Pouring every ounce of strength into finishing the process, he commands it to refine. With the bond successfully sealed, Nathan Quinn joyfully announces victory finally refined. From this exact moment on, you 7 ancient blades are going to war right alongside me, and if the chance comes up, I will definitely restore your post-heaven tier power and make you all completely unstoppable. Getting pumped, he quickly prepares to head to the next location. Almost time to move right now. It is off to the martial arts arena. Nathan Quinn strides forward with massive swagger. Martial Destiny Pavilion, here I come. Cut to the bustling arena, where huge crowds are already gathering and loudly chatting away. Right then, Huang jolts and locks his eyes on the distance. The hyped-up crowd instantly starts buzzing. Look over there, that is Nathan Quinn, the absolute first-place winner of the outer court exam. Even his aura looks wildly impressive. No wonder the guy is so overpowered. Definitely lives up to his reputation, a half-step Xiantian beating a second-layer Xiantian. My heart is racing just looking at him, but man, your knowledge is seriously lacking. What do you mean half-step into the Xiantian realm? Nathan Quinn is a primeval cultivator, so can his current cultivation base even be compared to a basic first-layer Xiantian anymore? He sighs helplessly at this kid's ignorance. Meanwhile, Quinn sternly demands total silence. The elder steps out with massive authority, loudly announcing his purpose to the entire crowd. I am Intersect Third Elder Quinn, and acting on sect orders, I will be leading the 5 of you straight to the Martial Destiny Pavilion today. Right then, Quinn spots a familiar face. The old guy frowns, putting on a super weird show of fake concern. "So you are Nathan Quinn," he says, claiming he is incredibly interested in him. The kid just answers back with chill politeness. "Such an honor to catch Elder Mac's eye," Nathan Quinn replies, secretly thinking this guy feels super familiar. Could it be? The elder suddenly snaps his voice, dripping with absolute rage. "Honor my foot." He growls that his son Mac Lee had 0 grudges against Nathan Quinn. Yet after exchanging just a few words, Nathan Quinn got his boy tossed into the punishment hall for 10 whole years. Did he have 0 respect for an Intersect Third Elder? Nathan Quinn just frowns, playing totally clueless to the drama. He tells Elder Mac to really watch his mouth, considering his high and mighty status inside the sect. Getting Macla locked up was entirely the punishment hall master's call. It had absolutely nothing to do with him at all. Just as expected. Quinn is totally Mac Lee's angry dad. The old man drops the argument, coldly agreeing to skip the long chat and not drag this out. But the sneaky elder quickly spins up a brand new, highly questionable excuse, bringing up the ancient martial cultivation Nathan Quinn currently practices. His power jumps crazy fast. The elder pretends to worry the kid might go totally insane before reaching the Martial Destiny Pavilion. He wastes absolutely 0 time cutting to the chase. He says he came here specifically to teach him how to use martial skills properly. Quinn launches a direct strike right at his shoulder. Seeing this totally wild move, Huang and Tudu just stare in pure shock. What? They cannot believe Elder Mac is acting this crazy, throwing hands the second he shows up. The old guy shows 0 mercy and keeps attacking. He brags that he only used a tiny fraction of his power, yet Nathan Quinn still could not dodge. Way too slow, he mocks definitely needs more training. Watch closely, the elder sneers. Nathan Quinn scrambles to dodge the barrage, but with so many insane attacks flying around, he still takes a heavy hit. He hits the dirt hard, groaning in pain. Now Nathan Quinn is totally furious and ready for payback. "What does my cultivation have to do with you?" he yells. "If Quinn wants a fight, just say it straight up." He warns the elder that he is not some easy target. If he does not kill him today, expect a brutal revenge. Hearing this, the old guy lands on the ground and openly laughs in his face. "Revenge on me," he sneers. Over what? A tiny bit of pain is already making him lose his mind, completely unable to handle it. Seems like leveling up so fast through that ancient martial style left the kid with way too many embarrassing weak spots. He claims he is only stepping in because he sees the kid as a rare genius with a bright future. Quinn cruelly declares he is going to completely trash his core today. After that, he can use pills to heal up and obediently start his training all over again. Quinn screams back in absolute fury. "You wouldn't dare!" he yells. But check out this timing. A sudden flash of light just crashes down right between them. Diu makes a totally boss entrance. She glares at the elder, asking if he has a death wish for daring to bully her personal servant. Realizing someone just ambushed him, the elder roars in pure anger, demanding to know who dared to strike him. Seeing his attacker is literally just a little kid, Quinn squints in complete disgust. A child? Quinn is panting hard but still keeps his stubborn pride. He tells her to stay out of it. He can absolutely handle this mess all by himself. The arrogant elder straight up warns the girl, saying he does not care whose brat she happens to be. She has some serious nerve stopping his business. He tells her to run along home right now, and he might just let her go unpunished. Diu just flashes this coldly mysterious little smile. Is that so? Skipping the small talk, she launches herself straight at him. Crushed by her sudden heavy aura, Quinn literally shakes in fear. "You!" he stammers. Completely terrified by her crushing pressure, he senses she is a martial ancestor. How is that even possible? How could a tiny little kid be throwing around the wild power of a martial ancestor? Diu shows zero respect and just slaps him right across the face. She tells him to shut his trap. That single casual slap sends Quinn flying dozens of meters away. Everyone stands there completely speechless as the old man painfully forces himself back to his feet. Furious and humiliated, Quinn screams out, did she really just dare to hit him? Just as he angrily spits out a threat, Diu is already swinging her hand over. "You are so dead," he screams. Smack, she slaps the other side of his face. Then Diu just completely goes off, cursing him out. She calls him a rotting old dog with crazy nerve for daring to touch her person. Next, she unloads a relentless combo of slaps right across both his cheeks. The guy is absolutely frozen in shock. Quinn watches this, totally confused. Princess Diane Du is always stealing his pills and acting wildly arrogant all day long. So why in the world is she stepping up to help him right now? Meanwhile, the princess arrogantly looks down and asks the elder if he knows his mistake yet. With his face completely swollen up, Quinn quickly drops to his knees to apologize. He begs the young lady to show some mercy and let him go. Diu proudly orders him to use her proper title. "Address me as princess," she demands. The cowardly old man immediately scrambles to fix his words. "Princess, please let me go." He begs desperately for his life. Hearing that, she smirks in pure satisfaction. "Not bad at all. Guess an old guy like him can actually learn some manners. Stay perfectly obedient from now on," she warns. And whenever they meet, he better say princess at least 3 times. "Oh right," she casually adds, "got any magic pills on you? Let the princess borrow them for a bit, and maybe she will return them later." Hearing her little shakedown, both Quinn and Quinn are left completely speechless. Diu just frowns, fiercely claiming her territory, and tells the elder to deliver a message. This dynamic is getting hilarious. Quinn belongs to this princess, she boldly announces, completely ignoring if they are high elders or fancy hall masters. "Even if you are the master of the Silverstone Academy, touch my person and I will make sure you never walk the martial world ever again." Regretting everything, the elder cowers like a puppy, quietly saying he completely understands. Quinn stares blankly, nervously calling out to Princess Diane Du as she casually drops a rather huge condition. "Of course, if you pay me enough spirit herbs, you can bully Quinn however you like." Instantly, admiring disciples rush over to praise him. Senior brother Quinn is so amazing, totally living up to his idol status. Even the inner court elders cannot touch him, just how insane is his power level. Senior brother Quinn not only has a great background, but an actual martial ancestor expert backing him up, which is absolutely terrifying. He flashes a stiff smile, awkwardly thanking her for stepping in this time. Diu waves him off with pure arrogance, telling him not to bother her. Quinn quickly realizes this little girl only cares about spirit pills. Suddenly they sense a stranger and panic, yelling out that someone else is coming. This aura is actually way heavier and much stronger than Elder Quinn. Taeyuk steps up majestically, firmly declaring that due to the recent mess, he will personally escort them to Vudayan Pavilion. They have already wasted quite a bit of time here. "No more useless talk. The 5 of you follow me right now." He does not hesitate for a second, quickly urging everyone to get moving. She flashes a wicked little smile, clearly ready for a brand new game. Here is where the real fun starts. 10 days later, at the Thu Tin Sea. Thu Sun Mountain gets its name right from bordering that vast sea. The peak is packed with endless demonic beasts, hidden treasures, and absolute mountains of cash. So every single year, countless martial artists flock here, hoping to strike it rich. Right now, he calmly explains the rules. There are exactly 5 days left until Vu Dian Pavilion opens, so all of you can roam around freely until then. Tai Ook drops a very heavy warning about all the hidden dangers. You must remember that whenever the pavilion opens, countless top experts gather right here in Thu Sun. It is insanely dangerous, so try your best to avoid starting any random fights. He carefully hands each of them a protective charm. Take this token, and if you ever run into any serious trouble, smash it immediately so I can rush over instantly. After he finishes his serious instructions, only the intense howling wind remains. Nathan Quinn looks up at the sky in deep thought with only 5 days left. Rather than going in to explore, it is definitely better to use the time to solidify his cultivation. Dudu happily and bluntly speaks up, telling Nathan Quinn she actually wants to cooperate on something. He gets totally curious and simply asks her what it is. She brightly lays out the entire goal. Here is a map. Follow it into Thu Sun and grab everything on the mountain. Naturally, all the loot belongs strictly to her. Nathan Quinn gets completely confused and demands answers. Where did she even get this map? And what exactly is hidden inside? Dudu smiles, clearly not wanting to reveal too much. You do not need to worry about that. She excitedly hints at an absolutely massive reward. As for the items inside, they are Tien Tin flowers. If the map is actually right, there should be 80 of them somewhere on the mountain. Even though a spirit herb like the Tien Tin flower is pretty low tier, just selling one can easily fetch 1,000 Huang pills. Hearing that insane number, he startles and yells out in pure shock. Nathan Quinn quickly regains his cool and firmly tries to decline. No way, grabbing something that valuable is basically asking for deadly trouble. If you really want me to go, you have to split it right down the middle. One single Tien Tin flower is worth 1,000 Huang pills. So wouldn't 80 of them equal 80,000 of those incredibly rare pills? Seeing this, Dudu fakes a cute little pout, asking how he dares demand half after she literally just saved his life. If it had not been for her stepping in earlier, he would have been brutally beaten into a cripple by that guy. She claims she thought he valued loyalty, but seeing him act like this is just disappointing, so he hesitantly caves in. Fine. I agree to do it. Happy now? Immediately after, Dudu flashes a totally smug and satisfied smile. Now that is exactly what a proper servant of mine should act like. Nathan Quinn just sighs helplessly to himself, totally regretting ever feeling touched by her earlier rescue. Of course, she was always going to demand a heavy payment. Right as Dudu turns to leave, he suddenly remembers something and suspiciously asks a question. Hold on, we have a blood oath that keeps us within 100 steps of each other. If I go get the flowers, where exactly are you going? Why don't you just grab them yourself? Dudu gets super excited and declares she has her own master plan. Nathan Quinn darts quickly through the thick canopy, his body as light as the passing wind, effortlessly and smoothly landing right on a sturdy tree branch. According to the map, those Tien Tin flowers really are not far at all, less than 500 miles away. Suddenly, a sharp scream for help echoes from the distance. Time to play the hero, right? Nathan Quinn blasts toward the noise to check it out. Tu Yet Ni speaks up with pure terror, asking what they want. One of the thugs just laughs, yell for help all you want. Nobody in Thu Sun dares save you. Even if a girl like you belongs to the Thanu sect, running into our Thu Sun 3 killers today just means your luck has completely run dry. Just surrender nicely right now. Hand over all your spirit herbs, and serve the 3 of us well, maybe then we will actually spare your life. Nathan Quinn hides behind a tree, watching quietly. Azure Maiden sect members? They are one of the 4 major sects in the Luowa kingdom. Only the Azure Maiden sect is close to his own mystic sect. They have a really solid relationship. He definitely cannot just turn a blind eye here. The girl yells out with pure disgust, totally shameless. You guys are honestly worse than animals. I actually tried to help you out, and you completely set me up. Even if I have to completely destroy my own cultivation today, I will absolutely not let you garbage humiliate me. The thugs surround her, spitting absolute trash. There are tons of martial artists wandering Autumn Mountain, but how many are actually decent people? You only have your own innocence to blame. A highly creepy, dark aura wraps right around the thugs. You really think you can self-destruct without my permission? Tu Yet Ni falls into absolute total despair. Is she seriously going to meet her incredibly tragic end right here today? That is when Nathan Quinn finally speaks up. Stop right there. He steps out slowly from behind the thick tree trunk. 3 fully grown muscle heads at the first level innate realm, yet they are ganging up on a girl who is only at the half-step innate realm, acting so completely pathetic. Do you have any shame left at all? The same thug from earlier just sneers back. I was wondering who had the guts to play hero. Turns out it is just a useless piece of trash at the half-step innate realm. Tuyet sighs heavily. Thanks for the good intentions, big brother. But you are no match for these three. Just run away while you still can. I only hope that once you escape, you can tell the Azure Maiden sect what happened to me, so my master can avenge my death. The guy prepares to attack Nathan Quinn. You brat, there is a clear road to heaven, but you bust straight through the locked gates of hell instead. If you want to die so badly, we will happily grant your wish. But before he can even lunge, he violently crashes to the dirt, completely covered in blood. Turns out Nathan Quinn totally rocked him with a single dizzying kick. The thug blinks in absolute fear, completely paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. The rest of the gang completely freak out and shout in unison, "What the heck?" Seeing their buddy drop like a sack of potatoes, they shake violently. You are just a half-step innate realm, yet you one-shot a first-level innate expert? Exactly what totally insane level has this young guy reached? Nathan Quinn suddenly raises his voice with absolute terrifying authority, roaring out a single word. Scram! The thugs bolt like someone strapped rockets to their feet. Tuyet speaks up with a totally grateful heart. Big brother, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. If you had not shown up today, I am afraid I would have, but before she can even finish, he already sprints away. She stares blankly at his fading silhouette, her heart full of total admiration. Next time I see you, I will definitely repay this massive favor. Right in the middle of a swirling blue energy field, Nathan Quinn calmly steps forward, muttering under his breath, finally here. He looks ahead, fully on guard. And honestly, guys, is there seriously a demonic beast hiding inside this cave? This aura has likely reached the 3rd level innate realm. It is easily the absolute top tier among all beginner demonic beasts. Nathan Quinn glares forward with a rock-solid, determined gaze. He made it this far. Relying on the sheer density of his martial true chi, taking on just one beginner demonic beast is still going to be a huge epic battle. He rushes straight into the cave, carrying a totally urgent and absolutely decisive vibe. Right as Nathan Quinn pushes deeper into the cave, a suddenly massive boom heavily echoes from inside. The thick fog clears, instantly revealing a giant green-scaled demonic beast with intensely glowing red eyes blocking his exact path. Nathan Quinn stares right back at it, completely tense. He draws his blade, speaking with cold confidence. Might as well use you as a test dummy to see exactly how much crazy power this newly awakened Seven Sins actually packs. Nathan Quinn charges right in, aiming his blade dead at the massive creature. He moves like pure lightning, expertly slamming a heavy blast of sword chi straight into the giant beast. Yet his epic strike seems to deal 0 actual damage to the terrifying monster. His face darkens instantly. This crazy monster does not just have a huge body, it is covered in incredibly tough armor. Even his small success Realm Blade intent absolutely fails to pierce right through it. This is bad. If he keeps fighting exactly like this, who knows when he will finally kill it? He has to find its weak point immediately. Nathan Quinn chants a quick spell, his left eye glowing viciously red. His aura completely explodes, practically swallowing the entire surrounding space. He raises his blade high and fiercely roars out, "War God Soul, manifest right now." Nathan Quinn slams down an absolutely earth-shattering blow. He stands tall right in the middle of the hazy white smoke, feeling the intense aftershocks. Following a faint glow, he heads deeper. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he mutters in awe. This blue light from the flower sea instantly makes him think of the legendary sky spirit flower. Nathan Quinn mutters while quietly counting. 30, 50, exactly 80 stalks. He seriously wonders where this crazy map came from to be so absurdly accurate. Just as he reaches out to grab a flower, someone suddenly yells out loud. Nathan Quinn spins right around, totally surprised. People actually made it to this highly dangerous, toxic forest? Are they seriously here for the sky spirit flower too? Nuoc Lam leads a group of Azure Maiden sect disciples right inside, bumping straight into Nathan Quinn as he heads out. She frowns hard, demanding exactly which sect do you belong to. Tuyet cheers from right behind her. Big brother, it is really you. I did not expect we would meet again so incredibly soon. Big brother, what is your name? I am Tuyet. You can just call me Tuyet. You saved me earlier, and I still have not properly thanked you. But Nuoc Lam blocks her from running over. Tuyet looks totally confused. Senior Sister Wang, what are you doing? Did I not literally just tell you about him? Tuyet points right at him. This is the guy who saved me. Without him, I would be totally dead out there. The senior sister just glares with 0 warmth, demanding to know his real motive for getting close to Tuyet. The poor girl physically recoils, asking what her sister means. Nathan Quinn rubs his chin, sizing her up. 9th grade yellow martial spirit, sitting right at the half-step Shantian tier. Perfect unity of man and aura. Seriously, look at her stats with insane talent like that. She obviously belongs to one of the top 3 major sects. Man, no wonder she acts so completely full of herself. Glum frowns and pulls her sword. She snaps that he might trick Twitney, but she sees right through him. She accuses him flat out, "You chased off that monster just now, right? That beast was easily at least third-level Xiantian tier, while his current aura barely scrapes by at half-step Xiantian. She bets he practices some crazy ancient martial art to bridge the gap. Even so, she proudly declares that Nurklam is absolutely not scared of him one bit. Better spill the whole truth right now, she demands. Nathan Quinn just shrugs, completely unbothered by her threat. He shoots back that anyone with half a brain could see the truth. With his cultivation level, if he actually wanted to hurt Twetney, he wouldn't need to put on a fake act to get close. The main point here, he saved her life. As her senior sister, instead of saying thanks, she immediately throws wild accusations. He flips the question back, what is her actual motive? The other Thon Nurtong disciples start screaming at him. They loudly declare he must be completely tired of living. Do you even realize this is our senior sister Nurklum of the Thane Nurtong? The absolute nerve, daring to insult her right to her face? They swear he is plotting something nasty. Nathan Quinn just gives a casual shrug, gesturing openly. He tells them to drop the ridiculous act. They clearly just want the Hoathian tin he is holding. Pinning fake crimes on him is just a pathetic excuse to rob him. Twetney completely panics, totally caught in the middle. She begs him not to say that, insisting her sister is just worried. But Nurklum flashes a highly malicious grin, sneering that he is actually a pretty smart guy. He guessed exactly right, it is 100% about the Hoathian tin. Since he figured out her real goal, she warns him to be smart and hand over every single flower he collected. If he refuses, she promises to make him violently regret it for the rest of his miserable life. That nasty attitude just shoves Twetney straight into an awful spot. Nathan Quinn straight up bursts out laughing. He mocks her big threat about lifelong regret, completely amazed that a so-called elite genius of the Thon Nurtung would actually pull something this horribly shameful. Today, he really wants to see exactly what gives her the right to make him regret anything. His sudden crushing aura physically pushes forward, making her stumble in pure fear. Wait, a first-level Xiantian tier? Despite the gap, she stubbornly screams back at him. She loudly brags that she is the absolute #1 genius in the outer court, and her master is their top elder. If he dares to cross her today, the horrible consequences will completely crush him. If he acts smart and hands over the Hoathian tin right now, she will generously pretend none of this ever happened. He lets an even stronger aura explode out, totally scoffing at her generous offer to wipe the slate completely clean. He repeats it. He really wants to see these awful consequences he supposedly cannot handle. This time, Nurklum physically recoils, eyes bugging out. Is that the minor mastery tier? How could a guy like him possibly grasp the minor mastery level? Nathan Quinn casually forms a dense sphere of raw spiritual energy right in his palm, telling her he has one last question. Countless glowing phantom swords instantly materialize around his entire body. Gripping his twin blades, he lets out a freezing dark laugh, asking exactly how she plans to ruin his life now. An intense wave of energy blasts from him, with every single floating sword aiming right at her throat. Nurklam screams in pure frustrated panic, fiercely warning him to stay completely back. He just clenches his fist, studying them with a deeply heavy stare. When Nathan Quinn finally turns and walks away, the terrified disciple collapses straight to the dirt. That leftover killing intent sends brutal shivers down everyone's spine. Tuyetni turns toward the utterly pitch-black expression of her senior right beside her. Before she can even speak, Nurklum furiously raises a hand to strike her. She screams at her. Who the hell was that absolute freak? Did Twetney purposely drag him here just to humiliate and destroy her? Calling her a vicious little snake, the enraged senior sister swears she is going to beat a brutal lesson straight into her right now. Suddenly, a razor-sharp wooden branch rips through the air, barely grazing her face before slamming violently into the tree behind. Startled, Nurklum wildly barks orders at her terrified crew to get moving. Cut to a quiet campsite stationed somewhere near the massive rocky cliffs of the Huin Lin Tong. Nathan Quinn touches down without making a sound. With the Grand Von Duyen opening just days away, he knows he seriously needs to focus and lock in his current power tier. But then a massive earth-shaking boom erupts from the towering mountain ranges behind him. He whips around, totally stunned by the shockwave. Nathan Quinn stares out, wondering what kind of insane power could cause that. Such absolutely terrifying destructive force from this far away. Nearby, Huang and the second elder jump up in pure shock, both yelling out to ask what is happening. The sound is deafening, and get this, is someone actually waging war over there? A chaotic hurricane completely rips the sky apart, while two blurry distant shadows violently crash into each other mid-air. Thyuk squints hard at the sky, grimly guessing that two absolute monsters at the martial sect tier are tearing each other apart up there. Nathan Quinn lets out a heavy sigh. He figures that ridiculously pretty princess is probably trying to steal the ultimate world treasure, brawling with a martial sect expert right on top of Thu's son. Meanwhile, way up in the freezing northern peaks of Tucson, a massive crowd has already gathered, with Tudu and his entire group eagerly gossiping. Someone excitedly asks if they caught the news. They claim two elite martial sect demon lords went completely crazy on Tucson a few days back. Rumor says those absolute beasts were fighting tooth and nail over some legendary ultimate treasure. One guy swears he saw it all, a brutal brawl lasting a full day and night. It only ended when someone literally lost their head. Suddenly, a sharp metallic ring cuts through the air. Silverstone Academy has arrived. Everyone step aside. The whole crowd is totally shocked, murmuring about Nathan Quinn and his two buddies. No way they showed up first. And get this, the sect only sent a handful of guys, but they are all half-step Xiantian realm experts. Half-step Xiantian? Those guys are the absolute top-tier prodigies of the Silverstone Academy. Mark II Sam turns to look right at Thyurk. He asks why they are even here, since only disciples from the four great sects are allowed in the Vodien Pavilion opening. The elder smoothly replies that they are actually here for a totally different gathering, and everyone will find out soon enough. Boom! The ocean right in front of them suddenly roars with a massive explosion, startling the whole crowd. Someone completely loses it and starts cheering. The Vodien Pavilion is finally here. Blinding golden light blasts out from under the sea, shooting straight up into the sky and revealing the glowing tip of a tower. All this rumbling just keeps getting louder and louder until a ridiculously majestic, multi-story pagoda fully breaches the surface. Nathan Quinn does not even try to hide his awe. Is this really the pavilion? Tudu looks super tense as he waves off the blinding golden waves. How does this crazy pavilion even exist? Even Nathan Quinn is starting to look a little bit nervous right now. This place is absolutely terrifying. With his current cultivation level, his God of War eyes are completely blocked from scanning anything. Suddenly, a massive shout makes him whip his head around the Phi Kiem. Sect is here! Everybody get out of the way! They show up looking incredibly intimidating, giant swords strapped to their backs. The crowd starts whispering like crazy about their absolutely terrifying sword intent. Rumor has it that every single disciple from the Phi Kiem sect literally has a sword for a martial soul. No wonder just looking at them feels totally suffocating. Elder Fung struts right up to the group and yells at Thyuk, aggressively demanding to know why the Silverstone Academy didn't send Elder Mark Kin this time. Why did you even show up yourself? Hearing that serious disrespect, Thyuk does not even flinch, calmly telling the guy to completely drop that nasty tone. The pavilion is already here and starts in just a few hours, so he really does not want to start a brawl right now. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn seems to have noticed something super interesting. Getting a good look at the guy, he realizes this dude is a hardcore ancient martial cultivator with insanely deep QI. He has already hit the second tier of the Xiantian realm. Suddenly, the second elder sends Nathan Quinn a secret message. This guy is the top disciple. His name is Huang, rocking a 10th grade yellow-ranked martial soul with some seriously ridiculous talent. Word on the street is he's a total snake and incredibly ruthless, making him a massive threat in the upcoming trial. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn just gives a quiet little nod. The crowd starts losing their minds again. The Thon new sect is finally here. Both Nathan Quinn and Thyurk look over with some pretty heavy curiosity. Elder Land steps out, looking incredibly striking as the crowd goes wild. Classic Than new sect energy right there. Every single disciple is just insanely gorgeous. There is no denying it. There is even a rumor that their sect leader is childhood sweethearts with the Silverstone Academy leader. Without some past drama, they probably would be married by now. If those two sects ever tied the knot, it would completely shake up the balance of power among the four great sects. Walking behind, Nurk Lam suddenly spots something and blushes hard as she speaks up. She greets Huang, acting surprised they got here so early. Hearing his name, the guy struts right over without hesitating. Long time no see, Nurk Lam. You are honestly looking prettier than ever. He tells her to come to his room after he easily grabs first place in the pavilion. That incredibly suggestive line makes her totally melt right there on the spot. The fanboys in the crowd who were just cheering are now literally crying their eyes out in complete despair. They wail for their fallen goddess, but right at that moment, Tuet Ni spots Nathan Quinn and happily yells for her brother. He turns around, looking incredibly flustered as the entire crowd suddenly stares right at him. Before he can even reply, Nurklum loudly snaps at him. She realizes he is from the Silverstone Academy and loudly complains to Huang, claiming this is the exact jerk who bullied her and stole all her star flowers. Hearing that, Huang looks instantly annoyed, asking if that really happened. Meanwhile, Tuet Ni is not having it and fires back. Tuet Ni tells Nurk Lum to stop spitting garbage, pointing out that she actually tried to steal the starflowers first. She even threatened him multiple times, only failing because she was too weak. Nurk Lum screams out a fake denial, but a booming roar completely cuts her off. Shut up! Huang is practically dripping with killing intent right now, glaring dangerously straight at Nathan Quinn. Honestly, guys, watch this. Tudu and his crew are practically grabbing popcorn, laughing about how these two are already about to throw hands the exact second they meet. The girl is claiming he bullied her, so of course her man is going to step up and act all tough to defend his precious lady's honor, right? This is going to be a really good show, no telling who would actually win. The second elder steps in to scold Huang, telling the kid to drop the arrogant act. But right behind him, Elder Feng is chuckling like a maniac as he casually strolls over. He tells Thiurk that this is just a normal squabble between disciples, and getting involved as an elder would be pretty humiliating. He smirks, saying the kids should definitely settle their own beefs themselves. Elderland totally agrees and chimes right in. She says Brother Feng is absolutely right. Disciple drama stays with the disciples. Elder Feng looks super pleased, already plotting his next big move. Sure, this guy is an ancient martial cultivator, just like Huang, but Huang has a 10th grade yellow rank martial spirit, so crushing this punk should be an absolute walk in the park. He glances at the crowd of rogue cultivators gathering around them. Getting a chance to publicly humiliate the Silverstone Academy in front of this many people is a rare treat. Pointing right at Nathan Quinn, he warns him not to expect his elders to save his skin today. He can tell the kid is an ancient martial cultivator too. Since they share that path, he offers a little mercy. He tells the kid to just apologize and he will let this whole thing slide. Nathan Quinn fires right back, what a joke, offering mercy and demanding an apology. He asks why Hong Kui is acting so arrogant, treating the situation like Nathan Quinn is at fault. Throwing some advice back, he tells him to use his brain before acting. Do not let others manipulate you, or the consequences will be unmanageable. The bystanders are completely blown away. They cannot believe this arrogant guy is actually daring to challenge someone like Huang Kui. Meanwhile, Elder Huang stays dead silent, clearly calculating some kind of hidden backup plan. Nuoc Lam furiously snaps at him, asking if he has a death wish. How dare a lowly disciple talk back to her big brother Huang Kui like that? Nathan Quinn calmly crosses his arms and just tells her to get lost, shutting her down instantly. Now that absolutely strikes a nerve with Huang Kui. A heavy yellow energy starts radiating from his body. He declares that if he says Nathan Quinn is wrong, then an apology is required. Challenging him and insulting Nuoc Lam has completely crossed his absolute bottom line. Since it has come to this, do not expect any mercy. His followers can barely hide their excited grins, totally convinced this kid is finished. Nuoc Lam's face darkens, utterly speechless with pure rage. Both guys are now flaring their killing intent, looking ready to tear each other apart right then and there. The crowd mutters in shock at that overwhelming sword intent. They figure he must be at least at the second tier of the Xiantian realm. His cultivation was obviously just a half step into the Xiantian realm before. Looks like he really is a legit ancient martial cultivator. That kid from the Silverstone Academy is doomed. These two are clearly on completely different levels entirely. Tai Uk and Hong Long just stand there watching Hong Kei, absolute death wish. Suddenly, Nui Hao steps out of nowhere, loudly asking who dared to piss off their precious Phi Kiem Sec genius Hoang Kui. Every single head in the crowd whips around. So interesting. Absolutely fascinating. How could he possibly miss out on a massive spectacle like this? Ni Hao gleefully strides right over to Nathan Quinn's group, acting like he wants in. Elder Ta flanks him closely from behind as the whole area quickly descends into chaos. The energy feels so incredibly hot. It is the lone Diem sect, the last of the 4 great sects to arrive. Seeing this, Huang Kui cannot hide his rising frustration. He snaps that this is none of Nui Hao's business. Voices immediately ripple through the crowd. Wait, that is Nui Hao? Man, if he is actually participating this time, first place in the Vo Dian Pavilion tournament is completely in the bag. People have heard his legendary name forever, and now they finally see him. Taiyu quietly warns his team they are facing a real nightmare this time, a guy with a 10th grade yellow rank martial spirit. Plus, his martial talent is absolutely insane, already reaching the exact same advanced mastery tier as Nathan Quinn. On top of all that, Nui Hao is the son of the lone Diem sect leader. He has been making massive shockwaves across the entire country since childhood. Nathan Quinn eyes the newcomer, his gaze turning incredibly heavy and serious. Nui Hao just smirks. He tells Hong Kei that since he finds this whole drama entertaining, he is taking over. If Huang Kui objects ancient cultivator or not, Ni Hao will gladly beat submission into him. Hearing this, Huang Kui's face goes totally dark. He grinds his teeth, quietly agonizing over his limits. He only picked the ancient martial path to suppress this guy. Fighting Wei Hao right before entering the Vo Dien Pavilion would be a massive disadvantage, so he backs off for now. Glancing sideways at the girl, Nui Hao casually tells Hong Kui that his little companion looks pretty decent. Remembering her name is Nuoc Lam, he blatantly asks Hong Kui to hand her over in exchange for a temporary alliance. Huang Kui couldn't care less. If you want her, just take her. Furious, she sputters out insults. But he cuts her off completely, turning to Nuoc Lam to coldly explain that following Wei Hao guarantees a much brighter future. A golden ticket like this only happens once. Hearing this, she lets out a heavy sigh, thinking to herself she was totally blind to trust Hong Kuei. Then, playing the shy victim, she turns to the other side. Sweet-talking Wei Hao, she begs him to take good care of her. She immediately assures him that absolutely nothing ever happened between her and Hong Kuei. Claiming to be completely pure, she leans right into his arms as he laughs out loud. From now on, Nu Hao vows to protect her, promising to destroy anyone who dares cross her. Hearing all this, Elder Huang and the others feel a crushing wave of pressure. Taiyuk silently calculates their terrible odds. Whenever the Vo de Yen Pavilion opens, it is a massive turf war between the Huyen Lin and Phi Kiem sects. Than Nu sect backs them, while Lone Diem acts totally solo. But right now, it looks like 3 whole sects are joining forces. This entire setup is incredibly disastrous for them. Oh, you know exactly where this is going. Ni Hao locks eyes with Nathan Quinn, asking if he was the punk defying Hong Kuei. Nuoc Lam quickly chimes in, whining to Nu Hao that Nathan Quinn was brutally bullying her earlier. Hearing that pathetic sob story, he instantly barks out an order. Since this arrogant Huyen Lin kid lacks basic manners, they are going to snap all 4 of his limbs as a little lesson. Immediately, their terrifying auras explode outward, completely flooding the area. Someone from the other side speaks up. Offending Huang Kuei and crossing Wei Hao brings unimaginable consequences for that Huyen Lin kid. Tai Ut yells out Lan Ziamon, do not cross the line here. If you dare touch a single disciple of our Huyen Lin Tong, I will not let you off easily today. Elder Lan chimes in. She tells Elder Trung that he knows Nguri Hao's temper. He simply wants to teach this arrogant, ignorant disciple of theirs a harsh little lesson. Why clash with the Lorn deer moan over one tiny disciple? If you ask me, just look the other way. After all, he is only losing his limbs. He thinks to himself, why is Trun Thai Ut protecting such a lowly Huyen Lin Tong disciple so fiercely? Would he seriously declare war against the Lorn deer moan just to keep this one kid safe? The old man explodes with rage, touch a Huyen Lin Tong disciple, and I absolutely refuse to back down. Ngui Hao barks an order stop wasting breath on this old fool and wipe them all out. Right then, a booming voice commands everyone to stop. The Thung Dao Min has arrived. A majestic group proudly carries an ornate palanquin right toward the standoff. The surrounding crowd immediately breaks into wild, buzzing whispers. The Thung Dao Min is flexing hard today, just showing up forces even the great sects to step aside. One guy mutters he only cares about winning his bets today. Standing next to Elder Ta, Ingri Hao narrows his eyes in deep, calculating thought. Martial King realm experts clearing the path. Martial Kings carrying the palanquin. You really have to wonder who on earth is sitting inside. Elder Feng turns with a dead serious expression. The Thung Darmin spreads across the entire lower domain. Their power is immeasurable, and even the 2 great holy lands dare not provoke them. Yet they never interfere in martial world conflicts. They strictly run auctions and massive gambling houses. Nathan Quinn stays completely calm, his sharp eyes filled with deep thought. Even the Holy Lands back off? The true power of the Thung Daro Min is seriously that terrifying. Elder Feng cups his hands and bows respectfully toward the palanquin, asking in a steady, heavy voice just which VIP is sitting inside. Off to the side, Thai Ut and the others also cup their hands, incredibly curious about this mysterious guest. He glances over at the boy and whispers softly, every time the Martial Destiny Pavilion opens, the Thungdar Min hosts a massive festival. They take massive bets on which major sect disciple will win. Naturally, this event drags in countless rogue cultivators every single time. Engui Hao angrily announces his own name. He completely clenches his fists, his voice dripping with absolute dissatisfaction. He barks out that if memory serves, the Thungdar Min strictly stays neutral in martial affairs. So why exactly are they stepping in when he wants to crush the Huyen Lin Tong? Suddenly, a gentle, incredibly soothing voice echoes right out of the palanquin. Please do not misunderstand. This humble girl simply received some news. I hope fellow cultivator Ingri Hao might grant me some face and listen closely. Hearing this feminine tone, both Thai Ut and Elder Lan look like they just got struck by actual lightning. Absolute shock. A woman? And it is not just them. Elder Feng and Elder Ta stand completely paralyzed. The big shot inside the palanquin is female. Nguri Hao flashes a cocky smirk, his face lighting up with genuine amusement. He admits he is highly curious about what news they bring. The mysterious girl speaks up. She assumes Ngui Hao is targeting Nathan Quinn, the outer disciple of the Huyen Lin Tong. He gives a dry chuckle. Why wouldn't he target some tiny, insignificant outer disciple? Is there anyone Ngui Hao cannot afford to offend? Nathan Quinn just stands there with an unreadable gaze, unsure how to respond to this mess. The girl continues her story. Just a month ago, when Nathan Quinn joined the sect, his cultivation was merely at the 5th body tempering layer. Right after joining, he clashed with inner disciple Mac Lair, who possessed a terrifying 9th grade yellow rank martial spirit. Yet in the duel that followed, he utterly crushed that guy. The crowd shoots admiring glances at Nathan Quinn, completely stunned by how badass he actually is. Nguri Hao drops his smirk and scoffs. So what? He is just a martial arts genius who managed to suppress a 9th grade yellow rank. Big deal. But his face totally drops when the woman delivers her next piece of intel. Half a month later, the Huyen Lin Tong held their grand tournament. Nathan Quinn walked a flawless 1,000 steps through the chaotic bamboo forest, completely rewriting the entire history of the Huyen Lin Tong. Then he slaughtered his rivals and claimed first place. By then, he had reached the 8th body tempering layer and achieved minor mastery of the subtlety realm. As her words land, 2 female disciples from the Thon Nur Tong tremble in absolute terror. And it is not just them. Trung Thien and his buddies go pale with pure shock. An 8th grade yellow rank martial spirit actually slaughtered a 9th grade yellow rank genius. Tu Sam drops his jaw in pure disbelief. Jumping 3 whole cultivation realms in half a month and reaching the minor subtlety realm? Insane. While every single eyeball is locked dead onto Nathan Quinn, the girl in the palanquin just keeps dropping absolute bombs. Just half a month ago, he used his overwhelming aura to absolutely dominate the outer courtyard exam and took first place. According to our deep investigation, right after Nathan Quinn formally joined the sect, he immediately became the direct disciple of the supreme elder of the Huyen Lin Tong. Plus, he has a monstrous martial ancestor realm expert right by his side. Our analysis suggests this might be his second master. Hearing the cultivator's words, Ingri Hao goes completely pale with sheer, unfiltered panic. Fellow cultivator, after hearing this little update, do you still want to attack Nathan Quinn? The entire surrounding crowd collectively loses its mind. What? A martial ancestor realm expert? Who would have thought this totally average-looking kid had such an insanely terrifying, overpowered background? He is not just a disciple of the Huyen Lin Tong Supreme Elder, he is also backed by another absolute beast of a martial ancestor. This background is just absolutely ridiculous. Elderland stands there, completely stunned, hardly believing it. A mere 8th grade yellow martial spirit disciple somehow actually scored the Supreme Elder as a personal master. A literal martial ancestor expert, just how insanely massive is this guy's backing? Seeing this, Ngori Hao immediately backtracks with a super awkward smile. He calls out to brother Nathan Quinn, apologizing profusely for being completely blind and offending him earlier. He begs him to let the whole thing slide, promising to host a massive apology banquet right after the Vorn Dien Kak event wraps up. Nathan Quinn coldly shuts him down. No need. It is just a minor issue. But the guy keeps desperately kissing up. Oh, totally, just a tiny issue, the guy babbles. Nathan Quinn just glares back, visibly annoyed. The Thung Dowerman, he thinks to himself. He has zero ties to them, yet they dug up his entire background and just leaked it to everyone. Suddenly, the person inside the fancy palanquin speaks up softly. She addresses fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn, explaining that to prevent a massive brawl, she took the liberty of exposing his private information. She offers a totally sincere apology and tries to hand over a golden sacred token as compensation. Instantly, the entire crowd loses their minds in pure shock. What the heck is a golden sacred token? Rumor has it, holding this shiny piece of metal gets you a flat 30% discount at all Thungdarmin auctions, plus instant elite guest status. Hearing this, the other bystanders nervously start chiming in. Someone whispers that across the entire Lakha Vung Kwuk, less than 10 people actually own one of those tokens. That thing is the ultimate symbol of supreme flex power. Thai Yerk flashes a gentle smile. He tells Nathan Quinn his luck is absolutely insane to score a golden sacred token. But before the old man can even finish, our boy coldly cuts him off. Sorry, I do not want it. Thai Yuk is totally stunned, completely failing to understand Nathan Quinn's logic. Ngri Hao secretly mocks him. Does this total idiot not realize what that is? Actually daring to reject the legendary token? The girl in the palanquin goes dead silent for a few seconds. She just waits with her hand raised. Lu Ba finally speaks up, warning the holy maiden that this kid is ridiculously arrogant. With his low status, rejecting her goodwill is a crime, and the old hag offers to immediately cripple him to teach him a brutal lesson. Bitchland just laughs it off with a sarcastic smirk. No need for violence, she says, honestly surprised that her very first time offering the token ended in a brutal rejection. This guy is just way too interesting. She peeks out to look at him, and honestly, can you blame her? Realizing her previous going intel is totally spot on. If he believes he is right, he will absolutely never back down, no matter who he is facing. Seeing him today just proves he has got serious attitude. Luba catches her drift, wondering out loud if the holy maiden is actually falling for this stubborn little punk. Biklan flinches and instantly denies it. How could that even be possible? But her actions totally contradict her words as she peeks through the curtain again, admitting she highly appreciates his vibe. But unfortunately, his martial spirit rank is just incredibly trash. An 8th grade yellow martial spirit, even with absolutely insane heavenly luck, will permanently stall out at the martial ancestor realm. Honestly, even a 10th grade spirit would suffer the exact same sad fate. In the martial arts world, you can have epic willpower and flawless character, but at the end of the day, raw talent is king. Nathan Quinn is lost in thought when he hears Ngori Hao chiming in. Brother Tun really has a bold personality. The guy awkwardly steps forward to kiss up some more, saying he never expected someone to refuse the token. Even a genius like him could not do it, so he officially bows in complete respect. Our boy says absolutely nothing, just turns around and instantly walks away. Ngori Hao feels completely humiliated, his stomach twisting with bitter rage. Classic. He barely takes a few steps before someone else randomly starts screaming at the top of their lungs, "The Von Duyen Kak is here." The ocean suddenly whips into a violent frenzy as the massive pavilion slowly descends from the sky. Eyes glowing, Elder Thai Yurk excitedly yells out that it is final. Instantly, 5 bright golden beams crash down toward the base of the tower. Seeing this, cultivators from every single direction turn into literal blurry phantoms as they sprint toward it. Wasting zero time, the elder flicks his sleeve and shouts at them to grab their tokens. He orders them to hurry onto the light bridge. Nathan Quinn snatches his token, eyes full of total confidence, and flies straight in. Right behind him, massive waves of sect disciples channel their energy and eagerly chase after. Nguri Hao's squad absolutely refuses to be left behind, screaming at his crew to push forward. The fierce winds howl and massive waves crash, but these crazy cultivators still risk their lives diving in. Suddenly, massive rogue waves and a super thick, mysterious fog slowly swallow the entire tower whole. Watching this epic scene, Thai Yuk and the other elders finally breathe a tiny sigh of relief. He turns around, noticing the slowpoke disciples loudly bickering in the back. "Me first, no me first, get out of my way." From inside the carriage, the female cultivator loudly announces a little twist. And get this, she reveals the Thung Dao Min has an artifact that literally live streams everything happening inside the pavilion for the whole crowd to watch. Because of this exact feature, the Thung Dar Min can legally open up betting pools. Right on cue, 2 cultivators drag out a massive mirror, the legendary Von Keen. Sect disciples all over the place wait in total excitement for that mysterious voice to continue. She promises to drop some exclusive intel on the geniuses from the 4 great sects, waiting until everyone is fully caught up before powering up the mirror. She skips Nathan Quinn since his stats are already public. As for the rest, Dar Ho rocks an 8th grade yellow martial spirit, with a cultivation level halfway into the Tien Tien King. This guy has a super rotten personality, constantly bullying the weaker members back at the Huan Lin Tong. He only chilled out after Nathan Quinn beat some sense into him. Next is Huin Long possessing a 9th grade yellow spirit, also standing half-step into the Tien Tien Kin. The moment they hear his name, sect disciples start whispering like crazy. So it is Nathan Quinn again. He looks pretty tough, but they figure he is probably just rocking a yellow rank 8th grade martial spirit. Another disciple sighs out loud, "You are seriously betting on him?" The mysterious girl tunes out the noise. Nuri Hao from the Chaos Flame sect is completely famous around here. Everyone knows his deal, yellow rank 10th grade martial spirit, already half a step into innate. From the Azure Maiden sect, Nurklum brings a yellow rank 9th grade spirit, also half a step to innate. Twetni holds an 8th grade spirit, matching that exact innate threshold. Then there is Thien Tien from the Flying Sword sect, yellow rank 9th grade, half step innate. And Huang Kui yellow rank 10th grade, an ancient martial cultivator at innate realm 2nd layer. He commands a flying sword hitting like a late-stage artifact, easily capable of slicing through 3rd layer innate experts. Down below, the rest of the sect disciples go dead silent, rubbing their chins. Suddenly, one cultivator steps right up and yells out. The Thung Daro Min has officially opened the first betting pool, and the odds are live. He waves his hand. Spiritual energy gathers fast, carving bright glowing text directly into the thin air. First round of the Martial Destiny Pavilion. Ngori Hao, Huang Kui, and Yurk Lum taking first place sits at 1-to-1 odds. Nathan Quinn winning pays 1-to-10. The disciples totally lose their minds, screaming, "I am definitely backing Ngori Hao. He is a guaranteed lock." His buddy shakes his head no. Huang Quinn is totally grabbing first place. "Are you deaf?" The guy has power perfectly matching a 4th layer innate realm expert. Another voice objects loud and clear. "Pure garbage. I am voting for Nurk Lum. She is way too gorgeous. Definitely number 1. Far off in the corner, Elder Fung watches quietly, his eyes narrowed. Turns out Nathan Quinn just has a completely absurd background, nothing more. A yellow rank 8th grade martial spirit inside the Martial Destiny Pavilion will not accomplish much. After all, surviving in there depends entirely on raw power and talent, not family connections. Without warning, the two cultivators guarding that artifact mirror shout in perfect unison, activating the martial mirror right now. Everyone leans in, shaking with anticipation. Look closely now, the screen is finally lighting up. So what is this brutal first test going to be? Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, everyone is still stuck waiting around. Huang suddenly jerks his head up. Someone is coming. A short old man in completely shredded rags steps into view. He casually announces himself, I am the official examiner for the first floor of the Martial Destiny Pavilion. But before the test kicks off, I am going to show you all a little something. The object he pulls out absolutely terrifies the two girls. Elder Lich loudly slaps the heavy black item beside him. It is this exact thing here. You have all seen it before. This massive tablet is completely carved out of pure talent stone. Just slap your hand onto its surface, and it will instantly reveal the exact cultivation realm you are destined to reach in the future. For example, if this stone flashes with the light of kings, then your absolute peak potential is the martial king tier. If it blasts out ancestral light, your guaranteed future stops exactly at the martial ancestor tier. Ingri Hao squints at it, looking heavily skeptical. And honestly, can you blame him? This totally ugly pitch-black rock can actually predict a person's entire destined future? That kind of magic is just way too absurdly overpowered to believe. He narrows his ancient, tired eyes. Alright, first up, the basic rules. As long as you trigger that kingly light, you instantly pass this round and snatch up a sweet reward from the pavilion itself. Only the top 10 scorers from this test advance to round 2. Anyone outside the top 10 gets eliminated immediately, even if they perfectly clear the baseline. Naturally, whoever snags that legendary first-place spot gets an extra special, secret prize. But before we begin, this examiner needs to clarify one tiny thing. You female cultivators, if you let this old man cop a quick feel and a kiss, your rewards double. Obviously, you guys do not get this amazing perk. Nurk Lum and the Azure Maiden sect girls turn bright red, screaming you absolutely shameless, disgusting old creep. Thien completely loses her temper. What kind of garbage test is this? Totally unfair. Elder Lich just sneers right back at them. Not fair? This old man never once claimed this exam was fair. I am being totally biased on purpose. What? Are you going to bite me over it? Come here and bite me if you are mad. Refuse, and you are just a total coward. She seethes with pure rage but cannot do a thing. He completely ignores her deadly glare and shouts out loud. All right, you little brats, let the testing officially begin right now. Up on Thu Sun Peak, the observing elders turn pale. Does a person this shamelessly thick-skinned seriously exist in this world? Elder Biklan finally speaks up. Everyone, you have all seen it for yourselves now. The very first round of the Martial Destiny Pavilion is a talent check, making it an incredibly entertaining test to watch. So before the actual evaluations start, anyone holding out needs to drop their bets really fast. Placing a bet after the test begins makes it totally invalid. The cultivators down below instantly erupt into pure, chaotic shouting. Good thing I bet on Ingri Hao earlier. I knew I was right. I am picking Ingri Hao too. That guy is practically heaven's chosen. His future achievements are bound to be the absolute strongest. Basically a guaranteed powerhouse at the martial ancestor tier. You cowards can do whatever. I am locking in Huang. His ruthless style totally fits my taste. Elder Feng does not hesitate for a single second either. 5,000 Martial King pills, all riding on Huang. Elder Ta aggressively follows suit. Brother Feng, seems you have got some real guts today. If that is the play, I am throwing down 5,000 Martial King pills on a Huang victory too. Elder Lan just smiles. You two big brothers want to play? I am matching that bet exactly. All of it goes on Nurk Lum. The crowd cannot help but gasp out loud. That is 5,000 Martial King pills on the line. Under those intense glares from the elders, Tayuk basically has to cough up his personal stash. He bets 5,000 Martial King pills on Nathan Quinn, absolutely screaming inside because he knows he is about to lose everything. Meanwhile, Old Man Lich is totally creeping on a pure maiden sect girl, bragging about how insane the round 1 prizes are. He tells her she can easily double her reward if she just lets him cop a feel and sneak a little kiss. She cringes hard and totally ignores him, stepping up to touch the testing stone. Lich actually gasps at the King Path light, signaling a future Martial King tier. He tries again, telling the little lady to just give him one tiny kiss so she can walk away with double the loot. He claims it is a super rare opportunity that he would not offer to just anyone. But the girl straight up snaps back with a hard pass in total disgust. Then another male disciple steps up to test, and old Lich just yawns loudly another King Path light. Next person, please. But the guy stepping up next actually catches his eye, as the crowd immediately starts buzzing about Huang taking the stage. Everyone is dying to know what his future holds. The guy confidently slaps his hand down without hesitation, and the testing stone instantly blasts out this massively heavy pressure. The crowd watching from the outside is completely mind-blown, realizing Huang is actually destined for the martial ancestor tier, a future martial ancestor powerhouse. Considering he is an absolute genius with a 10th grade royal martial spirit, this makes total sense. Reaching that level is honestly just expected for a guy like him. Elder Huang nods along, looking pretty incredibly pleased about it. He calls out to Elder Trung, saying he never expected their sex golden boy to actually secure a future in the martial ancestor tier. That is seriously not a bad future to look forward to. Even old Lich drops the attitude, telling the kid he has great talent and to keep pushing hard. Soaking up the praise, Huang just sneers, wondering out loud why Nathan Quinn having some huge, fancy background even matters. With his pathetic 8th grade royal martial spirit, he probably will not even manage to make this stone glow. Then Wei Hao cracks a huge laugh, declaring it is finally his turn. Now watch closely, everyone is dying to see this, since only Nui Hao and Hong Kei rock 10th grade royal martial spirits here. Everyone is dying to see what level he hits. This is Ni Hao after all, easily on par with the martial genius Hoang Kui, maybe even sitting slightly higher. The absolute second he places his hand on the testing stone, a massive wave of pressure blasts out, just like before. The crowd is not even that shocked, seeing the ancestor path light and assuming it is another martial ancestor. But suddenly, someone screams out for everyone to wait and look. The sheer power radiating from the stone is way more intense than what Hong Kui pulled off. Spectators freeze with wide eyes. That is the Emperor Pathlight. Oh my god, an actual Emperor Pathlight. Does this mean Wei Hao honestly has a shot at reaching the legendary martial emperor tier? Looking across the entire Lakha kingdom, there has literally never been a single martial emperor powerhouse. Even old Lich watches this unfold with genuine intense interest. He tells the kid he is pretty impressive, holding the actual destiny to maybe reach the absolute peak of the martial emperor tier. But he warns him to grab this golden opportunity tight because if he slips up, he will lose it forever. Over on the sidelines, Bitchland looks completely stunned. It is wild to think Nui Hao could actually touch the martial emperor peak. In the whole Lakha kingdom, probably only the 4 great sex disciples could even try to match him now. It really looks like the first test of the martial fate pavilion this time. First place is absolutely guaranteed to be his. The crowd completely loses their minds, screaming about how utterly terrifying Ni Hao's natural talent really is. A real chance to hit the martial emperor tier. Someone yells they already bet everything on Wei Hao earlier. Another guy groans, saying they secured the bag for round 1, wishing they had bet on him too. He is definitely taking first place in this exam. Elder Ta bursts out laughing, sarcastically apologizing to Brother Huang, since it looks like their young master Nui Hao easily bagged the win. Being openly mocked, he grinds his teeth in pure frustration. Meanwhile, Taiyuk sighs heavily, realizing if he just bet on Wei Hao, he would be holding 5,000 pills right now. Now, instead of securing an easy win, he is just losing 5,000 Martial King pills. That basically equals a massive 10,000 pill loss for him. Up there, Ni Hao looks incredibly smug, asking his girl if she saw that. He brags about being way stronger than Huang Kei, telling her she better realize that getting to serve him is an absolute honor for her. Nuoc Lam is clearly swooning over him now, so annoying. Old Man Lich watches the beautiful girl walk away and gets totally furious, screaming at the remaining guys. He yells out, "Hey, are the last of you 5 just skipping the test entirely, or what? If they want to back out, they can just leave right now instead of wasting his precious time." Huang Kui immediately jumps in to provoke them too. But here is where things get genuinely wild. Nui Hao throws fuel on the fire, loudly mocking what kind of score Nathan Quinn will even get. He laughs and asks what that even means, reminding everyone that this guy is actually the personal disciple of 2 massive martial ancestor powerhouses. Armed with an 8th grade royal martial spirit, his future is definitely incredibly bright. Maybe he will even take first place here. Nui Hao smirks, telling his girl she really knows exactly what to say. Honestly, Nui Hao sneers. Brother Nathan Quinn's raw talent should at least hit the martial emperor tier. Heck, he might even blow right past the martial emperor level entirely. Nathan Quinn just frowns, totally showing his complete and absolute disgust for them. Huang Long is visibly super annoyed too. Meanwhile, their other 3 companions are quietly thinking that even though Senior Nathan Quinn's background really is insanely heaven-defying, his martial talent totally defies the standard, but honestly, his martial soul is still just a basic 8th grade yellow tier. Future achievements? Probably not hitting the big leagues anytime soon. Unfazed, Nathan Quinn steps right up and slaps his hand onto the testing stone. Elder Lich looks totally confused, absolutely zero reaction. Not even predicting the Martial King realm? Well then, looks like round 1 of the test is officially over. But Nathan Quinn keeps his cool and asks the senior nicely for just one more try. Staring hard at the rock, he thinks about his divine god of battle soul. It already hit the 10th grade yellow tier, plus it can literally level up infinitely. No matter what kind of crazy math you use, there is absolutely zero chance he fails to reach the Martial King realm. There is quite literally only one logical explanation for this mess. This fancy testing stone just straight up broke and cannot read him anymore. So Nathan Quinn revs up his spiritual energy and yells at the thing to shine. But the result is tragically disappointing, still absolutely zero reaction. The other guys just laugh it up. They tell senior brother Nathan Quinn to face facts, because apparently everything in life is already set in stone. They say he is literally destined to never hit the Martial King realm in his entire life. Testing it 100 times changes nothing, and it is honestly just embarrassing now. He stubbornly refuses to quit and asks the senior for yet another turn. Then Nathan Quinn repeats the exact same hopeless action all over again. Asking the senior for another try honestly catches all the observing elders completely off guard. He begs the senior for one more shot. Hao totally loses his patience and yells at him to just admit he is pure trash and get the heck out. He demands that he stop wasting absolutely everyone's precious time. Otherwise, no matter how insanely impressive his background might be, Hao swears he will absolutely not let him off the hook so easily. He just keeps furiously touching the testing stone and asking the senior for another go. Elder Lich angrily snaps that enough is enough. Each round gives you exactly one try, and handing him extra chances was already a massive special favor. Now he has stubbornly tested himself 6 times in a row, and if he does not stop right now, he really should not blame the old man. A bloodbath at the Martial Destiny Pavilion is coming. The spectators start cursing, asking if this guy is literally insane. They are totally baffled if you fail, and spamming the test changes absolutely nothing. They figure Nathan Quinn simply could not handle such a massive blow and lost his mind. Elder Fung sneers at him. Some people seriously have zero clue about their actual strength, spending all day relying entirely on their tiny bit of status to fuel some totally empty hopes. Huang turns pale from the mocking "damn it." Does Nathan Quinn think they aren't embarrassed enough yet? Being completely unable to reach the Martial King realm is already humiliating, but doing the test over and over is just brutal. Over there, Elder Lich physically stops him, telling him to step down already. The Martial Destiny Pavilion has its own strict rules, and they definitely cannot let him wreck the whole system so easily. And here is where things get completely unhinged. Nathan Quinn refuses to give up, begging the senior for one truly final attempt. He swears if the result is exactly the same, he will gladly cut his own meridians and absolutely cripple his Dantian. Those brutally absolute words make the old man freeze up completely, while the crowd screams out in absolute shock and pure horror. His companions literally cannot believe their ears. He stands deep in thought before the stone. Logically, packing a divine god of battle soul means failing the Martial King realm is completely impossible. Does this talent stone actually judge a person's future achievements based entirely on their raw talent, or is it secretly just measuring their dumb luck? Right now, his relationship with Elder Dan is pretty solid, and with Princess Dear backing him up, the odds of failing honestly shouldn't be high. Could it actually be that his battle soul is way too overpowered for this basic stone? But honestly, if that were the real reason, it definitely would have exploded, just like it did during the earlier martial skill talent test. Nathan Quinn slaps his hand on it again to test that wild theory, but the stone remains totally silent. Huang laughs coldly. He already knows the exact outcome, yet he stubbornly refuses to quit and still wants another shot. If he seriously wants to become a crippled piece of trash that badly, then even the heavens will happily grant his stupid wish. His friends can only sigh heavily, while the watching crowd actually starts feeling pretty bad for the guy. Why push things this far? Risking absolutely everything just to test it again is literally destroying his own bright future. Yeah, it is insane. Even if he never hits the Martial King realm, his current peak Xiantian realm power already puts him miles above most normal people anyway. He would rather break like priceless jade than survive as cheap clay. Such a tragic waste. Thaiyuk rubs his forehead. Totally exhausted, just forget it. Biklan feels pretty disappointed too. She used to seriously admire Nathan Quinn's character, always seeing him as fiercely proud and incredibly honorable. He never bowed his head to anyone, but she never expected him to gamble his entire life away when the final results were already completely obvious. This kind of stubbornness is honestly just pure arrogant pride. Facing total failure, he totally loses his mind and just furiously tests himself over and over. All this easily proves he completely lost his sanity and simply cannot accept harsh reality. Elder Lich finally speaks up. Looks like the brutal truth is exactly as shown. As promised, it is time for him to permanently cripple his own Dantian. And if he dares to break the rules, the old man promises to personally destroy absolutely everything he has. Then suddenly Nathan Quinn bursts into loud laughter, making the old man frown in suspicion. "What are you laughing at?" he asks. Nathan Quinn just points and yells out, "Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. This so-called aptitude stone is basically just a fancy decoration. It doesn't have any real power to test a person's future achievements at all. Future achievements are completely unpredictable by nature. Nobody can foresee exactly what level someone might reach down the line. It all comes down to your own choices, your own iron will, and your own personal luck. My ambition is right here. My Tao heart is immortal. My potential is limitless. Like some tiny little rock could ever dictate my entire future." The second he finishes speaking, the stone erupts in blinding golden light. It is so ridiculously bright it floods the whole courtyard, forcing Elder Lich to shield his eyes. Elder Lich looks up in absolute terror. Nui Hao stammers out, "Wait, is that the Imperial Light?" The onlookers freak out, wondering what in the world is happening. Seriously, what is going on? Why did it just suddenly blast out such an insanely powerful light? That Imperial Light means he matches Ni Hao, right? Bound for the Martial Emperor tier? The old man is stunned. How is this even possible? He tried 6 times in a row before this, and got 0 reaction. So why did the Imperial Light just violently explode out of nowhere this time? Huang immediately protests. "No way," he yells. "You are just an Emperor-grade 8th rank trash spirit. How could you ever trigger the Imperial Light? You definitely used some kind of dirty trick to mess with the aptitude stone." Nui Hao clenches his fists, finding the whole thing completely absurd because this is basically impossible. Everyone knows that if you want to reach the Martial Emperor tier, you absolutely need an Emperor-grade 10th rank spirit. "I will give you one chance," he threatens. "Tell us honestly what trick you used, or I am going to end your life right here." Nathan Quinn just gently rests his hand on the rock. "You two are actually not wrong," he says. "I really have no way of becoming a Martial Emperor expert." The guy gasps in shock. Wait, what did he just say? They are completely confused. Did this guy seriously just admit defeat that quickly and that easily? But then, his aura fully erupts. "That is because my achievements will never stop at the Martial Emperor tier." Instantly, the Imperial Light transforms into a terrifying pressure that pierces straight through the sky. Elder Lich stares in pure horror. That is the Venerable Light, the Martial Venerable tier. Ni Hao shakes so hard he almost falls over, muttering that this is impossible. Nathan Quinn turns to look at them. "Before this test even started, you 3 were mocking me. Looking at it now, who exactly is the trash here? Who is the real garbage? I can tell you straight up, becoming a Martial Venerable expert in the future is really not something worth bragging about. Cue the Saint Light. Because my future achievements will never stop here." Bixlan almost leans her entire body out of the carriage. What in the world is happening? How could his achievements reach the Saint Light with an Emperor-grade 8th rank spirit? Even with heaven-sent luck, he shouldn't reach the Martial Emperor tier, let alone this. This just does not exist. He smiles and holds his hand out. "If we go by the rules of the Kanglin continent, relying purely on my martial spirit, there is absolutely no way to reach the Martial Saint tier. But I am here to tell you this Martial Saint tier is just the beginning." Touching the stone again, it violently erupts with the intense purple glow of the Martial Progenitor tier. Elder Lich is currently shivering with his jaw on the floor, stammering out nonsense. Nathan Quinn has 0 plans to stop. "Not enough," he says. "This still hasn't reached my peak." And so, a massive dragon slowly forms out of that purple light, the Sovereign Light. Nuok Lam stumbles back in utter disbelief. "The Martial Sovereign tier," he smirks and asks them, "Do you guys think I am stopping at the Martial Sovereign tier, or pushing higher?" Tudu stands completely frozen in place, muttering to himself like he cannot believe it. A step above Martial Sovereign. Wouldn't that be a literal martial god? Does that kind of thing seriously even exist? Inside the Martial Serendipity Pavilion, Elder Lich just glares at the testing stone, his voice trembling with absolute, unchecked horror. The Sovereign Light. The Martial Sovereign tier. So he really is a Martial Sovereign. A true Martial Sovereign means this entire continent has finally witnessed the real existence of the absolute peak. Oh, you thought we were done? While everyone is still trying to process this, Nathan Quinn just stands there, hands still on the stone, 0 satisfaction in his eyes. So what if it is the Martial Sovereign tier? Right after that, he channels every single ounce of his physical power straight into his hand. Lightning literally sparks across his eyes, and his voice booms out with pure ferocity. "How could my achievements ever just stop at this measly Martial Sovereign tier?" Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy gathers like crazy, twisting up into a massive, violent vortex that swallows the entire space. Following that epic shout, the raw power inside him violently explodes, and his battle spirit fully awakens, unleashing a terrifyingly intense pressure. My path, my realm, can only be the absolute peak, looking down on every single arrogant hero out there. In that exact second, the testing stone shines brilliantly. Golden light surges out like a tidal wave of fire flooding the hall, the divine light tier. The air outside feels like it is about to completely shatter, as terrified screams echo out all at once. Seeing his martial god display has finally made its point, Nathan Quinn exhales a breath. His voice is dead calm, yet it echoes throughout the entire grand hall. You all must be incredibly confused right now. How could a tiny, pathetic Emperor grade 8th rank martial spirit do this? How could it ever reach the legendary martial god tier in the future? He spins around, his eyes totally overflowing with raw confidence and unfiltered, absolute arrogance. Let me tell you exactly why right now. Nathan Quinn declares his future achievements might totally flop before the martial king realm, or hey, maybe he becomes a full-blown martial god. He could even blow right past that godly tier, everything waiting in the future. It constantly changes with every single word and action. Even pausing for a split second can completely rewrite the destinies of countless people. That is exactly why the future remains entirely unpredictable. Nobody alive can actually claim they know exactly how things will play out down the line. His voice just keeps getting steadier. Every single word carries this heavy pressure that smashes straight into their chest. He points out that this so-called aptitude stone is literally just an ordinary rock, and figuring that out is the true test of the martial serendipity pavilion. He finishes talking and casually flicks his finger. The stone instantly cracks and shatters to pieces with a super loud, arrogant snap. A person's destiny can never be predicted, and as for his own future, it represents nothing but limitless possibilities. Watching such a mind-blowing scene, Elder Fung and Thai Yuk totally freeze up. They are completely at a loss for words. It takes a moment before Thai Yuk finally snaps back to reality. He bursts into loud laughter, pure joy shining all over his face. He cheers that Nathan Quinn snatched first place. Getting that top spot truly proves he is the genius disciple of their Huan Lin Tong. The kid is the student of two major martial ancestor realm experts. Then he turns toward the other two elders who look completely miserable, flashing a grin packed with teasing smugness. Who would have guessed our Huan Lin Tong just took home another win in this round? He tells them not to be too heartbroken, since Huang and his Than Tur crew are not half bad either. Ta Laung gets absolutely furious, his voice heavy as he grinds out every word. He warns Elder Trung not to get cocky so soon, because there are still 2 whole rounds left. Meanwhile, inside a palanquin far away, Baeklan watches everything in complete silence. A flash of pure shock crosses her eyes. She admits everyone thought destiny was completely set in stone, and even she misunderstood him for a second. But the guy actually did the exact opposite. Seeing through the truth of the situation is genuinely blowing people's minds. She lightly pulls back the palanquin curtain, her deep gaze carrying this deeply mysterious and completely unpredictable vibe. A talent like that belonging to the rival Huan Lin Tong is a massive shame. Back inside the martial serendipity pavilion, Lich Lao is still standing completely frozen in place. It looks like he is finally understanding the deep meaning behind those words, quietly muttering to himself. The future is infinite possibilities, well said. How will the future actually unfold? Who on earth could possibly know? He looks down at the rock fragments in his hand. Absolute shock surges from the bottom of his heart, and his voice totally breaks. As the examiner of this first round, he studied aptitude stones for years, yet he never expected this to be just an ordinary rock. If it were not for this kid, he fears he would never have realized the truth. Honestly, you have to love this kid's style. Nathan Quinn just bows slightly and cups his hands, respectfully thanking the senior. Letting him interact with the aptitude stone multiple times was the key. Otherwise, he would never have discovered the profound mystery hidden inside it. Without that, understanding the truth would be totally impossible. All right then. Lich Lao finally accepts reality, waving his hand and saying there is no need to talk about this anymore. After that, he wastes absolutely no more time and makes a loud, clear announcement. The first round of the Martial Serendipity Pavilion test ends right here, and taking first place is none other than Nathan Quinn. The 9 others moving on to the next round are Ngui Hao, Huang Kui, Huang Long, and Nyuk Lum. That result makes Nguri Hao boil with absolute hatred. He grinds his teeth, his eyes overflowing with pure hostility. How dare this guy steal his first place? He vows to make him pay, promising to settle this debt sooner or later. Just then, Lich Lao speaks up again, completely catching everybody in the room off guard. With the first round of the exam officially wrapped up, he has one more major thing to announce right here. Seeing how Nathan Quinn saw right through the aptitude stone's illusion, the Martial Serendipity Pavilion has made a decision. On top of the champion's prize, Nathan Quinn is getting a special reward. Nathan Quinn stares at Lich Lao's back. Those exact words keep repeating on an endless loop in his mind. A special reward. He actually scored a bonus prize. Right then, Lich Lao slowly digs into his sleeve, putting on this incredibly mysterious expression. He says the special prize will be handed out later. First up is the reward for the top 10 qualifiers. Finished speaking, he immediately tosses out 3 glowing fruits packed with massive spiritual energy in different directions. Everyone gets 1 strength fruit, but the champion gets 3 whole pieces. Tudu quickly catches one, his eyes flashing with total confusion. A strength fruit, what even is that? Lich Lao curls his lips into a smirk. Get ready for this insane drop. He smugly explains that swallowing this strength fruit guarantees an instant realm breakthrough for anyone at the Shantian stage. Of course, this magical fruit only works once. If you try eating more of them later, they completely lose their effect. The moment he finishes, Nuri Hao and the others freeze up in shock, accidentally yelling out, "What the heck?" Nathan Quinn stares right at the little fruit in his hand, feeling completely shaken himself. Can this tiny fruit actually rival the entire pure chi inside a first-layer Scientian realm body? Keep in mind, unless you have some ancient cultivation base, leveling up even a single tier in the Scientian realm is insanely hard. But with this magical fruit in hand, the opening prize is already this massive. He simply cannot wait anymore, and immediately asks the senior what exactly is his special reward. Hearing that question, Lich Laum pulls out a tiny glittering object, telling him this right here is his special prize. He drops that shiny key right into the kid's hand, his eyes flashing mysteriously. Elder Lich lays it out if he survives the next 2 crazy trials. He can take this exact key straight to the 4th floor of the Martial Serendipity Pavilion. But if he totally bombs it, the key vanishes into thin air. The moment those words drop, Ni Hao practically bugs his eyes out. He blurts out, "Wait, this little key unlocks the 4th level?" Huang stands right there, frowning hard and sounding super suspicious. The pavilion has literally never opened its 4th floor in history, so is it seriously happening right now? Nathan Quinn just stares down at the key in his hand, feeling completely clueless himself. Ever since this place popped into existence, absolute geniuses always hit a brick wall at floor 3. Yet somehow, this random key goes straight up to floor 4. Rewards handed out, Elder Lich does not let them breathe before barking his next order. All the losers get kicked out of the pavilion, while the lucky ones advancing gear up for round 2. He shouts out a command, and massive, blinding pillars of light instantly erupt, teleporting everyone away. A second later, the whole squad gets beamed up to the 2nd floor. Elder Mac is already waiting, casually holding a massive pillar with a super serious glare. He announces round 2, a pure, unfiltered test of their raw physical strength. The top 5 fighters move on to claim the big prizes. The bottom 5 losers, kicked right out of the building. He just throws the massive pillar forward, slamming it straight into the dirt. It stands so freakishly solid that it makes absolutely everybody jump back in shock. Setup complete, no big deal. Elder Mac finally speaks up to explain they call this thing the power pillar. Just punch the absolute daylights out of it with everything you have, and it perfectly measures your strength. So, who goes first? Check this out, meanwhile. Right outside the pavilion, a massive glowing scoreboard pops up into the sky for the big tournament. Round 2 betting odds are totally live. Nui Hao to win, 1-3. Hong taking first, even odds. And then Nathan Quinn gets his own wild odds as the massive crowd stares up at the floating numbers. Instantly, the entire crowd starts buzzing with gossip. Hey look, Nathan Quinn's odds are seriously skyrocketing right now. Well duh, the guy has that insane ancient cultivation, and this round is all about pure muscle. Even Wei Hao can't beat him in a raw slugfest. With his odds actively climbing, I'm betting it all on Nathan Quinn for round 2. Tai Uck looks up at the board, running the math in his head. Yep, he figures, Nathan Quinn is definitely surviving this brutal round. If he actually clears round 3, he gets to enter that ridiculously mysterious 4th level. Right, while Tai Uck is doing mental gymnastics, Dieu just spawns out of nowhere. Her super confident voice totally jump scares him. This princess bets 1 million Martial King pills on Nathan Quinn to win. While everyone around her stares like absolute complete idiots, Dieu just raises an eyebrow, acting totally casual like she just ordered takeout. Is 1 million really supposed to be a lot? Why are you all staring at me? Tai Uck scrambles over in a panic, bowing his head and shaking like a leaf out of pure respect. Princess, what are you doing before he can even finish? Dieu kicks him right in the shin, glaring hard. What is your problem? Am I literally not allowed here? She whips around and screams at the fancy palanquin. Does the Trade Alliance actually refuse to take this princess's bet? Or do you guys just think this princess is a total joke? Right then, from inside the covered palanquin, Biklan finally speaks up. Her voice is so chillingly calm you absolutely can't read her at all, talking about the Trade Alliance's official wagers. Anyone is completely free to play. But tell me, Your Highness, are you absolutely sure you want to drop 1,000,000 pills just on Nathan Quinn? Hearing that, Diu hits them with a super arrogant smirk and shoves her bag of pills forward like an absolute boss. Obviously, he is my personal servant, so for this second round, there is literally zero doubt in my mind. Nathan Quinn is easily taking first place. Right after, Bicklon gently raises a hand, sending a thin, smoky thread of spiritual energy to scan the entire bag. The stash in this bag genuinely adds up to exactly 1,000,000 Marshall King pills. Bet perfectly accepted. In that exact second, the whole crowd turns to stare at Diu with their jaws practically hitting the floor. This crazy girl actually just threw down 1,000,000 rare pills. And the absolute beast, Nathan Quinn? He is nothing but her personal servant. Who on earth is this girl? But hold that thought back inside the pavilion. The intense physical test finally kicks off. Lai Hui channels his energy into his fist and winds up smashing the pillar with a raw blast of 1,500 power. Seeing the first run finish up, Elder Mac casually keeps explaining you guys are probably wondering how the scoring system even works for this crazy test. The absolute maximum score here is exactly 9,999. The highest number automatically wins. All right, bring up the next victim. Huang Long stays quiet and instantly triggers his martial spirit. One breath later, he throws a brutal punch right at the pillar. The result pops up instantly. Elder Mac barely even glances at it. 3,200. Next. Nuok Lam slowly steps up, looking totally chill and super confident, casually holding a crystal clear spiritual orb right in her hand. She just taps the pillar, and her orb explodes with blinding light. Elder Mac watches, reading the insane score out loud. 3,500 points, mostly relying on that treasure's power. Wei Hao is practically vibrating with energy now, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. He yells out, "Let me finish this," and his power just absolutely erupts. Searing flames wrap entirely around both his hands, spiking the temperature in the whole area. Heaven and earth to your eternal flame body. Right after that, Wei Hao shoots forward, slamming his fist hard into the pillar with an earth-shattering punch. The pillar violently lights up, and Elder Mo's voice rings out loud and clear. 5,100 points. Seeing that ridiculously flashy display, the entire crowd outside completely loses their minds, buzzing with non-stop chatter. Over 5,000 points. Wei Hao is definitely built different, landing such a massive score with just a single strike. And look at him. He has not even activated his martial spirit yet. If he had, that number would easily shoot way past this. But this round is all about pure raw strength. Huang Gui and Nathan Quinn both have primordial cultivation bases, so their scores definitely will not be any lower than his. Meanwhile, Elder Mo thinks this is dragging out way too long. He barks at them, "Stop wasting time. The rest of you hurry up and test your strength." Huang Gui steps up looking obnoxiously confident, declaring loudly that he is up next. With that said, he instantly kicks his battle spirit into gear, unleashing his wind-piercing martial spirit. Right away, a blade pulsing with spiritual energy drops into his hand, glowing perfectly in sync with his breathing. Sword in hand, man and blade become one entirely. Then he totally sweeps his sword across the pillar. 4 seasons sword intent, moving freely with his mind. The massive pillar shudders, and his final number locks in 8,900 points. Everyone around just stares dead at that flashing number, utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Primordial cultivation is honestly a whole different beast out here. Huang Gui is seriously powerful, so it looks like first place is basically guaranteed for him. Another wave of whispers kicks up as the results glow brightly. Hitting 8,900 points means he beat Wei Hao by practically 3,000. Elder Mo, who almost never gives out compliments, actually cannot help but praise him. Not bad at all. He says that strength could completely rival a level 4 heavenly immortal. Hearing that, Huang Gui cups his hands and bows, looking insanely smug about it. He thanks the elder, acting exactly like the absolute victory is already chilling in his pocket. He immediately spins around to face Nathan Quinn, dragging his words out with pure provocation. "If I remember right," he sneers, "you are a primordial cultivator too. Since that is the case, I really want to see exactly how you plan to score anything remotely higher than what I just did." But Nathan Quinn could not care less about this circus, his relaxed stare painfully sarcastic. A measly 8,900 points really makes you this insanely arrogant? Honestly, looking at your actual cultivation level, getting a score like that is completely pathetic. It is completely humiliating, yet you are somehow proud of it. Huang Gui bursts out laughing right in his face, his smile dripping with absolute contempt like he just heard a joke. "Humiliating," he repeats. "And what exactly do you consider yourself to be? If you did not have primordial cultivation, you probably would not even reach half of my score, so what right do you actually have to act this cocky?" Facing that obnoxious attitude, you just know Nathan Quinn is about to crush this guy's entire ego with absolute overwhelming power. Open your totally blind eyes and watch closely, he tells Huang. Then he raises one hand, gathering intense energy right at his fingertip, disrespecting him so much that a single finger is enough. To beat you down, I do not even need my martial spirit. His finger lightly taps the pillar, and instantly, massive shockwaves of pure strength violently explode outward in every direction from his heaven-gathering strike. Seconds later, nobody has even recovered their senses yet, throwing their arms up to block the leftover shockwave. Suddenly, the light inside the pillar flares up with a completely blinding flash right before their eyes. The final number locks into place. Huang Gui's entire group just freezes solid. Their eyes are glued to the result, absolutely unable to utter a single word. Only now does a satisfied Nathan Quinn turn around, his freezing stare sweeping over the guy who is still paralyzed. Not bad. You did not completely disappoint me. Huang Gui, where did all that big energy go? If you are still unsatisfied, feel free to keep challenging me. Despite boiling over with pure rage inside, Huang Gui desperately tries acting calm on the outside while throwing empty threats. Do not get too cocky, Nathan Quinn, he growls. But our guy does not even let him finish, deliberately wearing a super relaxed yet aggressively provocative expression. I am cocky, so what? If you actually have the skills, come over here and fight me right now. That single sentence stabs right into the deepest parts of Huang Gui's bruised ego. His eyes burn with absolute fury, choking on his own rage until he only spits out one single word. You! As the tense air finally settles down, Elder Mo speaks up to announce the final results, stating that this specific test is officially over. Nathan Quinn takes first place. Huang Gui, Wei Hao, Ruo Lin, and Huang Long all advance to the inner round. The remaining 5 are completely eliminated. Now for the rewards, everyone gets 3 strength fruits, while the champion gets 7. Nathan Quinn looks down at the strange fruit in his hand, feeling slightly suspicious. Each person can only use this strength fruit exactly one time. Giving out this many fruits as a prize now, what exactly is the Martial Fate Pavilion plotting? Not letting anyone catch their breath, Elder Mo urges them forward, declaring no delays as the next test begins. At that exact same time, right outside Autumn Mountain Peak, Tai Yi speaks up in a super humble tone, but you can totally hear the smugness dripping from his voice. I am so terribly sorry, he gloats. Our profound spirit sect disciple accidentally took first place again. He strokes his beard with a painfully smug, mocking little smile. No need to take it to heart, he adds. Even though Huang Gui is slightly weaker than Nathan Quinn, he is still incredibly strong. Elder Huang completely loses his mind here, grinding out every single word Tai Uk of the Huyan Lin sect. Do not get too smug. Meanwhile, Diu is already completely out of patience, pointing straight at the Thuong Dao Min carriage and screaming, Hey, Thuong Dao Min, what is your game? The match results are out, so where is the betting payout? Are you Thuong Dao Min guys trying to pull a scam on this princess? The entire crowd stares at Diu's back, quietly filled with absolute awe. This little girl is definitely doubling her massive haul this time around. Hey, 2 million Vovuong pills can literally be swapped for 10,000 Votong pills. Biclan keeps her face hidden, her voice flat and completely devoid of emotion. Our Thuong Dao Min always keeps our word, so here are 10,000 Votong pills. Please verify and take them. Seeing them play completely fair, Diu instantly beams with absolute joy. She bursts out laughing, openly praising them. Not bad at all. I totally love how your Thuong Dao Min does business. This princess will definitely be seeing you guys a whole lot more from now on. The whole exchange feels incredibly surreal, making the surrounding crowd completely lose their cool, frantically grabbing their pill bags to take a massive gamble. Who cares if I lost everything 2 rounds in a row? I am betting my entire fortune this time. Either I go broke or get filthy rich. Whatever happens in this 3rd round, I am betting it all on Nathan Quinn. That guy is really just an absolute living legend at this point. The guy next to him panics, snapping his head around to his kid. Are you trying to steal that and make a quick run for it? The onlookers go totally feral watching this, swarming the carriage to desperately place bets. I bet on Nathan Quinn, 500 Tian pills going down. Somebody lend me some pills. I am betting on Nathan Quinn too. Bet on Nathan Quinn for massive wealth. Trust Nathan Quinn for an easy life. At the same time, the group reaches the next location, the Spiritual Energy Stone Cave. Huang Long looks around, blurting out in pure shock, so this is the 3rd trial? Right on cue, Granny Lai slowly steps out from deep inside the cave, leaning heavily on her wooden cane. Nathan Quinn hears the soft tap of the cane on stone, turning reflexively just as she stops, her calm voice ringing out perfectly clear in the space. First off, let me congratulate you for actually making it into round 3. Next up, as you can plainly see, the spiritual energy in this cave is incredibly dense, absolutely perfect for training, so this 3rd round's theme is your cultivation speed. Granny Lai says, glancing over toward 5 cushions as she continues explaining, there are exactly 5 cattail cushions placed right over here. You 5 will sit on them one by one, then go absolutely all out, aggressively absorbing the heavy spiritual energy inside this cave. Within the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn, whoever absorbs the most spiritual energy cleanly wins this round. Also, absolutely no violence is allowed in this test, and only one person can win. Nathan Quinn freezes slightly, silently shocked a competition focused purely on cultivation speed. This third round is entirely about your personal martial spirit rank. Once the rules drop, Taeuk looks seriously worried on the outside, his face visibly tightening up with pure tension. Damn it. Who would have thought the third round's theme would actually be this? Elder Huang is absolutely thrilled by contrast, chuckling out loud, non-stop, completely unexpected, just incredibly unexpected. To think this third round actually tests their raw martial spirit ranks. I originally hoped Nathan Quinn could somehow clear 3 consecutive rounds and enter the deeply legendary 4th round, but looking at this now, he is definitely going to fail right here. Back in the crowd, the guys who bet against Nathan Quinn start smirking, acting like absolute victory is safely in their hands. Meanwhile, the fans who switch sides to trust him are sobbing into their hands, utterly crushed. It is over. I should never have trusted that Nathan Quinn guy. I am genuinely ruined this time. A Huang rank 8th grade martial spirit absorbing energy. He is basically guaranteed to be dead last in this. I really should have bet on Nui Hao for this round. Seeing the massive mood shift, the Thuong Dao Min referee speaks up, unable to hide the sheer excitement leaking into his voice. This round is truly fascinating. The payout odds for Hongkui sit right at 1-2. Nui Hao is 1-1, Hong Long 1-3, and Vuong Nuoc Lam is 1-3. He deliberately pauses, heavily emphasizing the final name Nathan Quinn is at 1-10. Before his voice even fully fades, the referee drops another hook to totally ignite the hype fellow cultivators who have not placed bets yet. You better hurry up and grab this chance. Hearing that, Dudu does not even bother thinking twice. She instantly makes her call this princess bets on Nathan Quinn to win, putting down exactly 3 million Vovuong pills. The moment those words drop, absolutely everybody gasps in shock. I mean, wouldn't you? They stare out, totally refusing to believe it. Seeing everyone staring at her with highly confused eyes, Dudu stays totally chill, winking as she says, hey, what is with those weird looks anyway? This princess bets on whoever the hell she wants to bet on. I have the money, so if you are mad about it, just swallow it down. Biklan hears this and maintains her flawlessly polite tone, asking back Princess, I just need to verify this one more time. Do you confirm putting down 3 million Vovuong pills entirely on Nathan Quinn? Dudu just laughs, happily swinging her arm and tossing the pill bag straight over. You really know how things work, girl, calling me princess like that. I am obviously betting on Nathan Quinn, confirmed and absolutely certain. He is my personal servant after all. If even this princess does not believe in him, then who else in the world possibly would? Off in the distance, Elder Huang just smirks to himself, his eyes totally flashing with smug satisfaction. He thinks to himself they are definitely losing this bet, daring to wager on that kid. Just wait until you all learn what it means to lose your entire investment. Inside the testing zone, Hongkui spots an opening to strike back and does not hesitate to throw some massive shade. Did not see that coming, right? He calls out to Nathan Quinn this third round tests martial spirit ranks. So who cares how strong or talented you actually looked earlier? This round, you are absolutely finishing dead last. Nu Hao quickly jumps right in to pile on, his voice dripping with this super sarcastic fake pity. It is a real shame, he sighs if this third round tested literally anything else. You might have had a tiny sliver of hope, but now you have absolutely zero chance. Standing in the back, Hong Long suddenly goes quiet, thinking about Nathan Quinn's martial spirit rank. If it is actually yellow rank 8th grade, nobody here could even touch him. Over on the other side, Granny Lai is sick of waiting and angrily shouts at them. If you all do not hurry up and start the test, wasting this old woman's time, I will just fail every single one of you right now. Nobody wants to hear your petty little drama. She snaps, sit down right now and grab the time to start the exam. After getting thoroughly scolded by Granny Lai, every single person obediently scurries back to their proper positions. Huang Long makes the very first move, watch this. He quickly channels his energy, spiritual power swirling around him like a raging tornado. Sitting nearby, Nuoc Lam glances over, her eyes showing totally genuine surprise. His cultivation speed is insanely fast. Right after that, refusing to be outdone, she quickly gets into stance and activates her own martial spirit. But I am not losing either, she decides. From the back, Hongkui quietly observes and analyzes her jade lute spirit, noting how its music charms enemies, honestly a pretty solid ability. But just a brief second later, he completely brushes them out of his mind. He does not even bother taking them seriously. Those two only have yellow rank ninth grade martial spirits, he thinks. They are not even on the exact same level as me. Thinking that, Huang immediately channels his power, forcing the surrounding spiritual energy to violently rush straight toward him. Seeing this happen, Huang Long and Nuok Lam desperately brace themselves, their whole bodies shaking as they try to hold on to their own spiritual power. All the spiritual energy in the cave is being completely sucked away by Huang Kui. Nui Hao, who has been happily watching the drama unfold, finally speaks up. Huang Kui, do not think you are the only one with a yellow rank 8th grade spirit. Finishing his sentence, he starts gathering his own energy. Spiritual power surges all around him, his voice ringing out super cold and totally full of contempt in my eyes. Your little martial spirit is basically not even worth mentioning. Nui Hao's aura fiercely erupts, the spiritual power around his body turning into bright red flames that radiate off this absolutely scorching heat. Under my purple heart flame spirit, he boasts, every single other martial spirit must step back and just bow down to me. As that brutal aura spreads out, Hong Kui gets pushed back but still angrily grunts out a reply that purple heart flame spirit is really no joke at all. Nui Hao, today I am definitely settling the score with you. The fighting spirit in Nui Hao's eyes totally explodes, and without hesitating for a single second, he launches a massive counterattack. Bring it right on. In the back, Nathan Quinn rests his chin on his hand, casually watching the two idiots fight, his eyes staying as totally calm as still water. What is wrong? Is this really all you can do? Ni Hao mocks your energy absorption speed is literally miles behind mine. Outside the cave, the crowd watching the match unfold suddenly gets totally hyped up. Look quickly, someone yells. Hong Kui just completely surpassed Nui Hao. He is gathering way more spiritual energy than Nui Hao. Cheers ring out all around the place, everyone buzzing with pure excitement as they loudly debate the match. Damn it, Hong Kui got past that fast? Another guy groans, I bet everything on Nui Hao. This time my entire life savings are totally riding on him. Back inside the cave, Granny Lai stands there watching the whole situation, her eyes suddenly stopping when she notices Nathan Quinn still sitting completely motionless. She secretly wonders to herself, why hasn't this kid even started yet? Does sitting like this mean he has just given up entirely? Thinking about it, Granny Lai's eyes totally flash with heavy disdain, seeing he lacks even the basic drive to compete. How on earth did a piece of trash like this actually make it to the third round? After that totally flashy performance just now, Hong Kui looks straight ahead, his gaze practically dripping with heavy sarcasm. How is it going? It makes sense that Nathan Quinn wants to drop out. He mocks with our yellow rank 8th grade spirits here. You wouldn't be able to absorb even a tiny drop of this cave's spiritual energy anyway. Hearing that, Nui Hao slightly smirks, his face totally full of pure mockery as he speaks up to throw some more dirt. Huang Kui, what are you even saying right now? Anyone can join this match, and Nathan Quinn is obviously no exception to the rule. But I do need to give a little warning, Ni Hao adds, with the two of us right here. Your pathetic martial spirit is definitely going to get totally crushed. After hearing that, Granny Lai's voice suddenly turns extremely cold, completely dropping any kind of gentle vibe she had before. I heard you got pretty solid results in the first 2 rounds, she sneers, but right here in this old woman's 3rd round, with your measly little martial spirit, you do not even have the basic right to compete. I strongly advise you should really just withdraw from this exam right now. Now watch how he handles this. The air inside the cave suddenly grows heavy, Nathan Quinn's eyes slowly darkening as a faint smile flashes by withdraw. Huh, that is actually pretty interesting. Suddenly, he bursts out laughing loudly right in the middle of the quiet space, the laugh carrying a hint of self-mockery. Interesting, really quite interesting. Granny Lai completely loses her patience, her face turning super dark as she asks what the kid is laughing at. Nathan Quinn's voice just returns to this chilling calm. I have run into countless people since getting here, he begins. Every single one of them mocked my martial spirit level, singling me out everywhere I go, making things incredibly difficult and treating me like I am absolutely nothing. Nathan Quinn tilts his head up, his piercing gaze showing zero signs of backing down. Senior, I just want to ask you one thing in this world. If your martial spirit rank is low, are you just destined to be laughed at, despised, and oppressed forever? Right now, Li Ba has nothing but pure contempt in her eyes. She answers him with freezing coldness. A 3-year-old kid could answer that. Why even bother asking me? Let me be honest. A measly 8th grade emperor rank martial spirit is pure trash, and it gets absolutely zero respect around here. Nathan Quinn looks down at his own hands, his eyes turning thoughtful for a second, so that is how it is. Then his voice rings out super slowly, carrying a confused tone like he is just asking himself a question. I always had this one doubt in my mind. My talent isn't exactly the greatest thing ever, but compared to everyone around me, I am at least at the absolute peak. If that is the case, why do you all still want to mock me, humiliate me, and suppress me? By this point, Nathan Quinn has gone completely numb inside, his disappointment in every single person here reaching the absolute limit. Then I finally figured it out. It is just because all of you are incredibly stupid. Totally completely blind to what my actual strength looks like. So you dared to laugh at me, proving you aren't even worth my attention. The crowd outside hears this and immediately explodes in anger. Who is this little brat cursing out? Calling us stupid? We gave you a look. Your own strength is absolute garbage, and you still blame us. Standing quietly at the back of the crowd, Dear just watches, a flicker of genuine pride rising in her chest as her steady eyes follow him. Back in the cave, Nathan Quinn suddenly looks up, his bright eyes flashing with pure determination. But I bet you guys never expected this round. Everyone is watching right now, so there is no need to hide anymore. This chance to show off my true, genuine strength. I have been waiting a really long time for this. Right as he finishes speaking, his overbearing martial spirit erupts, sending a fierce aura expanding all through the stone cave. Today I am going to show you just how ridiculous everyone who mocked and cursed me really is. The second his battle spirit appears, its heavy pressure completely crushes everything around it. Huang and Hao are frozen dead in their tracks, only managing to stutter out a trembling what? Huang Long and Lum get pushed back so hard they actually scream, while Li Ba just stares wide-eyed. For the very first time this whole exam, she completely loses her cool. Nathan Quinn's battle spirit merges perfectly with his own willpower, his glowing red eyes burning with intense, killer intent. That weak little shell of his has completely vanished into thin air. In this match, I am the true king. Lum watches that massive energy flow and cannot help but gasp in pure shock. What the heck? 10 rays of Emperor light. Huang Kui's face turns totally pale, completely refusing to believe his own eyes. Wait, what? Hao cannot even hold on to his arrogant attitude right now, replaced entirely by sheer terror clearly written all over his face. Seeing this, Huang Long absolutely cannot hold back and blurts out, "Holy crap, what kind of crazy situation is this?" Nathan Quinn's divine spirit fully reveals itself, towering right in the middle of the air, radiating an invisible pressure that makes everyone feel incredibly heavy and suffocated. In that exact moment, the entire crowd outside goes dead silent. Not a single person dares to make a sound, but just 1 second later, the whole place completely explodes into total chaos. Gossiping voices pop off everywhere, full of intense confusion and disbelief. Wait, wasn't Nathan Quinn's martial spirit just an 8th grade Emperor rank? How did it become a 10th grade Emperor rank? You are asking me, but who should I ask? Nobody has an answer, so every single eye starts turning toward the Thung Daro Min folks, throwing out questions rapidly. Where are the Thung Daro Min guys? Explain yourselves a bit. What exactly is going on here? Inside her palanquin, Beach Lun is equally shocked, springing straight to her feet almost entirely on reflex. There is no way. This is absolutely impossible. According to my investigation, when Nathan Quinn entered the Huan Lin sect, his martial spirit was definitely just an 8th grade Emperor rank. Thai Uk also frowns hard. Nathan Quinn's martial spirit has always been an 8th grade Emperor rank, yet now it just magically turned into a 10th grade Emperor rank. This totally goes against basic logic, and honestly, watching them panic is pretty hilarious. Right under countless suspicious stares, Nathan Quinn casually speaks up to give them a perfectly logical explanation. When I was little, I got struck by heavenly lightning, and I picked up a secret technique that can completely hide my actual martial spirit rank. That 8th grade Emperor rank you guys saw earlier on, that was just me deliberately hiding it. That single sentence shakes up the atmosphere even more. Huang Kui looks pale as a ghost, trying desperately to argue back in complete hopelessness. No way. How could trash like you possibly have a 10th grade Emperor rank? I don't believe it. I refuse to accept it. Hao just trembles, stuttering incoherently. Nathan Quinn, you are actually. At this point, Nathan Quinn finally flashes a pretty cold smile, pointing directly at them with an intensely challenging tone. You two should really save your breath. Weren't you totally looking down on my martial spirit rank just a second ago? Since it has come to this, let's settle it right now and see whose martial spirit is actually the strongest. For the very first time, Huang Kui and Hao silently understand each other. Their eyes flash with pure killer intent as they simultaneously channel their energy, ready to team up against this scary opponent. Hao, I will lend you a hand. Even if I don't grab first place today, I still have to absolutely crush this guy. If I lock down first place today, I owe you a massive favor. But facing this new alliance, Nathan Quinn just stays entirely indifferent and dismissive. You two actually want to team up against my martial spirit? Keep dreaming. The second those words drop, he instantly activates his battle spirit again. A wild burst of energy erupts, wrapping entirely around his body, while his eyes flash with some seriously intense killer intent. He declares his martial spirit battles the heavens and the earth, fighting everyone and winning every single time. The moment that insane aura explodes, both Huang and Wei Hao feel this soul-crushing pressure, quickly throwing up their arms to block it. And it is not just those two taking the heat. Huang Long gets slammed by the shockwave too, completely terrified, his body stiffening under the intense weight. Ruo Lin just stands there frozen, staring at the sheer madness. An indescribable shock totally rocks her core. Every single drop of spiritual energy in the cave gets sucked into a crazy vortex around Nathan Quinn, completely cutting off everyone else. Granny Lee watches this insanely fierce energy radiating outward, totally caught off guard and bursting with questions. What in the world is this martial spirit anyway? They are all supposedly 10th grade Huang ranked, so why is his spirit straight up devouring everything else in the room? The other martial spirits cannot even activate right now. Plus, this kid's spirit is clearly just a 10th grade Huang rank, so how is it unleashing such a terrifying absolute beast of a suppression force? Huang Gui stares at the scene, his mind basically snapping in half as he helplessly mutters about how hateful this is. He keeps saying this is impossible, just totally impossible. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn casually scoops up all the leftover spiritual energy, radiating an absolutely massive amount of pressure. Our guy finally speaks up, taking his sweet time. His voice is super calm but hits like a finishing blow. Looks like the result of this exam is pretty obvious now. Huang Gui and Wei Hao look like total ghosts, collapsing straight to the floor. They hate it, but they still have to swallow this totally brutal reality. We lost! I actually lost! Ruo Lin is absolutely stunned, her face completely twisting up as she stammers out pure nonsense. This is insane. Huang Long stands completely paralyzed, a totally weird wave of pure fear bubbling up inside him. Nathan Quinn, the gap between us has somehow gotten so crazy wide. Meanwhile, Granny Lee acts like she just hit the jackpot, her old wrinkled face flashing an incredibly rare, massive smile. She admits she misjudged him earlier and used some harsh words, hoping our boy does not hold a grudge. But honestly, Nathan Quinn is totally out of emotional supply right now. His voice is super chill, telling the senior there is no need to apologize. He says this kind of stuff has just become normal for him now. But she totally misses the hidden meaning there, just nodding along and looking insanely satisfied with herself. She immediately shoves the reward bag forward, telling him to take it. The third round of the exam is officially over, and this sweet loot belongs to him. Nathan Quinn pops the bag open. His eyes instantly light up like crazy fireworks, almost letting out a massive scream of hype. Micro Insight Stones. These are actual Micro Insight Stones, born from insane natural fortune, ultra rare, and totally capable of boosting someone's Micro Insight cultivation realm. The dude is so thrilled he cannot even close his mouth, rubbing his hands together like a total schemer, practically drooling from the hype, if he can just use these stones. By grasping the deep meaning of the Insight realm, taking his blade intent all the way up to full mastery is not going to be a problem at all. Total cheat code. Snatching the loot, he still plays it cool, clasping his hands and bowing to thank the senior. Granny Lee flashes a super rare smile, her whole tone totally flipping. All right, as the only guy to actually level up, you can go ahead and check out the 4th floor. Right after that, Nathan Quinn immediately uses the key in his hand to unlock the way forward. At that exact moment, up on Mount Chu, a teleportation array suddenly lights up like crazy right under everyone's feet. All the losers who failed the test get instantly sent back. Ruo Lin and Huang Gui are still totally shell-shocked, their legs turning to jelly as they slump to the dirt, violently shaking, their minds completely sinking into a bottomless pit. Someone in the crowd watches them totally fall apart in size. Wei Hao and Huang Gui getting crushed like that is just a massive shame. A second later, another guy points up at the massive viewing screen and screams out loud, making the entire crowd snap their heads around. Nathan Quinn just hit the 4th floor, he yells, telling everyone to hurry and see what kind of crazy stuff awaits. Nathan Quinn's image pops up crystal clear on the glass, but just a blink later, the whole screen flashes with a massive, glowing red word. Forbidden! The whole scene totally freezes, everyone's eyeballs practically popping out. What the heck is going on? And why did the broadcast just get cut off? The crowd immediately loses its mind, getting super salty and annoyed, pointing fingers everywhere. What gives? Are they seriously not letting us watch the 4th floor? What a total scam. Stop wasting our hype. Meanwhile, Tai Yi just stands his ground, his eyes burning with rock-solid focus. Nathan Quinn, you absolutely have to smash through that 4th floor. Over on the other side, the mega-jealous Elder Fang immediately shoots a shady glance, signaling the 2 elders standing right next to him. If this Nathan Quinn actually breaks the 4th floor, you guys know exactly what to do, right? Elder Lan and Elder Zuo totally get the evil plan, nodding together like absolute villains. Now check this out. Meow Meow cannot wait another single second. She immediately points her finger and starts screaming her lungs out. Hey, Trading Alliance. This princess bet on Nathan Quinn winning, so hurry up and pay me my cash. Byland keeps up her snobby attitude, answering back with a super cold, calm voice. She tells the princess to just relax. The Trading Alliance would absolutely never break a promise, and to everyone else here, they definitely will not try to scam away anyone's hard-earned betting money. Right now, Nathan Quinn is heading into the 4th floor, and if he clears it, he makes history. Once everyone witnesses this legendary moment, the Trading Alliance will totally pay out the winnings to everyone involved. But Meow Meow crosses her arms, absolutely refusing to back down. Her voice gets sharp. Who cares about whatever dumb history you are talking about? Hurry up and pay me my pills! 30 million Marshall King pills on a 1 to 10 payout, and I want every single one! Suddenly, the light blasting from inside the Marshall Fate Pavilion erupts like crazy, shining with a wildly abnormal, intense power. Elder Tai looks up. His face gets super serious, his eyes totally locked on the scene. Meanwhile, Elder Huang and Elder Lan are basically mind-blown. Their eyes are wide with pure confusion as they yell out, "What?" Everyone just stares at the blinding light still pouring out from the Marshall Destiny Pavilion, gossiping like crazy about what just happened. Wait, did that kid Nathan Quinn actually manage to beat the legendary 4th floor? What kind of insane test is even up there on the 4th floor anyway? You are probably wondering the exact same thing. Honestly, it has never opened before, so why unlock now? Inside her fancy palanquin, Byland turns her head, dropping a super mysterious hint to clear things up. She says she read the secret records of the Trade Alliance. The true mystery of the Marshall Destiny Pavilion goes way beyond this basic lower realm. The secrets hidden inside are most likely passed down from the upper realm itself. Hearing that, Elder Lan and Elder Huang exchange a quick look, instantly catching on to the real deal. Elder Ta stays totally quiet, but his face looks like he is secretly plotting something super shady. The crowd outside just keeps staring up. Some are rubbing their chins, others are mumbling away clearly. Nobody can confirm a single thing just yet. After all, literally no one in history has ever beaten the 4th floor. For Nathan Quinn to clear it, the difficulty must be way crazier than those first 3 rounds combined. Then boom, the Marshall Destiny Pavilion just straight up explodes. The massive blast rocks the entire sea, sending huge waves crashing high into the air. Naturally, everyone absolutely loses their minds. What the heck just happened? Even Bylan has to poke her head out of her palanquin, her eyes totally wide with pure shock. How is that even possible? Looking at this crazy scene, did Nathan Quinn seriously beat the 4th floor and somehow smash right through the 5th floor too? Right in the middle of the chaos, a single figure comes rocketing straight out from the upper levels of the pavilion. Nathan Quinn slams into the ground. He is gasping for air, his whole body shaking, and his face looks completely ghost pale like he just lived through a total nightmare. Elder Tai sees him and instantly rushes over. He sounds super worried as he asks Nathan Quinn, "Did you actually clear the 5th floor? You gotta tell me, what the heck is actually on the 5th floor?" But then he realizes there are way too many people watching. He quickly backpedals. "No, wait, scratch that. Do not say another word here. We are heading straight back to the Mystic Spirit sect." Over on the other side, Elder Huang and Elder Lan have faces darker than thunder, neither of them daring to speak. Right then, Nathan Quinn finally lets out a heavy breath and speaks up. He flat out admits that he really did clear the 5th floor, but mentions that the situation up in those 2 levels was pretty weird, and he did not even get a single reward. After dropping that bomb, he looks up and makes a massive announcement that completely shakes the entire cultivation world. He loudly tells everyone that from this day forward, the Marshall Destiny Pavilion will vanish completely from the Autumn Star Sea, and it is never, ever coming back again. Hearing that, the whole crowd is completely stunned before erupting into loud chatter. The Marshall Destiny Pavilion is actually gone for good. One guy gasps, "I have been cultivating for years, seen it appear 5 different times, and now it is finally gone?" Never in a million years did anyone think the pavilion would just vanish. Right then, Byland speaks up from her palanquin with a super sneaky tone, noting how the pavilion has been sitting here for over a decade. Since it suddenly vanished, young Master Nathan Quinn absolutely must have discovered the massive secret hidden inside of it. She guesses he fulfilled its entire reason for existing, which is exactly why it finally vanished. Peeking her face out, her voice sounds super sweet like floating spring flowers, claiming her humble self is incredibly interested in the pavilion's big secret. She offers a sweet deal if the young master tells her the secret. She will reward him nicely and handle all of his upcoming troubles. But Nathan Quinn just hits her with an ice-cold reply. "You really want to know the secret hidden inside?" His voice drops low, suddenly sounding super mysterious. "Let me tell the truth whether it is you," he pauses a second, then really stresses his point, "or your fancy trade alliance, or literally anyone else standing here. None of you are qualified to hear this secret." The second he says that, the entire place practically explodes with outrage. What? But hold up, let us rewind a bit to see the truth. Half an hour earlier, up on the 5th floor, Nathan Quinn walked into a totally white illusion, basically standing in the clouds. He looks around, is this really the 4th floor of the pavilion? What really catches his eye is Elder Mew right beside him, casually smoking a long pipe and holding a wooden staff that totally appeared out of nowhere. The old guy is just sitting cross-legged, giving off a super chill and relaxed vibe. Elder Mew tells him the 5th floor hides a massive secret, and he can go up to see it, but it comes with a seriously huge amount of danger. But if he skips it, Elder Mew promises to just hand over a totally generous reward straight away instead. Nathan Quinn just frowns, totally not buying what Elder Mew is selling. Huge danger versus a massive reward? He thinks about how long the Martial Destiny Pavilion has actually been sitting here. Nobody has ever made it up to the 5th floor before, meaning this is literally a once-in-a-lifetime kind of lucky chance for him. Running through all that logic just makes Nathan Quinn even more totally sure of himself. Looking totally determined, he boldly declares that he absolutely has to go check out the 5th floor. Hearing that, Elder Mew casually flicks his wooden staff. A thick cloud of white smoke instantly drifts over, completely surrounding them both. Since he made his choice, he tells him to step into the 5th floor. Now up on the 5th floor, there is bright sunlight shining down on super lush green grass. Right across from him sits a tiny gazebo, where a mysterious girl seems to be sipping tea and enjoying the lovely view. Feeling someone staring, the girl whips her head straight toward Nathan Quinn. Meanwhile, a reflection of someone actually flashes right across the teacup she is holding. She tells him straight that Talent Stone on the 1st floor was completely real. He instantly panics. If the Talent Stone was totally real, does that mean his future self can actually surpass the martial god realm? If anyone else ever finds out about this, would they not just immediately try to assassinate him? He absolutely cannot spill this secret. Suddenly, Tai-uk lets out a massive yell. Snapping back to reality, Tai-uk glares at a furious Elder Huang and demands to know what the heck they think they are doing. Standing right across from him is Elder Huang's squad. Are the three great sects seriously trying to jump Nathan Quinn right here and now? He gives them a solid warning. If they dare lay a finger on Nathan Quinn and piss off a martial ancestor expert, they are totally dead meat. A smooth voice chimes in from the fancy palanquin, completely shutting him down. She claims any secret from the Martial Destiny Pavilion should totally be shared with everyone. She claims they really do not want to pick a fight with the Mystic Spirit sect. But since Nathan Quinn is being super stubborn about this juicy secret, the Thuong Min Dao is officially crashing the party to get it. Elder Huang practically lights up with joy. He clasps his hands toward the palanquin and eagerly thanks the Thuong Min Dao for having their backs. He totally agrees that the Martial Destiny Pavilion secret belongs to the whole freaking world. Nathan Quinn does not miss a beat. He asks the lady if she is seriously committing to this. Relying on a martial ancestor guard to bully him is some wild, twisted logic right there. The crowd standing around is completely mind-blown. The Thuong Min Dao actually has a heavy-hitting martial ancestor in their pocket. But wait, does Nathan Quinn seriously have the guts to look down on a top-tier expert like that? Bitchland just chuckles from inside her fancy palanquin. She honestly does not look shocked by his bold attitude at all. She praises Nathan Quinn for having surprisingly fast intel. Since he already knows her backup plan, she playfully dares him to show her something genuinely new. What exactly is his hidden trump card anyway? Both elders try to keep their sneaky thoughts totally hidden. Elder Huang is incredibly thrilled, openly taunting them to show a way out of this trap, while Tai-uk frowns in pure, unfiltered panic. What are they supposed to do now? Do they actually have to leak the big secret? Suddenly, a completely furious shout shatters their intense standoff. She yells at the Thuong Min Dao crew. Nathan Quinn is out of the pavilion, but they still have not paid this princess her money. What gives? Diu angrily points straight at Biklan, leaving the second elder super confused. She demands they hand over her precious pills right this second. Bitchlan does not even break a sweat. She politely tells the princess that her winning pills will be paid out right after the Thuong Min Dao finishes handling their current messy business, asking for her patience. But Diu is incredibly stubborn. She totally rejects that lame excuse from Bitchlan. Absolutely not. This princess wants her payout right now. Delaying her pill delivery while trying to beat up her personal servant is just unacceptable. Do they seriously have zero respect for a princess? Suddenly, Granny Liu jumps right out from her spot beside the palanquin to handle things. She loudly calls the princess an arrogant little brat. Floating right up in midair, Granny Liu unleashes a toxic purple aura that literally crushes down on everyone below like pure poison. Diu does not flinch at all. She points straight at the old lady, mocking her big ego and declaring she must be totally tired of living to flex that weak aura. Diu throws her hand up high, blasting a heavy light straight back at Granny Liu with a massive boom. Everyone goes completely wide-eyed, even the usually smug Elder Huang. The old woman drops from the sky, landing softly. Staring at the girl, She is suddenly forced to clasp her hands in total respect. She had zero clue this kid was the honorary elder of the Mystic Spirit sect. Turns out Princess Diane Du is actually another master of Nathan Quinn. Granny Lou quickly begs for forgiveness. Watching this insane flex, Bishlan realizes she has to swallow her pride. She promises the princess her precious pills will be prepared right away. But she still has one tiny request. She politely asks Nathan Quinn to just cough up the big secret already. The Thuong Min Dao swears on their entire reputation that they will keep it completely hush. Hearing this nonsense, both the second elder and Nathan Quinn just fiercely facepalm. Biklan promises an incredibly heavy reward if they agree to the deal. Du hears the word reward and instantly lights up, putting on the absolute cutest puppy dog face ever. She eagerly asks if this is a real promise. If Nathan Quinn spills the secret, will she seriously get a massive pile of extra pills? Biklan does not hesitate at all. Spot on. If it really is the ancient secret, the Thuong Min Dao will pay out a ridiculously huge bonus that will definitely make her very happy. Du has literal stars in her eyes. Hearing that sweet promise of treasure, she absolutely cannot contain her wild excitement anymore. Nathan Quinn totally loses his cool. He yells that there is no deal and nobody gets to hear this secret. Du just crosses her arms, looking super annoyed, leaving him completely speechless. She tells him to back off. The princess is busy doing high-stakes business, so a lowly servant has zero right to interrupt her hustle. He is completely boiling mad over her extremely bratty attitude and her totally absurd, sharp-tongued insults. Oh, but then she suddenly waves her hand and flips the script. She playfully tells Bitchland that while she does love hoarding shiny pills, this entire crazy mess actually does revolve around her own personal servant. So naturally, she cannot go around breaking his fragile little heart. She warns the Thuong Min Dao to stop digging around for this highly classified secret. She basically tells them to drop it. Biklan keeps her flawlessly calm vibe. Since the princess is playing hardball, she gracefully agrees to back off completely. But from today on, Nathan Quinn is officially permanently banned from setting foot inside any Thuong Min Dao auction house ever again. The palanquin gets hoisted up by the troops and carried right back to the estate. But before leaving, Biklan just has to drop one last remark. She tells him if young Master Tan ever changes his mind, Thuong Min Dao would gladly welcome him back for a trade. The rest of the crowd feels absolutely terrible for him. Everyone sighs he got the golden token, but now he is completely blacklisted. Nathan Quinn suddenly gets annoyed facing Elder Thuong's group. He asks them what the deal is, wondering if those three actually want to fight right here. Before he can even finish, all three of them panic, looking like they want to run away as fast as physically possible. They quickly say they would never dare, claiming it is a huge misunderstanding while backing away. His face stays completely scowled. He mutters, "Damn it," not dropping his anger at all, but admits they know when to quit. But then he instantly snaps right back to normal. He tosses a few power fruits to the young guys, saying he just has way too many on him. He tells everyone to take one and trade it for some cultivation resources. He acts kind of playful, but it is totally a bribe. As for Hong Long, he tells him he already passed 2 rounds and does not need it. The senior shakes his head with a smile, calling him a crazy kid. Daiho and Tudu just stare at the power fruits tossed their way, clearly not believing what they are holding. Nathan Quinn totally gets it and generously asks Tudu's group what is wrong. He jokes if they are looking down on a single fruit. They all flinch, instantly denying it. Those three cannot believe their eyes, quickly shifting to pure gratitude and bowing to thank him. Tai Uk laughs out loud. Nathan Quinn, Hong Long, Tudu's crew, and a bunch of other youths follow right behind the elder. All right, time for us to head back to the sect. You have to feel for him here. The group heads through the forest with the second elder, and Nathan Quinn is just staring at his bag, looking incredibly frustrated. He grumbles that Princess Diane Du made 30 million Marshall King pills, but is still so stingy she didn't leave a single starflower. Right in his hand, a glowing golden spirit pill is floating. He figures they have about 8 days until reaching the Silverstone Academy, so he might as well use this time to cultivate a bit. His body and the spirit pill sink into a deep cultivation state, creating a loud rushing wind sound that immediately makes Taeyuk look back at the noise. Even while traveling, though you cannot push your martial spirit to absorb natural energy, you can still use the surrounding energy to force yourself into a steady training state. Seeing this, the elder just has to praise the kid's insane power. He actually mastered dual tasking. Truly worthy of being the great Nathan Quinn, no wonder he achieved such absolutely shocking results this time. Huang Long and Tudu also stare at his glowing state, but absolutely nobody dares to interrupt him, just thinking to themselves about this crazy guy. Having an overpowered talent is one thing, but working this hard means they cannot afford to fall behind either. Du, on the other hand, acts totally dismissive. She calls it a low-level talent, totally unnoteworthy, and says this princess does not care at all. He cultivates while walking, and she just runs circles around him teasing, leaving the second elder laughing helplessly at the chaos. 3 days later, early in the morning, he sits against a tree to train. His power levels up significantly, the spiritual aura wrapping around him growing more massive by the second. Finally, all the spiritual energy he has been trying to gather reaches its absolute peak. A little bit of the leftover energy simply floats away. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, confirming his theory. The ancient true chi can rapidly boost cultivation, but it leaves the power inside his body feeling way too unstable. After days of constantly compressing and gathering it, he has finally managed to solidify everything. Tai Ook walks over to Nathan Quinn, noting that he seems to have fully grasped the mystery of the ancient true chi. Training the ancient martial path levels you up fast, but if you only chase speed, you will just hit a disaster and create inner demons. He turns his back and tells everyone it is time to move out, as they only have 5 days left until reaching the Silverstone Academy. Knowing he cannot delay them any longer, the kid respectfully bows and says he understands. 5 days later at the Silverstone Academy, a massive crowd is gathered and buzzing with crazy gossip. Get this, Nathan Quinn was hiding his martial spirit rank, and it is actually a 10th grade yellow tier. What kind of absolute freak is this guy? He didn't just suppress the other sects, he also scored the secret of the martial ancestor pavilion. Word is the 3 major sects are discussing his situation right now, apparently having all their schemes planned out. This guy, Nathan Quinn, has both a solid background and insane talent. Could he actually become a direct disciple of the sect? Meanwhile, Tien Lao is having a pretty serious chat with Nathan Quinn. The elder admits he totally underestimated the kid before, promising to watch him very closely from now on. Nathan Quinn happily cups his hands, respectfully giving all the credit right back to Dan Lao. Looking right at him, the old man strokes his beard, wearing an expression of absolute, undeniable pride. He tells the kid he didn't really help much, and that instead, Nathan Quinn is the one constantly bringing him endless surprises. Suddenly, Hallmaster Chao's entire group appears right behind them, respectfully bowing to greet Tien Lao. The kid instantly recognizes exactly who these very important newcomers are, the 4 great Hallmasters. The elder laughs while pointing out Nathan Quinn to the rest of them. He brags that he already called it, predicting this kid's future was going to be absolutely massive. Making such a huge scene this fast, all the kid can do is rub his head in pure embarrassment. Tien Lao then turns to the 4 Hall Masters, figuring they must be here for something seriously important, and tells them to just spit it out. Palace Master Yu respectfully cups his hands. He announces that the 4 of them came here today to tell Nathan Quinn something pretty huge. The sect wants to hand out a reward. Plus, the sect leader actually gave a direct order. They hope he spills the secret of the martial serendipity pavilion. Naturally, the sect promises not to mistreat him for it. Nathan Quinn replies without skipping a beat, keeping his attitude entirely respectful. 4 Grandmasters, it is not that this disciple refuses to talk, but this secret is strictly tied to me alone. The sect honestly would not benefit from knowing it anyway. Hearing that, Palace Master Dung immediately snaps back. Nathan Quinn is about to say something else, but a voice cuts him off. All right, this conversation ends right here. It is the Grand Elder. He is clearly annoyed with what the Palace Master just said, and he absolutely refuses to drag this out any further. He tells them to pass a message to the sect leader Nathan Quinn is his disciple, so please stop bothering him over such tiny matters. Now get out. Then he turns around and immediately starts teasing the kid. So tell me, what exactly is that secret anyway? Care to share it with this old man? Nathan Quinn just feels helpless, totally blindsided by his own master asking about it. He shakes his head seriously. Elder Dan, I am truly sorry, but this secret stays with me. The old man totally gets what he means. All right, if you do not want to talk, you do not have to. I will not force you. Go on back and train. Your senior brother is always watching out for you, so do not let the guy down. Meanwhile, over at the outer courtyard peak, the second Nathan Quinn arrives at his yard, Barquan rushes over to respectfully greet him. He carefully speaks up, young master, Nathan Quinn. Your rank just absolutely skyrocketed. The Grand Elder gave special approval for you to stay in the 3rd inner courtyard. Nathan Quinn casually tosses him a power fruit, admitting he has been a bit of a hassle lately. Here is a power fruit. Eat it, and your cultivation goes up a whole level instantly. Just take it. Flustered but excited, the man does not forget to thank him. Thank you so much, young master Nathan Quinn. Really, thank you. The guy is absolutely thrilled, completely lost in his own thoughts while staring at this miraculous little fruit. Honestly, leveling up even a single stage right now is brutally hard. This power fruit is a straight-up treasure. Following young master, Nathan Quinn clearly pays off, and he resolves to cling to this powerful backer no matter what. Nathan Quinn then hands over a small bag. He adds that he has a quick job for him. There are 5 more power fruits in here. Go trade them for Martial King pills at the Artifact Hall. Barquan accepts the order without any hesitation. Understood? I will go right away. Now Nathan Quinn makes his way up to the inner courtyard peak. Sharp rock layers and crazy thick spirit energy surround him. The stairs stretch forever into the sky, with just a few random people walking past. So this is the legendary inner peak. The spirit energy is ridiculously thick here, definitely making it the perfect spot to grind his cultivation. The people passing by spot him, their eyes instantly lighting up in sheer awe. Hey, look over there. It is senior brother Nathan Quinn. He walks like a total boss, literally stepping on the wind. Pure power. Senior brother Nathan Quinn is an ancient martial cultivator. His aura only reads at Xiantian first stage, but honestly, even a third stage expert would not survive a fight with him. A first stage completely wrecking a third stage is pure nightmare fuel. No wonder he reached the absolute top of the pavilion. Plus, senior brother Nathan Quinn is seriously handsome. I totally want to have his babies. But even with the whole crowd hyping him up, he really does not look all that thrilled. That is just the brutal reality of the cultivation path. The second you achieve fame and power, you get worshipped by thousands. But honestly, fame and profit are totally hollow. In the end, you still have to actually cultivate. Having thousands of people respect you feels amazing, sure, but getting completely swallowed up by that feeling is a fatal mistake. The inner peak is packed with different estates. He strolls along, thinking to himself, is this really the third courtyard? Think about it. The spirit energy is so thick here that training is basically a guaranteed win. Suddenly, an arrow shoots out. It violently tears through the air, looking exactly like a flash of silver lightning. His eyes flash sharply. He instantly senses the danger and tracks the arrow flying right at his face. Without a single second of hesitation, his hand snaps up and violently snatches it out of the air. He quickly pulls off a small white paper tightly wrapped right around the arrow. Unfolding it, the letter reads to junior brother Nathan Quinn. Congratulations on your victorious return. Please come to courtyard 43 for a chat. Signed by Huang. He cannot help but wonder, what exactly does senior sister Huang want with him? Back in the day, listening to senior sister Huang's lecture actually helped solidify his entire Dao heart. So he definitely owes her a pretty big favor. Now that she is officially inviting him, he honestly has to make the trip no matter what. Inner Peak, Courtyard 43. A completely majestic estate stands right before his eyes. The roof pierces the sky, with thick spirit energy swirling around. Inside, Huang is intensely practicing with her spear. She looks dead serious, and you can practically feel her terrifying raw strength. He casually calls out Sister Huang. Hearing him, she immediately halts her movements. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, you made it. He respectfully cups his hands. Senior sister Huang, thank you for the incredible lecture last time. It genuinely gave me a massive boost of courage. She brushes off the favor completely. Hey, there is no need to be so painfully polite about it. I basically called you over today because someone else asked me to. I am supposed to introduce you to a certain someone. He blinks in surprise, asking out loud a certain someone? Right on cue, a totally unfamiliar voice sharply interrupts their conversation. So you must be Nathan Quinn. The guy speaking is none other than Dung Kwon. He stands perfectly straight, oozing a crazy, intimidating aura, with deeply calculating eyes as he looks down at the two of them from the upper hall. Nathan Quinn is caught in deep thought. 10th layer Xiantian realm, one step away from Martial King, and still rocking a 10th grade Huang-ranked martial spirit. Having mastered the minor stage of nuance, Huang steps up to introduce him. Hey, Nathan Quinn. This right here is senior brother Oliver Duncan, the absolute #1 genius of our courtyard, and he is the guy who requested to see you today. Nathan Quinn is completely clueless. Senior brother Oliver Duncan, why exactly did you look for me today? He smoothly replies, I sought you out mainly to grant you a chance to join the Quan faction. This is a ridiculously rare opportunity, so you had better grab it tight. Suspicion instantly bubbles up inside our boy. The Quan faction? Huang quickly chimes in. The Quan faction is a whole organization senior brother Oliver Duncan single-handedly built to recruit mystic spirit sect geniuses, and I am actually a member myself. He explains further, joining the Quan faction simply means dedicating your life to serving me, obeying my commands, and no matter what you do in the mystic spirit sect. Even if you go around killing people, it will absolutely not be an issue. Hearing this, our guy thinks that is complete garbage, rejecting them both without a single hesitation. Sorry, senior brother Oliver Duncan, but I am pretty used to being free, and I literally have zero interest in joining your little faction. Farewell. Nathan Quinn keeps a straight face and walks away, totally ignoring Oliver Duncan as he angrily yells to stop. Nathan Quinn, dropping that rejection, stomped all over his massive ego. Pure fury explodes. Nathan Quinn, do not think a little family backing gives you the right to act arrogant. I, Oliver Duncan, offering you a spot in my faction is your absolute highest honor, and you actually dare to reject me. If you dare walk out of here today, you are officially making a massive enemy out of me. Even if you have Elder Dan or some martial ancestor realm expert backing you, when I want you dead, you die, and you only live if I allow it. Our boy just keeps on walking, totally ignoring that dramatic threat. Is that so? I will be waiting then. Huang quickly turns back to Oliver Duncan to smooth things over, desperately trying to cool down his raging temper. You really should not have spoken to Nathan Quinn like that, because honestly, whether it is talent or background, the two of you really do not have that big of a gap between you. But her words just make the problem 10 times worse, basically pouring a huge bucket of gasoline on the fire. Huang, you cannot talk to me like that. If it was not for your brother's face, I would have killed you today. She does not back down either. If it were not for your own brother's reputation, even if you are the sect leader's shiny new disciple, I never would have helped you. He crosses his arms, his face turning incredibly dangerous. I really do not want to waste my precious breath on you. Go find Lanfang right this second and tell him he can confidently deal with Nathan Quinn however he wants. I will personally handle the rest of this absolute mess. She angrily turns away but still follows his strict orders anyway. He flashes this highly calculating and purely evil smirk. I actually want to see exactly how much skill you have to dare oppose me like this. And honestly, I am totally here for this upcoming rivalry. Meanwhile, the Inner Peak's third courtyard is totally isolated, looking like a massive royal palace. Our boy sits inside the courtyard and immediately begins his training. Wasted quite a bit of my time today, so I better start cultivating right now. But before he even begins, someone drops by to chat. Nathan Quinn, you really hid your skills way too perfectly. Kung Duang slowly strolls closer. Exactly how many wild trump cards do you actually have? I seriously understand you less and less every single day. He happily calls out for Brother Duang. He quickly explains, Brother Duang, I was not intentionally hiding this from you. It is mainly just that this kind of thing. Whether I say it or not, we are still brothers, right? He laughs out loud, saying, well spoken. Nathan Quinn points right to the table, please, have a seat. He brushes past the invite, flashing a quick look of genuine concern. Let us completely drop that topic for a second. Did you have some kind of clash with Oliver Duncan just now? Do you even know what kind of guy he is? Our boy sits and sips his tea, calmly recounting the whole dramatic mess. Brother Duang, you know my temper perfectly well. Someone respects me an inch. I respect them a whole mile. I do not care what kind of crazy background Oliver Duncan has. Kung Duang slams the table with a resolute attitude. Of course I know your temper, but this whole situation is not that simple. This Oliver Duncan guy is actually the current disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect leader. Suddenly our boy gets pretty thoughtful. No wonder Oliver Duncan acts so incredibly arrogant. Turns out he is the sect leader's precious disciple. His friend continues. And what is more, he already has an arranged marriage with Tiu Qin Tuyet. Hearing this extra piece of juicy gossip from Kung Duang, he absolutely cannot believe his ears. Wait, what arranged marriage? He explains further, Tiu Qin Tuyet's father used to be a mystic spirit sect elder, but later met with a really unfortunate accident. The sect leader took Tiu Qin Tuyet as an adopted daughter, instantly making an engagement. Waiting until Oliver Duncan finally reaches the Martial King realm, he will officially marry Tiu Qin Tuyet. Before you guys headed to the Martial Destiny Pavilion, Mac Qin suddenly attacking you was actually ordered by Oliver Duncan. He slams the table and jumps up, pure rage blowing up inside him. What a massive jerk this Oliver Duncan is. The relationship between me and Qin Tuyet is completely pure, yet he is petty enough to make Mac Qin target me. Hearing this, Kung Duang is visibly shocked. What is going on? Do you really not have any romantic thoughts about Tiu Qin Tuyet at all? He completely restates his stance. Qin Tuyet cared for me purely because she values talent. I am just incredibly grateful to her for helping me out. Kung Duang completely buys his words. All right, as long as you know the real situation, how you handle it is up to you. But he tightly clenches his fist no matter who it is. If they bully us, even if we turn the world upside down, we absolutely will not back down. The two of them keep hashing things out. Besides, from what we know, right now inside the Mystic Spirit sect, the sect master and the supreme elder are basically oil and water. Duang Quan cannot win you over, so he is definitely going to hold a grudge and crush you. Nathan Quinn gets the picture, so that is why Duang Quan is so dead set on killing him. One wrong word, and the guy totally flips. His buddy claps a hand on his shoulder. All right then, enough talking. Time to grind and hit that Martial King tier as soon as possible. Nathan Quinn does not even blink before agreeing. Inside his room sits an intricately carved incense burner, sending this calming scent floating all over the place. Nathan Quinn holds the power fruit in his hand, thinking hard. With Oliver Duncan's nasty temper, the guy is definitely coming for revenge. The jerk is only half a step away from the Martial King tier, so Nathan Quinn seriously needs to level up fast. Out in the courtyard, he sits cross-legged to cultivate. Aura wraps around him like literal fire, and right in his palm sits a glowing green orb of spiritual energy. 3 days go by. That crystal clear ball of spiritual energy is now making a faint cracking sound. Suddenly, the energy orb shatters. After 3 whole days and nights, he finally grasps the major success of the micro-domain. He summons his sword, and it instantly shoots right over to him. He swings the blade at a massive rock nearby, and the pure sword aura slices it into total pieces. He lowers the sword, feeling pretty cocky about his new power. With the strength he is packing right now, taking on a 3rd layer, innate tier fighter is absolutely no problem. But then, an angry voice yells from outside the yard, "Nathan Quinn, I am Lan Fong. Get out here and face me right now." His face stays totally blank, like he already knew this was coming. Looks like the 7 deadly sins drama finally caught up to him. Trouble is knocking. So he steps out only to find a huge crowd already waiting for the show. Lan Fong speaks up first, "So you are Nathan Quinn. I know all about your little stunts and your background. So if you just hand over the 7 deadly sins today, I will actually spare your pathetic life." Nathan Quinn just smirks. He does not look scared of this guy at all. "Lan Fong, you are a top 10 inner disciple at the 7th layer of the innate tier. With a minor success micro-domain, you could easily kill me." Before the jerk can even react, he draws his sword, aura exploding everywhere. But so what? The one thing I am absolutely not afraid of is a threat. The other guy refuses to back down and completely loses his temper. "Fine then, you absolute trash." The bystanders are totally stunned by the scene, not even hiding how terrified they are. Wait, is not that Lan Fong over there? What is he doing looking for Nathan Quinn? That Lan Fong guy only tracks people down when he wants them dead. Is he seriously trying to kill Nathan Quinn today? Holy crap, the guy must have a serious death wish if he is trying to murder Nathan Quinn. Both sides are burning with battle intent, and he lays down the challenge. "Nathan Quinn, I heard you never back down from a fight. This time I challenge you to a death match at the Life and Death Hall. You lose, the 7 deadly sins are mine. If I happen to lose, all my pills and precious treasures go straight to you." Nathan Quinn confidently fires right back. A 7th-layer innate tier actually wants a death match with me? That is totally hilarious. I am guaranteed to lose and die in this match, so why the heck would I accept? Things are getting pretty spicy now, and the crowd just cannot stop gossiping. That Lan Fong is actually serious. With his high cultivation pushing for a death match, does he honestly think Nathan Quinn is that much of an idiot? You guys are probably wondering the same thing. What is Lan Fong even thinking? Only a fool would risk his life over a spiritual weapon. A mysterious dark shadow suddenly appears up in the sky. I heard junior brother Nathan Quinn fears absolutely nothing and always takes the top spot. So why are you suddenly too scared to even accept Lan Fong's little challenge today? Duong Quan lands smoothly on the ground. If I were you, I would have thrown hands already, crushed Lan Fong, and made him regret it. His arrival makes the crowd go wild. Duong Quan actually showed up. Even Oliver Duncan got dragged into this whole mess. But what did he actually mean by that comment just now? Nathan Quinn is super annoyed by his sudden presence. "Duong Quan, this is between me and Lan Fong. Why are you even running your mouth?" The guy's face completely changes color, totally speechless. He simply clasps his hands behind his back, backing off entirely because of what he just said. Fine, Nathan Quinn. You are honestly just a massive disappointment. I actually thought you were incredibly proud, but clearly I just gave you way too much credit back then. I am leaving. Lan Fong speaks up with this arrogant smirk. "Since you are too chicken to accept my challenge, I am not wasting my breath here." Nathan Quinn cannot stand the attitude and yells out, "Wait!" Nathan Quinn points right at him. "If you are challenging me at the Life and Death Hall, why the hell would I ever back down?" He boldly announces it in front of absolutely everyone. 2 months from now, you and me at the Life and Death Hall. Whoever loses gives all their stuff directly to the winner. Everyone is completely stunned by this wild, sudden change of heart. Nathan Quinn actually just initiated a duel with Lan Fong. Is his brain totally broken or something? Lan Fong literally has Duong Quan backing him up. With his current cultivation level, how the heck does he fight Lan Fong? The guy gets all smug. What, too scared to agree? If he won't take the duel, he needs to shut up and scram. Nathan Quinn glares back, absolutely furious with him. Lan Fong turns around to leave, tossing one last remark. Fine, expected nothing less from Nathan Quinn. The kid fears absolutely nothing. If that is the case, they will meet at the Life and Death Hall in 2 months. Dung Quan flashes this super shady, mission-accomplished grin. He tells Nathan Quinn that if he really wants to dig his own grave, he cannot wait to see who actually saves him this time. Back at the courtyard, Kung Dung scolds him. Why on earth did he offend Dung Quan? And challenging Lan Fong? Does he have a death wish? Nathan Quinn stays pretty chill. He tells Kung Dung not to get mad. Dung Quan wanted to bully him, so backing down just was not an option. Besides, it is only Lan Fong. It is not like he has zero chance of actually winning this thing. Kung Dung refuses to listen to this wild logic. A chance to win? Lanfang is literally at the 7th layer of the innate realm. Fighting him right now offers zero advantage, and there is no way Nathan Quinn can jump 6 whole realms in just 2 months. Nathan Quinn continues, saying he is totally right. The martial arts world is insanely cruel. Every single top-tier expert is built on a mountain of corpses. In 2 months, if he actually loses, Lanfang will literally step on his head. But if he wins and claims that glory, he will be the first outer sect disciple to launch a strike, raising his hand to prove his absolute willpower. This is the exact path he wants to walk. Seeing Nathan Quinn so dead set on this plan, Kung Dung finally gives in. If his mind is made up, he will not argue. Just do not lose that fight in 2 months. Nathan Quinn looks back, completely overflowing with confidence. Some petty guy like Lan Fong simply lacks the right to beat him. Oh, but wait for this next part. A clattering sound echoes tons of tiny glass bottles stacking heavily on top of each other. Nathan Quinn sits right across from them. Using those last 5 power fruits, Barquan finally managed to trade for Martial King pills from the strange treasure hall. Inside the white bottles are pure pills. He downs every single one of them directly into his stomach. Time is running out, but 4,000 Martial King pills should be enough to upgrade the divine god of battle spirit to the profound tier. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he is completely exhausted. No matter how many pills he swallows, nothing happens. Literally zero sign of a breakthrough at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts right through his train of thought, she says. As expected of her personal servant, he actually has the sheer guts to duel an innate 7th layer expert. Dear watches him closely from above. Looks like the princess will need a brand new servant in 2 months. Seeing her is like finding a lifeline, so he runs over and immediately starts acting sweet. Princess, can I borrow some pills? She instantly throws a massive tantrum. She yells that she is completely dead broke right now. As her servant, he should be eagerly handing over his own pills, not begging her for some. He drops the nice act and turns away. If there are no pills, whatever, he needs to start cultivating immediately. Her Highness the princess can just do as she pleases. She steps closer to Nathan Quinn. Even though she is broke, she has an amazing trick. Getting him 100,000 Martial King pills is totally no problem. He does not get it and feels a bit awkward. What does she want to do? The two of them start whispering quietly. Blah blah blah, plan. Hearing this, he nearly falls over in total disbelief. Huh? Does she seriously call this a valid method? Dear looks pretty unhappy about his reaction. What? Does he have a problem with it? This is exactly how she hit up those hallmasters and elders back in the day, borrowing quite a huge stash of pills. After a while, his face darkens, but he helplessly agrees. At this point, they might as well try it out. Now watch how crazy this gets. Over at the penalty hall, Sovern and Tiu Line are cultivating together, floating swords hovering right above their heads representing them. They both flinch as a stranger's voice suddenly pops up beside them. Someone casually tosses a letter straight at them. It is from Nathan Quinn. The two of them read it and instantly frown. Say what? Borrowing pills. Meanwhile, in the penalty hall's main discussion room, Hallmaster Chow sits right in the center, looking down at Vice Hallmaster Trier's group. 37 martial arts duels happened inside the sect this month. Normal rule-breaking cases usually just get handed over to the discipline elder to sort out. Dear suddenly pops up out of nowhere. Is everybody here? Perfect timing then. She then drops a massive pile of different letters down to them. On behalf of her servant Nathan Quinn, the princess is delivering everyone a note. They all read it and just stare at each other, completely speechless. Borrowing pills? The martial arts hall gets hit too. The strange treasure hall, the merit hall, the life and death hall, all 4 of these massive divisions receive pill loan requests handed out by Princess Dear for Nathan Quinn. Up at the outer sect peak, over in the training grounds, absolutely everybody is deep in their cultivation state. She flies down from the sky with a loud thud, telling all the disciples to wake up. She tosses out all the letters she has to every single person present. She declares herself an honorary elder of the Profound Spirit sect, here to borrow their pills on behalf of Nathan Quinn. Everyone who reads it feels completely shocked and confused. This Nathan Quinn guy is seriously weird, actually trying to borrow pills from the entire sect at once. So are they going to lend him any? Hitting up the whole sect like this, he probably has zero intention of ever paying them back. One guy figures he was going to lend him some anyway. A couple thousand Xiantian pills should be totally fine. If they do not lend them out, what if Nathan Quinn holds a grudge? This guy is a serious heavyweight, and he has Elder Du backing him up. They definitely cannot afford to offend him. Whatever. Another guy agrees to lend some. He does not even expect a refund, just as long as Nathan Quinn does not cause him any trouble. Kung Duang watches this, totally confused. What is Nathan Quinn planning here? The crowd keeps gossiping. Someone asks his buddy if he is lending anything out. Lend him my foot. Young Master Quan hates his guts, so this guy is absolutely not giving him any pills. Two brothers whisper back and forth. The main issue is this kid has Elder Dudu backing him. They cannot make him mad, so they better lend him at least a little bit. Nathan Quinn stares at the massive mountain of stacked pills, completely unable to believe his own eyes. His gaze is burning with pure, unadulterated greed. He actually managed to borrow this much. There has to be over 100,000 here. She happily corrects him 500,000 pills. The number is so absurdly huge, it leaves him completely speechless, and honestly, us too. 500,000 Marshall King pills? How is that even possible? She explains. Dudu boasts she borrowed 100,000 from that pill elder, plus from the hallmasters. Each lent 20,000, so that makes 200,000 right there. Then add the inner sect elders and the outer sect elders. Thanks to her absolute irresistible charm, she gathered another 100,000 from them. That elder Truong Tai Yuok, who led you guys to the Martial Fate Pavilion, chipped in 30,000 himself, plus that inner disciple named Kung Duong. Nathan Quinn is absolutely shell-shocked and cannot believe it. He asks if she is trying to get him killed. Hearing this, she crosses her arms in total disagreement. Get him killed? The princess ran herself into the ground for him, wasting so much precious time just to scrape together all these pills for his sake. And yet here he is, actually criticizing her. Does he seriously not realize that if he does not use them all, he can just return the leftover pills and everything will be fine? Nathan Quinn thinks about it. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. She groans, asking why her servant has to be so ridiculously stupid, then instantly cheers right back up. She worked herself to the bone for him and even gave him advice, so asking for one tiny little favor is not exactly unreasonable. Nathan Quinn immediately objects. Absolutely not. These 500,000 Marshall King pills are all borrowed. They must be repaid later, so he cannot split them with her. Dudu looks super disappointed, scoffing at his pathetic servant behavior. Fine, she does not even want his stupid pills anymore. He shoots back if she does not want the pills. Then what exactly is her demand? Her face turns totally wicked, like she sees right through him. If she is guessing right, he borrowed all these insane amounts of pills specifically for his martial spirit, and he only agreed to that crazy duel challenge from Lan Fang entirely because of his martial spirit, so her request is actually incredibly simple. She just wants to watch what he is going to do to his martial spirit with all these pills. He immediately grabs his bag to pack the treasures away. Absolutely not. Even if it means giving up all 500,000 pills right here, he would rather take the loss than ever agree to let her watch this. Saying that, he tosses the bag right back at her. He does not need the pills anymore. Take them back. She yells back furiously if he will not let her see. Then fine. She was clearly just dreaming anyway. Dudu chucks the bag right back at him. Just take it. He watches her stomp away in a rage and silently thinks, thank you. The divine battle spirit is his absolute biggest secret and his ultimate trump card. Forgive him, but he really cannot tell her anything. He summons his battle spirit behind him and stares down the massive pile. 500,000 Marshall King pills. This stash should definitely be enough for the divine battle spirit to upgrade. He takes a huge gulp to absorb all the spirit pills at once. 1,000, 2,000, 8,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. Even trying his absolute hardest, there is zero reaction. He thinks to himself, 100,000 pills? That was 100,000. Yet the divine battle spirit still has not leveled up. This thing is a total bottomless pit. How many more does it actually need to swallow? He keeps absorbing the next batch, throwing caution out the window. Whatever it takes, today he is upgrading this spirit. He swallows 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 450,000. After absorbing all that, his martial spirit finally starts showing some progress, and he instantly lights up with joy. But it does not last long before deflating like a popped balloon. Watch his face drop. He gasps in total disbelief. Are you freaking kidding me? He stubbornly absorbs the very last of the pills, the final 50,000. This time it absolutely, definitely has to work. 460, 470, 480, 500,000. The martial spirit is finally leveling up now after he drained every single one of those spirit pills. His eyes are sparkling with intense anticipation. It is finally about to upgrade. But exactly like last time, the martial spirit rapidly loses all the power it just gained. He grabs his head in pure frustration, totally clueless about what is going wrong. Damn it. He is completely baffled. How is this even happening? Impossible. The divine battle spirit is unbelievably powerful. There is absolutely no way it cannot upgrade to a swan rank martial spirit. So the only logical explanation is that 500,000 Martial King pills are simply not enough. He still needs a lot more of them. But he has already borrowed from literally everyone in this entire sect. Where is he supposed to find even more Martial King pills now? Suddenly, a wild idea flashes in his head. That is right, there is still one place left to borrow from. Up at the inner courtyard's first peak, Lan Fong and Yu Duang sit plotting. Tan Nan getting the honorary elder to borrow pills from the whole sect. What the heck is his endgame here? Is he grinding some secret technique that burns through a mountain of pills? Yu Duang leans back, totally unbothered. Why be scared? I already bribed the Merit Hall chief, so we are hitting the Heaven Room in Bright Moon Pavilion. 2 solid months of training, plus a fat stack of spirit herbs to back us up. Sure, it might not boost you all the way up to half-step Martial King, but hitting the Xiantian 9th layer will be a complete breeze for you. Tan Nan is just trash with a rank 10 yellow martial spirit, even with some fancy secret arts. There is absolutely zero chance he hits the 9th layer that fast. What is he going to do, turn the sky upside down? Hearing that, Lan Fong grins wide and happily cups his hands. Bright Moon Pavilion's Heaven Room, thanks a million Yu Duang, but before he finishes, an arrow slams right into the table, pinning down a crumpled piece of paper. Yu Duang flinches at the loud thud. The letter right there has a totally obnoxious title, Pill Borrowing Request. Yu Duang and Lan Fong, to be totally honest, my pill stash is looking incredibly sad lately, so I really hope you two genius prodigies can help me out a bit here. Yu Duang is the sect leader's disciple, absolutely swimming in resources, so surely you can casually lend me a measly 100,000 Martial King pills. If you cannot even scrape together 100,000 Martial King pills, then man, I guess I really misjudged you guys. To think Lan Fong, a super genius, and Yu Duang, the Mystic Spirit sect leader's own disciple, are actually this utterly broke. Honestly, it is just pathetic. But relax, once I have some extra pills laying around, I will totally pay you back. The borrower is Tan Nan. Yu Duang is literally shaking with pure rage, his eyes going pitch black as he finishes reading that garbage. This crazy kid Tan Nan is just ridiculously arrogant. Seeing this, Lan Fong actually looks a bit rattled by the sheer nerve. Brother Yu Duang, do not even get mad. The guy clearly wrote this trash just to mess with our heads, just trying to bait us. So let's ignore him. Let him act cocky for a few days, and come the duel, I will absolutely slaughter him. A tiny flame sparks in his palm. This brat wants to provoke us? He wants to borrow pills? Fine, I will give him a loan. Lan Fong is completely thrown off, and honestly, can you blame him? Wait, what? 100,000 Martial King pills? Yu Duang shoots him a deeply dark, entirely unreadable look. Oh, I will lend them, all right, but it will not be 100,000, and it will definitely not be Martial King pills. He tosses a pill bottle right at Lan Fong. Take this garbage body-tempering pill directly to Tan Nan and make a huge scene out of it. You get me? He does not even hesitate, snatching the bottle. Got it. I am on it right now. Over at the third peak, Tan Nan grabs the bottle and instantly figures out exactly what those two losers are trying to pull. Like I even care at all. Even a basic body-tempering pill is still a pill, which is way better than getting zero energy. But honestly, swallowing it just leaves him feeling totally and utterly underwhelmed. It is still nowhere near enough juice to actually upgrade his divine battle spirit. Looks like begging the pill elder is the only play left. But suddenly, boom, his martial spirit violently erupts with insane power. He honestly never expected a single trashy body-tempering pill could unlock this kind of massive, raw, brutal energy. His martial spirit is actually leveling up right now, leaving him completely mind-blown. This is a mystic rank martial spirit. Feeling that insane wave of wild energy, he looks incredibly smug. Who knew one measly tempering pill would actually let him successfully upgrade his divine battle spirit? If Yu Duang and Lan Fong found out, they would literally die of sheer rage. Suddenly, he notices a weird flash inside his martial spirit. Wait, right before his eyes is this violently chaotic vision of people fighting monsters in a bloody war. Suddenly, a totally blinding light rips the whole chaotic scene wide open. High above everything, some mysterious figure just appears out of nowhere, completely blurry, no visible face, and absolutely devoid of any human emotion whatsoever. For absolutely no reason, tears just start quietly rolling down his face. Seriously, what the heck was that crazy war vision? Who was that freak ending the fight? Why am I crying over some random blurry image like a complete baby? Pulling himself together, Tan Nan shakes it off and starts firing up his martial spirit's power all over again. All this weird stuff has to be tied to the divine battle spirit's secrets. He just has to wait until his cultivation is actually strong enough to figure it out. Right now, the only thing that matters is seeing how ridiculously busted a first-grade mystic rank divine battle spirit is. Man, it better not disappoint. In that exact split second, a weirdly familiar power surges through him, like a divine fire completely exploding deep inside his soul. Blowing way past his expectations, he is actually stunned. What the heck is this? Tan Nan blurts out, totally frozen. Wind and thunder howling together. An actual, literal phenomenon. Who would have thought a first-grade mystic spirit could hit this insanely hard? With this kind of mystic spirit, Plus the spiritual energy packed in this third peak and his primeval cultivation art, he is totally going to break through in absolute record time. With that, he turns his back on the howling phenomenon and sits down. Time to see just how insanely fast this first-grade mystic rank spirit can actually cultivate. 3 whole days just vanish like nothing. And yeah, he is still sitting there grinding his heart out. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn snaps his eyes wide open, spiritual energy blazing off him like absolute fire. He clenches his fist, hyped beyond belief. A Xuan rank martial spirit really is built different. In just 3 insanely short days, it actually pushed him all the way to the 3rd layer of the Xiantian realm. Keeping up this absolute crazy pace, the 50 days he has left are totally enough to blast his cultivation up to the 5th layer of the Xiantian realm, maybe even the 6th. But the hype train crashes pretty fast as Nathan Quinn gets completely serious. Upgrading his spirit this time burned through over 500,000 Martial King pills, so is a tiny cultivation speed boost seriously the only thing he gets? Wait, what is that? The wind and thunder anomaly glowing right on his forehead suddenly catches his eye. He whips his head around, completely failing to hide his curiosity as he asks out loud what the heck this purple light is. Nathan Quinn stares dead at the glowing spot, trying to figure it out. There is some totally mysterious power hiding inside this purple beam, and he actually cannot see through it at all. What in the world is it? He racks his brain, but eventually just lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Whatever, if something is coming, it is going to come sooner or later anyway. No point stressing over it right now, especially since his cultivation just hit the 3rd layer of the Xiantian realm. Since he finally reached the true mark of the Xiantian realm, he might as well try projecting his true chi outward. Without hesitating, Nathan Quinn crosses his legs again, hands over his core, gathering his energy. Projecting true chi basically means blasting energy out from inside your body and forcing it to condense into a solid physical form, like a sword, blade, or spear. Technically speaking, in every sense of the word, you can only be called a genuine Xiantian realm expert once you completely master how to project true chi outward. True chi belongs inside the body, so how the heck do you release it? Do you blast it through all your meridians, or maybe push it through your blood to spread everywhere and then force it out? Time to test it out. The theory sounds solid, but after messing around for a bit, he just shakes his head in total frustration. Wrong. This is all entirely wrong. Whether he uses his meridians or his own blood, his pores simply cannot handle the sheer raw power of the true chi. His whole physical body would be completely crushed, so how is he actually supposed to project it? Watching him struggle, Princess Diane Dew struts in from outside, hitting him with the most aggressively mocking tone possible. Projecting true chi is an absolute mystery, she scoffs, so how could a perfectly ordinary physical body ever handle releasing it? For a servant of this great princess, failing to grasp something this basic is honestly just pathetic. You really are incredibly stupid. Hearing her trash talk, Nathan Quinn does not even get mad instead. He gets super hyped and yells out, "She is right. Projecting true chi is a mystery, so an ordinary body absolutely cannot release it." His physical body literally cannot withstand the crushing force of true chi at all, which obviously means he cannot just shoot it out. Why not completely flip his way of thinking? The true chi is his own personal property. It moves however he wants, meaning it can gather right in his core, or it can be completely scattered across his entire body. He does not waste a single second and tries again. This time, streams of crazy purple chi radiate out from his body in every direction. Nathan Quinn absolutely fails to hide his massive grin as he successfully yells out he actually did it. The true chi is projecting. Projecting it just means scattering the chi inside himself and packing it into his own flesh. Turns out the trick was stupidly simple all along. With that, he gathers the true chi one more time and completely blasts it outward. A violent red current wipes out everything in its path, carving a massive trench into the dirt. Looking at the absolute destruction, Nathan Quinn cannot even believe his own eyes. Projecting true chi is insanely overpowered. After that, he walks straight over to Diu, respectfully bowing his hands to thank the princess for her genius advice. Hearing that polite nonsense, she does not look thrilled at all, just closing her eyes, leaning in, and slowly asking how exactly he plans to thank her. Why doesn't he just casually hand the princess maybe 80 to 100,000 Martial King pills? Hearing this wild demand makes Nathan Quinn immediately start sweating bullets. He desperately fires back. He really wants to give them to her, but he is currently so broke he cannot even pull out a single body-tempering pill. Where is he supposed to find that many Martial King pills? Hearing this, Diu puts a hand over her mouth, curiously asking if he seriously burned through all 500,000. His aura should definitely be at least 10 times stronger than it was before. Plus, it feels incredibly mysterious now, so what in the world did he actually do? Hearing her grilling him, he just awkwardly laughs and scratches his head, dodging the question by saying the princess looks even prettier today. She gets absolutely furious and yells at him to not even think about changing the subject. Facing Dudu's pure rage, he just stands there totally helpless, but it does get him thinking. Wait, did this massive upgrade actually change anything about his divine god eyes? You will love this reaction. A tiny spark flares inside Nathan Quinn's eyes, and his face immediately drops in shock at what he sees. He stutters out in disbelief. In this exact moment, Nathan Quinn realizes his abilities have completely smashed past their old limits. The divine god eyes got way stronger. Before this, looking through the divine god eyes only gave him a pretty rough estimate of things. He only knew Princess Diane Du's cultivation had hit the martial ancestor realm, but now he can actually see the full extent of her cultivation, and it is honestly terrifying. No wonder those old dudes at the Mystic Spirit sect were so incredibly scared of her. Thanks to this new crazy power, he can clearly track every single stream of true chi, letting him spot a very weird difference. This power, he thinks, feels seriously wrong. Turns out Princess Dear took a pretty heavy beating back in the day, and she is still not fully healed up. She sits right at the absolute peak of the martial ancestor tier. That was her genuine prime. Wait, could she actually be a martial emperor or something even crazier? Who exactly managed to hurt her this badly? Dropping his observation skill, Nathan Quinn shuts his eyes. Yeah, forget it. He is just way too weak right now. Whatever the princess went through, he absolutely cannot help her yet. Leveling up is his only real priority. He instantly slaps on a perfectly innocent face. Hey, Princess Dear, mind lending me some primordial spirit liquid? His brain is totally working overtime. That stuff is packed with insanely pure energy. If he pairs it with his divine battle spirit, his power is guaranteed to skyrocket. Then he can finally catch Lan Feng. He plays it super sincere, but she just crosses her arms and blocks him out entirely. Hard pass, she says. Hearing that absolute rejection, he immediately starts bargaining. If she spots him enough liquid now, he will pay double later. Dear is entirely unimpressed. She points right at his face, not enough. Make it 1,000 Marshall King pills per drop. What did she just say? Nathan Quinn practically explodes, gritting his teeth in pure rage. 1,000 pills for a single drop? Why not just rob somebody? She ignores his tantrum, flashing a highly annoying little smile. So, borrowing or not? If not, beat it. Nathan Quinn feels a physical pain in his chest, almost tearing up as he chokes down his total frustration. Fine, 1,000 it is. He already owes her 500,000 Marshall King pills anyway. What is a little more debt on top of that mountain? And here is where his pride vanishes. He instantly caves. I am borrowing, he says. Spot me 100,000 drops to start. 100,000 drops? Does he think she is a magic fountain? She definitely does not have that much lying around. Hearing that, Nathan Quinn rubs his chin, letting his eyes wander right toward where she might be hiding her stash. She catches his totally questionable stare and immediately blushes. Before he can even blink, she slaps him right across the cheek. Thoroughly creeped out, Dear summons a spiritual bottle. I only have 100 drops. Do you want them or not? Nathan Quinn gets a massive spark in his eyes and answers instantly. Oh, he wants them. A tiny advantage is still an advantage, after all. Totally killing his vibe, Dear pulls out a pen and tells him to wait a second. He has to write out an IOU first. Realizing she has zero trust in him, Nathan Quinn pouts. Come on, princess. Do we really need a contract with our relationship? He is the beggar here. So she shoots him down immediately. Write it or no deal. Knowing he cannot win this fight, he just accepts his fate. Fine, I am writing it. Can he please just get the primordial spirit liquid now? But Dear is absolutely not letting him off that easy. She playfully sits down, lifting up one leg. What is the rush? She is tired from all that walking, so he needs to massage her feet. Feeling his masculine pride take a massive hit, Nathan Quinn snaps back. Do not push it. She does not flinch at all. Dear casually waves the IOU in the air, so, are you massaging or not? If he refuses, he can kiss that primordial spirit liquid goodbye forever. Plus, he better pay back the 100,000 Marshall King pills he already owes her instantly, or she will literally beat him to death. Hearing that threat, he immediately cowers and sits back down. He starts rubbing her leg, grumbling that he is doing it, but the life of a debtor never ends. Dear crosses her arms and keeps barking out orders. The princess is thirsty. Go fetch some water. Now the princess is hungry. Go fetch some food. 3 terrible hours later, Nathan Quinn just collapses onto the floor. He is panting heavily, his face totally drenched in sweat. He stares down at the small bottle in his hand. He finally got rid of that tiny demon. And hey, he actually secured the primordial spirit liquid. He shoots right up, sets down the bottle, and jumps straight into his cultivation. Time to find out exactly how far these 100 drops of primordial spirit liquid can push his cultivation level. Meanwhile, the martial arts training ground over at the Mystic Spirit sect is totally packed with disciples gossiping. Did you guys hear? Oh Dongquan actually let Lin Fong use the heaven-grade room inside the Bright Moon Pavilion. That is a seriously massive flex. Lan Fong already has a Huang rank martial spirit. Mix that with the power of a heaven-grade room, and he is absolutely breaking through to the 9th layer of the innate tier. Nathan Quinn really has zero self-awareness. Seriously, who actually dares to challenge a monster like Lan Fong? He is just asking for a death wish this time. Back in the Bright Moon Pavilion, Lan Fong sits perfectly still, surrounded by incredibly thick streams of true qi. Soaking up all this insane energy, his ego inflates even further. Just you wait. Nathan Quinn. The very day he steps out of here is the day he sends that kid straight to the underworld. Exactly 1 month later, heavy streams of incredibly potent energy are swirling wildly around Nathan Quinn. He suddenly snaps to his feet. Massive waves of pure true qi just keep erupting outward from his body. He finally breaks through to the 5th layer of the Xiantian realm. He stares at the treasures in his hands, barely believing the crazy magic radiating off them. A mystic rank martial spirit, ancient spiritual liquid, and an ancient martial arts path, they totally live up to the hype. Those 3 insane power-ups are the exact reason he managed to absolutely blast his way from the 3rd layer to the 5th in just 1 single month. He still has 50 drops of ancient liquid left, plus that mystic spirit and his terrifyingly fast ancient cultivation speed. With 1 month left, he can definitely smash right through to the 8th layer. Nathan Quinn sits right back down, fully ready to keep grinding. But a sudden, loud knock on his door totally breaks his focus. Realizing exactly who it is, he just blurts out his confusion. Kin Tuet, why in the world are you here? Weren't you out handling a major sect mission? She completely ignores the question and rushes straight to the point. Nathan Quinn, that big upcoming death match with Lan Fong, I need you to surrender. Hearing that, he just freezes up, totally confused by her words. Surrender? Do you seriously think I can't beat a guy like Lan Fong? Kin Tuet gives him this painfully worried look, answering him super softly. Ever since we met back in Lam Thui Than, everything you do is just completely earth-shattering, literally making miracles happen. You totally blast past my expectations every time, and honestly speaking, things that other people absolutely cannot pull off. I truly believe you can achieve them, and you can definitely crush Lan Fong. Nathan Quinn just keeps his eyes firmly closed, quietly soaking in every word she says. But if you just surrender and lay low, I can personally guarantee that Oh Dongquan will never lay another finger on you again. Hearing her out, he finally lays his own feelings bare. Kin Tuet. You already know exactly how I operate. I am absolutely not throwing this fight, and I'm definitely taking Lan Fong down. If Oh Dongquan wants revenge, tell him to come get some. I don't fear anyone at all. Hearing that edge in his voice, Kin Tuet gets even more frantic, her eyes totally welling up with tears. Nathan Quinn, please, just consider this a massive favor to me, okay? I have literally never begged you for a single thing before. Quit. Just this once. I really just don't want to see you end up dead. Her total sincerity breaks him down, and he lets out a heavy sigh. Fine. I'll surrender. And watch this, by the very next morning, the scandalous news has everybody talking. Wait, what? Nathan Quinn is actually backing down? Are you kidding me? He acted so tough challenging Lan Fong in the first place, and now he's just tossing in the towel? He is an absolute disgrace to our entire Huang Lin Tong, damn it. I even lent that guy my pills, never guessing he was such a massive coward. Standing right behind them, Tiu Lan snaps at the insults toward his senior and furiously yells out, "Everyone shut your mouths right now. Senior Nathan Quinn is completely unyielding. He would never surrender. Keep making up these wild lies, and don't blame me when things get ugly." The crowd just gets rowdier, totally pushing back. We aren't making anything up. The news about Nathan Quinn quitting came straight down from the sect elders themselves. Exactly. Nathan Quinn totally folded like a complete coward, and now we aren't even allowed to talk about it? Realizing they are completely ignoring him, Tiulan readies to throw hands, growling that they're dead meat. But out of nowhere, a hand holds him back. It's Sovan. And with deeply sad eyes, she tells him that they aren't lying. Senior Nathan Quinn really did officially back down. Refusing to believe his own ears, Tiulan grinds his teeth together, physically shaking with rage as he stammers out, "No way, this situation, it's completely impossible." Standing a bit farther back, the trio quietly watches the drama unfold, until Sam finally speaks up, super curious about their take. "I seriously can't believe Nathan Quinn just folded. Do you guys think he's actually terrified of Lan Fong?" Huang Long goes dead serious. He instantly shoots the idea down, not a chance. Ever since Nathan Quinn stepped into Huang Lin Tong, he's been an absolute menace, battling the strongest opponents, and he doesn't even respect the Grand Elder or Nam Kung Thane. Those super geniuses from the three massive sects, Phi Kim Tong, Lorn Kim Mon, and Thon Ner Tong, he literally stomped every single one of them. Some small-time punk like Lan Fong could never terrify him. There has to be some kind of hidden struggle going on behind the scenes here. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn is just quietly slumped in his chair, looking totally heartbroken. Over at Danlong Kaklo, a furious shout suddenly echoes out, "Wait, what? What did you just say? Nathan Quinn actually chose to quit?" Thierry Lau is practically bursting with rage as he screams out, "This is incredibly ridiculous. So completely ridiculous. I wasted all my respect, looking highly upon him, never imagining that a grown man like him couldn't even follow through on his very own promises. I must be completely blind, truly absolutely blind to have believed in him." Kung Dung stands right next to him, looking totally calm, gently sharing his own thoughts. "Dao, I feel like this whole thing isn't quite that simple. We both know exactly how Nathan Quinn operates. He is absolutely not the kind of guy who would just bow his head and surrender. I really believe he's dealing with some forced ultimatum, but the elder completely ignores him, totally sulking as he turns his face away and snaps. Ultimatum? No matter what his reasons are, that's still no excuse for him to proactively throw the match. Even though he's incredibly furious right now, Thierry Lau just can't hide his deep regret as he mutters. Sure, him challenging Lan Fong right out of the gate was completely reckless, but there is a real feeling he can break past his limits once more and pull off an absolute miracle. Even if he loses to Lan Fong, he goes down as a total legend. Definitely not the shrinking coward everyone is currently pointing fingers at. Hearing this, Kung Dung respectfully cups his hands and makes a solid point. We just need to give him a little more time, because this whole mess is absolutely not ending here. Whatever choice he finally makes is going to show us exactly what kind of guy Nathan Quinn truly is. Dropping that thought, he quickly steps outside, leaving Thierry Lau just quietly watching him go. Another guy steps up from behind and speaks real slow, "Senior brother. I really did not expect him to just admit defeat." The elder is not shocked at all, just calmly replying back. "Do not worry about it. His journey here was already incredibly tough. Trust me, that crazy kid is not just going to roll over and surrender." Thon Sun steps forward into the clear light, voicing his real thoughts if my guess is actually right about this. He is about to stir up a massive storm that will shake the four great sects and completely rock the Luohe kingdom. Cutting back over to Nathan Quinn, someone walks right up to him, "Senior brother Nathan Quinn. Literally the entire sect is talking about you right now." His face stays totally chill as he replies, "Let them talk. I genuinely do not care. I called you over today because I need to know if you have any fast way to get a massive pile of pills." She hears this and immediately freezes in shock, asking if he actually plans to return the pills. He does not hide a thing and just answers honestly, "I absolutely hate owing people. They lent me those pills to help out, so of course I have to pay them back." Hearing that, she respectfully bows her head and offers a pretty solid solution. "If you want pills, there is really only one way: head straight to the Merit Hall and take on quests. The most common ones are basically just hunting down different demonic beasts." Getting totally hyped, he raises his hand and agrees, "Not a bad idea, definitely worth a shot." Scene change to the Merit Hall, a massive building towering right in the middle of the mountains. Inside, everyone is crowded around the main lobby staring intently at something. Nathan Quinn stands in the back, carefully reading the text carved into the stone. It lists out missions, like heading up to the North River to investigate the wild movements of the Mermaid clan. Finish that, report back to the sect, and instantly score 1,000 Xiantian pills. Another asks for an urgent 100-leaf emerald flower. If anyone manages to grab it, the poster is willing to pay 1,000 Marshall King pills as a sweet reward. Then there is investigating the chaos over at Demonic Flame Mountain. Just figuring out exactly why the beasts are rioting counts as a completely finished quest. It strictly requires you to be an inner sect disciple. Knock it out, and you get rewarded with 5,000 Marshall King pills. Reading through this, Nathan Quinn looks completely bored and sighs out loud. These quests are just way too small. The absolute best one only gives 5,000 Marshall King pills. Relying on these little quests, when is he ever going to scrape together 500,000 Marshall King pills? The more he thinks about it, the harder he scratches his head. Wait, no, it is actually 600,000 because he still owes the princess another 100,000 pills on top of that. Watch his reaction right here, because suddenly, his eyes snap wide open at the board. Out of nowhere, Nathan Quinn spots a much higher tier quest, a joint hunt to slaughter demonic beasts over at 100 King Mountain. They are missing exactly one last cultivator, and magically, there are absolutely zero cultivation level requirements. Just agree to join the squad, run the mission, and boom, 30,000 Marshall King pills are yours. Reading this, he cannot even hide the huge grin on his face. 30,000 Marshall King pills, you are the one. While he is literally pointing at the board, a guy in black shows up behind him. "Are you Nathan Quinn?" He turns around completely politely, cups his hands, and replies, "I am indeed Nathan Quinn. May I ask who you are?" Ignoring the question for a second, the guy steps forward and keeps prodding brother Nathan Quinn. "I actually know a little bit about you. Knowing your personality, you are definitely no coward. So why would some nobody like Lan Fong make you back down and surrender? Is there some hidden struggle making you take this loss? Hearing all these rapid-fire questions, Nathan Quinn is temporarily at a total loss for words. While the thing is noticing his clear awkwardness, the guy quickly introduces himself. I am Bang Cone, and I honestly did not expect to get this lucky today. To actually run into the famous Nathan Quinn right here in the Merit Hall. Seriously, brother, I have looked up to you for a really long time. If it is too awkward for you to talk about, then I will just drop it. So brother, did you come here today looking to pick up a quest? Without a single ounce of hesitation, he confirms it. Senior brother Bang Cone. You probably already know this, but I recently borrowed pills from the entire Mystic Spirit sect. Obviously, I need missions to pay it all back. Saying that, Nathan Quinn drops his gaze, totally unable to hide his embarrassment. Right now, I am basically just a walking bad reputation anyway. Figuring out his goal, Bang Cone cannot help but respect him, happily making an offer. You are paying off 500,000 Marshall King pills? Brother, you are seriously decisive, and as luck would have it, I have the absolute perfect quest for you. Nathan Quinn is caught slightly off guard by the sudden info and asks what kind of quest. Bang Cone quickly lists out the details, breaking it all down. Slay a high-tier demon commander, and the reward is 100,000 Xiantian pills. Kill a mid-tier commander. That gets you 50,000 Xiantian pills. Take out a low-tier commander, and you walk away with 10,000 Xiantian pills. This quest was posted by one of the top 10 intersect seniors. It is honestly incredibly simple, just go hunt down some demon beasts. The only catch is bringing back the bodies to actually get credit. Hearing these rules, Nathan Quinn just rubs his chin, deep in thought. Not a bad gig at all. With his current power, wiping out beginner and mid-level demon generals is an absolute breeze. He can quickly rake in a massive pile of pills to pay off his debts. But the absolute best part? Hunting down these specific beasts lets him actively sharpen his own skills and rack up some serious real-world combat experience. So honestly, taking this job is basically 100% profit with absolutely zero downside for him. Mind made up, his face lights up as he loudly accepts the quest. With that sorted, Nathan Quinn crosses his arms and dives right back into thinking. The mission requires taking out various demon generals, so where exactly should he head to start this little hunting trip? Suddenly, a brilliant idea hits him, and he cannot even hide his grin. That is it, he can just head over to the Dragon Tiger mountain range. That place is packed with all kinds of demon beasts, making it the absolute perfect hunting ground. Plus, he can totally use this chance to swing by his family's estate. He really needs to check in and see how his father is doing these days. We then cut over to courtyard number 3 in the intersect, finding Nathan Quinn hanging out with Dear Dear. After waiting forever for an answer, Dear Dear rubs her head and pushes him to speak. Hurry up and tell me, what do you want from the princess? My time is ridiculously precious, you know. Every single minute costs millions of Marshall King pills. I absolutely do not have the time to waste on your nonsense. A moment later, Nathan Quinn calmly explains his situation. He took a quest and needs to hunt beasts in the Dragon Tiger mountain range, so they have to leave the Mystic Spirit sect for a bit. She crosses her legs, oozing confidence as she replies. That works out perfectly, since the princess actually has a few errands in that exact mountain range and needs his help finishing them. Hearing this, he immediately gets anxious and starts pressing her. Wait, errands? What kind of errands? If it is anything like searching for the heavenly starflower at Autumn Mountain last time, he can definitely help. But that response instantly pisses her off, making her jump up and yell, Nathan Quinn, I literally saved your life. Back at the Autumn Mountain peak, the Trade Alliance and all 3 great sects were actively trying to crush you. Without the princess stepping in, do you really think you would have walked out of there in one piece? Is this really how you treat your absolute savior? Do you even have any shame left? Hearing her rant, he has no choice but to sigh and give in. Fine, he admits he really does owe her one. He agrees to help her out for free this time, but stresses it is strictly a one-time deal. With Nathan Quinn finally on board and the plan fully settled, Dear Dear happily chimes in. Now that is more like it, so when exactly are we heading out? He does not hesitate for a single second. We leave right now. The scene cuts to courtyard number 1 in the intersect. 2 guys are currently laughing it up. Lan Fong is looking absolutely radiant, laughing loudly as he tells the guy across from him, Senior Brother Oh Dung, I just got word that Nathan Quinn finally left the Mystic Spirit sect. Honestly, I think, from this day forward, that kid will never be able to show his face in the Mystic Spirit sect ever again. But unlike him, Dung Quan looks super tense and deep in thought. I cannot believe Nathan Quinn actually surrendered like that. What an absolute coward, completely terrified of dying. Even now, he just cannot wrap his head around why trash like that gets so much respect from the Supreme Elder and the Honorary Elder. Hearing this, his clueless lackey naively brushes the fear aside. He claims he heard the Supreme Elder was furious and incredibly disappointed when Nathan Quinn surrendered, basically calling the whole thing a dramatic act. Hearing those foolish words, he just replies coldly, "Do not actually take that seriously." Quinn stands up, a completely sinister look in his eyes. That old man still values him highly. Otherwise, how the hell would Nathan Quinn know the secrets of the Martial Fate Pavilion? And yet that old guy never even questioned him. Lanfang, hurry up and pass down my orders to gather all the geniuses in our alliance. Let them go permanently handle Nathan Quinn. Hearing those exact instructions, Lanfang furiously grits his teeth. He mutters bitterly that this time Nathan Quinn actually has the honorary elder traveling right beside him. Meanwhile, having seemingly locked in his evil little master plan, he arrogantly declares, "Fine, let the kid live a few more days." Sooner or later, he has to return to the mystic spirit sect anyway. Since he dared to offend us, simply surrendering is not going to cut it. The boy has to die. And honestly, I am totally here for this incoming drama. We cut over to the Tun family estate, heavily guarded by soldiers. Up above, Nathan Quinn and Deer stand looking down at the bustling streets of Clearwater City. Standing up high, he happily takes in the super familiar scenery. He is finally home. After 3 solid days of traveling, Nathan Quinn and Princess Deer finally arrived at Clearwater City. During those 3 days, Nathan Quinn basically cultivated the entire way here. Burning through 30 drops of ancient spiritual liquid, his cultivation level skyrocketed again, officially hitting the 9th layer of the Xiantian realm. Arriving at the Ten family estate, she turns to him and openly mocks the place. "So this is your grand family? Kind of pathetic, right?" "Halt! Who are you two?" "This is the Tun household, so if you do not have an invitation, please leave immediately." Completely ignoring the warning, they drop right down in front of the guarded gate. Before the guards can even finish speaking, the duo vanishes into thin air, leaving behind only a trail of golden aura and heavily confused soldiers. Where did they go? Inside the Tun family meeting hall, Tun Thien currently sits at the highest seat, deep in discussion with the other members. Regarding the recent strange mutations happening over in the Dragon Tiger mountain range, it is honestly best if our Tun family stays entirely out of it. This whole incident already caught the eye of the major families in the Luohe kingdom. Rumor has it they marched their entire forces straight into the mountains. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn crashes onto the scene, causing a massive commotion that makes his father snap to high alert. He demands to know who goes there. The dust clears, revealing Nathan Quinn and Meow Meow. "Father," the boy calls out, "it is me." When Victor Quinn finally recognizes that face, his expression completely lights up. He screams out for his boy. He rushes over, slamming a heavy hand right onto Nathan Quinn's shoulder. He laughs out loud, teasing the brat for finally deciding to come back home. Taking a good look at his kid, he immediately senses a massive shift. That aura feels completely deep and stable. He eagerly asks what cultivation realm his son has actually reached. Hearing that question, Nathan Quinn does not try to hide a single thing. 6th layer of the Xiantian realm. That simple answer sends absolute shockwaves through Victor Quinn and everyone else standing in the hall. 6th layer of the Xiantian realm is absolutely insane. He proudly declares that the Qin family finally has a true genius. But then, he glances at the girl standing nearby and gets curious. He asks who she is, and Nathan Quinn jumps right in to explain. This is the honorary elder of their mystic spirit sect. Princess Meow Meow came back with him so they could tackle a mission in the Dragon Tiger Mountains. Victor Quinn instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He frantically asks if they really plan to go there. Absolutely not. He insists they cannot go. The 4 great families have completely sealed off the Dragon Tiger Mountains. If they dare to trespass right now, they will definitely be killed on sight. Hearing those panicked warnings, Nathan Quinn is totally confused and asks about these so-called 4 great families. Victor Quinn takes a breath and slowly breaks it down for him. These massive families have been around since the very moment the Luohe kingdom was founded. Even though their overall power cannot exactly match the 4 major sects, their raw strength is still ridiculously high, backed by real Martial King realm experts. Catching on to the situation, Nathan Quinn does not look worried at all. He just smirks. "Martial King experts, huh?" He tells his father and third uncle to relax, reminding them he is a disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect. Those 4 families would never dare lay a finger on him. But despite his crazy confidence, the older men simply cannot hide their deep dread. If things were normal, those families really would not risk offending him. But right now, the rules have completely changed. Just recently, bizarre anomalies echoed from those mountains, literal dragon roars and tiger howls. Nathan Quinn finally pieces the puzzle together, rubbing his chin in deep thought. An anomaly. When the dragon and tiger emerge, a supreme treasure follows. He honestly thought that was just some old myth. He never expected it to be real life. If those families are locking down the entire mountain, a legendary artifact is definitely about to spawn. Realizing the massive stakes, their eyes lock with pure determination. Nathan Quinn boldly announces that since they are already here, he is absolutely grabbing a piece of that mountain treasure. Right on cue, Princess Meow Meow slowly opens her eyes, letting out a totally arrogant scoff. Who cares about some four great families? Locking down a mountain is a pretty bold move. She tells them to chill out with her royal self around. Those tiny factions are practically invisible. The entire room falls dead silent at her insanely cocky attitude. Trying to patch up the awkwardness, Nathan Quinn steps up to reassure them. He tells his father and uncle to seriously stop stressing over this. Princess Meow Meow is a literal martial ancestor realm expert. With her watching his back, those four families will not stand a chance. Hearing the words martial ancestor makes the two older men completely freeze up. They both scream out, "What did you just say?" They stare at the princess, suddenly seeing her glowing like some untouchable deity. A martial ancestor. But she quickly loses her patience, snapping at Nathan Quinn to wrap up his useless chit-chat. They need to hit the Dragon Tiger Mountains immediately. If they drag their feet, all the top-tier loot is going to vanish. Taking blow after mental blow, Victor Quinn and the uncle are just totally lost now. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn leans in to ask Meow Meow for a huge favor. He casually asks the princess if she could do him one solid before they leave. He needs her to drop a protective array over the Quinn estate. On the outside, the guy acts totally cool. But deep down, he is heavily stressing over his family's safety. With the mountain anomalies bringing out the big guns of the four families, any crossfire hitting his clan would be an absolute disaster. The Chin family simply cannot survive a hit like that right now. Plus, he knows he cannot just stay here and play bodyguard forever. Dropping a massive defensive array is the only smart play. Surprisingly, the princess does not immediately reject the idea. She just blinks, flashing a very suspicious grin. She agrees to do it, but only on one condition. Once they step into the mountains, he has to run a few special errands for her. Feeling totally scammed, Nathan Quinn angrily calls her out. He yells that she is literally just looting a burning house right now. But Meow Meow does not back down either. She crosses her arms, completely offended, throwing his own words back in his face. A dignified martial ancestor and honorary elder, looting? Her time is worth millions of Martial King pills per minute. Dropping a high-level protective array should easily cost hundreds of millions of those pills, and all she is asking is for him to do a couple of tiny favors. Yet he has the nerve to accuse her of extortion. She angrily demands to know if Nathan Quinn has any shred of shame left. You already know how this ends. Just like always, the poor guy completely surrenders. He begs her to stop yelling, finally agreeing to her crazy terms. Hearing his defeat, she smirks and says that is more like it. Now standing right outside the Chin family gates, Meow Meow gathers her true chi. Her tiny body floats up as she unleashes her insanely powerful, boundless secret arts. Gathering all her chi, she literally points a single finger and unleashes the 9-9 Unity Sect's ultimate secret. A massive protective barrier violently explodes outward, totally wrapping up the entire Chin family mansion. Victor Quinn just stands there completely dumbstruck. He realizes this insane formation could probably wipe out a peak Martial King without breaking a sweat. After flexing that ridiculous power, Meow Meow lightly touches down on the ground. Nathan Quinn steps up and casually calls out his thanks to the princess. She just sighs and waves her hand around like she barely did a thing. "Can we leave now?" she asks. He just throws her a goofy, happy smile and totally agrees. Nathan Quinn turns back to his dad, going all respectful. He promises that once this crazy mission is wrapped up, he will definitely come back to visit him. His dad totally buys it and just tells his boy to be super careful out there. Neither of these guys even bothers to notice the absolutely terrifying glare burning a hole right into the back of their heads. Before another word drops, she suddenly zooms off and totally drags his confused self right along with her. She loudly complains about all their useless talking. Watching those two ridiculous kids vanish, a guy standing nearby practically swoons. He tells the patriarch that he really managed to raise one heck of a good son. With him and the young master running the show, the Chin family is absolutely guaranteed to hit crazy new heights. They might even crush the four great families. Victor Quinn tries to play it cool, but his face totally gives away his massive dad pride. With a literal martial ancestor protecting his boy, the four great families are basically a complete joke. He clasps his hands, watching them go with total peace of mind. Nathan Quinn's world is just completely different from theirs now. His kid's future is not stuck in Clearwater City or tied down to the Chin family anymore. It is waiting somewhere way, way higher up. Cut straight over to the Longhu mountain range, totally surrounded by these massive, intimidating peaks. Nathan Quinn and Meow Meow are currently just hiking through the thick woods. She abruptly chucks something right at his chest. She tells him to use those two maps and hunt down the items marked on them, then totally bails on him. Nathan Quinn frantically catches the map and immediately yells out, "Hey, hold on a second, where the heck are you even going?" But before he even finishes his sentence, Meow Meow completely vanishes. He just stands there awkwardly, reaching out, narrowing his eyes as he tries to figure out her game. Back at his house, The second Princess Meow Meow heard about some crazy dragon roars and tiger howls echoing from this mountain range, she got super jumpy. She literally could not wait to drag them out here. So yeah, she is definitely aiming to snatch up whatever wild treasure just spawned in these mountains. He grinds his teeth and stomps the dirt, furiously cursing her out for keeping such an epic prize totally to herself. She totally ditched him to hoard the loot, which is just crazy selfish, and he swears payback. But after walking a bit, he just sighs, rubs his forehead, and drags his tired feet forward. Forget it, he grumbles. Even if there is some god-tier loot hiding up ahead, he cannot really fight for it anyway. He might as well just honestly hunt down the stuff marked on his map. Nathan Quinn speeds up a bit, muttering his directions aloud 300 meters to the west. Flying straight through the trees, he constantly checks the map. 300 steps south. Then he spots those three massive ancient trees. Another 300 meters northwest, right across a bubbling stream. After a short hike, Nathan Quinn completely stops right in front of a random boulder. This is definitely the spot. He instantly fires up his divine battle spirit eyes, looking straight through the solid rock to spot a wildly glowing blue stone trapped inside. His jaw practically drops as he realizes exactly what kind of ridiculous treasure he just found. It is actually a real Guishu stone. He remembers the legends perfectly. If you want to forge any serious Hutian weapon, you absolutely need this exact rock. If he can grab this thing right now, he could actually reawaken the 7 deadly sins. He could force that blade back to its true Hutian rank and finally unleash its insane power. But right after hyping himself up, he remembers his situation and heavily shakes his head. Whatever, he made a solid deal with the crazy princess, and he actually keeps his promises. This Guishu stone technically belongs to her, so he definitely cannot just pocket it for himself. Even though he is playing fair, he still violently summons his sword. Wasting zero time, he aims straight ahead and screams out for a full power slash. The boulder completely detonates into dust, finally leaving that precious shiny stone sitting right out in the open. Nathan Quinn instantly launches himself into the air, reaching out to grab his prize. But the exact second his fingers brush it, the thing violently erupts with an intense spiritual energy. Before Nathan Quinn can even process what is happening, the glowing rock literally flies away. He just floats there helplessly watching it speed off, totally stunned. The Guishu stone totally lives up to the wild rumors. The crazy thing actually has a mind of its own. Refusing to get styled on by a rock, he fiercely launches into his 100 profound 8 steps. Blazing forward, he perfectly catches up and snatches the Guishu stone right out of the air. Landing smoothly, he firmly dumps the treasure into his bag, calling that mission a wrap. Time to hunt down the next one. But wait for it, a freezing aura suddenly blitzes right at his back. He viciously whips around, completely confused about what is trying to jump him now. Out of absolutely nowhere, this massive nightmare bug-rocking ice wings and brutally sharp teeth starts hovering right over his head. It ruthlessly dives in for the kill, completely ignoring his stunned reaction. Honestly, Nathan Quinn still just looks super surprised, totally failing to compute why a bug is attacking him. The monstrous bug slams straight into the dirt, ripping a massive trench through the ground, but Nathan Quinn effortlessly sidesteps it, touching down to glare at this insanely aggressive pest. Nathan Quinn finally realizes he is staring right at an ice armor goo bug, the official guardian beast for that shiny stone. Figuring that out, he instantly summons his sword back. He arrogantly scoffs right at it. A pathetic third-layer Scientian beast actually has the guts to attack him? It is literally begging to die. As the freakish goo bug charges, Nathan Quinn violently brings his sword crashing down right on its stupid head, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But the ridiculous bug barely even flinches. He totally stares in shock at its absurd defensive power. His brutal strike did not even leave a single scratch. Shaking off that heavy blow like it was absolutely nothing, the arrogant bug actually starts taunting him. Nathan Quinn happily accepts the challenge, violently flaring his true chi. "Are you actually addicted to the pain?" he asks. You have officially crossed the line and pissed him off. Nathan Quinn does not care how thick that armor is. He is hacking this bug to pieces today. He dashes right past the creature, leaving behind a blazing trail of golden energy mixed with jagged ice. The massive bug finally shatters into dust. Nathan Quinn just stands there catching his breath, glad that is over. Honestly, the monster was pretty weak, but that ridiculous armor was way too thick. But then a deeply unsettling thought hits him, and his face instantly drops. Wait a minute, aren't ice armor bugs supposed to be pack animals? Why was that guy all alone? Well, thank goodness it was just one stray. If hundreds of them showed up at once, his only game plan would be running away. Still, Nathan Quinn is a complete loot goblin at heart. The monster core left behind by this armored beast is totally valuable, and there is no way he is wasting good drops. Run for your life! Before he can even pocket the loot, a deafening swarm of thousands of giant bugs comes charging out of the distance. Nathan Quinn feels a bone-chilling dread and just clicks his tongue. Yeah, forget fighting, running away like an absolute coward is the only sensible move right now. He immediately activates his movement technique and blasts forward at top speed, but even with that crazy boost, the swarm is totally keeping pace with him. Damn it, they are way too fast. Getting completely sick of running, Nathan Quinn skids to a dead stop to face the monster wave. If outrunning them is impossible, then they are just going to have to taste his blade intent. Gripping a sword in each hand, he immediately launches himself straight into the chaos. Nathan Quinn practically turns into a demon out there, swinging devastating and ruthless strikes right into the incoming swarm. His figure blurs past, slicing through armor with a sharp screech, but thousands more are diving from above. Nathan Quinn panics that epic combo somehow only killed 2 bugs. Oh, you are not ready for this defense. The swarm quickly closes in while he stands there totally frozen, wondering how to survive. With zero time left to think, Nathan Quinn urgently unleashes his lightning blade technique. He fires off massive waves of sword energy right through the front line. The bugs get blasted to the afterlife one by one, but constantly spamming big moves is getting super exhausting. Panting heavily, Nathan Quinn curses to himself the sheer defensive power of these ice armor bugs is actually terrifying. It took dozens of heavy slashes just to kill 3 of them. Looking up at a sky completely blackened by angry bugs, he desperately needs a new game plan. Nope, this strategy is absolutely garbage. At this rate, these overgrown roaches are going to drain his energy until he drops dead. He absolutely has to bust through this bug encirclement right now. Making a quick decision, he triggers a special tracking skill to scan them for any major weak points. Activating his War God Eyes, Nathan Quinn instantly spots a huge gap forming right in the center of the swarm that is his exit. In a flash, he summons hundreds of glowing flying swords to his side. Each blade is packed with dense energy, launching straight at the horde. As the massive attack closes in, the bugs totally counter by blasting giant chunks of ice. The clashing attacks explode violently in midair, sending shockwaves across the sky. But the bugs barely take a scratch and dive straight down. Seeing this absolute nightmare, Nathan Quinn decides running away is the only viable option. Sprinting blind, he completely misses a bug sneaking up right beside him. Before he can even flinch, the monster violently swats him forward, causing absolute agony. He gets launched backward across the dirt, desperately trying to break his fall. Nathan Quinn stumbles to his feet. That last dirty hit did some serious damage. Damn it. He totally underestimated their intelligence. These creepy things are actually smart enough to sacrifice their own front line just to trap him. Before he can even catch his breath, another bug comes flying out of nowhere. Fighting this directly is suicide, so Nathan Quinn books it again. A moment later, realizing escape is officially impossible, he summons his holy sword. Nathan Quinn violently hurls massive waves of energy upward into the swarm. He grits his teeth. The defense on these ice armor bugs is ridiculously broken, and their teamwork is shockingly good. They are actually using strategy. Nathan Quinn watches helplessly as his heavy strikes barely thin the massive herd. At this rate, he is genuinely going to die from complete exhaustion. But suddenly, his face lights up with a totally crazy idea. That is it, these icy roaches have to be weak to fire. He just needs to use a fire-based skill to melt right through that annoying armor. With absolutely zero time left, he preps his combat stance just as the swarm gets dangerously close. Getting fired up, Nathan Quinn screams right at them. You stupid bugs can just drop dead right now. The massive swarm charges straight at him without flinching. Nathan Quinn raises his sword high and charges back, still screaming at the top of his lungs for these monsters to die. But suddenly, he slams on the brakes and completely freezes. His face goes totally blank as a horrific realization hits him. Wait, he literally does not know any fire skills. While he stands there looking dumb, the terrifying swarm keeps buzzing and charging right at him. Nathan Quinn nervously gulps, biting his lip as he stares down the monster wave. Yeah, completely backing out is definitely the smartest move here. Out of all the great strategies in the world, sprinting away is still the absolute best one. He runs for it, frantically checking his 6. Their only single weakness is fire, and he brings exactly 0 fire skills to the table. With his current power levels, brute forcing his way through this frozen swarm is mathematically impossible. What is he supposed to do here? Then, his panicked face suddenly completely lights up with pure joy, and he starts shouting while running. That is it, he can just invent a new skill. Even as a kid, he easily created his own blade techniques. With his crazy cultivation foundation and tons of combat experience, making up a random fire spell on the fly should be a piece of cake. Nathan Quinn doesn't just think he acts. He starts running through his skill tree, figuring out what works best. His absolute strong suit is saber techniques, so why not just forge a brand new one? He flashes back to the top-tier martial arts he has encountered before. There was this absolutely crazy Ice Mountain / Move 1 swing, howling freezing winds, packing some truly godlike ice power. Using that technique as a blueprint, he figures he can totally reverse engineer it. He can forge a fire-based saber style. The moves click in his head, so he sprints forward, clasping his hands and chanting loudly. He chants about his blade being the heart's blade, the world surging endlessly, the eastern sun rising, turning heaven and earth into pure fire. Right behind him, the swarm of goo bugs closes in with this insanely annoying buzzing noise, buzzing everywhere. Nathan Quinn senses them diving right at his back, so he spins around to track them. He slashes his blade wildly up and down, blocking the ones getting too close, but the swarm just keeps multiplying, making it seriously tough for Nathan Quinn to hold his ground. Out of nowhere, one sneaky bug practically brushes his sleeve, but he catches it just in time and swats it away. But that was a total fake-out. Another bug ambushes him from a blind spot. It doesn't hesitate for a single second, ramming straight into him with terrifying force. Nathan Quinn absolutely cannot block that massive hit, getting launched flying backward through the air. The second he hits the dirt, he digs his hands hard into the ground, dragging them to forcefully kill his momentum. Back on his feet, he channels energy into his core, gathering his absolute limit for a heaven-striking blow, pulling from the world and the oceans. Even completely surrounded, our guy keeps chanting, "Gather the mountains and rivers, bind all creations into one." Nathan Quinn clearly has zero plans to run away, even as the swarm completely swallows him up in total darkness. Just when the nasty bugs fully cover every inch of him, blinding golden rays of light suddenly erupt right out from the center. Nathan Quinn bursts back onto the scene looking like an absolute menace, wrapped in towering flames while still reciting his chant. "The blade is me, the heart's blade. The blade holds fire, the heart becomes flame." He tilts his head back, finally grasping the ultimate truth. He really just went and created his own fire attribute saber style from scratch. With that realization, he throws his hand up, summoning these blazing fire swords, and screams out right at the bug swarm. He tells those filthy animals to just go ahead and die. Instantly, Nathan Quinn unleashes his brand new skills straight into the pitch-black swarm hovering above. Gathering fire saber, "Kill them all," he roars. The blazing swords weave violently deep into the chaotic mass. Absolutely nothing survives wherever those burning blades pass through. Seeing this absolute massacre, the bugs panic and signal each other to retreat immediately. They buzz frantically, trying to scramble away. Realizing they are trying to bail, Nathan Quinn steers his fire swords from below and yells at them, "You mess me up this bad and think you can just run? Stay right here." Turns out these ice-armored bugs are completely terrified of fire, catching a blaze and dropping from the sky like falling rain. A little while after that wild battle, he sits casually on a rock, checking out the sweet loot he just scored. 1, 2, 3, 40. He literally wiped out nearly 300 ice bugs, yet perfectly intact monster cores are this rare. Whatever, something is way better than nothing. Nathan Quinn isn't too greedy, peeking right into his bag. Honestly, it is a pretty solid haul, since 40 beast cores can easily be swapped for 400,000 Xiantian pills. That equals 4,000 Martial King pills. Doing the quick math, he just rubs his chin, falling deep into thought again. Dragon Tiger Mountain is crawling with nasty beasts and danger around every single corner. Right now, he is heavily injured, running on basically 10% of his actual power. If he goes hunting for the 9-turn flower right this second and bumps into a high-tier beast, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Making up his mind, he immediately sits cross-legged, weaving his hands together to channel his energy. Healing those heavy wounds comes first, and chasing the 9-turn flower comes later. 3 hours fly by in a flash. The scenery stays perfectly peaceful, bathed in a nice warm sunlight. Nathan Quinn finishes his healing session, retracting his aura while muttering to himself. His injuries are 60% healed, meaning he can safely unleash about 70% of his total combat power now. That equals a 5th-level Xiantian realm expert, honestly, more than enough to totally dominate Dragon Tiger Mountain. Time is ticking, so he hops right up and gets moving. Walking normally is just way too slow, so Nathan Quinn fires up his wave-treading steps to glide effortlessly across the terrain. Arriving at the spot, he stands proudly on a rock outcrop, intensely studying the map in his hand. The map Princess Ruby Ruu gave him definitely has to be perfectly accurate. The 9-turn flower should be exactly right here, yet there is absolutely zero trace of any spiritual herb energy in the area. What in the world is going on? His face goes totally blank, running wild theories in his head. Did somebody actually swoop in and snatch the 9-turn flower before him? Ahead lies this massive, sprawling forest. A normal dude would never find it, but come on, this is our main character. Nathan Quinn confidently flips on his War God Eyes skill. He vigorously scans every single nook and cranny, only to groan in utter frustration, nothing there. Suddenly, something totally bizarre makes Nathan Quinn's jaw drop wide open in pure shock. Down below sits a purple flower. Instead of being rooted in the dirt, it is literally using its roots to actively crawl away. He frantically rushes over and shouts, scaring the absolute life right out of it. "So this is where you are hiding." Staring hard at the little flower on the ground, he smiles, suddenly remembering the lore. The 9-turn flower has 9 wild transformations it swaps. Between at will, normal people just cannot tell the difference. Honestly, even with specialized eye techniques, it is ridiculously hard to spot the magical camouflage of the 9-turn flower. He almost completely forgot about that little trick and nearly got totally scammed by a plant. Squatting down, Nathan Quinn flashes this menacing glare, completely terrifying the flower. "Think you can outrun me?" He is so distracted by flexing on a magical flower that he completely misses the massive eagle that just appeared right above him. Without warning, it extends a pair of violently sharp talons and dive bombs straight toward him. Nathan Quinn instantly senses the danger, whipping his head around to see what is coming. Overhead, that giant eagle is aiming its razor-sharp iron claws right at him. Nathan Quinn quickly leaps aside, dodging its massive strike. The beast instantly recovers its stance, and its stats pop up Black Feather Beast, mid-tier demon general. 6th layer Xiantian Realm, the guardian beast of the 9 turns flower. Meanwhile, that sneaky little plant takes this golden chance to scurry away. Once he spots it, the little plant sprints even faster. Nathan Quinn quickly chases right after it, reaching out to grab the prize. Up above, the Black Feather Beast just will not quit chasing him. He glares back, completely annoyed, calling it a major pain. The crazy bird dive bombs him again, smashing straight into the dirt. Thankfully, he dodges it. Landing safely, Nathan Quinn clearly has zero patience left for this stupid bird. He immediately summons his blade, wrapping it entirely in blazing fire attribute True Chi. Without another word, Nathan Quinn charges up, slashing the beast with his shocking Thunderblade art. He lands flawlessly, sending the massive bird flying way off into the distance. Not forgetting his main goal, Nathan Quinn dashes over to snatch up the fleeing flower. Void Walk activated. How could those tiny little roots outrun our main character? In the end, it gets snatched up and aggressively stuffed right into his loot bag. High up above, the Black Feather Beast still refuses to give up, diving down for another strike. Nathan Quinn glances up without a single drop of fear, smugly telling it to bring it on. He and the beast trigger a wild mid-air deathmatch, spamming 100 Mystery 8 steps and shocking Thunderblade strikes, yelling for it to die. While the two of them are fighting intensely, totally random arrows suddenly shoot over from the distance. Both Nathan Quinn and the huge bird quickly dodge aside, making the arrows miss completely and fly past. Startled by the sudden ambush, the beast uses the momentum to completely run away, leaving him cursing out loud down below. 50,000 Xiantian pills just flew away like that. Before he can even catch his breath, a bunch of totally unknown guys casually stroll up right behind him. This guy stands there with his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug with his lackeys, arrogantly demanding the 9 turns flower. Already in a terrible mood, Nathan Quinn steps closer with a cold laugh, asking what happens if he refuses. The completely clueless red-haired guy boldly answers, "Then you can just drop dead." So back here at Dragon Tiger Mountain, where Nathan Quinn is actively hunting down these powerful demon beasts, he is now clashing with this exact hunting group. The guy rushes in to attack, but Nathan Quinn barely cares, just gently slapping him across the cheek, ruining his momentum. Just like that, the poor guy somehow tumbles backward, sliding ridiculously far across the dirt. His whole squad stares in pure panic, totally confused about what just happened. The red-haired punk scrambles up, clutching his sore cheek, screaming about how he is this strong. "What cultivation level are you even at?" Nathan Quinn ignores the noise, summoning his holy sword, mocking them for trying to rob him without even checking his power level first. Hilarious. He casually swings his blade, making the punk violently tremble, stuttering out a desperate question about what he wants. He yells out to stay back, announcing himself as Dong Nyak Hao, second young master of the Dong family, hoping the name drop actually scares him. Nathan Quinn finds this highly amusing, thinking to himself, so it is one of the 4 great families. No wonder this brat acts so incredibly entitled. But honestly, he really does not care who this guy is. Even if he was the Heavenly King, trying to steal his loot means paying the ultimate price. He instantly points the razor-sharp blade right at the punk's head, coldly asking Dong Nok Hao, "Who? Never heard of you. You scared away my Black Feather Beast and cost me 50,000 Xiantian pills, so pay up right now or I will slice you in half." Even though Nak Hao is terrified, he still tries to threaten him back. If he does not know him and is not from the 4 great families, who is he? He claims Dragon Tiger Mountain is strictly guarded by the 4 families, meaning absolutely no outsiders are allowed inside. The more this idiot talks, the more agitated he gets, loudly continuing his very foolish questioning. Sneaking in here is totally provoking the four great families. Hearing such arrogant nonsense, Nathan Quinn stops looking at him, simply stating his tone is way too big. This Dragon Tiger Mountain was naturally formed by heaven and earth themselves. What kind of massive power do your families even have to claim an entire mountain range? As for who he is, this brat is not worthy to know. The sharp sword tip presses right against his throat, making the rich kid turn pale and violently shake. Nathan Quinn calmly stares, bluntly demanding he stop wasting time and just pay up the money or die on the spot. Even though Nakhao's face is completely drenched in sweat and his body is shaking totally out of control, he still acts incredibly stubborn. Daring to look down on the Dong family and the four great families means you are definitely dead. Watching this absolute clown show play out, you cannot cure stupid, right? Nathan Quinn just closes his eyes helplessly, gently raising his hand, sighing that this guy still cannot see reality. Right after that, there is only a deafening scream and dust everywhere. The brutal scene is so bad that even his own lackeys refuse to look. After a solid beating, his face is totally deformed. Nathan Quinn asks coldly, and the guy covers his face, handing over his pill bag, stuttering out, "I see it now, stop hitting me, here are the pills." Seeing their boss get destroyed like this, the nearby lackeys also quickly empty their own pockets, eagerly offering to pay up too. When he piles all those pills together, the massive amount actually catches Nathan Quinn completely by surprise. That is a serious haul. He curiously glances over at the group still supporting that useless young master, silently evaluating them in his head. Something feels off. The four great families might be top tier in the Lakha kingdom, but they absolutely cannot compare to the four great sects. These guys clearly aren't the top tier geniuses of the Dong family, so why on earth are they carrying around this insane stash of pills? Figuring that out, Nathan Quinn just scoops up the loot while interrogating them. Where exactly did you score all these pills? Seeing no way out, the ringleader Nakhao finally drops the tough guy act and spills the beans. The four great families are fully occupying Long Ho Mountain this time around. They mobilized a massive army of their martial king and innate realm experts, and everyone was handed a fat stack of resources. Honestly, our group actually got the short end of the stick. Hearing that confession, he looks down at the stash and gets a wildly wicked idea. If this is considered a small amount, those four families are going all out. Honestly, admit it, you would absolutely want to rob those spoiled disciples blind too. That would not just clear his massive debt, it would rake in a fortune. But nah, he tells himself he is a total gentleman, and doing something that's shady is totally off limits. Deciding to show some rare mercy, Nathan Quinn turns to leave, tossing just a few quick parting words right at Nakhao and his terrified crew. He lets them off the hook this once, but warns them try targeting me again, and you are totally dead meat. But before the threat even lands, that sneaky loser raises his hand and fires a magical flare straight into the sky. The gadget bursts upward, instantly scattering bright signals everywhere to broadcast the treasure. It is a 1,000-mile transmission talisman, a pure one-time use magical tracking item. Within 5 breaths, it completely broadcasts their exact coordinates across 1,000 miles. Trying to call for heavy backup like a massive coward, proving he has absolutely zero sense of self-preservation. Furious, Nathan Quinn completely charges forward to end him, but right as he closes the gap, something insanely fast shoots straight at Nathan Quinn, catching him totally off guard. Nathan Quinn quickly looks up, clearly spotting a massive arrow flying down. Where the heck did that come from? He violently dodges out of the way just as the arrow brutally slams into the dirt. Before he can even catch his breath, Nathan Quinn violently snaps his head upward. High above, an entire storm of glowing purple arrows is rocketing straight down. He freezes for a split second, tracking every razor-sharp tip aiming for his skull. Right as they close in, Nathan Quinn fiercely backflips away, letting them brutally pin themselves into a massive tree trunk. Thinking the dodge was totally enough, a hidden surge of energy inside the arrows splits the heavy wood right in half. He wildly jumps to a sturdier rock, keeping a super paranoid eye on his surroundings. And instantly, another brutal barrage of arrows rains down on his new spot, forcing Nathan Quinn to leap away again. The second he lands, the secret attacker finally steps out of the shadows, openly praising his pretty decent reflexes. A wildly arrogant guy with flashy green hair steps up, casually slinging a heavy bow over his back. This is Dong Tu-Hu, the absolute top prodigy of the Dong family, rocking a crazy 9th grade yellow martial spirit at the 6th innate realm. Spotting the newcomer, Nakhao instantly turns into a massive tattletale, pointing straight at Nathan Quinn and crying out to his brother saying if he had been any later, he would have been completely murdered. He totally expected some brotherly backup, but Dong Tu-Hu just glares at him in absolute disgust, harshly snapping at him to instantly shut his pathetic mouth. He snarls that a spineless coward like Dong Yak Hao is completely unworthy of being his little brother. Getting bullied by an outsider is just a total embarrassment. And if the loser ever dares to call him brother again, he will show absolutely zero mercy. Hearing those brutally cold words, Nak Hao is boiling with sheer rage but lacks the guts to actually snap back. Dismissing the trash, Dong Tiu-hu slowly struts right toward Nathan Quinn, keeping up that massively obnoxious vibe. Being able to dodge his deadly killer moves twice in a row proves your strength is definitely at the 6th innate realm too, meaning your background is far from ordinary. He demands the kid spill his name and faction right now, bragging that if he respects his boss, he might actually let him live. Totally used to this exact brand of rich boy arrogance, Nathan Quinn just coldly shoots back someone like you, definitely lacks the absolute right to know. Hearing that massive disrespect, the green-haired jerk just keeps up his god-complex attitude, loudly laughing and totally mocking the guy. He calls him crazy arrogant, admitting that hitting the 6th innate realm at that age earns a little swagger, but he aggressively promises to teach him that there is a massive gap between his 6th tier and a true prodigy. Hyping himself up, Dong Hu furiously explodes his aura while boldly declaring his absolute superiority. "You are nothing but a tiny bug in my eyes," he brags. "One single strike is enough to wipe you out, and I will happily grant you that swift death." But right before he can launch that epic attack, guess who crashes the party? 5 mysterious silhouettes suddenly pop up out of literally nowhere. The dust settles to reveal 3 guys and 2 girls. Leading the pack is Taefong Tu, the absolute top genius of the Tae family, packing another wild 9th grade martial spirit at the 6th innate realm. Spotting his absolute rival, Dong Tu-hu instantly raises an eyebrow and rudely demands why Taefong Tu is here. Hearing that, the guy just calmly puts his hands on his hips, totally smirking. "If you can show up, why exactly can I not?" Completely brushing the archer off, Taefong Tu pivots straight toward Nathan Quinn and intensely interrogates him. "Are you the rat trespassing on Long Ho Mountain?" Since Nathan Quinn absolutely refuses to take any of these snobs seriously, he just casually clasps his hands behind his back and asks, "How is that any of your damn business?" Seeing Nathan Quinn being aggressively disrespectful, the new rich kid practically pops a huge blood vessel, furiously gritting his teeth and violently growling. But wait. Another voice smoothly cuts into the standoff, forcing both angry guys to whip their heads toward the sound. So incredibly fascinating. She mentions it is her absolute first time seeing someone talk this much trash while giving totally zero face to both Dong Tu-hu and Taefong Tu. From a distance, a gorgeous and crazy elegant girl slowly steps up with her squad Bak Nu, the absolute top prodigy of the Bak family. Seeing who just gracefully arrived, both Dong Tu-hu and Taefong Tu completely freeze in their tracks, curiously asking Bak Nu why she actually showed up too. But before they can even get an answer, something else catches their attention. A huge laugh echoes from deep in the woods. "How fun," someone shouts. "I have to see what kind of genius we are dealing with here. Who actually dares to look down on the 4 great families today?" Following that loud voice, a guy steps right out of the shadows, walking straight toward our duo. It is Nam Than, the absolute top genius of the Nam family. Tu-hu recognizes the guy instantly and just stares. "Nam Than," he asks, "I honestly didn't expect you to show up." With that said, all 4 of these big shots lock their eyes right on to Nathan Quinn. The guy just keeps pushing it. "You are pretty lucky today. Kid, getting all 4 of us geniuses to show up here at the exact same time. You literally just claimed I wasn't worthy of knowing your name. Well, how about now? Are all 4 of us heavyweights put together finally enough for you?" Hearing this absolute arrogance, our boy just plants his hands on his hips and bursts out laughing. "I honestly didn't expect the 4 great families to throw such a massive fit just to learn my name." Nathan Quinn just closes his eyes and smirks, fully enjoying messing with them. "Since you want it that badly, clean out your ears and listen close." He points a finger right at his own chest and declares it loud. "I never hide who I am. I am Nathan Quinn." The second that name drops, all 4 of these snobby geniuses go wide-eyed, completely stunned by what is standing right in front of them. "Nathan Quinn?" Hu manages to snap back to reality and demands an answer. "Are you seriously Nathan Quinn? The guy from Lamthew City? That name carries some heavy weight around here." Hearing their shock, Nathan Quinn drops the politeness entirely. "Wow," he scoffs. "I really did not expect my reputation to be quite this massive. Since you all know exactly who I am, this just got way easier. Aren't you supposed to be deciding if you want to kick me off Long Ho Mountain right now?" Suddenly, a jade communication pendant lights up. The 4 of them just stand there in dead silence, totally too scared to make any sudden moves now. Bak Nu casually holds up the magical jade pendant right in the palm of her hand. The device instantly links her thoughts directly to the other 3. She whispers into it quietly. "Nathan Quinn is a super genius from the Silverstone Academy. His backing is way too big. We really cannot afford to mess with him." Fong Tu hears her warning and shoots back. "Wait, so we just let him walk away?" What happens to the pride of our four great families then? Hu shoots a sneaky glance over at Nathan Quinn and chimes in. Look, I heard that in his last match, Nathan Quinn challenged Lan Fong, and the guy totally just gave up and surrendered, completely humiliating himself. Both of his masters were hugely disappointed. Then, he turns back to Bak Nu. Nathan Quinn's status in the Silverstone Academy just isn't what it used to be. Ah, she replies, sounding super cautious about the whole thing, but so what? Nathan Quinn is still backed by two massive martial experts. If we insult him right here, we are basically slapping his entire powerhouse background in the face. Logically speaking, do you really think his backers won't hunt us down? Hearing Bak Nu sound so completely terrified, Hu's eyes just narrow into this sketchy, scheming glare. Lady Bak Nu, why are you panicking so fast? I haven't even finished explaining yet. Of course, we are going to let Nathan Quinn walk away from this. Because whether we are talking about the Silverstone Academy or those two crazy strong martial masters behind him, we absolutely cannot mess with them. But we also cannot let him off the hook for free. Not knowing what kind of wild scheme he is cooking up, she asks, so what are you suggesting? Hu doesn't even hesitate to drop his master plan. Look, we have already provoked Nathan Quinn. If we just randomly spare him right now, he probably won't just swallow that anger and let it slide. But if we refuse to let him leave, we will definitely trigger his powerful masters. Flashing a pretty confident smirk, he points out that we might as well just squeeze enough juicy benefits out of him before kicking him loose. The guy is super arrogant. If we successfully extort him, he won't ever dare to leak it to the public, since it would completely ruin his proud reputation. Plus, it perfectly makes up for all the losses our four great families have taken today. Hearing the word benefits, the other three totally gasp in shock. Wait, demand benefits? To get them fully on board, he shamelessly drops the massive secret he has been holding on to. Guys, listen up, I am pretty sure you all know about this. Nathan Quinn officially cleared the 5th floor of the Vo Dien Pavilion and actually grabbed the secret inside. Hearing this insane detail, the three of them finally catch on to Hu's sketchy little plan. He projects a glowing hologram of the Vo Dien Pavilion right above his palm. You guys already know exactly how ridiculously valuable the secret of this pavilion truly is. Even the four great sects and the Tuang Dao Alliance are dying to have it. Saying that, Hu tightly clenches his fist. He boldly declares it to the group, if our four great families somehow manage to steal this pavilion's secret, our overall power will skyrocket entirely. We could actually end up surpassing the top sects and the Tuang Dao Alliance combined. He extends his arm, staring them down, just waiting for their final answer. Look, guys, the ultimate opportunity is sitting right in front of us. So let us make a choice. Like offering free food to a starving guy, all three of them instantly nod in agreement. But Bak Nu is still pretty terrified of this whole wild scheme, so she quickly asks, but what if he refuses to hand it over? Hu's face twists into a dark smirk. And honestly, guys, this part is pretty chilling. Refuses? He rubs his hands together like a demon, dropping the final verdict, then we simply kill him. In total contrast to his ruthless killing intent, the other three completely freeze up in absolute shock. Wait, actually kill him? Seeing them totally freak out, Hu quickly jumps back in to solidify their trust. Listen to me, guys. I have heard rumors that Nathan Quinn is insanely ruthless and always gets his revenge. Since we already messed with him today, do you honestly believe that if we just let him go now, he will somehow spare us later on? Hearing this endless twisted logic, Bak Nu simply cannot hold back her anxiety anymore. But before she can even finish her sentence, he aggressively cuts her off. He will absolutely come back for revenge against us, so we might as well strike first. Once we grab the Martial Fate Pavilion secret, our four great families will easily rival those top four sects in pure power. Think about it, would the Trade Alliance, Mystic Spirit Sect, or those elite martial experts really cause us trouble over a dead guy? Beirut clearly has her doubts about this massive payoff. She fires right back with a question. But what if this Martial Fate Pavilion secret completely fails to level up our four great families? That hesitation completely pisses him off. Xiao Shu angrily snaps right back then, we just hand the secret over to the remaining sects and the Trade Alliance in exchange for their absolute protection. Listen up, martial artists. This is a literal once-in-a-millennium shot. If we let this slip, it is gone forever. What exactly are you all waiting for? Feng Xiao finally breaks his silence, completely hyped up and ready to agree. Exactly, fighters take what they want, so that Martial Fate Pavilion's secret belongs to us. Backing down now is not an option anymore. Nan Chen just waves his hand looking incredibly bored. Alright, stop wasting breath. If we are doing this, hurry up. Since the guys are firmly on board, Xiao Shu throws a truly wicked smirk over at Beirut. Stuck in a tough spot, she reluctantly caves in and finally agrees. Since you guys are in, I guess I am too. Getting exactly what he wanted, Dong Xiaoshu gets this absolutely evil look in his eyes and confirms the plan. Perfect, then I am going straight to Nathan Quinn to demand that precious Martial Fate Pavilion secret. If he refuses, we all jump him and end his life. He wastes zero time. He strides right up, faking this super polite tone. I really did not realize you were Nathan Quinn. Sorry about the little misunderstanding earlier. Hope you can just let it slide. Done playing nice, Dong Xiaoshu drops the act and gets to the point. Look, we just made a group decision. Dragon Tiger Mountain is fully locked down by the 4 great families. Anyone caught sneaking around gets killed on sight. Nathan Quinn has definitely seen this classic numbers game before. He decides to cut straight to the chase himself. So basically, you 4 great families are teaming up to take me out? Xiaoshu does not even bother denying it, flashing a slick smile. If it were anybody else, absolutely, but you are a special case. Taking a slow step toward him, Dong Xiaoshu lays out the terms. So we had a little chat. As long as you hand over enough goodies, we might just let you walk away. That gives our 4 great families a solid excuse to tell everyone else. Seeing their true colors right now, Nathan Quinn glares and asks exactly what they want from him. Xiaoshu drops the polite nonsense entirely and just says it. We already figured it out, just hand over the Martial Fate Pavilion secret. That alone covers your life. We really are not asking for much. Hearing a major secret casually treated like pocket change totally catches Nathan Quinn off guard. The Martial Fate Pavilion secret? You call that not asking for much? He bursts out laughing right in Dong Xiaoshu's face. You guys are seeing this too, right? Honestly, this is just way too entertaining. But the humor vanishes in a flash. Nathan Quinn goes dead serious, staring them down with zero warmth. Even the massive trade alliance failed to take me down. Yet you pathetic little 4 great families actually think you can easily rob me? Seriously, where do you even get this insane confidence? His face darkens with anger, every single word sounding perfectly ready to butcher anyone who steps up. Let me make this crystal clear. Dong Xiaoshu, hand over all your storage bags right now. As for the rest of you, get out of my sight before I really lose my temper. Stick around, and I will show zero mercy. Xiaoshu expected a fight, but getting humiliated like an absolute scrub still makes his blood boil. Before he can even argue, Nathan Quinn completely trashes him again. You dare talk to me? You literally disowned your own little brother just because he lacked raw power that is completely heartless. And now you gang up with a crowd just to mug me for profit? That is entirely spineless. A miserable hypocrite like you is worse than actual trash. If I were your father, the utter shame of raising you would have killed me. That absolute violation hits way too hard. Dong Xiaoshu screams, I will end you. Time for the Dong family's signature move, the Dragon Roar Fist. Xiaoshu looks completely unhinged now. His eyes practically burn with murder, thick veins popping violently on his forehead. He drops right into a battle stance, launching himself forward to crush Nathan Quinn. The peanut gallery watching from the sidelines gets completely caught off guard. Wow, that is the legendary Dragon Roar Fist. Even I could never block that. Nathan Quinn is totally finished. He is going to end up dead or heavily crippled. Nan Chen nods along with absolute confidence. This arrogant little punk has it coming. Disrespecting our 4 great families like that? He completely deserves to die. Xiaoshu charges with everything he has, while Nathan Quinn calmly shifts his stance to answer the strike. But that epic attack lasts barely 3 seconds. Nathan Quinn effortlessly punches him straight into orbit, not even bothering to open his eyes for the impact. Feng Xiao and Bei Ru instantly lose their cocky attitudes, jaws hitting the floor. Wait, is that seriously the micro-realm perfection stage? Dong Xiaoshu is absolutely mangled from that single hit. He clutches his chest, grinding his teeth in pain. Did not expect you to reach micro-realm perfection. I guess the Mystic Spirit Sect's top genius actually has some skills. No idea where this insane courage comes from, but after getting absolutely destroyed, he just smirks and starts provoking again. Too bad for you. Even with your micro-realm perfection, you are still dying today. Right on cue, the Yahoo rips open a sky portal and summons a massive long spear. He grips it tight and launches a brutal strike straight at Nathan Quinn. But wait, the single weapon instantly splits into hundreds of deadly spearheads, raining down like absolute crazy. They strike lightning fast, yet Nathan Quinn just casually steps aside, dodging every single one while actually admiring the attack. He admits the spear is not bad at all. As spiritual weapons go, it is absolutely top tier with unmatched power. Hu keeps spamming his attacks. He screams out in pure rage, demanding Nathan Quinn to die right now. Eventually, he completely burns out. Now the guy is just helplessly panting for air. Realizing he is the only one actually fighting, he snaps his head toward his squad and yells out in pure frustration. He asks why they are just standing around. Hearing this, Feng Tu cracks his wrists and accepts the challenge. Watch us work, he says. He tightens his stance, ready to launch a massive blow. Nam then refuses to sit this out. He thrusts his hands forward, channeling his energy into the deadly heart-shattering palm strike. On the other side, Baknu joins the chaos, pointing two fingers for a lethal shadow strike. Now all four of them team up, rushing Nathan Quinn from every single direction. Nathan Quinn does not even blink. He just casually summons his sword and waits. Right then, Nathan Quinn swings a massive sword aura that forms a solid shield. The sheer force forces his attackers to slam the brakes. But he is not done. He roars out, raises his blade, and brings it crashing down. A blinding slash rips straight toward Hu, making the guy completely panic and beg for help. "Save me!" he screams. Just before the hit lands, Fong Tu dashes in to block it with his martial soul shield. Seeing this, Nathan Quinn just pumps more energy into his blade. "You cannot block this," he totally mocks him. Exactly as he predicted. Long, nasty cracks spread rapidly right across the huge shield. It cannot handle the insane pressure, shattering completely into tiny pieces and violently blowing Fong Tu away. One guy drops, but the rest keep coming. The last two violently dash in, heart-shattering palm and shadow strike incoming. But the power gap is just hilarious. Nathan Quinn effortlessly swats them away with one swing, telling them to get lost. Trash taken care of, he charges straight at a frozen Hu. "You are literally begging for death." Of course, the guy refuses to just die. He instantly summons his ultimate rapid-fire divine bow. Hu draws the string and fires an absolute barrage of glowing arrows at Nathan Quinn. Total disappointment. Our boy casually spins his sword, deflecting every single shot without breaking a sweat. Following up, Nathan Quinn launches a brutal counter-slash that lands perfectly, making Hu cough up fresh blood. Watching his buddy get wrecked, Fong Tu immediately summons another magic weapon. Enter the undisputed Huang. The crazy weapon shoots from his hand, growing larger by the second as it rushes right at an unfazed Nathan Quinn. The very second it gets close, Fong Tu chants a binding spell, snapping the huge ring tight around him. Feeling pretty proud of his catch, he immediately barks at his completely stunned teammates. "Nam Than, Bak Nu, what are you doing? Use your killer moves right now." Snapping out of his absolute shock, Nam Than immediately summons his epic king-slaying sword. Meanwhile, Bak Nu quickly conjures her own glowing artifact, the terrifying Dark Sea Magic Orb. Even after taking multiple beatings, a super stubborn Hu readies another strike. "Die already, Nathan Quinn." Now here is where it gets crazy. All three legendary weapons flare up with insane energy, locking directly onto our supposedly trapped hero. But yeah, dream on. Nathan Quinn just casually jumps up and completely slips out of the binding. "You really thought this tiny toy ring could hold me down?" Without a target, those three huge energy blasts slam straight into each other, creating a totally massive explosion that lights up the entire sky. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn is just chilling high up in the air. He stares down at his three attackers, looking completely flawless and unbothered. Now it is payback time. He rapidly fires off heavy sword slashes from above, totally pinning them down. After absolutely brutalizing all three of them, Nathan Quinn lands smoothly on his feet, acting like nothing even happened. Down on the ground, Fong Tu is losing his mind. He still cannot believe Nathan Quinn escaped his precious artifact so ridiculously easily. How is this even possible? His Undisputed Hoenn is a super-tier weapon with insane power, rivaling ancient relics. Even a max-level innate expert would need half an incense stick of time just to barely break free. So how did he slip out that unbelievably fast? Totally in denial, he quickly calls his stupid ring back and aggressively flings it right at Nathan Quinn again. "This is impossible," he screams. "Bind him right now." Sadly, these super old tricks are absolutely never going to work on our guy. Nathan Quinn just chuckles and casually points his finger at the incoming weapon. "Using the exact same trick twice? Yeah, please do not insult his intelligence." He declares that such a high-tier ring is wasted on a loser like him, so he is taking it. Hilariously, the ring actually obeys, shrinking down and literally floating right into his hand. Nathan Quinn instantly dashes toward the group. As for you three, a super light backhand completely sends Hu and his spear flying miles away. Then, he happily snatches up all their shiny weapons. Holding a magical pouch that literally vacuums up their precious gear, he decides to completely mock them. He praises the major families for being so incredibly loaded. You have to admit, handing super-tier weapons to absolute trash is wild, so he considers this a total jackpot today. Watching all their expensive loot casually stolen right in front of them, the four prodigies absolutely lose their minds. "Hand over the weapons, Nathan Quinn." Completely ignoring their desperate crying, our guy just hits them with the absolute smuggest grin ever. Super-tier gear belongs with a real master. Leaving it with pure garbage like them is a complete tragedy, so he will happily keep it. Pushed way past his breaking point, Fong Tu furiously barks out an order. He commands all disciples to attack together, Murder this thief, and take back his precious Not Nguyet Hoen ring. Instantly, the entire mob of disciples charges forward. They pop open glowing magic circles, summoning some genuinely terrifying energy beasts. Baek Nu is completely done playing nice, ordering her troops to reclaim the spiritual energy. The whole mob charges forward with serious killing intent. Nathan Quinn quickly gets surrounded by endless goons. Does he panic? Not even close. He watches them calmly while charging up his Thunderblade technique, Absolute Annihilation. With the technique ready, he instantly strikes, unleashing swirling blades of energy. A massive pressure wave violently blasts the crowd backward. One by one, those helpless fools take the hit and get completely sent flying without resisting. Seeing them fail to survive a single attack, Nathan Quinn just can't hold back his trash talk seriously. What is wrong with you guys? Did you all forget to eat breakfast? Where is your strength? Riding the momentum, he charges in with a sword in each hand to teach them another brutal lesson. So many of you, yet you can't even handle just me. Trash. An absolute bunch of trash. Nathan Quinn dodges and counters while casually mocking his enemies. That move was way too weak. He taunts as another group rushes in only to get violently kicked away like the rest. Too weak. The battlefield has basically become his personal stage. Nathan Quinn dives back in, completely relaxed, slashing away while yelling out looking like this. You actually dare to call yourselves the Four Great Families? With your skills, you're just the Four Terrible Families. Behind him, Nam Than finally snaps, exploding with aura and charging over to curse him. You animal, think we'll let you keep acting so arrogant? He raises his hand, blasting his furious aura into the sky to summon his martial spirit, the ancient origin stone. It immediately rockets straight toward Nathan Quinn. Down below, our guy shifts into a fighting stance, completely ready to strike back. Nathan Quinn quickly focuses inner energy into his fist. He flashes a cocky smile. Watch my single punch completely shatter your precious martial spirit. Instantly, Nathan Quinn throws a brutal straight punch right at the incoming massive rock. He leaps up to boost his piercing power, blowing the thing to pieces. Nam Than suffers crazy internal damage, spitting blood as his eyes roll back. Barely enduring it, he clutches his chest and collapses. He simply can't believe he got beaten this easily. You smashed my martial spirit to pieces. How is this possible? How can you be so incredibly strong? Hearing this, Nathan Quinn casually steps closer to answer him. I am not that strong. You are just way too weak. Nam Than has zero energy left, so he just helplessly grits his teeth at the humiliation. You! From behind, Baek Nu flares her aura and steps forward. She glides up to him, sounding impressed. Good, the supreme genius of the Profound Spirit sect is truly impressive. Fighting off all four of our great geniuses at once is truly outstanding. She strikes a very graceful, seductive pose to charm him. I absolutely love outstanding men like you, because only a truly exceptional man is actually worthy of being my servant. Baek Nu bashfully bites her finger, reaching out to him. Nathan Quinn, submit to me. Hearing this shameless nonsense, he just sighs helplessly. You want my submission, but are you even worthy? Don't you know any shame? She just creeps closer, totally ignoring his insult to analyze their current situation. I admit your strength is insane. If you were at your peak right now, I obviously wouldn't stand a chance. But you just fought a massive battle. Your energy is totally drained, and you are basically no match for me now. Saying that, Baek Nu points back at herself, letting him make his own choice. So really, I highly suggest you just submit to me. She steps in close, gently stroking his hair as she whispers, become my personal servant. Her seduction totally fails. Nathan Quinn slaps her hand away and replies, I told you, you aren't worthy. Baek Nu isn't disappointed. Her face turns intensely dangerous as she sneers, guess we can't do things your way. Saying that, she drops into a fighting stance, quickly erupting with gathered chi. Her martial spirit manifests a towering, bizarre phantom completely clashing with her appearance. Dark aura spreads through the air, heavily crushing down on everyone and instantly grabbing their attention. Realizing the plan, Fong Tu clenches his fists and curses. Damn it, Baek Nu totally played us, using us just to weaken Nathan Quinn. Tu-Hu stares at the towering martial spirit radiating that intense spiritual energy, absolutely mind-blown by the sight. You are not ready for this. The rumors are true. Baek Nu awakened a mysterious martial spirit with truly terrifying abilities. This specific power can only be activated once in a lifetime, carrying the insane ability to completely bewitch a person's mind. If it succeeds, the victim totally loses their reason, becoming 100% loyal to her and acting as her absolute puppet. Hearing that, Fong Tu grows far more desperate, turning back to the other two. If Baek Nu actually tames Nathan Quinn, his ridiculous power will entirely belong to the Baek family. If that happens, the Baek family will definitely surpass our three families moving forward. Our three families might even become their total slaves. Because of that, we absolutely cannot let Baek Nu get what she wants. We have to stop her right now. Namthun and Tuhu have taken serious damage after those brutal attacks. Namthun clutches his wound and speaks up. How do we even stop her? Nathan Quinn totally ruined me. I don't even have 10% of my strength left. I'm no match for Bak Nu. Tuhu isn't looking much better, wiping away a streak of blood. Yeah, same here. Seeing them with absolutely zero fight left, Fong Tiu gets incredibly pissed off. Damn it all. Over on this side, Bak Nu is still flexing her ultimate move, leaking aura everywhere. She starts chanting some overly dramatic spell, 9 ascensions above is heaven, 9 descents below is lightning. Her martial spirit soaks up all that edgy energy and finally opens its eyes and mouth. She keeps going. She chants how heaven covers the 4 directions, vast and bright, while the earth below turns super dark, extremely deep, and incredibly creepy. Its shape is just wild. This freakish martial spirit is powered by her actual soul. She literally trades 3 lifetimes of fate just for 1 hour of this power. Awakened, her nether spirit is completely unleashed. The massive thing glares down at the crowd with totally demonic eyes as the phantom takes shape. Magic explodes everywhere. The second it spawns, it dives straight down with blood-red eyes. The guys below cannot handle the pressure at all and just take the hit. 0 defense. The 3 great families are completely wiped out of any counterattack options right now. Bak Nu ignores those losers entirely and locks all her attention straight onto our boy, Nathan Quinn. She gloats, getting crushed by my martial spirit is the luckiest thing to happen in your entire life. From now on, you are my personal servant. Dropping that super arrogant line, she and her giant spirit charge straight at Nathan Quinn. She screams at her nether phantom to capture him. The monster opens its terrifying giant mouth, instantly spawning all these massive iron chains out of thin air. The second they appear, they whip aggressively straight toward Nathan Quinn's spot. He totally ignores the heavy chains wrapping around him, face cold as ice, 0 cares given. Honestly, all the panic right now has shifted over to the 3 other families. Fong Tiu watches this absolute mess and sweats over his future. What an insanely terrifying martial spirit, it actually attacks the soul directly. With a freaky spirit like that, Bak Nu is already ridiculously overpowered. Add a super genius like Nathan Quinn to her side, and the Bak family will absolutely dominate our 3 houses. Watching Nathan Quinn about to get caught, he heavily panics that his family's status is completely doomed. He blurts out, "No way. We absolutely cannot let Bak Nu capture Nathan Quinn. Someone has to step up and stop her right now." Nice thought, but right now Nathan, Quinn, and Tuhu seem to have 0 energy left. They let out a massive sigh of total defeat. Stop her, how exactly? I am completely suppressed by her freaky martial spirit. I literally cannot move a single muscle. Me neither. Fong Tiu also realizes the current situation is totally beyond saving. He grits his teeth and aggressively curses under his breath, absolutely completely damn it. Floating in the air with that massive shadow right behind her, Bak Nu crosses her arms, laughs like a maniac, and declares Nathan Quinn, "My loyal servant, just submit." Nathan Quinn is not about to take an L today. He violently blasts his spiritual energy and roars, "Get lost." His own martial spirit spawns in an insanely badass red armor, completely blocking every chain. Just taking one look at his ridiculous martial spirit, Bak Nu and her giant phantom completely lose their minds in pure, unadulterated shock. And it is not just her, the peanut gallery families are even more violently stunned. Tia Hu finally realizes he seriously messed with the wrong main character. Nathan Quinn literally shatters her entire martial spirit with just a single, casual strike. Absolutely terrifying power. Fong Tiu stands there with his jaw practically touching the floor, entirely refusing to believe someone is this absurdly overpowered. I cannot believe he is this strong. No wonder he treated us like literal dirt earlier. Namthon feels a massive wave of shame hitting him for acting so cocky before. This kind of raw strength could easily and gently wipe out our entire squad. It is incredibly hilarious that we actually tried to jump a powerhouse like this guy. Back to the main fight. Bak Nu is violently shaking on the ground after eating that one hit. Utterly in denial, she demands, "How did you just destroy my martial spirit? How is that even possible?" Acting like it is the most obvious thing ever, Nathan Quinn casually walks over and claps back with that pathetic level of strength. "You really wanted me to submit? You total trash?" Hearing that absolutely savage disrespect, Bak Nu cannot handle the emotional damage. She uses her very last breath to violently scream out, "You," but she cannot even finish the sentence. Her body completely hits its limit, and she just tragically faceplants right into the dirt. Nathan Quinn whips around to the surviving peanut gallery and violently yells, "Who else wants to go around with me?" The whole group stares at the floor, sweating bullets, entirely way too terrified to make eye contact. Taking their cowardly silence as a solid no, Nathan Quinn quickly shifts gears to his favorite topic. "So it looks like none of you losers actually want the smoke. Well then, I guess it is time we discuss the little issue of whether I should let you walk away alive." He casually strolls up to the trembling group and adds, "If I am not mistaken, you guys just demanded I hand over the juicy secrets of the Martial Destiny Pavilion. Well, seeing as I just won, you all better empty your pockets. Hand over every single spirit, herb, and shiny weapon you have on you right now. If anyone dares to hide something, Nathan Quinn fiercely warns them all, I will end you without asking any questions." Hearing that gangster threat, they aggressively dig into their pockets without a second of hesitation. "Please do not kill me. I am handing it over. Me too. Take it all." Fong Tu is absolutely fuming over on his side, but totally helpless, so he pays up too. Cursing internally so hateful, I swear I will get my revenge for this. Nathan Quinn gets actual stars in his eyes, practically drooling over the mountain of epic loot. Who would have guessed these trash mobs from the four great families were so stupidly loaded? I am rich. I am actually insanely rich this time. Determined to literally sweep the floor clean, he suddenly glances over at Baknu, passed out in the dirt. Oh yeah, still got one more loot drop. Stripping the unconscious girl of all her fancy items actually leaves Nathan Quinn kind of surprised. This beauty is seriously packing so much cash. But suddenly, something specific buried in her massive pile of treasure instantly catches his eye. Floating right inside her spatial pouch is a mysterious piece of paper. Nathan Quinn grabs the paper, studies it closely, and realizes it is an actual piece of some ancient map. Wanting the full details, he quickly pops a skill to scan its hidden stats. Watch closely now. This map fragment is actually made from the hide of a high-tier demon beast. It definitely points to a crazy treasure, but what can you even do with a tiny corner? Nathan Quinn just sighs, completely annoyed. He only has 1/4 of the thing, just a tiny scrap. Absolutely no way to figure out what it actually says, but then it hits him like a truck. Nathan Quinn suddenly glares right over at the remaining 3 great family members. Hold on, put the puzzle pieces together here. This map was clearly ripped into 4 parts. Baknu had 1 piece, so Tu, Fong Tu, and the others must hold the rest. Figuring it out, he whips around right away. He just holds out his hand and tells them to cough up the ancient map right now. Facing this completely outrageous demand, Tu does not dare to fight back, but he still has to speak up. He tells Nathan Quinn that the 4 great families were wrong earlier, and they sincerely apologize. They already handed over absolutely all their pills and spirit weapons anyway, but they absolutely cannot hand over the map. Even without getting it yet, Nathan Quinn knows his wild theory was right. He totally hit the nail on the head. The ancient map is indeed broken into 4 pieces, and those 3 guys are definitely holding the rest. Realizing playing nice gets him nowhere, Nathan Quinn just points his sword straight at them. He coldly tells them to stop wasting time and hand it over, or they die. All 3 families cannot hide their intense anger. Fong Tu absolutely loses his mind and screams at Nathan Quinn for being completely out of line. Nathan Quinn does not let them whine any longer. His face goes completely dark as he steps forward, telling them to just die then. Hearing something so wildly arrogant and completely unreasonable actually leaves the guy totally speechless. Surprisingly though, Tu is actually smart enough to read the current situation and realize how much danger they are in. He tells his crew to just stop fighting. Nathan Quinn is way too strong. If they refuse to hand over the map, they will absolutely die here. They really just have to give it up. He immediately steps forward, holding out his piece of the map with both hands toward Nathan Quinn. The other 2 guys boil with absolute rage, but they just have to hand their pieces over too. So incredibly hateful. Getting exactly what he wanted, Nathan Quinn happily waves his hand to shoo away this completely useless crowd. He tells them to get lost. The second they hear that, the entire group does not hesitate at all. They instantly scramble away on all 4s. They do not even dare to look back. Just when Tu thinks he survived the nightmare, a heavy hand grabs his shoulder. It is Nathan Quinn, and his icy voice makes the guy freeze in absolute panic. Nathan Quinn says he cannot leave yet. Tu is so utterly frustrated he practically starts crying and complaining right there. He asks why he is being held back since he already gave up the map. Nathan Quinn skips the explanation, points straight at the guy's younger brother, and orders him to apologize. He completely lost the fight, but his stubborn pride simply refuses to let him apologize. Tu thumps his chest and yells back in pure denial. He refuses to apologize to that total piece of trash, shouting that it is absolutely impossible for him to do something like that, so he wants to do this the hard way. Nathan Quinn slaps him right across the face and coldly repeats the order, apologize to him. Tu rubs his swelling cheek with literal tears in his eyes, but he still refuses to speak up. Seeing this absurd stubbornness, Nathan Quinn steps up. Oh, this is gonna hurt. He casually gifts him another massive slap, asking if he will apologize. With no answer coming, Nathan Quinn just starts throwing lefts and rights until the guy's face is completely ruined. Apologize or not. Even the birds up in the sky cannot handle the brutal noise of this beatdown and quickly fly away. Now the entire forest is just echoing with one single phrase. Apologize or not, apologize or not, apologize or not. Hu's face is literally mashed potatoes at this point. He finally drops the tough act and begs Nathan Quinn to stop hitting him, promising he will actually apologize. Defeated, Hu drops directly to his knees at Nakhao's feet. He loudly admits that he was completely wrong. He cries about how he should never have insulted him, looked down on him, or cut ties with him, begging for forgiveness. Nakhao just watches this with his eyes wide in pure shock. Nakhao glances right over at Nathan Quinn. The guy was totally their enemy just minutes ago, so why is he suddenly being nice? He really wonders why Nathan Quinn is helping him. Still not entirely done with Hu. Nathan Quinn steps up to ask a bit more. He tells him good job, then asks what exactly the four great families are guarding the Long Ho Sun mountain range for. With zero energy left to lie or cover things up, Hu just gives up and spills everything he knows. He confesses they came here for the cross-secret treasure. Apparently, this legendary stash was originally discovered by the ancient ancestors of their four great families. The ancestors left behind a strict prophecy. When roaring dragons and tigers echo, the cross-secret treasure will finally reveal itself. They basically claim that whoever claims this secret treasure will elevate the four great families to the exact same level of power as the four great sects. Finally getting the full picture, Nathan Quinn rubs his chin in deep thought. A secret treasure entirely rivaling the four great sects themselves? No wonder these four great families are making such an insane fuss and literally sealing off the entire mountain. He suddenly flares up a terrifying aura. Holding up the map and making the guy shake violently, Nathan Quinn demands to know what the map actually is and where the family elders are currently hiding. At this exact point, Hu does not care about family secrets at all anymore, so he just spills the rest of the beans. This map actually points to a completely different secret stash in Long Ho Sun. They were supposed to team up today to find it, while the older family elders are currently deep inside the mountain hunting for the main cross-secret treasure, getting all the answers he needs. Nathan Quinn nods in understanding, then loudly warns the guy. Since they handed over the pills and the map, he will spare his life this once, but if they ever dare to provoke him again, they are completely dead. Hearing that threat, Hu furiously bangs his head against the dirt, apologizing and repeating yes, yes, yes over and over. With that said, he quickly fires up his shadow movement technique and dashes deep into the forest. After a little while, Nathan Quinn finally stops right outside some random cave. He checks the area. Safe. This place seems totally secure. His face lights up with pure excitement as he calculates his latest haul. Opening it reveals a literal mountain of items and spirit pills radiating blinding light, making Nathan Quinn completely cover his eyes. He quickly steps up for a closer look. Nathan Quinn is super curious if the gear from the four great families is actually any good. Here we have Tai Fong Tiu's storage bag. Inside are 3 whole clan-suppressing martial arts techniques just waiting to be completely mastered. That guy also had 2 extra spirit weapons. Sure, they do not quite match the Sun and Moon ring, but they are still pretty solid. Holding Nam Thun's bag full of just pills makes him scratch his head in total confusion. With so many Martial King pills right here, what exactly was Nam Thun planning? Turning over to Tiuhu's bag, it is exactly the same deal. That total trash Dong Tiuhu actually has even more Martial King pills than Nam Thun did. Nathan Quinn happily lies on the pile of loot like a kid, shouting out loud he is totally rich. He has absolutely struck gold this time. He touches everything on one side, then tallies up every single captured item on the other. With the inventory completely done, he stares at the pile in front of him, calculating quietly. 360,000 Martial King pills in total. Plus, all this healing holy medicine equals roughly 80,000 more Martial King pills. Several clan-suppressing martial arts worth no less than 30,000 Martial King pills, plus the Sun and Moon ring, Copper Dragon Spear, and Underworld Sea Orb. Saying that, Nathan Quinn tightly clenches his fist in pure determination. This entire haul is roughly 520,000 Martial King pills, falling just barely short of covering his massive debt. He slowly walks forward with the massive martial spirit phantom trailing right behind him. Nathan Quinn cannot help but deeply consider the long road ahead. And these guys were just the mere disciples of the four great families. The elders of those families must definitely carry way more resources on their person. If he somehow loots all the resources from those elders, his war god spirit could definitely achieve a truly massive level up. Thinking about it, he crosses his arms and just shakes his head to brush that crazy thought away. Yeah, better drop it. Even dealing with the disciples of the four great families was somewhat tricky. Those elders possess even stronger combat power. Robbing them? A total death wish. If only Princess Deer were here right now, that would be great. He continues deeper into the cave, walking while trying to figure out another solid plan. Best not to overthink those things right now. The most important thing right now is the secret treasure located on this map. Since he does not know where the cross treasure is, he can only focus on finding this map's hidden treasure. Right away, Nathan Quinn takes out the 4 map pieces and lines them up perfectly on the ground to see exactly where this hidden treasure is actually located. Flash. The separated map pieces quickly connect together, radiating a totally blinding burst of bright energy. Suddenly, that intense energy bursts out violently, shifting and forming the clear shape of a truly terrifying face. That crazy spirit energy erupts right out of the cave and shoots straight up into the sky with incredible force. The map then violently releases the phantom of a truly giant Keelan. It instantly pins Nathan Quinn to the ground with its massive paw, bearing its giant fangs right at his face. But as the Qilin lunges, a bright golden light suddenly pierces into it from absolutely nowhere. The massive Qilin starts roaring in absolute agony, its entire phantom body now completely covered in various large and small glowing cracks. Right after that, its entire body explodes completely, making a startled Nathan Quinn squeeze his eyes shut to shield himself. The shattered energy fragments are now rapidly gathering back together. He watches this crazy scene in total confusion. This spiritual energy is gathering back up and actually forming the shape of a brand new map. Nathan Quinn's eyes go super wide in shock. It really is the secret treasure map. But before he can even admire it, he suddenly notices cracks starting to appear right across the top. Nathan Quinn desperately reaches out to grab it, but he is a step too slow. The map quickly explodes right there in midair. Even so, he has already memorized it perfectly. Nathan Quinn turns toward the cave entrance, putting the pieces together. So the secret treasure is actually hidden right over there. Suddenly, something goes entirely wrong, causing him not only to fail his technique execution, but actually suffer a pretty harsh magical backlash in return. Nathan Quinn collapses to his knees in pure agony, tightly covering his eye as he cries out it hurts so badly. What is happening to the war god's eye? Unexpectedly, Nathan Quinn notices the thick spirit energy of the war god's eye radiating toward a very specific direction. He pulls his hand away, looking toward where it is pointing and quietly understanding the situation. Wait. Is the war god's eye actually trying to guide him? As if to confirm his thought, the bright light from his pupil shoots forward right before Nathan Quinn's wide, astonished eyes. Without any more doubt, he just smiles and confidently follows exactly where it leads. He was absolutely right. The war god's eye really is pointing the way for him. For something to actually make the war god's eye react like this, it absolutely cannot be anything ordinary. It might even be a legendary supreme treasure. Outside, the hot afternoon sun is blazing brightly. Nathan Quinn immediately dashes after the glowing guide, confidently thinking to himself, let us go check this out. Now watch this. This lush forest is totally surrounded by towering mountains, and down below, a certain group has gathered. Turns out, it is exactly those defeated family members, Nathan Quinn already crushed. Taefong Tiu is bitterly cursing out loud right now. Damn it. That animal Nathan Quinn completely robbed every single one of us blind. There is absolutely no way we can ever let him off. Theo Hu, whose face is still completely swollen but clearly has not learned his lesson, also speaks up. Exactly right. We absolutely cannot spare that total bastard. He literally beat my incredibly handsome face until it looked like a swollen pig head. Nam Thun actually knows his own limits a bit better. He does not even bother mentioning that and just playfully teases him instead. Come on, let us drop the face talk. You are so ugly anyway, getting beaten into a pig is basically free plastic surgery, so you should be happy. Being ruthlessly mocked by his own ally like that, the guy boils with absolute rage and aggressively challenges him. So you really want to fight, right? The male god doesn't back down, throwing up his fists, totally ready for a brawl. Bring it on, let's fight. You think anyone is scared of you? Seeing this circus, Fong Tu stands helplessly between these two absolute babies. Alright, you two need to knock it off right now. He immediately pulls out his magical artifact. Fong Tu knows they are completely out of options here, so he goes for the desperate backup plan. Since we are in this massive mess, we should use the long-distance transmission talismans to call our elders. Let those old guys come over and deal with Nathan Quinn. Immediately, every single family starts spamming transmission spells to their respective elders. Hu is still totally salty, convinced that this time they can actually teach Nathan Quinn a brutal lesson. Nathan Quinn, he thinks, that little beast. Stealing my pills is bad enough, but he actually dared to humiliate me in front of everyone, forcing me to apologize to that total loser Dong Yak Hao. I seriously have to kill him. A long while passes after the transmission, and with nobody showing up, the disciples start panicking, whispering among themselves. What the heck is going on? Why aren't the elders here yet? Yeah, seriously, what is taking them so long? Do you think something bad actually happened to the elders? Fong Tu immediately steps up to calm their nerves. He raises a hand, demanding silence, and confidently announces his theory. Do not panic, guys. The elders of the great families must have discovered the cross-secret realm. so they obviously cannot just drop everything and come right away. Hearing this perfectly logical excuse, the male god chimes in from the back. Exactly. The cross-secret realm is insanely important to our four great families. The elders are definitely just delayed because they are securing that legendary treasure right now. Believe me, they will be here super soon. Everyone just needs to wait patiently for a bit. And honestly, it works. Soon after, silhouettes of a huge crowd suddenly appear above, rushing toward them. Seeing this epic arrival, the disciples totally cheer up, laughing and pointing. The elders are finally here. But then, an elder violently crash lands right in front of the group, looking absolutely terrible. All three of them totally panic, having zero clue what is going on. Fong Tu instantly asks the elders what happened. They expected some super majestic entrance, but these old guys currently look way more battered and pathetic than the disciples themselves. The three grand elders just step forward in silence. Elderback stands in the middle, quickly coughing up an explanation. Not too long ago, when we finally discovered the cross-secret realm, some crazy girl at the martial ancestor realm suddenly popped out of nowhere and viciously beat us up. She robbed us of absolutely everything we had on us, and then threatened that if we went deeper into the mountain, she would slaughter us all. Wait, plot twist, no one saw this coming. The three of them stare with wide eyes, shouting in pure disbelief. What? A martial ancestor realm expert? The old man sighs heavily. Covered in dirt and nasty wounds, he just shakes his head. With a martial ancestor expert guarding it, forget about the cross-secret realm. We have no hope of claiming it anymore. Honestly, our only hope for any treasure is in the hands of you young kids. Elder Bach then turns to the group who sent the signal. Right, so have you guys actually found that treasure yet? And another thing, why exactly did you kids use the long-distance transmission talisman to summon us here? Hearing them stammer, Fong Tu nervously steps up as their representative. Well, you see, while we were on our way to find the treasure, we completely ran into Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn violently robbed us of absolutely everything we had, and that completely includes the secret realm map. The elders hear that the loot was jacked and totally freak out. Wait, what? The map was stolen too? This Nathan Quinn? Is he Nathan Quinn from the Tan family of Blue Ridge City? Fong Tu immediately confirms it. That is exactly right, it is him. Hearing this, another elder gets absolutely furious, screaming at the top of his lungs. We must take it back. We need that map. This is literally our only hope left. But another elder snaps back, asking what kind of genius plan they have to snatch it. Nathan Quinn is a super genius of the Profound Spirit sect, and he has two martial ancestor experts backing him up. He clenches his fists, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, are we really just going to give up? Suddenly, a whole different group of people approaches from the distance. Leading them is a seriously heavily built guy carrying a giant sword on his back. Walking up, he looks at the totally battered crowd, completely confused by this pathetic sight. Turns out, this absolute unit is actually Bak Liat Huyet, Bak Nu's dad and the Bak family head. He immediately starts interrogating the absolute mess of people standing in front of him. What is going on with you guys? What exactly happened here? One elder steps forward, slowly explaining the whole embarrassing tragedy from start to finish. Family head Bak, the ridiculous situation is essentially like this. Listening for a bit, all this shocking news actually leaves Liat Huyet completely dumbfounded. He asks again, what? Get ready, guys. The ultimate angry dad mode is activating. You guys somehow ran into a martial ancestor expert, got blocked from the cross-secret realm, and some kid named Nathan Quinn completely wiped out our four great families? After saying that, he suddenly scans the entire crowd in a total panic. Where is my daughter? All of you are standing right here, so why do I not see my daughter anywhere? Where is she? Off to the side, Bak Nu is still totally unconscious, completely surrounded by guards. One of them nervously speaks up. Family head, the young miss she was beaten by Nathan Quinn. Without wasting a single second, Liat Huyet lunges forward, pulling Bak Nu into a tight hug, screaming her name. Seeing his precious little girl so brutally injured like this, he completely loses his mind. That damn beast. Letting him be my daughter's servant would have been a total blessing for his pathetic life. And yet he actually dared to heavily injure my daughter? I am going to murder him. I swear I will kill him. Liat Huyet violently pulls out his magic treasure, screaming at the sky. Profound dragon mirror. Instantly, the terrifying shadow of a giant dragon appears above. A golden dragon blasts blinding light straight through the thick fog. It lets out a massive roar, casting a heavy rain and ocean tempest. Feng Xiao freaks out. He realizes this is the Bei clan's ultimate treasure, the Flood Dragon Mirror. It is a high-tier weapon that summons a powerful dragon phantom the second you activate it. Seeing absolutely everything within 1,000 miles, the clan head laughs smugly. That little punk is absolutely not escaping my grasp. Elder Bei hesitates before finally speaking up. Clan head. Nathan Quinn is a top-tier mystic spirit sect genius backed by two martial ancestor realm experts. Liexue just furiously shouts back, "So what? He dared to severely injure my daughter, so I do not care who backs him. That kid is dead." He glares back at the elders and asks if they are actually scared. Their faces instantly go totally pale, looking away to avoid his crazy stare. Liexue just sneers what is there to fear. Dragon Tiger Mountain is super far from the sect, completely locked down by our four great clans. Without our strict permission, not a single drop of news is getting out of here. With the massive treasure appearing on Dragon Tiger Mountain right now, all the beasts are going crazy. If we kill Nathan Quinn, we just blame the wild monsters, and the Mystic Spirit sect will never trace it back to us. Their stuttering, cowardly attitude seriously pisses him off, especially since the secret stash was already snatched away by those top-tier experts. Our only hope left is the treasure on that map. Do you seriously not want to snatch that map back for yourselves? Xiao Shu gets super hyped, yelling that the clan head is totally right. They definitely need to snatch back that map and those precious pills. They also have to take back the martial skills Nathan Quinn stole. But Feng Xiao chimes in that is all secondary. The real prize is the Martial Fate Pavilion secret on Nathan Quinn. Clan head and elders, you all know exactly what happens if our four great clans get our hands on that insane pavilion secret. Just hearing that makes Liexue and the elders physically shake. The Martial Fate Pavilion secret. The elders completely flip their attitude. They absolutely must catch Nathan Quinn, force him to cough up the pavilion secret, finish him off, and claim the ultimate prize. Liexue smiles in pure satisfaction. Now that the four clans are fully on board, he starts controlling the mirror to hunt down Nathan Quinn's exact location. He quickly pumps his spiritual energy straight into the family heirloom, making the massive dragon aura in the sky even more terrifying. A seriously twisted smile creeps onto Liexue's face as he watches the mirror. Nathan Quinn's moving silhouette just popped up right on the glass. Now over on the other side, Nathan Quinn has zero clue he is being spied on, but he feels pretty uneasy. Somehow his gut is telling him he is getting super close to that specific location. Suddenly, dark storm clouds roll in above, making Nathan Quinn freeze in his tracks. He frowns and quickly glances over his shoulder. Huh. Nathan Quinn's expression instantly drops into dead serious mode, and here is where things get completely wild. The giant flood dragon appears in front of him, locking onto him with glowing evil blue eyes before instantly lunging straight at its prey. Nathan Quinn nimbly jumps up, dodging the massive strike, and instantly spins around to make a run for it. That dragon's power is absolutely insane. Running away is definitely the smartest move here. But suddenly, Nathan Quinn notices something super weird. It isn't actually chasing him. Something is seriously off with this giant beast. He instantly activates his war god eyes, and suddenly Nathan Quinn figures it out the whole thing is just a phantom. It is clearly just an illusion, yet somehow it has so much crazy energy, looking almost too real to fake. Especially those creepy eyes. Is someone actually using this dragon phantom to spy on him? A secret magic artifact like that is definitely not something an average guy could use. It has to be those four great clans. He curses in annoyance, of course it's them. He did just rob the young geniuses of those four major families blind. Those four major clans are definitely holding a bitter grudge, using this sneaky dragon trick to pinpoint his exact location before coming in for the kill. Honestly, he should have just wiped out that annoying bunch from the start. Then he would not be dealing with this massive headache right now. He figures the clans already tracked his spot and are rushing over to ambush him. The young clan geniuses might be total trash, but those old elders definitely pack some serious power. Without the princess backing him up, he is seriously outmatched. If that elder squad corners him, it is straight up game over. No time to overthink. Nathan Quinn spins around to make a quick escape, but those crazy storm clouds instantly chase him down. He just bitterly mutters about how annoying this is. With that massive dragon phantom tracking him, there is literally nowhere to hide. He absolutely has to figure out some clever way to shake off that giant dragon's tracking magic, but what is he supposed to do? Suddenly, glowing red eyes flash into his mind, and a bright golden energy begins swirling all around his body. That crazy glowing energy violently blasts straight toward the giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, explosive blasts rip right through the phantom's body, completely shattering it into nothingness. Nathan Quinn is completely stunned. His eyes actually hold that kind of insane power. What is even happening? He grabs his eye, feeling the raw energy spilling out. Sensing something pulling him, Nathan Quinn turns his head. The War God Eyes' guidance is getting super clear now. Looks like he is incredibly close to wherever those eyes are leading him. Whatever, he might as well follow along and see what ultimate prize awaits him. Back at the base, the elders just caught sight of him. Liexue gleefully yells out that they finally found him. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the kid. Time to move out. He fully intends to chop that punk into pieces, making his life a literal living nightmare. Suddenly, the magic artifact glows super bright, then the mirror straight up shatters into 100 pieces. The elders take the backlash before they can even react, catching glass shards right to the face. They totally panic. The black dragon mirror actually broke? How is that even possible? That mirror is a high-tier weapon. Even a martial king going all out could barely scratch it. Wait a second, does Nathan Quinn have some insane expert backing him up who totally surpasses the martial king tier? Elder Dong instantly gives the order every single clan member needs to fall back to the Luohe kingdom immediately. From now on, nobody mentions the cross-secret realm, and absolutely nobody picks a fight with Nathan Quinn. Two other major factions totally copy his exact move. The South family bails out, the West family runs away too, and in a flash, the only allies left standing are the North family guys. Lai Shui angrily screams at them, calling them a bunch of massive cowards for letting just Nathan Quinn scare them off. Martial King expert my foot. The kid is just some mystic spirit sect disciple. There is no way he always has some overpowered expert way beyond Martial King guarding him. Then he barks out another order since the mirror shattered. They temporarily cannot track down that total brat Nathan Quinn. So their new plan is to completely wipe out the Chin family in Clearwater City first. Meanwhile, our boy Nathan Quinn is currently dashing straight through a dense forest. He frowns in deep thought. The guidance from the divine god of battle pupil is getting weaker. Is he finally there or what? Suddenly, Nathan Quinn completely halts in a wide, empty clearing. He instantly gets a super bad feeling and yells out whatever is playing these crazy illusion tricks right now better show itself immediately. Creepy dark shadows pop out of nowhere, reaching right for Nathan Quinn. Golden light totally explodes from his body, little ghost spirits actually daring to show up and ask for a total beatdown. The creepy demons gather in massive numbers, letting out seriously bone-chilling laughs. Nathan Quinn doesn't panic at all and fires off a move. Righteous energy surges hard, and his massive spiritual power instantly crushes the entire space. It scares the absolute life out of the ghost spirits, totally erasing them from existence. Even so, he still feels super suspicious. What is going on here? Why did the sky suddenly completely shift, and why are there so many wild ghost spirits flooding out? Suddenly, Nathan Quinn freezes with major anxiety as blurry, massive structures start fading in literal 9 layers of the underworld. Nathan Quinn is actually stunned. Those 9 palaces look absolutely ridiculously majestic. That crazy ghost army rushing out definitely has to be connected to these 9 massive palaces. Suddenly, the golden light inside his eyes reacts again. He looks over in total disbelief. The divine god of battle pupil is actually pushing him toward it. Could these insane 9 palaces really be the exact spot he was being led to? Without hesitating for a single second, Nathan Quinn flies over to check it out, popping his 100 mysterious 8 steps to zoom over the hills. The insane shapes of the huge mansions quickly come into full view. Nathan Quinn narrows his eyes. These 9 palaces give off a wildly mysterious vibe. What kind of crazy connection does his eye have with this place? Suddenly, a super weird chant just totally pops right into his brain. The underworld palace 1 layer equals 1 massive test. He rubs his chin trying to decode it. What does that even mean? Could it be that all 9 halls each have their own separate crazy trial inside? And seriously, what is the connection here? Why did his overpowered eye specifically drag him to this terrifying place? Now watch closely. Could this insane underworld actually be the legendary cross-secret realm? After overthinking it for a hot minute, he lets out a heavy sigh. 0 clues. Whatever, he will just head down and find out. In a total flash, Nathan Quinn touches down right near the mansion. Nathan Quinn stands right outside the ridiculously gloomy building. The whole courtyard is dead empty, not a single living thing in sight. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a massive nameplate with just the single word Lin carved right on it. Nathan Quinn is super curious now. This place is way too bizarre. What exactly is hiding inside? His massive aura suddenly completely erupts. He doesn't even care how weird it is. His overpowered pupil will definitely scan it out. Before he can even make a single move, wild activity breaks out around the palace. The inside completely explodes, and a super graceful figure comes flying right out, landing squarely in front of Nathan Quinn. He yells out in pure shock, "Princess Meow Meow, why are you even here?" He just sees her angrily screaming at the top of her lungs. What the heck? She is the great Princess Meow Meow, getting totally kidnapped. She swears that if her current cultivation wasn't so completely nerfed, she would have already crushed those absolute jerks. It is only then that Meow Meow actually notices the guy standing behind her, totally caught off guard. Nathan Quinn, why are you exactly here? He just stares back at her ridiculously messy state. Princess Meow Meow, what exactly happened to you? She totally snaps back at him. What is he looking at? She is the one asking why he is here. Nathan Quinn totally fires back. He is the one who should be asking that. Why is she here? And how does she even know about this 9-layer underworld? He is pretty sure she has never even set foot on Dragon Tiger Mountain before. Plus, what exactly is inside this insane place anyway? Meow Meow looks incredibly annoyed by all his questions. Does she really need to report her exact location to him? Is that the right attitude to have toward his master? Where are her super rare stones and flowers? Did he actually get them? Nathan Quinn pulls the loot right out of his sleeve. Yep, got them. She aggressively lunges to snatch them away. Hand them over, she demands. Hold up. He completely blocks her, flashing a highly suspicious smirk. He has one strict demand: she has to spill absolutely everything she knows. Zero secrets, or else her precious loot gets totally tossed. Before he can even finish his super edgy threat, Meow Meow completely smacks him right across the face. She arrogantly screams at him. Does he actually have a total death wish trying to threaten her? Then she ruthlessly delivers a second massive slap. Try threatening her again. Meow Meow completely unleashes all her rage, refusing to stop at all, slapping him back to back. A relentless barrage of insane slaps violently crashes down on Nathan Quinn's face, beating him up until he has zero strength left to fight back. Nathan Quinn miserably holds up a flower, begging the princess to stop hitting him, claiming he was just joking around. He reminds her she helped his family build their protection array, so he should repay her. No way he would actually threaten her. She happily takes the offering, nodding her head. That is much better. Now, that is the proper attitude a servant should have towards their master. She warns him dare to mess with the princess again, and he will literally get beaten to death. He lets out a heavy, depressed sigh at his miserable fate. Yes, ma'am. But inside his head, he thinks this girl is completely psychotic. He needs to sneak away fast before she actually turns him into a punching bag. But before he even gets far, Dew snaps at him to freeze. Nathan Quinn trembles, asking what else Her Highness could possibly want. Seeing Dew close the distance, sheer panic kicks in. He tells her to stay back, pointing out his horrible injuries. One more hit and he is a goner for sure. And if he dies, nobody will help her hunt down those secret spirit herbs. She scolds him in total annoyance. Who said she wanted to hit him? Does she look like someone who bullies the weak? Nathan Quinn bluntly nods. Yes, exactly. Dew's face goes completely dark. She dares him to say that one more time, and the pure fear of death unlocks his inner poet. He yells that the princess is breathtakingly gorgeous, a beauty that could topple empires and shame the heavens. Everyone loves her. Flowers bloom when she walks by. Her expression finally brightens up. That is more like it. Nathan Quinn wipes off his cold sweat. That was way too close. Almost got beaten up again. Thank God for his quick wits. He confusedly asks what she actually wants. Dew crosses her arms. She announces she is giving him a massive, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He curiously asks what kind of opportunity. She explains this is the 10-symbol secret vault, and get this, they can team up. The split? He gets 10%, she gets 90. Nathan Quinn is totally appalled. 1 for him, 9 for her. How shameless can she get? Dew lets out an arrogant snort, asking why he looks so upset. 10% is plenty. If he was not her personal servant, she would not even give an outsider a single scrap of this deal. He raises an eyebrow in suspicion. He is just a lowly Scientian realm cultivator. She is a powerhouse in the martial ancestor realm. What could they possibly do together? He turns around to leave, telling her to keep her 10%. He is out. She hurries after him to negotiate. 80-20. How about 70-30? That is her absolute biggest concession, so he better not push his luck. Fine. 60-40, her ultimate bottom line. If he still refuses, then whatever. She does not even care about the loot in this place anyway. Right then, Nathan Quinn stops in his tracks. A sly grin spreads across his face as he flashes a thumbs-up deal. Dew finally realizes something is off. Did he just play her? Nathan Quinn shrugs casually. He claims he did not trick her at all, just fighting for a slightly better paycheck for himself. That is all. She is so frustrated, she literally grinds her teeth in anger. He instantly changes the subject to distract her. Time is precious. They should talk about this partnership right now. What exactly does she need him to do? And what on earth is hiding inside this 10-symbol vault anyway? Dew sighs and explains. For this little team-up, she needs him to use his war god eyes to break the inner restriction seals. As for the vault itself, she honestly does not know much. But she guarantees that each subhull holds 3 absolute core treasures valuable beyond anything he can imagine. Nathan Quinn's eyes light up completely. Core hall treasures? What are they waiting for? Let's get inside. She does not hesitate either, flying ahead to lead the way. The duo enters the blue symbol main hall. The object placed right in the center leaves Nathan Quinn completely stunned. He stares at the blazing sword and gasps in shock. He blurts it out, a Scientian weapon. In this world, martial treasures are strictly ranked from spirit artifacts to Hutian weapons to Scientian, then King tier, and finally Emperor tier. A Scientian weapon is fully awakened with its own sentience. Forget the insane price tag. Even among the mighty 4 great sects of Clearwater City, A weapon like this is incredibly rare. Du shoots him a look of pure disgust. Such low standards. It is just a basic Shantian weapon. Does he really need to overreact this much? The protective seal hasn't even been broken yet. He ignores her insult and immediately activates his War God Eyes skill. Golden spiritual energy erupts, wrapping around both of them. And honestly, you have to see what pops up next. He walks closer to the totem circle, a terrifying killing array. If this killing array actually triggers, the explosive power would be unreal. Even a martial ancestor realm expert wouldn't survive the blast. No wonder Princess Diane Du actually wanted to team up with him. She raises an eyebrow, asking if he can actually dismantle this seal or not. Nathan Quinn confidently raises his hand. Piece of cake, just give him a minute. 1 hour later, he finally decodes the formation and channels heavy power into his fist. Right here. In an instant, the formation circle shatters into a million pieces. Nathan Quinn jumps up in pure joy. He calls dibs on the Scientian weapon. But unexpectedly, Du yells at him to stop right there. Do not take it. Absolutely do not touch it. You can only take one single treasure from each main hall. If he grabs that sword now, they are permanently locked out of every other treasure in the blue symbol hall. That instantly makes him slam the brakes, turning around to ask if she is messing with him. She suppresses her anger and snaps back. She is a dignified martial ancestor powerhouse. Why would she lie over one tiny little Shantian weapon? Hearing that, Nathan Quinn slowly nods. Makes sense. He will trust her this one time. Before Tan Nan can even react, the sword shoots right out of the pillar. It jams itself straight into his hands, leaving him completely clueless. The second that blade hits his palm, wild flames explode everywhere. The ceiling of the Blue Palace immediately caves in, forcing both of them to make a desperate run for it. That massive grand palace? Reduced to absolute rubble. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy violently sucks all those broken bricks right back up. It creates a massive tornado spinning right over the ruins. Those shattered tiles slam back together, forming the 9-tier underworld tower. He just stares. What the heck is even happening right now? Right on cue, Du screams at him. Tan Nan, how can you be this incredibly useless? It is just a single innate tier weapon, you idiot. Now the test is completely ruined, and there is no way to get the 9-word mantra. Why did a princess like me ever agree to work with you? I am furious. He frowns and immediately fires back. How is this my fault at all? That thing literally flew into my hand on its own. I should be yelling at you. If you had not hidden things from me before we entered the Blue Palace, we would not be dealing with this massive mess right now. That totally shuts Du up. She chokes on her words, swallows her rage, and just turns away, muttering that he is at least still somewhat useful. This princess will not waste time arguing with you. Right now, we need to head into that 9-tier underworld tower. He asks her in total confusion, what does this tower have to do with the 9 heavy underworld palace? And what about that 9-word mantra from earlier? You did not tell me the whole truth. If you stay quiet, our little partnership ends right here and now. Du explains. The 9-word mantra is made of 9 ancient characters of absolute battle power. Every single character actually holds a king-tier weapon inside it. If they ever get combined together, they form the complete 9-word array weapon, packing enough explosive force to rival a peak emperor-tier weapon. Not just that. Gathering the 9 words is the only way to unlock the legendary 10 words. Tan Nan is absolutely stunned. A peak emperor-tier weapon? He sighs to himself. If the 9-word weapon is already that incredibly broken and terrifying, just how insanely overpowered would the 10 words actually be? Du gets stars in her eyes. If she could somehow get her hands on the legendary 10 words, she would have enough power to literally tear the heavens apart. Then she starts yelling again. I totally had a chance to claim the 10 words, but you completely ruined everything. Now we cannot even get the 9-word mantra, so there is absolutely 0 point dreaming about the 10 words anymore. Tan Nan thinks back to the words drawn on the battle array. Suddenly, this super weird feeling swells up inside his chest. He jerks his head up, feeling the word battle invading his mind. Wait a second. Is he actually onto something huge? Tan Nan glares wide-eyed and mutters, what exactly is happening right now? Why am I suddenly feeling this? He wonders if the God of War's pupil is somehow connected to the 10 words. Du presses him. Tan Nan, what is wrong with you? He quickly shakes his head. It is nothing, just keep talking. She raises an eyebrow and firmly insists, fine. This princess will keep telling you the actual truth. This hidden 10 words domain has existed for ages. It constantly drifts all across the continent, strictly unlocking itself only once every single year. Even though our chance for the 9-word mantra is gone, this tower is still packed with countless treasures. How about we team up and split everything 50-50? Tan Nan agrees instantly. No problem at all, but deep down, he is still quietly calculating whether the God of War's pupil is actually linked to the 10 words. Stepping inside will give him the answer soon enough. The core of the 10 words domain is swarming with crazy dangers. Going solo is practically a death sentence. Teaming up with Princess Diane Du keeps things way safer, plus they might just score a massive mountain of epic loot. All benefit, absolutely zero downside. Hearing this, Du quickly launches herself upward, yelling at him to follow. They step right into the Nine Palaces room, where a giant pack of demon beasts suddenly ambushes them. Right now, Du is fiercely battling the swarm of raging beasts. It gets so overwhelming she can barely hold them off, getting violently blasted backward in a flash. Du furiously screams Tan Nan, "What the heck are you doing? You absolute jerk. This princess is risking her life to protect you. Instead of clearing the path, you are just squatting over there, hoarding demon cores. Are you seriously trying to get this princess killed? We are already on the second floor. These monsters just keep coming. I cannot hold out much longer." Yet, he is just completely lost in his greedy looting. "Mine, mine, it is all mine," he chants happily. She grinds her teeth in pure, explosive rage. "You!" Du violently kicks Tan Nan right out of the way, screaming at him to get lost. Shockingly, she kicks him straight into the monster pack, getting him attacked before he can even blink. Du does not hold back, instantly unleashing her 7-body demon lightning. The beasts lunge at Tan Nan before he can process anything, but right before they tear into him, they violently explode into pieces. Turns out, Du just blasted them all to secure the area. Down below, Tan Nan is gleefully harvesting crystals. Meanwhile, explosive pressure erupts around her as she triggers her ultimate 7 absolute sword array. He joyfully scoops them up. 360 Demon King cores. I am rich. I am seriously so incredibly rich this time. Du scoffs in pure disgust. Just a few hundred demon cores, and you completely disregard your own life. You are utterly hopeless. As the servant of this princess, you are seriously embarrassing me. Tan Nan completely ignores her scolding. He is absolutely loaded now. Classic Tan Nan, prioritizing cash over survival. Seeing herself completely ignored, she sighs heavily, gives up on scolding him, and aggressively dashes forward again. Just as she tries sprinting to the next floor, a random flying stone suddenly smashes her right back down. Tan Nan stares in total shock, yelling, "Princess Diane Du, what just happened to you?" He finally notices the massive boulder that just appeared out of absolutely nowhere. "What in the world are these?" Tan Nan shouts, his eyes shining brightly. "Pure stones! There are actually so many pure stones packed in here. There must be over 1,000 of them. If he trades these for Marshall King pills, he's totally rich." Du clutches her wound and stands up, telling him to stop being so greedy. These pure quartz stones are guarded by some crazy ancient restriction. External force barely scratches it, and even she cannot break through. She asks if he has any wild ideas. He does not hesitate for a second, firing up his God of War eyes and agreeing right away. Nathan Quinn then mutters to himself, "This restriction is actually quite fascinating." She furrows her brows and asks if he can actually smash it. He grins and says, "Yeah, but the process is highly complicated, so he demands half the pure stones." Du completely loses her damn mind. She screams that he is totally looting a burning house, reminding him they originally agreed on a 4-to-6 split. Nathan Quinn simply turns away. "Find someone else." She reluctantly gives in. She tells him to stop, reluctantly agreeing. He instantly spins around, demanding to know if she is absolutely sure she will not back out. Du grumbles in pure annoyance, telling him to shut up and just break the restriction already. Nathan Quinn happily teases her, telling her not to rush, fearing she might completely backtrack. She is a mighty martial ancestor tier expert, so if she actually breaks her promise, he cannot defeat her at all. He loudly insists they sign a formal contract first. She instantly sends him flying with a single kick, furiously screaming that one more word of nonsense gets him smacked straight to the afterlife. Nathan Quinn pouts and slowly scrambles back up, complaining about her absolute violence over nothing. Du just lets out a cold snort, aggressively urging him to break the array. He slowly rests his hand on the stone to feel its energy. Finally, 2 solid hours later, Nathan Quinn confidently waves his hand. He yells out to break. Instantly, the thick chains wrapping the stone completely shatter. Now fully understanding the array, he blasts through the remaining stones lightning fast. Staring at the massive loot, Nathan Quinn literally drools, declaring it is all his. Suddenly, Dudu's swift figure instantly appears right behind his back. She smacks Nathan Quinn hard. They agreed on 50-50, yet he actually dared to hoard absolutely everything for himself. She demands he spit out her pure stones immediately. "Do not force this princess to kill." He innocently hands over the bag, asking who even took her stuff. He claims he saw her healing and just wanted to help collect the loot without bothering her. She clearly refuses to believe a single word, telling him to cut the nonsense and hand over her 10 missing pure stones. Nathan Quinn runs for his life, yelling about how incredibly petty she is being. A majestic martial ancestor expert actually haggling over a few tiny stones? He tells her to let it go and head to the third floor, promising that a place totally packed with treasures will definitely hold even wilder loot up there. Dudu silently grinds her teeth, fuming about her own servant acting up. He actually dared to scam this princess of her items. She vows to deal with him severely once they finally escape this 9-level underworld tower. But here is where it gets crazy. Upon reaching the third floor, Nathan Quinn freezes, hungrily staring at the floating objects, totally losing his mind over all those innate weapons. Du carefully evaluates the setup. This is the Dragon Phoenix Sealing Sword Array. Unmatched destructive power. Honestly, even this princess probably lacks the absolute strength to break it. She asks what they should do and if he has a solution. Nathan Quinn smiles and claims he can crack it, but this time he demands a 60% cut, earning him another instant smack. She screams at him for exploiting the situation again, asking if he actually thinks this mighty princess is easily bullied. Nathan Quinn clutches his face in deep grievance. He begs her to understand, swearing he is not trying to take advantage of her this time around. She said it herself, this Dragon Phoenix Sealing Sword Array is insanely difficult to bypass, and even she has no viable strategy. He is just a measly innate realm cultivator, so paying the massive price to break it means he totally deserves that extra share. What could possibly be wrong with that? Dudu aggressively threatens him to stop the nonsense and accept 50-50, or they just walk away. He finally gives up the ridiculous demand, settling for half while dramatically claiming he is taking a massive loss. He complains he is only doing this because he owes her a huge favor. But he warns this is a strict one-time deal. Next time, he absolutely takes 6 parts. Nathan Quinn stands completely still, observing the golden dragon soaring above them. It clearly seems to be acting as the ultimate guardian for those precious weapons. He suddenly shouts out, ordering her to attack that dragon. She instantly rejects the wild idea, angrily asking if he has completely lost his mind. That beast represents the absolute strongest attack of the entire Dragon Phoenix Sealing Sword Array. She accuses him of trying to get her killed by forcing a direct hit on it. But Nathan Quinn just keeps urging her. He orders her to follow his exact words fast, so Dudu simply has to accept it. Fine. This princess will totally trust him just this once, but if the array does not break, she promises to deal with him in the most brutal way possible. Unexpectedly, her technique gets blocked completely, triggering 0 counterattacks. She raises a curious brow at him, admitting this guy actually has some decent skills up his sleeve. After that, Dudu follows every single position Nathan Quinn points out. 1 step right to strike the empty space below, 10 steps left to hit another void, and 1 step back to launch a massive attack straight at that glowing purple orb. A brief moment later, he finally stops. And here is the catch. The weapons remain completely motionless. She angrily scolds him, accusing him of playing terrible tricks since this array is clearly untouched. Where is the actual break? His figure suddenly dashes lightning fast toward the weapons. Dudu hastily calls out, frantically asking what he is even doing. She screams at him to stop right now, but Nathan Quinn's silhouette has already flown straight through the weapons. Nathan Quinn lands smoothly on the ground. He turns back with an insanely confident and smug smile. Du cannot hide her absolute terror. How is this even possible? Nathan Quinn explains that his cultivation base might be lower. He possesses the profound dual pupil technique and a crazy ability to comprehend arrays, making him vastly superior to her in this specific field. This sword array looks completely unchanged on the outside, but it was actually broken long ago. That intense, intimidating aura is simply an inner illusion array doing its job. She asks about the illusion array in total confusion, then awkwardly but stubbornly fires back, claiming this great princess obviously knew it was an illusion all along. She brushes him off, claiming that little stunt was totally just an eyesight test, like she would ever need some random guy giving a real princess advice. But oops, Dear barely takes 2 steps forward before the entire magic formation violently blasts her. Caught entirely off guard, she gets her sleeve completely shredded to pieces in an instant. Dear practically shrieks out Nathan Quinn, "What the heck?" He just gives this incredibly smug grin, casually mentioning he forgot to warn her. Sure, it is an illusion, but stepping wrong triggers a literal sword trap. She just snorts at him, desperately dodging every single incoming slash. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" she completely snaps. Nathan Quinn just naturally snickers back, "Hey, you said you never needed my help. Classic mistake." That snarky little comment actually pisses her off. Just look at those floating weapons, fully ready to strike. Dear forces herself to swallow her raging anger and lets him act cocky for now. Once she gets her hands on that precious loot, she is going to absolutely ruin him. Looting done, our dynamic duo heads straight up to the 4th floor. He frowns, staring around an entirely empty room. How is there literally zero treasure here? She nods along. Something feels extremely suspicious right now. So they skip ahead, hustling straight up to the 5th floor. Nathan Quinn is genuinely stunned. It is somehow still completely empty. Dear aggressively pushes him forward, demanding they keep climbing higher. But major disappointment, the 6th floor is completely bare, and the 7th gives them literally nothing. By the time they hit the 8th identical empty room, he starts heavily panting. Impossible. Nathan Quinn finally calls foul. The first 3 floors were packed with wild monsters, traps, and shiny loot. There is no logical way these upper levels are just wiped clean. Princess Dear, he asks, you are definitely hiding some massive secret from me, right? Her expression instantly drops into pure, menacing gloom. Nathan Quinn, are you seriously doubting royalty right now? She claims she would never lie, swearing she knows nothing about whatever is going on inside this empty tower. He panics and practically stumbles over his own words, backtracking. Princess Dear, he frantically promises he never doubted her, just acting a little impatient and misspoken out of pure stress. Yep, definitely just a tiny slip of the tongue. Maybe the epic treasure is waiting on the 9th floor. Hearing his terrible excuse, she actually gets distracted. The 9th floor, huh? Finally stepping onto the very top level, a bizarre, intensely weird flame suddenly pops into existence. Nathan Quinn pops his God of War vision with zero hesitation. He quietly mumbles the 9th floor is absolutely nothing like these 3 totally basic wooden boxes, just ordinary wood. That is what those 3 basic chests look like right now. And yet, they are throwing off this terrifying, majestic aura of mystery. Even his overpowered God of War vision literally cannot peek inside them. Nathan Quinn's eyes practically light up with pure greed. Those 3 boxes are clearly meant to be his top-tier loot, all his. But tragically, Dear already rushed in way ahead of him. She loudly claims 1 box for herself, tossing him the leftovers. But hilarious plot twist, the second her fingers brush the wood, a massive explosion just yeets her backward. A super deep, menacing voice echoes through the room, so insanely impatient, trying to grab things without even asking nicely first. Giant, terrifying eyes snap open, glaring down at our thieving duo. The giant beast aggressively growls. Are they seriously disrespecting a supreme being? Nathan Quinn violently flinches. That sheer pressure belongs to a peak-tier demon realm monster, easily matching Dear's crazy power level. Damn it. Can you believe this 9th floor hides such an insanely overpowered monster? Can Princess Dear actually take down a boss this huge? But she just starts yelling directly at the long-ho beast. She genuinely thought it was somebody important, but it is just this overgrown stray animal. Shouldn't he be out guarding some mountain instead of practically begging for death inside this tower? The beast absolutely loses its mind, roaring that it possesses the most legendary, unmatched heavenly dragon lightning bloodline. How dare this puny girl call him a literal stray? He promises to end her right here. Dear fearlessly charges straight into the fight. Let us see who actually flinches first. The aura radiating off the long-ho beast is just wildly intimidating. It sucks in spiritual energy like it wants to breathe pure fire. But she literally could not care less, fully ready to go head-to-head against this giant monster. The two clash in this insane, apocalyptic showdown. Standing completely useless on the sidelines, Nathan Quinn drips with actual cold sweat. This is really bad. He realizes he definitely needs to dip down to the 8th floor and just hide. He can sneak back up later, because catching a stray blast from these 2 psychopaths will instantly turn him into actual ash. Right as he is about to cowardly flee. Boom. Something weird happens. He snaps his head around in total confusion. Suddenly, this crazy majestic voice booms out. The Cultivation Ingon is fully active here, strictly banning all violent combat. Blinding pillars of light suddenly crash down, revealing an entire group floating there, flexing their insanely powerful auras. Even the outside of the temple explodes with this crazy glowing halo effect. Pure shock. Both Zir and the beast gasp. The legendary Cultivation spirits. Nathan Quinn scowls hard. These 9 ridiculously terrifying glowing dudes are the actual Cultivation spirits. But why the heck is his own God of War vision reacting to them? Could his busted eye technique have purposely dragged him here just for these things? Meanwhile, the princess practically cheers. Hey, Cultivation spirits, you guys showed up perfectly. You guys are guarding something she desperately wants, so be super cool and just hand it over. In exchange, she formally promises to level them all up into Emperor-tier weapons within a century. The giant beast just rolls its eyes. That is completely hilarious, offering basic Emperor-level upgrades to bribe the Cultivation. She obviously has zero clue about their legendary background. Rumor has it, the Cultivation are linked to some absolutely world-shattering epic secret. Nobody knows what the heck it actually is, though. But back when they were alive, their tier heavily dwarfed normal Emperor weapons. Obviously, That is why they easily ignore a beast like him. Dear angrily grinds her teeth. Do you just want to die? He smugly snorts back. Kill him? She simply lacks the stats for that. The Ku Turchen and Gon suddenly step between them, forcefully demanding everyone stop fighting. They announce something huge. Their entire existence is just about picking one worthy successor to finish their epic ancient mission. Become the chosen successor, and absolutely everything is yours, including the 9-word spirit. Dear frantically asks how to actually pull that off. The spirit answers calmly, you three just have to do one thing. Just pass a single trial. But here is the catch, there is only one winner. The losers lose their lives forever. So, are you three in? Long Ho immediately flexes his power. Of course he is participating. He brags about his ancient heavenly dragon and lightning tiger bloodline completely unmatched. This trial is basically a guaranteed win for him. Dear refuses to play along what trial. She needs that item, and if they will not hand it over, then it is a fight. Brilliant light instantly erupts all around her. Dear enters a completely different, extremely terrifying state of power. Everyone else just stares in absolute shock. She throws out a massive hand seal and shouts, launching a blinding beam of light straight at the spirit. The spirit easily blocks the hit. Really? Her body is already heavily injured, and burning her core power now is just going to make it worse. At this point, even the incredibly rare heaven-severing life ointment will not be enough to fix her completely broken body. In a flash, the attack rebounds completely. It smashes right back into Dear, leaving her coughing up blood in agony. But she is absolutely relentless. She screams at the 9-word spirit, no matter what happens today, she is taking that life ointment. She does not care about the price at all. But the second she tries to force out more spiritual power, she violently vomits blood again. Dear shouts out in pure rage. Why is the spirit suppressing her power? She swears this princess will fight them to the bitter end. But that furious outburst just rips open her internal wounds even more. Trapped. She has to swallow her fierce pride. She admits they are way too strong. Fine, this princess will join their twisted trial, whatever it takes to claim that life-saving ointment. The spirit mutters in annoyance talk about being stubbornly dramatic. Then, it suddenly turns its focus and asks if he is Nathan Quinn, the guided one. The 9-word spirit has drifted across the continent, all just to find a chosen successor from 1,000 years ago. Ever since the divine artifact descended, they have followed its strict orders. Searching for the legendary successor meant they were actually looking for him. Not too long ago, that divine artifact finally sensed his presence. It specifically ordered the spirit to unlock this hidden secret treasure vault, waiting for him. Hearing this, Dear and Long Ho are both completely stunned. The spirit continues in a slow tone. Now that he is here, their mission to return the item is officially complete. A flash of golden light shoots right at him. A mysterious box drops straight into Nathan Quinn's hands, and his pupils instantly react with insane intensity. Nathan Quinn suspiciously asks what this thing actually is. Why have they been hunting for him for 1,000 years? The spirit explains that, based on the artifact's rules, he is actually too weak to open it right now. He is absolutely forced to join this deadly trial. Winning the trial is the only possible way he can open the box and meet the artifact. Nathan Quinn tenses up hard before finally agreeing. Fine then. Then the spirit turns its attention right back to the other two. It asks them again, are they joining or not? Remember, only one winner. And the losers literally die. Dear does not hesitate for a single second she is in. Long Ho feels the exact same way. Even though this whole deadly trial is clearly rigged for Nathan Quinn. But come on, Long Ho is the proud descendant of a mighty beast. There is no way he loses to some weak early-stage kid. He absolutely refuses to back down. He is joining just to crush that boy under his feet. Nathan Quinn crosses his arms with a helpless sigh. What a bunch of lunatics. The spirit declares that since everyone is locked in, the trial officially begins. The three of them plunge downward into a raging storm of wild lightning. Long Ho eats dirt, violently crashing headfirst into the ground. He lifts his heavy head, cursing loudly. What the hell is this cursed place? His entire cultivation power has been completely sealed away. Nathan Quinn is pretty shocked. This trial zone is seriously weird. It actually managed to completely lock down everyone's cultivation levels. Dear just lets out a cold snort. Spiritual energy bursts around her as she shoots forward like a rocket. Long Ho frantically yells for her to wait. Nathan Quinn stays back, thinking hard. The 9-word spirit claimed he could only open the wooden box inside the trial. So, does that mean he can open it right now? He pops the box open, and a blinding light instantly erupts. Honestly, you are not ready for this. The glow is so insanely powerful that it punches straight into the sky. From that massive, brilliant light, a single giant eye slowly materializes. Nathan Quinn stares in absolute shock. That right there is the left eye of the war god. He asks in heavy confusion, why exactly was he guided here? The giant eye answers back, It called him here for one very specific reason: to permanently merge with his war god's soul. The goal was to unleash the absolute, unmatched glory of the war god through him. And yet he pathetically bowed his head to others over some cheap, useless sentiment. That is an absolute disgrace to the war god's soul. As the chosen successor, falling this far is pathetic. He is simply not worthy of holding the legendary war god title anymore. Now, in the name of the left eye of the war god, it officially strips him of his successor status. From this moment on, Nathan Quinn is completely erased. That terrifying surge of power aggressively forces its way right into Nathan Quinn's eye. Meanwhile, Long Ho and Dear are desperately sprinting ahead. She suddenly stops and announces they finally made it. Right in front of a massive boulder, glowing text appears. It clearly states whoever smashes this giant rock wins this stage. Long Ho excitedly charges forward. A trial? This is way too easy. He proudly declares he is about to unleash his heroic strength and shatter this boulder into total dust. Long Ho charges in for an attack, but a massive magical backlash immediately blasts him away. Stuck in his spirit beast form, he glares at the completely undamaged rock and curses up a storm. Damn it, you animal, breaking this thing requires at least Martial King tier strength. With his cultivation totally sealed right now, how the heck is he supposed to smash it? You 9-word true mantra spirits are straight up playing a joke on this Grand Master. Dear watches the whole embarrassing scene from the sidelines and just sighs idiot. Suddenly, a massive pillar of lightning rips straight through the clouds, crashing down dangerously close to them. Long Ho tracks that blinding halo and instantly recognizes it as the divine artifact. That brat actually opened the divine artifact. Dear does not say a single word and just sprints off, leaving him desperately yelling after her. Hey, beautiful, wait for me. 90 breaths later, the two of them finally reach the source of that spiritual energy. And man, the pressure here is absolutely terrifying. What in the world is that divine artifact anyway? She has no clue. Dear stares at the scene unfolding, her mind racing with pure anxiety. Nathan Quinn, you better not dare get yourself killed. Right up ahead, a massive vortex of energy that looks exactly like a giant eye is churning wildly above him. He gets caught up in that overwhelming power instantly, his eyes shooting wide open in shock. A completely mysterious surge of energy beams straight into his eyes. Outside, a little while later, Long Ho starts screaming as the strange phenomenon shifts. The crazy pressure is totally gone. The two of them finally spot Nathan Quinn lying completely unconscious in the middle of it. He marches over and pokes him with a claw, and we are all just as confused as he is. The kid is knocked out cold. So what just happened? Out of nowhere, another freak blast of energy erupts from his body, violently launching Long Ho away. Even while nursing fresh injuries from that impact, he keeps his eyes locked on him. Damn it, he says that Brad is not just out cold, his body is being taken over. Dear hears that and her face instantly drains of color. Taken over? She frantically uses a spell to check his vitals, but the horrific result leaves her staring in wide-eyed disbelief. He has absolute zero chance of survival. Nathan Quinn is completely dead. She totally breaks down, collapsing right next to him while muttering that he is gone. Dear reaches a trembling hand out toward Nathan Quinn, her voice super weak. No, you cannot die. You still owe me 100,000 Martial King pills, so how can you die? I bullied you so many times. Did you not say you wanted revenge? Get up right now and take your revenge. When he does not answer, she just keeps screaming into the void. I am your master, she yells, and I absolutely forbid you from dying. Who gave you the guts to die? You better come back to life. Long Ho suddenly chimes in, pointing out that he is not dead, yet his breath is just gone because his life force got snatched. His soul is actually still in there, but he is fading fast. Once his soul disappears in a few moments, he will be completely dead forever. Dear spots a tiny glimmer of hope and whips around, begging for a way to save him. He quickly explains the grim reality. Right now, his life force is stolen, and unless they use a literal immortal elixir to reverse yin and yang, he is not getting it back. But before he can even finish talking, Long Ho suddenly freaks out. What on earth are you doing? Dear is already forming hand seals, entirely wrapped in swirling spiritual energy as she chants. The heavens and worlds, every flower and blade of grass, every rock and home, I am creation itself. Now, in the name of creation, I borrow this heaven and earth to summon the origin. Finishing the chant, she throws her arms wide and unleashes her power. 9-turn spirit turns immortal. Immortal turns to power my origin. Awaken now. After refining her very foundation to form the immortal elixir, Dear clasps her hands together, silently praying to use her 9-turn cultivation to call back his lost life. Long Ho watches from the sidelines in pure shock, frantically shouting to stop her. You are completely insane. You are damaging your own core origin, and even if you are a 9-turn spirit fairy ginseng, Doing this crazy stunt is going to leave you severely and permanently injured. Trying to recover back to normal will be as hard as reaching the heavens. Plus, whatever stole his power is absolutely terrifying. Even if you somehow manage to restore his life force, it might just get violently snatched away again. Dear instantly snaps right back at him. What do you know? Back then, if he had not made that blood oath to nourish my soul and help me recover, I would have been dead a long time ago. He straight up gave me a second life, and I am absolutely not letting him die. The immortal elixir quickly takes root in Nathan Quinn, pumping energy directly into him. Off to the side, burning through that much energy forces Dear to completely collapse onto the dirt. Long Ho sees her putting everything on the line and gets emotional, and here is the real plot twist: he actually steps up, totally shocked someone would pay such a massive price. Fine. Since things have gone this far, this Grand Master will lend him a hand too. Whether this actually works out in the end is entirely up to his own fate. With that said, he immediately burns his own cultivation to refine a rare treasure. After extracting his dragon tiger pearl, he swiftly pushes the glowing orb straight into Nathan Quinn's body. Now, completely drained of strength, Long Ho lets out a heavy sigh and complains loudly. Damn it, taking a massive loss just to impress a girl. Dear struggles to drag herself closer to him, offering desperate encouragement. Nathan Quinn, you absolutely have to come back to life. Deep inside a dark, hazy void, the scattered spiritual energies suddenly explode, seamlessly linking back together into one brilliant, surging network. And because of that, Nathan Quinn finally snaps awake within this illusion, his eyes widening as he looks around. Right now, Nathan Quinn is standing directly in front of his own martial spirit, a towering figure draped in majestic, heavy armor. He stares up at it, completely confused, and demands an answer. Divine War God pupil, why are you trying to violently take over my body? Hearing this, the entity actually explains himself. The God of War needs zero friends, they only drag you down. If you ditch that totally pathetic, laughable friendship, I won't hijack your body. You still get to be the sole heir to the War God. But Nathan Quinn actually cares about loyalty. Hearing this garbage, he instantly yells right back at him. You are insanely powerful, and since finding you, I have crushed countless enemies under my boots. But I am not wrong. I absolutely refuse to lose my actual self just for raw power. I am not the God of War. I am Nathan Quinn. Clenching his fist tight, our guy officially throws down the challenge. I know you are incredibly mysterious and strong, but you think you can just take me? I might be immortal, but I am not going down without a fight. Fight me right now. Let us see exactly who ends up dead. The war god actually bursts out laughing at these wild words. He happily grants the request, charging forward and screaming out so bold, "Excellent!" Instantly, Nathan Quinn feels an absolutely terrifying wave of pressure rushing straight toward his face. The massive figure of the war god is actually merging right into his soul. Endless, surging power just keeps violently pouring straight into Nathan Quinn's body. He quickly unlocks his inner potential, his eyes turning crazy sharp. Seeing this, the war spirit finally explains, "Congratulations on passing the test. From this moment on, you are my one and only master." Master, taking me along forever to conquer the 9 heavens is pretty great, right? Meanwhile outside, Dear is still desperately waiting for him to wake up. Long Ho sees her hugging him tight and looking totally stressed, so he just has to ask, "Tell me the truth right now. Did you actually fall for this kid? What the heck is love?" Hearing her clueless denial, Long Ho quickly explains it. "You really do not know? Love means caring, a crazy deep feeling. Loving someone means you would gladly give up absolutely everything for them. You were totally willing to sacrifice your core for him. Does that not mean you love him?" Dear feels her heart flutter a bit at that, totally confused as she mumbles back, "I love Nathan Quinn? Honestly, I have no idea." Suddenly, Nathan Quinn starts twitching, his face twisting up like he is going through some insane, agonizing pain. He clutches his chest as spiritual energy explodes outward. Dear stares in pure panic, demanding to know what is happening. Long Ho immediately tries to explain the wild phenomenon. He has totally been possessed. I already told you this earlier. Even if you managed to heal him, there was basically zero chance he could escape getting his body snatched. After all, the exact thing taking over his body is a massive divine artifact. Even the 9-word true mantra spirit was completely subdued. But before Long Ho can even finish his lecture, reality violently slaps him in the face, leaving him absolutely stunned. Right now, Nathan Quinn is totally wrapped in glowing spiritual energy, pulling him straight up into the sky. Wait a second. Long Ho quickly realizes no, he is not getting possessed at all. He is actually merging with the divine artifact, going through some seriously unimaginable changes. Up in the air, Nathan Quinn is fighting through the agony, gritting his teeth against every wave of insane power flooding his body. The merging process finishes up in a flash, and all that wild spiritual energy totally blends into one single force. Are you seeing this? Long Ho watches the whole thing and literally starts stammering, "This is absolutely insane." He just stares at the crazy techniques Nathan Quinn is absorbing. Scientian 7th layer, Scientian 8th layer, Scientian 9th layer, Scientian 10th layer. Nathan Quinn has completely awakened his divine sense, pushing his cultivation level through the absolute roof. Long Ho cannot even hold back his shock anymore as he screams out, "That is divine sense!" This crazy guy's cultivation just spiked from the Scientian 6th layer all the way to the half-step Martial King realm. Plus, he unlocked divine sense? What kind of broken divine artifact did he even merge with? The war god slowly materializes right behind him, looking majestic as ever, and radiating an absolutely terrifying level of power. His glowing eyes quickly lock onto Deer and Long Ho waiting down below. Down there, both of them literally drop their jaws at the sight of this divine artifact. The war god is currently focusing all his spiritual energy, his eyes flashing wildly as he drives the massive upgrade. 3 profound rays, and it does not even stop there. It continuously blasts out power to hit 5 rays, and then a crazy 7 profound rays. For the first time in his entire life, Long Ho sees something this insane. He yells out he can actually upgrade his martial spirit. It just jumps 6 whole ranks in a flash. Holy crap, what kind of martial spirit is that? Deer stares with her eyes wide open, quietly wondering, is this really your big secret? Nathan Quinn casually walks over and speaks up. "Princess, thank you so much for saving me, but do not worry about a thing. That item you really want? I will definitely help you get it." Hearing that, she quickly turns away, putting on a cold face and muttering, "At least you have a conscience." But then Deer suddenly feels something wrong and coughs up blood. Her legs completely give out, and she collapses right in front of a totally shocked Nathan Quinn. He rushes over, scooping her into his arms and desperately calling for the princess. Long Ho sees this guy getting all close to his precious beauty and instantly marches over to threaten him. "Nathan Quinn, let my goddess go right now. I want a duel. Do not think merging with some divine artifact gives you the right to act arrogant. You are still just a piece of trash in the half-step Martial King realm. I will crush you like a tiny little ant." Nathan Quinn just slowly turns his glowing war god eye onto him, giving a freezing cold response. "Is that right?" Nathan Quinn just glares, blasting out this terrifying pressure that completely freezes Long Ho in place. Feeling that insane power, he stammers out, "What exactly is this? What kind of sick eye technique?" Nathan Quinn completely ignores him, scoops up the princess, stands tall, and asks if he still wants to fight. Internally, he quietly tests out his new combat pupil, figuring out the exact wild ability it awakened right after merging with the war god's left eye. This is the war god's pressure. Pure force, hitting hard just by projecting aura. It completely crushes the enemy's momentum, triggering total panic and shattering their fighting will. Honestly, that is a pretty flawless result. Nathan Quinn keeps analyzing this new skill combo with the left eye, noting that the sheer damage output is honestly far from ordinary. Too bad his cultivation tier is so low right now, locking him at just 1 awakened ability until he levels up and unlocks the rest of the tree. Over on the sidelines, Long Ho finally takes the hint. "No more fighting," he suddenly yells, calling Nathan Quinn a total freak of nature. Nathan Quinn casually turns his head toward the shadows, shouting for the Kutur-chun Ingon to come out already, and the hidden figures immediately pop right into view. They immediately congratulate Nathan Quinn, praising him for winning the divine artifact's full acceptance. He has officially cleared this brutal trial, and they tell him he is finally free to leave. Standing his ground, he drops a bold request before walking out, plainly stating that he wants to take the heaven-defying, life-continuing ointment. The leader immediately steps up, ready to explain the complex rules surrounding that specific item. Since he is the artifact's heir, they ask if he truly wants that ointment. They naturally would not reject him, but there is a strict rule in play here. A person can only take items by officially becoming their heir. Reaching out a hand, the leader smoothly offers a deal, asking young Nathan Quinn to step up and become the direct heir to the Kutur-chun Ngon. If he accepts, they promise to safely lend him their considerable power in the future whenever he needs it. Staring straight at him, the spirits confidently ask if he is fully willing to take the title. Right beside him, Long Ho stares with absolute envy, totally stunned by the offer. The Kutur-chun Ngon actually want this punk to be their master, leaving him wondering what kind of crazy background this kid really has. But Nathan Quinn is naturally suspicious, casually asking what exact requirements come attached to becoming their precious heir. The leader skips the long speech, explaining that he just needs to help them complete one single mission, assuring him that the task will be incredibly easy for someone like him. Even though this is an insanely rare opportunity, Nathan Quinn ruthlessly shuts them down. "Hard pass," he says. He flat out refuses the title and their help, bluntly stating he only wants to walk away with that sweet, heaven-defying, life-continuing ointment. Long Ho is literally frozen in shock right next to him, terrified by his short-sightedness as he loudly asks if the kid even understands what this title actually means. He calls Nathan Quinn completely crazy for turning it down, practically begging him to just agree already. Nathan Quinn does not even bother explaining himself, coldly asking what his personal choice has to do with Long Ho anyway, completely infuriating the beast who is honestly just giving advice. Ignoring him completely, Nathan Quinn turns back around and casually asks the Kutur Chunangon if there is any other way around this. He demands another method to score the heaven-defying, life-continuing ointment, prompting Long Ho to jump right in and pettily try to steal the spotlight. Since Nathan Quinn rudely rejected them, Long Ho practically pitches himself to the spirits, eagerly offering to become their brand new heir instead. He promises to finish their mission easily, but totally breaking his confident stride, the Kutur Chunangon calmly replied that he completely lacks the qualifications. Taking blow after brutal blow to his pride, Long Ho finally snaps. He completely loses it, lunging forward to aggressively attack. He screams about being disrespected and demands a duel, but his actual combat strength is a total joke, getting blasted away and knocked unconscious in one single hit. Seeing exactly how stubborn Nathan Quinn is, the spirits finally back off and quietly drop their heavy demands. They agree to hand over the heaven-defying, life-continuing ointment, but under one strict condition, he has to remember this massive favor forever. They firmly admit they might need his solid backing down the line. Hearing that totally reasonable trade, Nathan Quinn happily agrees to keep the favor in mind. The leader officially hands the precious item over, dropping a stern reminder for him to keep his word, prompting a very confident reply from our guy. He tells the senior to relax, swearing on his honor that his word is solid gold and the favor is locked in. Whenever they inevitably need his help later, he promises to show up. With the deal finally settled, the whole group quickly turns to leave. Their business here is officially wrapped up, so the three of them immediately get teleported straight out of the dungeon. The second they hit the ground, Long Ho screams in pure excitement, hyped that his strength is back. And here is where things get hilarious completely unsealed. He shoots Nathan Quinn a highly challenging glare. He smirks, pointing out how unbelievably arrogant Nathan Quinn was acting back inside. He accuses him of playing dirty, using an eye technique to attack only when his mighty powers were temporarily sealed. Feeling incredibly bold, he gives the kid a fake chance to make amends, aggressively demanding every single piece of treasure, threatening to just end him right here. Nathan Quinn just flashes that terrifying combat pupil again, calmly asking if he is absolutely sure about fighting. But nobody falls for the exact same trick twice. Long Ho instantly panics, looking away to mumble some seriously weak excuses. He quickly backpedals, claiming to spare him simply because he looks so pitiful. Covering up his fear, he yells that Nathan Quinn owes him a massive favor for saving his life earlier, demanding he show up instantly the exact second he calls. Goodbye. Dudu suddenly snaps awake, jumping right out of his arms and yelling out, "Wait, you already know my secret. Obviously this princess cannot just let you go, but become my personal mount, and I might spare your little life." Long Ho is a highly territorial king after all. So hearing this absolute disrespect makes him immediately bark back, "Wait, what exactly? I have the legendary heavenly dragon and thunder tiger bloodline running through my veins, and you want me as a ride?" Du totally refuses to back down, clapping right back and telling him that being her loyal servant and letting her be his master is an absolute blessing. Nathan Quinn just stands stuck in the middle, watching these two wildly scream at each other. Long Ho snaps, "Do not think just because I like you, you can humiliate me into being a mount, so let us fight right now and I will definitely win." She yells back, "Let us fight then, who is scared?" Nathan Quinn quickly turns around, using some serious smooth talking to calm things down. He praises the great Long Ho, telling the mighty Demon King that he does not actually need to be a mount at all. "But look, the two of us have way too much loot to carry, and you are a pretty cool guy, so how about we travel the world together?" It literally still means being a pack mule, but get this, Long Ho somehow completely misses the point and gets super hyped. "Now that is how you properly speak to a king," the beast boasts, reluctantly agreeing to the deal while admitting he is totally sick of his own mountain anyway and desperately needs some fresh air for a change. Nathan Quinn quickly turns his attention back to Du. "Princess, here are your things." She smirks, praising her new servant for a decent job, and officially cancels his massive 100,000 Marshall King pill debt. Getting exactly what she wants, Du dashes off, shouting that she is going to refine her heaven-tier item first and will meet up with him later. Left behind, Nathan Quinn does not slack off at all, starting his closed-door training alongside his God of War spirit. Intense energy from the God of War violently explodes outward, covering a massive section of the sky. Nathan Quinn instantly feels the sheer power flowing through him, hyping up how his rank 7 mystic martial spirit is seriously incredible. Staring at the intense spiritual energy swirling everywhere, he cannot help but marvel at the fact he has finally reached the half-step martial king level today. The true chi inside his body is currently condensing into a pure liquid state, meaning he has to absorb even more spiritual energy. He needs to force his true chi to form a core, trigger the king tribulation, and completely cleanse his body. Only then can he become a true martial king. Nathan Quinn stands tall beside his god of war spirit, mapping out his next crazy move. Besides his cultivation, this insanely tough physical body cannot go to waste, so he definitely needs to hunt down a top-tier body refinement technique soon. His eyes narrow slightly as he considers his divine sense, noting that pushing into the half-step martial king realm gives him a huge advantage. Unlocking this divine sense is his golden ticket, because if he trains it properly, his mental power is going to be absolutely terrifying. Learning a divine sense combat skill would just make it even deadlier. Plus, our guy is practically loaded now, casually sitting on 570,000 martial king pills, 5 innate weapons, over 300 demon cores, and tons of microstones. Nathan Quinn stares at the massive mountain of loot piled up right in front of him, calculating that trading all this could easily boost his spirit to rank 9. With that decided, he drops right back into his deep meditation state. He just has to wait until Princess Diane Du finally finishes her own refining process. Once she recovers her cultivation, they will head back to Silverstone Academy to trade for pills and level up his spirit. Fast forward exactly 8 days later, and a massive messenger bird suddenly starts circling above them. Nathan Quinn casually extends his arm out, letting the giant delivery eagle safely land right onto his wrist. He quickly snatches the letter from it and scans the details. It says the Back family head, Back Lyot, brought a whole army of their experts to ambush the Tan family. But his father led their people and totally crushed the invaders, all thanks to that insanely strong clan protection array Princess Diane Du left behind. The letter says not to worry, but you know how this goes. Nathan Quinn reads it and immediately clenches his fists in pure rage. The Back family clearly has zero idea of their own limits, he growls, actually daring to launch an attack on his home. Still, with the Back family getting completely schooled like that, the 4 major clans probably will not try anything stupid again. The Tan family should definitely be safe for a good while. He originally wanted to head back home to clean up some trash, but now it looks like he does not have to. His eyes fill with absolute determination as he decides wait for Princess Diane Du to finish her heaven-tier item, then go straight back to Silverstone Academy. Speak of the devil, the princess and Long Ho suddenly come zooming in from the distance. Du lands right in front of him, impatiently yelling that she is finally done refining her gear and they need to move. Fast forward another 5 days, and the chaotic trio is currently packed up and hitting the road again. Long Ho has shifted back into his demon humanoid form, loudly making fun of things. He aggressively mocks Nathan Quinn, calling his sect completely pathetic for a genuine martial ancestor expert, bluntly joking that if Nathan Quinn actually wants to stay in this boring place, the Great King refuses to hang out with him anymore. Du chimes right in, agreeing that this Silverstone Academy has officially gotten boring. She points out that he is a half-step martial king now anyway. A genius with a rank 7 mystic spirit who could easily stroll into the lower domain's 2 great holy lands. He could even become a holy son there. Nathan Quinn hears this idea, rubs his chin, and actually thinks it sounds pretty good, the 2 great holy lands. He immediately thinks about the other martial sects pulling the exact same stunt. The Kanglan continent splits right into upper and lower domains. Down in the lower domain, the 2 great holy lands stand as the absolute top powers, gathering every single genius from both sides. His eyes sharpen up, he basically has it all figured out. Once he cashes out and upgrades his martial spirit, things are going down. He just needs to handle some business, then find Elder Dan for a serious chat. But first time to trade for some pills. Meanwhile, over at the first peak of the inner courtyard, Dung Quan steps up with a reminder, Con Tuet, I am a martial king now. So per our old agreement, you absolutely have to marry me. Hearing this, her face drops into awkward hesitation, totally avoiding his creepy gaze. Getting zero response, he steps right in and violently tilts her chin up. What is wrong with you? Still thinking about Nathan Quinn? Let me be real with you, if you had not literally begged me, I would have destroyed him regardless of his surrender. Contuet desperately tries to pull away, but being totally trapped, she finally caves. I know, she says I will marry you, just drop it. Hearing how forced she sounds, Dung Quan drops his voice even colder in just a few days from now. The Mystic Spirit sect will completely belong to the Odung family. Things have changed, so you better start behaving yourself around me. Right then, Lair Hong casually walks through the gate with an update. Nathan Quinn has finally returned. Dung Quan instantly gets hyped up, his eyes turning straight up evil. Good, he says, this time I am definitely going to teach that loser a lesson. Back over to our guy Nathan Quinn. He finally reaches the merit hall, but instantly some guy walks right up and yells, "Are you the one who actually finished the mission?" Ma-Teen takes one look and starts straight up mocking him. "A tiny innate realm kid like you, magically killing that many monster beasts? My time is incredibly precious, so do not drag this out." Nathan Quinn hears this absolute trash talk, but does not even get mad. He just turns around Senior Brother. "Why judge a book by its cover? Honestly, I am more worried your pockets lack enough Marshall King pills to pay me." Ma-Teen laughs right in his face. "Ridiculous?" He sneers. "You really think I cannot afford your pathetic little monster core stash?" Seeing this guy absolutely refusing to believe him, Nathan Quinn casually whips out his storage bag. "Well then, Senior Brother, you might want to open your eyes wide for this." Boom! Right in front of him sits a literal mountain of highly valuable loot. Ma-Teen practically shorts out, totally unable to trust his own eyeballs, completely speechless. "What the heck?" Nathan Quinn happily sifts through the glittering pile. "Senior Brother," he says, "that is 360 high-level Monster King cores right there. Feeling satisfied yet?" Ma-Teen finally swallows his massive ego, his mind absolutely racing. Who in the world is this crazy kid anyway? Even an elite martial ancestor realm fighter would totally struggle to wipe out this many top-tier beasts. "Looks like I severely messed up this time." He embarrassingly clears his throat to speak. "Junior Brother, you are clearly a talented young hero. My bad for offending you earlier. Please forgive me." Nathan Quinn keeps his cool, subtly throwing the shade right back. "What are you even saying, Senior Brother? Are these monster cores enough for you?" The guy practically launches himself forward to inspect the goods, blurting out a price. "Plenty, absolutely plenty. I will trade you 20,000 Marshall King pills for all these cores. How does that sound?" Nathan Quinn is actually kind of shocked by the insane value, but smoothly agrees. Of course that works. Inside, though, he is absolutely celebrating. Who knew a bunch of monster cores could be worth this much bank? Definitely need to hustle more of these in the future. The guy hands over the pills fast. "I am Ma-Teen." He says, "What should I call you, Junior Brother?" Nathan Quinn grabs his massive payout. "I am Nathan Quinn, Senior Mon, but I gotta run now." Watching him walk away, Ma-Teen squints. That name Nathan Quinn, he has definitely heard that somewhere before. Suddenly, realization hits him like a giant truck, jolting him completely awake. "Wait a second." Ma-Teen scowls, putting it together. It is actually him. Damn it, why did he return to the sect right now? Meanwhile, back over at the inner courtyard. Just as expected, Huang is already busy snitching to Dung Quan about the whole situation. She tells him Nathan Quinn hit the merit hall and made a giant trade with some inner disciple named Ma-Tien. Dung Quan absolutely sneers at the hustle. He is so broke now, he actually has to grind missions just to score some basic pills. Huang eagerly chimes back in. Plus, Nathan Quinn is hitting the treasure hall right now. 9 times out of 10, that means he wants to sell some precious gear. Hearing this, Dung Quan twists his face into a purely vicious grin and starts barking orders. "Since he wants those pills that badly, I will completely ruin everything for him. Send our guys to ambush Nathan Quinn right now and rob every single treasure off his body." Contuit overhears this totally messed up plan and immediately steps into the room, shouting out, "Oh Dung Quan." She yells out, "Did you not promise me you would actually stop going after Nathan Quinn?" Hearing her defend him makes him even more furious. "Listen here, Contuit," he snaps back. "Drop that attitude with me right now. I am only robbing the guy, not literally taking his life away. That is me being merciful, so do not push my limits." Terrified for the guy she cares about but completely trapped, she just slumps right down in defeat. Now check this out. Nathan Quinn casually strolls up to the second floor of the treasure hall. He walks straight up to Elder Teen and politely asks to sell some martial skills and spirit weapons. "State your name and rank," the elder demands. But instantly, Nathan Quinn notices something is seriously off about this whole setup. Since when does the Treasure Pavilion have this kind of rule? But he plays along anyway, declaring his name loud and clear, Nathan Quinn, straight from the third inner courtyard. Hearing his title, the old man does not look surprised at all. Instead, he just asks, "So you are Nathan Quinn. Hand over the martial arts and spirit weapons you want to sell." Nathan Quinn quickly pulls out his precious items and drops them right on the table. The crowd nearby instantly starts buzzing the second they spot the top-tier loot he brought in. Holy crap, 8 spirit weapons and 4 high-grade ones. Those martial arts probably have some insane background too. This guy is a massive big spender. But unlike the completely shocked crowd, Elder Qian just picks them up and slowly evaluates the goods. He claims these martial arts are strong but cannot compare to the Mystic Spirit Sect techniques. Plus, the 4 weapons took heavy damage, so their power is totally not what it used to be. "Since you brought so much glory to the sect, I will take these." And just like that, the old guy shamelessly slashes the price, leaving Nathan Quinn completely stunned. "We are offering 1,000 Marshall King pills." Nathan Quinn absolutely loses his patience and yells right back at him, 1,000 Marshall King pills? I called you senior out of respect, but you are just being completely shameless right now. Watching the kid act so incredibly aggressive, Elder Chien reacts. He refuses to back down and loudly snaps right back. I am telling you, Nathan Quinn, you better apologize to me right now. Otherwise, do not even dream of getting a single Marshall King pill today. Nathan Quinn immediately busts out his snarkiest mocking tone. He says the old man should feel ashamed of his own unfairness, drop to his knees, and apologize directly to him. Hearing this, the old guy bursts into loud laughter and calls his bluff. Nonsense. Me, feeling ashamed and kneeling? I think your brain just got kicked by a wild donkey. He does not waste another word on the geezer. He unleashes his visual technique, the divine battle spirit, demanding him to kneel. Instantly, an invisible crushing gravity slams the old man hard onto the floor. Elder Chien is absolutely terrified right now, his face going completely pale without a single drop of blood left. Nathan Quinn keeps up the pressure and loudly threatens him, call out whatever backstage backer you are hiding behind. Ju Yang, standing in the back, suddenly laughs out loud, calling the whole thing pretty interesting. The guy steps forward, using a super arrogant tone to openly mock Nathan Quinn. The famous genius Nathan Quinn, acting all tough and disrespecting old people in this tiny little treasure pavilion. The surrounding crowd quickly recognizes him. Wait, isn't that Ju Yang? What is going on here? Looks like we have got a real show to watch. The moment he hears that name, Nathan Quinn figures out the entire setup and calls him out. Seems like you are just taking orders from Yang Jun. Ju Yang, I am giving you one final chance. Get the hell out of my sight right now, or do not blame me for playing dirty. Hearing him talk so big, the guy just bursts out laughing. Love that tough talk. Besides flapping your lips, Nathan Quinn, what actual skills do you even have left? Last time you fought senior brother Lung Feng, were you not the one who got scared and ran away like a coward? Just another frog trapped at the bottom of the well, completely blind to the mountain. Nathan Quinn casually humors the guy. It looks like you are absolutely dead set on fighting me. Ju Yang, I actually have a personal rule. Anyone who becomes my enemy has to get down on their knees to talk to me. That is exactly what the guy was waiting for. He immediately summons his gang of disciples and shouts a loud warning. You got some nerve, Nathan Quinn, openly insulting a member of our alliance. According to the alliance rules, you should be chopped to pieces right on the spot. But out of respect for the Supreme Elder, and since you are a super genius with a 10th grade Huang martial spirit, I will spare your life. I will just beat you into a cripple. The group aggressively charges forward. But watch this closely. Nathan Quinn unleashes his explosive aura and roars. Kneel down, every single one of you. Visual technique, divine battle spirit. Before the mob can even launch an attack, they are instantly forced down, kneeling flat on the ground. Nathan Quinn steps right over them, his voice completely ice cold. What is wrong? Did you not just say you wanted to cripple me? Guess you learned how to be obedient now. Seeing that absolutely no one has the strength to fight back, he just sighs in total boredom. With the trash cleared out, Nathan Quinn turns back to the completely trembling Elder Chien with his demand. Hey old man, I am selling all this. Hand over 100,000 Marshall King pills. Yes, of course. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, a furious voice booms from high above. How absolutely bold of you. Nathan Quinn quickly senses this oppressive aura and confirms it. This is a Marshall King realm expert. The man swiftly makes his grand appearance, sending the whole crowd into another massive panic. It is actually Vice Hall Master Zhang. He is the absolute head of the 9 Great Vice Masters, the future leader of the Rare Treasure Hall itself. Why in the world is he here? The moment he arrives, he uses a sound technique to break the suppression, commanding the kneeling group to get up on their feet. The sound waves from his technique are insanely powerful, but somehow, they do not have the slightest effect at all. Catching on quickly, Nathan Quinn calmly explains the situation. Vice Hall Master Zhang, this pure sound technique might wake up their minds. It might banish inner demons, but it will not work on them at all. Why? Because they are all kneeling in front of me entirely willingly. Vice Hall Master Zhang observes the kid, secretly evaluating him. This Nathan Quinn was only at the 2nd layer of the Xiantian realm before, who knew his cultivation reached this level today. Too bad, even if you are some heaven-defying prodigy, you still offended Yang Jun. Even with the Supreme Elder backing you up, you are definitely not getting away with this. He immediately steps forward to scold him. Nathan Quinn, you buy and sell a lot at the Treasure Pavilion. Do you realize you just violated the trading rules? Knowing this is just deliberate trouble, Nathan Quinn refuses to back down. Nathan Quinn stares down Vice Hall Master Truong, basically saying if Yang Jun sent you to mess with me, just bring it on. 1,000 Marshall King pills to buy his spiritual weapons? He shoves a gold token right in the guy's face and keeps talking. The Rare Treasure Hall thinks they can treat him like cheap trash, but he is not someone you can just casually disrespect. Huang takes one look at the token and his face completely drops. He stammers out that it is the purple dragon red tooth token. The guy instantly backpedals, nervously telling Nathan Quinn that if his claims are true, then the staff really did mess up big time. But he throws in a little catch. The Treasure Pavilion has a strict rule against buying anything worth less than 30 million Marshall King pills. Nathan Quinn does not even break a sweat over this little hurdle, casually gripping his storage bag as he replies, "Oh, so the pavilion has this kind of rule? That is totally fine," he says. "They can just play right by the rules." He quickly pulls out his most ridiculously expensive items and starts showing them off to the old man. He asks how much this innate weapon is worth, maybe 700,000 Marshall King pills tops. And this shiny insight stone? Probably 200,000 pills right there. Huang immediately scoffs, pointing out that one innate weapon and one single insight stone do not even meet half of their required trading standard. After confirming the prices, Nathan Quinn just flashes this incredibly smug smile and asks, "Is that so?" He quickly summons his entire massive stash of glowing treasures right there, demanding to know if 5 innate weapons and 540 insight stones finally qualify for a trade here. Watch the crowd go absolutely wild, completely stunned and nervously whispering among themselves. The entire Mystic Spirit Sect inventory does not even have this many insight stones. Forget about qualifying, you could sell the whole pavilion and still come up painfully short. Vice Hall Master Huang instantly starts sweating and stammering. Seeing the guy speechless, Nathan Quinn steps right up into his personal space. "Why so quiet?" he asks. "Do not tell me you want to buy all this for 1,000 pills too? Or are you guys just completely too broke to pay up?" Huang literally goes pale, collapsing straight onto the floor under the sheer crushing pressure of the guy's massive flex. Nathan Quinn smoothly sweeps all the weapons and crystals back into his storage bag. Realizing this guy cannot pay up, he turns his back to leave, tossing out one last insult. Absolute embarrassment. Cut to the third courtyard, where Dragon Tiger is loudly complaining. He reminds Nathan Quinn they were supposed to roam the continent, yet he is stuck in this tiny little yard, which is already bad enough. But in just half an hour, at least 30 divine senses have snooped on them. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn replies with a freezing tone, 30 divine senses snooping around? Dragon Tiger Demon Sect, are you getting totally bored of this place? Because right now, you can get ready to turn this whole sect completely upside down. Dragon Tiger instantly gets hyped up and agrees, trashing the entire sect. Sounds incredibly exciting. Meowju pipes up from behind to stop them. She asks why Nathan Quinn is wasting time running in circles in a tiny place like the Mystic Spirit Sect. Heading straight to the 2 great holy lands is way more important. Seeing her point, Nathan Quinn cannot help but deeply ponder over some past events. Back when Sophie Shaw told him to bow his head and surrender to Leng Feng, she probably knew some kind of secret inside information back then. He is the proud disciple of the Supreme Elder, with a status totally matching Ouyang Jun, so why suffer this oppression? The situation in the Mystic Spirit Sect is definitely changing. Suddenly, a voice echoes from outside, telling Nathan Quinn to open the third courtyard for a serious chat. Nathan Quinn instantly recognizes him. "Gong Yang, your timing is absolutely perfect." The door swings open to reveal Gong Yang standing there with a bunch of disciples. He quickly speaks up, apologizing right away. Stepping into the courtyard, Gong Yang adds that when Nathan Quinn surrendered to Leng Feng, none of them actually believed in him. Only now do they finally understand that he did not back down out of fear. It is just that reality is way too cruel, and even he had to bow his head. Knowing this guy definitely needs a favor, Nathan Quinn just asks what is going on. "Do not worry, he has it covered." Gong Yang holds nothing back, explaining that the Mystic Spirit Sect has been super chaotic this past month. He started intensely investigating, and just moments ago, he finally found out that the Mystic Spirit Sect Master is currently undergoing tribulation inside a secret realm. At this point, he suddenly gets incredibly hyped and yells out the Sect Master is preparing to advance to Martial Emperor. Nathan Quinn's jaw basically drops at the thought of a Martial Emperor, and suddenly, everything clicks in his mind. Makes total sense now, right? No wonder Sophie Shaw told him to surrender, and Ouyang Jun has been walking around looking so arrogant. Gong Yang then drops some history, mentioning that 100 years ago, the Mystic Spirit Sect also produced a Martial Emperor. Right after advancing, that legendary senior took exactly 69 seconds to completely slaughter 3 Martial Ancestor Realm Supreme Elders from the Flying Sword Sect. Hearing this, Dragon Tiger instantly gets super excited. "Wait, what? Your absolute garbage sect actually managed to produce such a ridiculously overpowered figure back in the day?" Finishing his story, Gong Yang warns Nathan Quinn that if the sect master successfully advances, it is definitely going to be an absolute disaster for him. He tells Nathan Quinn to pack up and flee the sect right now. But obviously, running away completely goes against the guy's entire life philosophy. Nathan Quinn asks if they really expect him to run without a fight. The scene then cuts to Yang, who is sitting comfortably, eagerly waiting for the results. Has the rare treasure haul sent word yet? He smirks, assuming that kid Nathan Quinn has already been robbed blind and completely humiliated by now. But Hung holds up the message scroll and announces, has the artifact haul sent the news yet? That brat Nathan Quinn must have been robbed blind, completely losing face, right? Over on the side, Kin Tuate's expression brightens up the second she hears the update, secretly gloating and feeling pretty thrilled about his absolute downfall. Dung Kwon furiously slams the table and stands up. He quickly notices that the guy's cultivation level has totally changed and yells out, damn it, this Nathan definitely scored some epic hidden treasure chest deep inside the dragon. Looks like the second I level up to the Martial King tier, my very first target is him. Kin Tuate quickly jumps up and snaps at him. Dung Kwon, if you dare lay a single finger on him, I would rather die than marry you. But he does not even take her seriously right now, tossing back a cold reply. Tiu Kan Tuet, cut the threats. What exactly are you anyway? You mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of my royal eyes. If I decide I do not want you, you are just useless trash I can toss aside any time. Saying that, Dung Kwon casually waves his hand to command them. Guards, listen up. Move out to the third courtyard immediately. Hung steps up right in front to block the way, yelling out to stop. Dung Kwon, your father is only just pushing for the Martial Emperor tier, and whether he succeeds or fails is still totally unknown. If you go provoke Nathan Quinn right now, you will absolutely face massive suppression from the Supreme Elder and the Honorary Elders combined. He instantly realizes he acted a little too recklessly hot-headed and replies, yeah, I totally overlooked that massive little detail. But even so, there is no way I am completely letting Nathan Quinn off the hook here. Let my alliance's top geniuses step out in my place. If Nathan Quinn knows his place, we spare his pathetic little life. But if he stays stubbornly clueless, just let him die brutally in the life and death arena. Flipping right back over to Nathan Quinn, a voice echoes through the main hall, you really cannot just call it running away. Kung Dung is terrified the kid will just throw himself blindly into danger, so he desperately tries to talk some sense into him. A real man knows when to flex and when to retreat without any shame. This is pure strategy. If the sect master fails his Martial Emperor breakthrough, you coming back later is totally fine. Nathan Quinn gets the guy's totally good intentions, but he actually has another hidden reason to explain. Turns out everyone is just stressing over my personal safety here. Honestly, there is one thing I have not told you all yet. I only chose to surrender initially because someone specifically asked me to do it. I owe her an incredibly massive mountain of gratitude, so turning her down was impossible. Kung Dung does not back off though, and he simply keeps on pressing. I know you have never taken a single step back, but this time is completely different. Even if you hate leaving, I am begging you to get out of the Profound Spirit sect. Please just do it for the sake of our brotherhood. Exactly, this is literally the biggest request of our entire lives. Dear stands casually in the back, watching him face such an impossible choice, and thinks to herself, Nathan Quinn. Are you seriously going to reject your friend's desperate pleas or agree to leave the Profound Spirit sect running away like a beaten stray dog? Suddenly, the golden badge on his body glows bright, blasting out intense spiritual energy, and an image of Dan Lau pops up right from inside it. The old man wastes zero words and quickly barks an absolute order. Nathan Quinn, you need to leave the Profound Spirit sect immediately. Go as incredibly far away as possible. As of today, using my authority as the Supreme Elder, I am officially revoking your disciple status, and from this exact moment onward, you are no longer a disciple of the Profound Spirit sect. Nathan Quinn still has no clue what is happening and calls out totally confused Dan Lown. Right before fading, the old man strictly warns him, Kid, you are easily the most talented disciple I have ever met in my life. Even if there is just a tiny fraction of a chance, I absolutely cannot let you face danger. Remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, you will never lack firewood. Kung Dung steps forward, putting a heavy hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Nathan Quinn, do not blame the elder. He really just wants what is best for you. Your future has absolutely zero limits. You should not be buried in this tiny little Profound Spirit sect. His eyes drop down, completely failing to hide the bitter disappointment inside. Nathan Quinn desperately tries suppressing his rage, clenching his fists so hard they are literally shaking. Suddenly, the whole group jumps at a vicious scream coming from outside. Nathan Quinn, get the hell out here! Nathan Quinn turns his head, thinking Dung Kwon must be sending more people to start trouble. But get ready, because things are about to escalate wildly. Dung Quinn's disciples have already surrounded the hall, aggressively screaming, Nathan Quinn, get out here and die. Glancing up ahead, the trio of Tio Lern, Huang Long, and Tudu instantly recognize the guy. Wait, is that not Bonvour up there? Did the Punishment Hall Master's son Chao Qi really show up too? Are the Alliance members seriously coming to hunt down Nathan Quinn as well? Seeing some punks daring to invade his territory and acting this obnoxiously loud, Kung Dung aggressively steps up and demands to know, "Who are you people?" The two guys standing above quickly drop their flashy introductions. "Ah, it is senior brother Kung Dung from the second courtyard. I am Chow Kui Lurk. And as you all have probably heard before, I am Banvor. Nice to finally meet you." Senior brother Kung Dung. Hearing them proudly confirm their identities, Tudu's entire group freezes in absolute terror, suddenly realizing these two are inner court super geniuses ranked top 10, with Banvor actually ranking third. It is completely unbelievable that they actually took direct orders from Oh Dung Quan. Even knowing their insane status, Kung Dung shows zero politeness and screams back at them. "Whoever you are, this is not a place for you to act wildly arrogant. Get out right now." Another guy who just showed up hears his aggressive tone and casually speaks out. "Little brother Kung Dung, long time no see. Your fierce prestige really has not dropped a bit. Huh, it is you." The massive crowd standing down below instantly starts loudly gossiping the second they see his dramatic entrance. Even the second-ranked intersect guy, Trung Can, actually shows up a total drama goldmine. He steps right up and makes it clear today is not your business. The only guy I want is Nathan Quinn. Kung Dung hears this and immediately fires back. "You and Nathan Quinn have zero bad blood, so why are you trying to start a fight with him now? Nathan Quinn is my brother, so I am asking you to do me a massive favor and back off." But Trung Can just keeps that totally arrogant smirk on his face. He says, "Kung Dung, I could totally give you face, but Nathan Quinn injured 10 of my Martial Alliance brothers, and he has to pay up. If he just hands over all his pills, I will think about letting him live." Figuring out his angle, Kung Dung breathes a heavy sigh of relief and says, "If that is all, let me cover that tiny bit of compensation." The disciples up above think Nathan Quinn is surrendering without a fight and start laughing like crazy. "You cover it?" Nathan Quinn has 5 innate weapons and 530 pure spirit stones on him. Can you even afford that? Converted to Martial King pills, that is literally tens of millions of them. Hearing those insane numbers, Kung Dung just stares at him in absolute panic. Nathan Quinn actually puts on this super thoughtful look and replies, "Well, they are not wrong. I just have not had the chance to tell you guys yet." But Kung Dung is quick on his feet and claps right back at them. Exactly, the Supreme Elder personally gave the order. Nathan Quinn is no longer a Mystic Spirit sect disciple. The honorary elder is hanging out at the third courtyard right now, and he is going to take Nathan Quinn away. So you guys are definitely going to be disappointed. Seeing his plan falling apart, Trung Can quickly realizes he cannot let this cooked duck just fly away. Nathan Quinn is overly loyal to his friends. If they want to crush him, why not just go directly after the people standing right next to him? Having decided that, he immediately starts tossing out the bait junior brother Nathan Quinn. "I completely underestimated what a massive coward you are. You want to run, but your friends will suffer for it. If they want to blame someone, blame themselves for picking the wrong buddy. It totally works." Nathan Quinn gets instantly fired up and demands to know Trung Can. "What exactly are you trying to pull here?" The guy just casually drops another threat. "Kung Dung, as an inner disciple of the Mystic Spirit sect, I am challenging you to a duel at the Life and Death Hall. You are allowed to say no, but from now on you better lock yourself inside the sect forever. Otherwise, I am definitely going to find a chance to end you." Hearing this absolutely toxic threat, Kung Dung freezes up, completely out of options. Over here, the pressure is totally cranked up on the duo. The guy raises his voice, taking them completely by surprise. "Tu learn, Sovern. You two have broken the sect rules with pure intent to betray us. As of today, your status in the punishment hall is stripped, and your entire little traitor group is getting dragged in for interrogation and locked up for at least 50 years. Beside them, Banvor rubs his fists together. Pulling this incredibly creepy face, he adds on as a judge, "I am definitely going to take very good care of you guys." Kung Dung absolutely loses his cool at this point, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You guys are just using official business for your own petty revenge." But get this, getting exactly what he wanted. Trung Can keeps pushing. "Hey Nathan Quinn, see that? They are getting wrecked entirely because of you." Even though Kung Dung is freaking out over their dirty tricks, he still desperately tries to hold his friend back. Nathan Quinn, do not fall for his trap. But honestly, the pure fiery rage inside him has already exploded into an absolute inferno. Gritting his teeth, Nathan Quinn fires back. "I am so sorry, but I have to reject your good intentions. You are willing to protect me, but I simply cannot be shameless enough to hide behind you. If we leave, we all go together. If we stay, we fight them until the very bitter end. I am absolutely not just looking out for myself here." Seeing him act this totally defiant way, Trung Can gets super amused and drops his demand. "Are you done talking nonsense yet, Nathan Quinn? Hand over every single treasure you have today, or your friends are going to pay the tab for you." Down below, Nathan Quinn is completely swallowed by pure, unfiltered hatred. He summons his war god spirit and yells out with a painfully sharp voice. You martial alliance trash, you look down on me over and over, and now you are abusing your power to scheme against my own friends. Today I swear in the name of the war god, even if my energy drains and my bones shatter, I will use this 3-foot blade in my hands. A massive pillar of blazing aura erupts, completely lighting up the area and blasting straight through the clouds. Nathan Quinn screams, I am going to absolutely wipe you all out. Up above, Trung Can still feels zero fear and just keeps loudly mocking him. Oh, okay. Great speech about wiping us out. You are completely delusional if you think someone like you can actually launch an attack against our alliance. And here is the wildest part. Refusing to look weak, Nathan Quinn shouts out a crazy challenge: anyone below the Martial King tier can fight me at the Life and Death Hall. That sentence leaves Kung Dung and Tudu totally stunned. Have you completely lost it? Just a month ago, he was only at the second Shantian layer. Even with a rank 10 martial spirit, he absolutely cannot sweep everyone under the Martial King tier this fast. Trung Can coldly questions him. You agreed to duel junior brother Lern Fong before, then got terrified and ran away, basically giving up. And now you actually dare to challenge us at the Life and Death Hall? Not backing down, Nathan Quinn yells back, if anyone can beat me, every single bit of wealth on me is theirs. The guy flashes a highly toxic smirk. If you are literally begging for a death wish, then we will absolutely play along until the end. He instantly gives the signal to head over to the first courtyard's Life and Death Hall, while Dung Quan loudly sneers. So Nathan Quinn really wants a deathmatch at the arena. Just tell our guys to beat him into a bloody pulp. He is not allowed to die before my father hits the Martial Emperor tier. Meanwhile, Kin Tuyet is totally regretting her choices. Making him surrender was the worst decision of her life. The guy is completely stubborn and wild. Stepping down just is not his style. Over in another courtyard, Thierry Lau lets out a huge sigh. The crazy kid never listens to him. He told him to run, but he just had to stay. Thon Son totally agrees with that. Nathan Quinn values loyalty way too much. A guy that tough would never just abandon his friends and run off. He looks genuinely curious now. He points out that his senior brother seems to understand the kid's entire personality perfectly. So is this the exact guy he was looking for? The old man just laughs. Guess we are about to see what choice he makes. The person he needs must have pure talent and absolute guts. Back at the Life and Death arena, Mukloun just frowns as he watches the upcoming bloodbath. Nathan Quinn stands completely alone in the massive ring. He yells out loud and clear, who wants to step up and die first? Some arrogant punk shoves through the crowd. What a massive ego on this guy. He tells Bonvour and Chokwi Lurk not to bother dirtying their hands. Let the great Libot Quinn crush this trash. The crowd instantly murmurs, wait, is that the dude who slaughtered a level 8 innate expert? Can Nathan Quinn seriously handle a guy like that? Mukloun gives a firm nod of approval. Get up on the death stage then. But Nathan Quinn suddenly stops him right there. Sorry, Libot Queen. Challenge rejected. A weakling like you is not even worth his time. The punk completely loses his mind hearing that. What the hell did he just say about him lacking qualifications? Nathan Quinn just frowns and barks one order: kneel. An insane heavy pressure violently slams Bot Quinn face first into the dirt. Nathan Quinn casually bats him away empty-handed and tells him to scram. Then he coldly scans the crowd. Who is next? Bonvour and Chowkui Lurk. You guys were so loud earlier, but now you are totally scared. If that is the case, both of you should just come at him together. Killing one or killing two makes absolutely no difference today. Kung Dung completely panics and tries to hold him back, but the two targets already accepted. Fine, they scream. The two of us will absolutely tear you apart. Mukloun steps up and declares the terms settled. He tells them to follow him inside. Nathan Quinn just throws them a totally icy glare. Trung Can harshly orders his men to slice the kid into a million pieces. They fiercely promise back, relax. There is zero chance he leaves that ring alive. The old referee clasps his hands and announces the brutal rules. Once inside the death ring, anything goes. The battle starts right now. Those two cocky punks just sneer at him. Nathan Quinn, get ready to embrace your death, but he just calmly draws his blade. Dealing with trash like them only takes one strike. Both enemies furiously lunge forward at once. The Heavenly Annihilation Sword. Two incredibly heavy attacks packed with pure spiritual energy blast straight toward Nathan Quinn. The crowd totally panics. That strike could easily instantly kill a 10th tier innate expert. Nathan Quinn is totally dead meat, right? Watch closely. He casually swings his blade and completely shatters the incoming attacks. Both of those cocky rivals get violently blasted backward. Trung Can furiously grinds his teeth. How the hell is this possible? Nathan Quinn has somehow already reached the half-step Martial King tier. Their eyes practically bulge out in pure terror. No way, Nathan Quinn only has a 10th grade Emperor martial soul, so how is he this insanely overpowered? He tightly grips his sword handle and smirks. Save all that pointless whining for the King of Hell. Trung Can frantically screams out Nathan Quinn, "Don't you dare! They are Alliance disciples!" Chao Kui Lurk is the Law Hall Master's son. If you kill him today, his father will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Kung Dung chimes in, sweating bullets now. He yells that crippling them is completely fine, but taking their lives is way too far. Kui Luke pathetically drops and starts begging Nathan Quinn, "Please, just do not kill me. Go kill Bonvour instead." He swears he messed up, promising never to mess with Nathan Quinn or his loyal friends ever again. Classic coward move. Bonvour looks absolutely horrified, being completely betrayed by his own partner. But Nathan Quinn does not even hesitate to vaporize them both. "You two can settle your petty drama down in hell." Meanwhile, Doong Kwon is chilling elsewhere, totally smug, thinking Nathan Quinn is just playing cheap tricks. Thinking the kid actually fell into a trap by daring to challenge anyone under the Martial King tier. He assumes Bonvour and Chao Kui Luke have already beaten the guy to a bloody pulp. Right on cue, a paper bird flies in. "Oh wow, good news already?" His lackey reads it and practically has a heart attack. Nathan Quinn actually hit half-step Martial King tier, and he obliterated both fighters with one single, devastating move. Doong Kwon absolutely loses it. What the hell? What kind of insane treasure did that total bastard find at Dragon Tiger Mountain to level up this fast? He screams out an order to send his top elite fighters immediately. Oh, and somebody better go tell the Law Hall Master that his precious son is totally dead. Back in the bloody ring, Nathan Quinn just coldly stares everyone down. Trung Kan shakes uncontrollably, pointing a trembling finger at him. But Nathan Quinn violently cuts him off. "You what? Does anyone else in your pathetic alliance have the guts to fight?" Right on cue, a massive voice echoes out Nathan Quinn. "Come out here and die." Trung Kan gets his smug grin back. "The Law Hall Master is here personally, so your run is over." The massive arena gates get violently kicked open. The furious Chow Hall Master roars out. "You actually dared to murder his son. He demands absolute blood for blood today." Kung Dung screams for Nathan Quinn to watch out. The pure bloodlust makes everyone freeze up entirely, but before the guy can strike, Muklao fiercely steps in. He scowls and growls, absolutely bold for a Hallmaster to cause chaos here. Hallmaster Joe completely loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Step aside!" This is strictly between him and Nathan Quinn, but Elder Mu stays perfectly calm, reminding him that life and death duels are absolute even if Nathan Quinn killed his son. The kid committed no crime, so nobody touches him here, because those are the unbreakable rules. But the grieving Hallmaster is way past logic, screaming to hell with the rules. He attacks with a cold snort, warning the Mystic Spirit Sect Elder to back off right now, or his spear will show absolute zero mercy. The guy keeps flexing his insane power, really banking on that whole merciless spear threat. He calls out to every single Elder and Hallmaster his son is dead. Some traitor is blocking his revenge, and they better come help right this second. Instantly, the disciples start spotting them. The first and second inner sect elders, plus the first outer sect elder, are actually showing up for this mess. Even the top deputy masters of the Merit Hall and Law Enforcement Hall are here. The elders drop in, joking about who got here first, totally hyped because it has been ages since they saw a brawl this huge. They bow respectfully to the skill and Merit Hall masters. But Hallmaster Joe is just seeing red, shouting that both of them are half a step into the martial ancestor realm. On any normal day, he would treat Elder Mu with total respect. But today he needs to move out of the way. He wants to slaughter Nathan Quinn with his own two hands to avenge his son. Elder Mu just calmly replies the Life and Death Hall has rules, and not even the Sect Master could change his mind. Furious, Hallmaster Joe launches his attack, screaming that he really admires the old man's stubbornness. Time to see who really hits harder. Instantly, he and his Elder Squad rush in, while the poor disciples below desperately try to survive the pressure. Now picture this Elder sing on 3 Hall Masters and 8 giant heavyweights. How is he supposed to survive this totally unfair fight? The crowd wonders what kind of mind control potion Nathan Quinn fed the old man. Nobody believes Elder Mu is doing all this just to protect some dusty old rulebook. Suddenly, a massive golden net traps Elder Mu completely. He glares back in pure annoyance, of course. It is the Treasure Hall Master, trying her hardest to pin him down. That is the 7-colored Phoenix Net, a legendary weapon that can easily tie up a martial ancestor realm expert. She yells at them to use this opening and finish off Nathan Quinn right now. With the protection gone, Hallmaster Zhou charges in for the kill, but our boy faces him head-on. Great, just great, 4 Hall Masters and 8 leaders, all showing up just to jump one single teenager. He calls out to Princess Meow Meow and the Dragon Tiger Beast. What are they waiting for? Right on cue, a massive figure roars from the thick fog. The beast mocks them for using numbers to bully Nathan Quinn. A Hall Master panics a dragon head and tiger body? Could it really be the legendary monster? Meow Meow lets out a cold laugh, calling today's battle incredibly entertaining. Hallmaster Joe instantly freezes up, realizing he is staring right at the princess. Nathan Quinn speaks up loudly, asking the whole crowd if they still want to try their luck against him now. Every single elder suddenly decides to stay perfectly still, but Joe still tries to save face, arguing that this family business has nothing to do with them. He says a life for a life is just natural. The dragon tiger beast disagrees, slapping him across the face without hesitation. The monster scolds them. Why did they never expect a counterattack when jumping Nathan Quinn? It proudly announces to everyone that it is the only one allowed to bully this kid. The princess just pouts and smacks the giant beast on the head, demanding to know why the stupid animal is talking absolute nonsense. The monster weakly agrees that Her Highness is totally right. Meow Meow squints at the crowd time for real business. She orders every single person to hand over all their cash and magical loot, leaving absolutely nothing behind. If anyone dares to hide even a single coin, she promises things will get incredibly ugly. Nathan Quinn and his crew feel completely helpless. All this epic drama, and she only showed up to rob people? He desperately tries to calm her down. He begs her to stop messing around. She just gives a cold snort, thinking this rotten egg is acting way too bold for a mere servant. Suddenly, Hallmaster Joe scrambles back to his feet, eyes totally bloodshot. He screams that he will chop Nathan Quinn into a million pieces because his son cannot die in vain. Our guy calmly fires back so the law enforcement master thinks killing him fixes anything? Has he ever considered that Joe Guili brought this on himself? If his precious son had not picked a fight and abused his power to bully innocent friends, he never would have ended up dead on the floor. You play stupid games, you win the ultimate stupid prize. Standing right here on the life and death stage, he challenges anyone below the Martial King realm. For anyone above that rank, his two crazy bodyguards are more than ready to throw down, so bring it on. A super sarcastic voice echoes out a defeated loser dares to provoke the June Alliance. Do they really think the Alliance has zero real fighters left? Everyone is totally shocked to see Lang Feng stepping up. But honestly, what is he even supposed to do here? Nathan Quinn is already half a step into the Martial King realm, making this a completely hopeless mismatch. Looking deeply annoyed, our hero tells Lang Feng straight up, "You are nowhere near my level anymore." The guy looks furious. Then another figure steps forward, asking how things change if he joins the fight. The surrounding disciples immediately gasp in pure shock. It is James Tanner, boasting half-step Martial King cultivation and a 10th grade Imperial rank martial spirit that actually rivals our main guy. Frowning hard, Nathan Quinn shoots him down too. They have absolutely zero bad blood between them, so why is James Tanner jumping into this extremely muddy water? James Tanner acts all righteous and mighty, claiming that anyone who dares challenge the June Alliance naturally has to deal with him. Plus, he highly doubts the two of them combined cannot beat one guy. Nathan Quinn's crew immediately starts cursing them out for being so unbelievably shameless. Oh boy, another 2-on-1 setup, but our guy just laughs it off. Perfect, you two combined might actually be worth my time. Lang Feng makes a demand. There is one more thing. You need to guarantee that when we fight to the death, those two heavy hitters behind you will not step in. Princess Meow Meow makes a total boss promise if you two boys can somehow manage to kill Nathan Quinn. This princess will take you both as personal disciples, so relax little guys, I absolutely will not interfere. Hallmaster Zhou chimes right in too, Dan Jian and Lung Feng. If you guys can manage to completely destroy Nathan Quinn today, or even just cripple him, for the next 10 years, you can boss me around however you want. Nathan Quinn then drops his own dramatic oath. He swears he absolutely will not ask for help in this fight, and nobody will assist him. If he breaks it, may lightning strike him dead forever. With that settled, the two step onto the arena. Perfect, you said that yourself, buddy. Elder Mu runs the show as usual, let the match begin. Lang Feng's crew instantly goes on the offensive, screaming to kill Nathan Quinn, clashing head-on with him. At this point, the disciples are totally sweating just on physical strength alone. He is fighting Lang Feng and Dan Jian to a dead draw. How insanely strong is his body? I swear a month ago, his physical stats were not nearly this crazy. Could it be because he scored that hidden treasure? He just unleashes a wild move, pushing them both back with a void-clearing strike, while the enemy counters with a 4-direction extreme blade. Nathan Quinn waves his hand. Your blade intent is nowhere near mine. Dan Jian blocks it head on Nathan Quinn. You really are not a simple guy, but you are definitely not the only talented one here. He activates his divine god of battle eye pressure, instantly freezing that massive spiritual energy in place, making the two enemies just stare in absolute shock. The crowd completely loses it. This Nathan Quinn guy hides his secrets way too deep. At this rate, Lang Feng and Dan Jian are totally doomed, and honestly, the enemy side is dealing with some terrifyingly heavy pressure. He raises an eyebrow right at them, just as I expected. You two little guys cannot even handle my pressure. This honestly makes me way too disappointed. Lang Feng refuses to accept it. Nathan Quinn, do not be so arrogant. They pour all their sweaty power into their weapons, summoning the Nether Void martial spirit and the giant sword martial spirit, slashing out wildly to suppress evil. They attack him from both above and behind. Accept your death right now. His hand clenches into a tight fist to answer, "Come at me then." Heavenly desolate battle blood boiling, sweeping through the whole universe. After knocking one side flying, Nathan Quinn charges straight ahead. His eye radiates a fiercely brilliant light, divine god of battle pressure unleashed. Everyone is completely terrified by that power. What kind of absolute monster is this guy anyway? A battle that stirs up such insane momentum, it feels just like a monster tide rising. Long Hu laughs his head off. These two idiots actually dared to challenge Nathan Quinn. They are literally just looking for their own death. He just casually swings his weapon up, Supreme Shocking Thunder. Shocking Thunder Blade Art. By now, Ling Feng is visibly trembling. Nathan Quinn, we admit defeat. We totally surrender. But the elders already sensed something seriously wrong, oh crap, because his single brutal slash has already passed right through them super decisively. Every single disciple turns completely pale. Ling Feng and Dan Jian, these two were literally the proud sons of heaven, and yet they are super dead. Nathan Quinn holds up his bloody blade and speaks. In the outer sect, he waves his hand and flicks his robe, "I am number one." Over at the first peak courtyard of the inner sect, Yang Jun is eagerly waiting for news. Ling Feng and Dan Jian must have completely killed Nathan Quinn by now. I want to be the first to see the news of Nathan Quinn dying. But then he pales. How is this possible? How can this be? Even with Dan Jian and Ling Feng teaming up, they were both entirely slaughtered by him. I have to kill him. I have to personally kill him with my own hands. Li Hong hurriedly tries to stop him. Yang Jun, do not act crazy. He currently has the backing of 3 martial ancestors. Are you not just looking for a quick death by going right now? Just wait until your dad breaks through to martial emperor. Hearing that, he finally forces himself to hold back. Fine. Once my dad becomes a martial emperor, I will definitely torture him to death. Suddenly, she stares in total shock at a flying object. This is a martial king sound transmission talisman. Did something crazy happen? Reading the letter, Yang Jun basically goes insane. Impossible. Back on the other side, Hall Master Ning is advising. Since we reached this point, let us leave first. Wait for the sect master to hit martial emperor, then Princess Meow Meow, the supreme elder, and Nathan Quinn will not be able to escape at all. But Hallmaster Joe is still completely furious. How can this be? Can we really not get our sweet revenge today? Suddenly, countless martial transmission talismans fly right over, totally catching Gong Yang's attention. Get this, he is still cheering joyfully that the sect master broke through to martial emperor, while Hallmaster Joe and his crew turned totally pale. He failed. The sect master actually failed his big breakthrough, so with the supreme elder hanging around, who could possibly even compare? Longhu just sneers. You really think martial emperor is that easy to hit? Talent aside, you also need the right opportunity, right time, right place, and totally right people. Missing even one makes it completely impossible. Nathan Quinn frowns reading the news, so his breakthrough failed? Hallmaster Ning hurries over to awkwardly smooth things out. What just happened was truly offensive. I really hope you will not hold a grudge. I believe you still remember. Back when the outer sect Grand Elder caused trouble for you, we all totally helped you out. He frowns and snorts coldly, obviously not buying this friendly act. Suddenly, he catches Old Shan's voice transmission, Nathan Quinn. Come over right now. So he turns to Princess Meow Meow to ask a favor. You two can just handle these guys yourselves. All right. She happily rubs her hands together. Longhu, within a 10-mile radius. Absolutely do not let anyone escape. He eagerly answers, leave it all to me. The elders feel like the sky just collapsed, turning back toward Elder Thean's quarters. The old man laughs and scolds him. You brat. With your ridiculous level of strength, how could you possibly lose to Len Fong? Why suddenly forfeit and not even bother to discuss it with me first? Nathan Quinn rubs his neck awkwardly. He owed a massive debt and time was running out, so he had to hunt for spirit herbs. Elder Thean just waves it off. Whatever, seeing you return victorious, he won't hold a grudge. He called him over today to discuss something big. Does he know why the sect master hates him so much? The kid sits down obediently, all ears. The elder explains that a century ago, when he was just an inner disciple, a peerless genius suddenly appeared in the Silverstone Academy. Cultivating for barely 10 years, he broke right into the martial emperor tier. 60 breaths to kill 2 great martial ancestors, crowned the absolute strongest in the Falling Sun Kingdom. Nathan Quinn sits there totally stunned. 60 breaths. Elder Thean continues after that. The guy headed alone to the lower realm and stirred up an absolute bloodbath within a year. But since then, dead silence. Nobody knows if he actually died, but right before leaving as a martial emperor, he handed the elder a specific scripture. Now pay attention. Nathan Quinn's gaze sharpens up. So this is why the elder and the sect master absolutely hate each other. The old man quickly explains. That scripture is called the Slaughter Emperor Sutra. That senior brother claimed anyone mastering this true sutra would absolutely dominate their peers, completely regardless of their current cultivation level. The ambitious sect master desperately wants the sutra for himself, but Elder Threen saw right through him. Handing supreme power to someone with such a twisted heart would only cause chaos, so he flatly refused. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn is completely blown away. The elder emphasizes the man used every dirty trick to force his submission. This whole internal conflict started over it. Nathan Quinn finally understands. The old man nods since the master failed his breakthrough. The crisis is resolved. But there is one event he absolutely must attend next. Nathan Quinn looks confused. What event? The sect master is officially throwing his massive 40th birthday banquet in exactly 10 days. Not only are 3 major sect masters coming, but the Thon Long Sacred Ground is sending a VIP envoy to celebrate. Nathan Quinn leaps up in pure shock. The Than Long Sacred Ground? The elder leads the way, wanting him to train in seclusion beforehand. If he shows off real talent at the party and catches the envoy's eye, he can skip the 100-sect war and join the sacred ground immediately. Just follow me! They rush to Heavenly Peak Mountain. Elder Tien activates a crazy array, chanting complex incantations until the massive grand formation finally springs open. Instantly, the hill beneath his feet vanishes. He drops straight down a sheer cliff, finally seeing flat ground after what feels like forever. Nathan Quinn braces himself and lands softly. He looks up in absolute shock. A glowing, brilliant golden dragon is floating right in front of him. Elder Theon explains it's a dragon vein. When spiritual energy reaches maximum density, it forms this exact draconic shape. How does their entire sect have such insanely rich energy? Because this sentient dragon vein absorbs natural essence and perfectly refines it for them. He needs to stay right here and cultivate properly. Wait a second, the kid hastily asks. Does the elder happen to have any techniques for training the physical body or divine sense? The old man pulls out 2 secret manuals. This divine sense technique is called the Pure Heart Demon Sweeping Art. Beginners get a calm mind immune to evil, while experts can turn their divine sense into a literal sound wave to obliterate demons. And he randomly stumbled upon this body-refining technique, the Blazing Sun Golden Armor Art. It is incomplete, but he reckons if the fragments are collected, it would be an absolutely terrifying skill. Nathan Quinn excitedly clasps his hands, thanking him. He sits down to meditate, completely ignoring the 2 new skills for now. First, he has to upgrade his divine god of war soul. He can only swallow 100 Martial King pills at once. 7 million pills total. How long will this even take? Nathan Quinn grabs his painfully stuffed stomach and groans. Damn it. Hitting Mystic Rank 7th grade demands an insanely terrifying amount of pills. Watch this. He forces down the 3 millionth pill, and thankfully, he finally triggers a massive breakthrough. The 8th streak of cyan light violently erupts from Nathan Quinn's pupils, shining bright. He steps into the Mystic Rank 8th grade spiritual space, his own sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the artifact spirit breaks its orbit, wraps around him, and sinks right into his brow. His physical body on the outside immediately feels the bizarre anomaly. Nathan Quinn stares in pure horror as the spirit circles. Why did his divine sense pool break out? Then joy hits his divine sense. Pool will grow 10 times larger if he keeps absorbing. But his eyes snap open. He is just meditating normally again. And honestly, it looks like this soul breakthrough just awakened a brand new ability in his left eye. He realizes there are some bizarre shifting rules inside that he totally doesn't get yet. But hey, he knows for a fact he'll be chatting with that mysterious world again later. Zero hesitation here. Nathan Quinn launches himself straight toward the massive golden dragon. Time is seriously ticking, so our boy decides cultivation comes first. He plops right down on the dragon's head to meditate. Using one mind for 2 tasks, he fully grinds through both the Clear Heart Demon Purging Art and the Blazing Sun Golden Armor Body Art. The power of his left eye is absolute insanity. In a flash, it analyzes every deep secret of the techniques. With the War God's left eye, he basically gets a 2-for-1 cultivation deal. Nathan Quinn checks his status again. His War God soul has leveled up to the Mystic Rank 8th grade, totally overpowered. He seriously can't believe he pushed both techniques this far in just under 45 minutes. Talk about a massive speed run. Now let us see him push the War God soul to its absolute limit. Can he borrow this dragon vein's spiritual energy to break through to the Martial King tier? Meanwhile, over at the arena, someone screams out, "Do not come over here!" Palace Master Ning stumbles backward, shaking like a leaf. Juju yells out, "You old hag, you actually dare to fight back?" She totally did not expect her to pull out so many precious artifacts. Right in the middle of this intense drama, another voice crashes the party. What is going on here? She looks up in pure shock and spots a winding golden dragon. This is right above the inner courtyard's top residence. Yang Jun roars out in absolute frustration. Why is this happening? He screams at Yang Ba. You are supposed to be a peerless genius. You claimed you were 100% certain, so why haven't you broken through to Martial Emperor yet? Li Hong chimes in with some horrible news. Just now, all 72 members outside their core group completely ditched the June Alliance. He bursts into a spiteful laugh. What a bunch of absolute trash. Remember how pathetically they begged him in the beginning? Now they just pack up and leave. He swears he won't spare a single one of those backstabbers. Suddenly, Jing Shui notices something weird going on with the surrounding spiritual energy. Yang Jun looks pretty surprised himself. Someone is actually cultivating over at the Dragon Vein. Could it be that their big brother has finally returned? Li Hong shuts that down fast. No, the big brother is still not back. The Life and Death Hall just sent word that Nathan Quinn went to meet the Supreme Elder. There is a huge chance the Supreme Elder brought Nathan Quinn right into Heavenly Peak Mountain and let him cultivate straight at the Dragon Vein. Hearing this completely breaks his brain. On what grounds? Why the heck does that guy get such insane luck and access to the Dragon Vein? He screams that he wants to kill him, just utterly destroy him. Meanwhile, our boy is scratching his head. This is weird. It has been so long already. With such ridiculously dense true chi, he should have easily broken through to Martial King by now, unless the primordial martial body left behind some annoying side effects. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn freezes up. Oh crap, the dragon is waking up. If he gets swatted to death right now, that would be a legendary waste of his time. Whatever, he decides. An opportunity like this is insanely rare, and he is absolutely not walking away from it. The moment that thought crosses his mind, the golden dragon snaps its giant eyes open and roars human. You are literally asking for death. Nathan Quinn frantically begs for his life. Senior, please, I am only cultivating here for 10 days. 10 days from now, the Sectmaster has his grand birthday, with Azure Dragon envoys arriving. I really need to level up fast. But before he can even finish his sentence, he has to leap away from a massive attack. The golden dragon literally does not care about his excuses and strikes, roaring for him to just die. Nathan Quinn panics and instantly summons his war god manifestation. The blazing light coming off it is so absurdly bright that it actually blinds the giant golden dragon. The beast is forced to slam the brakes on its attack. The golden dragon quickly demands answers. Human, what in the world is your martial soul? Our guy helplessly replies, please forgive me, but I really can't say. I still humbly ask you to cut me some slack and let me keep training here. The beast hesitates for a long while before finally agreeing. But internally, it is totally confused. Why on earth can it feel the ultimate power of heaven and earth radiating from this kid's martial soul? And thanks to that little near-death scare, Nathan Quinn's foundation actually stabilizes. Now he can finally make his push toward the Martial King realm. He suddenly feels something brand new sparking to life inside him. It is the intent of his blade, his very own sheer willpower. Next up, he needs to use the Martial King pill to forge his inner core. A golden pill radiating terrifying pressure just floats right there in midair. Nathan Quinn powers through the pain and realizes something crazy. No wonder the primordial martial body makes it so hard to advance. The natural laws of the world literally reject the existence of this specific Martial King pill. Cheers erupt down in the courtyard as the birthday banquet begins, but our guy is still completely lost in thought. He suspects that the head of the 6 great halls, the Patriarch Hall, is actually a royal path weapon. Nathan Quinn finally pays attention to the massive party below, using his war god's pupil to scope things out. Doing some quick mental math, he figures these 400 tables are probably all just seating for regular disciples. Meanwhile, only the absolute top-tier elite guests have the qualifications to actually step inside the Patriarch Hall. Right on cue, someone flies in from the sky. I am Zhao Feng, representing the Flying Sword Sect to wish Sectmaster Ouyang Bo a happy birthday. Nathan Quinn checks him out, definitely a martial ancestor realm expert. On the other side, an ox carriage bursts straight out of the mist. It is Lin Quan, sectmaster of the Qingnu sect, here to celebrate Ouyang Bo's 40th birthday. Nathan Quinn flinches slightly. That voice actually sounds a lot like Nangong Ru. Then, right behind them arrives Wei Tong, the sectmaster of the Chaos Flame sect, also shouting out his congratulations for Ouyang Bo's big 40th. You've got to wonder too, 3 major sectmasters are already here, so why is Ouyang Bo still completely missing? Speak of the devil! A guy glowing with epic light suddenly appears, and absolutely everyone starts screaming out, welcome, Sectmaster! Wishing the Sectmaster a boundless lifespan, Ouyang Bo stands there looking dead serious with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an aura you definitely cannot ignore. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn gets a super nosy idea. He decides to use his war god's pupil to peek at Ouyang Bo's actual cultivation level. Who would have thought his spiritual sense would catch the old guy's attention the second it swept by? He totally panics and cancels the skill instantly. Plus, the golden dragon behind him actually tosses up another shield layer, a glowing fluorescent barrier. That is when Dungbak finally frowns and drops his focus. Nathan Quinn lets out a massive sigh of relief way too close. He almost got completely busted. Senior, seriously, thank you so much for this time. The dragon shakes its head and warns him no need for thanks. Just remember to be super careful around Dungbak. That warning literally sends shivers down his spine. Why does he need to watch out for Dungbak? Thinking about it, this whole birthday banquet is giving off incredibly weird vibes. Whatever happens, there is always a way out. Right now, his one and only goal is getting himself into the Thon Long Thon Deern. With that in mind, Nathan Quinn bows deeply, thanking the senior for the major save before finally making his exit from the cave. Walking straight over to the Barkanok dojo, his peers actually welcome him. Nathan Quinn, senior brother, you finally made it. I have been your biggest fan forever. Nathan Quinn, junior brother, come sit at our table. Us seniors really want to have a chat with you. Dung Quinn even steps up to greet him personally. Nathan Quinn, it has been a long time, he replies with zero emotion. Yeah, definitely been a while. After that, Nathan Quinn brushes past, totally accidentally bumping shoulders with Kin Twet. The whole vibe just dies out. He says absolutely nothing else. He has no idea Dung Quinn is secretly holding a massive grudge, vowing to never let him off. But then someone suddenly calls out, Nathan Quinn over here. Turns out it is Dear Dear's squad. She is already pretty trashed, little man. Get over here quick. The Thon Bung San they serve here is seriously the absolute best. The human form Long Ho actually corrects her, it is Bung Thon Sun. Dear Dear furiously slaps him to shut up. It is Thong Bung San. Long Ho just pouts and obeys. Right, exactly right. Let's keep drinking. Nathan Quinn immediately asks the squad, where is Big Bro Kung Dung? Shaking his head, Tiu Learn has absolutely no clue. He just heard days ago that some guy named Lam came looking for him, so he literally left the sect. Freezing up completely, he starts guessing in his head, wait, is Lum actually the Lom character true mantra? Did the 9-character true mantra seriously choose Kung Dung as its successor? Looks like Big Bro Kung Dung's lucky break has finally arrived. Suddenly, the whole sky goes pitch black with thick clouds. Wait, what is with this terrifying, insane pressure? Dung Bak leads the elders, shouting out together to welcome the envoy. Instantly, a blindingly radiant figure drops into the world. Feng Kim folds his arms and judges the place with major arrogance, so this is the Sot Huang's former sect. Huh. The Sot Huang was so crazily overpowered and rebellious back then, sweeping through the night realm, yet his sect is now this insanely decayed. Zero real talent around. What a complete and utter shame. So tragic. Nathan Quinn quietly observes him a martial emperor cultivation level, truly worthy of being an envoy from the Thon Long Thon Deern. Dungbak steps up respectfully, Lord Envoy. The Sot Huang has completely vanished without a trace. 90% chance he is already dead, so we basically do not even mention him anymore. Since today is my birthday banquet, why don't we head over to the Grand Sect Hall, watch a genius martial arts battle, enjoy a cup of Lam Huet Ha. The guy raises an eyebrow and descends Lam Huet Ha. Sect Master O Dung, watching geniuses fight is honestly pretty boring, but if you throw in some Lam Huet Ha, that makes it kinda interesting. Seeing Feng Kim walk off, he finally barks out orders. Nathan Quinn arrives at the Grand Sect Hall, and his peers are super hyped for him. Senior brother, if you put on a killer performance, this is going to be a massive opportunity. But honestly, Dear Dear and Long Ho both know the ugly truth. A guy like Odung Bak never has any good intentions. Nathan Quinn gets up, feeling pretty tense. Fortune always hides insane danger, but no matter what happens, he has absolutely got to go. Inside the Grand Hall sit Zung Bak, Tian Lao, and Feng Kim. He brings his hands together in a crisp bow. Disciple Nathan Quinn greets the sect master, the supreme elder, the envoy, and all present seniors. He speaks up with a firm demand, today is my grand birthday. Following the usual tradition, the major sects send out a genius to compete in martial arts. How about you represent the Huyen Lin Tong? He frowns. Total stress. Odung Bak clearly has zero good intentions here. Oh, you are definitely seeing the trap here, right? Those three are all peak martial king level. If this is a real contest, the inner sect has plenty of disciples. They definitely do not need him playing the sacrificial lamb. Ngori Thong claps his hands and laughs out loud. That is actually a pretty solid idea. We have all heard Nathan Quinn's famous name, but never actually seen him in real action. Today, the disciple joining the battle for the Lorne Deer Moan is precisely our #1 inner sect genius, Tao Pham. Just to keep things fair, Tao Pham, how about you suppress your cultivation down to half-step martial king? He stands right up and declares this disciple is willing to fight Nathan Quinn at the half-step martial king level. Thirn Lao just smiles brightly and strokes his beard. Now this absolute fairness is what makes things a little bit interesting. I wonder if Brother Trier Fung and Sect Master Lum Tuan have any objections. The two of them quickly reply, we naturally have zero complaints. Martial arts battles really should be completely fair, so I have no issues. Though deep down, he is super annoyed this Nogri Thung talks way too much. Dung Bak finally speaks up. If that is the case, the four of you head up to the Barkanok dojo and fight it out. Consider it a pretty good chance for all the disciples sitting below to learn some real combat experience. The rules for this battlefield are insanely simple. Within a 100-meter radius, if you get knocked out of bounds, you instantly lose. The disciples all start gossiping. This is great, we actually have a good show to watch now. When does it begin? If the four great sects are competing this time, who actually takes the win? Feng Kim gets visibly annoyed, slamming the table hard. Can you guys just quiet down? Can you not see I am trying to drink? If you are going to fight, just fight. It is just a tiny sparring match. Why drag it out so much? He quickly follows up. The envoy is absolutely right. You guys hurry down there and kick off the very first match. The disciples swarm the arena. Here we go, the absolute best part of the day. Wait, which one is Tao Fan? And are Li Qingwu and Yang Yi really here too? Those three are the absolute top inner disciples of the three great sects. Nathan Quinn has to fight all of them at once? Isn't he just guaranteed to lose this? Seriously, why is Nathan Quinn even up there? Elder Mu steps up to run things like always. Since it is Qingju's birthday banquet, today is all about the martial arts tournament. The rule is simple. Friendship comes first and the competition comes second. Absolutely no killing allowed. Heavy injuries are also banned, and stepping out of the ring means instant elimination. Everyone competing must immediately suppress their cultivation down to the half-step Martial King realm. Elder Mu looks at the four competitors and shouts that the match officially begins. Cao Fan speaks up first, reminding everyone how Nathan Quinn crushed their young master at the Martial Affinity Pavilion. Because of that beating, their young master finally changed his ways and started training seriously. For that alone, Cao Fan actually wants to thank him. So for this specific match, he will not only suppress his cultivation level down to the half-step Martial King realm, he is also dropping his martial arts comprehension down to the subtle mastery realm. No innate weapons allowed. They are keeping this completely fair and square. Yang Yi nods right along with that. Just like Cao Fan said, he is also going to suppress his realm for this fight. He just wants a perfectly fair match. Li Qingwu flashes a sweet smile. Since the guys are already doing it, there is no way she is sitting this out. Nathan Quinn politely cups his hands with a firm reply. All right then. He will go absolutely all out today, and he expects them to bring their best. In the blink of an eye, a blinding golden light explodes across the arena. The audience starts freaking out over his incredibly powerful eye technique. This crazy guy, Nathan Quinn, seriously wants to throw down with three massive geniuses all at once. Nathan Quinn uses his spiritual energy to control his weapons right in midair. He rapidly launches them straight at his opponents using his flying blade technique. Everyone else watching this play out is actually pretty stunned. Sect leader Zhao completely mocks him. He says the mystic spirit sect's Nathan Quinn definitely lives up to the rumors, daring to challenge three great geniuses all by himself. But being this outrageously arrogant is never a good thing. The match is not over yet, so the final result is still completely unknown. Elder Shan just smiles calmly and asks why sect leader Zhao is acting so painfully impatient. Just keep watching. Meanwhile, Cao Fan finally reacts and charges right in. If Nathan Quinn really wants to challenge all three of them at once, then he better show off his real skills. Nathan Quinn just laughs out loud, hyping up his own technique. He activates the blazing golden armor, instantly launching three insanely powerful flaming fists right at them. Cao Fan panics and quickly backs away. Not good flame shield. Yang Yi refuses to slack off either, instantly activating his defensive pearl. Li Qingwu pulls out her immovable axe artifact, but all three of them suddenly realize they absolutely cannot block this attack. Oh, this is terribly bad. Instantly, they all get blasted away by the flaming fists. Cao Fan refuses to quit, leaping up to unleash his demonic fire finger attack. Li Qingwu frowns hard, asking why it feels like he saw right through their moves from the start. Yang Yi steps up, telling the other two to fall back so he can handle this. Then he immediately unleashes a totally fatal strike. It is the heavenly sword intent, sending countless blades of sword energy crashing down on Nathan Quinn like a massive rainstorm. Sect leader Zhao raises an eyebrow, judging this attack to be absolutely terrifying. No matter how much Nathan Quinn reads the battle, there is absolutely no way he escapes this trap. Elder Shan calmly fires back that it is way too early to make that call. Zhao Feng raises an eyebrow. Does he seriously think Nathan Quinn still has a chance to win? Back on the stage, our guy is desperately blocking. This is definitely not good. Even if his divine god of war eyes completely saw through the secrets of that heavenly sword intent, his current speed is just too slow to actually dodge the incoming attack. But get this, a wild idea suddenly pops into Nathan Quinn's head. He instantly triggers a technique that actually forces the incoming sword energy to freeze completely dead in midair. Yang Yi rides the momentum, pushing forward with his heavenly martial soul. Nathan Quinn refuses to hesitate, deciding to clash with pure brutal force. You can literally see Nathan Quinn's fist radiating an insanely tough aura. In a fraction of a second, the sheer impact causes Yang Yi to get violently blasted straight backward. Unable to break his footsteps, Yang Yi gets shoved right out of the boundary. Elder Mu immediately declares Yang Yi defeated. The guy is still in total shock, staring blankly. He actually just lost. Lisa Shaw's crew stands there with jaws dropped. Three great geniuses teamed up, and they still could not beat him. This version of Nathan Quinn is just way too overpowered. Even Yang Jun is grinding his teeth in pure anger, cursing under his breath. Yang Yi just cups his hands, admitting his total wholehearted defeat. Nathan Quinn modestly replies, saying he simply got lucky. Nearby, Jason Dalton raises his wine glass with a smirk, finding this quite interesting. Cao Fan steps up. He calls Nathan Quinn the absolute strongest genius he has ever met, and exactly because of that. Today, he and Li Qingwu will join forces and use their absolute strongest power to take him down. Nathan Quinn is not scared in the slightest. He smiles and tells them both to bring it on. Instantly, Cao Fan launches his demonic fire martial soul, unleashing the great heaven-burning fire. Li Qingwu refuses to hold back either. With her falling cloud martial soul, the two combine their strikes for a brutal dual attack. 9-9 transformations, the cloud-falling heavenly staff, and the great cloud locking cage. You can totally see their dirty little scheme. Here they are trying to trap him completely. The roaring flames rapidly swallow Nathan Quinn whole, instantly forming a massive, unbreakable iron cage that traps him entirely inside. Lisa Shaw screams out in panic. This is bad. If this keeps up, he will be roasted alive. Nathan Quinn frowns hard, struggling to resist the heat. Thank God he trained the blazing golden armor body technique. Otherwise, this crazy demonic fire would have absolutely left him with some severe injuries. Cao Fan is shocked, asking if he still refuses to release his martial soul. But Nathan Quinn just grinds his teeth, enduring the heat. No way. He definitely has not hit his limit yet, so he refuses to reveal his hidden trump card this early. There just has to be another way to break out. Suddenly, Yang Ba and the others notice a bizarre shift in energy. What is going on? It turns out the inner core has passively revealed itself, absolutely terrifying everyone on the battlefield. It is the Martial Emperor Pill Tribulation. The crowd completely loses their minds, wondering what kind of insane luck this guy found. Even top disciples could never pull off something this wild. Oh man. Jumping from Xiantian level 2 straight to a Martial King core tribulation in just one single month. Trier Feng goes totally pale hearing the gossip. 1 month? He looks up at the massive lightning tribulation slowly taking shape right above them. Dung Quan just stares, refusing to believe his own eyes. A normal guy leveling up only triggers 3 meters of lightning. Even a pure genius only gets 5 meters. Yet Nathan Quinn's core is somehow 4 times stronger than his. Up in the air, Nathan Quinn barks out a command. He declares his core is fully forged, aggressively daring the heaven and earth tribulation to strike him down. In a flash, the core shoots from his forehead, violently flying up to block the massive descending lightning. Cold sweat pours down his face as he braces himself. He just needs to hold on a bit longer to block the brutal backlash from his ancient martial arts technique. Suddenly, someone figures it out. He is an ancient martial cultivator, and now he is dealing with the extremely nasty side effects. The world is basically rejecting his existence. Long Ho happily raises his glass, praising him for fighting the sky. Dear joins in, cheering for him not to lose. Tao Pham turns to the guy next to him, saying they need to unleash their martial souls and put even more pressure on Nathan Quinn's core. The plan is to shatter the heaven's rejection force and pull the lightning straight down. Thon Vur nods in total agreement. Just like that, they dive right into his leveling process. Nathan Quinn is completely stunned. Why in the world are these guys actually helping him? Dung Nyut steps up from behind, yelling out that he is lending a hand too. Down below, the crowd is super confused about what is happening. Surely these 3 massive geniuses wouldn't be completely shameless and use this chance to sneak attack Nathan Quinn? Up on the observation deck, the elders just start laughing out loud. Now this is what real geniuses look like. They ignore petty rules, just teaming up to help a guy survive his tribulation. If word gets out, it will be a truly legendary story. With a crazy mindset like that, those 3 are going to be absolute monsters in the future. But the newly formed core is acting incredibly unstable. The 3 guys on stage start panicking. This is really bad. If Nathan Quinn cannot handle this crazy pressure, his breakthrough fails. Worse, his core will shatter completely, turning him from a top-tier genius into a total cripple. Down below, Dung Quan is literally cursing him, chanting over and over for the core to just break into pieces. Seeing the danger, Tao Pham signals to pull back. The other 2 agree, but Nathan Quinn stops them cold. He tells them not to retreat, begging them to keep pumping their energy into him. He stands his ground. They hesitate for a second, but finally cave in, promising to go absolutely all out for him. The stone under Nathan Quinn's feet actually begins cracking apart from the totally overwhelming pressure. He grits his teeth, running the math in his head. There is no way he lets a tiny hurdle like this take him down. He refuses to just roll over and quit. Okay, watch this. Before anyone can even blink, the core completely explodes. The audience gasps in pure horror, screaming that Nathan Quinn's inner core is trashed. But wait, someone points out. What exactly is that thing? And right at that moment, he notices it too. No wonder he could not secure his breakthrough. He was totally missing the sheer willpower from his god of war left eye. Slowly, the shattered fragments pull back together, and in a quick flash, they completely merge into one perfectly flawless core. A blinding golden light erupts, packing enough pure force to shove all three geniuses right off the arena. But Nathan Quinn does not stop there. Throwing his hand up, he demands the heavens' power to break. Instantly, massive silver dragons of lightning swarm down around his core. Dung Bak yells out, "How is this even real?" Feng Kim just stares wide-eyed. Even an absolute super genius with a level 10 Royal Martial soul couldn't do this. Most people only pull about 5 meters of dark cloud lightning during a tribulation. And yet, here is Nathan Quinn dragging down a massive 100-meter storm. The elders are buzzing. Whatever crazy opportunity this kid found, it is seriously insane. The only other time they saw a scene like this was when the Sat Huang broke through. Long Ho actually starts cursing out loud. Dear completely sobers up from the shock. A 100-meter lightning strike is just totally unreal for a human. Seeing Nathan Quinn meditating in the sky and absorbing it all, Dung Kwon shakes in pure despair. Why does this guy get everything? He curses the cruel heavens, feeling like the entire world is chaotic. Tularen watches with a massive grin. Just a little more time, and that completely heaven-defying core is finally going to form. Nathan Quinn just has to hold on. But out of nowhere, Dung Bak launches a lethal strike, yelling for Nathan Quinn to drop dead. Dear jumps to her feet in blind rage, screaming at the animal. Long Ho furiously smashes his stone table, completely ready to kill. Thianlaun charges forward without a second thought, cursing his totally rotten heart. All three of them instantly jump in to shield the kid. Dung Kwon refuses to waste his opening. Using his wandering dragon-piercing sea move, he vanishes entirely into thin air. Dear lets out a loud gasp. This is incredibly bad. His real target is Nathan Quinn's core. Suddenly, Dung Kwon pops up right next to the glowing pill. Dear screams at the utter bastard, but right before she can throw a counterattack, someone blocks her path. It is actually Dung Bak standing there. The old man shoots them a totally deadly glare, sarcastically asking the three of them to show some mercy. Dear grinds her teeth in pure anger. She knows exactly what is happening. Dung Bak is intentionally blocking the way just to buy time for Dung Kwon. And right on cue, the coward prepares his killing blow, completely obsessed with smashing that core into a million tiny pieces. Dung Kwon charges with his sword, screaming that the core must be completely destroyed. Luckily, Nathan Quinn snaps out of his meditation just in time, calling the guy completely delusional. Nathan Quinn shoots his hand out to pull it back. Running the math in his head, he knows the most urgent thing is absorbing the core right into his body. But this guy simply refuses to back down, just a pathetic final struggle before death. Instantly, a purple dragon blasts straight toward the inner core. Swimming dragon piercing sea shuttle. The Martial King core takes the hit directly and actually cracks. Nathan Quinn takes serious internal damage, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. Dear and Long Ho totally lose it. They rush straight at Dung Bak, screaming, "You old bastard, we are going to end you." But the coward easily dodges the attack, telling them to calm down. Thiern Lao completely drops his gentle old man act, zeroing in on Oh Dung Kwon. He launches himself forward like an absolute missile. Dung Kwon screams in pure terror for his daddy to save him, but suddenly, a massive hand blocks the strike. Enough of this. The guy stepping in is Feng Kim, ordering everyone to freeze. His insane aura actually forces the entire chaotic crowd to freeze in place, finally giving Nathan Quinn a second to catch his breath. He immediately grabs his core, panicking and muttering, "Is my Martial King core completely shattered right now?" A drop of blood hits the glowing pill, completely unable to hide the massive crack splitting it open. Nathan Quinn sighs heavily, pulling it back inside. Looks like he can only rely on his divine battle eye from here on out. Meanwhile, Dung Bak narrows his greedy eyes. Oh, you just know he is plotting something. Aside from the treasure, whatever secret Nathan Quinn hides cannot be ignored. Dear and Long Ho sprint over. Focus on healing up. They tell him we will gladly handle all the trash from here. Yeah, he mutters, holding his bruised and exhausted face as he thanks them. Up above, Feng Kim coldly lectures the crowd. Look at yourselves. You are all powerful martial experts. Yet you blow a tiny incident completely out of proportion. If a massive war just erupted here, how many disciples do you honestly think would survive it? The students completely disagree. How is this a small matter? Nathan Quinn's core was almost permanently destroyed. Dungbak puts his hands together with a fake apology. He admits his son was completely wrong, claiming he really failed to raise him right. It brought massive harm to Nathan Quinn, sure, but his nature is not actually evil. He begs the elders to do him a solid favor. Just give him one chance to change. Dear loudly curses them out. She tells the Azure Dragon Envoy and the Sect Master that she does not care about their fancy titles. If they do not hand over Dung Kwon right now, the princess will end them. The man just shrugs calmly. He already apologized. If they really want to keep pushing this, then they can just fight it out, and she is absolutely not backing down either. Then let us fight already. But Dung Kwon suddenly interrupts. He tells the seniors to hold up a second, he has something to say. Dear is ready to completely lose it, yelling that he has zero right to speak. But Thierry Lao calms her down. Princess, do not get angry. I really want to hear what this punk has to say. The guy flashes a highly arrogant smirk. Nathan Quinn, this entire mess is strictly between you and me, so we alone must settle this. Nathan Quinn stares back dead cold, asking him exactly how he plans to do that. Dung Kwon lays out his brilliant rules. He will suppress his cultivation level down to half-step Martial King for a totally fair duel, ending this grudge forever. The crowd instantly starts gossiping. Oh, Dung Kwon wants to fight a heavily injured Nathan Quinn? The poor guy probably cannot even use 30% of his real strength right now. Long Ho furiously calls him completely shameless. Dear completely agrees you do not even waste breath on someone with such a filthy personality. But Dung Kwon never stops his mocking. Nathan Quinn, I honestly do not mind letting you know. Ever since you got back to the sect, every single punk who caused you trouble was sent by me. Do you seriously not want to kill me right now? Nathan Quinn accepts without missing a beat. Fine, challenge accepted. But he has one brutal condition. This is officially a fight to the death. The villain sneers with total disgust. Since you are literally offering yourself up on a silver platter, I will happily take your pathetic life. Fung Kim steps in to pause them. Looking highly amused, he suddenly offers up a fancy reward. Since Nathan Quinn is obviously at a disadvantage, if he wins, the old man will gift him 100 gathering stones, plus an exclusive chance to enter the Azure Dragon Shrine. If Dung Kwon wins, Thierry Lao must cough up the emperor-killing scripture. Dungbak instantly agrees to this greedy deal. He thinks it is a fantastic idea, asking if the other sect masters have any objections. Trial Fung chuckles. The great envoy's idea is truly excellent. The other sect leaders eagerly nod along. The Chaos Flame sect has zero objections, and nobody else has a problem with it either. Long Ho absolutely explodes. What a bunch of shameless losers. Dear tells him to stay calm. Nathan Quinn fearlessly tells Thierry Lao to accept the bet. Yet inside, he fully understands the trap. Even 100 shiny gathering stones, plus a golden ticket to join the Azure Dragon Shrine, it is not even worth a fraction of the emperor-killing scripture. This shady envoy is basically committing daylight robbery here. But Thierry Lao trusts him completely. Since nobody has any complaints, it is officially on. Dung Kwon is practically jumping with impatience. Come here, Nathan Quinn. Let me see the so-called strength of the #1 outer disciple. As you wish. Nathan Quinn immediately summons a massive, crushing mountain out of thin air. He hurls it right at his opponent, forcing the guy into a painful defensive stance. Dung Kwon grits his teeth. Damn it, this punk actually figured out my main weakness. And Nathan Quinn is already rushing in for the kill. His deadly sharp slashes reflect perfectly in the enemy's panicked eyes. Dung Kwon quickly activates his magical treasure, an innate weapon meant for absolute defense. The crowd erupts in total outrage. How can someone be this insanely shameless? A so-called fair duel, yet he pulls out an innate weapon. Dung Kwon is throwing away all his pride, but he literally does not care. If acting completely shameless crushes Nathan Quinn to death, so be it. Heavenly Fire 7 Roar Cannon, Severing King 13 Swords, and finally the Swimming Dragon Piercing Sea Shuttle. Nathan Quinn dodges instantly. Seriously, what good are all those fancy heavenly weapons anyway? He unleashes a lethal palm strike, but Yang Jun still manages to block it using his shield. Yang Jun pants heavily with pure hatred. He never expected Nathan Quinn's physique to actually be this ridiculously strong. Countless spirit snakes suddenly appear everywhere. Time to taste a deadly eye technique. Meow Meow shouts out a frantic warning. Watch out, Nathan Quinn. That is second-tier Martial King level, but our guy isn't scared at all. Yang Jun, you really are just a dog who cannot change his ways. Reaching this absolute level of shamelessness is actually impressive. He instantly summons his martial spirit to destroy everything. Unbelievable. He actually broke the rules and used his full power. He screams out that Nathan Quinn forced his hand. Meow Meow and the gang completely surround Yang-jun. She calls him an animal for ignoring them. She is totally ready to strike, declaring that anyone ambushing Nathan Quinn must die. The coward immediately starts shrieking for help. He begs the emissary and his dad to save him, but Nathan Quinn speaks way faster. He tells them to halt, declaring their duel is not over yet. Even if this fool uses his martial king cultivation, absolutely nobody is allowed to interfere. Meow Meow freezes in total shock. Is Nathan Quinn completely insane? Does he seriously want to fight Yang-jun with all his might while his body is this severely injured? Hearing this makes Yang-jun even more disgustingly smug. He mocks the sheer arrogance of a heavily wounded guy still trying to challenge him. If that is the case, he will gladly grant that death wish. Meow Meow immediately rushes forward. She absolutely cannot let Yang-jun land this specific attack. Otherwise, Nathan Quinn will definitely face extreme danger. But our guy simply charges his ultimate move and shouts out. He tells her to step aside. A single finger strike completely blasts away that dragon snake martial spirit. Heaven and earth strike! Yang-jun turns pale with absolute terror. He stammers that it is impossible, wondering how Nathan Quinn possesses such a terrifying martial spirit. By now, Nathan Quinn draws his blade and charges forward. Zhao Fang startles upon realizing the brutal truth. Watch this crazy moment. He truly wants to kill Yang-jun, and that fatal slash is right in his face. Halfway there, Yang Ba suddenly appears, roaring at Nathan Quinn to stop. But Meow Meow blocks the old man, yelling, "No way." Nathan Quinn sneers coldly, "What is there to fear? When this punk humiliated me, you completely looked the other way. Today my sword is at his throat, so killing Yang-jun is absolutely nothing." Jason Dalton maliciously takes their side. He yells that a bold little ant has no right to kill the sect master's son. He demands Nathan Quinn hand over all his secret treasures, promising he might just spare his pathetic life in return. Nathan Quinn yells back in pure disgust, "Who do you even think you are? Get lost!" The envoy furiously sputters. Throwing away his honor, Jason Dalton attacks while shouting that Nathan Quinn is courting death. But Dragon Tiger and Elder Shan quickly jump in. They call him a shameless old fool, launching a massive strike and declaring they are here to help Nathan Quinn. Together, they totally block that arrogant emissary and the vicious sect master right in their tracks. He shifts his deadly focus entirely back onto Yang-jun. Everyone who ever bullied him must pay the price and sleep forever in the underworld. In a flash, that arrogant head goes flying, officially ending the villain's wretched life for good. Yang Ba stares in absolute disbelief as his son's life is brutally snatched away. His eyes turn blood red with overwhelming rage and hatred. The aura of a true powerhouse fully explodes around Nathan Quinn, completely crushing everything nearby. Yang Ba roars at the top of his lungs. He vows that everyone connected to Nathan Quinn will be buried alongside his dead son. The elders panic and whisper that is the pressure of a martial emperor. Yang Ba is actually a martial emperor. How is that even possible? Now Nathan Quinn finally understands why the giant dragon warned him to be careful of Yang Ba. Thinking he had seen through his cultivation was a huge mistake. Meow Meow confidently steps up. She declares that even a martial emperor has zero right to bully her precious servant. His fellow disciples chime in without any fear. "Old geezer, do you seriously think we are scared of you?" "Oh, we are so terrified. What an absolute joke." He grumbles that he should have killed this disobedient little beast way earlier. "If you want to throw down, can you just hurry it up? The sun is almost setting anyway." This makes the old man incredibly annoyed and seriously unhappy. As members of the Mystic Spirit sect, they actually dare to rebel against the sect master. Yang Ba unleashes his full terrifying power, growling that they all deserve death. Jason Dalton shouts out in pure panic. He begs him to stop. Does he seriously want to destroy absolutely everything around them? Your son is dead. Just let it go. With your heaven-defying cultivation and endless lifespan, you can just have another kid later. The grand plan comes first, but clearly, the angry father is not listening. He tells Nathan Quinn this is his final chance to hand over the killing emperor scripture in exchange for their lives. Elder Shan just coldly scoffs at him, calling it a totally foolish pipe dream. Yang Ba immediately barks orders at the other sect leaders. Since they forced his hand, he commands Zhao Fang, Wei Tong, and Lin Quan to attack them right this very second. Meow Meow startles upon seeing them team up. This is really bad. Jason Dalton has already locked onto her, stopping any chance of escape. The guy uses a massive array to trap all of them inside the 7 ghost-dispelling thunder art. He also throws out a refining talisman, triggering the dreaded 9 Suns 9 Kills formation. Dragon Tiger furiously curses at them. He screams at those bastards for trying to refine their souls, swearing he will fight them to the absolute bitter end. Meow Meow quickly signals the crew. The array core is definitely the weakest point in their defense, so they must strike together and shatter it completely. However, that talisman high above just glows brighter and brighter. Ba laughs coldly, mocking their sad attempt to break his array. You three can just wait to be fully refined. This 9 suns 9 kills soul refining array is an ancient ultimate trap. It summons hellfire to literally melt living souls. Did they seriously think it could be broken so easily? Nathan Quinn has absolutely nobody left to rely on now. Meow Meow quickly comforts him, saying the villain cannot move or attack while maintaining the array. But out of nowhere, the old man's body suddenly splits right into two. Oh, really? Meow Meow gasps in pure shock at this extra clone. This is terribly bad. She suddenly remembers the harsh truth. If a martial emperor expert trains in a secret technique, they can totally forge a clone with almost the exact same power level. Just as Duang Bok is about to launch his attack, Dudu frantically yells out, "Run away!" But a massive landslide of dirt and rocks crashes down, completely blocking the escape route. Duang Bok coldly declares that Nathan Quinn murdered his fellow disciples, an absolutely unforgivable crime. As Silverstone Academy master, he claims he should just sentence the kid to death right now. But seeing how the boy stumbled upon a massive fortune, he offers to spare his life if he hands over the secret treasure. Nathan Quinn just smirks like someone like him deserves to know about the Vodian Pavilion. Completely provoked and furious, Duang Bak demands the stubborn fool kneel down, but a fierce spiritual energy has already wrapped around Nathan Quinn. The kid fires back, "You old beast, in your absolute dreams." Laughing out of sheer anger, the old man yells out, "Great, so arrogant, a true sect disciple indeed." He really wants to see exactly how long this cocky attitude is going to last. In a flash, an endless barrage of attacks rains down and explodes. The other disciples scream Nathan Quinn's name in pure panic, but when the dust settles, he is still standing perfectly tall. Even with countless bloody wounds covering his entire body, the kid's eyes show zero fear. He taunts the old bastard again. "Is that all you have? Bring out your worst." That absolute defiance makes Duangbok grind his teeth. Hallmaster Nin instantly jumps in to kick the kid while he is down. He tells the sect master about his special treasure, the heart-devouring insect, offering to lend a helping hand. Hallmaster Chow chimes in too, mentioning that the punishment hall has an ancient blood torture method. If they combine that with the heart-devouring insect, it would be perfect. It would make him wish he was dead. A terrifying torment absolutely nobody could survive. Hearing this, Duangbok gives a wicked smirk and tells them to do exactly that. A creepy little insect drops right onto his shoulder, digging straight into one of Nathan Quinn's open wounds. The pain is completely indescribable. Hallmaster Chow launches his attack, screaming about how the boy dared to kill his son, and now he will taste the ultimate blood torture. Duangbok laughs like a total maniac, praising the two of them for a job incredibly well done. He tells Nathan Quinn it is still not too late to beg for his life on his knees. But despite his pale face, the kid refuses to yield, mocking their weak skills. "Just you guys, what a joke." Annoyed by this, Huang orders Duangbok to stop wasting everyone's time. Just throw Nathan Quinn straight into the grand array. Once he is completely refined, interrogating his soul will not be too late anyway. The old man agrees immediately, following the envoy's exact orders. He steps up, calling the kid an unbelievably stubborn fool. His endurance is truly extraordinary, but right now he is nothing but a lowly ant. A tiny ant daring to commit such massive, unforgivable crimes, so just accept your death already. But watch this crazy turnaround. An unexpectedly terrifying aura erupts from the boy, and the sudden counterattack leaves Duangbok completely horrified. Long Ho bursts out laughing. This little monster is not someone even he would mess with easily. You idiots actually dared to piss him off? Just wait to die. Duangbok refuses to back down. He calls him a damn beast, vowing to kill him right now to eliminate all future threats. But then, a massive blood blade suddenly crashes down in front of Nathan Quinn. The old man freezes in pure shock. Is that not the exact blade from back then? Huang is visibly terrified. How could it possibly show up here of all places? Does this mean he actually never died? Oh, they messed with the wrong guy today. A calm figure suddenly appears, asking where they got the absolute nerve to touch him. Thon Sun raises his blade. "You get exactly 3 breaths. Cripple your own cultivation, or you two are going to die right here." As for the 4 major sects, every single person ranked Hallmaster or higher better start apologizing immediately. This grand entrance terrifies the sect leaders, while Elder Thean rejoices at seeing Senior Sat Hoang. To think his senior brother would actually show up here, he silently wonders if this means Nathan Quinn has finally earned his full approval. Seeming to read Elder Thean's mind, he gives a firm nod. Long Ho is stunned, wondering where this crazy old guy came from with such an outrageously terrifying power level. Thon Sun turns to reassure the kid, "Cheer up. Everything is totally fine now." Nathan Quinn is completely caught off guard, asking why the senior is actually here. The senior cuts him off. No need to get all worked up. He is going to put on a fun little show first. He points at the 2 hall masters, starting with you two. Before they can even process a single thought, countless bloody cuts instantly shred their bodies. Hearing their pathetic screams, Thon Sun looks disgusted and crushes his hand too noisy. Instantly, the spot where they stood explodes into absolutely nothing. Huang frantically begs for mercy. He tells Senior Sat Huang they messed up, praying the senior gives them one tiny chance to fix this mess. The other masters start panicking too, swearing to Senior Sat Huang they had nothing to do with this. They claim Duang Ba completely forced their hands. He just gives a cold snort and draws his blade. If they refuse to atone themselves, he is more than happy to send them off on their final journey. In one clean strike, the massive manor in front of them is sliced perfectly in half. Triu Huang is the first to scream run. Thon Son watches them flee, sighing at how disobedient they are. He simply raises one hand up and casually makes a tight gripping motion. Nui Thong watches the sect master behind him get completely erased. The lucky old fool thinks running this far means he is safe. Before that thought finishes, he gets wiped out too. Thankful he at least has his fire life escape art as a trump card. Thon Sun then turns his cold gaze back. Are you two going to cripple your own cultivation? Or do you want me to personally send you to the afterlife? Duangbok violently trembles, pleading as the Silverstone Academy master, asking if there is any other way. The senior scoffs. Weren't you totally obsessed with making Nathan Quinn kneel before you earlier? Well, perfect timing. If you drop to your knees and kowtow your apologies to Nathan Quinn right now, I might actually let you keep your cultivation. Those words instantly drain all the color from Duangbok's face. Are you kidding me right now? I am a mighty Vo Hong expert, and you want me to kneel before an absolute ant? Thon Sun glares at him with pure murder in his eyes. So what, you got a problem with that? The guy trembles, muttering about seniority, before actually collapsing to his knees to beg. Nathan Quinn, I was totally wrong. But deep down, Duangbak is still seething with pure bitterness. He swears that the day he becomes a true powerhouse, he will tear them all to shreds just to wash away this massive humiliation. But suddenly, right at that moment, the sky above the arena completely distorts. A blinding golden beam of light crashes straight down, catching everyone completely off guard as they wonder what just happened. The shockwave blasts the arena open, revealing two mysterious figures. Long Ho quickly covers his eyes, trying desperately not to get blinded by that insane flash. Two Voton realm experts just dropped in. Du immediately senses something seriously off about this. These guys might actually surpass the Vo Hoang level, basically making them the absolute peak existence in this entire lower realm. Huang Qiam stammers out a name in pure shock, Peak Master Donmak. And Peak Master Truong is there too, looking completely surprised as he asks why the envoy is hanging out here. The guy stutters, totally lost for words. Trong Nok gives Thon Sun a polite smile, asking his second brother why he never bothered to visit them after all these long years. But Thon Sun stays dead silent, not giving a single reply. Meanwhile, a literal spatial tear rips across the sky above them. The guy stepping out of it is none other than Peak Master Lu of the Phi Duong Sacred Temple. He immediately starts mocking him. He tells his second brother that if his rotten self did not show up soon, he would have assumed the guy was completely dead. Where exactly did you find this successor? Your third brother really wants to see what kind of peerless genius is worth blowing an entire century of your time searching for. Thon Sun calmly answers him back. I did indeed find my successor, but he is honestly no peerless genius. Question time is officially over, so all of you can just pack up and leave now. Peak Master Truong is not having it. He asks what kind of joke that is, because without a peerless genius, there is no way to ever save her. Thane Sun coldly fires back that he has his own plans, so they should mind their own business. He promised to save her back then, and even after a century, he is still keeping his word. If you guys want to fight, then bring it. Otherwise, do not expect my hospitality. He basically ignores that, and walks right up to Nathan Quinn. He points at the kid, demanding to know what kind of special shot this so-called successor actually is. Huang Qiam is literally shaking right now. Duang Bak steps in, cupping his hands respectfully, offering to explain the whole situation to Peak Master Don Mok himself. As the sect master of Silverstone Academy, he explains that this kid is Nathan Quinn, an outer disciple who just hit the half-step Vo Vuong realm. His martial arts talent is pretty decent, and he has honestly had some wild lucky encounters. He actually made it into the 5th floor of the Vo Dian Pavilion, snagged their secret treasure, and even scored another lucky break over at Long Ho Mountain recently. Peak Master Truong raises an eyebrow, admitting that reaching the 5th floor means the kid's talent is not entirely trash. The other Peak Masters actually start laughing out loud. They call their second brother way too humble, but then Duang Bak casually adds that Nathan Quinn only has a 10th grade Hoang class martial spirit. Literally just 10th grade Hoang class. That immediately sparks absolute fury in Peak Master Truong's eyes. Duong Thon San, you have disappointed me beyond belief. I gave you 100 years, and you bring back an ant with a Hong class spirit. Peak Master Lu is totally rejecting this too, warning his second brother not to think he is afraid to attack him. Donmok stays somewhat calmer, asking what other hidden talent Nathan Quinn actually has. Because with a basic 10th grade Huang class spirit, there is absolutely zero chance he will ever save her in his lifetime. Yet Thon Sun is not scared at all. He snaps that his successor is his own business, so if they want to fight, just bring it on. He quickly orders Dudu and the others to grab Nathan Quinn and get out of here right now. But Peak Master Trong shuts that down instantly. He might not be able to kill Thon Sun, but he swears this little ant of a successor is going to die today. Watch this standing right there. Nathan Quinn just laughs to himself. Calling him an ant is honestly hilarious. He takes a bold step forward, telling the three seniors he needs to clear something up. He is absolutely not the ant they keep talking about. Donmok obviously does not buy it, scoffing about his 10th grade Hoang class spirit. If not a pathetic ant, then what is he? Nathan Quinn sets the record straight. Just half a year ago, he joined Silverstone Academy at the 5th layer of body tempering, and now he is already at half-step Vo Vuong. If Oliver Duncan had not ambushed him, he would easily be at the Vo Hong realm by now. He admits he has never actually visited the two great sacred grounds, but he is pretty sure that becoming a Vo Vuong in just 6 short months is something even those elite sacred ground geniuses could never pull off. That flex completely stuns Donmok. If that is actually true, then even the top sacred ground geniuses cannot compete with this kid. Duong Bok is sweating buckets, trying to desperately downplay the whole thing. He frantically reminds the 3 peak masters that the kid only leveled up this fast because of those crazy lucky breaks at Vo Duyan Pavilion and Long Ho Mountain. Hearing that, Peak Master Lu lets out a cold snort. He tells the kid that relying on pure luck to boost his cultivation is fine, but martial spirit grades are decided by the heavens, meaning his actual potential is still just that of a lowly ant. Donmok nods along, totally agreeing. He tells Duong Thon Sun that after wasting 100 years on a successor like this, the boy simply has to die today. Thon Sun urgently yells at them, "Why are you just standing there? Run right now." But Nathan Quinn fires right back, declaring that nobody gets to laugh at his martial spirit grade on this path. He was never planning to stay hidden anyway. He just never had the perfect chance to show off his real spirit until now. Long Ho gets totally hyped up. This crazy kid is finally about to show the whole world his true terrifying power. Meow Meow is absolutely loving this. Nathan Quinn is finally unleashing his full martial spirit. 3 peak masters, all the great sect disciples, Shan Lao, and the senior Slaughter Emperor are watching. Time for his martial spirit to make its epic debut. The 3 peak masters completely freeze up. Yang Bo looks terrified. How does Nathan Quinn have a mystic rank 1st grade spirit? How did he get that? Duanmu is still totally unimpressed though, so what if it is 1st grade? In the Qinglong sacred area, that level of talent is just purely average. But then Nathan Quinn flexes hard. Who said his spirit was only 1st grade? Duanmu looks down and literally scoffs. Even a 2nd grade is nothing special to him. Nathan Quinn finally goes all out. So what about a mystic rank 8th grade? The sheer sight of it makes Yang Bo absolutely lose his mind. Impossible. Just impossible. Nathan Quinn calls them out hard. Do the 3 peak masters still think an 8th grade spirit is just a tiny little ant in their precious sacred area? Duanmu finally walks right over and pats Qingshan on the shoulder, 2nd brother. He admits he was furious because he thought Qingshan had totally given up on everything over the last 100 years. Turns out, he was completely wrong to blame him for it. Total honest confession right there. Qingshan admits he had 0 clue about the 8th grade spirit. He only picked the kid because he shattered the Death Sea Full Moon Stone. The Peak Masters instantly freeze up again. Wait, what? Now they look incredibly awkward and actually bow down. They apologize straight to Nathan Quinn. They totally misunderstood both him and Tang Qingshan, and everything that just went down was entirely their own fault. Meow Meow is definitely not having it. Empty apologies mean absolutely nothing to her. These 3 peak masters just bullied Nathan Quinn. They seriously need to pay up and compensate him. Dragon Tiger is totally on board with this. They have to pay up right now. The massive disrespect they showed Nathan Quinn caused some serious emotional damage. Peak Master Zhang pulls something out, quickly admitting those two are totally right. Since Nathan Quinn is heavily injured right now, he offers a shiny creation fruit as an apology payment. The others realize these sidekicks probably have totally wild backgrounds. Qingshan's new successor is definitely not a normal kid at all. Duanmu speaks up again since the 2nd brother has finally found his true successor now. If he is willing to come back, their master will totally forgive him. He has suffered way too much over the last 100 years anyway. Qingshan just shakes his head. He still has unfinished business and cannot return yet. But watch this closely. Guys, the proud senior literally walks up and drops right down to his knees. He bows his head and desperately begs Nathan Quinn to help him save her. All the peak masters are completely stunned by this. Nathan Quinn immediately grabs his shoulders to pull him up, telling the senior to please get up. He really is not worthy of this. How could he possibly accept a master kneeling to him? The guy owes him absolutely everything. Whatever the senior actually needs, he would gladly die 1,000 times over to get it done. Qingshan cannot even hide the massive wave of pure joy showing on his face. He is honestly thrilled, the kid agreed. He needs him to save someone trapped in the sea of death. It is incredibly deadly, so if Nathan Quinn actually wants to back out, he completely understands and will not blame him. The second those specific words drop, everyone looks absolutely terrified. Duanmu chimes in to explain that the Sea of Death is one of the 4 great forbidden areas in the lower realm. Legend says that anyone who dares step inside there, even a fully ranked martial ancestor, would probably die. The actual survival rate is basically 0. Nothing. Meow Meow arrogantly scoffs, it is just the little Sea of Death, totally nothing to be scared of. Plus, there is something this princess really wants there anyway, so she will graciously tag along with him. Dragon Tiger gets extremely hyped up and absolutely demands to go too. One of his own clan's skeletons is sealed away inside the Sea of Death. If he grabs it, leveling up to a martial ancestor will be an absolute joke. Nathan Quinn looks right at his senior with total sincerity. He heard them, the Sea of Death is completely locked in. He makes a firm promise to go and absolutely save whoever needs saving, no matter what. Qingshan thinks it over really carefully, then drops his voice to give a super heavy warning. The Sea of Death does not actually open for 3 more years. So until then, Nathan Quinn needs to go grind his cultivation hard at either the Qinglong or Feiyang sacred area. Qingshan has to prep a few major things first, but he promises to track him down in 2 years. He then hands over a totally rare token with a deeply serious look on his face. If anyone tries to kill him, he just triggers the token, and Qingshan will show up to execute them. But he only gets exactly 3 uses, so he better make them count. And with that, Qingshan politely says his goodbyes and simply dips. Nathan Quinn just stands there blankly, watching his master walk away. Shan Lao gently steps up to explain his senior brother has just been waiting for this exact day, basically forever. Right after that, Duanmu immediately starts aggressively trying to recruit the genius. He invites Nathan Quinn to head back to the Qinglong sacred area with him, and obviously, his 2 overpowered friends can totally tag along too. He promises that he and Peak Master Zhang will absolutely take excellent care of everyone. Zhang nods right beside him, trying his hardest to look super trustworthy. They claim they are absolute ride-or-die friends with his master. Peak Master Liu sees this massive suck-up move and immediately objects. Is the big brother seriously trying to steal his recruit? Liu quickly jumps right in with his own extremely spicy counteroffer. He tells Nathan Quinn to join the Feiyang sacred area instead, promising to protect him even if he goes around casually burning, killing, and robbing people. Hearing that kind of crazy freedom, Meow Meow and Dragon Tiger literally start drooling with sheer excitement. Casual burning and robbing, Nathan Quinn firmly but completely rejects that crazy offer. Nathan Quinn thanks the 3 seniors for their kindness, but points out he still has a lot of unfinished business right here in the Luo Kingdom. He promises to head toward the sacred temple the second everything is properly sorted out. He totally knows that if a peak master brought him in, absolutely no one would dare challenge him. The 3 respect his choice, but quickly give strict instructions. They get it, but he absolutely must accept these 3 tokens and the map of the lower domain. No arguments allowed. If anyone tries to bully him, he just needs to activate a token, never let anyone humiliate him. Nathan Quinn respectfully expresses his deep gratitude. He thanks the seniors and admits that obedience is way better than politeness here. He carefully takes the 3 tokens. Then Duanmu turns his stern gaze and asks, "What about you?" Yangbo shakes in absolute terror, begging Peak Master Duanmu for mercy. But Duanmu shows 0 hesitation, pointing a finger right at his forehead. Unforgivable crimes get 0 passes. In a flash, Duanmu completely burns the old guy to ash. Watching this horrific scene, Jason Dalton gets so scared his legs turn to jelly. Duanmu powerfully seals his fate, ordering the guy to follow him closely from now on. Jason Dalton terrifiedly kowtows non-stop, thanking the Peak Master. Duanmu just smiles and says their goodbyes, announcing that they will be leaving first. Nathan Quinn cups his hands respectfully, telling the 3 to take care. Right then, Elder Shan makes a super bold declaration. He orders all disciples to immediately return to their sects and tell the remaining elders to completely merge into the Mystic Spirit sect. From now on, the 4 great sects are history. The Luohe Kingdom only has the Mystic Spirit sect. Meow Meow gets super excited and instantly gives orders. She yells for Longhu to go. Nathan Quinn watches this helplessly, totally guessing that she just wants to go rob the 3 great sects blind. Elder Shan curiously steps up and scolds him. His senior brother wants him to save someone. So why didn't he ask who it is? Agreeing so fast, isn't he scared of dying in the Sea of Death? Nathan Quinn just smiles brightly and explains everything perfectly. Senior Qingshan did him a massive solid and is Shan's brother, so of course he has to help. It really does not matter who needs saving. He somewhat nervously suggests that Elder Shan should just keep handling the big picture. Meanwhile, he really needs to go refine the fortune fruit. Otherwise, with these heavy injuries, he has no clue when he will actually recover. Elder Shan nods in agreement and tells him to go. Then Elder Shan thoughtfully mentions a spot deep within the Dragon Tiger mountain range. Cut to that exact deep mountain location, where Lin Dao warmly calls out Gong Yang's name. Totally surprised by this sudden appearance, Gong Yang quickly asks the senior if something crazy just happened. Lin Dao excitedly spills all the hot gossip. And honestly, you will love this part. News about Nathan Quinn just dropped Yangbo's big birthday bash had a ton of juicy drama, and he came specifically to share. Hearing this, Gong Yang gets super mad and lets his feelings out that Yangbo really deserved to die. Lin Dao calmly lists the post-battle perks. The guy is already dead, so there is really no need to stay so insanely furious. Elder Shan runs the Mystic Spirit sect now, and Nathan Quinn actually got promoted to young sect master. The entire Qin family from Blue Ridge City also moved into the Mystic Spirit sect. Basically, Nathan Quinn scored huge benefits. Seeing this insane growth, Gong Yang thoughtfully praises him. Makes sense, but he just never expected that kid Nathan Quinn would go shake things up in the upper domain this fast. Gong Yang happily makes a super mysterious prediction. In 3 years at the Sea of Death, Qingshan might finally be able to match his insane power. Meanwhile, our guy has actually cultivated up to the 10th grade profound rank. Nathan Quinn excitedly checks out the interior of Heavenly Wind Mountain's peak. By now, the sky has faded to black. Inside the third brother's courtyard, everyone is super hyped and loudly cheering. Come on, take a shot! He slowly walks in, listening closely with a curious grin, thinking this sounds ridiculously lively. Spotting him, Long Hu immediately goes absolutely wild. Little Nan, you finally made it. Chu Yun smiles brightly and rushes him inside. They were literally just waiting for him, so grab a seat. The second he sits down, Huang Long solemnly speaks up. Nathan Quinn, this entire drinking party is completely dedicated to you tonight. Before, I was totally obsessed with challenging you, but I never expected you would head toward the 2 great sacred temples in under half a year. He relaxes and throws back a super humble reply. Becoming friends with all of you guys is absolutely my own good luck. Tonight, we don't go home until we are completely wasted. Everyone happily shouts their agreement, perfect. A moment later, everyone is completely smashed in a total messy pile. Meow Meow drowsily leans against him, slurring out that she still wants to drink more. He scoops her up and firmly walks away. He needs to put the princess in bed to rest, then go see his dad. After finishing that, Victor Quinn sees his son walk in and warmly asks if he is here. Nathan Quinn looks totally surprised. How did Dad know he would come? His dad warmly explains his feelings. Nobody knows a son like his father, and he even knows this visit is just to say goodbye. Nathan Quinn gets so emotional he literally loses his words. Calling out to his dad, Victor Quinn kindly comforts his boy. No need for guilt or sadness here. The martial arts world is just like this, so go experience the lower domain. He respectfully falls to his knees and reluctantly shares his feelings. Dad, your son is heading to the lower domain and has no idea when he returns. He cannot stay by his side, so he begs him to take care. Cut to the very next morning. A female disciple regretfully announces that Jing Shui left, handing him her goodbye letter. The letter's contents are wild. Nathan Quinn, I seriously regret why I originally wanted you to admit defeat. If my strength was actually decent, I could have helped. After reading the letter, Nathan Quinn makes a quiet promise if fate allows it, they will absolutely meet again. Right then, Meow Meow excitedly speaks up to push him along. She tells Nathan Quinn to hurry up and check the map Peak Master Duanmu gave him so they know their next stop. Hearing that, he quickly pulls out the parchment, immediately unrolling it to pinpoint their exact location on the continent. Feiyang Sacred Area and Qinglong Sacred Area select new disciples at Jiangwang City every single year. The very first trial. It says Nathan Quinn only has 2 months left until the assessment begins, so after leaving the Mystic Spirit sect, he needs to rush to Jiangwang City. Dragon Tiger takes one look at this and starts breaking it down clearly. Jianghuang City is also known as the Treasure City, standing as one of the 3 great ancient cities of the lower realm. Its background is insanely deep, drawing countless cultivators who flock there hunting for treasures or trading rare spiritual herbs. Meow Meow curiously raises her hand, asking about the other 2 ancient cities. Dragon Tiger just smiles and keeps it totally brief. The other 2 are Gamble City and Slaughter City, and just going by those names alone, you can probably guess what happens there. Now that his destination is totally clear, Nathan Quinn happily makes the call. Perfect. Their very first stop is going to be Jiangwang City. Back home, Victor Quinn proudly watches his son's fading silhouette. Go on, he thinks, sending out a wave of sincere love. always remembering that his boy is his absolute greatest pride. Time quietly slips away, and half a month later, Meow Meow excitedly announces the epic news. They are finally arriving at Huang City. Dragon Tiger cheers like a freed prisoner, thrilled he no longer has to play the designated ride. Taking a closer look around, Nathan Quinn lets out a stunned gasp. This crazy Huang City actually uses Supreme Cyan Mystic Stones just to pave their everyday streets. That whole Treasure City title is clearly not just for show. Meow Meow bounces up in pure excitement and signals them let us go inside. The second they step up, a cold-faced guard lays down the strict rules. Every single person entering the city must hand over 3 pure stones. Nathan Quinn is genuinely shocked to realize this guy is no regular scrub. To think that even a simple gatekeeper in Jianghuang City holds a Martial King cultivation base. Meow Meow is absolutely furious at this blatant robbery. 3 pure stones are roughly equal to a few 100,000 Martial King pills. Are you guys trying to rob us blind? Dragon Tiger grits his teeth, showing extreme irritation. Usually, I am the one robbing other people, he complains. No way. Nathan Quinn calmly pulls out the required stones and tries to talk his crew down. We are already here, so let us just play by their rules. He hands over the exact fee without hesitation, passing along 9 pure stones in total. The guard sternly delivers a serious warning. Inside Jianghuang City, no one is allowed to release their martial spirit or start any fights. Flying is totally banned too, and anyone breaking these laws will be killed on the spot without trial. After that intense disclaimer, the group is finally allowed inside. Right away, nimble merchants start enthusiastically hawking their goods. Freshly unearthed heaven-ranked secret skills over here, going for cheap. Hey there, young man. Come take a look. We got the newest styles of ancient magical artifacts, and I will even give you 3 a huge discount. Dragon Tiger glances around and offers some genuinely hyped praise. This place is seriously popping. Right at that exact moment, a very cheerful merchant smoothly slides in with an introduction. It must be your first time visiting Jianghuang City, right, seniors? You guys do not have a local guide yet, do you? My name is Huzi, and for just a single pure stone, I will stick by your side all day and answer every single question you could possibly have. Nathan Quinn flashes a smile and easily agrees. I will be troubling you then. A second later, the guide curiously asks about their ultimate goal. He wonders if the 3 seniors came to trade treasures, join the 2 sacred areas assessment, or hit up the ancient dragon auction. Hearing that, Meow Meow immediately questions him what ancient dragon auction. Huzi patiently dishes out the highly detailed info. Every single year, the Trading Alliance hosts a massive scale event in Jianghuang City called the Ancient Dragon Auction. And this year, the crazy auction is running for 10 whole days straight. Geniuses from all the kingdoms and disciples from the sacred areas will be showing up. Hearing this, she gleefully comes up with a ridiculously bold idea. Now watch this epic logic. Let us join the auction too, she says. It is the perfect chance to rob people. Nathan Quinn remembers Beelan warning him, and his rebellious side totally takes over. If he dares step into a Trading Alliance auction, they will absolutely hunt him down. But honestly, telling him not to go only makes him want to go 10 times more. Right at that exact moment, a weird talisman randomly flies out of nowhere. It instantly burrows straight into Nathan Quinn's body, leaving him totally frozen since he couldn't dodge it. Then, it slowly forms a weird dark brand right on his forehead. Seeing his brand new clients suddenly stop, the guide turns around in complete confusion. Catching sight of that terrifying mark, Huzi panics and desperately tries to ditch his job. That is the 3 black marks. I quit. You guys go find another guide. Seeing this ridiculously intense reaction, Nathan Quinn quickly demands him to stop. What the heck are the 3 black marks? Even his blazing sun Vajra art and the divine battle spirit eyes somehow have absolutely no way to erase those 3 dark streaks. The guy nervously spills the terrifying secret behind it. This is how the Trading Alliance officially deals with cultivators who have a truly terrible reputation. The marks are split into 1, 2, and 3 stamps representing a bandit, a scammer, and a complete hypocrite. Getting hit with all 3 means getting shunned by every single cultivator around, and if you doubt me, just look for yourself. Hearing this, everyone on the street avoids them in absolute fear. Nathan Quinn frowns, instantly raising his price to keep the guy around. I will give you 2 pure stones, he says, so you keep playing our local guide. Tempted by the sweet offer, Ho2 accepts all right, he takes the deal. But since Nathan Quinn has the 3 black seals on his forehead, walking around Huang is going to be incredibly tough. He cannot join the Kalong auction, and he absolutely cannot enter the grand selection for the 2 great sacred grounds either. Nathan Quinn flares up in pure anger. What did you say? Dear furiously screams out, clearly not happy about this. Thung Daromin pushes people way too far. She demands he take them straight to the Kolong auction, ready to completely rob the entire place blind. Long Ho clenches his fists in total agreement. Yeah, steal absolutely everything. The monkey wildly waves his hands in panic, warning them not to. Every single year, the Kolong auction has an exalted master guarding it. Hearing that title, the two of them completely freeze up, feeling a massive invisible weight crush their spirits. An exalted master? Ho-Tu quickly offers up a solid backup plan. Since the three seniors probably cannot find any normal place to stay right now, they could always hit up his humble little shack. But the sly guy throws in one little catch. They have to pay 2 pure spirit stones every day. Nathan Quinn just sighs and reluctantly agrees, telling him to lead the way. Arriving there, Ho-Tu casually points out their brand new dump. Nathan Quinn inspects the place for a bit, then immediately hands out missions. He calls on Princess Deer and Long Ho, noting the Kolong auction starts in exactly 10 days. Even though he cannot enter, the two of them can easily go in first to gather some really good intel. They get super hyped and accept the mission, just leave it all to us. Just then, Biclan calls out from inside with a high mocking tone. She finds it pretty funny that Nathan Quinn reached Huang City in mere months, assuming he probably already knows about his 3 black seals. She playfully invites him to the #1 Thon Tom guest room. Recognizing that very familiar voice, Nathan Quinn jolts in suspicion that is definitely the mysterious woman in white. Nathan Quinn firmly shouts his next order. He tells Ho-Tu to take him straight to the Thon Tom guest room. He really wants to see what this woman is plotting. Ho-Tu completely stammers in sheer panic. Because get this, the Thon Tom room is literally the most expensive restaurant in all of Huang City. Nathan Quinn just turns with a cold stare, ordering him to stay right there. Ho-Tu wisely nods like a good boy. All right, the moment he walks in, Bitchland politely greets her fellow cultivator, Nathan Quinn. She gestures gracefully, offering him a seat. He sits down looking absolutely miserable. Nathan Quinn angrily chugs his entire teacup, while she pours him another with a very deep, plotting smile. She praises him as truly extraordinary. This spring tea costs 20 pure spirit stones a cup. Anyone else would carefully savor every single drop of it, yet he just downed it in one gulp. Nathan Quinn barks out an angry demand, cut the crap, erase his 3 black seals right now before they even talk. He asks the lady what she actually wants. Biclan darkens her face, dropping a very tempting condition. She tells Nathan Quinn not to get mad. She promises that if he just hands over the secret of Von Duyen Kak, she will shower him with endless benefits. But if he refuses, she will use completely different methods. Losing patience, she steps in close, firing off a charm spell, asking him softly to just spill the big secret. Biclan stares him down with crazy confidence. She thinks this stubborn kid cannot possibly resist her newly mastered secret technique, the second stage mind art. Nathan Quinn does not even flinch, just turning his head away fast. He warns her not to use cheap parlor tricks on him, or he will definitely get rough. She quickly steps back, pretending to look gentle again. She admits Nathan Quinn has solid cultivation, apologizing for being so rash, but insists she simply must obtain the Von Duankak secret. If Nathan Quinn agrees, the two of them could partner up. She wonders how his power skyrocketed this fast. The fact he casually resisted her mind charm must tie into that precious Von Duankak secret. Hearing her offer, Nathan Quinn just frowns and coldly rejects it, zero interest. Bitchlon urgently pushes back. She tells him that with his current power level, he basically cannot protect that massive secret anyway. Her Thung Daoramin faction has always valued trust and loyalty above everything, so teaming up with her is his absolute best option. Nathan Quinn angrily exposes her totally fake, hypocritical face. Trust? His tone drips with venom. Thung Daoramin just wants his stuff and uses incredibly dirty, cheap tricks to get it. He tells her not to waste his time talking about fake loyalty. Seeing him leave, she panics and tries to stop him, yelling out for Nathan Quinn. Doesn't he fear that her Thung Darmin will make his life in Huang City a total living nightmare? She begs him to sit down and talk, but he coldly walks away, saying they have nothing left to discuss. Nathan Quinn casually slams the door shut. Just then, Thon Liam aggressively makes a brutal suggestion. Lady, why waste your breath on a guy like him? They should just use the ancient killing array to rip his soul out. Sounds crazy, right? But Biclan waves it off thoughtfully. No need for that just yet. She seriously changes the subject. Any news from the Lakha Kingdom over there? He respectfully explains the tough situation to her. Nothing yet. The strong experts from Thonlong and Fidung sacred grounds are secretly blocking them at every turn. 20 of the men they sent into Lakha Kingdom are already dead. Hearing this, Biclan sharply issues a brand new plan send in different agents. She orders her 2 guys to track Nathan Quinn closely, absolutely keeping him in their sights. The 2 subordinates agree in unison, ready to carry out the order. Understood. She flashes a truly sinister smirk at that. Nathan Quinn can never escape from the palm of her hand. Right then on the crowded street, the guy quickly realizes he is being followed. Nathan Quinn smartly turns and tells Ho2 to leave. First, he will catch up with him later. The guy looks surprised but obeys anyway. All right then. Nathan Quinn scans the area, thinking they can actually track him down. Not a chance. Thon Leem watches this and furiously signals that everything is totally ruined. He spotted us. Go, get him. Thon Liam and his crew sprint after him, only to skid to a halt inside a dead-end alley. Thon Liam punches the brick wall in pure rage. Damn it, they actually let him slip away. Meanwhile, the mark on Nathan Quinn's forehead burns brighter by the second. Our guy walks and thinks. He really needs those 3 black seals wiped off. And fast. Suddenly Tuma flashes a huge salesman smile. Hey friend, hold on. I have top-tier king weapons right here for absolutely dirt cheap. Just 100 pure stones apiece. Want to take a look? Nathan Quinn pauses. He stares blankly at the scattered treasures. Inspecting them, his sharp mind kicks in. A normal king weapon costs at least 200 pure stones. Price is this crazily low? Plus, the guy totally ignores his 3 black seals. This is a scam for sure. He decides to activate his war god eyes and check things out. Right then, Nathan Quinn flinches. A mark suddenly appears right on the vendor's forehead, 5 black seals. Tuma leans casually against the wall and asks why the shocked face? Never seen a king weapon priced this beautifully low before? Relax. It is cheap but absolutely premium stuff. I have survived the lower world for 20 years on pure honor alone. Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow, completely unconvinced. Is that so? I am pretty curious. If the Trade Dao Alliance saw those 5 black seals on your forehead, how would they react? Tuma panics and quickly denies it, his mind racing. Hey brother, you really cannot go around throwing wild accusations at innocent people like that. He clearly hid his seals using an ancient technique. Unless this kid is a literal martial master, nobody should see through this disguise, unless his visual arts are completely off the charts. Nathan Quinn just smirks and drops a little threat. What if I inform the Trade Dao Alliance? Hearing this, Tuma freaks out and rushes to smooth things over. Come on, brother, let us negotiate. In this field, I am basically your senior. Tuma throws an arm around him, playing the peacemaker. How about we find a quiet place to chat? Come, follow me. Nathan Quinn catches a spark of hope. If he can somehow learn this guy's method for hiding those black seals, that would be totally perfect. Right then, Tuma pulls a classic distraction. Hey, look over there! And get this, in a literal split second, he vanishes completely. Nathan Quinn smirks and scans the empty street. Pretty interesting. But he proudly sniffs out the petty visual trick in no time. Tuma is standing right there, confidently bragging that nobody can spot him. But then Nathan Quinn casually drops a hand onto his shoulder, ripping him straight back to reality. Brother Tuma, Nathan Quors. A dark little warning. Your disguise technique is definitely unique, but using it against me is completely useless. If you do not want the Trade Dao Alliance hunting you down, you better start being honest. Terrified, the scammer reluctantly surrenders. Fine, let us have a real talk. Once they settle somewhere, Nathan Quinn skips the fluff and gets straight to business. Brother Tuma, you can obviously see this. These 3 black seals are seriously messing up my life. I wonder if you could pass down that secret method to hide them. Tuma groans, finally spilling his guts. This secret skill is an ancient art, incredibly hard to find out here. If I actually teach you, what kind of benefit do I get? Nathan Quinn makes a dead serious promise. I swear to the heavens, I will never breathe a word about you to the Trade Dao Alliance. Plus, I have a massive blood feud with the Trade Dao Alliance anyway. Given the chance, I would gladly destroy them. Hearing that, Tuma excitedly pitches a wild idea. Brother Nathan Quinn, let me ask you, if you had one chance, would you want to completely wreck the Trade Dao Alliance? Intrigued, our guy shows he is all in. I am listening. Tuma seriously explains the money-making opportunity. Jianhuang City has 13 major streets. They split them into trading, selling treasures, and buying martial skills. Among them is a street called Gold Testing Avenue. The Trade Dao Alliance opened an ancient luck pavilion right on that very street. That pavilion mixes broken treasure fragments with hidden auras straight in with regular junk. It is basically a giant gambling den for cultivators. Nathan Quinn looks shocked and asks the obvious. Does the Trade Dao Alliance actually allow users to activate their visual arts? Tuma smiles mysteriously. Of course they do. The Trade Dao Alliance welcomes all cultivators to try their luck. Even someone with a black seal can walk right in. They are just that arrogant. They never worry about visual arts breaking their seals. He eagerly suggests a team-up. Brother Nathan Quinn, here is the plan. We hit the ancient luck pavilion together. If you unleash your divine vision, I only want 50% of the total profits, and then I will tell you the exact method to hide those black seals. Nathan Quinn coldly bargains him down 30% max. Tuma painfully gives in. Fine, since we hit it off so well, 30% it is. I do not mind taking a tiny little loss for a friend. Cut to a bustling, crowded street gold testing avenue. A loud vendor yells out, "Hey brother with the 3 black seals, over here." These mountain armor shards definitely contain fragments of Emperor tier and Royal tier weapons. You absolutely cannot miss this deal. Another merchant sees them and cheerfully jumps in. 3 black seals? I only had 1 back then. Come here, I will cut you a nice discount. Stopping outside a massive building, Tuma proudly announces it. This right here is the Ancient Luck Pavilion. Nathan Quinn happily nods, ready to go. Right as they step inside, the host blasts out the rules. We are officially kicking off round 2 of the big treasure hunt. 10 pure stones score you a single fragment. The host talks up the value like it is the deal of the century. Out of 1,002 fragments right here, 30 belong to Royal tier weapons. The rest? Straight from major forbidden zones. The crowd instantly loses their minds, shoving each other to grab a piece. I want piece 93. Quick, give me 814. Tuma turns to his buddy, completely sweating. So, what do you think? Nathan Quinn just shrugs it off. Total garbage, he says, mostly fakes with 0 actual treasures mixed in. The Thung Darmin guys definitely bought up all the real royal weapons already. He nods, totally bored, and points up. Let us move on. The first floor is a joke, so we are heading straight to the second. Right then, a super arrogant voice cuts through the noise. Barshinyer steps up, making a loud, obnoxious announcement. Covern Fung does not welcome you if you want to buy any fragments. You are paying 10 times the price. Wait, Covern Fung? The pavilion master, Barking Gur, sneers right at them. You are just a filthy little ant from the tiny Lakha kingdom. How dare you show disrespect to our young lady? You must have a death wish. Be smart and get out of Covern Fung right now. He frowns, quickly putting the pieces together. That young lady, it looks like the Thung Daro Min is finally making their move to cut off all his paths. Duma Butbin yells back, furious. So being the master of Covert Fung means you get to just bully people? Why the hell do we have to pay 10 times the price? But Nathan Quinn just turns around, his face completely serious, catching his friend totally off guard. Brother Tuma, do you trust me? He drops an absolutely wild proposal. If you really trust me, then you need to lend me 6,000 pure stones right now. The guy nearly chokes on that massive number. Tuma hesitates for a long minute before firing back with a counteroffer. Fine, I will lend you 6,000, but I have one condition: I get a 40% cut. Those 6,000 stones are literally my entire life savings. Nathan Quinn grins and agrees on the spot. Deal. The scene jumps to the second floor of Covern Fung, where another host is eagerly showing off the goods. We have 500 pieces here in total. 50 of them are actual fragments from King tier weapons, and 3 pieces are from Emperor tier weapons. The treasure hunt starts right now, 20 pure stones per piece. The savvy customers immediately start scrambling to pick their spots. I will take numbers 1, 8, and 13. As long as 1 Emperor tier piece is in the pile, I cannot lose. Just give me 20 pieces total. Right in the middle of it, our guy calmly places his bet. I want 19, 72, and 154. The manager just smirks at him. Nathan Quinn, it seems I underestimated you. Pulling out 6,000 pure stones like that? That is enough to buy 30 fragments. I actually have to respect that kind of reckless confidence. Bring out his 30 pieces right now. The host bows low and immediately gets to work. Understood. Barchner steps up, looking totally smug as he makes a grand speech. Everyone knows the fragments at Covern Fung are specially processed. It is completely impossible to tell what is inside them. Today, fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn is tossing away 6,000 pure stones. As the pavilion master, I will personally break the seals on these. Let us all see exactly what kind of trash he just bought. The crowd watches and immediately starts mocking him. The first item reveals itself just a basic king tier weapon fragment. But since he paid 200 pure stones for it, he is barely breaking even. 0 profit at all. Barking Gur gets hyped up and yells out a challenge. Hey Nathan Quinn, seems like your luck is not entirely terrible. Let us open the next 20 items all at once. Think you can stay lucky on this pull? Watch this closely, the results flash, leaving the entire crowd completely dead silent. Every single one of those 20 fragments, pure king tier weapons. Getting 1 or 2 is just dumb luck, but pulling 20 straight, that is pure, raw skill. Barchner turns green with jealousy, desperately trying to play it down. Nathan Quinn, it seems your visual technique is actually decent, but the seals on Emperor tier fragments are way stronger than king tier. No matter how good your eyes are, there is no way you can see through those. Nathan Quinn immediately throws down a massive bet. If I pull an Emperor tier piece, you compensate me. If I pull empty, I will owe you 3. Deal? The manager starts sweating, doing the math in his head. If Nathan Quinn actually scores an Emperor tier weapon, he loses face and a massive chunk of money. Barkinger haughtily waves it off to save his own pride. I am your senior, how could I possibly take things from a junior like you? Let us just see what these last 9 pieces actually hold. Suddenly, the fragments explode with blinding light. The whole crowd practically screams in shock at the sight. He actually picked out all 3 Emperor tier pieces. Tuma is practically vibrating, counting the profits. 27 king tier weapons and 3 Emperor pieces. After costs, we just made 1,800 pure stones. He just stands there, totally chilling in victory. Even with your insane 10 times markup, I am still walking out with a profit. Round 1 is in the books, so are we starting round 2 or what? Barkinger, completely bitter, throws out a totally different invitation. Nathan Quinn, I really did not expect your visual skills to be this sharp. My bad for doubting you. How about this? Why do you not join me on the 3rd floor? The 3rd floor has way better stuff than this level. Our boy casually nods at the offer. I definitely want to see the 3rd floor, but let me have some fun on the 2nd floor first. Inger grinds his teeth and forcefully agrees. Fine, then you just wait here. Tuma eagerly dives into the mountain of loot, completely amazed by it all. Making over 10,000 pure stones in 0 time flat? Tuma is absolutely losing his mind, hyping Nathan Quinn up as a total legend and urging him to keep moving. Time to hit the 3rd floor, so they tell the pavilion master to lead the way. Barkinger just turns around with a deadpan expression and starts walking. Follow me, he says. But internally the guy is seething with rage. He secretly vows to make Nathan Quinn cough up every last bit of his fortune as they arrive on the 3rd floor. Up there, a stranger spots them walking in. Crown Prince Huang casually mentions that the 50 items displayed here are actually pretty interesting. I have already made my picks, the prince says, asking who the newcomers are. Barkiner seizes the perfect chance to stir up some drama, introducing Nathan Quinn as the exact guy their trade alliance is currently hunting down. The young miss ordered him kicked out of the pavilion today. But sadly, the kid has a ridiculously overpowered eye technique. Jacking the prices up 10 times did absolutely nothing, so I dragged him up to this floor instead. Then Barkner proudly flips the script to introduce the prince to Nathan Quinn. This guy is the reigning crown prince of the Hongfang Empire. He awakened a rank 2 mystic level martial soul and rocks a pair of seriously rare mystic eyes. As for the upcoming disciple selection, this prince sits comfortably at 4th place. Nathan Quinn is just totally lost, asking what this disciple list even is. Tuma quickly leans in to explain the details. You really do not know? During this massive disciple selection, the 2 major holy lands rank everyone entirely based on raw strength. If this prince managed to secure 4th place on that list, he is definitely not someone to joke around with. The prince steps up with a crazy, arrogant smirk, warning Nathan Quinn to check his ego. Just because he has a fancy eye trick does not make him invincible. He warns him not to piss off the young miss again because if she decides not to crush him, the prince will happily do it himself. Expecting that threat to land? Well, Nathan Quinn could not care less. He casually asks what the gimmick is up here, completely ticking off the prince. The guy quickly lays out the rules for the 3rd floor. There is only a single test up here. You just have to correctly pick 3 Emperor tier weapons out of 50 choices. Do that, and you get access to the pavilion's ultra-restricted inner zone. Before Beckinger can even finish talking, Nathan Quinn just starts shouting numbers. 12, 13, 29, he demands to know if he can go in yet. Baknur is completely thrown off, telling them to follow him while secretly panicking that bringing this monster upstairs was a huge mistake. Meanwhile, Hongfang is standing there entirely dumbfounded. The prince worked incredibly hard to locate his 3 Emperor weapons. Yet Nathan Quinn did it in an absolute blink. Moving to the next level, they immediately run into an old elder deep in cultivation, who slowly explains the current situation. He introduces himself as Murk Daisu, proudly stating he used a special seal on all 100 items here, completely masking their energy. They can both use their eye techniques to pick exactly 3 items each, but every single item is going to cost a steep 1,000 pure stones. That crazy price tag of 1,000 stones hits Tuma like a truck. But Murk Daisu backs it up, claiming these 100 items hide 30 Emperor tier weapons. The other 70? Even the Alliance's top experts cannot figure out their actual origins. For all they know, some could be earth-shattering treasures. Beichner steps up with his usual arrogance. He reminds Nathan Quinn of the ridiculous rule thanks to his earlier behavior. He is forced to pay 10 times the normal price for anything. Tuma snaps back, asking why they do not just rob people directly. But Hongfang just grins, throwing out a very smug challenge. Since Nathan Quinn has such a fancy eye technique, the prince suggests a little bet. They both pick 3 items, and if Nathan Quinn actually wins, he gets a clean 1,000 stones. But if he loses, he owes the prince 10,000. Tuma instantly calls out the total scam. Why should his friend cough up 10,000 stones on a loss when the prince only risks 1,000? Fong practically drips with arrogance as he explains it. To him, a complete nobody simply does not have the status to bet on equal terms. Betting with royalty means an automatic 10 times penalty. Hearing that garbage, Nathan Quinn just smirks right back. Oh, you have to love this kind of trash talk. Nathan Quinn mocks the mighty prince for placing such a pathetic bet, agreeing to play but changing the stakes. Tuma stares in absolute shock as Nathan Quinn casually cranks the wager up to an insane level. 10,000 stones if Nathan Quinn wins, and a jaw-dropping 100,000 if he loses. The prince scoffs at the crazy stakes, mocking his big talk while accepting. The prince is totally ready to see what kind of skills this nobody has to justify such massive arrogance. Backinger happily steps in as the official judge for this mess, telling both of them to go ahead and make their selections. Since the prince arrived first, he naturally gets the first pick. Tuma turns pale, quietly panicking because letting the prince go first obviously means he will snatch up all the best gear. Oh, Nathan Quinn, you madman. If he loses this wager, selling his own soul wouldn't cover 100,000 stones dead. Wasting zero time, Fong confidently points out his 3 picks. He claims numbers 3, 32, and 99, then passes the turn. Nathan Quinn barely blinks before throwing out 10, 21, and 39. Barkinger practically bounces with excitement to reveal them. They crack open the prince's choices first. Spotting some incredibly rare treasures, Barkinger immediately starts mocking our guy. All 3 pieces are genuine sovereign weapon fragments. Nathan Quinn is supposedly doomed to lose. Out of everything on the table, those 3 were the only sovereign weapons. The rest are either Emperor, tier fragments, or total trash of fact. Murkdarsu bluntly confirms. Nathan Quinn, those 3 items you just bought are total junk with zero background. Feng eagerly barks out his order. So you actually picked 3 useless scraps, buddy. You totally lost this bet, so hurry up and hand over those 100,000 pure stones. Nathan Quinn just calmly brings up the actual rules. What is the rush? These 3 pieces are not even unsealed yet. Whether they are actual junk is definitely not for you to just decide. Seeing his annoying stubbornness, the old man bitterly agrees. If that is how it is, Master Pang should break the seals on these 3 items. Let this kid see for himself if they are really just worthless scraps. Baiyu quickly steps up to inspect the goods, but the item does not do a single thing except catch on fire. Grandmaster Mew immediately jumps on it. He firmly insists these 3 items are absolute garbage, asking why the kid still refuses to believe it. Feng acts super high and mighty right now. He demands the 100,000 pure stones immediately, warning that if Nathan Quinn refuses to pay up, things are going to get incredibly ugly for him. Nathan Quinn just grips his supposedly useless treasure tight and flashes a massive winning smirk. Too bad the loser here is Crown Prince Feng. The old guy is completely terrified, refusing to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Why exactly is there a fragment of a saint weapon hidden inside? Nathan Quinn smugly explains that the internal array of this saint weapon was only half complete, causing the entire thing to fall into a deep slumber. He simply pumps some spiritual energy into it, forcing the weapon to finally wake back up. Nathan Quinn cuts right to the chase with his question. He wants to know exactly how much this saint weapon fragment is actually worth right now. Normally, a saint weapon fragment is worth 10 times more than any venerable weapon, but honestly, this trading alliance is just a massive group of shameless scammers. Obviously, they will not just admit defeat. The guy shamelessly points his finger, desperately trying to twist the facts around. He argues that since the array inside this saint weapon is broken in half, its value takes a massive hit. The trading alliance would only pay a maximum of 10,000 pure stones for it, meaning Nathan Quinn still totally loses this bet. Hearing this garbage, Sima instantly voices his angry objections. Completely shameless, even a broken saint weapon fragment should easily sell for 40,000 pure stones at a heavy discount. But Nathan Quinn just stays perfectly calm, deciding to check out his next item instead. If that one fails, what about his next 2? Now watch closely, the second treasure suddenly shoots straight up into the open sky. City Lord Huang is totally startled by the massive display. He immediately asks which fellow cultivator is doing this. Venerable 6 Ears is totally shocked by the anomaly. He realizes this insane wave of sword intent is actually coming from their very own ancient charm pavilion. Seeing 2 massive heavyweights show up, Baiyu respectfully greets Venerable 6 Ears and City Lord Huang. The old man is deeply in awe of this crazy talent, completely stunned that the legendary Sword Venerable manual has actually appeared right here. Even as just a tiny fragment, it packs absolutely terrifying, peerless power that strikes fear into everyone watching. 6 Ears turns around, demanding to know what in the world just happened here. Baiyu just trembles like a leaf as he hastily bows in respect. With his back against the wall, Feng nervously panics inside his head. A manual from the legendary Sword Venerable, how could this even be possible? Now he has definitely lost, and he owes this guy 10,000 pure stones. Bai then steps up and honestly recaps the entire crazy situation for them. Huang flashes an impressed smile. He never expected a kid as young as Nathan Quinn to have such an insanely high level of pupil technique. Seeing a golden opportunity, he quickly pitches a deal. He praises Nathan Quinn, claiming his eye techniques have clearly reached the absolute peak of perfection. Even the top appraisal grandmasters of their trading alliance cannot even begin to compare to his crazy skills. But right now, he carries the 3 black seals for disrespecting the Holy Maiden. If he cancels the bet today and hands over both the Saint weapon fragment and the sword manual to the trading alliance, 6 years will totally erase those 3 black seals. Deal? Watching this shady play, Sima instantly starts cursing in his head. This trading alliance is literally a bunch of shameless scammers. The guy steps up, bluntly giving his unhappy opinion straight to Venerable 6 years. He calls the entire deal totally unfair. Those 2 epic items hold massive value, so trading them just to erase some silly black seals is way too cheap. The sneaky old fox quickly pivots his proposal. He admits Huang has a point, so he offers to wipe away Nathan Quinn's 3 black seals for free. Plus, he volunteers to play the middleman and completely resolve the heavy drama between him and the Holy Maiden. After all, heavily disrespecting the Trading Alliance's literal Holy Maiden is going to have some pretty massive consequences for Nathan Quinn's future. 6 years is actually plotting something deeply toxic once he secures the treasures. He can easily just slap those seals right back onto the kid later. But Nathan Quinn loudly calls out the entire scam right to their faces. Bravo to the Trading Alliance. Bravo to the Holy Maiden. And a massive slow clap for Venerable 6 years. He yells that their precious Holy Maiden just wants the secret buried inside him. She slapped those 3 black seals onto his forehead, completely abusing her fancy connections just to push him around. And now they want to forcefully rob his 2 epic treasures right out in the open. Honestly, do they seriously think he is just some easy target? Nathan Quinn fearlessly declares all-out war. He tells them to cut the trash talk and fight. Whatever dirty tricks they throw his way today, he will face them head-on. At worst, he can just use his token and bother Senior Ching Shan to come down here. The old man furiously snaps right back. He calls him insanely bold, just a pathetic half-step martial emperor who offended their Holy Maiden and now dares to oppose him openly. Huang quickly steps in with a stern warning. He tells Venerable 6 years he seriously needs to calm down right now. His city has strict rules. Even the top masters of the 2 great Holy Lands have to respect him and never fight inside city limits. Forced into a corner, 6 years grudgingly swallows his massive rage. Fine, he will show Huang some respect today. Dropping one last bitter threat, 6 years angrily shoots off into the sky. The Thungmin Dao guys lay it out from today on. They are completely cutting Nathan Quinn off. Nobody in Huang Thang will buy his stuff. And nobody is selling to him either. If he steps outside the city walls, he is basically on his own. Then, Huang steps up to ask him a question. He asks Nathan Quinn what exactly brings him to the city this time. Nathan Quinn respectfully lays out his whole plan. He tells the city lord he is here for the disciple selection of the 2 great sacred grounds. The lord nods, making a solid promise and handing over a special token for him to keep safe. For that selection, Nathan Quinn can just flash this token to get right into the city lord's mansion. And about those 3 black marks on his record? No need to worry. The Lord will vouch for him, as long as he performs well enough. Getting into the sacred grounds will be absolutely no problem. Nathan Quinn grabs the token, hyping up his gratitude and promising he will definitely carve this favor deep into his heart. The Lord gives a nod, says his goodbyes, and wishes our guy the best of luck in the upcoming disciple selection. But the moment he leaves, Nathan Quinn pivots right back all right. Now it is time to settle their own little business. Hongfang starts stuttering excuses. He claims he only has over 2,000 pure stones on him, plus 23 fragments of king-tier weapons. He asks if he can just hand this over and owe the rest. Nathan Quinn, surprisingly chill about it, totally agrees. Works for him, so they go with that plan. He tosses over their 3,000 pure stones, giving an excited little signal to wrap it up. He calls for Brother Tuma to head out, and the guy happily trails right behind him. Once they hit the courtyard, the sly thief starts negotiating. He tells Nathan Quinn to forget the commission this time. If he just hands over that incomplete sword manual, Tuma will trade him the secret to removing the black marks. Nathan Quinn calmly shoots that down. That manual was left by a sword venerable, packed with pure sword intent, making it way more valuable than some sacred weapon fragment. Does this guy really think a simple trick to erase black marks is an equal trade for that? Tuma quickly pivots, tossing in an extra bonus. How about the removal trick plus his awesome transformation technique? He figures that combo has to finally match the sword manual's massive price tag, but there is a catch. He also wants that sacred weapon fragment thrown in. Nathan Quinn agrees without hesitation, secretly calculating the odds. It is a done deal. This transformation technique from Tuma Huang is crazy mysterious, and it is definitely going to be useful later on. Afterwards, the guy generously gifts him the entire courtyard, cheerfully says his goodbyes, and bounces, saying they will meet again. Nathan Quinn just smirks, finding the guy pretty interesting, quietly making a mental note about him. This Tuma guy is actually kind of fascinating, and there is absolutely no way his background is simple. But right now, it is time to hit the room and check out his epic loot from Covern Fung. Cut to the courtyard, where Nathan Quinn is quietly taking inventory. In total from that shop, he managed to score 13,000 microstones and 23 pieces of king-tier weapons. Now pay attention to this next part. He grabs the disc in his hands, totally hyped that he managed to snag this weird little treasure. Nathan Quinn studies the thing carefully. The aura on this item is so thick that even his war god's left eye cannot see right through it. Once his cultivation level finally shoots up, he is definitely going to crack every single secret hiding in this thing. Looking at this huge mess, he starts stressing a bit. His beef with Thung Min Dao is officially a fight to the death now, so he has to boost his strength fast to survive their crackdown. Thank goodness he stocked up on a massive pile of Marshall King pills back at the sect. Time for a taste test. Staring at the massive mountain of medicine, Nathan Quinn skeptically starts popping them. Will these 3 million Marshall King pills actually be enough to push his war god soul to the 9th mystic grade? Right after that, his levels start shooting up insanely fast. 100,000 pills, 200,000, 1 million, 2 million pills down. Nathan Quinn is stunned as he gets pulled into another dimension, completely freezing up at the miraculous sight. Spotting an ultra-rare weapon, Nathan Quinn gets totally fired up, realizing that a genuine, complete king-tier weapon holds absolutely unimaginable value. He grips the sword tightly, feeling equal parts thrilled and incredibly curious. It turns out this weird ancient aura can actually repair fragments of king-tier weapons, and even better, it forces the weapon to completely submit to his total control. He only needs 7 fragments to forge one brand new king-tier weapon. But wait, what about the sacred tier weapons then? But as he calms down, Nathan Quinn reminds himself not to get too cocky yet. He cannot celebrate too early. It takes 7 of those fragments just to restore a single complete king-tier weapon from scratch. Honestly, restoring an emperor or a sacred tier weapon probably demands at least 7 fragments of that exact same rank to even work. Right now, the absolute biggest priority is figuring out exactly how to harvest more of this mysteriously powerful ancient aura. Realizing the core rule, he quickly starts digging for a solid method. The last time he got this stuff was while upgrading his war god's soul, and this time, it happened the exact same way. So it seems this ancient aura follows the same logic as leveling up his martial spirit. He has to burn massive piles of medicine to force it out. Nathan Quinn makes up his mind and decides to test the theory out immediately. Seeing that mysterious aura pop up again, he gasps out loud. This is it. Nathan Quinn looks incredibly satisfied, realizing he cracked the rule, total success. Sure enough, it all comes down to the pills, so he decides to officially name it. Since this heavy aura is so magical, he might as well call it Chaos Chi. But the real emergency isn't fixing those king-tier fragments, it's hoarding as much Chaos Chi as humanly possible, storing it right in his Dantian. After swallowing the rest, Nathan Quinn frowns and whispers, "This is the last of the pills." His divine god martial spirit levels up again, hitting profound rank 10th grade. Nathan Quinn is totally thrilled to find this peak. Profound rank 10th grade. A grade 8 profound martial spirit alone could leave all the peak masters and senior Qingshan completely stunned. So a 10th grade spirit? That would probably make him a top-tier legend in the entire lower realm, literally countable on one hand. Checking his energy reserves, he clenches his fist in pure satisfaction. He has successfully stored exactly 151 streams of Chaos Chi. Nathan Quinn pulls out the remaining fragments and maps out his next brilliant scheme. First, he will restore all the leftover King Tier fragments, then head outside to buy fresh ones. The broken pieces instantly stack together, merging on their own to form 2 complete, flawless treasures. He gasps in awe at the mysterious power. Chaos Chi truly lives up to its insane reputation. It is undeniably powerful. Fired up, Nathan Quinn rushes to put his plan into action, starting with a massive fragment shopping spree. He still has 13,000 microstones on him, definitely enough to grab a massive haul of fragments. The scene shifts to the bustling market. On the street, he stops and calmly asks for the price. "Hey friend, how much are you selling these fragments for?" The vendor answers fast, 100 microstones for each piece, and that is a totally fixed price, no haggling. Nathan Quinn is highly satisfied and does not hesitate to pay. "Fine, I will buy these 6 fragments right now. Fragments of 5 king tier weapons plus 1 piece of an emperor tier weapon. For just 600 microstones, he just made an absolute killing. The shop owner cheerfully grins and warmly thanks his customer. Thanks a lot, please come back again next time. Those 6 pieces were pure garbage anyway, I hit the jackpot today. But after a long shopping spree, Nathan Quinn heavily sighs in frustration. Spending the whole morning running around the black market, he only managed to buy fragments for 10 Emperor tier weapons and 30 King tier weapons. Sacred tier fragments? He could not even find a single shadow of one. Looks like he still has to visit the actual treasure street. Returning to his courtyard with a massive, piled-up mountain of broken pieces, Nathan Quinn leans on his hands, beaming with hope, working so hard to finally collect all this. Fragments for 21 Emperor tier weapons and 63 King tier weapons. Time to start the epic restoration process. He rapidly activates his ability, channeling the Chaos Chi. Instantly, the broken junk pieces transform into shining treasures. Realizing a new discovery, Nathan Quinn gets wildly excited inside. It turns out restoring an Emperor tier weapon takes exactly 10 streams of Chaos Chi. Staring at his freshly forged results, he happily admires the 11 King tier weapons and 3 gorgeous Emperor tier weapons. Nathan Quinn joyfully thinks about it, practically drooling. If he sells these, the price would be truly immeasurable. He would absolutely make a massive fortune. After snapping back to reality, he sweeps every single treasure into his storage bag. Nathan Quinn eagerly plans his next move. Now is the perfect time to head over to Monkey's courtyard and find Princess Mia and Dragon Tiger. Without another word, he immediately sets off straight for Monkey's private courtyard. The second he sees him, Dragon Tiger quickly starts snitching. Nathan Quinn, you are back right on time. Let me tell you, I want to wage war against those Merchant Alliance bastards right now. She fiercely agrees, vowing no mercy. Absolutely right. We absolutely cannot let them off the hook. He gets totally confused and asks them why they are so insanely mad. The beast bitterly recounts the humiliating story. Me and Princess Mia went to the ancient dragon auction to gather some intel, and it turns out there is this immortal geezer named Venerable Six Years. He actually hung a giant sign right at the entrance of the auction. And on that sign, it specifically said Nathan Quinn, meow meow, dragon, tiger, and dogs are not allowed inside. Seeing this heavy insult, he flies into an absolute rage and declares war. Good job, Merchant Alliance. You failed to rob my stuff, so you stooped to such cheap, low-level tricks. Since you want to play dirty, do not blame me for getting brutal. Meow Meow excitedly makes her demand. Right, let Senior Qingshan slaughter them until they have absolutely zero armor left. But hold on, here is where our guy gets a wild new idea. Wait a minute. I have 3 Emperor tier weapons and 11 King tier weapons right on me. These 14 incredible magical artifacts were perfectly manifested by the pure Chaos Chi inside my very own body. I can freely manipulate them however I want, especially if I add the transformation technique that Sima Kong taught me. He tosses the reward and gives specific instructions. Monkey, take these 2 King tier fragments and buy 3 VIP passes. The remaining 100 microstones are your reward. The guy smiles, totally ready for action. In the very next second, Nathan Quinn slyly lays out his completely flawless master plan. Princess Mia, Dragon Tiger, Demon Sect, I have a plan where we do not need to bother Senior Qingshan, yet we can make the Merchant Alliance lose all their face and suffer heavy damages. Hearing this, the beast bursts out into a massive, refreshing laugh. The Merchant Alliance is totally screwed this time. She proudly praises him to the skies. Truly worthy of being this princess's servant, you did great. He then gives a serious warning. Now I will pass this mortal world transformation art down to the 2 of you. Today, we absolutely need to master the bare basics of this transformation art, at least enough to stop Venerable Six Years from ever seeing through our true forms. A petty little transformation trick? Dragon Tiger tilts his head up with pure confidence, confirming that this sect master will absolutely have zero problems with it. The 3 of them sneak into a room and seriously bust out an epic transformation technique weaving through mortal illusions, endless Tao hearts, defying all worldly laws, and shedding their true forms. In just a few seconds, Nathan Quinn shouts for the change to hit. Good thing his divine left eye cuts the grind to 3 hours. Right on cue. Dear totally roasts him. You are way too slow. It is such a basic skill. How did it take you this long? But Nathan Quinn just stares at her massively jacked muscular body in utter shock. Princess Dear just flashes a super smug grin. She points out that Long Ho hasn't figured it out yet, so they should just hit the ancient dragon auction first. Nathan Quinn is still stunned. She picked a total meathead form. Before heading out, he gives her a serious warning. Princess, you have to be super careful later. Do not blow our cover under any circumstances. Dear pouts and mocks him right back. Worry about yourself, buddy. Meanwhile, Long Ho whines miserably from the corner, begging them not to leave him behind. Over at the ancient dragon auction hall, inside a private back room, Luke Near violently smashes his desk in total frustration. Way too few people showed up today to consign their heavy-hitting treasures. They only have 4 days left until the massive auction kicks off, and the Commerce Alliance's vault is still looking embarrassingly empty. So frustrating. If that brat Nathan Quinn had just handed over the broken Holy Dao artifact and the sword manual, he wouldn't be struggling like this. Right on cue, a minion rushes in, totally panicking Venerable. Someone just brought in some major treasures to sell. Master Huang is downstairs with them right now. The old guy lights up and barks an order. What are you waiting for? Take me down there. Downstairs. An appraiser carefully inspects the hall 11 distinct king and emperor tier weapons. They are totally genuine, but there is one massive catch. Every single weapon spirit inside these artifacts looks exactly the same, making the whole batch super weird. Luke Near squints in suspicion they all share the identical spirit type. Nathan Quinn casually spins a lie, claiming he looted all these from the exact same forbidden palace, so the environment altered them. Spirit assimilation is completely normal under those conditions, and having perfectly matching spirits honestly might be a huge selling point. Luke Near forces a stiff smile of agreement, secretly trying to figure this kid out. You make a great point, young friend. Matching weapon spirits can be refined simultaneously, which definitely makes wielding them way smoother. He thinks to himself this brat is only half a step into the martial king realm, but his bodyguard is a peak martial ancestor. His background must be absolutely insane. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn frowns and drops a blatant challenge. Honestly, I do not have a single ounce of goodwill for your Commerce Alliance. Since you clearly doubt where these treasures came from, we are done here. Panicking. The old man quickly puts on a soft tone to keep his VIP. Hey now, let us talk this out calmly. What exactly is your big issue with our Commerce Alliance? Feel free to speak your mind. Plus, you know perfectly well that only our grand auction can fetch you the absolute highest prices for premium goods like these. On top of that, we only take a 20% cut. The rest is all yours. Nathan Quinn fires back with chilling indifference. I do not care about the money, but what is up with that incredibly insulting sign outside your doors? You guys definitely do not deserve to know my real name, but my surname happens to be Tun. Are you trying to spit in my face? Flustered, Luke Near completely caves and grovels young Master 10. If you hate it, we will tear it down right now. Nathan Quinn slyly throws out a mocking compliment. You know, for an old geezer with 6 years ruining his face, your customer service skills are actually top tier. Furious, the old man glares and barks out an angry, hey, but Nathan Quinn instantly goes dead serious. Listen to me, 6-eared Venerable. Calling you by your title is already showing you entirely too much respect. Let me make this clear. My absolute biggest pet peeve in this life is weird-looking freaks stumbling around in front of me. Then Nathan Quinn waves a hand, shutting it down. Forget the negotiations. Bodyguard, we are leaving right now. Seeing his massive payday walking right out the door, the panicked old man decides to bite the bullet. Wait, young Master Tun, do not leave so fast. We can totally still work this out. 9-1. We can do a 9-1 split. You keep 9 parts. We only take 1. Extremely pleased, he happily seals the deal. You truly live up to your venerable title. I absolutely love making friends with generous folks like you. The old man bitterly grinds his teeth, swearing to absolutely destroy this brat once the auction ends. After that, Nathan Quinn and Dear exchange a look and flash super smug smiles. Step 1 of their master plan is a complete success. Time flies, and 4 days later at the Ancient Dragon auction, things are about to get wild. He gives his crew a stern final reminder. Both of you listen up. Watch my eyes and follow my lead later, and whatever happens, do not blow our cover. Dragon Tiger strikes a tough pose, completely hyped for trouble. He boasts that he cannot wait to see the ugly looks on the faces of these Commerce Alliance scumbags when everything hits the fan. Right then, the crowd bursts into admiring whispers. Keen Hung, rank 1, and Hong Fu, rank 2 of the preliminary disciple rankings, have just arrived. Rumor has it Hong Fu never really accepted Keen Hung taking first place, and looking at them now, that gossip seems totally legit. Both are absolute geniuses possessing rank 4 profound tier martial spirits. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow, silently sizing them up. The first and second place of the preliminary rankings only have rank 4 profound martial spirits? But then again, in the martial world, you can never judge someone entirely by their spirit grade. Both of their cultivation bases have hit the second layer of the martial king realm. If it comes to an all-out fight, it is honestly anyone's guess who survives. Suddenly, a super familiar voice grabs his absolute full attention. The massive crowd drops into a respectful bow, loudly shouting to welcome the holy maiden. Hong Fong takes his shot, laying the charm on thick. He introduces himself as the Empire's mighty crown prince, totally thrilled for today's meeting. He calls the holy maiden absolutely stunning. Bixlan gently lifts her veil, cooing that the prince is way too kind, but then her eyes totally lock onto someone else in the distance. Looking highly intrigued, Bixlan smoothly calls out young Master Nathan Quinn. She playfully asks exactly when the lower realm managed to produce a crazy genius of his level. She even boldly invites him right up into her personal palanquin so they can enter the auction together. The whole crowd loses their minds over this, buzzing with wild shock. Just who the heck is this young Nathan Quinn kid anyway? The Holy Maiden never lets guys ride with her, yet he gets an invite. But Nathan Quinn is absolutely not impressed at all. He waves her off, sarcastically asking if she is really the Alliance's star. Too bad, he tells her flat out. Just her servant furiously points a finger at him, screaming how absolutely bold he is. But our guy just claps back with an ice-cold warning. He asks who the bold one really is. A mere servant has zero right to bark at him. Nathan Quinn bluntly swears that if they actually piss him off, even the entire Merchant Alliance will fail to protect them. Seeing the whole situation heating up, Bitchland calmly tries smoothing things over. She asks why Nathan Quinn has to be so super harsh. If he refuses to share her ride, she will totally be heartbroken. But she promises she definitely will not try to force the issue. Huang totally loses it and screams out his challenge. He yells that nobody bullies the Holy Maiden on his watch. Instantly, Long Ho launches straight at the prince, sending the poor guy coughing up blood and screaming in pure shock. The whole room goes dead silent as every single face completely drains of color. Long Ho glares down furiously, loudly asking where this absolute piece of trash came from. Daring to attack my boss means a very quick death. Right then, City Lord Huang drops down fast to remind everyone to respect his strict city rules. If they really want into this ancient dragon auction, they better get moving into the main hall. Next up, a super cheerful staff member starts leading the way. She sweetly tells Nathan Quinn that his reserved VIP room is number 6, politely asking him to follow her. Nathan Quinn gets immediately annoyed and questions the whole setup. Room number 6? Is a guy of his awesome caliber really stuck sitting way back in room 6? Getting super curious, he demands to know exactly who snagged the top VIP spot. The flustered hostess honestly explains that room number 1 belongs to City Lord Huang himself. Hearing this, the Lord chuckles slyly from above. He calls out to Nathan Quinn, offering to share room number 1 if 6 is too lame. Since sitting completely alone up there is boring anyway, they could totally have a nice little chat together. But the sneaky Nathan Quinn instantly rejects the generous offer. He yells back to forget it. Sitting with older seniors is definitely his least favorite thing, so Huang should just enjoy the peace and quiet. Up in room 1, the guy throws out another friendly counteroffer. He tells Nathan Quinn that grabbing a quick drink together in his top room later would still be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, up in room 6, Nathan Quinn drops his voice to command his crew. Watch closely, because things are about to escalate. Whether Huang knows who he is or not, they are sticking to the plan. Scene cuts to the auction. A super professional host steps right up to the stage, warmly welcoming every single fellow cultivator to their epic annual Ancient Dragon auction event. He introduces himself as Kim Tam, the main host for the night. This massive auction features a grand total of 563 rare treasures. Our host hopes everybody manages to snag the exact treasures they really want. So, totally skipping the boring speeches, he gets right down to business. And just like that, he excitedly reveals the very first item on the block so everyone can take a good look. This opening product is actually a super rare holy medicine meant strictly for healing up bad battle wounds. As long as your cultivation isn't quite at the Martial Emperor tier, this stuff instantly fixes any severe damage, whether it is crushed meridians or a cracked inner core. Naming it the 9 Tonics Perfect Water, Kim Tam firmly sets the starting price. It begins at 300 spirit stones, with every single bid needing a bump of at least 50 stones. Hearing this, excited guests immediately scream out 350, 400. Someone screams 600, aggressively warning everyone else to back off entirely. But right at that moment, Nathan Quinn decisively drops a truly ridiculous number. 2,000 stones, he yells out. Honestly, what a massive flex. He casually remembers his inner core injury is not fully healed up yet, so this healing water is exactly what he needs. The host is totally stunned but quickly moves to confirm the massive sale. 2,000 stones? Does anyone else dare to bid higher? Going once, twice, 3 times sold to the generous master sitting up in VIP room number 6. He happily reminds the winner to head backstage and settle the insane bill once the whole event finishes up. Moving right along, Kim Tam gleefully reveals the very next shiny treasure. Item number 2 is a super rare magical herb known around these parts as the Ice Heart Ageless Lotus. This beauty was actually discovered by Merchant Alliance fighters way up on a frozen mountain peak, and honestly, he assumes everyone in the room already knows exactly what this crazy plant does. So he skips the boring explanation and just starts it up. Starting price 200 stones. Seeing this rare herb, Du gets absolute stars in her eyes and instantly makes her demand. She tells Nathan Quinn she wants it. Hearing that, our guy decisively throws down his bid. 2,000 stones, boom. The host gets totally pumped and prepares to close the deal again. 2,000 stones on the board. Does absolutely anyone else want to challenge that? 1, 2, 3. Massive congratulations to VIP room number 6 for winning yet another round. Sweating a bit, Kim Tam eagerly moves on to present a truly high-value item, announcing the third major treasure. This is an inner core from a peak demon beast. Long Ho immediately jumps up and makes a crazy promise. He begs Nathan Quinn to buy it, swearing he will gladly act as his personal riding mount for 3 whole days in return. Nathan Quinn happily takes that deal, totally warning the big beast to keep his word. 2,000 stones again. After a while, both Kim Tam and Nathan Quinn get pretty exhausted from continuously locking in those exact same prices. The 10th treasure goes for 2,000 microstones. The 12th treasure, another 2,000. The 50th item, you guessed it, 2,000 microstones. Luke Nee slams his hand on the table in pure rage. Is this young Master Tan completely out of his mind? He yells out that they have to switch up the order, putting whatever young Master Tan brought on the block right now. The auctioneer slowly and carefully pulls out the next item, announcing to the crowd that it is finally time to reveal a truly heavy-hitting treasure. Kim Tam proudly reveals that the Huang Alliance appraised this incredibly rare weapon themselves. It is called the Dark Fire Sword, and yes, it is a genuine king-tier artifact. The bidding starts now, opening at a cool 1,000 microstones. With minimum raises of 100 stones, the eager crowd goes absolutely wild. Bids fly at lightning speed. Someone immediately shouts out 2,000 stones, proudly claiming the king-tier sword perfectly suits their personal style. 4,000 stones! 6,000 stones! Then Nathan Quinn doesn't hesitate for a single second, casually dropping a massive bomb on the room. 7,000 stones. The fierce competition instantly turns into annoyance as the crowd complains, why is it young Master Tan doing this again? So what if he has cash? He literally doubled the price in one jump, and it is driving everyone absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, over in private room 13, an arrogant Qian Hung loudly threatens everyone with a bid of 8,000. He introduces himself and demands the sword, telling Brother Tan to back off and give him some face. Nathan Quinn just nods, quietly judging the guy. 8,000 stones is honestly a pretty fair price for a real king-tier weapon. But suddenly, a cold voice cuts completely through the noise from room 10. So what, Qian Hung? Who do you even think you are? You seriously expect people to just hand over their respect? The guy announces himself as the Sword Emperor, claiming he needs a new blade. Relying on his notorious name, he casually bids 9,000 stones. The panicked crowd starts whispering. It really is the Sword Emperor, a guy who recently leveled up to Martial Emperor and immediately wiped out 2 entire sects. Rumor has it this dude is completely ruthless, doing every evil deed in the book. He has a ton of top experts hunting him down, yet here he is. Oh, this is going to be a fun show to watch. Nathan Quinn just scoffs and loudly challenges him right back. He asks exactly which trash pile the Sword Emperor crawled out of, mocking him for lacking the basic manners Qian Hung had, and asking if he seriously dares to look down on him. He gives the old man one single out, just politely back away right now. Otherwise, he promises to literally make him cry with his massive wallet. Hearing this absolute disrespect, the old man furiously yells back that he'd love to see him try. Let's see how young Master Tan plans to make him cry. The Emperor throws down 10,000 stones, daring him to match it. Nathan Quinn couldn't care less. He casually mocks the pathetic 10,000 bid and bumps it up to 11,000. The Sword Emperor immediately counters without a second thought. 13,000! But then Nathan Quinn puts on a cocky act, telling him if he hits 15,000, he can just have the stupid thing. The old guy absolutely refuses to back down. He stubbornly screams out the 15,000 bid to lock it in. After all that heavy tension, Nathan Quinn just shrugs and drops out, sarcastically congratulating the guy on his new Dark Fire Sword. That is the exact moment the Sword Emperor realizes he just got totally scammed. Kim Tam excitedly steps up to present the next item. The auction is finally hitting its peak. This is the second to last main event treasure on the entire list. It is a set of 5 king-tier weapons sharing the exact same weapon spirit. This means you can actually control all 5 of them at once after fully refining them. Because of that insane battle perk, they are being sold strictly as a bundle starting at 40,000 stones, with minimum jumps of 1,000. Meanwhile, over in private room number 5, Baknu quickly runs through his plans and confidently places a bid, figuring this set would be the perfect centerpiece for the Koyun Pavilion. He calls out 43,000 stones, but suddenly, from room 9, the owner of the Thontam Inn chimes in with a deep, dramatic sigh. He apologizes to Brother Ban, admitting he desperately needs those 5 king-tier weapons too. He immediately bumps the price to 44,000. Bakengu refuses to back down, coldly stating that treasures belong to the highest bidder, throwing down 45,000. The other guy completely agrees, just pushing the price even higher, 46,000. Watching this incredibly brutal back and forth, the confused crowd starts whispering among themselves, aren't these two guys the respected heads of the Koyun Pavilion and the Thon Tam Inn? Do they have some kind of secret beef? Just a second later, Kim Tam cheerfully calls out the final result. Huge congratulations to room number 5, walking away with all 5 king-tier weapons for a solid 45,000. Now it is finally time for the very last round. The grand finale features an insane bundle 5 king-tier weapons and 3 emperor-tier weapons. All 8 of these massive treasures are being auctioned off together, because every single one of them shares the exact same type of spirit. The auctioneer lays down the rules opening at a whopping 100,000, with minimum jumps of 5,000. Staring at that unbelievable value, the crowd absolutely loses their minds. The ancient dragon auction really went all out this time. Someone immediately screams 120,000. The literal emperor of the Lam Huyen Empire steps in, dropping 140,000. Watching the price skyrocket like crazy, Nathan Quinn just sits back and smugly enjoys the chaos. Keep fighting, he thinks, because the higher that price goes, the richer he gets. But suddenly, the martial emperor in room 4 blatantly drops an absolutely terrifying number. Listen up, fellow Taoists, he bids a staggering 300,000 stones. On top of that, he loudly claims he is buying them alongside envoy Huang, practically daring the entire room to disrespect their combined authority. But these treasures clearly show us getting completely blocked here. Luke Ni just frowns, thinking to himself that totally insane, one-armed martial emperor actually dragged Huang into this whole mess. No way, he definitely cannot let this guy get his wish. Nathan Quinn aggressively decides to raise the bid without a second thought. Huang? Who the heck is Huang anyway? He bids 400,000 subtle stones trying to cut off my fortune or what? Yeah, that is definitely not happening today. Seeing this, the guy fires back a totally quiet warning. Young Master Tan, down in the lower region it gets pretty dark, and people walking on the streets often suddenly lose their heads, so think very carefully. Our arrogant boy fires back with zero fear. Stop talking so much trash. If you cannot raise the bid, then get lost. Do not think a half-step martial venerable is all that impressive. Seriously piss me off, and even a martial venerable expert will not be able to protect your neck. The martial emperor gets totally triggered, swearing to play along till the bitter end. Young Master Tan, if you are truly that loaded, let us play a game. Just hope you do not totally chicken out like you did before. I bid 500,000. Nathan Quinn smirks, proudly bumping up the crazy price. Me, chicken out? Watch me absolutely make you bow down and admit defeat today. 600,000 subtle stones. The guy refuses to lose and boldly follows up. 700,000. Our boy immediately throws down more cash without hesitation. 800,000. The martial emperor loudly provokes him with pure bitterness. 900,000. Do not you dare back down. Nathan Quinn maintains his strong vibe, loudly declaring 1 million. See if I look like I am chickening out to you. He angrily mocks him, pushing the pressure way up high. 1,300,000. Young Master Tan, if you have the guts, bid 1.5 million direct, and I will gladly admit defeat. Hearing all this noise, our boy simply sighs, finally wrapping up this entire messy bidding war. If you really want it that badly, I will kindly let you have this finale treasure. No need to thank me. This is just a special favor I am gifting to you. The martial emperor literally shakes with rage, crushing his teacup into absolute dust. Great, young Master Tan, you are just great. I am saying this right here and now next time you walk around. You better hope you do not run into me, or I will absolutely teach you the hard lesson of watching your big mouth. The Sword Emperor entirely agrees. Chiming in, the one-armed martial emperor is totally right, that Tan guy out in the lower region. You cannot just block out the sky with one hand. Luke Ni nods, quickly jumping on the hate train. You two senior martial emperors are exactly right. Young Master Tan really needs a serious lesson. Let us see if you dare disrespect the Merchant Alliance Holy Maiden like that ever again. Nathan Quinn is not even slightly scared, boldly yelling out, "Stop your complaining right there. If you have the actual skills, start a war. I will gladly entertain you all to the very end." The guy loses his temper, screaming about his insane audacity. Right then, Huang sternly steps in, reminding them everyone, "Do not you dare forget the strict rules of Huang City." Seeing the intense tension, the old man stands up to calm things down. It is just a tiny matter. Why make such a massive fuss about it? Everyone, please calm down for a second. To properly celebrate the fact that the transaction prices of this auction totally broke last year's massive record, we are specially hosting an epic banquet tonight. Any single person who spent up to 4,000 stones, or any expert who actually reached the Martial Emperor level, is fully allowed to join. Now get this, here is where his plan moves. After a short while, our boy eagerly demands payment. Is my auction item and the profit all perfectly ready yet? Luke Ni cautiously suggests checking it carefully. Young Master Tan, the items you auctioned off earned a massive total of 1,376,000. After deducting the auction house commissions and handling fees, you basically have 1,180,000 left. You spent 206,000 during this entire auction, leaving you exactly 980,000 subtle stones, all safely packed into the storage bag. Do you really want to check it? Facing the heavy money bag, Nathan Quinn sarcastically shows his total satisfaction. You Merchant Alliance guys are pretty vain, but at least you actually keep your word. Next time there is a chance, we will definitely work together. I am leaving now. Right then, Bitchlon softly speaks up. Young Master Tan, please wait just a second. This banquet will feature plenty of powerful experts from the lower region. There are also so many geniuses from the preliminary disciple ranking participating. Do you truly not want to meet them? Why not join this epic banquet with me? Our guy just coldly and bluntly turns away, hanging out with a complete bunch of utter trash. What is there even to talk about? After heading straight back to the private courtyard, Nathan Quinn and his crew breathe a massive sigh of relief, dropping their disguise completely. Thankfully, they did not expose any fatal flaws, and they all just laugh out loud in pure, absolute joy. His clever public challenge actually worked perfectly. Next up on the list, the white-clad Holy Maiden, Venerable Luke Ni, one-armed Martial Emperor, Fake Sword Emperor, and even Ban Nu too. You guys better get ready to welcome this completely wild banquet. Nathan Quinn happily lays out the absolutely stunning main event. The sight of 11 kingly weapons and 3 imperial weapons self-destructing is going to be incredibly epic. At the exact same time, back at the Ancient Dragon Auction House's third-floor banquet party, you knew she was plotting something sneaky. Bitchlon calmly explains to the crowd, everyone sitting here, I actually have a pretty heavy request. An arrogant genius from the Luohe Kingdom previously clashed with me. This guy's name is Nathan Quinn. If you all happen to run into him, please kindly advise him to fully recognize his harsh reality. If anyone can manage to do this, I will definitely offer a massive reward. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor firmly accepts the crazy offer. Do not worry, Holy Maiden. Leave this completely to me. The Martial Emperor sourly agrees anyone named Tan really needs a good beating. Right then, Huang secretly mocks them all in his head. Good job, Merchant Alliance. But since Nathan Quinn disguised his identity to enter here, he definitely has a backup plan ready. Bok Nu looks suspicious and starts asking questions. He calls out to Hong, hey, our 5 king-tier artifacts seem to share the exact same spirit. The old man frowns, thinks it over, and confirms it. Yeah, they actually do. Right then, Hoang gets completely fired up and suggests a little experiment, since they rarely gather together anyway. Why not use his 3 Emperor-tier weapons as the core, trigger a grand formation with the king-tier gear, and see just how much insane power they can blast out? Hong jumps right on that idea. As crazy power explodes outward, the crowd absolutely loses their minds, yelling about how insanely strong the formation is. With all 14 artifacts merged into this massive array, the spirits surge wildly, and the raw energy pouring out is at least 3 times stronger than before. Meanwhile, miles away, Nathan Quinn coldly mutters a spell. Chaos energy belongs to me, fully under my control from 10,000 miles out. He ruthlessly snaps out the command to detonate. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, the guy screams out in pure terror, demanding to know what the heck is happening. The old guy is totally stunned, staring in disbelief at his destroyed sword. Hong angrily raises his voice to demand some answers. He glares at Luke Ni, basically yelling that the guy owes them a massive explanation. Panic sets in, and the old man desperately tries to smooth things over. He begs the 3 of them to calm down, swearing the trade alliance had nothing to do with this. He promises they will absolutely compensate them for every single loss, pleading for peace. Right at that exact second, a sharp-eyed Taoist figures out the real cause. So that is the trick. These artifact spirits are all identical, but it is not from any forbidden palace interference. Some genius clearly used a very specific trick to make all their spirits exactly identical, which simply means every single magical weapon right here is fully controlled by that exact person. Luke Ni jolts in shock and loudly declares that it has to be that Tan guy. All these items were dropped off at their trade alliance just for the auction. Hearing this, Bitchlon gets furious and starts barking orders. She orders every trade alliance member to mobilize right now and hunt that Tan guy down, screaming to completely cripple him the second he is caught. 2 subordinates shout in unison, following her vicious command to the letter. Meanwhile, Huang just stands back, quietly watching their every single move. He smiles, thinking to himself that this kid has some absolute nerve. Time ticks by, and an hour later, Huang bitterly reports they found absolutely nothing. Standing right nearby, Huang delivers the exact same frustrating result. She did not find him either. but sensing something totally off, she gently wonders aloud, "Do you guys not find this super weird? Why would this young Master Tan purposely mess with our trade alliance? The trade alliance always plays fair and does not owe him a single dime. He literally has no reason to provoke them. But what if that guy is actually Nathan Quinn?" Luke Nee completely pushes back in shock, asking how that is even possible. Nathan Quinn is just a puny kid, barely at the half-step Marshall King realm. But Biclan immediately throws down some solid logic. She reminds them that this mysterious young Master Tan is also at the half-step Marshall King realm, telling them to never underestimate anyone. At that exact moment, a sudden knock echoes at his courtyard. Oh, it is totally going down now. A massive old guy violently kicks the door down and roars, "Nathan Quinn, get your butt out here!" Long Ho casually mocks them, asking why they are screaming. He warns them that this is Huang City, and if they attack, Huang will absolutely rip them apart. Nathan Quinn acts completely righteous and quickly flips the blame onto them, calling out Luke Nee. He calls out the Trade Alliance Saintess too, demanding to know what they are plotting. Are they trying to straight up rob his treasures? The old man angrily demands the truth, telling him to drop the act and confess if he caused this mess. Nathan Quinn totally stays chill and denies everything. He asks what mess, claiming he has stayed inside his courtyard all day. Luke Nee does not care at all and stubbornly insists he is faking it. He knows Nathan Quinn did it, but frankly, even if he didn't, they are absolutely pinning this on him. She steps up with sharp logic, stating the culprit called himself Young Master Tan and also had half-step Marshall King cultivation. He also brought 2 peak Marshall Ancestor Realm Guards, which perfectly matches his exact setup. She asks Nathan Quinn if a grown man like him is really too cowardly to admit what he did. Right in the middle of this chaos, Huang suddenly steps forward. He stands majestically out in front and coldly addresses the raging crowd, "Listen up, everyone. Everything needs solid proof, so if they claim Nathan Quinn did it, they better show the evidence." Bitchland totally refuses to back down and throws out a threat. She tells Senior Huang that Nathan Quinn is incredibly suspicious right now, and if they just let him casually walk away, the Trade Alliance's overall losses will be impossible to recover. If Huang City blatantly favors Nathan Quinn, then the Trade Alliance will literally have no choice but to declare war on the city. Vo Hong scoffs and threatens him too, asking if Hong really wants to make enemies out of them just for some puny cultivator. He decisively doubles down on his rules, asking if that is so. Whether it is the Trade Alliance or anyone else, nobody gets to cause trouble in his city, otherwise they will absolutely regret crossing him. Seeing his firm stance, she starts panicking internally, wondering what they should do now. Are they seriously supposed to just let Nathan Quinn go? Right at this very moment, a mysterious figure slowly walks over and casually asks what massive drama has brought all these cultivators together. This strange newcomer stepping onto the scene is none other than Huang Kiem. Seeing such a big shot arrive, the guy excitedly runs over to snitch. "Brother Fung, you are exactly on time. That precious treasure we just dropped 1,300,000 microstones on at the auction, it completely blew up in our faces. And the suspect is standing right there, but Huang is acting completely blind, trying to cover for this guy. You have to step up and get justice for us." Hearing this, the man gives a strict nod. "Who exactly is this suspect you are crying about? I will interrogate him myself, consider it a little welcoming gift for that young master." Without missing a beat, Luke Neer immediately points his finger right at him. But the second Fung Kim sees the guy, he completely panics and stammers, "Young master." Those two hear this and scream out "Young master" in absolute terror. The guy quickly drops down into a deeply respectful bow. "Young master Nathan Quinn, it has been days, yet you still look incredibly handsome and flawless as ever." He just shrugs off the greeting. "Ah, so it is the envoy of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground," he casually replies. "I was wondering who had such a massive ego." Fung Kim hastily tries to fix his massive screw-up. "You are completely right to scold me, young master. I will definitely change. If you need anything at all, just give the order and I will handle it." Right then, Long Ho annoyedly taps Fung Kim. "Hey, forget about all that other stuff. Nathan Quinn is getting bullied by a whole mob of people right now, so are you going to fix this or what?" The guy hastily swears his absolute loyalty. "Of course I will handle it." He blurts out, "Taking care of the young master's troubles is literally my whole job." With furious energy, Fung Kim spins around and barks an order. "Get over here and apologize to young Master Nathan Quinn right this second, or our entire friendship is officially dead." A terrified Martial Emperor quietly mutters to himself, "It looks like this Nathan Quinn kid really has a completely insane background." He frantically bows his head to beg. "Young Master Nathan Quinn, this whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. I am begging you to be the bigger person and forgive my terrible disrespect." Nathan Quinn gives a cold, flat reply, "Do not let there be a next time." Then Fung Kim spins around with a glaring threat, "And as for you two, You better apologize to young Master Nathan Quinn immediately, or else your precious Thungdar Min can just sit around waiting to be completely wiped out. Bitchlan humbly clasps her hands to admit guilt, crying out that she was totally blind to Mount Tai. With fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn having such a high status, surely you wouldn't stoop to that. Every previous misunderstanding was entirely my fault. So please, fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn, just let us off the hook. Luke Neer jumps in to smooth things out, nervously insisting that everything was just a simple mix-up. Young Master Nathan Quinn, please do not take this to heart. As for these 3 black seals, we will lift them right now. But Nathan Quinn casually waves his hand. I actually really like these black seals. Thanks for the lovely little gift from your Thung Dar Min. Just one thing, though, you better make sure I never catch you slipping up in the future. Or else, Nathan Quinn declares with an icy tone, your Thung Dar Min only has one path death. All right, you can get lost now. The old man frantically stammers out his thanks. We are incredibly grateful, young Master Nathan Quinn. We are rolling out right away. And with that, they quickly scramble far away from the scene. Seeing this crazy status display, Huang smiles brightly. So you were hiding your true depths all along, kid. No wonder you have got such massive guts. Nathan Quinn sincerely opens up. Thank you so much for stepping in to help earlier, senior. The older man calmly extends a warm invitation. I was really just following the rules, but there is actually a little favor I need to ask you. For the upcoming selection in Huang City, you absolutely have to participate. But Fung Kim nervously jumps right in to offer some counter-advice. Young Master Nathan Quinn, listen. When the Azure Dragon and Flying Yang Sacred Grounds recruit their disciples, aside from the city's selection, the powerhouses from all the major sects also directly escort candidates over to join a massive group examination. The true elite geniuses basically never even bother showing up at the Huang City selection. So honestly, there is zero actual need for you to waste time participating in this exam. He happily and firmly agrees anyway. Since Senior Huang brought it up, he declares, I will naturally be joining the Huang City selection. It is the perfect chance to enter seclusion and restore my inner core anyway. Understanding his intent, Fung Kim turns to check in if the young master has made up his mind. Then I will take my leave first. Huang, I wonder if I could crash at your mansion for a bit. The man laughs heartily at the request. Why on earth not? Just follow me. Watching their retreating backs, Nathan Quinn feels pretty darn satisfied with how things played out. Now, it is finally time to process the sweet loot. Right then, he generously divides up the goods. Long Ho, dear Ru, here is the share for you two. Long Ho snatches it up in pure excitement, shouting this master is going shopping. Seeing her trembling, Nathan Quinn asks in genuine confusion. What is wrong? Is it not enough? Hey, if it is not enough, I can just give you more. Dear Ru shuts her eyes and slowly shakes her head. She is practically sobbing in shock at the absolutely absurd amount. There are just way too many microstones here, she cries. The light is blinding. It is literally blinding my eyes. He gives a helpless, totally awkward laugh. Oh, is that it? Well, you take your time adjusting. I am exchanging for martial ancestor pills first. He heads back into his room, where pills are stacked up like an actual mountain. Now this is the part we all love. Nathan Quinn excitedly tallies his epic gains. So good. If I consume all 15 million martial ancestor pills, who knows how much chaotic chi will generate? The rank of my divine god of war soul should definitely level up to at least the earthly grade 8th tier. With that said, he immediately swallows the pills and begins. Time blurs past in a flash. About one incense stick later, Nathan Quinn collapses to his knees, absolutely exhausted and panting heavily. He stares in sheer disbelief at the completely shocking result. Wait, what is going on here? I chewed through so many freaking pills, so how did it not produce even a single thread of chaotic ki? And why is there zero sign of the divine god of war soul leveling up? Facing this totally messed up situation, Nathan Quinn forces himself to stay calm. It must be because the divine god of war soul already hit the mysterious grade 10th tier, so its pill requirements must have shifted somehow. This is not exactly the first time I have hit a weird roadblock like this. I just need to consume every last remaining pill. He's totally convinced he can break through smoothly. He stubbornly swallows the entire next batch of pills, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million of them. By the time he's down to just 10 million pills left, Nathan Quinn stares in absolute panic as the medicine burns away without doing a thing. Could the absolute peak state of his war god soul seriously just be mystic rank 10th grade? Right then, he notices the weird disc suddenly floating up into the air. Wait, isn't this one of those 3 broken junk items he grabbed from the ancient charm shop? A sudden burst of bright light shoots out of it, making a totally bewildered Nathan Quinn ask what is going on. What the heck is happening? From inside the object, Fiviet softly declares that she can solve all of his little doubts. He immediately gets defensive. A woman's voice? He demands to know who she is and how she could possibly know about all of this. She keeps that arrogant tone, explaining that this entire world literally holds zero secrets from someone like her. She actually knows the martial soul inside his body isn't something he was born with. Even crazier, she knows it doesn't even belong to the Thuong Lam continent. Nathan Quinn completely loses his patience and angrily shouts back, "Who exactly is she?" He's asking one last time, but 5 bluntly refuses to answer. She claims she doesn't even know her own identity, but she knows he definitely has no right to find out. He just laughs coldly, "No right, huh?" Nathan Quinn coldly tries to guess her real motive. If she looks down on him so much but sticks around, she must be plotting something shady. He tells her to spill the truth about her background and why she knows so much. If she stays quiet, whatever she is secretly scheming for will definitely never reach her hands. Surprisingly, she completely flips her attitude and offers a tempting little deal. He doesn't need to know her origins or worry about her spilling his secrets, because the two of them can actually work together. She promises to help him refine this copper mirror and answer his questions, but he has to give her something good in return. Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms. What kind of good thing? 5 gets totally serious and drops a very specific price. 5 strands of primal chaos chi, and she will solve exactly one problem for him. He carefully weighs the options before agreeing. Right now, he still has 108 strands of primal chaos chi inside him. Spending 5 to get the answers he desperately needs feels like a totally fair trade. Right after that, Nathan Quinn guides his own soul straight inside the strange disc. The second he steps in, he completely skips the small talk and hits the first question. Why is his war god soul stuck at mystic rank 10th grade, unable to level up even after burning insane amounts of pills? Fiviet softly delivers the crucial answer to his problem. There is a fundamental difference between a mystic rank 10th grade and an earth rank soul. To upgrade the war god soul, there is only one way, finding exactly what it needs. Nathan Quinn gets incredibly impatient and asks his second question, so what does he use? She keeps things totally vague and mysterious. She doesn't know, so he just has to rely on himself to find it out. But she does hint that everything depends on destiny. Once the right moment actually arrives, he will naturally realize what he needs to upgrade the war god soul. He stays quiet, thinking it over before making a choice. Maybe he really should slow down and spend way more time trying to communicate with his war god soul. With the chat over, Nathan Quinn fairly hands over the reward. He tells her that is her payment, and since he wants to sleep now, she better keep completely quiet. Late into the night, he falls deep into a heavy slumber. But right then, the war god suddenly makes an unexpected appearance. It angrily emphasizes a solid fact. Nathan Quinn is definitely not someone she can just look down on. Then the war god lifts the weird disc high into the air and violently smashes it straight into the ground. Thick dust flies everywhere as the tiny house gets completely wrecked. 5 stands totally shocked in the middle of the empty void. Since when did an entity like this exist on the Thuong Lam continent? Just what in the world is this war god's soul? As for Nathan Quinn, she thinks he might actually be her legendary 3-life tribulation. Now check this out, about a month passes by. While he is in secluded training, he gets super hyped seeing changes inside his inner core match exactly what he wanted. Such wild fortune and endless destiny. She kindly drops him a little advice, asking Nathan Quinn why he doesn't try merging the primal chaos chi right into his inner core. Hearing that, he excitedly gets to work. This primal chaos chi can actually expand his divine sense and restore magical artifacts. It is endlessly miraculous. If he merges it into his inner core, who knows, it might just trigger a massive breakthrough opportunity. After that, Nathan Quinn fully concentrates on unleashing his power. Instantly, the tiny sphere right in the middle of his chest erupts violently. Seeing this huge transformation, Nathan Quinn happily figures that this primal chaos chi is seriously extraordinary. He genuinely thanks her for the copper mirror this time, noticing his inner core seems to fall into a deep slumber. It has already started building up power. Once it wakes up, it will absolutely cause an earth-shattering transformation. Right at that very moment, Dudu urgently delivers some news. She yells out that Huang just sent someone to call him over to the city lord's mansion. There is a banquet today, and tomorrow is the disciple selection for the 2 great holy grounds. He is completely stunned by her insane speed. He asks Dudu how she already broke through to the half-step martial emperor realm. Dudu arrogantly teases him right back. Obviously, she isn't totally useless like Long Ho. Hearing that, Long Ho pouts and whines about her rude opinion. So annoying! The Great Master also wants to join the disciple selection and crush those little rabbits. She bluntly mocks his snarky attitude, saying that's the only way he can actually find any real confidence. After that, an excited Nathan Quinn decisively urges them all along. Let's go. Time to hit the City Lord's mansion. The very next day at the City Lord's mansion in Huang City, a massive crowd of candidates gathers out on the main square. He casually sweeps his gaze across the area. He strokes his chin, noting something spicy. 13 of these fighters are actually rocking mystic tier martial spirits. Plus, a handful are totally maxed out at the peak martial king stage. Right on cue, Huang steps up to announce the rules. This massive selection exam breaks down into 3 grueling rounds, testing their raw power, their martial spirits, and finally, a sword-drawing trial. He declares that the 2 great sacred grounds have deployed 20 examiners in total, and all the hopeful candidates can pick whoever they want to judge them. He shouts that the official selection has begun. But right at that exact second, the little orb inside Nathan Quinn suddenly starts acting up. Nathan Quinn is completely baffled by the weird twitch. It could have picked literally any other time, so why awaken right this very second? Feng Kim immediately spots something way off, his voice cracking a little as he calls out to young master Nathan Quinn. A split second later, Feng Kim respectfully makes the call. Speaking as the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground envoy, he declares Nathan Quinn gets a total free pass and advances immediately without testing. The whole crowd completely loses their minds, screaming, "Wait? An instant promotion? Who the heck is this Nathan Quinn guy anyway?" Word on the street says he has massive backing, and even the Azure Dragon envoy treats him like royalty. Turns out he is just using connections to win. The envoy quickly drops down to check on him. Envoy Bonj struts right up to mock them, asking his buddy Feng Kim if this half-step martial king scrub is seriously the grand genius he picked out. Feng Kim gets flustered and quietly warns him. He tells his brother that the big boss from their own Flying Yang Sacred Ground is actually backing young master Nathan Quinn. Feeling totally insulted and brushed off by this little warning, Bon loudly fires back. "Are you completely blind?" He shouts that if Nathan Quinn gets a free pass, then as the official Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy, he is making a call too. Ngao Tian skips the test and advances straight through. Hearing this wild claim, Huang looks around in pure confusion. He can barely believe the Flying Yang faction actually managed to recruit Ngartine. But why is the guy nowhere to be seen among the disciples? Envoy Ban acts super casual, explaining that Ngarthian thought this whole exam was way too boring and just did not feel like showing up. However, since his buddy Feng Kim handed out a free pass, he will just call Ngarthian over right now. They can let him crush Nathan Quinn during the sword-drawing trial. Looking seriously worried, Feng Kim hesitates and tries stopping him. A match is completely unnecessary. He points out how Ngarthian got suppressed during last year's draft, became totally discouraged, rejected both sacred grounds, and went back to his sect to hide in seclusion. If he takes another brutal hit this year, he might literally never recover from it. Refusing to let it go, Bon scowls and snaps back, telling Feng Kim to quit acting so tough and arrogant. Envoy Bonj stubbornly pushes for a crazy bet on the 3rd-round sword-drawing trial. He swears Ngarthian will win, offering 50,000 microstones if he loses, and demanding 50,000 if he wins, asking if they have a deal. Feng Kim just shrugs, reluctantly taking the wild bet. Suit yourself. Seeing his guy standing firm, Feng Kim places all his faith in him, noting the young master's aura is finally stable, so beating Ngarthian should be a total breeze. Meanwhile, noticing some weird marks, Nathan Quinn asks a massive question. What exactly are these 3 strange patterns? Huang sternly and loudly interrupts the thought. The first trial is officially over, with 323 people eliminated, leaving 800 advancing. Based on the standards of both the Azure Dragon and Flying Yang Sacred Grounds this year, only a 9th-grade yellow-tier martial spirit will cut it. His deep voice sets the stage. He declares the second trial has officially begun. Nathan Quinn looks pretty excited, calling it super interesting. Flashing a slight smile, Huang drops the results, congratulating the 300 remaining candidates who survived the second trial. Time for round 3, and honestly, you have to see this sword-drawing trial to believe it. He pulls out a massive, intimidating weapon, seriously explaining that it is the legendary Righteous Wind Heavy Sword. Even though this blade lacks an inherent sword path, it actually houses a brutally strong spirit inside, and waking it up unleashes some truly unreal, devastating power. Huang lays down the absolute law right now. The sword's spirit is fast asleep, and everyone has to use every trick in the book to wake it. If it stays asleep, not even a top-tier martial ancestor could pull the blade out. Right after that, one brave candidate strains so hard his entire face turns purple. He screams out, trying to lift it, but the official bluntly yells out, "Fail, next person." Hung flexes his own power, showing off his 6-lamp martial spirit. After all the frontrunners take their turn, the official reads the brutal results out loud. Hung clears it at 14 inches, and Hung Fu passes at 13 inches. Watching this, Envoy Ban looks super disappointed with the whole exam. The 3rd round is already halfway done right now, and shockingly, outside of Hung and Hung Fu, the absolute best score from these so-called grand geniuses is a miserable 9 inches. Looks like it is finally time for Ngao Thien to step up and show everyone what a true genius looks like. The absolute second he shows his face, the massive crowd goes totally wild, screaming for Ngao Thien. He is at the peak Martial King stage, and with Qian Hung pulling 14 inches, people wonder if Ngao Thien can actually beat his younger brother. He laughs proudly and brags that after a whole year, he finally made it here. And this time, he is absolutely guaranteeing himself that first place spot. Ngao Thien practically drips with arrogance as he mocks him. My stupid little brother, I absolutely cannot believe you actually showed up here. Didn't I already spell this out for you? I am taking first place in this year's exam, so why won't you just listen to my advice? Or are you actually trying to challenge me? Qian Hung calmly fires right back at the provocation cut the garbage talk. Ngao Thien, just draw your sword already, and if I lose, I will fully accept it. He simply sneers back, completely desperate to prove his real strength. You asked for it. Today I am going to show you exactly how massive the power gap between us really is. Ngao Thien confidently swears on his own ridiculous strength. This heavy Hufang sword last time I pulled it 28 inches. But now, after another whole year of hardcore training, I finally understand the true secret of the martial soul. Why do you not manifest again as the ultimate weapon in my hand and conquer all directions by my side? Seeing his terrifying new record, the entire crowd gasps in sheer amazement. Holy crap, he actually pulled it out 40 inches. How many people in all of history have ever managed a 40-inch draw? Huang smiles and claps his hands in total approval. Good, then he fairly drops a serious warning. Ngao Thien, you seriously did not disappoint me today. However, do not get cocky just yet, because your next actual opponent is Nathan Quinn. Thien Q just got a direct promotion from the Huang Kiem envoy of the Than Long Holy Land. He snorts with pure contempt. Nathan Quinn? Really? No matter who my opponent happens to be, I am absolutely taking first place in this sword drawing exam. Seeing the crazy odds, the older man secretly sends a voice transmission. Nathan Quinn, this entire competition is pretty heavily stacked against you. If you want to back out right now, I can quietly pull some strings. He respectfully but firmly shoots the offer down, thanks for the solid senior Huang, but surrendering early? That is absolutely not my style. Nathan Quinn does not flinch for a second, just humbly cupping his hands. Brother Ngao Thien, please show me your moves. Seeing that violently intense aura, the whole crowd marvels at him. What an incredibly powerful physical body. He could probably throw down with a real martial king. The guy arrogantly tries to shut him down. Nathan Quinn, your physical body is definitely insane, but pulling out the heavy Hufang sword is flat out impossible for you. He totally ignores the hate, just grabbing the sword hilt with an absolute iron grip. Then Nathan Quinn smiles and whispers, "Follow me, and I will let you shine again." The second he finishes speaking, he yanks the huge blade up while everyone literally gasps. How is this even possible? Huang is incredibly shocked, basically frozen to the ground. The heavy Hufang sword was actually drawn out by a single, casual sentence. Huang Kiem looks ridiculously proud of this absurd talent, definitely worthy of a young master. Ngao Thien is absolutely furious, screaming out an accusation. This is completely, totally impossible. Your physical strength is only at the very first level of the martial king realm. Plus, you did not even use a single ounce of sheer willpower, so how exactly did you awaken the heavy Hufang sword's spirit? You are definitely just cheating. He stays completely cool, ready to casually expose the actual truth. If you guys are seriously doubting me, let me show you this weapon's true form. And with that, Nathan Quinn slowly chants out a massive spell, Heaven and Earth forge strange treasures. 10 years in the mortal world reveals its true body. In a single flash, the blade morphs as he wisely drops the big twist. This so-called heavy Hufang sword is actually a saber. All of you assumed pulling it out required awakening its inner spirit. But in reality, what actually needed awakening was not its spirit at all, but its true form. I saw its true shape, so a single sentence was enough to free it. The old man nods, absolutely blown away by the logic, so that explains it. Nathan Quinn, you seriously just handed me a massive surprise today. I speak in the official name of the Huang City Lord's Mansion. Then, looking totally satisfied, he officially declares that the absolute winner of this disciple selection exam is Nathan Quinn. The guy bursts into tears, literally sprinting away while crying his eyes out. Nathan Quinn, I absolutely hate you. The helpless envoy quickly yells after him. Ngao Thien, just calm down already. Huang Kiem sighs, shaking his head with heavy regret, practically grinding his teeth in frustration. I already told you before, this stupid match was completely unnecessary. Ngao Thien just took double the psychological damage. The guy is probably ruined forever. Right then, Huang cheerfully booms out, "Congratulations to everyone standing here for surviving the disciple selection test. You all put on a pretty spectacular show, but the actual real exam? It just started. According to the rules, everybody gets exactly 1 day of rest before shipping out to the Thon Long Holy Land for the grand finale test. All the hyped-up candidates loudly shout their agreement. A little bit later, the older man carefully holds the weapon, completely overflowing with deep gratitude. It took until today for me to finally understand why, for so many miserable years, I could never actually awaken its inner spirit. Nathan Quinn, I seriously owe you massive thanks for this. The teen humbly waves it right off, just a small favor. Really do not worry about it. Huang sincerely makes a pitch. Nathan Quinn, I recall that you also use a saber. This weapon clearly has some wild destiny with you, so consider it a first gift from me. What do you say? He politely and gently turns the epic loot down. Senior Hong, I highly appreciate the thought, but this saber just does not fit my style. Hearing this crazy refusal, Long Ho absolutely loses his mind, cursing out the idiotic Nathan Quinn, while the drunken guy violently grinds his teeth seriously. Selling that saber would make insane money. Seeing his firm stance, the old man sadly gives in. Since you are completely set on it, I definitely will not force the issue. However, if possible, I highly hope you claim the Tiankyo Huang title this season. Faced with that pretty bizarre title, the teen curiously asks, the Tiankyo Huang? Huang proudly lays down the facts. Any genius who makes 2 grand sacred groundmasters fight over them gets the ultimate title, the King of Chosen. Nathan Quinn strokes his chin with a grin now that is incredibly interesting. Fast forward to a smooth ride on the flying ship. He is currently cultivating, making a hard promise to himself. 5 days left until they hit the Azure Dragon sacred ground, and within these 5 short days, he absolutely must crack the hidden mysteries of this inner core. Nathan Quinn stares hard at the weird symbols. What in the world are these 3 golden patterns supposed to be anyway? He curiously asks 5-Viet, hey, last time I followed your advice and fused the chaos energy straight into the inner core. Now something super weird is happening, so why are you keeping quiet? At least give me a clue about what is going on here. I will even give you 5 extra strands of chaos energy. But nope. She stays dead silent. Nathan Quinn gets annoyed, tossing the idea aside and giving up. Whatever, his inner core will trigger a lightning tribulation sooner or later anyway. Leveling up is honestly just a matter of time. Exactly 5 days later, the ship finally touches down at their destination. Huang steps up, dramatically announcing their current location. Listen up, everyone. This is Duanmu Peak, the absolute #1 peak of the Azure Dragon mountain range, and your final exam spot. He proudly hypes up the magical scenery of this top-tier training zone, the Penglai Immortal Lotus Dao Pool where the flowers, leaves, and water are all forged by pure heaven and earth creation. It can boost a person's comprehension and elevate their mental state to crazy levels. Just look at this legendary, picture-perfect beauty. He looks around in pure awe. Now this is what a real sacred cultivation ground looks like. But suddenly, the other envoy stammers, trying to add his pitch, hey, our Feiyang sacred ground has a training spot just as good as this lotus pool. Huang quickly moves things along, pointing out the destination. We have arrived. This is the martial arena of Duanmu Peak, your final testing ground. He fairly breaks down the final set of rules. Once every single disciple competing today has fully gathered up, we will split you into 3 realms, Xiantian Realm, Martial King Realm, and Martial Ancestor Realm. We will try to match everyone with an opponent of the exact same level, keeping this draft completely fair. Huang really emphasizes the test's true nature. Of course, this final exam does not actually have an elimination system. Even if nobody picks you, you can still become a regular outer disciple. But if that happens, your status is obviously not going to be very high. So I hope you all go absolutely all out. Knowing his own insane talent, Long Ho smugly sets a massive goal. He will definitely have every peak master fighting over him. The battle-hungry Dieu throws out a direct challenge. Long Ho, we are both martial ancestor experts, and I am seriously looking forward to beating you up. Hearing that, Nathan Quinn holds back a laugh while Long Ho absolutely freezes up. Seeing 3 VIPs show up, the guide happily calls out, they are here. Without wasting a second, the trio gracefully lands right on the dirt. Envoy Luke proudly announces Brother Fong. This is the genius I picked out. His name is Chihan. Please take good care of him. Huang answers warmly, absolutely. Next, he bows with total respect, calling out to the Peak Master. Huang smiles and steps right into the spotlight. Huang this is my chosen one, Bichlan, the saintess of her sect. She acts all gentle, saying, I am Bichlan. Nice to meet everyone. Please look out for me. Dieu scoffs and looks away, totally disgusted by the fake act. But Bichlan quickly plays nice. Fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn, we meet again. I am so lost about what is going on here. Could you be a dear and explain the situation to me? He just gives her a cold, intensely disgusted look and tells her to get lost. Bichlan immediately fakes looking totally wronged. Nathan Quinn, why do you hate me so much? Yes, I was wrong before, but no one is a perfect saint. Who does not make mistakes? Can you really not give me a chance to fix things? But Nathan Quinn does not hold back, ruthlessly exposing her entire fake persona. Stop being so incredibly shameless. When I say get lost, how about you just obediently back off? Right on cue, Chi-Han angrily steps up to play the White Knight. Hey, Nathan Quinn, I do not know what kind of drama happened between you two, but the Saintess already lowered herself to apologize, and you still insult her. You are seriously acting narrow-minded. She softly calls out his name, playing the victim. Seeing this supposed petty behavior, the crowd gets upset and starts mocking him. Exactly, how can someone this narrow-minded ever be called a chosen genius? He literally could not care less, instantly firing back, "Are you just Bitchland's pet dog barking to protect your master? What an incredibly loyal little puppy you are." The guy furiously grits his teeth, throwing down a challenge. "You listen here, Nathan Quinn. I will not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation down to half-step Martial King, and I will not use any artifacts or domain realms. Do you dare fight me one-on-one?" Nathan Quinn calmly and instantly accepts. "You said it yourself, so go ahead and seal your cultivation first." Chi-Han boldly seals himself and says he is ready. Now watch this hilarious mistake, guys. The very second he finishes talking, Nathan Quinn casually throws a massive punch straight forward. Nathan Quinn slams one fist squarely into the guy's stomach, and in a single blink, Chi-Han gets launched rocketing straight up into the sky. Witnessing this absolutely ridiculous scene, the crowd stares at each other in pure shock. Wait, it ended right after it started? He gives them a blunt, icy warning, "Please. Do yourselves a favor and use your brains before stepping up for someone else. If Bickland forced me into a literal dead end and tried to rob me blind, am I supposed to just smile and be polite to her? If you all want to help someone, you better ask his fists first." Right then, Seema in his slick disguise enthusiastically cheers. What an absolutely amazing speech. This brother really just nailed it perfectly. He straight up calls Bailan a shameless snake. Bropan swears if his cultivation was high enough, he would slap her hundreds of times to vent his anger. Immediately, an instructor clears things up. Jason Dalton, this guy named Ban Chu, is actually the one the Peak Master personally picked out. Jason Dalton is completely stunned by this ridiculous status. Who would have guessed this incredibly average-looking fatty is the Peak Master's chosen genius? Nathan Quinn is dead silent, instantly recognizing his old buddy. "Ban Chu, my foot, that is obviously just that sneaky kid Seema in disguise." The girl instantly plays the victim card with a pathetic pout. She whines to Taoist Ban Chu, asking why he hates her when they have absolutely zero history together. She cries out, "Why do you want to humiliate me?" But he just arrogantly puffs out his chest. Bro Pan does whatever his heart desires. The Shangdao Alliance is completely lacking in basic morals. And since you are their beloved saintess, you are definitely no good either. Hearing this, Shi completely loses his temper and fiercely charges forward. But Jason Dalton stands majestically in his path, demanding he stop right now. Sparing is totally fine inside the Azure Dragon Holy Land, but lethal strikes are absolutely forbidden here. Since it is your first offense, you get to keep your life, but strike again and you die without trial. Right after that, another instructor suddenly steps in to reveal his identity. He declares this angry guy named Shi Yi is actually his personally chosen candidate. Seema is incredibly annoyed by this bratty behavior. He yells out, "So what if a Peak Master chose you? We literally just met. Why are you trying to kill me over nothing?" Shi Yi aggressively roars back, "Anyone who dares to humiliate his precious Bailan deserves to be killed 100 times over." And that includes Nathan Quinn, who totally bullied Bailan earlier. Shi Yi crazily issues his challenge, demanding both of them step up and fight him right here and now. But then Zach Shaw frowns and loudly interrupts little brother Shi Yi. "Are you done messing around?" The crowd instantly erupts in terrified whispers. It is actually Zach Shaw. Everyone realizes the King of Geniuses title is totally going to him, making their own efforts completely pointless. Shi Yi awkwardly backs down as his older brother strictly warns that he will deal with him later. Zach Shaw then politely steps forward to smooth over the whole chaotic situation. He kindly asks the two Taoists to forgive his brother's incredibly explosive temper, hoping they will not hold his impulsive actions against him. He sincerely apologizes on his behalf. Nathan Quinn watches him closely, secretly amazed this guy is already at the half-step martial ancestor realm, with a 7th grade mystic martial spirit. Seriously, no wonder everyone is placing bets on him to claim the King of Geniuses crown. Suddenly, a highly mysterious figure steps out. The quick-thinking examinees immediately bow their heads, loudly greeting Peak Master Duanmu together in absolute unison. He gives them a gentle, welcoming smile. "Welcome, all you brilliant young talents, to my official assessment. Before we begin the real trials, I am going to set up a massive illusion realm. Once inside, you will not see the outside world at all. but we will be watching your every move. Without wasting another second, the Grand Master immediately unleashes his power. In the blink of an eye, Duanmu forms the barrier and gives his final order. The illusion realm is fully active. Let the competition begin. Jason Dalton steps up to sternly announce the match brackets. Everyone, a specific number has just appeared right in front of you. We will now divide the battles based on the martial ancestor, martial king, and innate realms. First up, the martial ancestor fights. Number 1 faces 2, 3 faces 9, and 4 faces 18. Right after that, the extremely hot-headed Long Hu roars out it has been way too long since he had a wildly satisfying fight. He demands number 4 to step up immediately. Nathan Quinn just stands there completely helpless, honestly caught off guard by this wild aggression. Then he feels his core trembling and gasps, what is happening to his inner pill? Nathan Quinn quickly sits down to meditate, completely focused on absorbing the pill's surging power. Zach Shaw watches this intense scene and openly admires him. This guy Nathan Quinn is truly an extraordinary beast. With just his raw physical body, he could easily crush a third-layer martial king. In a single heartbeat, his inner pill wildly devours all the spiritual energy in the area. The entire crowd absolutely panics over this insane divine sense. Usually, only those who survive the lightning tribulation to reach the martial king realm can produce divine sense. But right now, Nathan Quinn is still just a measly half-step martial king. They have never seen anything like this in their lives. Does this crazy kid have some legendary artifact hidden on him, or is he practicing a forbidden secret technique? Now watch closely, here is where things get totally wild. Nathan Quinn rotates his core, feeling a massive physical shift as 6 brilliant golden patterns emerge. He furrows his brows, piecing together a crazy theory. This is incredibly strange. His inner pill has already completely formed these 6 heavy golden lines. His divine sense power has also skyrocketed, easily matching a third-layer martial king. So why in the world hasn't it triggered a lightning tribulation yet? Whatever, he thinks to himself, he really just wants to see what happens to this little pill if he keeps wildly devouring the primal chaos energy. Right after that, Nathan Quinn slowly opens his eyes and blinks in pure confusion. Why is absolutely everyone in the room awkwardly staring straight at him? Seema sharply steps up to interrogate him. He begs Nathan Quinn to share his secret method. How on earth did he unlock his divine sense while still stuck at the half-step martial king realm? Bailan happily skips over to greet him. She warmly congratulates Taoist Nathan Quinn on leveling up his cultivation again. Hearing this sweet voice, the boys are absolutely stunned, but then Shi Yi arrogantly stomps over to cause more trouble. He snarls at their dumb expressions. Are you guys looking to die? Thankfully, Zach Shaw quickly steps in to wrangle his foolish little brother. He smoothly apologizes to Taoist Nathan Quinn. His brother has sadly lacked proper discipline since childhood, so he begs him not to hold a grudge. Right on cue, Huang loudly announces to the crowd, everyone, the martial ancestor tier matches are officially over, and the martial king tier begins now. Bang Hoang looks pretty disappointed, wondering why it ended so insanely fast. Meanwhile, Long Ho excitedly runs over to show off his epic score. He gloats to Nathan Quinn, you totally missed my glorious enemy killing moves back there, but old man Donmok already picked me. Dieu proudly brags too, saying 6 huge peak masters from 2 holy lands fought over her all at once. Nathan Quinn just forces a polite smile and calls her amazing. Right then, Nathan Quinn looks far into the distance, completely confused. Suddenly, a bitter guy glares over, warning Nathan Quinn for the very last time. He tells him to show Bitch Land some proper respect, otherwise he will make him deeply regret it the second his older brother leaves. Tuchie furiously snaps at him, demanding his 11th brother to behave himself immediately. Getting scolded by his older brother, Thapnot bitterly turns around and storms off. Seeing this, Bitch Land smirks to herself, making an enemy out of Topknot means his next few months are going to be absolute hell. Tuma playfully rolls his eyes, asking why this Thopknot guy is acting like a total idiot. He says it is a huge shame they are not fighting, otherwise he would gladly wreck him for revenge. Nathan Quinn casually rejects the offer. He is just a fool, totally not worth it. All of a sudden, Nathan Quinn catches a very familiar aura. He completely freezes and quickly covers his eyes. This intense burning feeling matches exactly what he felt back in the Long Ho Mountains. Could another piece of the war god actually be hiding nearby? Wait for it, Nathan Quinn rubs his chin in deep thought. This energy pulse is incredibly weak, so what is really going on? Back at the arena, Tu Chiet boldly warns his opponent, listen up, buddy. I always fight at absolute maximum power, so do not cry if I accidentally crush your bones. Staring right at that surging power, Nathan Quinn smiles, completely figuring out the mystery. So that explains it that Shiny Sword just absorbed some leftover aura from the war god. If he can snatch it, he might easily track down the next missing body part. Nathan Quinn gets super hyped. quietly promising himself to pull Tiu Chiet aside for a little chat right after this crazy exam ends. He wants to see if he can literally buy that epic sword. Meanwhile, Huang excitedly drops the new rules, introducing a super weird item called the Tao questioning fish. These magical little guys can actually smell your raw potential, natural talent, and martial spirit, deciding if you are cool enough to approach. Basically, the more fish swarming around your body, the more insanely overpowered you are. He then proudly flexes a legendary record from the past. He loudly claims that back when Thon Sun first cleared this exact stage, he pulled in a massive 666 fish, completely shocking the two great holy lands to their core. Hearing those crazy stats, Nathan Quinn just forces a totally helpless smile. Right on cue, Huang calmly lays out the first step. He invites Peak Master Donmok to unleash the magic fish. The crowd literally does not have to do anything except walk straight into the crazy swarm. The very second he stops talking, a massive school of shiny fish swarms over, completely circling the formation. Feeling a really creepy stare, Nathan Quinn totally panics, wondering why the heck all these weird fish are glaring straight at him. Meanwhile, a super slick envoy starts negotiating. He smoothly points out that Peak Master Donmok and his Azure Dragon faction just stole two massive prodigies. He mentions keeping completely quiet about it, playfully suggesting they stop fighting his Flying Yang faction for both Tiu Chiat and Biklan. Obviously, if those two join, Thapnot will totally tag along. Hearing this shady deal, another mentor frantically objects, complaining that he personally called dibs on Tiu Chiat from the start. Tossing Bitchlan over to them is perfectly fine, though. Catching that sneaky attitude, the slick envoy just mutters about him being a sly old fox. Then, he flashes a deep smile and drops a heavy condition. He tells the whole crowd to stop whining. Tiu Chiat and Bitchlan seriously belong to the Flying Yang Holy Land. But here is his tiny demand besides those three. His Azure Dragon faction gets absolute first pick on the next three epic prodigies. The envoy gets super hyped and instantly locks in the deal. He tells Peak Master Donmok that a promise is completely bound by honor forever. The old man smoothly agrees, calling it a done deal. Meanwhile, Peak Master Lu and Truongnok are walking over to the insane arena together. Peak Master Lu complains bitterly, furious that his big brother actually sent the third brother just to block his path. Truong and Joke just bursts out laughing, gently telling his fourth brother to chill out. He explains their boss is just looking out for Nathan Quinn because joining the Azure Dragon faction beats the Flying Yang one any day. Lu snaps right back, totally dead serious. He tells his third brother to shut up, swearing he will totally wreck their precious faction if they steal Nathan Quinn. Back at the arena, Huang excitedly rushes up. Calling dibs, he steps up and intensely focuses on drawing the fish in. Seeing the final result, Huang proudly announces his shiny new score. Hung pulled in 218 magic fish. It is a pretty solid run, and they tell him to definitely join Donmok Peak later. The guy respectfully cups his hands, thanking his senior brother. Right then, the rest of the hyped crowd goes absolutely feral, fighting and yelling over who gets to go next. After that scramble, he casually reads the next scores. Hongfu gets 208, Nyanko 136, and Wu at hits 107. Now Tuma struts up with total confidence for his turn. He hilariously waves a giant chicken drumstick around, dropping the sweetest coaxing voice ever. He begs the mighty fish lords to swim on over and gather around him, promising his premium-grade chicken leg is the absolute tastiest snack ever. The crowd watches this hilarious stunt and groans, is luring Tao-seeking fish like this actually legal? Tuma just laughs while munching away. He completely knew these sacred fish were basically massive gluttons. Huang is speechless but reads the final score, 480 fish. Tapnat instantly throws a huge tantrum and yells out, "Hey, fatty, wipe that smug look right off your face. These fish are absolute spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, so stop disrespecting them right now." The guy arrogantly smirks and provokes him. "Let me show you that 480 means absolutely nothing," he brags. Tuma just ignores the edgy kid, squints, and lets out a cold snort. Right on cue, he proudly reveals 509 Tao-seeking fish. Thapnot flashes a cocky smirk and taunts him, "See that, fatty? Next time you ever talk to Bitchlan, keep your dirty mouth clean." Tuma just bites his chicken leg with total disrespect. "Who do you even think you are? You barely pulled in 509 fish and you dare show off to me." Thapnat gets so mad he basically chokes. "You are seriously begging for a beating." Next second, Thapnot spins around and drops a fierce challenge. "Nathan Quinn, are you too scared to step up? If you cannot even beat my score, keep your mouth shut forever and stop insulting Bitchlan." Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow and totally mocks him. "What right do you even have to challenge me?" Thapnot instantly gets defensive. "I have no right? Then step up to the plate right now." Let every single genius, envoy, and peak master watching this whole competition finally see if you are just completely full of hot air or not. Nathan Quinn smiles, accepts the wild dare, and steps up without hesitation. You better watch this closely. He ignores why the heck those Tao-seeking fish keep staring weirdly at him. Even if massive storms block his path, he is going to smash right through. The exact second he touches the arena floor, a totally bizarre energy hits him. Nathan Quinn literally levels up in one single explosive step. He stares at his own hands in pure shock. Wait, did he seriously just break through? Everyone totally freaks out over this absurd sudden breakthrough as his divine sense forms a massive phantom. That is something only a 6th-tier martial king can ever pull off. Barely any time has actually passed, and this absolute madman already leveled up again. Witnessing this absolutely insane display of raw talent, the envoy stands there completely shook and full of awe. It has been ages since the lower region produced a monster like this. How come he has never ever heard a single rumor about this kid? That old fox. No wonder he gave up Thapnot, Tuchiet, and Biklan so easily. He totally had a sneaky backup plan. A random cultivator suddenly figures out the math and praises the insanely deep tactics. So it turns out Peak Master Donmuk's real ultimate target was Nathan Quinn all along. Seriously, the older they are, the trickier they get. The whole crowd starts aggressively buzzing with crazy curiosity. What kind of overpowered technique is this guy actually practicing? Nobody has ever heard of it. Meanwhile, Tiu Chie turns around and gives a super serious warning. Thapnat, I do not care if you simp for Biklan, but absolutely do not go picking fights randomly, especially not with Nathan Quinn, because his strength is definitely not normal. You seriously lack the skills to fight him right now. But the stubborn kid just lifts his chin up and issues another challenge. Fine. Let us say you are right and I cannot challenge Nathan Quinn. Then what right do you have to be lecturing me right now? If you can actually beat my score in this test, I will obey every word you say. Otherwise, stay completely out of my business. Tuchiet gives a serious nod to lock in the bet. The kid puffs out his chest trying to look tough. When Thapnat gives his word, it is an absolutely unbreakable ironclad promise. After that, Tuchiet calmly sits down and drops a deep emotional bomb. Since the day he was born, this lower region has been ripped apart by war with endless casualties. He sincerely spills out his insanely deep compassion. His ultimate life goal is not money or fame at all. He just deeply wants every single person to live a nice, peaceful life. Seeing the sheer number of fish he summons, everyone gasps in pure awe. Unbelievable that young Tuchi had already condensed a solid Tao heart. 599 fish. Someone check the math on that. Thapnot is so brutally crushed, he just weakly cries out for Bitchlan. Meanwhile, step outside the illusion barrier for a second. Huang is currently throwing a massive petty fit. Tiu Chiet belongs to our Azure Dragon Holy Land. Are you Flying Sun Holy Land guys seriously planning to rob every single genius we find? Envoy Bon aggressively fires back with his own logic. Peak Master Donmuk personally called dibs on him, so Tiu Chiet obviously belongs to our Flying Sun Holy Land now. Back inside, Nathan Quinn pushes hard and locks in all his focus. He is finally about to smash right through that vital threshold. Nathan Quinn slowly cracks his eyes open only to catch Bitch Lan staring weirdly right at him, making him jump totally back in creeped out panic. Bick Lan, what in the world are you staring at me for? Oh, nothing. She smiles brightly and showers him with sweet praise. Big congratulations to Taoist Nathan Quinn for leveling up your cultivation again. Going from a half-step martial king straight to forming divine sense is insane, so this little lady is extremely impressed. But Nathan Quinn is completely out of patience. What exactly do you want to say right now? If you are just here to spit random nonsense, then hurry up and get lost. Bickland politely tries to play the peacekeeper. Why does Taoist Nathan Quinn have to be so horribly annoyed with me? I actually have a pretty great little proposition that can perfectly wipe away the grudge between us. I am super curious what Taoist Nathan Quinn thinks about it. He squints and demands she spill the details, so the tricky girl drops her warm little offer right on the table. In this test, if I somehow win, you hand over the secret of the Martial Destiny Pavilion. But if I lose, you name your total prize if I have it. I will eagerly offer it up with both hands. Nathan Quinn nods, looking pretty interested. He tells her the offer isn't half bad, but he seriously doubts she can actually handle his demands. Bick Lan plays it totally cool. Just name your price, Taoist Nathan Quinn. He points a finger straight at Tiu Thiet. Yeah, I want that ancient sword right in his hand. She just stares blankly, totally thrown off. Bishlan grits her teeth, quickly analyzing the situation. Tiu Thiet already completely hates her guts anyway. Snatching that ancient sword won't be easy, but Nathan Quinn took the bait, and she absolutely cannot let this golden chance slip away. She leans in with a totally fake polite smile, asking if Taoist Tiu Tiet might just hand over that sword to her. If he needs absolutely anything, She promises to go all out. Thapnot anxiously jumps in, trying so hard to persuade him. Boss, if you just give the sword to Bitchlan, I swear I will follow your every single command without a single question from now on. He smoothly tosses out a wild bet. Holy Maiden Bitchlan, if you can attract more Tao-seeking fish than me, I will gladly hand over the sword. If not, back completely off. Even if I have to give up my favorite thing, it deserves a genuinely worthy master. She smirks, taking the bet with total confidence. Bitchland proudly gloats Nathan Quinn. With all these seniors watching, you definitely cannot back out now. He calmly accepts the terms, obviously. He is not breaking his word. But to bet with me, get that sword first. She decisively locks it in completely. Fine, it is a deal. As Bitchland casually steps forward, the crowd goes wild with guesses. She needs at least 600 Tao-seeking fish to beat Tuthiet. Can she even do it? Guys, no way. She boldly steps up and shouts out loud. Tao, seeking fish. Bitchland boldly calls the school hurry up and travel the mortal world with me. Right on cue, a massive swarm of fish races straight toward her, setting off an absolutely explosive, dazzling display. The greedy peak masters are stunned by her insane talent. She somehow pulled in exactly 665 Tao-seeking fish, just one fish short of Than Son's record. This genius must join Duang Holy Land. Hearing this, both sides spark a furious argument. Keep dreaming. This is the Than Long Holy Land. Are you guys seriously trying to bully us with sheer power? Peak Master Don Mok, we already had a deal backing out now? The others wildly object. You are really surrendering 4 huge geniuses to them? Just for one puny Nathan Quinn? No way. I completely refuse to accept this. Nathan Quinn is strong, but cannot compare to Bitchlan. I object. He angrily snaps back, agree or not, it is already decided. It is totally settled. The Duang Peak Master gloats, heavily praising Don Mok as incredibly wise and mighty. Finished up, Tuthiet respectfully hands it over. The Holy Maiden's talent is unreal, and he accepts utter defeat. She answers with super fake politeness, rest easy, Taoist Tuthiet. When Taoist Nathan Quinn loses, I will definitely return your sword. He plays it noble and refuses. No need an item given away is absolutely not coming back. Bitchlan happily accepts that. Well, in that case, refusing would be totally disrespectful. She eagerly turns and calls out, your turn, Taoist Nathan Quinn. He steps up, completely ready for action fine. Nathan Quinn cautiously steps inside. He has no clue why these Tao-seeking fish are staring at him, but playing it completely safe never hurts. Suddenly, the core inside his body shifts again. Nathan Quinn feels real dread. This is entirely bad. Triggering heavenly lightning right now means he cannot use full power. The crowd spots the weird shift and loudly gasps. Nathan Quinn is trying to level up again? Total disaster. A lightning tribulation will absolutely scare all the Tao-seeking fish to death. His luck is terrible, Bitchlan gleefully smirks. Heaven is totally helping her. She just needs to steal Nathan Quinn's hidden encounters. Maybe she can finally solve the grand mystery and soar straight up to the top. She exposes her vicious colors. Fueled by pure spite, she wants Nathan Quinn as a lifelong slave, wishing he were dead. Stressed out, he makes a hard call. Only a fast blitz works now. Without a word, he dives straight into the fish. Nathan Quinn leaps right center. The contestants mockingly sneer, what the heck is he doing? Going to war directly against Tao-seeking fish? This is insanely hilarious. Right then, the spatial wall rips open. Watch closely, 2 streaks of light slip in. Truong Nok and Peak Master Lu arriving. Seeing the familiar figures, the mentors excitedly whisper, Peak Master Lu is here, definitely coming for Bitchlan. Peak Master Truong showed up too. Out of patience, he loudly demands, brother, if you hold back Nathan Quinn today, do not blame me for getting ruthless. Don Mok helplessly compromises. Fourth brother, I already made a deal with the 3 Duang Peak Masters. Thane Long Holy Land skips taking Tuthiet and Bitchlan, but Nathan Quinn absolutely belongs to us. They excitedly interrupt. Right. Peak Master Lu, there is a huge detail you do not know yet. Just now, Bitchlan pulled in 665 Tao fish, but this guy completely ignores all the excuses. Truong Nok harshly lays down the law. He does not care about their little agreements. He is taking Nathan Quinn no matter what. Peak Leader Lu aggressively fires back, reminding him, this is the Azure Dragon sect, not some playground for his ego. Let their fists settle this right here and now. The crowd totally loses their minds watching this. 3 heavyweights are straight up declaring war over one single guy, Nathan Quinn. Suddenly, a panicked examinee screams out for everyone to wait and look at Nathan Quinn. The entire swarm of Tao-fish is aggressively charging in one exact direction. Faced with this insane outcome, someone stammers out in pure panic, 9 Tao-fish. Bitchlan stares in absolute disbelief, totally unable to process this. How on earth could a puny, yellow-ranked martial spirit make the Tao-fish go completely crazy for him? Could it be some secret from the Marshall Pavilion? Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn narrows his eyes at the strange thing right in front of these fish. He suddenly realizes they are actually sucking up the chaos chi straight from his body. Ruu watches him and instantly figures out his wild plan. It looks like Nathan Quinn is seriously about to brawl with the Dowfish. Hearing this, Long Ho playfully asks if they get to eat grilled fish after the big fight. She sternly smacks his head, scolding him for only ever thinking about his stomach. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn shoots a furious glare. They are asking for death. Nathan Quinn aggressively declares war on the spot. "You damn beasts," he growls. "I am playing along with your little game today." Without missing a beat, he unleashes his massive heaven-gathering strike, but right at that exact second, his inner core violently shakes. He furiously grits his teeth. Damn it, why did it have to trigger right now? Spotting that massive surge of energy, an examinee nervously blurts out, "It is the Marshall King Tribulation." The panicked crowd wonders if this will hurt Nathan Quinn, but wise Donmok calmly steps in to explain. "No need to panic," he assures them. Legend says whenever a heaven-defying existence emerges, it sparks a majestic scene just like a royal coronation ceremony. Right now, both great sacred areas are gathered here, and Nathan Quinn is pulling down the Marshall King Tribulation all by himself. The crowd is absolutely floored, realizing he is definitely about to forge a heaven-defying inner core. Meanwhile, the swarm of fish goes totally wild, draining the energy right out of him. Nathan Quinn frantically yells, "Are you not making a move yet? Only 4 streams of chaos chi are left." From deep inside, Phi Viet flares up with some serious royal boss energy. A bunch of bold little beasts actually dared to steal her precious chaos chi while she was away, but she admits she ran into a slight snag on her end, so he has to handle this entire mess on his own. He groans and decides to just drop it for now. Fine, he will deal with these pesky Dow fish right after surviving his tribulation. Without another word, Nathan Quinn rips the core right out of his chest and casually chucks it straight into the sky. Seeing this absolutely unheard of stunt, the crowd screams out in pure horror. 9 golden marks. Nobody has ever seen an inner core like this in their lives. The sheer pressure of it makes the earth boil for 3 solid miles in every direction. Donmok excitedly hypes up this insanely rare achievement, telling the clueless crowd they probably have zero idea. Back in the immemorial era, condensing the 9-vein golden core made you the absolute peak of power for anyone below the Marshall ancestor rank. Everyone holds their breath as it keeps growing 200 meters, 300 meters. They frantically guess just how huge a lightning tribulation this core will pull down. Back in history, when Thon Sun broke through to Marshall King, he drew a 500-meter storm, and Nathan Quinn is definitely about to beat that. The dark clouds stretch past 500, hitting 600 meters. Tuma drops his jaw, calling him a total monster. Here is where things get crazy. He suddenly senses a bizarre energy spiking. What is happening now? Nathan Quinn whips his head around. It is the disaster of the immemorial martial art. A jagged space crack rips open right above him, leaking thick black aura. The crowd figures it out and starts panicking. It is the disaster. Nathan Quinn practices the immemorial art, and this is completely ruined now. So many geniuses failed to break through because of this exact curse. But suddenly, a frantic Taoist cuts in, "Hey, everyone, wait a second. Look at those Tao fish!" The whole crowd gasps as a completely miraculous transformation starts unfolding right in front of them. It is the legendary Dragon Gate for the fish. Rumor says every single one carries a trace of dragon blood. If they clear that gate, they instantly evolve into true dragons. Nathan Quinn is fuming over this shameless heist. These greedy little beasts are actually using his stolen chaos chi to force their own dragon evolution. If this massive lightning tribulation had not pinned him down, he would definitely slice that fancy dragon gate cleanly in half. Out of nowhere, a massive shadowy hand lunges right at him. Nathan Quinn barely dodges out of the way, pointing a furious finger back. "You already ambushed me once, and now you are trying it again? You think I am some easy target?" The Dragon King arrogantly sneers down at him. "You dare disrespect this king, human? With your tribulation already here, you can just sit down and die." It unleashes a heavy energy blast straight at him without missing a beat. Before he can even brace himself, Nathan Quinn takes a hard hit. The greedy Dragon King smirks. "As for that 9-vein golden core of yours, this king will gladly take it off your hands." Seeing red, he furiously shouts back, "You damn beast, don't you dare." Clutching his stomach, Nathan Quinn's brain goes into overdrive. If he blew up the weapon spirit last time by messing with his chaos chi, well, time to hit this overgrown lizard right in the gut. Explode! Right on cue, Phi Viet makes a very tempting offer. She will grant him a crazy fortune to hit the absolute peak of the Marshall King rank, but he owes her a massive favor. She rapidly gives the final order, "Devour its soul right now." The Dragon King gets violently electrocuted and gasps out, "How is this even possible?" He's completely terrified by this restriction seal's insane power. Why does this restriction seal even still exist? Did someone actually shatter the primordial ancestor of the Kanglan continent? Staring at his shiny new loot, he wonders aloud. Nathan Quinn is leveling up at a totally ridiculous speed right now. He's thrilled that the curse is finally broken, nicely done. The great calamity of primordial martial cultivation is gone for good. Seeing the sheer scale of the lightning, a random cultivator just drops his jaw. A 999-foot tribulation is absolutely unheard of. Nathan Quinn casually waves a hand, and the Martial King lightning tribulation just stops. Then our guy steps down from the arena like a total boss. Nathan Quinn sits down to meditate, calling back his golden core, while deep inside the Fei Yang sacred area, sensing the crazy shift in energy, Lord Fei Yang snaps his eyes wide open. A genius of this level actually spawned in the lower district. Peak Master Lu Feng frantically yells at his guys to get out there. The subordinates immediately scramble to go steal this prodigy. All the heavy hitters rush in. Thanks to the pulling force, Nathan Quinn gets violently yanked straight up into the sky. Duanmu aggressively flexes his aura, roaring out, "Do you want to die?" Someone tries to quickly calm him down, begging the boss to stop. Nathan Quinn belongs to the Fei Yang sacred area, but Duanmu couldn't care less and decides to just use his fists instead of talking. Let's just see who punches harder here. But wait for it, lightning suddenly rips the sky in half, and a totally mysterious guy casually strolls right out from the tear. That ultra-secret VIP is none other than Sacred Lord Fei Yang. Seeing the big boss actually show up, Peak Master Lu Feng respectfully bows down greetings. "Sacred Lord, with you arriving in person, Nathan Quinn is 100% joining our Fei Yang sacred area." Duanmu instantly freezes in total panic. "Oh, we are so screwed." Fei Yang reaches out a massive glowing hand and declares that Nathan Quinn belongs exclusively to them. But right at that very second, another giant hand violently slaps his away. Fei Yang looks completely shocked by this sudden interruption. The crowd stares up in total horror. You've got to be kidding. Did that other legend really show up too? The sky violently rips open a second time, and every cultivator instantly recognizes the Azure Dragon Sacred Lord. Seeing his biggest rival, Fei Yang angrily calls him out, "Azure Dragon, you seriously left seclusion just for one single disciple?" The newcomer smoothly defends his perfectly good logic. A kid with this kind of ridiculous talent might literally become the next generation's Sacred Lord. If I didn't come out here, wouldn't you just kidnap him right under my nose? So let's fight it out. I really want to see who claims this kid today. Right then, Seema loudly cheers, "Hey, look over there. Nathan Quinn is finally awake." The kid opens his eyes and quietly maps out his next move, glad his core is stable. Once this crazy exam is completely over, he's going to need serious time to consolidate his strength and get used to his new power. Fei Yang throws down a super tempting offer. "Nathan Quinn, if you just join my Fei Yang sacred area, I will literally give you whatever you want." Not wanting to lose, Azure Dragon loudly fires back his own pitch. "Nathan Quinn, the Azure Dragon sacred area is where you truly belong," our boy humbly replies, acting totally shocked that both legendary sacred lords showed up in person just for him. "Could you two seniors please wait a second? I still have one thing left to do." Then Nathan Quinn steps right up to Balan, crossing his arms and throwing out a snarky question. "So, do you think you won this match, or did I?" She grinds her teeth in pure anger, wondering if Nathan Quinn is literally just trying to humiliate her right now. Nope. She absolutely cannot tolerate this insult. He doesn't even try to hide it and bluntly asks her, "Do you feel like I'm publicly humiliating you?" Nathan Quinn leans in real close and whispers, "Well, listen carefully, because I am absolutely humiliating you." Shi hears this and angrily clenches his fists. He yells out Nathan Quinn's name, but Belon quickly stops him. "Shi, don't do something stupid." She forcefully calms down and offers up an item. "Thanks for the brutal lesson today, fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn. Here is your sword back." He gently takes the blade, noting that this was actually Zach Shaw's favorite weapon. "I really shouldn't have used dirty tricks to steal this sword today. But hey, everything happens for a reason. Let's just say Zach Shaw graciously loaned this sword to me. If he ever needs it back someday, I'll definitely return it in perfect condition." Nathan Quinn cups his hands, playing along with the fake politeness. "I'll definitely remember this favor." He humbly accepts her totally forced compliment that a famous sword belongs with a hero. "You flatter me too much." After that sarcastic exchange, he decides to drop the drama. The secrets of the ancient era can definitely wait for later. But right now, we've got a way bigger problem on our hands. Nathan Quinn has to pick his faction. Fei Yang throws out a super heavy promise right now. "Nathan Quinn, join my Fei Yang sacred area, and you will instantly become our official backup sacred son. I can literally give you anything your heart desires. You want to kill someone? Go ahead. I'll even make you my personal disciple and pass down my entire life's knowledge just to you." Azure Dragon honestly admits that Fei Yang's terms are absolutely insane. He flat out says his own Azure Dragon sacred area cannot match that crazy level of bribery. Nathan Quinn, I will make you a backup sacred son too. But for everything else, you'll have to fight and earn it all by yourself. Duanmu awkwardly interrupts, calling for his master, but the Azure Dragon promises one massive thing. I can solve the biggest mystery you have right now. Azure Dragon calmly drops a massive hint, for example, the sword in your hand, and the actual truth behind your martial spirit. Hearing that, our boy is instantly sold. Nathan Quinn makes his call. He is joining the Azure Dragon sacred area. The master looks absolutely thrilled. Boom, just like that, he is officially their backup holy son. But Flying Yang chimes in with a serious warning. Nathan Quinn better think this through very carefully. Whatever the Azure Dragon can give him, and even the stuff he cannot, Flying Yang promises he can provide it all. Nathan Quinn just flashes a stubborn grin. He thanks the senior for the love, but his mind is totally made up. Flying Yang gets super salty and threatens him. Fine, if the kid has decided, the Sacred Master will not waste another breath. From now on, the Flying Yang sacred area considers him a total enemy and will hunt him down. Nathan Quinn is not even scared, he actually looks pretty hyped. Bring it on, he says, hoping Flying Yang does not disappoint him. The angry master does not want to stick around anymore and storms off in a serious huff. He tells his people to stay and pick disciples while he leaves. Meanwhile, up on the 5th floor of the Martial Serendipity Pavilion, a servant excitedly reports some crazy news. Master, they have waited 1,000 years, and the anomaly of the Kanglin continent has finally shown up. Should they actually give the kid a hand? After all, when he visited the pavilion earlier, they honestly gave him barely any rewards. The mysterious boss quietly breaks it down. Gifts are not about the amount, but giving exactly what someone needs. As for helping him out directly right now, he does not need their help yet. But once he gets a whole lot stronger down the line, that power-up is definitely going to attract attention from those guys over there. The boss hands out a mission, stressing that their real job is to hide his destiny. They have to keep those enemies completely in the dark for as long as possible, buying him time to grow up. The servants bow and accept the sneaky orders. Time to jump right back to the wild arena floor. Duanmu Feng is basically gloating now. Since Nathan Quinn chose the Azure Dragon side, he tells the Flying Yang crew they can go ahead and pick from the remaining geniuses. Right on cue, Shiyi arrogantly steps right up. He is joining the Flying Yang sacred area. Bailan agrees completely, saying she wants in with Flying Yang too. Zach Shaw is totally speechless and just stares at Shiyi in shock. Swallowing his pride, he follows along, declaring he will join them too. Sima excitedly throws an arm over his shoulder. Well then, Sima announces he is joining Azure Dragon, asking big bro Nathan Quinn to look out for him. The Flying Yang guys raise an eyebrow with a warning. They tell their big bro that since Nathan Quinn picked Azure Dragon, he better treat the kid extremely well. Duanmu happily agrees to the terms. Of course he will. It is getting pretty late, so he tells them to pack up and take their people back home. Nathan Quinn nervously calls out to the master, who quietly tells the boy to follow him. They shift to a super quiet space, where Nathan Quinn is practically vibrating with questions. He asks the Azure Dragon Master if he can finally spill all those big secrets now, but the old man smoothly shuts him down. Not quite yet. He has to wait until his cultivation actually hits the absolute peak of the martial ancestor realm. Only then can he hear the truth. Nathan Quinn gets super disappointed and asks if this is some kind of joke. The Azure Dragon gently tells him to chill out. Even though he cannot reveal everything just yet, Nathan Quinn has to trust him. He literally means no harm to the kid at all. In this whole entire world, he might just be the one guy who treats Nathan Quinn the best. Nathan Quinn sarcastically thinks to himself, treats me the best. Yeah, right. How shameless can a guy be? But get this. The master solidly drops some convincing proof. He might not trust a total stranger on the very first meeting, but he definitely has to believe in his own martial spirit. The moment he says that, the battle spirit instantly pops out. Nathan Quinn is completely stunned and has absolutely no clue what is happening. He did not even activate the divine god of battle spirit. Why the heck did it show up just from the sacred master saying one single sentence? The old man strokes his beard kindly. He tells Nathan Quinn not to overthink it and just wait until he hits the peak martial ancestor realm. He will absolutely explain everything then. For now, the kid just needs to push himself super hard, making sure he does not let Tang Qingshan down in 3 years. The Azure Dragon regretfully talks about the distant past. Back in the day, he had 4 disciples and 1 adopted daughter under his wing. Tang Qingshan did not have the highest martial spirit rank, but his talent was seriously something special. If nothing went wrong, that guy would have made huge waves in the upper district. Sadly, after that big incident, he just could never get his spirits back up. Honestly, the master does not even blame him anymore. Nathan Quinn totally gets it and vows to repay his kindness. Senior Qingshan treated him like a mountain of pure kindness, so he definitely will not disappoint him. But then the old man pulls out a rare material, explaining its details. This right here is a primordial stone. Ever since the upper district locked down the lower district, these things became insanely precious down here. The whole reason strong cultivators push to reach the upper district is basically just to get their hands on this stuff. Nathan Quinn curiously reaches out for it, but before he can even touch the stone, Azure Dragon snatches it right back, stressing how crazy valuable it is. You cannot just buy this with gold. If he wants one, he has to earn it himself. The kid feels totally robbed and secretly complains. The old guy just claimed he would treat him the absolute best, yet he will not even hand over a single measly primordial stone. Nathan Quinn carefully tests the waters, asking the sacred master about the upgrade requirements for his divine god of battle spirit that he mentioned earlier. Does that promise still hold up? The old man drops the truth with zero hesitation to upgrade his god of war soul. He needs this exact material. Than Long is pretty chill about it, tossing him a substitute gift instead. He admits he cannot hand over origin stones, but he prepared something else entirely. He hands over an identity token belonging to Don Thon, guessing our boy might need it later. Nathan Quinn gives a super respectful bow. Massive thanks, Sacred Lord, so I will head out now. He just hopes the guy will not break his promise once he hits the peak Votong tier. The big boss nods absolutely, and with that little chat wrapped up, Nathan Quinn completely dips out of there in a flash. Than Long watches his back, placing all his bets on him. His own great tribulation is coming fast, so Nathan Quinn seriously needs to hit Votong tier as soon as possible. Cut to the main hall. A total fan club of senior brothers crowds around, acting super friendly. They are totally hyping him up, telling junior brother Nathan Quinn to come to them for absolutely anything. They even want to throw a massive banquet for him and beg him to show up and give them some face. Our guy stays totally humble, clasping his hands and thanking the senior brothers for all the crazy love. Right then, Don Mok steps up, looking totally stern. He yells for quiet, telling Nathan Quinn, Long Ho, Diu, and Ban Kao that since they just joined Don Mok Peak, they are still total newbies to the Thon Long sacred ground. He promises to send a guide to show them around the whole place. Flexing his authority, he points right at Huang, putting the big senior brother on total tour guide duty. The guy flashes a weird smile and totally agrees. No problem at all. Walking along, Huang starts info dumping the rules. He brags that their Thon Long sacred ground is way different from Phi Duong. Over there, it is all about raw power. Crazy strong geniuses can just flat out end people. But over here in Thon Long, you can officially challenge people. You just cannot actually kill or completely cripple anyone. Break that rule, and the punishment is incredibly brutal. But get this, he casually adds that scamming and straight-up robbing people does not actually break sect rules at all. Hearing this insane loophole, Tuma gets super hyped. Say what? You cannot make this stuff up. If robbing is actually allowed here, this sacred ground is literally his total dream paradise. Huang drops his voice to explain the logic. Yep, the sect wants disciples to realize the martial world is a savage place. One careless mistake, and you are getting completely fleeced. Taking in this wild new environment, she smirks. Very interesting. He acts all arrogant, totally agreeing. He declares he is going to teach these chumps how to actually act like real people. They finally stop walking, and the guy acts all polite. He introduces the spot to Princess Diane Diu, Long Ho, and Ban Kao, telling them this cave is their new home. She is absolutely furious and refuses to accept it. Say what? He grinds his teeth, yelling that they are basically tossing him pure charity. Huang stays completely chill, explaining this basic cave was set up by the sect just to test and train the disciples' real skills. He turns around, looking super curious, and demands to know exactly where Nathan Quinn gets to live. The guy smirks, pointing at a completely gorgeous, totally different spot for junior brother Nathan Quinn. Diu instantly loses her mind, screaming about how incredibly two-faced these dudes are. Huang drops his voice, acting super apologetic, begging the three of them for forgiveness. Because of that huge threat from the Phi Duong guys, they absolutely had to give Nathan Quinn a super hidden cave to dodge assassins. He shoves some gifts at them, then just boldly drags our boy away. He tells them those 3 jade slips will basically fast-track their knowledge of the sect, warning them to actually read the whole thing. Seeing this super cringy behavior, Nathan Quinn is totally weirded out. Why is this dude grabbing his hand? Once they reach his private spot, the guy starts acting way too caring. He warns him that even as a prospective holy son, the competition around here is completely cutthroat, so he cannot slack off even for a second. He hands over a jade slip to keep safe. Nathan Quinn acts polite, thanking the senior brother for the heads up. Then our boy casually asks the real question, does the senior happen to know where to find origin stones in this place? Huang looks a bit stunned before spilling the details. Those stones are incredibly rare. You have to swap for them at Dan Ha Peak, and he only saved up a tiny handful himself. Then the guy drops a super creepy hidden invitation. He tells junior brother Nathan Quinn to just swing by his personal cave if he wants to grab those stones. Getting massive goosebumps, he instantly rejects the offer. No thanks, he is out of here. He realizes this total creep swings that way, swearing to beat a lesson into him the second he gets a solid chance. Some time passes, and inside his huge new palace, Nathan Quinn is grinding hard to memorize the area's map, but he frowns, suddenly realizing a massive, annoying problem. Literally every pill, technique, and weapon cost contribution points. And to get just one single origin stone, he needs an insane 10,000 points. Slapping down a peak Martial King beast earns him a pathetic half point. Selling an entire king-level weapon, that only bags him 3 measly points. Total ripoff. Guess what his big brain solution is? He decides that straight-up gambling and robbing people is the only legit path left. That is literally the only way to hoard points fast. To get rich quick, he is going to have to crack some skulls and strike incredibly hard. Cut back to the hall, where a ridiculous mob of fanboys is literally tailing him. They are begging junior brother Nathan Quinn to slow down and sign autographs. He lets out a heavy sigh over the intense stalking. With this massive crowd watching his every move, how is he supposed to rob anyone blind? Looks like it is finally time to bust out that Huang disguise art he learned, plus that super handy identity token the boss just gave him. Right then, Nathan Quinn throws on a disguise and rolls up to his destination. Welcome to Blackhand City. Down in the city square, some loudmouth guy is making a massive announcement. Listen up, brothers. He yells, I am the Lord of Blackhand City. The name is Charles Grant, and today is the day of our totally brutal once-a-month Plunder King tournament. The rules are dead simple. Top ranker after 10 rounds takes the Plunder King title and scores a sweet 1,000 contribution points. Down in the crowd, Nathan Quinn is absolutely stunned. 1,000 points. He thinks that is insane. Meanwhile, the crowd starts whispering in total shock. They realize it is actually Xiao Xu, the 5th guardian herself. She is also the 8th term Plunder King. Young Master Bai steps up, totally pumped to challenge her. So the 8th term champion actually showed up, he smirks. Well then, today this king is going to see who is actually the toughest one here, you or me. Everyone goes completely wild. The 3rd term Plunder King versus Young Master Bai? Now this is going to be an epic show. Charles Grant hypes the crowd up even more. Listen everyone. He declares the big shots here today are not just the 3rd and 8th term champions. We also have an absolute living legend of Blackhand City in the house. Rakshasa, the unbeatable beast who held the Plunder King throne for 3 straight terms. Recognizing her true identity, Nathan Quinn physically shudders in total horror. Rakshasa is clearly Zhao Fang, the senior brother from Duanmu Peak. There is no doubt this absolute creep used some twisted transformation technique to physically turn himself into a woman. The guy gracefully bats his eyelashes, begging the crowd for mercy. During this Plunder King clash, he sweetly asks all the senior brothers to go easy on him. This little lady would be so grateful, and will definitely repay you later. The thirsty guys in the crowd eagerly agree. Not a problem, they yell out, Rakshasa, you are our absolute goddess. Then Charles Grant excitedly drops another massive bombshell. Please calm down, everyone, he shouts, because there is one more massively important announcement. The most famous genius in our Azure Dragon sacred area right now, junior brother Nathan Quinn, has accepted my personal invitation to join this Plunder King battle. The crowd collectively gasps in pure shock. What? The Lord of Blackhand City actually managed to invite the Nathan Quinn? That is wild. Our boy freezes, instantly realizing the perfect opportunity here. When the heck did I accept your invitation, he thinks. But honestly, if this guy dares to use my name for clout, watch what happens next. I am absolutely squeezing contribution points out of him. So Charles Grant professionally shifts gears. The registration phase officially starts right now. Anyone who wants to fight can head over and trade 20 contribution points for an official entry token. The disciples happily shove each other, yelling to move aside and let them register. Nathan Quinn awkwardly shuffles forward to ask a favor. City Lord, I do not actually have any contribution points right now. Could you maybe lend me 100? Charles Grant completely scoffs at him. Where did this absolute country bumpkin come from? You want to fight without any points? Then he sees the token and freaks out. Wait, you are the sacred leader's disciple. Nathan Quinn seriously introduces himself, then asks for the points again. I am Duan Qing, recently taken in as the sacred leader's direct disciple. So, City Lord, are you going to lend me those 100 points or what? Panicking, Charles Grant immediately flips his whole attitude. Not a problem at all. Nathan Quinn patiently digs a little deeper. Oh, right. One more thing. If the city's restriction cannot actually suppress my cultivation level, what exactly are you guys planning to do about it? The Lord is absolutely stunned by this crazy arrogance. Cannot suppress your cultivation? Charles Grant bursts out laughing, asking what kind of wild joke that is. He gloats, completely trying to embarrass the guy. Listen up, everyone. This lord just invited a truly unbelievable guest to join our awesome Plunder King clash today. This guy is none other than the Azure Dragon Sacred Leader's newest disciple, junior brother Duan Qing. Charles Grant raises his voice to recount everything. This is junior brother Duan Qing's very first time competing. He actually just asked me what happens if Blackhand City cannot suppress his high cultivation level. What do you all think about that? Nathan Quinn furiously curses in his head seriously. Shut your stupid trash mouth. Hearing this, the disciples completely jeer at him. This city was literally built by Peak Master Zhang Yu using ancient black stone. Even envoys get suppressed here, let alone some random rookie like him. Junior brother Duan Qing is basically a newborn calf trying to fight a tiger. Exactly. Charles Grant smugly concludes the roast, challenging him. Do you finally understand now, Duan Qing? Of course, if you actually manage to break the restriction, that is purely your own skill. Our Blackhand City will absolutely not cause you any trouble. Thrilled by this, our guy immediately emphasizes the deal you said it yourself, so I really hope you keep your word. With that settled, Charles Grant updates the status. All right, everyone, registration time is officially over, so please step right into Blackhand City. Half an incense stick later, the brutal war officially begins. Right then, Zhao Fang steps up to flirtatiously make a suggestion. Junior brother Duan Qing, I am Rakshasa. I was wondering if you might want to team up as allies with me later so we can work together. Nathan Quinn gives zero face and flat out rejects the creep, telling him to get lost. Annoyed, the guy decides to relentlessly pursue him anyway. What a fiercely stubborn wild horse. Honestly, if this lady had not already set her eyes on Nathan Quinn, I would definitely bully you right now. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, your senior brother sacrificed so much for you. Once I earn enough contribution points to buy that forbidden medicine, you better obediently let me pamper you. Without any hesitation, he strikes a majestic pose and completely activates the formation. The Great King of Kicks battle officially begins, and the cultivation suppression barrier activates. Nathan Quinn just smirks with pure disrespect. Like, does this pathetic little barrier really think it can hold a guy like him down? Nathan Quinn unleashes a massively aggressive strike. Boom, Dragon Mark Golden Core. He dives straight into the chaos entirely hyped up, ready to start his absolute wild hunting spree. One terrified disciple completely loses his mind. This Don Than guy is a total freak. The match literally just started and he already wiped out 20 whole people. The scoreboard flashes the insane results right away. First place is Don Than with 400 contribution points, and second place is Lasat with 200. Third place goes to Tu Tuyet with 100 points, followed by Bak Thieu holding 80. The crowd totally loses it over rank 1, praising him non-stop, absolutely worthy of being the Than Long Sacred Master's direct disciple. Spotting him approaching, they absolutely panic and scream. Bad news, it is Don Than. Everybody split up and run. Nathan Quinn just gives this cold smirk. You really think you can run? He just super casually chucks 3 stones right at them. In a split second, they take a direct hit and faceplant hard into the dirt. Nathan Quinn snatches their tokens and cheerfully announces their elimination. Every single one of you is out. Checking the updated score, he quietly starts plotting a completely brand new strategy. Rank 1 is Don Than with 600 points. Second is Lasat at 300. Third sits Tu Tuyet with 200 points. Fourth is Bak Thieu at 180. After Trin Coat totally exposed him in the plaza, basically everyone recognizes his face now. They literally bolt on sight. So what is his master plan here? Yep, time to totally swap identities again. Nathan Quinn excitedly shifts his entire appearance. Now he just has to chill and wait for the perfect opening to hunt down the top players on the leaderboard. Checking the highest names, he eagerly verifies the targets. Rank 1 Lasat at 1800 points, Rank 2 Bak Thieu holding 1200. Third place, Tu Tuyet has 1100 points, while Don Than sits way down at rank 17 with 600. It is officially go time. The second a new guy shows up, Bak Thieu defensively snaps. Who goes there? The great Bak Thieu is working here, so get completely lost right now or things get ugly. Nathan Quinn totally mocks him, since when do mere scrubs speak? Before finishing the sentence, he blasts a punch right into his face. That is for talking too much. The disciples scattered on the ground are way too shocked to even speak. Bak Thieu just got absolutely handled. Right then, True Huang arrogantly charges in, totally trying to show off. You really want to fight me? Not a chance. But suddenly the guy actually notices the strange newcomer standing there. Wait, someone is here. It is freaking Don Than. True Huang aggressively throws a massive attack, yelling at Don Than to eat his palm strike. Nathan Quinn just sarcastically powers up, totally mocking the attempt. Heaven has a road you ignore, and hell has no doors yet you kick them down? He lands a single devastating palm, blasting the guy away completely unconscious. Witnessing that insane power, Trincoat gasps in absolute horror. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying monster is this Don Thon guy anyway? He actually managed to smash down Lasat too. The crowd watches, totally stunned, throwing sarcastic remarks. Like, what kind of joke is this? Don Thon somehow used just over 80 breaths of time to completely wipe the floor with 50 peak innate realm experts. Absolute beast. Right then, one totally suspicious female disciple speaks up. Master Trin, is there seriously no cultivation suppression working on Don Thon right now? He smoothly tries to calm them down, telling everyone to chill. Hak Thu Than will absolutely give them a solid explanation for this. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn is extremely satisfied with his insane loot. He honestly never expected the very first match to snag over 26,000 contribution points. That is enough to trade for 2 whole primal stones already. Trin Coat immediately raises his voice in suspicion. Don Thon, you showed up at the absolute perfect time. Did you seriously use some dirty trick to keep your cultivation intact? Otherwise, how in the world did you solo everyone in such a stupidly short time? He just shrugs and casually claps back. What does that have to do with you? Did I break any rules at all? Hearing that, the guy angrily connects the dots. No wonder Don Thon asked those questions earlier. This dude was plotting the whole thing from the start. The crowd hears this and aggressively demands a real explanation. What exactly is Hak Thu Thon planning to do about this massive cheat? Can this king of robbery competition even continue at this point? Trin Coat frantically steps up, totally swearing on the integrity of the next match. Everyone, what just happened was a complete accident. Once round 2 kicks off, we are dumping all our power into the Hak Thu Thon barrier, dragging every single person down to the body tempering realm. He turns around and issues a very careful warning. Junior brother Don Thon, in this second round, you are going to be our absolute main priority target. Whatever little trick you used before, you will not be able to pull it off again. Nathan Quinn shows zero fear and directly taunts him. Then bring it on already. Right on cue, Bak Thu cheerfully throws out a brand new idea. Listen up, brothers. I have a pitch. The second round 2 starts, we all gang up and completely eliminate Don Thon together. What do you say? The crowd eagerly agrees, totally digging the plan. Like, no way our whole group fails to beat this one guy. Right then, Huang fakes this super dramatic pity party. Don Thon purposefully blasted a palm strike straight into my face. There is absolutely no way I can just swallow this insult. I really need you brothers to help me get my brutal revenge. The other disciples instantly roar in total agreement. He dared to bully my goddess. We have to finish him. Hell yeah. Catching the hype, Trin Coat proactively announces the new round. All right, everyone, the second round officially begins now. For this round, Hak Thu Thon is launching a weapon sale because you literally cannot bake a cake without the right ingredients. If you guys actually want good scores, do not forget to buy weapons. Seeing his sudden rushed movements, the crowd totally panics, thinking Don Thon is running way too fast. They figure this dude definitely knows his own limits. He totally knows if he sticks around, he's getting jumped. Right on cue, he triggers the restriction array. A glowing circle pops up instantly, locking down the whole area with the primordial black stone formation. Charles Grant slaps a seal onto Nathan Quinn, proudly bragging about his 3 cultivation locks. He explains how the first seal completely severs his martial spirit connection, while the third one strictly locks down his entire physical body, and that final seal tightly binds his inner core, meaning no matter what sneaky tricks he pulls, escaping is literally impossible. But Nathan Quinn is just grinning inside. He could literally shatter this garbage seal whenever he wants. But he's in no rush at all. Buying a cool new weapon sounds way more fun right now. In a flash, Nathan Quinn casually shapeshifts and vanishes using a divine movement art, popping right up inside a local weapon shop over in Blackhand City. He casually browses for gear, pointing straight out, yeah, I want this exact one. Gripping that heavy iron rod, Nathan Quinn smirks like an absolute menace, hoping those fools do not actually come begging for a beatdown. Meanwhile, the others are frantically looking around. Where the heck did Duanqing go? Where did he run off to? We already got our weapons. Sick of waiting around, young Master Bai spins around in pure frustration to ask the crew. He asks Luo Sha for a sneaky plan, but Zhao Fang instantly gets defensive and snaps back. Why are you targeting me like that? Luo Sha just rubs his chin like a movie villain, dropping a major hint he actually knows exactly how to track that guy down. Turns out Blackhand City does not just sell weapons. For 3,000 contribution points, they will literally sell you the live location of any contestant. Location secured. The gang rushes over like they are about to win the lottery. But Nathan Quinn already sees it coming. Grinning to himself, looks like those clowns are finally ready to make their big move. The mob starts hyping each other up, yelling that Duanqing is right inside the courtyard. Hurry, do not let him slip away. Zhao Fang struts up all arrogant to corner him. He barks out Duanqing, you are completely surrounded, so be smart, drop to your knees, and accept your punishment. He casually strolls out with total disgust, telling them they are the ones who better start begging right now. He gives them one final warning: kneel down and get out, or do not go crying, when he completely ignores their status as fellow disciples. Zhao Fang just laughs, mocking how arrogant he acts right before dying. Young Master Bai then loses his temper, rallying the whole gang to attack him altogether. With the brawl officially kicking off, Nathan Quinn does not hold back, shouting that they literally brought this epic beatdown upon themselves. Feeling his insane pressure, the disciples completely lose it and scream in pure terror. Peak Martial King tier. Duan Qing's cultivation is not sealed whatsoever. They panic and scream for their lives to run, but he mercilessly strikes them down anyway. Hearing the screams, Charles Grant flinches and whips his head around. Oh, this is looking incredibly bad. He frantically sprints right over to stop the brutal chaos. Charles Grant yells at Duan Qing to halt immediately. A half-dead guy desperately begs the city lord for help. Nathan Quinn just tilts his head, wondering why he should stop. He reminds Charles Grant that the fight is absolutely not over, and even a city lord cannot interrupt. Plus, did he not literally say that breaking Blackhand City's restrictions with pure strength does not count as breaking the rules at all? A seriously bruised Zhao Fang angrily grabs onto his leg, sobbing about how he ruined his big plans and completely destroyed his love for Nathan Quinn. He just kicks the weirdo away in disgust. What the heck is he even talking about? Meanwhile, Charles Grant starts giving him a massive, dramatic lecture. He angrily demands if Duan Qing knows what he just did. Those guys were mostly his senior brothers, and he completely abused his overpowered cultivation to brutalize them. Honestly, you have to respect the absolute nerve on this kid. Nathan Quinn just shrugs. So what? Hey, City Lord, when does round 3 start? The crowd absolutely loses their minds, cursing him out and screaming that he must have a serious death wish to act this cocky. Charles Grant just sighs in total defeat, realizing that as long as this insane Duan Qing kid sticks around, holding the Martial King tournament is literally impossible. Swallowing his pride, Charles Grant actually clasps his hands and apologizes. He admits he totally underestimated how incredibly powerful this junior brother was at such a young age. He acts super respectful now, admitting he was completely out of line earlier. He heavily begs Duan Qing to just be the bigger person and let the whole thing slide, offering to grant any request. Nathan Quinn immediately agrees, but casually drops a major condition first. He announces he will gladly sit out the next match, but only if they hand over 50,000 contribution points right this second. The guy is completely mind-blown, thinking he heard that wrong. Nathan Quinn just raises an eyebrow with a cool stare. What is that a problem for you? Sweating hard, Charles Grant stammers out that it is absolutely no problem. Fast forward to the mission hall, where our guy confidently states his next crazy goal. He wants to trade for 11 whole origin stones. Hearing that massive number, the shocked manager repeats it aloud, before politely explaining how things actually work around here. Look, junior brother, you probably have zero clue about this. See, the Azure Dragon sect has this annoying daily limit of just 3 origin stones, and guess what? Today they are down to their absolute last one. Does he still want it? Nathan Quinn forces a sigh and takes the single stone, but the manager suddenly drops a much better alternative. If he needs them fast, there are actually 2 other totally solid ways. First off, alchemy. If he can whip up a 6th grade pill, the sect will trade him as many stones as he wants. Then he hyped up option 2, taking on those elite honor missions. As luck would have it, the sect just dropped 5 new honor quests today, and 2 of those bad boys are an absolute perfect fit for him. Hooked. Nathan Quinn immediately asks what the missions actually are. The manager explains everything. Down in the lower region sits the Martial Ancestor Mystic Realm, with only 3 exclusive slots open. If our guy can snag just 1 spot, he gets 3 shiny origin stones as a reward. And if he drags 2 other Azure Dragon Sacred Area disciples along to steal 3 spots, the prize jumps to 10 origin stones. For this grand opening of the Martial Ancestor Secret Realm, both Azure Dragon and Flying Yang Sacred Areas sent 6 absolute peak experts. Plus, there is a whole wild bunch of rogue cultivators and rich empire geniuses thrown into the mix. Nathan Quinn seriously weighs the sweet benefits of this crazy rare chance. Grabbing that secret realm power means he can perfectly cleanse his inner core. He could forge his origin soul and break right into the expert tier. He respectfully clasps his hands. I totally get it now. Thanks for the tip, senior. Cut back to Nathan Quinn chilling in his cave. The second he taps his treasure, a super loud notification pings. Congrats to prospective Holy Son Nathan Quinn for accepting this glorious mission. We finally got 6 people, so everyone hustle over to the Duanmu Martial Arena right now. He hypes himself up, seriously hoping the so-called geniuses fighting for those secret realm spots this time actually put up a decent fight. Meanwhile, over at the Duanmu Martial Arena, all the disciples are hardcore sweating through their training. Suddenly, Elder Wu spots our guy strolling in. His eyes pop open and he practically jumps up to give a super warm welcome. Nathan Quinn, I cannot believe you actually showed up for the Secret Realm spot fight. You better go absolutely all out there. Beat those flying Yang punks until they literally cry. Nathan Quinn confidently smirks, fully ready for action. Naturally, his new teammates happily line up for introductions. Heard so much about you, I am Truong Phi. I am Vuong Duong. Brother Tan, just call me Tu Tam, and I am Tu Vu. But one edgy kid in the back just rolls his eyes hard. Elder Wu sees the disrespect and immediately snaps. Luong Kai, what is with that attitude? Nathan Quinn is the prospective holy son of our Azure Dragon sacred area and easily our strongest squad member. You guys are heavily relying on his skills for this mission, so you better show him some proper respect right now. Luong Kai completely ignores him and drops into a fighting stance. Sure, Nathan Quinn is crazy strong, but betting everything on just one guy for this secret realm is a terrible idea. Without warning, Luong Kai aggressively charges forward to attack. Take this, Nathan Quinn, he yells, but before he even finishes his threat, Nathan Quinn casually catches his hand and bends his fingers completely backward. Nathan Quinn calmly smiles at the reckless challenge. Fine, he says, I will make you completely submit. A second later, he tosses the guy aside and completely drops the aggression. Let us just pretend that little scuffle right there was a friendly warm-up exercise. We are all Azure Dragon disciples chasing the exact same honor for our home base. If we do not stick together, there is zero chance we walk out of here in first place. Luong Kai is totally stunned, breathlessly muttering Nathan Quinn's name. Elder Wu nods in pure agreement and quickly gets things moving. The kid is totally right. Since everyone is finally here, let us move out right now. Meanwhile, over at the Flying Yang Sacred Palace, a servant respectfully bows. Tu Thien Ha has invited the Holy Maiden to a banquet. So what is the verdict? Biklan coldly turns it down. She is not going. Instead, she demands any updates on Nathan Quinn. The servant frantically reports that Nathan Quinn is currently heading straight for the Martial Ancestor secret realm. Well then, she smirks, suddenly highly interested in this secret realm trip, especially since she is joining too. Sure, Nathan Quinn was wildly impressive back at the Azure Dragon sacred area, but his actual combat strength is still a huge question mark. Now watch, this scene shifts to the Red Maple Empire Palace courtyard. An angry senior brother screams at them to let his junior sister go, but Prince Fong Nu just arrogantly laughs. The prince claims his attention is an absolute honor for her. He mocks them, do not think you are untouchable just because you belong to the Azure Dragon sacred area. My older brother is the star disciple of the bloodthirsty city lord, and he is inside this palace right now. So if you know what is good for you, get out. An elder sees the whole mess and nervously asks Prince Fong Huang what this is all about, trying to awkwardly laugh it off. He says the kids are just having a little fun, no big deal, and as elders, they really should not be stepping in. Come on, drink up. But the senior brother completely snaps, charging in and grabbing his collar. The cowardly prince frantically shrieks out, Big brother, save me, they are trying to kill me. Right at that very second, a mysterious guy suddenly channels his energy for a brutal strike. He aggressively launches himself straight at the furious senior brother. Spotting the dirty sneak attack, Nathan Quinn loudly yells out to stop. Stand down right now, Red Maple Crown Prince. Just like that, the prince instantly freezes his attack. Even the wild leaves swirling in the wind seem to completely settle down around them. Fong Huang suspiciously asks for his identity, but our guy just stands there in pure silence, his face completely cold and unbothered. Nathan Quinn brushes off the question entirely. Who he is absolutely does not matter, but that little brother needs to kneel and kowtow 100 times to Tu Vu. Fong Nu hears this and absolutely loses his mind. He screams that making him kneel to a girl is a pure death wish. Nathan Quinn steps into the light with a cocky grin. Is that so? Recognizing the face, the prince looks like he just saw a ghost and fearfully gasps Nathan Quinn's name. But the younger idiot just keeps shouting empty threats. He reminds them his brother is a star disciple of the bloodthirsty city lord. Bow 10,000 times right now if you want to live. Then maybe he will consider letting them go. But Fong Huang furiously smacks his idiot brother on the head. Shut up, you are the only one begging for death here. Then the terrified prince just stammers out nervously. Brother Tan, what are you even doing here? Damn it, he thinks. If that spoiled young master had not fed him lies, he never would have messed with the Azure Dragon sect disciples. Nathan Quinn glares back, making his absolute displeasure totally obvious. Looks like you stumbled into some pretty lucky encounters since we last parted ways. But even with all that extra power, you really should not be acting this reckless and wildly out of line. Hong Feng stammers out a terrified reply. Meanwhile, his big brother Feng Wu feels totally betrayed, rubbing his aching head while scolding him. Big brother, why are you hitting me? I am your own flesh and blood, yet you smack me around just to defend a complete outsider. Feng Wu furiously kicks his little brother right into the dirt. You idiot, he snaps out when I tell you to kneel. You kneel! Hong Feng finally pieces the hints together. His older brother is acting completely terrified, which means this stranger must have a seriously terrifying background. Following his brother's strict orders, he desperately slams his head into the ground, stammering out a pathetic apology. Miss, I was so totally wrong earlier. I am absolute trash and deserve to die. Seeing this, the gentle Yara Shaw awkwardly speaks up. Senior brother, maybe we should just let them go. Nathan Quinn nods. Get lost, he barks. Once Feng Wu scrambles away like a frightened rat, Nathan Quinn turns back and strictly demands the real truth. Tell me right now who exactly ordered you to pull a stunt like this. No matter how much of a reckless playboy the fifth prince might be, he is still royal blood. He would never be stupid enough to casually provoke disciples from the mighty Azure Dragon sect. Hong Feng looks painfully conflicted, completely terrified to spill the secret. Suddenly, a mysterious young guy steps out from the shadows to break the tense silence. Well, that was not fun to watch at all. Yep, it was me. I told the fifth prince to officially invite Miss Lin here. Nathan Quinn, I have heard the wild rumors about you for a long time. Finally getting to meet you today. The mysterious newcomer is none other than Fei Ping. He acts completely arrogant, pushing a creepy vibe that clearly terrifies her. Miss Lin, since the useless fifth prince failed to grab you, I guess I have to personally invite you back to my private room. Without wasting a single second, the vicious Fei Peng lunges forward with a wicked demonic claw strike. Trembling in absolute panic, Yara Shaw cries out for her senior brother Nathan Quinn to save her. He instantly blocks the heavy strike. Nathan Quinn follows up with a brutal counterpunch, blasting the guy backwards. Get the hell out! Fei Peng glares with pure jealousy and spits out a threat. As expected of Nathan Quinn, the guy two great masters fought over. But you just crossed someone you really should not have messed with. Wait for it. Once the martial ancestor realm opens up, I am definitely going to rip your life away. Nathan Quinn hears the threat and quietly repeats it, someone I should not offend. Yara Shaw grabs his arm, checking in with total concern. Senior brother, are you okay? Nathan Quinn gently smiles and promises he is perfectly fine. Right on cue, Elder Wu rushes over to quickly report the latest situation. Nathan Quinn, the secret is fully out. Everyone knows you are joining the Martial Realm tournament now. We need to pack up and head straight out to Haohai City right away. But check out the massive scene over at Linhai Square in Haohai City. The whole plaza is totally packed with eager disciples, waiting for a certain famous figure to show up. The massive crowd absolutely loses their minds. Nathan Quinn is actually here. This is the insane genius who triggered 9,999 lightning strikes. Almost immediately, Fei Peng drops from the sky right behind him. Spotting this massive arrival, the restless disciples start whispering like crazy. Fei Peng made it too. Rumor has it he already tossed down a brutal challenge to Nathan Quinn back in the Empire. Man, I wonder who is actually the stronger fighter between them. The two rivals lock onto each other for a painfully long time. They just stand there glaring, playing the world's most intense staring contest. The nervous audience is practically dying of impatience. Why are they not throwing punches yet? Hey, stop staring at them. The elites from the Fei Yang sect just showed up. Right on cue, a ridiculously flashy carriage from the Fei Yang sect pulls to a halt. Nathan Quinn blinks in surprise. With an entrance this huge, what are they planning? Bailan steps gracefully from the fancy carriage, greeting him with a sweet smile. Taoist Nathan Quinn. It has been too long. I missed you dearly. Nathan Quinn instantly throws his guard up. Of course it is her. This woman haunts him worse than a ghost. Oh, I have really been looking forward to this, she teases. Taoist Nathan Quinn. Just remember that the Martial Realm tournament is all about raw, brutal combat strength. Your fancy comprehension tricks will not save you here. I honestly cannot wait to see what your actual combat power looks like. Nathan Quinn just gives her a frozen stare right back, and I cannot wait to see what cheap, dirty trick you are planning to pull today. Bailan just smiles, refusing to spoil her plans. You will find out soon. Right then, Elder Dong steps up to deliver a strict warning to the crowd. Listen up, fellow Taoists. Before the massive gates to the martial realm finally open, I absolutely must make one thing completely clear. According to ancient history, messing with the old seal hidden inside the martial realm always brings a terrible disaster. Once you step foot inside, do not touch that ancient seal under any circumstances. He holds up a glowing token so everyone can clearly see it. The second you step into the trial zone, every single one of you gets one of these. If your token gets snatched by a rival, you are instantly eliminated. But here is the crazy part, hoard 8 of them, and you can activate the Central Island statue to unlock a massive legacy reward. He passes out some gear with a serious look. Keep these safe, they are voice transmission tokens. Once the 6 of you drop into the trial zone, make absolutely sure you never lose contact with each other. Nathan Quinn respectfully nods his agreement. Understood. Right then, a sweet voice cuts in to propose a deal. Fellow Taoists gathered here, please allow me to hand out some of my own transmission tokens. Once the realm finally activates, I sincerely hope you all reach out to me. I have a rather massive business opportunity I want to discuss with every one of you. Bam. Without waiting for any answers, Bailan quickly tosses her silver tokens into their hands. The surrounding disciples totally lose their minds. I am definitely taking this deal. Allying through trade is basically a free pass. Nathan Quinn just watches in pure shock. He has to admit, Bailan's manipulative little tactics are actually incredibly brilliant. Wait a second. Over in the dark corner, Zhao Feng glares with pure rage and mutters a nasty curse. How dare that woman mess with our beloved Nathan Quinn? Nathan Quinn shudders at the creepy obsession. Why the hell is that total pervert Zhao Feng entering the martial realm too? Right then, a super gentle voice chimes in Nathan Quinn. Are you doing okay? He looks around in total confusion. Weird. Why is he suddenly hearing Princess Dear's voice out of nowhere? Just then, Nathan Quinn spots her in full disguise and blurts out in total shock. It really is her, but wasn't she refining pills? He cautiously walks over to ask exactly why the princess is here today. She just flashes a bright smile. Apparently, she heard from that old guy Don Mok that Bishlan wanted to bully him, so she came to check, but she instantly backpedals. Do not get the completely wrong idea. The princess absolutely does not care about him. This is solely because he is her personal servant. Nobody else is allowed to bully him but her. Nathan Quinn just smiles at that classic stubborn attitude. She is still as ridiculously overprotective as ever. She gets flustered and demands to know what he is laughing at. He smoothly changes the subject. Since she is here, they might as well team up to teach that girl a lesson. Dear eagerly takes the job, telling him to leave it to her. Meanwhile, a massive glowing lake suddenly appears right in the sky. Elder Ingo Laun carefully warns all the cultivators to listen up. Only the top 24 ranks are actually allowed to enter the secret realm. Anyone not on the official list forcing their way inside, the island's restriction will kill them instantly. He waves his hand, teleporting everyone straight to the Martial Ancestor Secret Realm Island, a place completely packed with deadly danger. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn softly lands, immediately checking on his crew. He asks Lung Kai how they are holding up and tells them to send a voice transmission if anything goes wrong. Lung Kai simply nods, confirming they are perfectly fine. At the exact same time, she flies over and calls his name. He nervously asks the princess if she can somehow track down Biklan's exact location. Dear shifts right back to her normal form. She gives it to him straight. No way. She used a secret art to suppress her cultivation down to the Martial King tier, making wide-range scanning completely impossible right now. As she lands, she adds something else. Dear excitedly reveals a pretty crucial clue to him. She actually has the voice transmission token that Biklan handed out earlier. The girl just sent a message. Nathan Quinn happily agrees to the plan. A second later, that manipulative woman's voice rings out. She smoothly greets all the cultivators, reminding them that this Martial Ancestor secret realm only has 3 available spots. Snatching those spots will not be easy, because this competition includes heavy hitters like Phi Bong, Therp Nyut, Tio Chiet, and of course, Nathan Quinn. Bitchland slyly pitches an alliance, asking them not to get mad. She claims she is only saying this so they can all team up and secure a win. She admits she and Nathan Quinn have some serious bad blood. If they help her deal with him, she promises to reward everyone with 3 king-grade artifacts once it is over. She really hopes they can all join forces and completely crush Nathan Quinn together. She announces she is waiting for them right at the central island. He instantly sees through her trap and scoffs. What a garbage trick. Let us head straight to the center. The second they arrive, Nathan Quinn quietly watches the setup from high above. But pay attention here, something feels deeply wrong about this place. It is totally bizarre. Why do those 3 massive statues feel exactly like living people? Could they be the ominous things this island is actually suppressing? Whatever, he can figure that detail out later. The main mission right now is dealing with Biklan. Without hesitating, Nathan Quinn aggressively lands, and that snake flashes a totally fake, welcoming smile. She warmly says fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn has finally arrived. Seeing him charge right at her without hesitation, Biklan quickly throws up a protective energy shield. It is a divine protection light. She arrogantly mocks him. Does fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn really need to strike quite that hard? Staring down that insanely solid defense, he genuinely wonders to himself, how did a direct frontal attack cause absolutely 0 damage to this thing? While he is distracted thinking, Therpnyut and Phibong suddenly charge in together. Nathan Quinn blocks the strike, and seeing this, Dear quickly rushes forward to help. Just 1 strike from her sends them both flying. Bitchland sounds incredibly amused as she throws sarcastic insults. She notes how impressive it is that Princess Dear actually suppressed her own cultivation just to join Nathan Quinn in this martial ancestor exam. Not a simple duo at all. Furious, he simply swings his sword and tells her to shut up, like a pathetic little divine shield could ever block his full attack. Then Nathan Quinn aims straight for the very top of the barrier and slashes down. The second it connects, the shield completely shatters into countless tiny pieces. He smirks after hitting the weak point. Just as he guessed, the major flaw in that defense was right on the top of her head. Right then, Therpnut totally panics and starts screaming threats, telling his brother that if he does not save her, he will literally kill himself. Hearing that pathetic threat, his brother reluctantly steps up to block the attack. Nathan Quinn awkwardly calls out Tiochiet's name, and the guy hopelessly tries to explain himself. Tiochiet begs Nathan Quinn to understand that he is just being forced into this mess. The girl then laughs wickedly, leaping back to make a massive announcement. She thanks senior brother Tiochiet, then tells Nathan Quinn she has prepared a massive gift for him and she is going to hand it over right now. The second she finishes talking, Biklan fires an art straight into those massive statues, and just like that, a weird glowing circle appears over their heads. All three statues shake violently, tearing open a massive dark portal right in the sky above. The disciples completely freak out as they watch. What the hell is this insane shockwave? Why is there so much demonic aura pouring out? Did Biklan actually just break the island's main seal? They rush over to look. Lung Kai is totally confused and loudly demands answers. Biklan, what is going on here? She coldly drops a terrifying secret on them. Maybe these poor cultivators do not know yet, but this exact island was actually formed 100 years ago by a guy named Ma Dan Tonja, trying to escape two massive holy lands. Every single cultivator who drops dead on this island just becomes plant food for the demon venerable to rebuild his actual body. That demoness bitch Lan tries playing nice. She tells them not to sweat it, the seal isn't fully broken, she just cracked it open to borrow a little demonic energy. Dudu knows this is bad news and screams at Nathan Quinn to run. But bitch Lan instantly blocks his path, telling him to stay put. Catching the drift, Thapnat summons his massive blade, pointing it straight at her greatsword martial soul activated. Seeing the danger, our boy nervously shouts out Dudu's name. But Phaibong just raises a hand and warns him, better worry about yourself first, buddy. Kunpung martial soul. Nathan Quinn gets totally locked down by the massive bird and realizes he walked right into a giant trap. Luang Kai totally loses it, screaming at the animals to let senior brother Nathan Quinn go. Meanwhile, Bic Lan quickly fires up the Grand Array. The Nine Heavens Ten Halls Ancient Demon Array fires up absolutely mystical stuff. Nathan Quinn refuses to back down, unleashing his own secret art to counter it. He throws out the profound dragon mark golden core, completely supreme over heaven, earth, and all living things. Following his command, Nathan Quinn's glowing core instantly erupts with power, making that guy totally panic and scream. Oh, you know things are looking rough. He definitively declares war right then and there. Biklan, we are ending this grudge today. Thapnot and Phaibong completely lose their cool and charge forward together, yelling out that they are his real opponents. Nathan Quinn just mocks them with a lazy wave of his hand. You two losers are nowhere near strong enough to take me. Then he summons out his razor-sharp weapon. Gripping his blade, he charges in for the kill, drop dead. They completely panic, desperately screaming out for someone to save them. Nathan Quinn totally loses his patience and roars for them to get lost. Instantly, the dragon inside his core manifests, blasting those guys miles away. Phaibong wipes the blood from his mouth, absolutely stunned a golden core like this is just heaven-defying. Our guy roars, unleashing an incredibly heavy attack. Dragon roaring at the world. The beast opens its jaws and unleashes an ear-piercing shriek, while a seriously annoyed Nathan Quinn lunges straight at them. Time to die. Seeing things go sideways, she grits her teeth and yanks out a glowing treasure. Biklan flexes hard, activating the massive array. 4 palaces, 4 demons, she literally creates a giant box to trap her prey. As the grand array locks down, a terrified Dudu screams out to save him. Sensing that wildly dangerous energy, the guy next to her just helplessly shakes his head, no way. He says the array is just reflecting all their attacks back at them. Bitchlan smugly announces her grand array is fully set. She tells Nathan Quinn that even with his heaven-defying golden core, she is going to completely wipe him off the map today. She uses her ultimate binding technique to suppress his core. He stares in pure panic at that crazy destructive energy. Seriously, what kind of flames are these? They are literally burning up his indestructible dragon mark golden core. She points a shaking finger. Totally freaking out, this is bad. It's the 4 demons destruction array. Now get this, back in the ancient era, this massive array was used to slaughter actual martial venerables. It might lack power now, but it is way more than enough to handle his golden core. Thapnot is absolutely loving this and loudly mocks him. Nathan Quinn, that is what you get for disrespecting bitch Lan, and now this is your final ending. Our boy boldly summons his armor, scoffing that some measly flames could never hurt him. Scorching sun-golden armor, but she just excitedly smashes it to pieces. You don't just easily break the 4 demons' destruction array. 10,000 demons chant. The second she casts it, Nathan Quinn takes a massive hit and coughs up blood. Dew absolutely panics, screaming at Nathan Quinn to hurry up and activate his token. But he just stubbornly glares at the enemy. Are these losers really worth wasting his special token on? Phi Bong decides it is time to strike, declaring that Nathan Quinn is dead meat today. When a mysterious figure suddenly appears, the disciples absolutely lose it. It's the City Lord of Bloodslaughter City, even if it's just a projection. But wiping out some kid like Nathan Quinn? Yeah, totally not a problem. Phi Bong even pulls out his own life-saving token for this, but right at that exact second, a wild lightning bolt violently crashes into the array. He totally panics, yelling that the Demon Venerable's restriction just got broken. The Bloodslaughter Lord points a finger for the finishing blow, screaming die, as he blasts raw energy straight into our hero. Nathan Quinn firmly braces himself to fight back, evolving his divine eyes to wipe them all out. Huang watches him with total hard eyes as expected of the man he set his sights on, but Bitch Lan is not having it, ordering Phi Bong and Thapnot to kill him right now. Huang just excitedly flashes this totally savage smile. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, this whole shameless bunch might be jumping you right now. But don't worry, your big brother is going to rescue you in just a second. You just gotta swallow this sketchy little pill for me first. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn unleashes his clear heart demon sweeping art. Thapnat and Phi Bong immediately grab their heads, screaming in absolute agony from the hit. Huang takes the perfect opening to chuck that sketchy pill right at him. With that lifetime madness pill, Nathan Quinn would fall crazy in love with him. But our boy saw that sketchy plan coming a mile away and completely slices the pill right in half. Huang was smiling like a total creep earlier, so there was definitely some weird devilish trap going on. Nathan Quinn just playfully smirks, no way is he letting that weirdo win. He violently chucks the split halves straight into the open mouths of the other 2 guys as a lovely gift. The second they swallow it, Thapnot and Phi Bong start crazily screaming out for their dear husband. A terrified Huang absolutely hauls it out of there. Telling them to stay far away, Nathan Quinn gets major chills down his spine and sighs in massive relief. Thank goodness that cursed pill totally missed him. She actually claps for him. Bailan smirks, admitting she is pretty impressed. Even the massive SEMA destruction array couldn't crack Nathan Quinn's golden core. So, she figures it is time to settle this face to face. He gets completely hyped for a real fight. He really wants to test her limits, but Bailan just rudely laughs off his strength. She tells Nathan Quinn that maybe at his absolute peak she would be scared, but right now, he is basically running on fumes and completely outmatched. Liang Kai instantly steps up, totally ready to throw down. He tells his senior brother Nathan Quinn that they will crush her together. She does not even blink. Bailan rolls her eyes, sneering that a bunch of low-level extras jumping in won't change how this ends. Plot twist, Bailan rocks a mystic rank 8th grade martial spirit. Someone shouts a massive warning for Nathan Quinn to watch his back. She absolutely eats it up as the other disciples suddenly backstab him with their swords. Bet you never thought your own loyal bros would turn on you like this, she taunts. Nathan Quinn stumbles back, clutching his chest in pure shock. The witch literally commands them to finish the job, and the brainwashed mob wildly swings their blades right at him. Blocking a strike with just one bare hand, he calls out her incredibly dirty trick. She totally used mind control bugs on them. No hesitation. He just straight up crushes the sword. Nathan Quinn instantly fires off a legendary move, the Clear Heart Demon Purging Art. The hypnotized guys snap out of it, completely dizzy. Liang Kai totally panics and asks his senior brother if he is badly hurt. He tries to play it cool and says he is fine, but mid-sentence, Bailan blasts him with a brutally heavy cheap shot. She laughs right in his face with pure disgust. She calls him a pathetic softy for actually caring about his bros during a crazy deathmatch, reminding him sharply that she is the real threat standing right there. Meow Meow absolutely loses her mind. She screams that if Bailan touches even one hair on Nathan Quinn, she will casually wipe out her entire merchant alliance. The villainess just shrieks back a crazy threat. Oh, really? Then I will just kill him right now, she taunts. Nathan Quinn grits his teeth, furiously growling her name. Done talking, Nathan Quinn summons his own martial spirit. The aura is so insanely intense that she actually stumbles backward, realizing it is a mystic rank 10th grade martial spirit. He goes totally beast mode and swings a lethal punch, telling her to just die. Bailan panics as her own heart guarding. Martial spirit gets completely and utterly crushed. And then bam. Nathan Quinn punches her square in the face. He yells that this first hit is payback for scheming against him. He does not stop there and throws another savage right hook. That one is for my brothers, he shouts, smashing his fist right into her jaw again. and with one final punch, he violently knocks her onto the dirt. He stands tall, roasting her for being such a toxic menace that heaven itself rejects her. Zero mercy. He coldly tells her it is game over. Spitting blood, she curses that he is going to die a horrible death. Right on cue, she triggers her emergency panic button, blowing up a sound transmission talisman. But watch what happens next. The other disciples freak out, suddenly feeling their cultivation draining away, realizing that sketchy token from earlier was actually a total trap. Nathan Quinn just scoffs at her desperate move. You think you are the only one around here who can summon a top-tier boss to the fight? Right on cue, a massive spatial rift rips open. She practically begs her master to kill the guy, screaming that Nathan Quinn is a walking disaster who needs to be deleted. Nathan Quinn stays insanely cocky, completely roasting the guy. He laughs that a mere magical projection is actually trying to kill him. Calling it pure delusion, he launches his epic Heaven Gathering strike while Bailan wildly shrieks for her master's help. Elder Han wastes zero time attacking, growling that the kid is courting death. The old man easily sizes up his power. A mystic rank 10th grade martial spirit, no wonder his student lost, but it is sadly going to waste today. Elder Han flexes hard, throwing a giant energy hand that brutally shoves him backward. He confidently declares today is Nathan Quinn's funeral until a furious voice suddenly interrupts. How incredibly bold, the voice roars, daring to touch the exact person I claim as mine. Nathan Quinn totally freezes. He realizes that deep voice does not belong to Senior Ching Shan at all. The guy blocking the hit is actually Venerable Ma Dan. Elder Han calmly accepts the challenge. He mocks Venerable Ma Dan for acting so tough when his power is not even fully recovered. But Ma Dan just laughs it off. Who cares about being fully recovered? He calls the elder out for being just a fragile projection himself. Dropping the small talk, Ma Dan violently blasts his aura straight into the master and student duo. Hearing Bailan screaming in pure agony, Elder Han just scowls and calls her completely useless. Catching his beaten disciple, the elder gives a bitter warning. He tells Venerable Ma Dan to drop the arrogant attitude. Sure, this is only a weak clone today, but he swears that once his real body shows up, Ma Dan is a totally dead man, no matter where he hides. Seeing the two villains trying to bounce from the battlefield, Nathan Quinn yells at Bailan to freeze, but they completely vanish anyway, leaving him super frustrated that the crazy girl actually lucked out again. Playing the good guy, Nathan Quinn politely bows. He totally thanks the senior for bailing him out, but Ma Dan flashes a super creepy smile with a wild demand. If the kid really wants to say thanks, he needs to hand over his entire body. Meow Meow instantly senses the bad vibes and slaps his shoulder, telling Nathan Quinn to run. But before he can, she gets violently slapped aside, and he wildly yells out for the princess. The demonic old guy blocks the exit, looking incredibly smug. Nobody is leaving this island alive, so they better just stand still and let him eat their souls. He promises them a quick end, otherwise, things are going to get super ugly. But Nathan Quinn just stands his ground, ready to die protecting his friends. Hey Ma Dan, the guy you want to devour is right here. This has nothing to do with them. Let them go, or I will blow myself up right now. Feeling completely threatened, the villain grudgingly backs down. He figures the kid has some guts. He screams at everyone else to get lost. Nathan Quinn secretly sends a message, Princess, get them out of here. I already called Thon's son for backup. Hearing this, Dear Dear trusts his crazy plan and turns around to signal the others. Lung Kai, come with me. There is no way Ma Dan can actually hurt Nathan Quinn. The guy looks completely shocked and asks what she is talking about. Dear Dear just flashes a slightly awkward smile and promises they will understand everything very soon. Ma Dan is totally confused. Why is this little girl looking at him with absolute pity? Does she seriously think he cannot handle a weak Martial King kid like this? What a joke. Right then, Nathan Quinn confidently warns the guy, since you drained me earlier, you really should not try anything funny with my body right now. Otherwise, the 100 years of suffering you endured will be destroyed in a single second. The villain highly doubts it, but wonders how dare this punk threaten him. Did he actually set up some kind of trap? Sending a message to the Holy Land? Ma Dan arrogantly calls out the bluff, asking if the kid thinks he missed those pathetic little tricks. Right now, even the peak masters of the two great Holy Lands cannot find you. Nathan Quinn patiently drops another warning. The guy coming is someone you cannot mess with. Let me walk away right now, and I will keep your dirty little secret. But honestly, villains never learn. Unafraid, the crazy demon directly challenges him right back. He really wants to see who else in this entire lower realm he cannot touch. Ma Dan immediately unleashes his crazy power to strike. Enough talking. I am going to refine your physical body and completely devour it. Facing the invisible flames, the kid panics and screams out. This is bad. The demonic soul fire has no form, and even his golden core power cannot resist it. The villain confidently claims absolute victory. Just a little longer, and your body, your energy, and your very soul will be totally mine. Martial statue technique. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn feels his mind get heavily bound. Soul-locking technique. He screams out in hopeless agony as the demonic fire starts refining his very existence. Barely breathing, Nathan Quinn gasps out one absolute final warning for Ma Dan. You really better stop right now. But the demon loudly mocks him instead. Still throwing out threats at a time like this? You really will not cry until you see the coffin. Ma Dan is absolutely thrilled about his upcoming victory. Nathan Quinn, are you seeing this? Once your soul completely fades away, everything you own belongs to me. But right at that exact second, a sword slash grazes his face, leaving him totally stunned. Who did that? The old man casually announces his identity. I am Than Son, and who might you be? Ma Dan stammers back in pure panic. Than Son, you are still not dead? The old man fiercely drops his demand. I remember you now. You are Ma Dan, right? I am giving you two simple choices here. Serve as a slave forever, or die right now. Terrified, the villain desperately looks for an out, asking if they can negotiate. At the exact same time, 3 peak masters show up. Lu Feng Chu, completely shocked, asks Ma Dan if he is still alive. The demon panics, wondering if all these heavy hitters really came here just for Nathan Quinn. Than Son firmly signals that there is absolutely zero to discuss here. Kill him. Ma Dan desperately screams a wild threat. Stop right there. If you guys actually attack me, I will completely destroy his soul. We can all just burn and die together right now. Listen here, Than Son and all 3 peak masters. I seriously did not know this brat had such a deep connection to you guys. I was totally wrong this time. Just spare my life, and I will let him go. How about it? The old man bluntly rejects him with pure disgust. Keep dreaming. The villain insanely tightens his grip around the kid. Than Son, if you really want to kill me, then I am taking him down with me. Seeing this, Duan Mok rushes in to help. This is bad, save him. He quickly steps up to support Nathan Quinn. Oh, it is about to go down. He angrily launches a decisive attack, calling it a total death wish. Suddenly, a strange house aggressively drops a harsh judgment, violating the taboo means dying 10,000 times. Completely panicking, Than Son asks what that thing is. Right after, Than Long furiously yells out how incredibly bold. Trung Ngok and Don Mok call out to their master and holy lord in pure terror. Ma Dan stutters in shock. Than Long Thine Chu opens his eyes and ruthlessly orders death. Terribly frightened, the villain begs for his life. Lord Holy Master, spare me. I will gladly become his slave. Just please do not kill me. Instantly, Than Long shuts down the pathetic little offer. You are absolutely not qualified to be his slave. But if you want to live, turn yourself into a fake core manual to assist Nathan Quinn. Ma Dan is left completely stunned by this outrageous demand. What? If he merges into a fake core manual, he will probably never wash away the slave status in this lifetime. At this moment, the strange house coldly urges him on. Assisting Nathan Quinn is your absolute honor. If you are not willing, then just die. Left with absolutely zero options, he reluctantly transforms into a scroll and shoots straight into the kid's body. After the whole crazy merger, Nathan Quinn's body lightly trembles. The strange house curiously asks Than Long Danchu, what exactly is your true identity? The old man firmly warns them that when the time is right, they will know. For now, stop guessing. Also, you guys better stay completely out of sight. Everyone is watching your every single move anyway. The 3 peak masters just stand there in total silence. Meanwhile, our guy Nathan Quinn is deep in his coma, seriously questioning Senior Than Son. Then Than Long steps in with some gentle advice. Nathan Quinn, the demon alchemy venerable, built his entire legacy on the pseudo-alchemy great canon. Now that the venerable is fully gone, all that crazy power has melted straight into the canon itself. Just refine this rare treasure and the benefits will be absolutely unreal. Right on cue, a single drop of pure essence hits the dirt. He is totally blown away by the massive power spike. It is the pure energy of the demon alchemy venerable. Nathan Quinn's pill absorbs it all and actually starts taking shape. It rapidly morphs right into a child, the legendary 6-dragon golden mark nascent soul. He is hyped seeing his strength jump off the charts. Successful level up. But suddenly, Nathan Quinn snaps his eyes wide open, totally dizzy, grabbing his head as he drops straight to his knees. Nathan Quinn mentally scrolls through his new knowledge and locks in on the 81 distinct alchemy methods. Outside, Don Mok is genuinely impressed by this. Looks like our Than Long sacred area is about to score a moon rank alchemist. Trung Ngok excitedly jumps in, not just that, but he also bagged a 6-dragon golden mark nascent soul. Peak Master Lu looks annoyed and just turns away. I am heading out, he declares, seriously suggesting the older brothers leave the whole info lockdown operation to him. Thon's son drops a careful warning. When Nathan Quinn fired off that voice transmission token to me, I doubt it was just about the demon alchemy venerable. Wait until he finally wakes up and ask him for me. Tring Nok nods with a solid promise, yeah, you can totally count on me. Time rolls by and he snaps awake, totally rattled, thinking to himself who knew the path of alchemy ran this insanely deep. Trung Nok lights up and asks if Nathan Quinn is finally awake. Our guy politely drops a quick thanks. Peak Master Trung, sorry for being such a massive hassle. Tring Nok just nods it off. Getting a front row seat to an alchemy grandmaster rising up? I am totally down for that. Before the second brother left, he wanted me to ask what you actually need from him. Nathan Quinn practically spits out his answer with pure hate. I have to kill Bic Lan. Trung Nok shoots back a stern warning. No way. That is definitely not happening today. The Trading Alliance might not have a sacred lord, but they do have a half-saint. Even teaming up with the second brother, it is a nightmare. Plus, there is one major catch. Whatever went down at the Sea of Death probably was not some random accident, but a massively messed up conspiracy. He is totally stunned by the bombshell that the Trading Alliance was involved too. Trung Nok nods right. We have zero proof right now, but I bet your sudden appearance changes things. When the Sea of Death opens up this time, that old shady conspiracy is definitely getting exposed. He calms him down like a pro. Look, do not overthink this. If you want to deal with Bitch Lan, just go for it. As long as you manage to wipe out Bic Lan in a totally fair and square fight, we will not even sweat the Trading Alliance's half-saint showing up. Nathan Quinn drops a genuine thanks. He heads right back to his cave at the Thon Long Sacred Temple. Now watch how quickly his mood tanks. He complains about his terrible luck thanks to the Secret Realm's chaos. His honorary mission got totally scrapped. Sure, missing those 10 origin stones hurts, but walking away with this stash, his luck is not exactly trash today. He swaps for 3 origin stones at the mission pavilion. Then, Nathan Quinn literally just swallows them whole to test their exact effects out. A second later, he looks ridiculously smug. They absolutely work perfectly. Nathan Quinn grabs a scroll in his hands and starts intensely studying. Let us see if any other missions actually pay out origin stones. Refining a moon rank clear light pill, maybe? Snow rank pills and the rest can all be swapped for origin stones at an 11-to-1 ratio. He rubs his chin, seriously overanalyzing the math. Down in this lower domain, alchemists are split into star, moon, and sun tiers, with 10 grades each. And moon rank pills? Yeah, definitely not easy to make. But hey, he has the Demon Alchemy Venerable's memories hardwired in his brain now. That should definitely speed up the grind. Nathan Quinn does not even hesitate before turning to leave. Time to hit up the Herb Peak, grab some spirit herbs, and test out an alchemy furnace. Cut over to the crowded Herb Peak trading square. A hyped merchant is shouting out loud. Fresh exotic soil right over here. He claims this dirt carries a pure flame aura, perfect for growing fire spirit herbs. Absolute premium grade stuff, so do not miss out. Ancient alchemy prescriptions right over here. Right on cue, Teal'Vur runs over looking completely thrilled. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, where exactly have you been hiding this entire month? I was literally worried to death about you. He blinks in pure shock, asking what she is even doing here. Flashing a bright smile, she reminds him she is a Donmok Peak disciple. Nathan Quinn just nods, finally piecing it all together. Oh, that actually makes sense. That is when this super arrogant guy, Tone Dong, rudely cuts in. Calling some random guy her brother is going to make their real senior brother pretty furious. She glares back, snapping that this is her own private business. It has absolutely zero to do with their senior brother. The jerk just smirks. How is it not related? The senior brother is gearing up for his star rank 4th grade alchemist exam, and he personally ordered you to show up. Do not act like you do not know the deal. Nathan Quinn just frowns in pure disgust, a measly star rank 2nd grade alchemist acting this ridiculously smug. Hearing that, Teal'Vur turns completely pale with panic. Star rank 4th grade? What is she supposed to do now? If senior brother Zheng Kun hits that rank 4 alchemist level, he will totally force Yara Shaw to be his little alchemy servant. They call it assisting with pills, but really she'd just be his personal maid and nobody would care how much she suffered. Sundong steps up and loudly rushes her. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get over to the senior brother. He said if you behave, he will treat you perfectly fine after you become his servant. Otherwise, but right then, Nathan Quinn decisively steps in to block him. Hold on right there, Nathan Quinn aggressively warns him. You are Sundong, right? I do not care whose lapdog you are. Go back and tell that senior brother of yours that Yara Shaw is under my protection. He better know his place and behave himself. The guy furiously demands his name. Who are you to act up at Herb Peak? The crowd completely loses their minds in shock. It is actually Nathan Quinn. Who else would be this incredibly bold? So it really is Nathan Quinn. But you have to wonder, what is he doing here? Hearing that name, Sundong absolutely freaks out. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, he stammers. But Nathan Quinn coldly rejects him. I am no senior brother of yours. Just remember my warning and get the heck out. Right on cue, Jung-kun puts on a fake polite smile to greet him. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, what brings you to our herb peak today? The crowd starts buzzing in total confusion. Wait, is that not senior brother Jung-kun? Why did he show up? Jung-kun tries to smoothly persuade her Yara Shaw, your senior brother is about to become a rank 4 alchemist. I will take you as my pill servant then. But do not get the wrong idea. Your senior brother just wants to help you gain a little more experience, she stammers back nervously. Senior brother, Yara Shaw firmly refuses, I really do not want to. Senior brother Jung-kun, from now on I am leaving Herb Peak entirely. I am no longer your disciple. His face instantly darkens as he warns her. Yara Shaw, you really have entirely misunderstood my intentions. I have absolutely zero ulterior motives with you. Besides, your ultimate dream is to become a grand alchemist. Are you seriously going to abandon your whole dream just because of some fake rumors? Nathan Quinn quickly pulls her back and coldly warns the guy, Jung-kun. Let me make this very clear. Yara Shaw is my junior sister. You better stay far away from her, or do not blame me for getting ruthless. The sly guy uses the rules to defend himself. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, you must be misunderstanding something here. I do not have any improper thoughts about Yara Shaw whatsoever. Besides, absolutely everything I do is strictly according to the official rules of Herb Peak. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, you belong to Duanmu Peak, right? Nathan Quinn calmly admits his status. I am indeed a Duanmu Peak disciple. Nathan Quinn arrogantly declares his stance, but if I see someone I absolutely despise, there is only one single word for it. Jung-kun totally panics and screams for him to stop. But honestly, watch this guy move. Nathan Quinn raises his fist high and decisively charges right in to attack. Just then, someone shouts loudly for them to stop. Nathan Quinn confusedly calls out the name Jiangxiang. Jung-kun pants heavily and quickly spits out a total lie. Junior brother Lang, Nathan Quinn, wants to murder me. Deploy the enforcement team. Yara Shaw anxiously tries to explain the actual truth. Senior brother Lang, it is not like that. But Lang just steps forward with a big smile to greet him. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, long time no see. Nathan Quinn cheerfully praises the guy. Your cultivation actually reached the martial ancestor realm. Looks like you found some insane lucky encounters inside the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Jianxiang blushes modestly at the huge compliment. You are way too kind, senior brother. Seeing this wholesome moment, Jung-kun angrily yells out junior brother Lang. Nathan Quinn is using his status to attack me. He wants to kill me. Why are you not arresting him? Are you seriously letting him go just because you two are old friends? You are totally covering for him. Jianxiang simply shrugs and admits it, mostly because I cannot beat senior brother Nathan Quinn. The guy furiously argues back. Cannot beat him? Cannot beat him? Do you not know how to send a sound transmission to the other enforcement team seniors? If the strict enforcement team captain finds out about this little stunt, he will absolutely never let you off the hook. How on earth could a first stage martial ancestor lose to a peak martial king? You are clearly just covering for him. Jiangxiang coldly snaps back. I really do not need you to remind me of that. Then he softly tries to mediate the chaos. I wonder if senior brother Nathan Quinn can do me a favor and drop this whole thing? But Nathan Quinn firmly refuses to yield. Today's mess absolutely cannot just end like this. Let me ask you something. According to the strict rules of Herb Peak, exactly how should this personal grudge be resolved? Jung-kun instantly takes advantage of the rules to propose a challenge. According to Herb Peak protocol, we can actually resolve this through an official alchemy competition. An alchemy showdown simply means using the exact same spiritual herbs to refine the exact same type of pill. Whoever produces the better pill quality wins it all. And it just so happens I am about to take the rank 4-star alchemist exam. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, if you really want to challenge my alchemy, why not join my exam? Whoever scores higher is the official winner. If I win, you publicly apologize to me in front of everybody here. Nathan Quinn excitedly raises the stakes of the bet. What is a simple apology worth? If I lose, I will kowtow to you 3 times. But if you lose, you kowtow 3 times to Yara Shaw. How about that? She completely panics and whispers out to stop him. Senior brother Nathan Quinn, you absolutely cannot do this. But he firmly reassures her my mind is made up. You do not need to worry. The arrogant guy happily accepts the wild challenge. Since junior brother Nathan Quinn wants to play it this way, your senior brother will naturally indulge you. Let us head straight to the exam area right now. The crowd goes completely wild. They figure Nathan Quinn is just acting out of pure emotion for Hong Yan, completely losing his mind. They have to see this. Cut to the testing grounds. Thietmok angrily demands answers. This is the testing area for 4th-tier star alchemists. So why is there such a massive crowd swarming the place? Trincone is quick to explain the drama. He tells Protector Thitmok to calm down, claiming he and junior brother Nathan Quinn are here for an alchemy duel, and everyone else is just a witness. The old man is not amused, shouting that this is absolute nonsense, pure chaos. He barks that disciples from other peaks are absolutely forbidden from taking the test here. He orders Nathan Quinn to get out immediately. If a genius of his caliber takes a serious hit here, his mental state could shatter entirely. But then, a gentle voice chimes in to smooth things over, asking Protector Thitmok why he is so incredibly furious. The whole crowd starts whispering in complete shock. Tren On actually showed up. Could she really be here to take the 4th-tier star alchemist test too? The old man is stunned, trying to figure out her real motive. He asks why Tren On is here. She completely ignores him and politely greets Nathan Quinn instead, saying she has heard the rumors and is finally glad to meet him. She mentions the gossip about his upcoming alchemy duel with Trin Hon. He just gives her a super blunt answer. Just spit it out, no need to beat around the bush. Tren Owen hesitates for a second, then demands to know what exactly he did to Phi Bong. Why did the guy return from the martial sect's secret realm looking like an absolute wreck? Supposedly a real man, a genius of the lower realm, yet he went totally crazy over Trier Fung. Nathan Quinn just crosses his arms, shrugging off the blame. How is Phi Bong's mess his problem? He tells her to go bother Trier Fung instead. Not willing to back down, she angrily challenges him. She tells him to stop playing dumb, he ruined Phi Bong, and she absolutely will not let him get away with it. If he has the guts, he needs to face her in an alchemy duel right now. If he loses, he cures Phi Bong, then gets on his knees and begs for forgiveness. How about it? She asks. Intrigued by the prize, he questions what happens if he actually wins. Tren On doesn't even blink. If he wins, she will become his personal alchemy servant. Nathan Quinn instantly sees right through her tricky little wager. Keep dreaming, he says. If she loses, she just needs to pay him 10 prime stones as compensation. He squints, secretly running the numbers in his head. This girl is seriously scheming. He holds the ultimate pill-forging classic in his hands. If she actually shadowed him every day, she would absolutely steal countless priceless techniques from him. Caught completely off guard, she nervously agrees 10 prime stones it is. A promise is a solid promise. The crowd is completely baffled, grumbling about how Nathan Quinn has zero romance in his head. A super strong beauty like Tren On offering to be a servant? That is crazy luck right there. Thitmok steps in, totally confused by this nonsense. Hold on, what are you kids messing around for? He yells at Nathan Quinn to get off Thaumok Peak immediately, or he is calling the enforcers to drag him away. She angrily argues back, asking Protector Thitmok why he has to be so insanely harsh. Besides, an alchemy showdown between a Donmok Peak disciple and their own Thaumok Peak would actually be a pretty epic legendary story. Right then, the kid confidently steps up with a proposal, asking Protector Thitmok to officially let him join this crazy alchemy match. He smirks, promising he will definitely go easy on them. The old man sarcastically fires back. Does he think forging pills is as easy as eating candy? He warns Nathan Quinn not to regret this later. Cut to the actual testing ground. Now watch closely, because Thitmok puts on a serious face and announces the rules. The 4th-tier Star Alchemist exam is officially starting now. This test has 2 massive rounds. Round 1 is identifying spiritual herbs for a max of 30 points. Round 2 is the actual pill-forging battle for 70 points. The moment he finishes speaking, he activates his power. Thitmok then pulls out the test item and breaks down the crazy details. This single spiritual herb merges 63 different properties. Anyone who can identify 60 or more gets a perfect score. He is totally hyped for this fun little challenge. Meanwhile, Thitmok stands completely rigid to read the final results. The first round wraps up, and it is time for the grades. He quickly announces the first score. Trin Cone spots 56 properties, earning 26 points. Tren Owen identifies 61 properties, scoring 30 points. The crowd erupts in total disbelief, a perfect score just like that. But when he hits the next name, Thitmok completely freezes. Voice shaking, he drops a bomb. Nathan Quinn got all 63 properties, 30 points, plus a ridiculous 5 bonus points. A Doan Mock Peak disciple like Nathan Quinn somehow managed to analyze every single hidden property perfectly. What kind of sick joke is this? Tren Owen refuses to believe it, instantly accusing him of copying her answers. He just gives her a super arrogant smirk. Him. Copy? It makes way more sense that they copied from him. She turns totally red, scrambling for excuses. She snaps at Nathan Quinn not to get totally full of himself. He just relied on some fancy eye technique, but the second round is the real deal. He coldly issues a challenge. A tiny defeated loser like her has absolutely zero right to bark at him. Tren On is completely speechless. Thitmok immediately crushes the argument, telling everyone to shut their mouths right now. Now the second round kicks off. They get 10 spiritual herbs and 1 hour on the clock, and everyone gets exactly 3 chances to forge a successful pill. He summons the massive forging furnace and officially kicks things off. "Oh, you're not ready for this, round 2 is a go." Trine Cone softly drops a sarcastic comment. He really hopes junior brother Nathan Quinn can keep up that crazy momentum and actually score better than him this time. He flashes a mocking grin, senior brother Trine Cone. "Your actual combat skills might be total garbage, but honestly, your talent for predicting the future is absolutely top tier." The guy furiously swears revenge. "Just wait until the second exam phase. Nathan Quinn, I will personally show you the massive gap between us." Meanwhile, our boy casually weighs his alchemy options, figuring a moonfire pill should do the trick nicely. Even though this is literally his first time ever making pills, with zero actual experience, he decides to just watch the others first. And honestly, pay close attention to this next move. Trink Cone flexes hard, channeling a flashy water and fire dual flow. The crowd totally loses their minds, loudly gossiping about how crazy it is that senior brother Trink Cone mastered this specific technique. They figure this batch is guaranteed to hit the prestigious 4 cloud rank at the very least. Nearby, the Peanut Gallery deeply analyzes another competitor's raw talent. This girl has a martial spirit that completely buffs both of her arms. Being a naturally born dual hand spirit alchemist is insanely rare, leaving everyone wondering who would actually win in a straight-up showdown between her and Trine Cone. Nathan Quinn nods like he completely grasps the entire process now. "Oh, so that is how it works." The crowd just stares in pure confusion. What exactly is Nathan Quinn doing right now? Why is he just standing there completely frozen? Did he already give up on the exam? But then, their mild confusion quickly turns into massive entertainment. He is finally starting his alchemy process. They start jeering. "Let us see what kind of garbage skills he actually brings to a fight against prodigies like Trine Hone and Trun Owen." Seeing him resort to the most embarrassingly basic methods, they burst into sarcastic laughter. One guy snorts, "I thought he would pull out some elite high-tier technique, but it is literally just the most basic fire control flow ever. Absolutely hilarious stuff." Teovor nervously calls out senior brother Nathan Quinn. She is pacing around, visibly terrified he is going to fail miserably here. Relying on basic fire control, even with absolute god-tier luck, can only produce a measly 1-star rank pill at best. Senior brother Nathan Quinn is definitely going to lose this time. Meanwhile, Trink Cone proudly wraps up his batch. Water and fire flow together, heaven and earth energies merge perfectly, and his grand pill finally condenses. Seeing the final glowing result, the whole crowd gasps in pure admiration. 4 clouds, a legit 4-star rank pill. Trink Cone seriously outdid himself this time. Trun On intensely finishes up too, dual hand spirit flaring, her left hand sweeping gracefully. Her right hand commands the elements, merging everything perfectly into a solid pill. Catching a weirdly special fragrance, the dumbstruck disciples start sniffing the air. "What is that smell?" Thietmok excitedly breaks it down for them among pills of the exact same tier, ones that emit a strange fragrance pack, a much stronger punch. Hearing that, they are completely totally floored by her insane achievement. Among all 4-star alchemists out there, how many can actually craft a pill with a rare fragrance? Without raw natural talent, even an elite 6-star alchemist could not pull off a stunt like this. She crosses her arms and smugly demands his attention. "Hey, Nathan Quinn, are you totally blind? I just crafted a 4-star fragrant pill, so you really should stop embarrassing yourself and leave." Trun Owen immediately follows up with a completely unreasonable demand. "Just admit defeat, kneel down, and apologize right now to cure Bong." Nathan Quinn furiously shouts back, but right on cue, his alchemy furnace suddenly explodes into pieces. Trine Cone immediately bursts into obnoxious, gloating laughter. "Junior brother Nathan Quinn, alchemy is an extremely dangerous game. Try not to get yourself killed out here." She throws him a look of pure, unfiltered contempt. "You seriously dare to challenge me with that pathetic level of skill? You really have no idea how vast the world is." The old man just sighs heavily. "Nathan Quinn, time is running out fast. Just forfeit now. Pushing forward will not change anything." He drops his voice, calmly calling out to Protector Thietmok. Nathan Quinn calmly reminds everyone, "The rules the exam strictly gives 3 chances, and I still have 2 left." The old man reluctantly nods. "Fine then. If you are really that stubborn, go ahead and try again." Learning from that total disaster, he mutters to himself, "Making these pills requires absolute perfection, zero room for stupid mistakes. Just now, letting my guard down for 1 single second at the very end caused that ridiculous explosion." Nathan Quinn locks in, giving it absolutely everything he has, but boom, the furnace violently explodes a second time. "Get up." Teovor nervously begs him, "Senior brother Nathan Quinn, please just give up now." The crowd ruthlessly mocks him, yelling out that he clearly cannot even craft a basic 1-star pill, and it is honestly the funniest thing they have seen all day. Trun Oan frowns in pure annoyance. Nathan Quinn, the final result of this entire match is incredibly obvious by now. There is zero need for a pathetic third attempt. Tired of the constant harassment, he aggressively snaps, "Shut your mouths." Nathan Quinn zones out the noise, a born martial fanatic pushing his mind and spirit to totally sync up. He triggers his ultimate technique, the pseudo-pill grand classic. It is just basic fire control flow, yet somehow ridiculously profound. The moment those words drop, Nathan Quinn lets out a fierce roar. The heavy furnace lifts up, completely engulfed in swirling flames. The exact second the process finishes, his hand darts out to grab the freshly baked pill. Nathan Quinn respectfully offers it forward Protector Thiet Moke. "This is the pill I successfully crafted." The old man blinks in total surprise. "Nathan Quinn, what exactly is this?" Trink Cone instantly sneers at him, "Junior brother. What kind of garbage pill did you actually make? It literally does not have a single cloud mark on it. This trash does not even hit the lowest 1-star rank." She smugly rubs it in. "Nathan Quinn, you lost completely, so it is definitely time to honor your promise. Get down on your knees right now." But our guy just smirks. "Who exactly said I lost? The absolute winner of this match is me." Tren Owen completely darkens, growling back at him. "Nathan Quinn, are you trying to play some kind of sick joke here?" He loudly mocks their total lack of vision. "Seeing how completely ignorant you all are makes me seriously doubt the alchemy standards of this whole sect. Tell me, have none of you supposed geniuses ever even heard of a pill within a pill?" Everyone gasps in pure shock. A pill inside a pill. Normally, only a 6th-tier alchemist or higher can pull this off, carefully adding a protective outer shell right as the medicine finishes brewing. This locks in the raw medicinal power, and it also stops anyone else from snooping around. From inside that pitch-black exterior, a bright green pill suddenly reveals itself. The disciples just stare, completely stunned by this unbelievable reality right in front of them. A 5th-tier pill inside a pill? Now honestly, think about how crazy that is. Nathan Quinn has literally never studied alchemy here at Herb Peak. He just smiles and drops the real secret. A 5th-tier pill inside a pill? My bad. But this actually is not its true form. Nathan Quinn casually holds the pill up high for the whole crowd to admire. Seeing this, the other guy stares blankly, recognizing an actual pill phenomenon. Pills of the same grade are split into 3 distinct realms: strange fragrance, visual phenomenon, and spiritual awakening. And Nathan Quinn actually managed to forge a 5th-tier phenomenon pill. Are you kidding me? He confidently challenges them. "Chen Ying, Jung Kun, tell me, who is the actual winner of this test?" The disciples eagerly shout out their verdict. Do you even need to ask? Obviously, Nathan Quinn wins. Right on cue, Emissary Chu shows up and demands to know who refined this lunar fire pill. Everyone starts panicking and whispering, "Why is Emissary Chu here?" "Oh man, Elder Shu is here too." The old man smiles, full of praise. "Chen Ying, you are here too, so the one who refined this lunar fire pill must be you. As expected, your older brother has unmatched alchemy talent, and as his little sister, you are absolutely not far behind." She looks super awkward and quickly scrambles to correct the facts. "Emissary Chu, you misunderstood. I definitely did not make this." The man just laughs, happily throwing out a very tempting offer. "Little girl, do not be so humble. I represent the Protector right now, so how about I specially appoint you as a direct disciple of Herb Hall?" Taimu steps forward, looking completely helpless as he explains that Emissary Chu, the one who actually refined this pill, is Nathan Quinn. The emissary is totally stunned, not believing his own ears. Nathan Quinn steps up and politely bows to greet all the seniors. Mr. Fen Yun then chimes in, politely pointing out to Emissary Chu that Nathan Quinn easily won this test. Logically speaking, we really should have a reward prepared for him. But unfortunately, he is not actually a disciple of our Herb Peak. The crowd happily agrees a reward. He definitely deserves a reward. We cannot just evaluate Nathan Quinn as a 4th-tier alchemist. We absolutely have to invite him to join Herb Peak as a special disciple. He makes a very sincere promise. "Little friend Nathan Quinn, if you agree to become a special disciple of Herb Peak, you will get access to most of our ancient alchemy books. You will also get all the pill resources you need. Plus, this arrangement will not even affect your main cultivation over at Duanmu Peak, so please think about it carefully." But the kid tactfully refuses. "Sorry, seniors, but I just do not have any plans for that right now." Emissary Chu sadly accepts it. "Fine, do not join, but you must take this Herb Peak token." Nathan Quinn lets out a tired sigh. "Man, this is incredibly annoying." Still, he genuinely appreciates the help, turning to Protector Taimu and thanking him for stepping up earlier. He offers him the lunar fire pill as a gift, but the older man is totally flustered. How could he possibly accept something so valuable? Before heading out, Nathan Quinn drops one final serious warning. "Protector Taimu, remember this well. Absolutely do not let anyone else examine this pill." Right at that moment, Hallmaster Jin steps out, looking confused as he asks what all this fuss is about. He glances around curiously. Is the test already over? Everyone immediately bows down and respectfully greets Hallmaster Jin. Spotting the strange pill, the Hallmaster practically panics, demanding to know exactly who refined it. Chen Ying, was it you? She just stammers, completely hesitant. Uncle Jin, no. Emissary Chu forces a smile, explaining to the Hallmaster that this pill was actually refined by Nathan Quinn. The Hallmaster immediately barks out an order. Nathan Quinn, Protector Taimu, hurry up and bring that pill over here for me to see. A second later, Hallmaster Jin loses his mind, blurting out that this is actually a 5th-tier spiritualized pill. He urgently shouts out an order. Everyone, listen up. Go find Nathan Quinn right now and do whatever it takes to recruit him to Herb Peak. Meanwhile, somewhere a little quieter on the mountain, Nathan Quinn is casually explaining his origins. I know you two are super curious about why I suddenly know alchemy. Honestly, I will not hide it during my trip to the martial sect secret realm. I was lucky enough to snag an inheritance. Jian Xiang nods in perfect understanding. So that is what happened. Nathan Quinn brings up his bigger plan. Sure, I got a crazy alchemy power-up, but martial arts is definitely still going to be my main path. Yara Shaw, how about I just pass this alchemy method directly to you, so you can be the one to make it famous? She looks deeply moved but firmly shakes her head. Senior brother, I do not need your alchemy method. I want to carve out my own path. He smiles, totally supporting her ambition. All right, very impressive. The guy then clasps his hands in a respectful goodbye. Well, if there is nothing else, we will be taking our leave. Nathan Quinn nods and tells the two of them to get back to work. Just then, Meow Meow starts throwing endless praise at him. Nathan Quinn, you are seriously unreal. She leans against a tree, asking suspiciously. The entirety of Herb Peak is going absolutely crazy over you right now. Tell this princess the truth. Did you secretly snatch up the demonic alchemy venerable's inheritance? He decides to be honest, partially, revealing that he stumbled upon a weird ancient book called the Pseudo-Alchemy Grand Classic. Meow Meow greedily holds out her hand. Well, hurry up and hand it over to this princess. With a bizarre book like that backing me up, I could easily crush Chen Fei. Nathan Quinn shakes his head. He tells her it is totally fine, but he has one tiny condition. Dudu narrows her eyes, asking what the catch is. He flashes a grin. Extremely simple, he just wants 30 moon-tier pills crafted for him every single month. Dudu furiously snaps back. 30 is literally impossible, 5 max per month. She calls Nathan Quinn a totally ungrateful brat. She reminds him that without her royal self, he would have died 100 times over by now. 30 pills is wild. He holds his ground 20 minimum, or no deal. She surprisingly just backs down. Fine, 20 it is. She demands he hand over that pill encyclopedia right away. Nathan Quinn wastes 0 time sharing the knowledge. Got it, passing it over now. Dudu is absolutely stunned. He actually has the alchemy memories of the demon pill venerable. This is insanely good. With this, her royal self breaking through to a sun-tier alchemist will be an absolute breeze. She suddenly remembers something huge. Is Nathan Quinn entering the 16 Peaks tournament? He just stares back, totally clueless about it. 16 Peaks, what now? Dudu just waves goodbye, telling him to check the honor quests himself. She has to go study this new alchemy method. Meanwhile, deep inside Bitchland's personal palace, that girl is furiously swearing pure vengeance. She vows she will absolutely never forgive Nathan Quinn. Right then, a scout rushes in. The Shadow Saintess sent word Nathan Quinn just forged a Tier 5 spirit pill at the Herb Peak. Bitchland gasps out loud. What? Right at that moment, a glowing talisman appears. Bitchland grins like crazy, gripping it tight. If Nathan Quinn actually dares to join the 16 Peaks tournament, he is dead meat. Meanwhile, he is researching the rules anyone below Martial Emperor can enter. First place bags a massive 1,000 prime stones and 3 royal path weapons. If he snags first place, he can definitely upgrade his divine battle spirit to Earth tier. Pointing at the bamboo scroll, Nathan Quinn locks in his decision. He absolutely has to join this tournament. Right then, Donmok steps up with a serious warning. Things are shifting, and Nathan Quinn has a huge target on his back. Skip the event. But our guy is completely firm. He thanks the senior for the heads up, but points out he has to compete. He promises he will come back alive. The senior finally gives in, telling him to stay incredibly careful. Nathan Quinn maps out his level-up plan. The tournament is 3 months away. He absolutely must boost his combat power before then. Earlier, he conveniently spotted an extreme training ground called Tam Trong Mon right on the Azure Dragon map. Might as well go train there for a bit. Cut to the 8th peak. He looks around, feeling the massive gravity suppression here. No wonder this place is famous for pure, hardcore training. Instantly, stern guards block the entrance. Want to enter Tam Trong Mon? Hand over 1,000 contribution points right now. Nathan Quinn frowns, complaining that entry fee is way too insane. Right then, he overhears some incredibly juicy gossip. Did you guys hear? Tam Trong Mon is opening, and Tam Long and Vo Tich are coming. Those two are top 10 on the Protector leaderboard, and trust me, they are definitely here prepping for the tournament. Someone nearby suddenly shouts out a super annoyed warning. Hey, stop blocking the road, it is Vo Tich. The arrogant guy declares his rule. Anyone under 5th layer martial ancestor must clear a 10-meter radius around him. Since it is your first offense, he is letting you off the hook. Tam Long snaps at his ego. Vo Tich, you are completely unreasonable. The guy just smirks with a taunt. Tam Long, guess the last lesson I taught you did not cut deep enough. He furiously demands what lesson he even means. Let me tell you, at the tournament 3 months from now, I will totally crush you. Vo Tich coldly says he will be waiting. Spotting a familiar face, Tam Long softly checks in. Hey there, brother. Have we met somewhere before? Nathan Quinn politely replies back. Senior brother, this is our first time meeting. Could you explain the Tam Trong Mon rules? He nods in agreement. Sure thing, but you have got to tell me your name first. But wait, here comes the drama. Vo Tich disrespectfully cuts right in Tam Long. Why even bother remembering some random bystander's name? He yells back, what the heck is it to you? Then Tam Long warmly breaks things down. Brother, just ignore that guy. I will tell you the exact rules of the Triple Heaven. 3 days later, a protector leads us to Tam Trong Monday outside. 30 jade boats will be parked right there. Only those who fight for a boat get to sail inside. Nathan Quinn is totally grateful for the breakdown. Ah, so that is how it works. Thanks for the tip. He cups his hands, introducing himself as Nathan Quinn. Catch you in 3 days inside Tam Trong Monday. After wrapping up the chat, Tam Long thoughtfully watches him walk away. He gets incredibly hyped, locking in his resolve. I cannot believe Nathan Quinn is here. This time inside Tam Trong Mon, I am absolutely throwing down with him. The crowd completely loses their minds. Wait, that guy is really Nathan Quinn? Heavy regrets start rolling in. If they had just known, they would have beaten Tam Long to the punch and explained the Triple Gate rules themselves. Doing that might have actually scored them a friendship with him. Just hearing that name, though, Vo Tich practically shakes with rage. 3 whole days pass in a flash. Tam Long happily waves him over, hey, junior brother Nathan Quinn, right this way. Right then, they bump straight into our guy. Tam Long gives a serious warning, junior brother Nathan Quinn. You better watch out for Vo Tich. That guy has an older brother named Vo Kyuk who was next in line for Quasi-Holy Son. But because Nathan Quinn showed up, that dream is totally dead. He just gives a calm nod, message received. The event host finally steps up and signals the crowd. He is their guiding protector, and everyone needs to follow his lead. Stepping right through the massive gateway, the group finds themselves surrounded by a super dense forest. The guide points ahead, they made it. A completely mind-blowing sight unfolds right in front of them. Is this really the legendary Triple Gate? The protector proudly introduces the structure. These 3 massive doors were actually forged from a priceless relic, completely packed with the entire lifelong power of the Azure Dragon Holy Land's own martial emperor after a major breakthrough. Well, his advancement to Martial Venerable failed, so he left this behind to train future generations. When you all fight for the boats later, keep this gate in mind. Taking even a single step forward in there is going to be insanely difficult, but the rewards you pull out will scale up massively. He breaks the rules down clearly. Once you step foot on that island, you get exactly 4 days. If somebody taps out early, the next person in line steps right up to take their spot. The battle for the boat starts right now. Nathan Quinn flashes a grin, things are getting pretty interesting. The second he finishes speaking, disciples scramble madly for a ride. Spotting a guy right ahead, Nathan Quinn decisively locks onto that exact boat. The poor cultivator backs up in total panic, asking if Nathan Quinn seriously wants to steal his ride. But the guy refuses to back down, throwing a fierce punch and yelling that he absolutely won't let him take it. Nathan Quinn just smirks and counters right on time. Within seconds, he successfully hijacks the entire boat straight out of nowhere. A massive block of ice violently erupts from the water, completely deadlocking his ride. Nathan Quinn instantly glares around, where the hell did this ice come from? Vo Tich slides into view with a cold warning. I already told you, didn't I? Anyone under the 5th tier of the martial ancestor realm stays 10 meters away from me. Even if you are the Quasi-Holy Son, I am definitely not letting you off. Highly annoyed, Nathan Quinn fires right back, quit talking trash and just make your move. 0 hesitation left. Both of them instantly launch forward into an all-out brawl. Watching from the sidelines, Tam Long gets super hyped. They are throwing down, and the actual skill is absolutely insane. Vo Tich suddenly gets super cautious. He never expected Nathan Quinn to actually be this ridiculously strong. There is 0 chance he can let this guy enter the Triple Gate and level up again. Refusing to be outdone here, Vo Tich quickly charges up a brutal finishing strike. Nathan Quinn narrows his eyes and instantly throws up a guard. This is bad, the power gap between them is way too massive. If he keeps trading blows, he is definitely going to take critical damage. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he fires back. Vo Tich, we have no bad blood, but if you keep blocking me, then do not blame me when things get brutal. Seizing the opening, Nathan Quinn violently unleashes his Heavenly Monkey Strike. Feeling that wild energy, his opponent instantly frowns, finally recognizing the raw power. 7th tier martial ancestor. Nathan Quinn laughs and easily surfs away, as if he would ever waste his precious time here. Absolutely furious, Votik draws back a massive bow. You dare mess with me, you are not getting away. Tam Long instantly jumps in to deflect the shot. Votich, are you seriously bringing out your martial soul? Have you zero shame? The guy practically explodes with pure rage. He screams at Tam Long to stay completely out of his business. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn just happily waves back. Thanks for the save, senior brother. Tam Long flashes a humble smile, telling him it is honestly no big deal. Realizing he is totally outplayed here, Votich chokes down his rage and throws one last threat. Consider yourself extremely lucky this time, Nathan Quinn. Just a quick moment later, our guy successfully sets foot right onto the first major checkpoint. Pay attention to this setup. The real test drops right now. The gate protector gently explains the rules. Stepping onto this path makes the triple gate trial officially live. Right at that exact moment, the rest of the candidates hit the finish line. Nathan Quinn turns around and immediately calls out Votich, who stubbornly throws a challenge. Hey Nathan Quinn, aren't you supposed to be some absolute peerless genius? You brave enough to take a bet? Our guy just gives a curious look. What exactly do you want to bet? Votich quickly lays out a super simple condition. Inside this triple gate, if you manage to clear 300 steps, you win. If you manage to win, I will hand over 50 prime stones. But if you lose, I get to slap you right in the face. Deal? Hearing this complete garbage, Tam Long instantly speaks up. Talk about an impossible trap. Votich, how dare you demand 300 steps? Try it yourself. If you actually hit that mark, I will personally hand you 200 prime stones instead of 50. Hearing this absurd rule, the whole crowd starts complaining. This Votich guy is seriously abusing his power to bully people now. They are completely right. Look at the Azure Dragon Holy Land's history. Below the Martial Emperor tier, the highest record is only 260 steps, and that took insanely powerful relics. Refusing to back down, the guy just mocks him loudly. Yeah, I cannot do it. But since Nathan Quinn has that fancy peerless genius title and is a quasi-holy son, his standards should totally be way higher than mine, right? But of course, if you want to admit you lack the actual skill for it, you can just turn my bet down. He confidently agrees to the bet. But there is a catch. If Votich loses, he has to cough up 200 prime stones. Votich happily accepts the deal. 200 is fine by him. In his mind, Nathan Quinn is definitely not making it to 300 steps anyway, so not actually having the stones barely matters. Right then, Protector Vo announces to the crowd everyone is finally here, so they can all get ready to start. Once inside the triple door, remember never to use demonic arts, or the door will literally kill you. Votich just sneers with total contempt. Votich smugly says he is waiting for those 300 steps. Nathan Quinn fires back then, I will be waiting for those 200 stones. After that, the massive gates finally open up, and everyone steps inside. The moment Nathan Quinn's foot hits the floor, intense pressure slams right into him. He frowns, realizing this gravity is totally insane for just the very first step. Meanwhile, the crowd outside breaks into surprised, chaotic chatter. Wait, isn't that Hallmaster Kim? Even that alchemy genius Tran Phi actually showed up today. What exactly are these big shots planning to do? Hallmaster Kim looks pretty skeptical. He asks with serious doubt, has Nathan Quinn actually entered the triple door yet? A quick-mouthed disciple reports that Nathan Quinn even made a bet with Votich, claiming he will walk 300 steps. Is he completely out of his mind? Hearing this, Tranawan immediately starts mocking his personality. She told them so. Nathan Quinn is just an insanely arrogant guy. If he did not rely on some lucky encounters, how could he possibly have survived up until today? Annoyed, Tran Phi warns his little sister to stop her nonsense. He grumpily reminds her of the important stuff. Do not forget their real purpose here. If they fail to get Nui Dan Lu's magical secret technique, he fears Princess Diane Du will suppress him so badly he will never recover. Hallmaster Kim stays totally silent, deciding to just watch things unfold. Let us see how this whole showdown between Nathan Quinn and Votich plays out first. Right now, everyone watches in pure awe. Tam Long and Votich are seriously impressive, having already reached step 199 so incredibly fast. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn only reached step 183, and he looks ready to collapse. At the exact same time on the stone path, he grits his teeth upon finally hitting the first major marker. Step 199. All three of them finally hit the very first threshold. Seeing this, Votich simply smirks with pure sarcastic energy. Votich calls Nathan Quinn way too slow, daring him to cross this first door together. Tamlong nervously warns Nathan Quinn not to act tough after crossing the first door. The pressure will instantly multiply by 4. If anyone just randomly walks in totally unprepared, they will immediately get tossed right out of the triple door. But Votich decidedly does not want to waste time. He declares if Nathan Quinn is too scared, he is heading in. Not wanting to be outdone, Tamlong instantly announces he is also going ahead first. Nathan Quinn clenches his teeth, fueling his own fighting spirit. No way. He absolutely must rely on his own raw willpower to reach the very end. Nathan Quinn sets an iron rule for himself: absolutely no martial spirit allowed. He gathers every last ounce of strength, stepping right through the massive gate to keep moving forward. Watching closely on the monitor, Tran Phi is completely stunned. He cannot believe Nathan Quinn is actually pulling this off without using his martial spirit at all. Even after he passes the first door, Tran Owan stubbornly denies his skills, claiming that is basically all he has got. Hallmaster Kim angrily snaps at Tran On. He warns her that if she keeps running her mouth, she can get out of Herb Peak right now. She fearfully obeys his strict order. Yes, Hallmaster, she mutters. Now everyone looks back at the challenger's current results. Tamlong actually stops right at step 239. Votich is just exactly one step ahead of him. Honestly, Votich is pretty shameless here. Without relying on 3 king-tier artifacts, he could never even dream of taking step 240. Votich raises his voice with pure contempt. He asks Nathan Quinn why he is still pointlessly struggling. If he is suffering this badly, he should just quit trying. Tamlong angrily criticizes Votich, calling him out for using cheap words to shake someone's resolve. That is just way too shameless. Votich just sneers indifferently, telling his defeated opponent to be a good boy and shut his mouth. Nathan Quinn fiercely tells himself to hold on. No way. He absolutely refuses to just stop right here. At this point, the crushing pressure turns Nathan Quinn's eyes totally bloodshot. Tamlong nervously yells out for Nathan Quinn to be careful. Seeing him collapse to the ground, Votich laughs with absolute glee. Votich mocks him without a martial spirit. How is Nathan Quinn any different from a normal mortal? This kind of stubbornness is just totally ridiculous. He promises to slap Nathan Quinn right in front of everyone once the triple door exam ends. Unwilling to accept defeat, Nathan Quinn pantingly pushes himself up and keeps moving forward. Nathan Quinn staggers upwards, taking it one step at a time. Votich smiles and throws out a challenge. Nathan Quinn is already half dead at step 240, and he still expects to reach 300? Stop daydreaming like an idiot and just give up already. Suddenly, a really weird phenomenon occurs. Hallmaster Kim looks completely baffled, asking what exactly is going on. He honestly explains the whole truth. Back then, the Triple Martial Emperor created this triple door specifically to forge his disciples' raw willpower. Right now, Nathan Quinn has not released his martial spirit or used any magical treasures at all. By relying purely on his own sheer willpower, he successfully takes step 241. Because of this, he actually earns the direct recognition of both the first and second doors. Nathan Quinn stubbornly channels all his remaining strength for the final stretch. Step 299, just one single step left. Seeing this happen, Votich grits his teeth in pure jealousy, cursing out loud. Hallmaster Kim nods with high praise. Nathan Quinn still hasn't used his martial spirit even now. If he were to suddenly unleash it right at this moment, he could definitely take that 300th step. Right then, a massive structure suddenly appears and strikes him the giant trial tower. Tamlong totally panics and screams out it is over. Nathan Quinn's body is probably completely ruined by now. The other disciples are just scratching their heads, wondering why anyone would risk their absolute life for a basic trial. Wu Shi laughs his head off in pure joy. He asks Nathan Quinn what is so impressive about hitting the 300th step by relying on a martial spirit. Wu Shi puts his hands on his hips, totally fired up about being a peerless genius. He says Nathan Quinn absolutely cannot use a martial spirit. Otherwise, even if he hits step 300, Wu Shi will never accept defeat. Nathan Quinn claps back cold and totally fearless. Did Wu Shi really think they were the same? Wu Shi scowls and makes the bet, telling him to put his money where his mouth is. Right on cue, the massive tower grows even heavier, completely crushing Nathan Quinn. Wu Shi excitedly lifts his chin and declares that he has officially won this bet. The Hallmaster totally panics and barks an urgent order to save him. They absolutely cannot let Nathan Quinn die here over some trivial test. But Chen Fei suddenly yells out in total shock, "Wait, Hallmaster, just look at Nathan Quinn." Right now, he is a shaking, bloody mess, desperately trying to move. Nathan Quinn pushes past his absolute limits, reaching out to smack the step right in front of him. He firmly declares his victory on step 300. Everyone gasps in pure shock. 300 steps, the crazy guy actually pulled it off. Nathan Quinn proudly stands back up and tells Wu Shi he did not come here just to beat him, so he is not stopping now. Fast forward through the night to the very next morning. He keeps pushing forward to a wild new milestone, step 400. The disciples are completely terrified by this insane achievement, wondering if he is the first person to clear the second door. Passing the first door already handed out endless perks. Nobody even knows what kind of crazy loot Nathan Quinn will score this time around. Meanwhile, deep inside his subconscious, 3 mysterious doors suddenly surround him out of nowhere. The Martial Emperor appears right behind him, dropping heavy praise. The trial has 990 steps total, and reaching step 400 on pure willpower alone proves his mind is an absolute fortress. Seeing this ancient glowing figure, Nathan Quinn respectfully asks a question. He asks for the senior's name and why he is chilling in his mindscape. The old man just smiles and reveals his legendary title. The world calls him the 3-layer Martial Emperor. He sadly thinks back to the old days. Back then, he tried to break into the martial venerable realm, but the heavens rejected him and struck him down. Right at the edge of death, he absorbed the venerable lightning tribulation power. Now get this. The Emperor generously hands over this insane ability as a little welcome gift. Nathan Quinn bows deeply, thanking the senior from the bottom of his heart. Staring at his wild new power, Nathan Quinn excitedly thinks it over. If he manages to refine and absorb this extremely pure blast of lightning energy, it will definitely make his divine war god eye ridiculously stronger. Fast forward a whole month, and he is still totally laser-focused on his intense training. Nathan Quinn is absolutely thrilled to see the brilliant results. His divine war god eye finally has its very own ultimate finishing move. He absorbs all the spiritual energy around him and shouts out his move, Venerable Lightning Tribulation, Nascent Soul Baptism. In just a blink, the inner spirit completely transforms into a 7-dragon gold nascent soul. Nathan Quinn takes a serious look at his progress, realizing his actual power now matches a 7th-layer martial ancestor. That is strong enough to punch above his weight and fight an 8th-layer expert, but honestly, it is still nowhere near enough. He seriously runs the numbers for the upcoming 16 Peaks tournament. There are going to be a ton of peak martial ancestors there. He really needs to spend these last 2 months grinding to push his power even higher. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Palace, Huang is totally frustrated. He demands to know why Bailan keeps rejecting him when his feelings are absolutely genuine. Bailan coldly swears revenge, totally obsessed. She declares she will literally never forget the heavy humiliation Nathan Quinn dragged her through. As long as that guy is still breathing, she is absolutely not in the mood for romance. Hearing this, Huang smoothly lays out a little bargain. He knows she just wants to use him as a weapon against Nathan Quinn. He already sent his younger brother to go cause trouble, and once Nathan Quinn is dead, she has to stay with him. Then, Huang drops a pretty cruel threat if she refuses. Do not blame him for turning ruthless. Back to our main guy, exactly 2 months later. Nathan Quinn snaps his eyes open with sharp determination. The 16 Peaks tournament is finally about to start. He does the math in his head and decides to wrap up this Wu Shi drama first. Without wasting another breath, Nathan Quinn walks right up to confront him. He asks Wu Shi if he forgot about their little bet, demanding he hand over the 200 prime stones. Wu Shi just plays dumb, stammering out a total denial. What 200 prime stones? He plays totally dumb. Nathan Quinn scoffs, lowering his voice with pure disgust. Is he seriously trying to bail on his debt? Tam Long and the other disciples hear this and instantly blow up, yelling that Wu Shi is completely shameless. He was the one begging to bet with Nathan Quinn in the first place, but now he is dodging the payout. Wu Shi stands up, totally faking his innocence. He loudly tells the crowd he has absolutely no clue what they mean. Nathan Quinn steps up, aggressively laying down the law. He says it loud and clear, if Wu Shi does not hand over those 200 prime stones right now, things are getting violent. But right on cue, Wu Shi casually steps in, asking what he means by violent. He arrogantly steps out to protect his brother, claiming he would absolutely love to see this play out. He asks exactly how Nathan Quinn plans to deal with his little brother. Wu Shi practically cries tears of joy, yelling for his big bro. Nathan Quinn stays completely calm. He explains that the younger brother owes him 200 prime stones, and if Wu Ji pays it off, they are totally good. Wu Ji just raises an eyebrow, demanding some hard physical proof. Owe you 200 primeval stones? Where's the hard proof? Vo Kirk acts all generous, sparing him since he is a junior. But Nathan Quinn just raises a heavy fist and charges right in. Proof? My fist is the only ironclad proof you need. The arrogant rival jumps back and launches a blinding counterattack, seriously thinking he can outshine the sun. Nathan Quinn feels that freezing energy. He actually admits that ice power is ridiculously strong. You really cannot underestimate this dude. Vokirk arrogantly scoffs at him, calling it a cheap trick. Unbothered, Nathan Quinn just fires up his absolute wild eye technique, the Thunder Tribulation Eye. Right on cue, a booming voice commands them to stop and drop the whole thing. Vokirk whips around in shock. A martial emperor? Vokirk completely loses it, screaming that Nathan Quinn got lucky. But if he dares show up at the 16 Peaks tournament, he will literally snap all his limbs. Then he and his little posse immediately storm off, yelling for everyone to leave. Nathan Quinn stands there absolutely furious. If he were just a bit stronger, there is no way that shameless jerk would dare act so cocky. He absolutely has to level up fast, cut straight over to the Doan Mokfong training grounds. The second our main guy shows up, the whole crowd goes totally crazy. They are all whispering he trained at the Triple Gate for 3 months, but he is still just a peak martial king. Trio Fung cheerfully waves him over. He calls out to his junior brother, saying he almost forgot something huge. Trio Fung is a peak martial sect expert, fully qualified for the tournament. Then Dung Tung struts up and sneers, "Are you Nathan Quinn? Seeing you in person is seriously underwhelming." Fung Kim immediately blocks his path. He demands to know why Dung Tung is even here. He quickly warns Nathan Quinn this guy is Vice Peak Master Mo Dung's son, naturally vicious, and definitely up to no good. Hearing that, our guy instantly realizes a trap is being set. The master of Dron Mok Fong warned him earlier someone would absolutely target him during this 16 Peaks tournament. Are those enemies already making their move? The smug jerk loudly declares he is the leading envoy with full clearance to make an official announcement. He claims Nathan Quinn is completely unqualified to join the 16 Peaks tournament. Fung Kim gets right in his face, demanding what gives him the right to ban Nathan Quinn. Dung Tung just smugly flashes an official token. He tells them to open their eyes and look closely. This 16 Peaks tournament is a massive evaluation for every single faction. Nathan Quinn is supposedly the ultimate Doan Mokfong genius, yet he is barely a peak martial king. If he gets trashed in the tournament, the sheer humiliation for Doan Mokfong would be hilarious. Fung Kim shuts down this arrogant garbage. He tells him to drop the whole act. Think one tiny token can really strip Nathan Quinn of his rights? Even Vice Peak Master Mo Dung himself has zero authority to ban him. The scheming jerk suddenly pivots to a brand new proposal. "Okay, Nathan Quinn, you can join the 16 Peaks tournament if you actually manage to pass my little test first. Our guy just stands ready." Dung Tung smugly claps his hands, and 3 imposing disciples slowly step right into view. He proudly introduces them. All 3 are at the 6th layer of the martial sect realm. Get a load of this setup, they are top 30 geniuses. He just has to beat one of them, and his tournament spot is totally secured. Fung Kim turns absolutely purple with rage, screaming at Dung Tung to stop bullying people. The surrounding disciples start freaking out. How could a peak martial king ever go toe-to-toe with a 6th layer martial sect expert? This jerk obviously came totally prepared, dead set on ruining his tournament chances. He keeps mocking and purposely belittling our guy. He says if Nathan Quinn cannot even crush a basic 6th layer martial sect cultivator, then he should just stay home before he embarrasses Doan Mok Fong completely. But Nathan Quinn decisively accepts the insane challenge. Fine, he will play along, but he has one demand first. Dung Tung curiously asks what it is. Nathan Quinn stares right back and basically says one-on-one is super boring, just have all 3 attack him at once. Fung Kim panics and tries stopping him, but Nathan Quinn refuses to back down. Dung Tung is absolutely thrilled by this decision. He laughs, saying Nathan Quinn asked for this. Without hesitation, he quickly screams out for the match to begin. The disciples stare in total horror as the formation activates. Seriously, this is the 3-ring array. Whoever gets trapped inside completely loses all sense of direction. The 3 opponents instantly surround him and unleash a coordinated, deadly barrage of attacks. Nathan Quinn braces himself. Fung Kim furiously screams at them for using killing moves, but Dung Tung smugly blocks his path. He tells the envoy to back off. This is Nathan Quinn's fight, so he really better not interfere. Fung Kim stands speechless. The smug jerk just smirks, promising they will not kill him, they will only beat Nathan Quinn half to death. But Dung Tung cheerfully makes some excuses in a sparring arena. Getting hurt is just totally unavoidable. The moment the words leave his mouth, Nathan Quinn blasts all 3 of them away with absolute brute force. The 3 disciples are completely stunned, taken down in just a single hit. Nathan Quinn confidently announces the result. "Sorry, but I am the true winner of this match." Dung Tung can barely believe it, stammering out some awkward praise. He never expected junior brother Nathan Quinn's combat power to be this insanely high. The senior brother wishes him good luck in the upcoming 16 Peaks tournament. Just then, Dear excitedly cheers him on. "You did great." Nathan Quinn turns in total surprise to look at Princess Dear. She actually came. Right on cue, a very noble-looking group rides in on horseback. The disciples scream in absolute shock. It is Thai Thien. Thai Thien actually brought his 16 Dark Crimson Knights along with him. If those guys decide to team up, They could easily slaughter a first-level martial emperor without breaking a sweat. Looking at this heavy lineup, the guy clearly considers first place already firmly in the bag. Feeling a massive wave of pressure, Nathan Quinn carefully sizes them up from head to toe. Even though this guy is stuck at the peak martial ancestor realm, his internal aura is easily 3 times stronger than Vokirk's. Plus, those 16 Crimson Knights standing right behind him are not simple at all. Their auras interlock perfectly with his, ready to merge into a single unstoppable force at any given second. Tu-Ma quickly leans in, whispering a much-needed explanation. Thai Thien is the son of the Peak Master of the 16th Peak, and that master happens to be the most mysterious leader in the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, holding a status completely equal to Peak Master Don Mok. Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow, shooting him a quick questioning glance. So you want to team up with me? Tu-Ma gets visibly excited about it. Well, obviously we should. Just look at our current strength level. One-on-one, they simply cannot beat Thai Thien, but if they join forces, they actually have a fighting chance. But right then, the guy suddenly glares straight at them. Feeling the sheer killing intent, Tu-Ma panics and awkwardly leans back, asking out loud, "Wait, Nathan Quinn, did you somehow deeply offend Thai Thien before? Otherwise, why in the world is he staring at you with that murderous look?" Nathan Quinn just shrugs it off with a smirk. "So, do you still want to team up?" Tu-Ma's face totally drops, taking back his words instantly. "Team up my butt." Then a totally hyped disciple loudly announces that the Peak Masters have finally arrived. Nathan Quinn freezes in place, looking up to stare straight at them. Don Mok sends a heavy telepathic message, dropping a serious secret. "Nathan Quinn, the previous investigation finally has definitive results. The person from the sacred ground who secretly attacked you was Peak Master Dung of the 16th Peak." Nathan Quinn nods. No wonder Thai Thien wants him dead so badly. Don Mok loudly declares that the annual 16 Peaks tournament of the sacred ground is officially starting. He strictly warns the disciples absolutely no lethal force against fellow sect members. Anyone who breaks the rule faces serious punishment. Now, the Azure Dragon secret realm will open up. Suddenly, an invisible and totally crushing pressure drops out of nowhere. It is the Sacred Lord. The Almighty Leader reveals a very special reward. Inside the secret realm lies his personal legacy. Whoever manages to find it will get to inherit absolutely everything he owns. Here is the wild part. He gives a very pointed reminder. "Nathan Quinn, work hard. You have a vastly better chance at getting my legacy than anyone else." Everyone hears this and suspiciously wonders what the Sacred Lord really means by that. Does Nathan Quinn actually know a whole lot more about the legacy than the rest? Nathan Quinn gets super frustrated, quietly cursing to himself. This old man is definitely trying to get him targeted and killed on purpose. Damn it. Seeing the sudden shift, Tu-Ma quickly jumps right back in. "Nathan Quinn, I take back what I said earlier. Let's team up for the legacy. Split it 50-50. What do you say?" Nathan Quinn angrily snaps back. Get lost. He takes a deep breath, totally calming himself down. Forget it. Whatever comes his way, he will handle it head on. He currently holds no grudge against them, but if they want him dead over the Death Sea secret, he will definitely show them absolutely zero mercy in return. He curiously turns to ask Tudo Kong for details. "Do you know what the Azure Dragon's secret realm is actually like?" The guy calmly lays out the basic rules of the game. It used to be the Sacred Lord's own personal training ground, but now it has simply become a tough trial zone for honing the disciples. There are countless dangerous demonic beasts lurking inside. They basically have to kill beasts to earn points, and only after gathering enough can they actually unlock the final legacy. Then, the ever-sneaky Tu-Ma quickly adds a rather unrighteous little tip for getting rich quick. Of course, they can also just aggressively rob other people to steal their points. Nathan Quinn scoffs, flat out saying he completely refuses to do something so tasteless. Right at that moment, the top brass decisively activate the massive gate, officially opening up the Azure Dragon's secret realm. At this highly critical moment, Don Mok strictly announces that all participating disciples must prepare themselves to enter the arena. Thai Thien drops a totally fake warning, "Junior brother Nathan Quinn, you better be very careful inside." Then he publicly starts recruiting allies right there on the spot. Any senior or junior brothers here who are interested can just form an alliance with him so they can deal with Nathan Quinn together. The other disciples look on with total eager excitement. Nathan Quinn coldly accepts the declaration of war. "Then I will definitely be eagerly waiting for you." Tu-Ma trembles, anxiously asking out loud, "Nathan Quinn, are you really not scared even a little bit?" The guy crosses his arms, radiating pure confidence. What is there to fear? As long as they dare to come at him, he will make sure none of them ever return. Right then, the Peak Masters pull back their power, and the massive portal snaps shut. Peak Master Yang immediately puts on this super fake smile, trying to smooth things over. He apologizes to Peak Master Duanmu, oh so sincerely claiming his kid is just way too blunt and blabbed what he was really feeling. Duanmu claps back with perfect sass. Nathan Quinn is super strong, so it makes total sense that Tai Tian would want to challenge him. He just hopes the kid does not suffer a total mental breakdown when he inevitably loses. Yang sharply fires back, completely crushed. You say? Yang brags that with Nathan Quinn at his current cultivation level, his son will absolutely dominate him. Duanmu just smirks. Is that right? Guess we will just have to wait and see. Elder Bai steps up, totally serious. He asks Peak Master Yang a straight question. Exactly how many disciples will the East Continent accept in 2 years? Yang gives this incredibly shady answer. He claims there are plenty of spots, but it all really depends on how well their 2 great sacred grounds perform. Zhang Yu quietly hits him with pure sarcasm, as if the great Tao-seeking mountain would ever pick its disciples based on cheap, shady connections. The guy is not even the actual mountain lord, yet he thinks he can just force people into his own faction? Absolutely shameless behavior from him. Peak Master Yang arrogantly drops a threat, saying he obviously cannot just let any random nobody walk right in. But if he decides someone does not belong on Tao-seeking mountain, then even an absolute peerless genius will find the doors completely locked. And of course, the Azure Dragon secret realm is crazy dangerous. Even a peerless genius might just drop dead in there, and who could really predict that? With that, he makes his smug exit, claiming it is getting late and he has to bounce. The rest of them share a look, nod, and decide to head out too. Zhang Yu and Duanmu are on the exact same wavelength, heading off to see their master. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon stares at the sky, looking incredibly stressed out. Time is running out, and he mutters that Nathan Quinn really needs to level up fast. Right then, our guy gets randomly teleported to his drop zone. Nathan Quinn crashes onto the dirt, looking totally helpless. This Azure Dragon realm drops you completely at random. He locks in on his token. And check this out, Nathan Quinn is practically drooling because this Azure Dragon realm is an absolute treasure vault. Too bad Princess Meow is not hanging around here. Honestly, if she was here with her crazy strength, they would not even need to farm beast corpses for map points. They could just waltz straight into the treasure spots. After checking things out, he sighs hard. The voice transmission token is totally dead. Whatever, he might as well go hunt some monster beasts first. Wasting zero time, Nathan Quinn moves out to start his search. But suddenly, his radar goes off. Right in front of him stands a massive mammoth, a Tier 5 martial ancestor beast. Without hesitating, he charges right in for the kill. But get this, Nathan Quinn freezes up, totally confused as a whole swarm of eyeballs suddenly glares back at him. What the heck is this? The eyeballs instantly attack him with some wild 6-eye magic technique, bringing down thunder and earth strikes. Way off in the distance, Tai Tian is watching this and getting hyped. He yells out, Nathan Quinn, my martial spirit is the 6-eyed demon ape. He lets that creepy, multi-eyed monkey perch on his shoulder and confidently declares his plan. He swears that even if Nathan Quinn runs to the edge of the world, he can use this void vision to crush him. Hearing that annoying, familiar voice, our guy is shocked. Deep in the dust, Nathan Quinn scoffs right back at Tai Tian. What a joke of an ape. He loudly mocks him, you actually dare to flex eye techniques in front of me? Right as he says that, a fireball flies straight at Nathan Quinn with ungodly speed. Tai Tian sneers and laughs. He really did not expect Nathan Quinn to have such a powerful eye technique, but it honestly changes absolutely nothing. His 6 eyes are completely immortal, meaning everything Nathan Quinn tries to do is just a pathetic waste of effort. He barks out the attack order while dropping a warning. He tells Nathan Quinn he is coming to end him right now. Do not even bother running, just stay and die. Nathan Quinn grinds his teeth, sprinting away while his brain works in overdrive. He has to figure out how to shake these 6 eyeballs, or Tai Tian will catch up real fast. Their current power gap is just way too massive, so fighting head-on gives him absolutely zero chance of winning. Just then, Tai Tian unleashes a brutal wave of killing intent, and those eyes start blasting. Mid-sprint, Nathan Quinn slams on the brakes. Reacting with lightning speed, he immediately chants and fires off his mental technique, the Clear Heart Demon Sweeping Art. Seeing how sketchy the situation is, Nathan Quinn tries to buy some time. Tai Tian realizes things are bad. This guy is totally trying to delay his moves. Nathan Quinn scans the area and makes a really smart call. The ground here is super flat with zero cover, so he definitely needs to dive into that forest ahead. Tai Tian instantly reads his mind and moves to hard block every escape route. Trying to hit the woods? Not a chance in hell. He furiously speeds up for the kill, screaming at Nathan Quinn to die. But right on cue, Zhao Fang steps in, calling out for his junior brother. The guy heroically steps up to protect him. He calls Tai Tian insane for daring to hunt down junior brother Nathan Quinn. Tai Tian stares in shock, recognizing Zhao Fang. So it is you, he mutters. Zhao Fang proudly declares his status as the senior brother of Duanmu Peak. He will never just stand by and watch his junior get bullied. He tells Nathan Quinn to go on ahead. Our guy respectfully cups his hands, showing some serious gratitude. Huge thanks to senior brother Zhao Feng for stepping up. He promises that if he scores some epic spirit pills later, he will definitely pay him back. Tai Tian furiously shouts a massive threat. He warns Nathan Quinn that no matter where he runs, he can never escape his six-eyed divine vision. Right then, Sima waves his hand, guiding Nathan Quinn over. Nathan Quinn freaks out. Sima immediately shapeshifts to shake off their tail. He explains that the enemy's six-eyed divine pupil tracker follows aura, so he is wiping it completely clean. The enemy roars out, demanding to know who he is. Sima just smirks and smugly introduces himself. I am your granddaddy, Sima. After a while, they manage to totally escape Tai Tian. Breathing heavy, Nathan Quinn gives him a suspicious look and asks how the heck Sima found him. That creepy six-eyed divine pupil really stopped tracking him. It looks like Sima's true identity is way more mysterious and cracked than Nathan Quinn ever imagined. Sima pulls out a shiny, mysterious artifact and flashes a massive grin. Obviously, he relied on this bad boy. This magic artifact can spot any living creature within a 3,000-mile radius. Nathan Quinn's aura is super unique, so tracking him down was an absolute breeze. Then Sima starts whining about his bad luck. He used it earlier and bumped straight into Juju. That girl is an absolute savage. She had just entered the Azure Dragon Realm and instantly looted 3 whole fortune spots, leaving 0 scraps for him. Sima eagerly shifts to the main topic. He tracked Nathan Quinn down to team up. Along with 2 other geniuses, they are going to raid the Blooddrake Cave. Sure, the Blooddrake Cave is packed with insanely dangerous restriction spells, but the beast inside is already dead, leaving behind a massive pile of ultra-rare loot. He asks if Nathan Quinn wants in. Nathan Quinn is instantly hyped and agrees, quietly doing the math in his head. Blood drakes have true dragon bloodlines and hoard gems, even building their nests out of raw stones. If he can grab those raw stones from the cave, his divine god of war soul will definitely break straight into the earth tier. Zihan takes one look at him and instantly throws major shade. She asks Sima if this is really the helper he brought. Standing nearby, Li Qing looks totally worried. He tells Sima no offense, Nathan Quinn's talent is super rare, but they are heading straight into the deadly Blooddrake Cave. What can this guy possibly do to help? Sima confidently shuts them down. He tells both of them to chill if Nathan Quinn is useless. Sima will forfeit his own loot. Zihan shrugs it off, suit yourself. Sima drops the jokes and takes the lead. Deep inside this jungle is the Evernight Forest. It is one of the absolute worst forbidden zones in the Azure Dragon Realm. The top 10 strongest monster overlords all live right in there. Nathan Quinn feels a super weird aura and quietly agrees. No wonder this forest feels more terrifying with every single step they take. After a long hike, Sima gets totally pumped. We finally made it. Zihan orders everyone to follow her. This map fragment in her hands was left behind by a senior brother with crazy strong eye magic. Following this map will let them dodge all the lethal traps inside the Blooddrake Cave. Hearing this, Li Qing jumps in with a cheerful idea. He tells Zihan to hold up. Since Sima hyped Nathan Quinn up so much, junior brother must have some actual skills. He challenges Nathan Quinn to predict their very first step. Nathan Quinn does not sweat it at all. He confidently points out a spot. The first step goes exactly right here. Step 2 goes 1 pace left. Step 3 is 3 paces right. Zihan, somewhat impressed, gives him a bit of credit. She admits he has skills, but says he still got a few spots wrong. Those mismatched spots against her map are super deadly in this cave. Even one wrong step will literally get everyone killed. Nathan Quinn just shrugs it off and calmly states that he is definitely not the wrong one. Then they step directly into the Blooddrake Cave. Zihan drops the attitude. She strictly warns them about the massive life and death bridge array ahead. Stick close to her and absolutely do not step wrong. If this array triggers, it instantly deletes whoever is stuck inside it. Nathan Quinn suddenly gets tense and blocks their path. He warns them her map is totally flawed and taking that step is suicide. She furiously barks at him to stop messing around. If he ruins this run, she absolutely will not let him walk away alive. Watch closely, he is about to totally flip the script. Li Qing shoots an icy glare, telling him not to act cocky, but Nathan Quinn ignores them, stepping onto a totally different tile. Zihan screams out in pure horror. Are you completely insane? Stop right now. Seeing Nathan Quinn plant his foot, she yells that they are doomed, but then everything stays completely quiet. Zihan freezes, utterly confused by the silence. Why is the array not reacting at all? Could his crazy steps actually be correct? Nathan Quinn calmly drops the hard facts to prove his point. He tells senior sister Yan this is the Heavenly Sea Moon locking array. If they followed her map, a 5-mile radius would have been instantly crushed by ocean water. Sima looks super smug and reminds the duo not to underestimate his boy. Zihan looks deeply embarrassed and stammers out a suggestion. Junior brother Nathan Quinn, they are definitely going to be relying on him for this entire cave run. All the loot they get will be split 4 ways evenly. Li Qing awkwardly rubs his head and apologizes. They had a garbage attitude earlier, and he hopes Nathan Quinn forgives them. Nathan Quinn smiles generously and waves it off like no big deal. Just stick close and follow his lead from here on out. Going deeper into the cave, an epic and massive scene unfolds. Nathan Quinn gasps in pure shock. He quickly realizes there is some insane danger lurking right nearby. This is bad. The Drake built this array using its own beating heart. Zihan looks totally helpless, having zero clue how to bypass this nightmare. A formation this massive could not be broken even if a real exalted tier master showed up. Li Qing paces around nervously, asking if they are really just going to stare at a mountain of loot. Without saying a word, Nathan Quinn taps the barrier. Nathan Quinn goes hard, throwing a lethal strike. Bam! In the blink of an eye, all his energy pours into the array. Once the seal breaks, he spots the immediate weakness. The Blood Dragon's heart has completely rotted over time. So, honestly, the power of this massive array is nowhere near what it used to be. Nathan Quinn turns around and casually pitches, "Hey, you two, I totally do not care about the other treasures. Think you could just hand over all the origin stones?" She happily agrees to his demand, no problem at all. Taking full advantage, he absorbs every single stone. He wonders if these 600 pieces can actually make his war god soul level up. Cycling his energy, Nathan Quinn excitedly figures it out. Looks like after hitting the profound rank 10th grade, his soul needs 3 million origin stones just to produce one single strand of chaos energy. He plans to swallow the remaining 300 down. But right then, some random creature suddenly dashes right past him. Teal'c hops onto the pile of loot and just snatches up absolutely everything. Everyone gasps in total shock. What the heck? He reacts fast, absolutely furious. He yells out, "No way, do not even think about running." Nathan Quinn activates his power and targets Teal'c directly with his Thunder Tribulation Eye. Just then, a giant bird suddenly snatches the little thief up. Seeing Teal'c escape, he gets super salty and barks at them to get down. Nathan Quinn fires his pure origin energy straight at it, demanding his stuff back. Instantly, the phoenix takes a brutal hit to its wing. Teal'c drops right out of the sky, panicking and frantically popping out its own tiny wings. The phoenix glares at its attacker and roars in pure rage. It spreads its wings and launches sharp feathers straight at him. Nathan Quinn stands his ground without flinching. Using his flame-swallowing wind, he hurls a massive fireball straight into the screaming phoenix. Right on cue, the explosion blasts Teal'c off course, making it tumble down. Nathan Quinn catches the little guy, super annoyed, and demands it spit out his stolen loot. Suddenly, something crazy drops from the sky above. Ma stares in total shock, instantly recognizing this wild new arrival. Not good, it is a fire eagle, meaning that little beast actually has an insane background. Right after, a whole flock of fire eagles swoops in, shooting flaming feathers. They relentlessly bombard the crew with fire arrows. Now watch how wild this gets. Right before Nathan Quinn stands a crazy, aggressive star beast. Tuham freezes, literally unable to believe her own eyes. A star sky thunder beast? The giant monster roars out loud. It growls at the kid. "You actually dared to disrespect our clan. Holy son, you are dead meat." He steps right up, blocking its raw lightning attack. He yells for the others to go, but the thunder beast vows nobody escapes alive. A lightning cage drops, and Nathan Quinn blocks this massive strike entirely by himself. Holding Teal'c up high, he claims whoever did it takes the blame. He warns the beast, "If you do not want mutual destruction, let my friends leave right now." Just as Nathan Quinn prepares to crush the little guy, the thunder beast begs him to stop, quickly agreeing. Ma calls out his name in a panic, but he commands them. The beast demands that since he values friendship, he better drop their holy son right this second. "We might consider leaving your corpse intact," it adds. Nathan Quinn finds this absolutely hilarious. "Leave my corpse intact? Your holy son stole my origin stones for no reason. I just want him to spit them out. I never planned to kill him. So what exactly is my crime?" Hawaba arrives riding a phoenix, scoffing that having their holy son rob him is actually his greatest honor. The old man charges in and snatches Teal'c right out of Nathan Quinn's hands, then orders his execution. The kid curses inwardly. This is really bad. Nathan Quinn urges the ancient mirror. "Are you really not going to help?" Five-Eared instantly pops out, reminding him that he now owes her 10 strands of chaos energy. She speaks up with ice-cold disrespect. "A bunch of pathetic little animals actually dare to act arrogant in front of me? Kneel down!" Huaba completely panics, realizing this woman actually carries the aura of their founding ancestor. He drops trembling to his knees, begging to know who she is. Loibar steps out of a teleport portal, begging the senior to show mercy. Five-Eared agrees, noting that the two clans have raised their holy sons with pretty decent talent. Out of respect for their ancestors, she decides to spare them for today. But I am guessing you have reached your absolute limit, right? This kid holds the chance for your breakthrough. Whether you can level up to Thunder Venerable totally depends on if he wants to help you. Loy Bao immediately introduces himself, calling Nathan Quinn his little brother. I am Loy Barrow, and if our two clans offended you just now, I really hope you can forgive us. He secretly wonders if what the senior just said is actually legit. Nathan Quinn gathers a swirling energy in his hand, wondering if what she meant is literally the chaos energy. The old man freaks out. Lord Nathan Quinn, I have an outrageous request. Could you please gift this strand of chaos energy to me? I am totally willing to trade my clan ultimate treasure, the Thunder Marrow, for it. Nathan Quinn agrees to give him the chaos energy, but insists that the little beast absolutely must spit out his 3 million origin stones. Seeing Teal'c constantly growling at him, Loybauer gives it a harsh warning, and it finally coughs up a massive pile of origin stones. After receiving the Thunder Marrow, Nathan Quinn shoots the energy right into the old guy's forehead. Here is your chaos energy. Loybar instantly breaks through, absolutely overjoyed. Thank you so much, Lord Nathan Quinn. Huaba steps up looking super awkward, nervously asking where he got this chaos energy and if he happens to have any more. Luabaro quickly corrects him. Old Hawa, chaos energy is insanely rare. Getting even one strand is a massive stroke of luck. Honestly, you should really not get your hopes up too high. So Nathan Quinn drops a little secret as long as there is enough primeval stone. Extracting chaotic chi is a breeze. Hoaba tosses out a massive pile, basically begging him to start. Nathan Quinn absorbs it all. Alright. He feels the energy but no level up yet. Whatever. Rushing it never works. Hoaba is absolutely thrilled to get that chaotic chi. He thanks Nathan Quinn endlessly, eagerly offering his clan's ultimate Fireheart treasure as a fair trade. This rare beauty took 3 generations of shedding skin to properly form. It literally holds a spark of pure phoenix flame power. Nathan Quinn quickly grabs the loot. Look at his priorities, he casually asks around for a decent secluded training spot. Loy Bao instantly jumps in, offering up his clan's territory for practice. For an entire month, Nathan Quinn just sits there cultivating without moving, a blazing hot aura wrapping fiercely around his entire body. This time around, success. He officially unlocks the Thunder Copper Fire Body. He thinks to himself those 2 treasures are genuinely insane. They actually pushed his nascent soul up by 2 entire tiers. If that bronze mirror had not stolen his chaotic chi earlier, his core could have transformed into the 10-dragon Golden Crest nascent soul. That triggers Heavenly Lightning Tribulation, putting Martial Emperor status right in his hands. Oh well. Time is up. Definitely time to step out now. Before, Duong Tai Tien chased him relentlessly. Now, he could totally crush the guy. Loy Bao suddenly calls out. He hands over a special token from both clans. If Nathan Quinn ever hits real danger, he can simply use this badge to summon their backup instantly. Nathan Quinn happily takes it, thanking the 2 chiefs before making his exit. Outside the Blood Dragon Cave, Tuma cheerfully waves him down, loudly shouting that he knew his boy would survive. Perfect timing, honestly. Just perfect. Princess Diane Du just sent a message she wants them rushing straight to the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance site. Nathan Quinn is completely shocked. Did she actually buy the map? He is secretly blown away. That cost an absolute fortune. This woman is completely terrifying. Tuma tells him to check the encounter list and disciple rankings. That will quickly explain exactly what Princess Diane Du has been up to all month. He pulls up the disciple rankings. Rank 1 is Princess Diane Du, sitting on nearly 10 million total points. Rank 2 is Duong Tai Thien with over 3 million points. Rank 3 is Tuyet Vo Kuk. The encounter list, Sword Venerable's 3rd stance claimed by Princess Diane Du. The Left Army Demon Cave encounter, Princess Diane Du. Peak Master Truong's inheritance, also entirely claimed by Princess Diane Du. He gasps in pure admiration. Insane. There are only 100 encounter sites. She conquered 63 of those spots all by herself. Plus, how many demonic beasts did she actually slaughter to gap Duong Tai Thien by such an insane amount? Suddenly there is some movement nearby. Tuma announces it is Princess Diane Du. She left this voice token behind just for this moment. It is specifically meant to contact him. Dudu's message plays Nathan Quinn. Hurry up and bring Tuma to the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance site. She proudly declares finding something at the site, giving off the exact same intense vibe as that legendary godly artifact back in the Dragon Tiger mountain range. If her gut feeling is right, this Azure Dragon Holy Master inheritance was totally prepared just for him. He starts putting the crazy pieces together. Could this site actually hold a piece of the God of War's physical body? Nathan Quinn snaps into action. Move out. He firmly orders Tuma to lead the way to the inheritance site right now. Up on a certain mountain peak, Tai Thien and Tu Hong are already waiting around. Huang mentions the recent news Princess Diane Du already reached the holy inheritance spot. Tai Thian cuts him off, completely unbothered. No need to worry, Du is almost guaranteed to call Nathan Quinn directly to that inheritance site. As long as they find the site and signal Tu Yet Vo Kuk and Tu Yet Vo Tich, they can easily catch every single one of them in a massive trap. Holy Maiden Zhang Bichlan completely predicted this entire mess, even handing him a very special treasure exactly for this occasion. Using this ancient mirror, tracking down the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance location is super easy. Hung holds the mirror high. A golden dragon bursts forth, breaking the earth to track the ultimate prize. The golden dragon immediately shoots off into the distance. Meanwhile, Tuma has already led his group to the destination. They finally made it. The inheritance is inside that stone pillar. Nathan Quinn feels weird looking at this lake. Very weird. Dieu quickly breaks it down for him. This is called the blood-devouring lake. Any living creature that dares step inside will completely lose all their combat ability. Eventually, the water will erode them until absolutely no bones remain. But here is the catch: wait another 8 hours, and the whole lake will just completely disappear. Nathan Quinn looks surprised. 8 whole hours? Whatever, that means they have plenty of time to take a quick rest. As they rest up, notice his reaction here. He swears he has seen Dieu look exactly like this before, but why does it suddenly feel so incredibly weird? The four sit to cultivate while Dieu watches nearby. Cold. Tuma senses something dangerously off. Why did it suddenly get so freezing cold? Hong's crew officially arrives. Tai Thian acts totally arrogant, calling out that they finally meet again. He immediately points a threatening finger at Ngiem Ham. He snaps at Chu Lap Thon too. Those two sure have guts hanging around Nathan Quinn. Are they seriously trying to make an enemy out of him? Those two loudly declare their stance. Junior brother Nathan Quinn saved their lives, and they will absolutely never betray him. Hong steps up with an introduction. Fellow cultivator Nathan Quinn, nice to finally meet. He is Hong, the older brother of Tu Fibong. Holly Shaw announces he joined the 16 Peaks tournament just to take Nathan Quinn's life, totally acting on his big brother's orders. Why? Because he dared to insult Holy Maiden Zhang Bilan, the exact girl his brother is obsessing over. Nathan Quinn just smirks back. Oh, he is eagerly waiting for that. In fact, after this 16 Peaks competition wraps up, he will personally pay this Xiao family brother a little visit. Suddenly, the Azure Sword chimes in. Time is up. An old man materializes out of thin air, genuinely shocked that so many people managed to track down his sacred inheritance. And get this, the trial is incredibly simple. See that stone pillar in the lake? Just match your palm to the handprint on it, and the pillar pops open with the treasure. With this epic loot, hitting the Martial Venerable tier later on will be an absolute breeze. The Azure Dragon steps up, officially declaring the trial open. Nathan Quinn instantly blasts forward. Tythian starts screaming, "Do not let him get away!" One of his lackeys leaps right into action to block the path. Sensing immediate danger, our guy whips his head around, instantly unleashing a massive wave of pure firepower straight at his attacker. He warns them to back off. The enemy throws up a heavy ice shield, but the blazing firepower smashes directly into that frozen wall. Tai Thian is totally freaking out. How is this even possible? That was Tuyet Vo Cook, the second-ranked protector, and he could not even block a single hit from Nathan Quinn? Holly Shaw practically spits with sheer arrogance. Nathan Quinn, do not even dream about grabbing that inheritance. He summons his ultimate chessboard martial soul. Weird energy arrows shoot out, piercing straight into Nathan Quinn's chest and sinking right into Meow Meow's forehead at the exact same time. Another energy thread locks into Tai Thian's chest. He explains this wicked chessboard soul merges heaven and earth, turning absolutely every living creature into a pawn on his board. Tai Thian and Holly Shaw share a sneaky little look, and then both of them casually make a move on this invisible chessboard. The impact immediately blasts Nathan Quinn and Meow Meow away. Tai Thian wastes absolutely zero time dashing forward, screaming that the prize belongs to him. Nathan Quinn realizes the terrible truth: this martial soul is literally forcing them to act as Holly Shaw's helpless chess pieces. Meow Meow is absolutely not having any of it. How dare he do that to a princess? She threatens to burn his trashy chessboard to ashes. Panicking, Holly Shaw screams out orders for Tuyet Vo Kuk and Tuyet Vo Tich. Following his command, the two protectors instantly unleash a massive burst of condensed ice, ordering their targets to freeze right there. A huge frozen wall blocks them. Nathan Quinn channels a surge of true chi, roaring for them to get lost. Gathering Heaven Strike. Tai Thian finally touches the pillar. He gloats that Nathan Quinn's power is truly unexpected, but he is still way too late. Then Tai Thian frowns. Wait, why is the pillar not reacting at all? Panicking, Tai Thian yells for his lackeys to come over and try it. Above them, the sky turns incredibly dark with heavy storm clouds. He just cannot believe his eyes. How is this happening? Somehow, absolutely nobody can pry this magical stone pillar open. Nathan Quinn casually steps right up, offering to give it a shot. Tai Thean sneers with pure disgust. Who does Nathan Quinn think he is? If so many elite geniuses completely failed to open this thing, does he really think he stands a chance? But the exact second Nathan Quinn touches the cold stone, something wild happens. Tai Thean stumbles back in terror, asking what is going on. How is this possible? The giant stone pillar suddenly shatters into glowing fragments right before their dumbfounded eyes, blasting the entire group all the way to the far shore. Furious, Tai Thean screams, how could this happen? He insists Nathan Quinn is playing some dirty trick. Just looking at that prize, Nathan Quinn is stunned. It is the blood of the god of war. This place is not safe. Better hold off for a bit. He will just wait until this whole messy situation is handled before using the blood. But as he turns around, Tai Thean starts barking ridiculous orders. Hand over the treasure, and maybe he will let him live. Nathan Quinn just smirks. He was totally willing to ignore their past grudges, but if this idiot really wants to steal his loot, do not blame him for getting downright ruthless. Tai Thean finds that threat absolutely hilarious. Ruthless? What a complete joke. Tai Thean immediately activates his twisted 16 puppet array, merging them into one terrifying form. Nathan Quinn's size looks like he is finally forced to use his secret token. Holly Shaw laughs in his face. Does Nathan Quinn seriously think he is the only one here who can call in some heavy outside backup? His crew immediately takes action. Tai Thean crushes 3 talismans together to summon a Peak Master, while the guy next to him plays a weird flute for support. A massive rift instantly tears open the dark sky above, and a horrifying monster with giant, razor-sharp claws steps right out. Their backup has officially arrived. Nathan Quinn is shocked. 3 huge ice tigers, all sitting at the absolute peak of the Monster Emperor tier, plus the divine will of Peak Master Yang and the City Lord of Bloodkill City? These guys are completely insane. Tai Thean loudly declares it is time to die. The Bloodkill City Lord points a finger straight at Nathan Quinn, launching a brutal, perfectly coordinated joint attack right alongside Peak Master Yang. All 3 frozen tigers unleash deadly blasts of ice at him. Those freezing streams twist together, mutating into an absolutely gigantic, unstoppable force of pure power. The ice avalanche crashes straight down onto where Nathan Quinn was standing. But Peak Master Yang suddenly freezes in absolute shock. What the hell is that? He wonders silently. It definitely could not be Peak Master Duanmu or Peak Master Zhang. Weren't those 2 guys off investigating some strange anomaly out in the deadly sea of death? Why is his entire crew suddenly surrounded by a massive, angry horde of beasts? Tai Thean totally panics. What is going on? Where did all these monsters even come from? Thunder Beast and Fire Tyrant step from the shadows, bringing raging Thunder Beasts as backup. Peak Master Yang glares, so it is you, Thunder Beast. And you too, Fire Tyrant? You guys belong to the Azure Dragon Holy Land's monster clan. Are you really turning against me just to save this pathetic sinner? The 2 of them just combine their heavy true chi, telling him to cut the garbage and die. Insane firepower completely covers the zone. Tai Tian's jaw hits the floor. Standing there coldly, Nathan Quinn just asks, "Do you still want to kill me now?" The guy is literally shaking, begging for his life, saying, "Nathan Quinn, we messed up. We are so sorry." His 2 buddies turn completely pale. Yeah, huge apologies all around. Nathan Quinn's voice goes completely dark. Apologize? Sure thing. Just pay for it with your life, and he will totally forgive you. He raises one hand to the sky. Lightning and fire erupt violently, while Tai Thean starts desperately throwing out threats. He screams that Nathan Quinn cannot kill him. Breaking the rules of the Thonlong sacred ground means instant death. His father will definitely never let him go, and the Thonlong Holy Lord will hunt him down too. Huang instantly backs him up. If Nathan Quinn dares to kill him, he is declaring war on the Blood Trial City. Nathan Quinn doesn't even flinch. All this useless tough talk? Save it for King Yama when you get to the underworld. Outside, Dongfang Chu watches in absolute shock. The old man roars in pure hatred. He calls Nathan Quinn a little beast for daring to kill his son, swearing they are far from finished. He orders every Peak Master to rush to the Thonlong secret realm entrance and help him force it open right now. Loy Baro groans. This is completely bad news. Someone is actually forcing the Thonlong secret realm open. The gateway suddenly summons a whole group of people out. Dongfang Chu steps right up. He demands that Nathan Quinn, you little beast, drop dead right this instant. But Thonlong blocks him, demanding they stop. Why did they force open the secret realm? A mighty martial master trying to strike down a junior disciple. What kind of embarrassing joke is this? The old man furiously swears that this little animal just murdered his own son. So obviously, blood must be paid with blood. Nathan Quinn calmly explains his side. He had zero grudges against the four of them, Dung Thai Tien, Twit Vo Kirk, Twit Vo Tik, and Tiu Hong. Yet they kept trying to assassinate him over and over again. Losing his patience, he simply killed them all first. What exactly is wrong with that? The old man refuses to believe it, telling him to stop spitting toxic lies. Princess Durrul steps up. She tells the old man not to throw away the face he is given. This princess conveniently has a memory crystal right here. Let's show everyone if Nathan Quinn is actually the one spitting lies or not. The memory crystal fragment projects the footage right in front of them. Dung Fong Chu stubbornly calls it ridiculous. He insists Dung Tai Thien's group was just having a totally normal sparring match with him. Besides, Nathan Quinn did not even get hurt. So why hunt them down to the very end? If they do not execute him, the Than Long sacred ground loses all its fairness. The summoned crowd completely agrees. Dung Fong Chu makes a very solid point. Nathan Quinn's mindset is way too cruel and vicious. A natural-born killer exactly like Dung Than's son was back in the day. It is best to eliminate him early. Nathan Quinn thinks to himself, where are they? Duan Mork Fong Chu and Trung Fong Chu are still nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Dung Fong Chu is openly forcing the Than Long Holy Lord to make a choice. Looks like some totally unexpected changes happened outside while he was busy. Than Long steps in to cool things down. He asks everyone to calm their anger. Nathan Quinn only acted to protect himself. The matter ends right here, and nobody will mention it ever again. Hearing this, Dung Fong Chu bursts into an angry, spiteful laugh. He refuses to accept that. No way in hell. Nathan Quinn deserves 1,000 deaths. If you do not execute him right now, I am not the only one who will rebel. Every single peak master and disciple will revolt too. Chu Huan quickly backs him up. That is right, Holy Lord. If you ignore sect rules for Nathan Quinn, I will reject your authority. Than Long asks in a dangerously dark tone, are you people actually threatening me right now? The old man smirks and denies it. He just clarifies that without Nathan Quinn's execution, he, Dung Ki Hai, is no longer a member of the Than Long sacred ground. The crowd roars in perfect agreement. They fully support Dung Fong Chu. Without Nathan Quinn's death, none of them belong to the Than Long sacred ground either. His absolute authority insulted, the Holy Lord calls them incredibly bold. You guys are really ganging up to publicly force my hand? Listen closely. Whether you leave the sect or not, the Than Long sacred ground will absolutely never execute Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn is genuinely moved by the Holy Lord's protection. He will definitely carve this huge favor into his heart. Dung Fong Chu replies instantly. If the Holy Lord wants to walk alone, then starting today, he is officially done with the Than Long sacred ground. He turns to the crowd. Any disciple here who thinks the Holy Lord is being unfair, follow him right now. They are joining the Phi Dung sacred ground. Whispers explode everywhere. Nathan Quinn did not even do anything wrong, and the Holy Lord treats everyone well. Why would they ever commit such a massive act of betrayal? Dung Fong Chu reveals a secret, assuming they probably just do not know yet. Now watch closely, because things get wild here. The Than Long sacred ground's end is near. Conveniently, he throws out a magic mirror treasure to reveal the entire dark truth. He shouts out heaven-piercing divine mirror, reveal the truth across space and time. Seeing the image, the crowd breaks into totally chaotic panic. How is this possible? Is the Holy Lord really about to die? Nathan Quinn finally gets it. No wonder Dung Fong Chu dared to be so arrogant about the Than Long sacred ground. Dung Fong Chu speaks up again. With things looking exactly like this, do you people actually still want to stay in the Than Long sacred ground? Chu Huiyan chimes right in. If anyone is worried about their benefits, just relax. They already negotiated everything with the rival Phi Dung sacred ground. As long as you all leave with them, the Phi Dung sacred ground will literally open up a brand new Than Long peak just for them. Every single condition and benefit will stay exactly the same. The crowd starts completely wavering. One by one, they declare that they want to leave too. Staying in the Than Long sacred ground honestly has no point anymore. Than Long announces that out of respect for their past bond, he will spare them, telling them to leave. Peak Master Duang immediately leads his people away, ordering them out. Nathan Quinn feels super guilty, thinking this entire mess is totally his fault. The Holy Lord speaks up, saying it is his absolute honor that they chose to stay at Than Long Holy Land, but he refuses to drag them down with him. So for now, the four great Peak Masters will temporarily guide everyone away from Than Long Holy Land. Plus, from this day forward, Nathan Quinn is officially the Holy Son of Than Long. If the Holy Lord dies, Nathan Quinn will be the one to inherit everything here. He tells Nathan Quinn that he must have a ton of questions, but Than Sun will find him later to explain everything. Soon enough, the place empties out, leaving only Nathan Quinn and Diu Diu behind. She gets visibly shy, asking why it is just the two of them. He fires right back, asking if she hates being alone with him. Diu screams in total embarrassment, shouting that absolutely nobody wants to hang out with him, and she only stayed out of pure curiosity. Right on cue, Than's son arrives, taking Nathan Quinn by surprise. Nathan Quinn immediately asks the senior what exactly happened back then at the Ocean of Death, and why Peak Master Huang is so ridiculously obsessed with killing him. The senior sighs, saying it is a long story, but Du sharply orders him to keep it short. Than's son explains that there is a death altar inside the Ocean of Death, and only someone with absolute top-tier martial talent can actually climb it. The higher your martial talent, the better your chances of snagging the ultimate treasure inside. Centuries ago, he and his junior sister entered the Ocean of Death and almost claimed that treasure. But they were hunted down by the forces of the Phi Duong Holy Land, along with the Trade Alliance and the Upper Realm East Continent. His junior sister took the hit for him, tragically dying there and becoming a dead spirit. Nathan Quinn is completely confused now, wondering why these people want him dead. Than's son explains that the Ocean of Death opens exactly once every 100 years. This time they picked Trong Huang, the Chu family's golden boy, to beat the death altar. But they never expected a massive wildcard like him to pop up, especially since Peak Master Donmok chose him. Since they could not bribe Nathan Quinn over to their side, their only option was absolute murder. Du leans in, genuinely curious, asking if this Trong Huang guy actually has insanely high talent. The senior admits he is not sure about the guy's exact talent, but Trong Huang's martial soul has already reached the half-step Earth rank. Wait for it, if he unleashes his War God soul, his rank will totally crush Trong Huang. Du suddenly remembers something and asks what that ultimate treasure actually is. Than's son admits he has no clue, but their ultimate goal in stealing it is to take down his master. The Phi Duong Holy Land, the Trade Alliance, and Peak Master Duong are all taking direct orders from some big shot up in the upper realm. They teamed up just to destroy his master. Rumor has it that his master is actually some divine object from the Ocean of Death brought to life. They need the altar's treasure to completely refine and absorb him. Nathan Quinn is completely stunned, repeating the word divine object. Could the Than Long Holy Lord really be an entity similar to his own War God soul? Than's son turns to him with an absolutely dead serious look. He says his master gave him everything, and he refuses to just stand by and watch him become someone else's meal. So Nathan Quinn absolutely has to defeat Trong Huang. He simply shrugs, that is a total given. Having said his piece, Than's son gets ready to bounce. He warns that the Ocean of Death is acting weird and will open in just 6 months. Nathan Quinn needs to drastically level up his cultivation before then, because cultivators below a specific rank can enter freely. And from what he knows, Trong Huang just broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. Now Than's son has to go investigate the ocean's weird mutation himself. He tells Nathan Quinn his time is running dangerously short. The kid immediately turns to bolt, shouting that he is going into closed-door training right now. Du violently yanks his hair to stop him, calling him an idiot. She says there is no rush, because they are looting the 16 peaks first. Those ungrateful traders completely betrayed the Than Long Holy Land, but they definitely forgot to pack all their stuff. Thinking about all that sweet cash, Nathan Quinn's eyes practically glow. Exactly, she agrees, instantly dragging him along. She declares they cannot waste a single second and must go right now, leaving him blushing incredibly hard. Does this crazy girl even understand personal space? They arrive and instantly score a massive pile of prime stones. Nathan Quinn is thrilled, counting 3,000 pieces right away. The princess gives him an exhausted look, mocking his completely pathetic reaction. This princess has 4,000 prime stones on her. He instantly drops down to hug her legs like a total fanboy, making her scream in pure embarrassment to let go. Eventually, the girl gets annoyed and violently beats the crap out of him. She says she might hand them over, but he has to do her a huge favor in 3 days. It directly concerns her entire future, and she dares him to complain. He just forces a painfully awkward smile. He insists he is totally fine with it. Meanwhile, at the Phi Duong City Center, Trong Huang just condensed his tribulation cloud, and everyone praises his first-grade Earth rank. Even in the Upper Realm East Continent, that kind of talent is pretty damn impressive. He clasps his hands, thanking everyone for attending his Martial Emperor ceremony. He proudly announces that Blood Corp City, Du City, the Trade Alliance, and Phi Duong Holy Land are now officially merging into the Phi Duong Alliance. In 6 months, he vows to completely crush Nathan Quinn and become the absolute top genius of the lower realm. Now watch closely. Back at the peak, he feels something incredibly weird happening and wonders what is wrong. Why the heck did his body just absorb all 7,000 prime stones? His divine god spirit still hasn't leveled up. But hey, he did refine 23 streaks of chaos chi. Let's not forget somebody owes him 8 more streaks. Whatever he decides to just use the divine god blood first. He takes a massive gulp of the blood. Instantly, a towering, gigantic figure manifests right behind him. Nathan Quinn is totally blown away. Earth rank 5th grade divine god blood is absolutely built different. It completely forces his martial spirit up 6 whole levels at once. Even his nascent soul mutates, easily matching a 19 dragon golden rune nascent soul at the 3rd layer martial emperor realm. He specifically fuses the remaining 15 streaks of chaos chi into his nascent soul. That is definitely going to spike his power up another few insane tiers. Meow Meow absolutely cannot believe her eyes. Nathan Quinn, your cultivation level. She secretly realizes he is actually stronger than her now. Nathan Quinn reminds her those 3 days are up, so tell me, what exactly do you need my help with? She drops the big secret. This princess wants to break through to Martial Emperor, which means facing her very first Destiny Lightning Tribulation. So you are going to be my personal guardian. Plus, this is a major lucky break for you. If you manage to absorb my Tribulation Lightning, you will seriously reap endless benefits. He easily agrees, fine, I will act as the princess's guardian. Meow Meow immediately grabs his arm and drags him along. Follow me. Nathan Quinn asks where exactly she is taking him. She reveals they are heading straight to Demon King Valley. Demon King Valley is actually one of the 10 major forbidden zones in the lower district. It holds the Wind Spirit Dojo, totally perfect for a Martial Emperor breakthrough. Meanwhile, 2 spies watching from afar decide to immediately send a secret transmission back to the Holy Maiden over at Feiyang City Palace. Huang looks incredibly annoyed. Jiang Bilan, things have escalated this far and you still refuse to marry me? Look across the entire lower district. My status is completely unmatched. If you refuse me, who else could you possibly marry? She uses Brother Xiao as a handy excuse. As long as Nathan Quinn survives, Jiang Bilan simply has no headspace for romance. This drives Zhang Huang completely insane. Nathan Quinn. Always freaking Nathan Quinn. My 3rd brother ended up chasing another guy because of him, and my 2nd brother is literally dead because of him. You seriously dare mention his name to me right now? I see your heart belongs somewhere else entirely, you just refuse to marry me. Jiang Bilan is totally shocked. Heart belongs elsewhere? No, impossible. How could she possibly have feelings for him? Suddenly, the token on her hip vibrates with an incoming message. Reading the update, Jiang Bilan narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. Nathan Quinn actually left the Azure Dragon sacred area. Zhang Huang aggressively snatches the transmission token. If he actually dared to step outside, he viciously declares that he will make absolutely sure Nathan Quinn never returns alive. Meanwhile, our duo has already arrived at Demon King Valley. Meow Meow excitedly drags Nathan Quinn to hurry up and move. Safely wrapped inside a massive protective bell, they head deep into the zone. Arriving at a specific clearing, Meow Meow proudly introduces it. This is the Wind Spirit Dojo. Nathan Quinn, I am counting on you. She steps right into the center of the Wind Spirit Dojo. Clasping her hands together, she executes her supreme art, demanding the heaven origin power to rapidly awaken. Meow Meow sits down and immediately begins her intense cultivation process. Nathan Quinn watches in pure awe. Her power is just completely off the charts. 2 dry skeletons on the ground suddenly burst into raging flames. Gripping swords, they charge straight toward the meditating Meow Meow. Nathan Quinn steps up to protect her, warning them to back off. Outside, Peakmaster Yang is violently attacking the main gate. He loudly declares for everyone to listen up and remember. The heaven-illuminating divine mirror can only buy them about 1 incense stick of time. Once that finishes, the heavenly secret cloaking effect completely disappears. By then, they have to speed out of Demon King Valley. If the Azure Dragon's sacred lord catches them, they are totally dead. Zhang Huang confidently tells Peakmaster Yang to relax, confidently stepping inside. This time, he will personally slaughter Nathan Quinn. Inside Demon King Valley, huge waves of tribulation lightning violently crash down, rolling over everything like a chaotic ocean storm. Nathan Quinn is stunned. This lightning tribulation is way too terrifying. He suspects he would get vaporized in a single blink. Suddenly, Meow Meow screams out Nathan Quinn, "Get over here and help me!" He finishes smashing that annoying skeleton into dust and yells back, "Got it!" But right at that moment, a teleportation gate materializes. The portal tears open, and Zhang Huang strides out with his ambush squad. Nathan Quinn is totally caught off guard. How could these people possibly be here? Beside Jiang Bilan stands a guy packing an Earth-rank 1st grade martial spirit. Could that actually be Zhang Huang? Stepping out of the portal, Jiang Bilan aggressively declares Nathan Quinn, "You are not leaving Demon King Valley alive today." He calls back, "Princess, I have to step away for a second. Wait for me to crush these clowns, then I will come right back to help you." Zhang Huang viciously opens the fight using his primordial curse-killing art. His killing intent explodes. How did Nathan Quinn's strength jump this fast? Letting him live is absolutely not an option. A dark skull condenses, shooting directly toward Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn, just lie down and die. But a mysterious copper mirror bails Nathan Quinn out, completely blocking the skull from landing a hit. Nathan Quinn seriously realizes the insane danger. If that copper mirror had not protected his sea of consciousness, Huang would have actually gotten his wish just now. Jiang Bilan keeps launching vicious attacks, but inside, she is panicking hard. This is bad. The primordial curse-killing art somehow has zero effect on Nathan Quinn. With Nathan Quinn's current freakish power level, taking him down in half an incense stick of time is practically impossible. Is this entire ambush just another humiliating waste of effort? Wait a second. Just because it failed on Nathan Quinn does not mean it is useless against Princess Meow Meow. Now watch, Nathan Quinn decides to go completely all out against them. Since you cowards tracked me all the way out here to kill me, I might as well bury all of you today. Huang looks obnoxiously confident, throwing out another curse art. Nathan Quinn straight up reminds him, dude, that technique literally does not work on me. Do it 1,000,000 times. It is totally useless. The guy casually scoffs. Oh, really? Watching the curse completely bypass him, Nathan Quinn finally realizes their sick little game. Oh crap, their actual target is Princess Deer. Caught completely off guard, the princess takes a direct hit, her entire body blasting violently backward through the air. Nathan Quinn screams out, lunging forward to frantically catch her in his arms. Huang practically gloats, asking if this girl actually means that much to him. Too bad she just took my nasty little curse right to the chest. She definitely will not survive the lightning tribulation now, and she is going to drop dead very soon. Even a sacred lord has zero chance of saving her. But hey, do not cry too hard. I will totally reunite you two in 6 months max. Nathan Quinn ignores him, gently laying the princess down and begging her to wake up. Thon Long suddenly appears to bail them out, telling Nathan Quinn to hurry and carry her back to his sacred temple immediately. Back at the massive temple palace, Qin Tuyet tracks down Taoist Tuma, desperately asking if Nathan Quinn is actually hiding out here. He confirms it is 100% true. Spotting the trio returning, Tuma gestures over, see, speak of the devil, and here they come. She lets out a panicked gasp. Noticing Princess Deer looks completely wrecked. Tuma just stares. Nathan Quinn brokenly begs the sacred lord to please save her life. The old man sighs she got hit by a nasty primal chaos death curse. The lightning poison already breached her soul, making her incredibly hard to save. Nathan Quinn practically drops to his knees, pleading. He will do absolutely anything just to keep her alive. Thon Long explains, her identity is super special. That first lightning tribulation was completely crucial to her very existence, and now that she totally failed it, her core origin is massively shredded. But luckily, you can actually patch that up with your own chaos aura without breaking a sweat. But erasing the actual curse rotting her body, that specifically requires the pure essence blood from a direct member of the Tiu clan. Nathan Quinn does not hesitate, declaring he is hunting down Trio Fung today. He internally swears that since Tio Phi Bong is hanging right next to Trio Fung, he will search the literal ends of the earth to find them. Qin Tuyet suddenly steps inside. Nathan Quinn stares at her in total shock. What is she doing here? She drops a massive bomb. She is actually direct Tiu clan blood, and her essence works perfectly. Hold up, absolutely nobody saw this insane plot twist coming. He literally cannot believe she belongs to that snobby family, but Qin Tuyet nods. Turns out she and Trong Wang actually share a dad. But back when she was born, someone robbed her super rare 8th grade Imperial Martial soul. The vicious Tio family literally tossed her away to the Huanlin sect like trash. She only figured out her actual identity recently by investigating her adoptive parents' dying words. Nathan Quinn lights up with pure relief. That totally explains everything, and he aggressively thanks her. She brushes it off, genuinely stoked she can help the guy out. Qin Tuyet quickly slices her own finger, hopping onto the bed to feed the blood to Deer. Qin Tuyet carefully presses her bleeding fingertip right against the unconscious girl's lips. The princess reacts instantly. The stuff is insanely effective. Her pale face flushes bright pink, her breathing growing super hot. Thon Long steps in to double-check her pulse. He gives a solid thumbs up. In just 3 months, this girl will be completely back to normal. However, since she brutally failed her tribulation and soaked up that curse, her cultivation power is basically hard stuck for the next 3 whole years. Nathan Quinn is just ridiculously grateful. 3 years is nothing. He vows to hunt down rare herbs to buff her strength back up. Long Ho suddenly runs in, totally hyped. He brags heavily about finally refining the epic dragon bone, but then the super depressing vibe in the room makes him freeze completely. Long Ho violently grabs his collar, screaming right in his face. What the hell happened, and why is Princess Deer looking half dead? Nathan Quinn looks away with extreme guilt, admitting she caught the crossfire because of him. Hearing that, the beast guy just gets violently angry. He completely goes off. Does a literal high-class princess really need to follow a scrub like him around? She always ends up getting severely hurt just to cover for his stupid mistakes. Thon Sun steps directly out of a teleport portal, loudly asking Nathan Quinn what on earth just went down. Literally, the entire lower realm is totally freaking out, gossiping that Huang absolutely destroyed him in one single hit. Why on earth would he clash with that monster? Long Ho literally shakes with pure rage. Destroyed in one hit by Huang? He roars that Nathan Quinn is getting weaker by the second, asking how he even has the nerve to stand here. He barks at him to get out, demanding he vanishes completely before he literally murders him himself. But Princess Dear wakes up with flawless timing, weakly raising a trembling hand to stop the fight. Both guys excitedly rush straight over to her side. The princess glares coldly at the big loudmouth. She completely orders Long Ho to shut up and back off, fiercely defending that Nathan Quinn absolutely did not get beaten by Huang. That total rejection just shatters the poor guy giant ego. He cannot believe Dear just told him to get lost. She gasps for air, forcing words out. She tells Nathan Quinn to totally ignore Long Ho's stupid tantrum. She insists she is fine, just needing a really long nap to sleep off the heavy damage. She warns him not to feel guilty or do anything crazy for revenge. She will personally handle her payback later. The room goes dead quiet, and Nathan Quinn's face turns insanely dark. Someone nervously stammers in pure panic. Nathan Quinn just growls with zero emotion. I am stepping out, be right back. Meanwhile, over at a completely different city, someone is casually chatting with Tum Long. Since he joined the fancy Phi Dung Sacred Land, they are officially top-tier disciples now, so there is zero reason to obsess over Nathan Quinn anymore. Sure, the guy is strong, but compared to senior brother Tiu, he is absolute garbage. He firmly believes that hearing a rumor is completely different from actually seeing it. He absolutely refuses to accept. Nathan Quinn got crushed by Huang in one hit. The guy stops mid-sentence. What an idiot, right? He stares blankly into the distance. What in the world is that? An explosion? Right in front of his eyes, a massive wave of raw power flashes by. He totally assumes the defensive barrier of Feiyang City is practically unbreakable, not just some cheap tofu. But watch closely the moment he brags. Something feels horribly wrong. He screams in panic. What on earth is happening right now? He suddenly realizes someone is literally smashing the city gates. He spots a familiar silhouette and completely lights up. It is Nathan Quinn, flexing his starry sky lightning technique. A ridiculously heavy palm strike directly slams into the main gate. The solid wall instantly blows wide open. Nathan Quinn roars with insane energy. Feiyang dogs, every single one of you better get out here. Peak Master Yang just shows up and immediately drops a massive godly palm strike. Nathan Quinn, there is a path to heaven, but you choose the gateless hell, so wait until I capture you alive. I will definitely make you beg for death. A brutal sword flash instantly pierces through that godly strike, and a giant blade stabs deep into the dirt. Peak Master Yang is completely stunned. Who did that? The old guy cannot believe his own eyes. Tang Qingshan. He stands right in front, completely shielding Nathan Quinn like an absolute boss. You schemed against me before, and now you want to ambush my junior brother, so today I will wash Feiyang City in blood and end our grudge forever. The Feiyang Holy Lord appears and curses his bold arrogance. Feiyang Holy Land is not a place for you to wreck. The crowd below goes absolutely wild. The Holy Lord is finally here. This is perfect. He launches an attack. Tang Qingshan, since you delivered yourself to my doorstep today, I will give you a very quick death. Boom, another massive force steps in and blocks the hit entirely. The Azure Dragon protects them inside his own barrier, calling them absolute trash. You plotted against me for over 200 years, so if I do not turn this place upside down, I cannot die in peace. The Feiyang Holy Lord tries to negotiate with Azure Dragon. If the two of us actually throw hands, neither of our holy lands will gain anything. We should just wait for the Sea of Death to unlock and let the disciples settle the score. He disagrees at first, but the Feiyang Holy Lord makes a point. Since the two of us cannot make a move, we can definitely let the disciples fight it out. Nathan Quinn, step up. Let these fools witness the true power of the Azure Dragon Holy Sun. Nathan Quinn loudly calls them out. Huang, Jiang Bilan, why do you not crawl out here and accept your death? Some random guy immediately speaks up. Senior brother Huang is currently in seclusion, but even if he is absent, Feiyang City is still not some playground you can just trash. He clasps both hands together. A massive surge of true chi erupts spirits of all things. Evil star martial spirit. Nathan Quinn casually teleports right behind this guy and delivers a brutal palm strike, triggering a shockwave that literally shakes the ground. Seeing this dude buried at the bottom of a crater, everyone else is totally stunned. Senior brother Yang is literally at the first layer of the Martial Emperor realm, and yet Nathan Quinn absolutely dropped him in just one single move. Feiyang calculates that Nathan Quinn is showing combat power easily equal to a third layer Martial Emperor. So Huang claiming he took out Nathan Quinn in one hit was a complete lie to us? Nathan Quinn fiercely shouts out, Huang, Jiang Bilan, drag yourselves out here and die. Chu Xuan, you betrayed the Azure Dragon Holy Land and helped Huang fight me, so just killing you is honestly way too easy. He violently launches a few flying swords from this day forward. You can be a good little piece of trash. Chu Xuan is instantly impaled by the fierce sword intent. No, he gasps in pure horror. My meridians, my entire cultivation base. Jiang Bilan steps up Nathan Quinn. Do not be so terribly arrogant, because we still do not know who will be offering their neck to die today. Nathan Quinn smirks with pure contempt. Is that right? I really want to see what dirty tricks you still have left. She turns back to ask the people behind her. Fellow disciples of the Fei Yang Holy Palace, I have a method to deal with Nathan Quinn, but I need everyone to coordinate, so please lend me your strength. They totally agree. Whatever the Holy Maiden requests. I would jump into a sea of fire without hesitation. I will help with all my heart. We definitely must kill Nathan Quinn. Everyone pools their power with Jiang Bilan beautifully, combining the spirit-devouring martial spirit and the four directions annihilation array into one massive descending sword strike. Nathan Quinn does not even flinch. You think some puny little spear array can actually kill me? He just blows the whole thing up, mocking that them attacking together perfectly saves him the trouble of handling them individually. Jiang Bilan stares in absolute panic as the grand array shatters instantly. How is this possible? Did you not lose a ton of combat power already? Nathan Quinn punches her straight in the face. Stop talking trash. Jiang Bilan gets launched insanely far, her body slamming heavily into the dirt. Nathan Quinn coldly states that if they really want a death wish, he manifests his great sword, then do not blame him for being ruthless. The Fei Yang leader desperately tries to stop it before things get any worse. Hold your fire. Tang Qingshan and Azure Dragon quickly remind him this is a battle between disciples. The Fei Yang Holy Lord really should not interfere, right? Nathan Quinn controls the great sword and violently slashes towards them. Jiang Bilan trembles in fear at the blade right in her face, but Wen Dao shows up just in time. Everyone stop right now! Seeing the old man appear, the crowd is absolutely buzzing. It is the Sect Master. The Sect Master has actually arrived. Peak Master Yang makes the introduction fellow disciples of the Fei Yang Holy Palace. This is indeed the Sect Master of Dao-Seeking Mountain, one of the four great factions of the Eastern Continent Upper Realm, and also the Supreme Elder of the Fei Yang Holy Palace. They immediately drop down and kowtow. Everyone bows down greetings to the Supreme Elder, while Nathan Quinn stands totally frozen like a statue. Why the heck can't he move his body all of a sudden? Vun Daro locks eyes with him. You are Nathan Quinn. I see your extraordinary talent, so I can completely overlook all of your past mistakes. Just be smart and leave the Thon Long Sacred Shrine with me, and become an inner sect disciple of Vundar Mountain. You refuse to leave the Thon Long Sacred Shrine? Unacceptable. It suddenly clicks in Nathan Quinn's mind. This old man actually sealed his body in place. The old guy warns him, Nathan Quinn, I highly suggest you think carefully. The Than Long Sacred Ground will absolutely face certain death in 6 months, and without a powerful expert protecting you, how could you possibly survive in the lower realm? Besides, if you just leave this place and step into the Eastern Continent Upper Realm, if I want you dead, you will absolutely die. He scoffs at the threat. My mind is totally made up, and absolutely nobody has ever been able to change it. Vundaro summons the Heavenly Thunder. A tiny lower realm genius really thinks he is a big shot? I will just grant you a quick death right here and now. Thon Long's face totally darkens as he snaps just a mere clone, yet you actually dare to act wild here. Nathan Quinn waits for this exact moment. The seal breaks. Now is the time. With the restriction finally lifted, he immediately slashes a massive explosive strike forward. The exact spot where Bic Lan was lying instantly becomes a shallow crater. Vundauer feels his authority completely insulted. Nathan Quinn, you actually dare to attack right in front of me. Pay for this absolute crime with your life. Than Long steps up to protect him. Nathan Quinn crippled a dozen of your geniuses today, so now it is definitely time for us to make our move. Nathan Quinn, head back to the Thon Long Sacred Ground first, and leave the rest of this mess to me and Thon Sun. Back at the Thon Long Palace, Dear furiously pinches his ear. Nathan Quinn, you possess some insane nerve, ignoring my words and daring to cause massive chaos in someone else's territory. Do you think your life is too long? Nathan Quinn gets totally teary-eyed from the pain. Go a little lighter on me. She turns around and scolds them too. You two old guys have lived for centuries. Nathan Quinn does not know any better. But do you seriously lack common sense too, actually joining him in his madness? Thon Long awkwardly changes the subject. Nathan Quinn, the Sea of Death battle is in 6 months, and the Phi Dung Sacred Ground suffered some super serious losses this time. They will definitely prepare a nasty backup plan, so you must seize the time and train extremely hard. I am heading out first. Thon Sun quickly follows right along. This old man will not bother you either. Both of them absolutely sprint away in opposite directions, leaving Dear Dear to question herself, is there really something that terrifying about me? Why did they dip so fast? Even Nathan Quinn gets ready to pull a disappearing act. Well then, I am going to train. Princess, you need to recover properly. I will absolutely get revenge for you. She acts all shy. I already said I would get my own revenge. You complete idiot. Cut over to the Grand Hall of Dung City, where Vundar sits high up, barking out brutal orders. Every single genius of the Dung sacred ground has now had their cultivation totally crippled by Nathan Quinn. To successfully enter the Sea of Death, I will use the Blood Demon art to forcibly push your cultivation levels all the way down to the peak Martial Emperor stage. Dung and Dungfang clasp their hands and look respectfully toward Vundar. We hear the sect master orders. We will absolutely cooperate with everything we have. The old man simply replies back. The three major factions of the upper realm will send people to watch, so you guys better not make me lose face. Saying this, a wicked smirk curls his lips. Once this crazy competition in the Sea of Death wraps up, I will personally refine the Than Long Sacred Lord. And when that time comes, scene shifts back to the Than Long Sacred Ground Dragon Vein as the Long Mac speaks up. Nathan Quinn, the 6 months are officially up. You really need to finish seclusion. If you do not leave, you are going to literally suck me dry. Hearing this sudden warning, Nathan Quinn gets totally startled. Has it seriously been 6 months already? Saying this, he totally pauses. Honestly, this is all pretty weird. I borrowed the Dragon Vein to train up to the 33rd Golden Dragon mark, but I somehow still cannot attract the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. Did I actually hit another massive bottleneck here? But remembering something important, he quickly stands right up, then turns toward the long match and respectfully clasps his hands together. Massive thanks for the help during this time, Senior. If I need anything later, I will come bother you again. But the vein shows zero politeness, completely thinking you better just stay away forever. After saying goodbye to the Dragon Vein, Nathan Quinn quickly bounces, pondering things deeply along the way. Huang, it is finally time to settle our debts. Oh, this gets totally wild, guys, over at the Sea of Death. Excited chatter fills the air. Look quickly, the Gate of Death has actually appeared. Staring at the massive stone door ahead, they cannot help but gasp in pure awe. After another hour passes, the Gate of Death fully opens up, and we can finally head right inside. Right now, Vundao and his whole crew make their grand entrance, instantly sparking all sorts of loud, gossipy whispers. The Vundar ancestor of the Eastern continent is actually here, and the heavy aura coming off Huang is seriously terrifying. Could his cultivation level have actually reached the martial venerable realm? Nurtum spots them and immediately steps up to say, "Hi, I am Dear Nurtum, inner disciple of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, paying my deep respects to the Vundaro ancestor." Hearing this, the old guy just gives a cold grunt, while Nurtum totally seizes the moment to continue. "This must be the absolute top genius of the lower realm, young Master Tiu, and I actually have a little business proposition for you." Young Master Tiu hears this and gives a super slick smirk. "Senior sister Nurtum, just say the word. If I can help, I will absolutely give it my all." Hearing this, Ngur Tum flashes a clever smile. "Honestly, our 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion has our eyes completely set on a spiritual herb inside the Death Palace. This spiritual herb looks incredibly bizarre, basically just an old wooden stump." But before she can even finish her thought, Luke Jian steps right up and rudely interrupts her. He loudly announces himself as Luke Jian, from the Thuong Dao sect. He tells junior brother Tiu that his sect also expects him to dig up a spiritual herb exactly like that one. Not wanting to be outdone, Tong Nok chimes right in. He proudly declares his allegiance to the Fan Thien ancient kingdom. The ninth prince Tong Nok also demands senior brother Tiu help him score that exact same spiritual herb. Ngutam is literally fuming beside them. She was here first. Damn it. Just then, another bold voice cuts through the crowd. Huang instantly turns totally pale. Keep in mind, Fan Thien ancient kingdom is the absolute biggest, most populated nation in Dongqiao. But as the crowd looks off into the distance, they immediately recognize exactly who just spoke. Look out, it is Nathan Quinn. The insane power he radiates easily rivals a genuine top-tier master, leaving everyone completely, totally breathless. The sheer heavy pressure rolling off his body makes Huang look absolutely pathetic by comparison. Nathan Quinn stares straight ahead and finally speaks up. He drops down from the sky fast. The entire ground literally shakes on heavy impact. Huang spots him and absolutely loses his mind. He screams that today, Nathan Quinn will pay tenfold for humiliating the Than Long Sacred Shrine. But those angry little threats do absolutely nothing to slow down Nathan Quinn drawing his sword. "Cut the crap," he tells him straight up. He aims his blade straight forward and makes a loud challenge. If Trong Huang actually has any guts, they can fight to the death right now. I will even let you have 100 free moves. Trong Huang stares back in pure angry silence. He insists their showdown belongs on the Death God platform, where he promises to show Nathan Quinn the massive gap between them. Nathan Quinn just shakes his head looking completely bored. The result will be the same anyway. Trong Huang is guaranteed to lose. Hearing this arrogance, Trong Huang slowly smirks. Nathan Quinn is celebrating way too early, he loudly warns. He then turns around to address the three annoying nobles behind him. He gladly accepts their requests for help, but points out there is only one spiritual herb available. Flashing an evil smile, he proposes a fun little game. Whoever manages to make Nathan Quinn kneel publicly gets the herb as a sweet reward. Tong Nok immediately talks huge trash, calling it way too easy. He orders Nathan Quinn to kneel and bow to Trong Huang, promising his kingdom will reward him handsomely. Nagu Tam aggressively chimes in too, reminding Nathan Quinn about his heavy grudge with her Van Huang pavilion. If he refuses, he becomes a permanent enemy of the entire Van Huang pavilion. She tells him to think really carefully about his choice. Luke Jian naturally jumps right into the heavy threat pile too. He gives Nathan Quinn two simple options, either kneel nicely before Trong Huang or fight to the death so Luke Jian can harvest his head. Are you guys seeing this madness unfold? Nathan Quinn just politely waits for their yapping to stop, then he scoffs, his whole vibe instantly flipping. If they want a war, they get a war. He already provoked the mighty Van Dao ancestor, so three pathetic lackeys mean nothing. Feeling extremely insulted, Luke Jian angrily charges in with his spear. Nathan Quinn does not back down, calling him truly suicidal. Realizing he is losing badly, Luke Jian panics and summons his heavy Chuthian shield. But it is completely useless. Nathan Quinn utterly shatters it in just one single strike. Furious and desperate, Luke Jian yells at Ngu Tam and Tong Nok to stop standing around and attack. Right at that very second, the massive death gate finally rips open. Ngu Tam loudly screams that the death gate is officially active. Seeing the terrible suction force, Tong Nok instantly switches up his entire attitude toward Trong Huang. He nervously suggests waiting until the massive Death Sea trial actually ends. They can team up and kill Nathan Quinn afterward. Trong Huang casually agrees, leaving Nathan Quinn basically zero choice in the matter. Trong Huang violently slices through the air, launching himself completely off the ground. He totally crosses his arms in a cocky pose and commands everyone to move. The Van Dao ancestor casually raises two fingers up, softly chanting the dark and twisted blood demon art. Meanwhile, over in a shady corner, Peak Master Duong and Phi Duong glare upwards very angrily. A few random bystanders totally panic and scream out. Their cultivation levels are strangely suppressed down to the Martial Emperor peak. Are they actually entering the Death Sea too? Don Mok widens his eyes and yells a massive warning. Peak Master Duong just laughs like an absolute villain. He yells that he is waiting right here for Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn smiles coldly and tells him to bring it on. Duong Thon Son gives him some extremely serious advice. This entire trip is insanely dangerous, and Nathan Quinn really needs to watch out for the Death Examiner. That guy is a loyal dog to the Van Dao ancestor. Once inside the Death God platform, winning means Nathan Quinn must grab the ultimate supreme treasure and rebirth token. Crossing his arms, Nathan Quinn flashes a wild, confident smirk. Just wait for his good news. As the terrifying portal rips wide open, cultivators immediately swarm inside. Nathan Quinn, Dudieu, and Tuma Kong make sure to stick completely together like glue. As they finally fly closer, an incredibly intense light blasts right out, forcing Nathan Quinn to physically shield his stinging eyes. He finally pushes through the blinding flash, successfully stepping right into the Death Gate inner dimension. And waiting right there to ambush him are Trong Huang and Peak Master Duong. Two extremely massive auras clash perfectly as the rival groups stare each other down in total, heavy silence. Suddenly, a deeply creepy figure radiating super dark yin energy floats down from above to greet them. He loudly announces himself as the official Death Examiner of the Death God platform. Everyone listen up. There are exactly two paths ahead of you. The white road leads straight to the Death Altar, while the black path might actually grant you some peerless, world-shattering legacy, or it might just kill you 9 times out of 10. You get one incense stick of time to decide. Trong Huang waves his hand, commanding his crew to move, but Jiang Bichlan is totally not following him. She decides to take a totally different route. He just smirks, acting like he does not care at all, and coldly tells her to do whatever. Walking past Nathan Quinn's group, she pauses, her eyes flashing with obvious worry as she calls out. Nathan Quinn gets a playful nudge. Hey, she is calling you. But Nathan Quinn just plays it completely cool, asking if that is actually true. I did not hear a single thing. By nightfall, massive red pillars, dripping with heavy resentment, suddenly burst right out of the Death Gate. Creepy spells are carved all over them. Turtu Han lights up, his red eyes glaring as he introduces this place as the 10,000 blood tombs, holding exactly 87,000 graves. 80,000 of those are packed with lethal traps, meaning only 7,000 actually hold some decent loot inside. You have exactly 1 hour. Everyone must enter at least 10 tombs, and whoever guesses right the most gets a Bodhi heart. Having dropped those lovely rules, he cheerfully flies up and shouts down, "Let the games begin." Dear just keeps that bright, completely innocent smile on her face. A Bodhi heart is supposedly this crazy item that permanently boosts your martial arts talent and comprehension skills. Nearby, Huang is just laughing his absolute head off. "Nathan Quinn, first place is mine, so you better not die in here, or there will not even be anyone left to scrape up your miserable corpse." Peak Master Dongfang Chu chuckles right along with him. Sure enough, the second the tombs open, Huang gets sucked straight inside. Nathan Quinn uses his divine eyes to track the guy, realizing Huang definitely used some sneaky trick. He knows the exact grave count, but trying to beat me in an eye technique competition? What an absolutely delusional joke. Let us see what makes these blood tombs so special. Instantly, not a single grave can hide from Nathan Quinn's piercing gaze. Having completely figured the place out, he turns to the bubbly princess. "Princess Dear, you guys listen to my commands later and definitely do not wander off." She jumps up in pure excitement, bragging that she knew this would be a breeze for him. Minutes later, Han pulls up the leaderboard, showing Huang in first place. 98, he mutters happily. It has barely been any time and Huang already hit 98 correct tombs. Once he gets his hands on that Bodhi heart, his martial arts talent will become downright terrifying. With that map, Huang is guaranteed to win. But right as he starts celebrating, a shocked voice suddenly rings out. "Hold up, everyone look at the rankings." Han watches the board update like crazy and yells out in pure disbelief. How is this even possible? Outside, Van Dour hops around cursing in absolute fury, calling Huang a useless piece of trash who cannot do anything right. Now watch how the tables turn. Nathan Quinn's squad is quietly locking down the highest ranks. Number 5 goes to Lin with 468. Tu Ma Kong takes 4th. Long Ho grabs 3rd, and Princess Dear snags 2nd. At the very top sits Nathan Quinn with a ridiculous 1,020 points, while the most pathetic drop goes to the former leader. 6th place, Huang with 345. The guy stands in a corner, soaking in the utter humiliation. Time is up, the match is over, and somehow he immediately finds a way to act cocky again. Back in the day, the Blood Emperor only found 300 correct tombs, but I broke 400, so first place is mine. Crushing Nathan Quinn will be a joke. Completely ignoring his earlier failure, Huang arrogantly smirks, saying he cannot believe Nathan Quinn is actually still alive. But even if you survived, you are probably just destined to be a stepping stone for me anyway. Dealing with a loudmouth like him, Nathan Quinn just drops one short cutting line, "Do not brag too early." Peak Master Dongfang Chu stops laughing, nervously whispering for Huang to check the damn board first. The guy just shrugs, asking what is there to see. First place is definitely mine. But the second his eyes hit the leaderboard, he freezes up. Is this a joke? Nathan Quinn found over 2,000 tombs, leaving him stuck in 6th. Long Ho sees that dumbstruck face and just loses it laughing. Hilarious. Dear throws him a completely mocking look, taking a jab about someone getting slapped right in the face this time. Meanwhile, Tu Ma Hong just stares intensely at the back of the cloaked participant who tagged along. He wonders who this Lin actually is. Managing to beat a cheating Huang, her skills are definitely nothing to joke about. Nathan Quinn walks right up to Han, casually reminding the senior about his earlier promise. "I took first place, so shouldn't I be getting that Bodhi heart?" But the guy completely flips the script. "Nathan Quinn, you are lucky I am not punishing you, yet you want a reward? Let me tell you, the top 5 broke the rules and deserve death. But hey, considering their insane talent and it being a first-time offense, Han decides to let it slide. But obviously, this Bodhi heart goes straight to Huang in 6th place. Getting totally spoiled like that, Huang smirks like an absolute tool. He boasts that Nathan Quinn getting first place means nothing, since that prize is his. Getting scammed this, obviously, Nathan Quinn is absolutely furious. He asks if the guy has a death wish, but Han just casually warns him right back. He says if Nathan Quinn dares to attack, he gets disqualified instantly, forever banned from stepping onto the platform of death. Tu Ma Kong rushes over, frantically whispering for Nathan Quinn to chill out, because offending this guy right now is a terrible idea. But if they reach the platform of death and he pulls this garbage, the Sea of Death will absolutely crush him. Hearing that actually cools Nathan Quinn down. He quietly mutters that he understands. Next up is Nai-He Bridge, complete with endless poor souls thrashing around in a literal river of blood down below. But weirdly enough, While the river looks totally cursed, the actual bridge is glowing with bright light. Nathan Quinn stops dead at a giant carved stone tablet, wondering out loud if this is really the whole setup for round 2. Han steps right up to play tour guide again, smugly telling everyone they probably already figured out that round 2 involves crossing Nai He Bridge above the Mengpo River. He warns that if your stats are trash or your mind is weak, the evil spirits will drag you straight down into Mengpo River to become a phantom yourself. The grand prize for the first guy to cross the finish line is a single drop of premium Dao magical fluid. Diu crosses her arms, super annoyed, pointing out that this fluid perfectly boosts martial arts talent. She bets her royal title that this prize was rigged exclusively for Huang from the start. She demands to know the point of this exam, but Han shrugs it off, straight up saying he makes the rules around here. He tells her if she hates round 2 so much, he can just kick her out right now. Diu's aura absolutely explodes with rage, roaring right back at him to demand how a bottom-tier official dares to act so completely and totally lawless. Right before she throws down, someone grabs her arm. Nathan Quinn softly tells the princess to hold back, because losing her cool ruins the entire big picture. Han then pipes up, looking way too amused as he adds that he forgot one tiny little detail about the bridge. Everyone is fully allowed to beat each other senseless up there, but they only get 2 hours to cross, or they face permanent elimination. With that, round 2 starts instantly. Diu and Nathan Quinn step right onto the bridge, but immediately have to grab their ears as deafening underworld sound waves violently try to crush them flat. Nathan Quinn furiously curses the whole thing out. Han watches them suffer for a bit before speaking up. He says since some guys did not cheat earlier, he is generously handing out death talismans to block out those pesky evil spirits. Huang gets super confused, wondering if these nasty phantoms actually think he is one of them now since they keep ignoring him. Long Ho is struggling hard here, and seeing Huang get totally VIP treatment makes him scream out that this is completely shameless. Kong casually pulls out his Dao Heart 10,000 Arts Guardian spell, and thankfully, his epic talisman skills manage to keep their whole squad perfectly safe. Nathan Quinn happily drops his hands down from his ears and cheers out loud the crazy pain is finally gone. Long Ho laughs like a maniac and violently slaps his bro on the back. Kong glares back, bitterly thinking that massive slap almost completely shattered his bones. He begs the guy to be careful with his precious gear. Meanwhile, Huang is desperately speeding ahead. He orders his goons to deal with Nathan Quinn while he takes the lead. Peakmaster Fong just smirks, telling him not to worry. So the second they spot Nathan Quinn's crew, those 3 goons just absolutely lose their minds. Long Ho, being a total hothead who loves a good brawl, laughs crazy loud and charges in, yelling that he has wanted to punch these jerks all day. He fully transforms his soul into a massive tiger, literally crushing a bunch of Hong's cultivator fanboys right into the dirt. Kong and Diu perfectly team up, summoning a wicked Dao-breaking axe. Working together, they launch an absolutely brutal follow-up, the Void Blossom 7 Wounds Sword Aura. Another enemy wildly groans in burning agony. Nathan Quinn finally wraps things up with a massive ultimate attack, the Starry Sky Thunder Phoenix Fire. Fiery thunder crashes down, making Peakmaster Fong frantically scream for a defensive array and a kill shot. They agree in a split second. Diu screams out a warning, while Fong stretches his neck with a wicked laugh, telling Nathan Quinn to drop dead. The killer array that Old Man creates is perfectly matched with Nathan Quinn's massive fire attack. Can our boy actually survive this brutal hit? But right when things look completely hopeless, a literal savior decides to jump in and back up Nathan Quinn's struggling squad. Spotting that oddly familiar guy hiding behind a mask, Nathan Quinn immediately gets suspicious. Right on cue, Kung Duong finally decides to take the dumb mask off. He smirks, noting it has been half a year since they last hung out, and says Nathan Quinn literally hasn't changed a single bit. The exact second that funny, totally friendly face gets revealed, Nathan Quinn just lights up and excitedly shouts out Kung Duong's name. Being an absolute bro, Kung Duong boldly tells Nathan Quinn to leave the trash to him, ordering him to sprint across and catch Huang. Nathan Quinn trusts him completely and instantly agrees. Peakmaster Fong just stands there totally dumbfounded as the kid sprints right past his stupid face. The old man raises his arm right at him, gearing up to strike. Think you can run? Keep dreaming. But plot twist before he even swings, somebody intercepts him from behind. Master Dongfang senses that terrifying aura and glares at Har Kung Dung, totally decked out in iron armor. Standing tall in his heroic spirit form, he makes a highly confident declaration. He says he might not kill them, but holding them back is easy work. Meanwhile, Huang is sprinting for his life when he hears hurried footsteps closing in. It is Nathan Quinn, completely shielded up with his golden bell and lightning step combo. Completely shocked, He asks how this is even possible. But Huang keeps blindly sprinting, just handing Nathan Quinn the perfect chance to strike. He raises an eyebrow and flashes a totally wicked smirk. Drop dead, Huang. The guy absolutely cannot stop, just desperately charging straight ahead. Nathan Quinn absolutely refuses to let him go, tailing him closely with a fully charged weapon. Time to die, Huang. He grits his teeth, feeling totally doomed and miserable inside. But wait for it, Huang gets totally bailed out when Han steps up. He calls out Nathan Quinn for breaking the rules, vowing to punish him. Nathan Quinn was literally inches from victory. But with Han crashing the party, the whole game completely flips. He violently dunks Nathan Quinn into the Manhwa River, where creepy demon soul hands grab onto his body and absolutely refuse to let go. Up above, Deer panics and screams out his name. Huang obviously bursts into manic laughter, declaring this is exactly what happens when you cross him. Master Dongfang waves his hand over there, issuing a direct command. If Nathan Quinn is dead, they have no reason to stay. But brave Deer fearlessly jumps off the edge, screaming that she will save him. Someone lunges out, tightly grabbing her wrist. Dung leans over the bridge, yelling, "Are you completely insane?" Jumping down means certain death. But Deer only cares about saving Nathan Quinn, stubbornly ignoring him and yelling to let go of her hand. Dung patiently begs Princess Deer not to do anything overly reckless. Trust Nathan Quinn, he will not die that easily. Hearing this completely snaps her back, and she finally stops thrashing around. She agrees, how could the puny Manhwa River ever take his life? But Hong is refusing to let this slide, completely furious as he starts violently unleashing his spiritual power. He roars to the supreme death spirits, if you will not show up right now, then when? Hong aims straight for the guy running this entire place. He warns Han not to act like some untouchable god completely above the rules. Caught completely off guard by that crazy power burst, the guy stutters. Too terrified to joke around now, he violently trembles while nervously re-announcing the rules. The death altar officially accepts Nathan Quinn. Drops of thick red blood splatter onto the ground, mixing with the sound of incredibly heavy breathing. Han clutches his chest, pure resentment boiling up. Just wait until his body recovers. Breaking through to Marshal Saint Tier, he will make them wish they were dead. Kong finally relaxes his face, exhaling heavily to vent out his frustration. Dung patiently waits for him to wrap things up, then urgently reminds the group that time is running dangerously short. They really need to hurry straight to the other shore. Ho aggressively pushes them to move, claiming they absolutely cannot let that bastard Tiu reach the goal first. While their group was totally blocked off, Huang becomes the very first to cross, claiming a super rare drop of Dao liquid as a reward. Deer sprints forward with everything she has, still completely unable to shake her bitter frustration. She knew this would happen. Seeing his ally succeed, Han totally ignores his pain and just bursts into loud, echoing laughter. Now the path to the death altar is wide open. After waiting for so many years, he finally gets to see this glorious day arrive. The terrifying river of death immediately starts wildly churning the second the first person crosses over. Huge splashes of dark water erupt into the air alongside an incredibly eager voice. Everyone, look quickly, the legendary death altar has finally appeared. Rumor has it that the crystal coffin inside actually holds the ancient Death Emperor himself. Dongthine Sun only sees Huang walking out, and his stomach immediately ties up in anxious knots. Wait, why isn't Nathan Quinn here with them? Did he actually die back at the second stage of Narha Bridge? Meanwhile, Vundaro puts on this incredibly fake, exaggerated, sad face while breaking the news. He tells everyone to listen up, claiming he just got some terrible news. Apparently, the holy son of the Thanlong sect tragically fell straight into the Manhwa River. Looks like the Phi Dung sect just totally won this decisive battle without even lifting a finger. Hearing this, Dung Than Sun absolutely explodes into a furious, screaming rage. He fiercely demands if the Vundaro ancestor actually ordered the death envoy to play dirty this time. But Vundaro is a total scheming snake. He immediately twists the argument, smugly asking for actual proof. Not wanting things to escalate, the Thanlong master hurriedly steps in. He begs Than Sun not to lose his cool and to trust Nathan Quinn. The kid will definitely reach the death altar soon enough. Dung Than Sun glares hard, but his explosive temper finally cools down just a little bit as he nods. Meanwhile, Vundar keeps speaking in that incredibly arrogant, mocking tone. He loudly announces that they must first climb exactly 999 steps before they can test their martial spirit level on the Blackstone Pillar. Now watch this, the absolute final testing round officially kicks off. Meanwhile, deep underwater, tiny bubbles continuously rise to the surface, proving somebody is still alive. Nathan Quinn slowly opens his blurry eyes. Standing on the dark river bottom, he looks around in pure confusion. wondering where the heck he even is. Suddenly, a totally calm voice rings out right nearby, noting that he is finally awake. That incredibly soothing voice belongs to a stunningly beautiful woman. Nathan Quinn is confused and honestly pretty terrified, asking if she saved him. Marn Kung Ner just stares at his token on the table and casually asks what his relationship with Dung Than Sun actually is. Nathan Quinn totally panics that is the exact token Senior Sat Huang gifted him. He quickly pieces together who this woman standing right in front of him is. Introducing himself as an Azure Dragon disciple, he boldly asks if she is Senior Dung Than Sun's junior sister. She simply lowers her eyes and asks, "How is the Azure Dragon's sacred area doing right now?" Hearing this, Nathan Quinn just lets out a heavy sigh. Thanks to Peak Master Dung stirring up major trouble, several leaders took their disciples and ditched the sect for the Phi Dung sacred realm. Now the Phi Dung Master and Patriarch Vun Dao are hovering like vultures, waiting for a chance to devour the Azure Dragon sect whole. Marn Hung Ner's face immediately darkens the absolute second she hears this. Resentful spiritual energy violently billows behind her. It has barely been 100 years, and they are already scheming against her adoptive father and targeting the sacred area. Wow, how incredibly wonderful of them. And yet, toward Nathan Quinn, she stays completely gentle without a single harsh word. She explains she is Marn Hung Ner, the adoptive daughter of the Azure Dragon Master and Dung Than Sun's junior sister. Of course, those were just her titles from way back when. Right now, she is the literal soul of this Marnba River. Nathan Quinn absolutely freezes the soul of the river? Marn Kung Ner warmly explains. Here, whether it is the actual Sea of Death or the 10,000 Blood Tomb, the Narha Bridge or the Marnba River, they all possess their own special souls. They are not the same as those creepy corpse attendants. Honestly, the Death Emperor basically set up those corpse attendants right before his ultimate demise, while these spiritual items directly chose them instead. If not for that extremely strict rule, she would have totally crushed the corpse attendants ages ago. Nathan Quinn gets it and cuts straight to the chase. Makes sense, but can Senior actually get him out of here? He must reach the death altar and change the situation. Marn Kung Ner absolutely doesn't refuse. She definitely can, but he has to wait for her to finish one specific task before she helps him escape. Saying that, she casually uses her spiritual energy to drop a storage bag right into Nathan Quinn's waiting hand. She casually mentions that this storage bag is totally loaded with all sorts of boosting elixirs. Martial arts, talents, cultivation, resources, literally everything you need, just take it and use it. Nathan Quinn accepts the bag, his eyes showing a bit of restless confusion. But get ready for this completely wild twist. Marn Kung Ner drops a casual line that totally startles him. While he cultivates, she will seriously forge her own body into a blade. Nathan Quinn frantically tries to stop her. He begs his senior not to do anything crazy if he just reaches the Death Altar summit. He can grab the rebirth token and save her. She gently replies that she obviously knows that fact. But Dung Than Sun's future is the entire Thunglam continent, and her martial talent just is not enough. Becoming his blade is literally the only way to stay by his side forever. With those final words, Marn Hung Ner instantly sacrifices herself, diving straight into the blazing furnace to forge herself into a sword. "Wait for me, Than Sun!" Deeply moved by her absolutely insane bravery, Nathan Quinn loudly declares that she can rest easy. Up on that death altar, he definitely will not let those guys achieve their goals. Meanwhile, on the outside, Deer and the rest of the gang have finally reached the summit. Har Kung Dung's confidence right now is incredibly rock solid. Nathan Quinn probably needs just a little more time to make his return. Until then, he is more than happy to step up and handle Tiu Trong Huang. Honestly, a total nobody like that might not even need Nathan Quinn's attention at all. Tiu Trong Huang has a massive squad backing him up, making him insanely arrogant. "You want to fight me?" Talk about completely lacking self-awareness. He smugly thinks to himself that even Nathan Quinn is just a puny mystic 10th grade. How could this totally nameless little fry possibly ever surpass someone like Nathan Quinn? Har Kung Dung slowly turns his head halfway, throwing a huge side-eye right at him. "You really should not speak so soon. Are you seeing this insane shift?" His internal energy completely erupts, leaving absolutely everyone watching completely stunned by the raw power. Earth, 1st grade. Do we really have a peerless genius like this hiding in our lower region? Watching closely from above, Turtuhan senses things going south and instantly gets super cautious. If I attack him right now, the Sea of Death definitely will not let me off the hook. Guess I just have to put all my hope in Tiu Trong Huang. Tiu Trong Huang is secretly panicking hard inside, but out loud he still tries acting tough to suppress his opponent. Who wins and who loses this match is still up in the air, so you really should not get too happy just yet. Har Kung Dung flashes a very friendly but incredibly dangerous smile at him. "That is exactly the kind of thing I wanted to say to you. At this exact moment, down at the bottom of the Manhwa River, Nathan Quinn is fiercely cultivating, just like Marn Kung Nur ordered. He frantically absorbs as much spiritual energy as humanly possible. 20,000 primeval stones have already been completely absorbed. Nathan Quinn's nascent soul looks like a tiny newborn wrapped in abundant soul power. And right now, he has successfully leveled up to an Earth 6th grade martial spirit. Up on the death altar, Huang has no choice but to unleash all the soul power he gathered. He hurls that intense aura straight into the central pillar 4-grade talent. Seeing it doesn't get the huge reaction he expected, Han asks who is up next. Har Kung-dung immediately volunteers to step up and handle it. He casually walks right over. With just one light touch, the pillar's grade instantly shoots up several levels. The nosy crowd completely gasps in sheer awe. 9-grade talent. They realize that even an Earth 2nd grade martial spirit could not possibly trigger 9 entire grades like that. If Huang actually wants to beat Har Kung-dung, his martial spirit level seriously needs to be at least Earth 5th grade. Har Kung-dung gives a totally bright smile, telling that extremely angry Huang to stay right there. Just to save his massive ego, he channels every ounce of his inner power, going all out. So this time, his rank finally spikes up to perfectly match Har Kung-dung. Han watches this and seriously sweats bullets, since it is a 9th tier level too. That means the death platform rewards will get split right down the middle. He is totally not okay with this result, his anger hitting max level and turning into a wild scream. He yells that he waited a whole 100 years, so why is it ending like this? He quickly raises his arm, firing off a solid burst of dark demonic energy. This time, boom. His heavy attack aims straight for Huang. Han basically just gave him a major power boost, making his rank shoot up near the platform peak. Huang actually thinks this is his own strength, laughing like a complete maniac, claiming he is the absolute winner. Dongthan's son notices something off. Not good. He blurts out it is totally bad news. Seeing him so anxious, Vundauer speaks up in a super sarcastic tone. Fai Long Than Chu, make your move now. Dung Tang Shun, Tang Lom Tang Chu. Today is totally the day you both die. Han grabs the chance to announce the results, declaring Huang takes first place on the death platform and picks 3 treasures. Meanwhile, way up high, Vundauer is completely blocking Dung Tang Sun. He tells Than Long Than Chu to wait until he grabs the soul fire, then he will totally refine him. Right now, Han is completely blinded by this super easy victory, thinking he only needs the rebirth token. Then he can finally ditch his dead spirit body and run far away from the Tuvang Darde. Huang speaks up with some major confidence. He picks the rebirth token, the sky-masking grass, and the soul fire. But just when the contest seems basically over, the river below completely starts boiling up. Nathan Quinn glides right across the water, yelling loudly for them to wait a second. He dashes crazy fast toward the death platform. He apologizes for showing up late. Seeing him there, Dear calls out his name with actual tears. She rushes over and hugs him tight, smiling so happily. She says he is actually still alive. Nathan Quinn looks at Dear feeling pretty awkward. Wait, is she seriously crying right now? Ma Kung clears his throat to drop a heavy hint. Hey, how much longer do you two plan on hugging? So they both blush super hard and quickly let go. Seeing him back, Huang freaks out about the results changing, so he quickly raises his voice to warn him. The contest is over. So who even cares if Nathan Quinn is still breathing? Nathan Quinn claps back super fast, declaring straight up that if he has not joined yet, the contest simply cannot end. He jumps right back in using his newly forged soul power, making Han tremble in actual fear from that insane aura. Game on. The death platform fully accepts Nathan Quinn as a valid contestant. Vundao does not care at all, brushing it off, saying a tiny little ant is just trying to stall for time. Seeing the old guy rush in, Nathan Quinn smoothly uses his blade to counter, calling out to Senior Sakwang as the sharp sword slices the wind at dizzying speeds. It shoots straight toward Dongthan's son. He catches it supernaturally, like his 6th sense totally told him what to do. Dongtang's son gently traces the sword, feeling the divine soul of Marn Kung Nur inside, and says with real pain it actually is you. Nathan Quinn walks straight to the death platform pillar, pressing his hand on it to measure his rank. Huang sees the result he wants and totally sneers, calling him absolute trash for only getting 6 lights, saying his martial talent is ridiculously low. Har Kung-dung kindly drops a hint, telling him not to forget Nathan Quinn has not released his martial soul yet. Huang completely ignores it to him. Everyone else is way weaker anyway, so who cares? He claims it is just a tiny 10th tier mystic rank soul, and getting 8 ranks is definitely his absolute limit. Nathan Quinn curves his lips into a cocky smirk, saying if he truly had a 10th tier mystic rank soul, getting 8 ranks would totally be the limit, but in reality, this guy is nowhere near worthy to be his opponent. Those words make Huang feel a sick twist in his gut. He frowns hard, wondering what is happening. Nathan Quinn does not hesitate anymore, blasting out his entire martial soul. The light pillar instantly shoots up to the absolute highest level. And here is the thing. Remembering his promise to Marn Nur, he wants pure revenge. He calls out Vundaro ancestor, saying he schemed against Than Long Than Chu for over 100 years, but today he will crush their plot entirely. Huang totally panics, collapsing right onto the ground. A 6th-tier Earth-rank martial soul, how is that even possible? Nathan Quinn actually dominates the whole place with his soul power, making it 100 times stronger than any contestant around. The hidden items inside all suddenly burst out at the exact same time. Vundar screams out in total greed, claiming the soul fire as his. He unleashes a massive giant hand to crush the guy below. He yells at the kid Nathan Quinn to just drop dead. But his giant hand barely moves 10 steps before Than Long completely blocks it. Does he even exist to them? But suddenly Nathan Quinn realizes things are going totally wrong. His nascent soul acts up. Is he seriously about to face a tribulation now? Dear easily distracts them by pointing her finger. She tells everyone to look, saying it seems like something inside that crystal coffin really wants to get out. Just like she says, a faint trail of dark black smoke is actively escaping from inside the crystal coffin. Dung Than Sun suddenly gets shaky hands, his eyes drooping as he asks in pure pain junior sister, "What are you so restless about?" Tertuhan falls into absolute peak panic. He realizes the Tu Vongdar Day is awake, meaning everyone here is totally dead, so he is the very first one to run away. Screaming out, he completely refuses to die. But the Death Emperor's heavy smoke is already on him, wrapping tight around his entire body. He lets out one last miserable shriek. And just like that, Tertuhan's pathetic little life gets snuffed out, his body crushed into absolute nothingness. Than Long panics and screams out a warning. "Nathan Quinn, get out of here. Vundao will not let this slide. There is no escape." Right at that exact second, all the dark magic smoke violently converges into a single spot. How about it? The terrifying Death Emperor is actually Jiang Bichlan, and she just throws her head back and laughs. After thousands of years, the Death Emperor has finally descended once more. Looking closely at her pretty face, you really cannot spot a single drop of pure evil that would explain how she did this. Even Nathan Quinn never saw this wild twist coming from Jiang Bichlan. Did the Death Emperor actually hijack her body? Jiang Bichlan glances over her shoulder, completely unbothered, acting like she absolutely owns the place. She points one finger right at Huang and casually drops her verdict, "You deserve to die." Her purple divine energy instantly locks him down completely. Huang rolls his eyes back in pure terror, begging her to spare him. Just seconds later, his shrieks get way more desperate, but that purple divine fire is already burning his body to ash. Right after totally dealing with that annoying guy, Jiang Bichlan simply pulls her crazy divine power back. Nathan Quinn watches her turn away, straight up ignoring everyone else. So he asks out loud, "Are you actually Jiang Bichlan or the Death Emperor?" She turns back around just to answer him, "Well, I am Jiang Bichlan, but also the Death Emperor. Just treat me as Jiang Bichlan for now. I am sticking with this identity. Honestly, Nathan Quinn, it is totally thanks to you that I get to finally see the real sunlight again today. As a reward, I will let you be my personal vessel." But Than Long absolutely refuses to let Nathan Quinn accept that twisted gift, his old eyes flaring up brightly. "Hey, Death Emperor, your current power is not even 1% of what it used to be, yet you still dare to act so incredibly arrogant in front of us?" Jiang Bichlan looks utterly disgusted and dashes out to clash with him. "Old man, stop getting in my way." She immediately teams up with Vundar. "Hey Vundar Patriarch, since our goals match up perfectly, why not just join forces and kill our enemies together?" He accepts instantly, saying he had the exact same thought. Vundao aggressively punches one arm straight forward, unleashing a massive signature strike. Not hesitating for even a second, Dung Than Sun fiercely rushes right in to back him up. Nathan Quinn simply cannot delay this any longer. He whips out the crazy heavy blade forged by Marn Nur to desperately block the opponent's brutal incoming strike. Rings of violently clashing light, one righteous, one totally evil, explode and dominate the entire space. Suddenly, Jiang Bichlan gets incredibly greedy. "The vessel I chose is not getting away from me. Her primary target is definitely Nathan Quinn." Seeing him caught in real danger, Dung Than Sun screams out in total fear. Right now, Nathan Quinn is heavily struggling to deal with the wild changes exploding in his meridians. This is terribly bad. He absolutely cannot suppress his nascent soul anymore. Jiang Bichlan lets out a super creepy devilish laugh. "Wow, facing a heavenly tribulation right at this exact moment? You could not run away from me now even if you really tried." Nathan Quinn seriously refuses to drag anyone else down, so he yells out, "Everyone leave, do not worry about me." Dung Thine Sun knows his stubborn student way too well, so he puts his total trust in him and firmly drags everybody else away. Let us move! Ultimately, he is left completely alone, totally forced to survive his violently exploding nascent soul while fending off Jiang Biklan. But Nathan Quinn clearly has a chaotic backup plan, just smirking as he talks. Hey, Death Emperor, if you are really craving my body so much, why not survive this heavenly tribulation with me? Then he wildly throws his hand out, grabs her right by the neck, and violently drags her into his disaster. Jiang Bichlan frantically struggles in pure pain, screaming to let her go. She instantly fires off a terrifying death aura technique. Jiang Bichlan gets incredibly lucky and breaks loose, immediately locking herself tight inside a defensive cocoon where she can safely launch attacks from within. The second she fully realizes he just completely played her, her face goes incredibly dark. Nathan Quinn, you actually dared to plot against me, so you better be fully prepared to handle the nasty backlash. Dear instantly senses the danger and desperately screams out. Seriously, Nathan Quinn, you need to run away now. Jiang Bichlan is fully charged up and she is violently blasting right back toward him. In a split second, the whole situation brutally flips. His body takes massive internal damage, spitting up bright red blood everywhere. Dear is totally speechless, just helplessly crying out Nathan Quinn's name. Nathan Quinn's beaten body completely loses its strength, helplessly plunging straight down. Dear frantically rushes over, wrapping her arms tight to safely catch him. Groaning through the agonizing pain, Nathan Quinn feels his origin force shatter. Princess, my tribulation failed, the lightning backlash got me, so please do not waste your energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Biklan has pretty much wrapped up her side of things completely. She quickly signals her evil teammate, shouting out to Vundao Patriarch, "You totally know what we need to do next, right?" The old man just calmly looks up with a cruel stare. Obviously, the very prey I am hunting has finally arrived. And honestly, you just cannot look away now. The battle gets totally insane when the sky itself gets violently ripped open, dropping down several incredibly powerful figures. Seeing them drop in, absolute panic hits everybody. It is the legendary elders from Vundauer. This time, all 4 crazy powerful martial saints of the Vundauer sect have showed up. Thon Long keeps his face completely deadpan. You brought out the absolute full strength of your sect just to handle me? Vundauer Patriarch, you really think highly of me. The old man casually floats upward, his voice totally dripping with nasty resentment. Quit speaking absolute nonsense. Today is officially the very day that you die. Vundao loudly triggers a massive ceiling array, a giant cage locking down the heavens and earth. He looks incredibly arrogant. Let us see exactly where you rats hide now. Right then, Jiang Bichlan sits down to cultivate her power. In just 3 more hours, I can unleash the death fire and help you completely refine the Thon Long Holy Lord. Meanwhile, Dung Thon Sun has successfully guided the other disciples outside, but the terrifying Marnba River absolutely refuses to let them safely cross over. He prepares his ultimate killing technique, but Thon Long quietly appears right behind him. Stop right there, Thon Sun. This massive array cannot be broken. He helplessly cries out for his master. Du practically has to carry Nathan Quinn while he awkwardly stammers out an apology. Guys, this is totally my fault for dragging you into this mess. Du immediately snaps back. What kind of absolute garbage are you spouting right now? Duong Thon Son calmly jumps in to play peacemaker. Even without you, those creeps got the soul-devouring fire. We were basically doomed to end up exactly like this anyway. Plus, who actually thought the Death Emperor legend was completely real? Long Ho just scowls in absolute rage, glaring daggers at them. If this young master was fully grown, I would absolutely bite that nasty witch Jiang Bichlan straight to death. Nathan Quinn smartly keeps his mouth shut after that. But his eyes are just swimming with heavy guilt. If he bites the dust, whatever. But dragging his friends down with him is a massive no-go. Right on cue, he snaps his head up and shoots a secret telepathic message to Thon Long. You are definitely going to help me out here, right? Jiang Bichlan clearly senses something sketchy going on. She instantly barks an order, Dao-asking ancestor. Toss everyone except the sacred leader straight out of this array. Van Dao obviously obeys her like a loyal dog. The old guy slowly channels pure killing intent right down into his knuckles. Boom. A glowing wire shoots out and violently binds every single person there except Thon Long. Jiang Bichlan totally seizes the moment. She wants to personally wipe the sacred leader right off the map, once and for all. But attacking his students was a massively stupid move. It completely triggers Thon Long's furious rage. Terrified that the old man is about to get himself killed, Nathan Quinn frantically screams out for his leader. A massive azure dragon divine beast is instantly summoned, shielding absolutely everyone. Those shady sect leaders spread out to trap him. Don't even think about running, Nathan Quinn. And just like that, his teammates are violently sucked into some weird alternate space. A literal black hole rips open right outside the creepy forest. It dumps the whole crew on the ground, safely away from the death platform. Long Ho awkwardly scrambles to his feet. He looks around, wait, where the heck is Diu Diu? Hakung Duong goes into total panic mode as that black hole starts shrinking. She and Nathan Quinn are completely stuck in there. We absolutely have to drag them out before that rift snaps shut. Back in the Death Palace, Jiang Bixlan casually gloats. You are never escaping the palm of my hand, Nathan Quinn. The only reason Diu Diu is still stuck here is that she absolutely refuses to leave without dragging Nathan Quinn along. He frantically begs the princess to just let him go. Nope, she stubbornly holds on. You are my servant. How dare you try to order me around? It breaks Nathan Quinn's heart. Can she not just listen to him for once in her life? Diu Diu literally sobs back at him, asking if he's daydreaming. Knowing the crazy girl won't leave alone, Nathan Quinn forcefully shoves her straight through the glowing crack. He yells at her to go, while she hoarsely screams out, no! Right as the rift violently snaps shut, Diu Diu finally tumbles through to safety. Seeing her hit the dirt, Long Ho and Tuma completely sprint over to help her up. The whole crew stares helplessly in the exact same direction, desperately screaming out one name over and over, Nathan Quinn! Jiang Bixlan yanks her binding wire, dragging Nathan Quinn toward her like some literal dog. Oh, so your whole big master plan was just to let them escape? Wow, what a touching little scene of friendship, truly heartwarming. It is just too bad that even though they got away from here, my Death Origin Thunder is going to track them down. 81 days from now, every single one of them turns into a useless puddle of blood. It finally clicks for him. He absolutely loses it, screaming, what did you just say? I am going to kill you. She just laughs right in his face. Kill me? You cannot even save your own miserable self right now. Just let your soul be destroyed here. Suddenly, the soul-protecting pearl activates. That pearl practically drills straight into Nathan Quinn's brain, sending brutal spikes of pain through him. Seeing him in lethal danger, Fei Yue immediately manifests. Jiang Bixlan visibly frowns. But wait, things are getting way crazier. The ancient soul of the Death Emperor suddenly materializes. Who would have guessed you were hiding an ultimate treasure inside your consciousness? Now, absolutely everything in here belongs to me. Jiang Bixlan goes totally insane, screaming at it to back off. The Death Emperor just taunts her with heavy arrogance. Listen here, Jiang Bixlan. Once I fully hijack this kid's body, you can walk away totally free. After all, isn't he your worst enemy? I am practically doing you a massive favor here. She gnashes her teeth, spitting pure venom. If anyone is going to murder this guy, it is going to be me personally. Even a legendary Death Emperor doesn't get to steal my kill. Nathan Quinn is totally stunned. Jiang Bixlan, are you serious? Suddenly, all that malicious venom completely vanishes from her face. Even her harsh voice drops into something terrifyingly soft. Nathan Quinn, is a pathetic little obstacle like this really going to break you? If you genuinely want your revenge, you better run far away. You have to survive this. The Death Emperor totally loses it, bursting into cruel, booming laughter. You miserable little witch, just drop dead. He instantly whips his creepy focus right back to Nathan Quinn. Once I hijack this vessel, I am ripping your life away too. Just as Nathan Quinn howls in absolute agony, Thon Long suddenly breaches the space again. Stop right there, he roars. The master's explosive divine aura floods the room, desperate to save his student. Van Dao gapes up in pure shock. How on earth is this even possible? Thon Long is totally enraged now. He brutally unleashes an attack, roaring at the ghost to back off. The terrifying soul of the Death Emperor is literally crushed right inside the old master's bare hand. Seconds later, it violently shatters, fading into nothing but a few pathetic wisps of dark smoke. All that nasty, resentful energy immediately drains straight out of Jiang Bixlan's body too. Than Long steps right up to her with a lethal glare. I am letting you walk today, but only so Nathan Quinn can finish you himself later. As for the rest of those spineless lackeys, one sweep of Thon Long's fiery, murderous glare, and they absolutely scatter, fleeing the ruins as fast as they can. Wendao finally snaps out of it and spins around, run away, but Azure Dragon is ready to absolutely wreck them. He promises to personally send them packing back to their precious upper realm. Next time they meet, they are dead meat. With the trash taken care of, he smoothly walks right over to Nathan Quinn, gently tapping a single finger right between his eyebrows. Wake up! Our boy instantly snaps back to reality. He stares up at the guy, quietly calling out to Holy Lord Azure Dragon. The dragon asks if Nathan Quinn is mad at him for letting the Death Emperor and those 3 Wendao elders escape. Nathan Quinn shakes his head, of course not. But he really wants to know why someone with such insanely high power held back. Why wait until the absolute last second to strike back? Azure Dragon comes clean. Every single crazy stunt was just to force him to level up. He is carrying a massive burden on his shoulders. Only by surviving all these totally insane, deadly situations Can he truly forge a rock-solid martial arts core? Hearing this just makes Nathan Quinn way more suspicious. For him, who exactly is this guy? Even if he wanted to put him through a crazy training arc, he should not have dragged Princess Meow Meow into it. Azure Dragon pats his shoulder. Chill out, the death curse will not actually hurt them, and if he really wants to know his true identity, why not use his God of War eye and see for himself? Nathan Quinn scrambles to do exactly that, and his mouth instantly twitches. Is he literally the arm of the God of War taking human form? Azure Dragon smiles warmly. Absolutely true, but his lifespan is entirely maxed out now. He can only guide him this far. Nathan Quinn panics. What? How in the world is he supposed to save him now? Azure Dragon stares sadly at his own hand. He is just an arm pretending to be human, unable to maintain this form forever anyway. He will not permanently die, of course. He will just revert back to his original state and merge straight into Nathan Quinn's body, fighting the whole world together with him. Suddenly, his body collapses. He forces out his very last words. My lord, before I fade away, please just grant my single final request. Nathan Quinn frantically reaches out to catch the falling Azure Dragon. Holy Lord, just take it easy and speak. But his body is already glowing light. Nathan Quinn's hand slips right through it as the heavy soul scatters. Yet he still hears that nostalgic voice. When you conquer the 9 heavens in this life, do not abandon me. A bit later, over at the Dragon Vein Holy Land, a calm voice speaks up, thanking the senior for his massive help. The divine dragon is carrying Nathan Quinn on his back. Good thing the kid woke up, and he sure bounced back fast. Our boy is mentally soothing Azure Dragon. Rest easy, Holy Lord, because he will absolutely never let him down. Using God of War, essence, blood, and power, he rebuilds the physical body, forging a brand new nascent soul to safely house Azure Dragon's soul. That heavy anxiety in Nathan Quinn's chest finally vanishes. He tells the senior that once he absorbs the God of War's left arm, he is heading up. He plans to drop 10 strands of chaotic energy, hiring the dragon to protect the Luohi kingdom for 10 whole years. 10 measly years? Obviously not a problem. But brace yourselves, because time flies by fast. 1 month later, we hit the Heavenly Peril mountain range. Nathan Quinn is strolling along when he hears a massive commotion. Someone throwing hands? Perfect timing, since he needs a quick guide for the upper realm anyway. Somewhere nearby, a huge shockwave hits along with a deafening explosion. A giant demonic beast is completely ambushing 3 people, 2 rich kids, and 1 girl. Fan Shinru fiercely grips her spear, screaming for the guys to run back and warn their family while she holds the line. Those 2 cowards instantly turn tail and run, yelling out to her. They actually leave this entire mess to her, ditching her all alone, and compared to this brave girl, that terrifying beast is leagues above her in raw power. Shinru panics as the thing lunges right at her. This is super bad. Just when she is about to become literal beast chow, brutal lightning strikes and a crazy voice shakes the entire forest. Stop right there! Looking like an absolute boss, Nathan Quinn swoops in to save her life, barking a harsh order right at the beast. Get lost! The beast's face gets totally caved in, tongue hanging out as it whimpers. Seeing it run away, Nathan Quinn turns to Shinru. He asks if she is okay. She just stares in total awe that thing was a half-step demon emperor, yet it ran away crying. Shinru clutches her chest and lets out a massive sigh of relief. She is totally fine, seriously thanking him and introducing herself as Fan Shinru. She asks for his name, eagerly inviting the cultivator to follow her back to the Fan family base over in the 9th city. She promises a huge reward. Nathan Quinn smiles warmly, giving his name and rejecting the reward, but then casually asks where exactly this 9th city is. That question completely catches Shinru off guard. How does he not know the 9th city? Could this guy seriously be from the lower realm? Look who decides to show up right now. Those 2 rich cowards finally creep back, babbling away and asking Shinru why the beast's aura suddenly vanished entirely. Then they point right at him. Who are you? What do you want with our sister? Listen here, punk. They claim they do not care who he is, but if he tries anything funny with her, they will make him pay. Shinru glares, screaming at them to shut up. If big brother Nathan Quinn had not just stepped in to save her neck, she would be completely dead right now. Turning back, she instantly switches to a sweet smile. She figures since it is his very first time up in the upper realm, he is probably completely clueless about this place. Tamnu tells him to wait for her to grab the spirit fruits, then they can hit the 9th city together. Morris Tanner and Lu Quang immediately freak out. They yell at her, this guy's background is completely sketchy. If they don't check him out, he is definitely just trying to steal their spirit fruits. Absolutely no way they agree to this. Tamnu furiously claps back. Shut your mouths. If you 2 are so mad about it, then just stop following me right now. Let us go, brother Nathan Quinn. Seeing her actually storm off, those 2 cowards immediately panic and scramble right after her, begging her to wait up. Tam Nu confidently leads the way toward another canyon. She double-checks her tracking map as she walks, super certain that this is the exact spot. A few steps later, she totally cheers she found them. The spirit fruits are right here, and there are way more than she imagined. Her slender hands reach out, scooping up a massive pile of the bright orange-red little fruits. Brother Nathan Quinn, it is super lucky you saved me earlier. Otherwise, I would never have been able to grab all of these awesome spirit fruits. Just consider these 8 spirit fruits as my thank you gift, and please do not think it is too little. Morris Tanner looks completely shocked by this. Sister Tam Nu, how could you possibly just hand him 8 whole fruits? Huang is way ruder, literally pointing his finger right at Nathan Quinn's face and screaming. The guy did absolutely nothing this whole trip, so why does he get 8 spirit fruits? Tam Nu snaps her head around and furiously bites back based on the fact that he saved my life. Is my life somehow not worth 8 tiny spirit fruits? Seeing her totally lose her temper, both of them frantically wave their hands around, stuttering out that of course not. Tam Nu instantly flips her expression, looking over at Nathan Quinn with a super sweet voice. Brother Nathan Quinn, do not mind those 2. My word is totally final here. Hearing her say that makes him feel pretty relaxed. He comfortably scoops up all 8 spirit fruits and thanks her. But wait for it, the peace absolutely does not last. A massive dark shadow sporting 2 giant horns suddenly crashes down right where they are standing. Huang and Morris Tanner scream in absolute terror. It is a blood-eyed bull. Run away right now. But this blood-eyed bull is definitely not alone. Within seconds, an entire stampeding herd completely surrounds them, leaving absolutely zero room for any escape. It glares threateningly at the humans, growling out to put the spirit fruits down and it will leave their corpses intact. Morris Tanner is already so terrified, his face goes totally pale, his mouth helplessly stuttering. It is the blood-eyed bull king. Huang immediately dodges responsibility, making totally wild excuses to bail. Sister Tam Nu, you block them, we will go find backup. Tam Nu finally realizes the absolutely cowardly nature of her useless teammates and gets seriously furious. Before she can even react, the blood-eyed bull king drags its totally massive body forward and loudly roars out, none of you should even dream of escaping. Tam Nu heavily panics, completely embarrassed as she takes the heavy blame totally upon herself. Brother Nathan Quinn, I am so incredibly sorry for dragging you into this. But he does not blame her at all, even giving a super light smile. No worries. Nathan Quinn opens his palm, having already gathered his powerful fire soul energy, and stares straight at the alpha boss. Blood-eyed Bull King, I highly advise you to take your subordinates and leave right now. Do not force my hand. Its totally massive eyes flash with murderous red light, nasty drool dripping from its mouth. You humans are so incredibly arrogant. Tear this guy apart right now. I want to eat him alive. Nathan Quinn shows absolutely zero fear and directly charges straight at it. If you refuse to listen to any reason, then just go straight to hell. He violently slams his fire soul spiritual energy right into the blood-eyed bull's thick hide. Its massive body actually stumbles and staggers backward after just one single devastating blow. It aggressively talked so much trash earlier, but now the blood-eyed bull is laying totally dead in its own nasty pool of blood. Morris Tanner and Huang are still super terrified from the monster stampede, but now they are downright terrified of him. It is dead? A level 5 demon emperor got one shot just like that? Huang turns totally pale with sheer embarrassment. He acts all deeply apologetic, nervously clasping his hands and asking Brother Nathan Quinn if he somehow completely offended him earlier. Please generously forgive me. He just completely ignores both of them, walking straight over to Tam Nu with a bright, friendly, blooming smile. Fellow Taoist fam, let us get going. She really happily replies, all right, we can safely take the flying ship back to the 9th city right now. Tam Nu quickly summons the ship from her magical protective gear. The cool white vessel gently drifts up into the beautiful blue clouds. Nathan Quinn sits down totally comfortably on the ship, holding tight onto the awesome spirit fruits now safely secured inside his bag. He tries really hard to hold back a totally satisfied smile. These epic things contain super dense, pure energy, which is incredibly good for his nascent soul cultivation. This is the absolute perfect timing to boost his power level. Thinking about it, he does not hesitate to start cultivating right away. His nascent soul power basically feels like it has already hit the absolute peak. Looks like he just needs to wait until the armor on his nascent soul fully condenses. After that, he can totally trigger the heaven and earth lightning tribulation. Tam Nu stands by the edge enjoying the view, then suddenly turns back and totally happily calls out, Brother Nathan Quinn, we have reached the 9th city. Nathan Quinn quickly walks over to her side, his calm eyes scanning the epic scenery that gets clearer and clearer by the second down below. Staring at the city's wildly majestic architecture, he praises it internally. The cities of the East Continent's upper realm really are on a totally different level compared to the lower realm. When they reach the gates of the ninth city, Morris Tanner and Lu Huang are super overjoyed. Both of those cowards hurriedly clasp their hands, greeting Sister Tam Nu. If there is absolutely nothing else, we too will head out first. Tam Nu casually bids them goodbye, then suddenly makes a really excited suggestion. Brother Nathan Quinn, if you do not mind at all, let me be your awesome tour guide. He does not refuse her fun offer. Even though he feels a little shy, he agrees to bother her. She happily leads Nathan Quinn for a nice stroll down the busy streets of the ninth city, enthusiastically introducing absolutely everything. In our massive ninth city, there are a total of 3 major power factions: the City Lord Manor, the Pham family, and the Thuong Dao sect branch. While it cannot totally compare to White Tiger City, the ninth city is still a top 10 stronghold in the Burning Heaven Ancient Kingdom. It even possesses holy Dao energy gifted by the royal family. After walking for a while, Tam Nu finally stops and announces they made it. Standing in front of a massive mansion that looks like a literal palace, she casually says this is the main house of the Pham family. Come on, let me introduce you to my father. Nathan Quinn uses his ocular power, feeling a ridiculous surge of energy before even stepping inside. 1 half-step martial venerable, 3 peak martial emperors, and over 20 regular martial emperors. He can hardly hide his awe, totally worthy of being one of the ninth city's top 3 factions. Tam Nu is instantly in a way better mood now that she is home. She marches through the gates to greet her old man. Father, I am back. Pham Hao just happens to be chilling in the main hall right then. Seeing her return with Nathan Quinn, he is briefly startled. Pham Hao stands up to welcome Tam Nu with a super gentle smile. It is good that you are back. Then his eyes instinctively lock onto the young guy traveling with his daughter, none other than Nathan Quinn. That face is already burned way deep into Pham Hao's memory. Hold up, isn't this Nathan Quinn, the lower realm genius who got totally jumped by 4 major factions working together just half a month ago? All he has to do is snitch on Nathan Quinn's location to those 4 major factions, and he could totally become the Dao-seeking ancestor's disciple. Plus, he'd snag 4 crazy powerful holy Dao swords. The Pham family is about to hit the absolute jackpot. Seeing him zone out, Tam Nu walks over, grabs his arm, and explains, Father, big brother Nathan Quinn here is from the lower realm. He totally saved my life, which is the only reason I managed to pick the spiritual red fruit. Then we ran into the Blood Eye Bulls, and he literally one-punched the Blood Eye Bull King to death, so we could safely make it back. Pham Hao's jaw drops as his eyes practically bulge out in pure shock. One punch killed the Illusion Eye Bull Demon King. He feels extremely awkward, just rubbing his forehead. This kid's actual strength is just way too insanely deep to measure, so even if the entire Pham family went all out, they probably still could not take him down, so keeping him around for now is the only real option. His weird gestures and sneaky glances leave Nathan Quinn feeling totally confused. Why does the master of the Pham family give off such a sketchy vibe? After a solid minute, Pham Hao regains his cool and finally offers a proper, polite smile. I absolutely did not expect young friend Nathan Quinn to be so crazy strong at such a young age. I am truly impressed, so I hope young friend Nathan Quinn can accept this honorary supreme elder token of the Pham family. After all, without your help, I fear I would never have seen Tam Nu again. Nathan Quinn does not dare to accept such a precious item, staring at it awkwardly. Tam Nu immediately jumps in and pushes him, big brother Nathan Quinn. You should seriously just accept this token right now. With that, he respectfully cups his hands and says, well then, it is better to obey than be polite. Pham Hao quickly uses the chance to ask more. Oh, right. Young friend Nathan Quinn, you came to the upper realm from the lower realm just to get stronger, didn't you? He gives a very short, one-word answer correct. The old man suddenly looks super anxious, constantly stroking his beard to hide his obvious panic. If that is the case, all right then. You saved Tam Nu, and a tiny little token really isn't enough to show my deep gratitude. Our Pham family actually has 2 entry slots for the Phoenix Camp selection process, and I am giving one to you. Nathan Quinn is just constantly caught off guard by the guy's wild VIP treatment, so he asks blankly, wait, the Phoenix Camp selection process? Check out this lore drop. Pham Hao explains that under the Burning Heaven royal family, there are 3 major army corps, the Black Tortoise, Phoenix, and White Tiger camps. They gather all the absolute top-tier geniuses from other countries and regions. The Phoenix camp is officially ranked 2nd, so if you manage to get in, you do not just get guidance from super strong experts and endless resources, but also the direct protection of the Burning Heaven Ancient Kingdom. Tam Nu is hyping him up like crazy, excitedly leaning in closer. Big brother Nathan Quinn, if it is you, I know for sure you can definitely crush the Phoenix Camp selection. Nathan Quinn happily accepts the awesome offer. Thank you so much for your great kindness, senior. Do you know exactly when the Phoenix Camp selection begins? Pham Hao stands with his back to him, turning his face halfway with a slight smile. 8 days. 8 days from now is the Phoenix Camp selection. Nathan Quinn respectfully keeps his hands cupped together regarding Senior's current situation. I will definitely keep all of this in mind, so if you ever need any help in the future, just say the word. Pham Hao turns back to face him, looking super satisfied. Excellent, all right, Tamnu, you show young friend Nathan Quinn around, and definitely do not mistreat our highly honored guest. She obviously obeys immediately, yes, father. Tamnu reaches out her hand, eagerly leading the way to show Nathan Quinn around her massive family estate. The second those two leave, Pham Hao anxiously grips his token, biting his lip and muttering to himself. Next up is reporting this massive news to the ancestor. While strolling down the hallway, Tam Nu and Nathan Quinn suddenly bump into some arrogant-looking young master. The guy instantly demands in a super bossy tone, "So you are that little punk from the lower realm?" Hearing this, Tam Nu points right at his face and snaps Pham Tu. Big brother Nathan Quinn is a highly honored guest of our Pham family, so watch your mouth. Pham Tu smirks with absolute disgust and honored guest. Listen up, lower realm punk. This is the upper realm, so do not think a little bit of cultivation makes you some kind of big shot. And another thing, since Tam Nu is supposed to be my older brother's woman, you had better stay far away from her. Tam Nu immediately blows up with anger, yelling out, "Pham Tu, you stop talking total nonsense right now." Nathan Quinn calmly steps right in front of her. He just stares down Pham Tu and asks a simple question, "So, what about the lower realm? If you have a problem with me, let us settle this with a life or death duel right now. I will only use one single move." Pham Tu instantly panics. Just hearing that crazy challenge makes his face completely stiffen up as his brain scrambles. Rumor has it, this absolute beast punched the Blood Eye Bull King to death with just one fist. There is absolutely no way I can survive fighting him face to face. Despite acting so arrogant, Pham Tu knows his own pathetic limits. He runs away, screaming, "Just you wait for me." Tam Nu stands there feeling completely awful and terribly embarrassed. She apologizes to her big brother Nathan Quinn for dragging him into another mess. But she promises to tell her father everything. After that, Pham Tu will definitely never dare to come around causing him any more annoying trouble. He does not blame her at all. He just awkwardly brushes it off. Then he casually asks if she could maybe lend him some primeval stones for shopping. Tam Nu smiles brightly at that. She tells big brother Nathan Quinn he does not need a loan. Thanks to his honorary Supreme Elder token, he can freely spend up to 20,000 primeval stones anywhere inside the 9th city. This is his first time actually enjoying a crazy VIP privilege like this. He cannot even believe it. Wait, a deal this good actually exists? He quickly says his goodbyes to Tam Nu so he can head out. If he has that kind of cash, he can totally explore the 9th city solo. No need for her to waste any time babysitting him today. Nathan Quinn takes a casual stroll down the street until he hits the local branch of the Thung Dar Min. He stands right in front of a giant wooden board plastered with random papers, muttering quietly. He has no clue if this alliance can actually track down the princess and her group. Still, hitting up the second-floor information broker is totally worth a shot. But the second he hits the stairs, a guard steps up to block his path. The guy demands to see an official invitation before allowing access upstairs. Nathan Quinn just looks totally confused. An invitation? The guard scowls real hard. He asks if he is from the lower realm, mocking him for obviously not knowing their basic rules. Nathan Quinn catches that incredibly nasty tone immediately. He steps right up to the guy, his face dropping dead serious as he asks, "What about the lower realm?" The guard arrogantly tilts his chin up. He starts criticizing how anyone born in that pathetic, dirt-poor region has absolutely garbage-tier strength. Why would trash like that ever sit beside upper-realm elites? Right then, Thung Trung Lao steps out. The elder in charge wears a big smile, but spits pure poison. Exactly. He proudly declares their prestigious alliance is not some shelter for random stray cats and dogs. He screams at him to get the hell out. The guard flinches and quickly bows to the elder. Nathan Quinn genuinely cannot believe someone looking so highly respected would casually spit such toxic garbage, so he challenges him. Thung Trung Lao firmly repeats his demand. He orders him to leave the building immediately, or things are going to get incredibly ugly for him real fast. Getting chased out over his background completely snaps his remaining patience. Lightning literally sparks inside his furious eyes as his terrifying aura erupts. Done playing nice with these two elitist jerks, he barks a brutal order, "Get on your knees!" Thung Trung Lao and his tough guard instantly flinch. They tremble like leaves, their arrogant faces draining completely pale. Seeing them fold, Nathan Quinn just bursts out laughing. He calls the elder a fat pig, mocking how a guy who hates the lower realm is kneeling to him now. Terrified but completely furious, Thung Trung Lao looks up and accuses him of using some dirty demonic trick. And somehow, Pham Tu is lurking right there too. The coward clicks his tongue in fake pity. He calls Nathan Quinn incredibly reckless for daring to attack an elder of this massive alliance. Oh, he is so doomed now. The City Lord's ruthless law enforcement team will be here to crush him soon. Nathan Quinn simply cannot stand this guy's dramatic yapping anymore. Crush me? I will crush you first. Surprisingly, Pham Tiu does not even try running away this time. Instead, he just screams right back, calling him crazy bold. Wait for it. Suddenly, Nathan Quinn is completely boxed in by an armed squad. The enforcement team has officially arrived, barking at everyone to freeze. But his personal motto is basically punch first and ask questions never. He loudly declares that bringing backup will not save them at all. In mere seconds, the elite enforcement team gets completely trashed, sent flying straight out the door. Pham Tiu frantically points an accusing finger. He yells that provoking the Alliance and the city guards proves Nathan Quinn has an absolute death wish. Before the coward can even finish his sentence, a weird mystical fire wraps entirely around him. In a flash, Nathan Quinn lifts him off the floor by his throat. Actually, it looks like you are the one tired of breathing. That loud mouth finally caught up with him. Choking for air, Pham Tiu is forced into a humiliating surrender. He desperately begs for his life. Nathan Quinn is not here to commit actual murder today. Having made his point, he casually tosses the guy away, telling him to scram. But right as he turns to leave, a heavy, unfamiliar voice barks at him to stop. Nathan Quinn glances back to see a heavily bearded man with a massive belly glaring pure daggers at him. The crowd instantly starts whispering, "That is Hong Lao, this kid is so dead now." Naturally, Nathan Quinn ignores their pathetic gossip. He just glares right back at the big guy and challenges him, "What, you want a piece of me too?" Hong Lao fiercely points a finger right in his face. Surprisingly, he admits that his own alliance handled this entire situation pretty terribly. He promises to discipline his staff later. However, he sharply reminds him that breaking their sacred rules still carries a price. He demands a very public apology and a massive fine of 100,000 primeval stones. Since Nathan Quinn literally did nothing wrong, he absolutely refuses to bow. Apologize and pay up? Not a chance in hell. Just then, another powerful figure steps onto the scene, echoing that exact same phrase. He smirks, highly curious to see what skills this stubborn kid actually possesses. The man needs zero introduction. The terrified crowd immediately does the honors the city lord is finally here. Li Vo Min raises an eyebrow. He looks closer and it clicks. Wait, isn't this Nathan Quinn, the guy hunted by the 4 major factions? Heaven is totally handing him a free win today. Elder Huang is completely thrilled to spot an ally. He gets super smug, telling the kid if you had just listened to me earlier, apologizing and paying up would have been totally enough. But now that the city lord is here, you owe us at least 1 million origin stones. Li Vo Min hears this and instantly drops the act. His face twists into a scowl as he barks out, "This punk actually has some serious nerve." Openly breaking the rules means even paying extra will not save him now. He casually tosses a lethal blast of fire straight at Nathan Quinn and screams at him to drop to his knees. Nathan Quinn just presses 2 fingers together near his chin. He chants his spell loud and clear, the pure heart demon purging art. A massive spectral bell materializes, blasting a heavy sound wave across the entire space. Everyone grabs their ears as their heads start spinning hard. Li Vo Min groans, "Elder Hong, are you going to attack or just stand there?" Completely ignoring the sonic blast, the old guy charges in with a violently glowing blade ready to claim a life. Nathan Quinn glares back with ice-cold eyes and drops one single word, "Scram." Before Elder Hong can even get close, he is instantly trapped inside a cage of raw electricity. His body twitches violently midair like a broken toy. Then he slams into the ground hard while the entire crowd watches in pure shock. Still not satisfied, Nathan Quinn casually points a finger and fires a terrifying burst of aura straight at Li Vo Min. But right at the climax, someone actually charges in, grabs his arm, and barks an order. "Stop right there, it is Pham Hao." Nathan Quinn is completely caught off guard seeing this guy show up. Elder Hong sits in the dirt, throwing an absolute tantrum. He yells out, "Family head fam, you are just in time. This lower realm punk is openly destroying our rules. He has zero respect for the law. Please arrest him immediately." Pham Hao does not save him even a single drop of dignity. He glares right back and roars open those stupid dog eyes of yours and take a really good look. This kid is the honorary supreme elder of the Pham family. The old man is blindsided by this insane plot twist. I mean, who saw that coming? Meanwhile, Li Vo Min shakes with pure rage. He calls Pham Hao an absolute idiot for protecting the boy. But Pham Hao is not trying to be a jerk here. Seeing the misunderstanding, he secretly sends a telepathic message over to him. "Brother Lai, please calm down. Nathan Quinn is carrying some kind of heaven-defying treasure. That is exactly why the 4 major factions are going crazy trying to catch him at all costs. I already told our ancestor about this. You should seriously go inform the Lai family ancestor too. Tell him he needs to reach the 9th city within the next 3 days. We have to do this before the Phoenix camp shows up to deal with Nathan Quinn. After that, our 2 families will just split all the loot equally." His furious expression instantly melts away into a super sinister smile. Pham Hao is making perfect sense. They definitely have to stall this brat right now and make sure he cannot escape under any circumstances. So he decides to play along with Pham Hao, forcing his face into a wildly fake apologetic look. He acts all surprised, so this young friend is actually an honorary supreme elder. If I offended you just now, I sincerely apologize, so please do not hold it against me. Pham Hao quickly jumps in to smooth over the drama. He announces that since the whole misunderstanding is cleared up, everyone should just scatter. Elder Huang is left completely clueless about what just happened. Sweating bullets, he looks back and forth between the two leaders, super confused. But Li Vo-min just glares at him with a sharp warning. Elder Huang, your alliance master steps out for a few days, and suddenly you completely forget how to run the Commerce Alliance? He orders him to immediately pay Nathan Quinn 100,000 origin stones. That insane number makes the old man freeze and ask for confirmation. 100,000. Nathan Quinn is equally shocked. He tells City Lord Lai, let us just skip the origin stones for now. I only came to the Commerce Alliance to buy some specific information. Just have Elder Huang lead me up to the intel trading spot on the second floor. The moment he finishes speaking, the massive apology gift is nervously shoved right into his hands. Elder Huang awkwardly tries to flatter him. Thank you, Elder Tan. Here are 30,000 origin stones as a small apology gift. Please accept them. Nathan Quinn totally ignores the flattery and just repeats his demand, take me to the second floor right now. The old guy quickly obeys, escorting him straight up into the second level of the Commerce Alliance branch. A blind young master working the desk politely asks what exactly he wants to look into today. Nathan Quinn wastes zero time, demanding any intel they have on Princess Diane Du. The guy nods, reaching over to pull out a massive archive scroll. After skimming through it, he delivers the bad news, unfortunately. The Commerce Alliance has absolutely zero records or any information regarding the person he just named at all. Nathan Quinn casually changes the request, then track down the whereabouts of Nathan Quinn. The clerk shakes his head again, sadly saying they cannot find that either. Elder Huang slams the desk in rage, aggressively scolding the clerk on Nathan Quinn's behalf. He demands they search it properly and find the intel immediately. The elder threatens to beat him if he fails, but Nathan Quinn just laughs awkwardly. Drop it, Elder Huang. If the intel is not here, it is not here. Elder Huang turns back with a nervous, super wide smile. He kindly suggests Elder Tan try checking back in a few days, because honestly, some exclusive information can only be viewed by the Alliance Master himself, and he is completely out of town right now. He will not be back for at least a few more days. Hearing this, Nathan Quinn feels a bit relieved and nods in agreement. Okay, but honestly, suspicion is already brewing in his head. With their past grudges, the Commerce Alliance should definitely be watching his every single move right now. The fact that they have zero files on him means something seriously shady is going on. Back outside, Pham Hao sees him leave empty-handed and casually asks, so, any big plans for the next few days? He does not hide a single thing, says he is heading to Sun Mike Thianheum to train. Li Vo-min smoothly steps in, telling him that leveling up does not actually require a dangerous mountain trip. Dong Thien Bik Win opens tomorrow, offering massive gains for zero effort. That weird but incredibly catchy name instantly grabs Nathan Quinn. He immediately asks about this so-called Dong Thien Bik Win. Right beside him, Pham Hao chimes in with some seriously sweet talk to sell the idea. The absolute best training holy ground in the 9th city is exactly that cave. It opens once a single year, and only for 3 short days at a time. With your kind of talent, you will definitely make epic progress inside that place. Nathan Quinn is starting to feel genuinely tempted by the offer. So that is the deal. But honestly, wouldn't this crazy VIP treatment make you super suspicious too? He barely knows these two guys, so why act so insanely nice to him? Li Vo-min just chuckles it off, telling little friend Nathan Quinn he will be totally honest. Among the 188 cities of their Fentian nation, there is heavy rivalry. For years, the 9th city sent absolutely nobody into the Feng Huang camp. I invite you to train in Dong Thien Bik Win solely hoping you can successfully make it into the Feng Huang ranks. Nathan Quinn respectfully replies back. He thanks both seniors, promising that during the Feng Huang selection 8 days from now, he absolutely will not let them down. Pham Hao sees the fish bite the hook and flashes a super satisfied smile. Done. He hands over the entry token for tomorrow morning, telling him to hit the South Street of the 9th city on time. Later at South Street, Nathan Quinn stands quietly pondering. Every year only 10 spots exist for the Dong Thien Bik Win. He wonders which 10 geniuses will show up this time. Pham Vuor and Li Thien Heel are definitely coming for sure. Tum Nu comes totally sprinting over, happily shouting for big brother Nathan Quinn. Seeing her makes him just as pumped, and he cheerfully replies. Suddenly, someone behind them intentionally raises their loud voice, asking if he is the famous Nathan Quinn. Seeing the arrogant young master marching over, the crowd suddenly goes wild. Oh, snap. It is actually Pham Vor. Nathan Quinn calmly shoots back. That is right. I am Nathan Quinn, so what is your problem? Suddenly, Pham Tiu pops his smug little face out of nowhere and starts yelling. What is the problem? You dared beat me up yesterday at Thung Dao Min, so Big Brother Pham Vor is obviously here to teach you a severe lesson for me. Nathan Quinn watches the guy talking pure nonsense and just raises a fist to threaten him. Looks like you have not learned your lesson yet. Pham Tiu does not even wait a single second before cowardly hiding behind Pham Vor, his face completely pale like a total wimp. Pham Vor is way more mature and grounded, so his voice actually carries some heavy authority. Listen, Nathan Quinn, even if you are an honorary supreme elder of our farm family, you should not act this incredibly reckless. Plus, you better stay far away from Tam Nu. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to brutally beat some manners right into you. The cowardly Pham Tiu is great at jumping on the bandwagon, poking his head out to agree about teaching him manners. Tam Nu suddenly getting dragged into this makes her absolutely furious. Hey, Pham Vor, who I choose to hang out with has strictly zero to do with you. She is honestly fuming, practically blowing steam out of her ears. Meanwhile, Pham Vor hears the pretty girl cursing at him and his face instantly goes sour. He pretends he heard nothing, turning back to aggressively ask Nathan Quinn if he heard him. Tam Nu sees that arrogant attitude and totally gets it. She loudly yells at him not to ignore her. Nathan Quinn is practically a savage with his words, firing right back. I only hear a really annoying dog barking at people. The highly respected eldest young master, Pham Vor, cannot handle that massive insult, his face darkening completely. This is the very first time anyone dared speak to me like this, and I am definitely remembering you. Things are already tense enough. But then Li Tianhu adds his obnoxious mocking laughter. Hey, Pham Vor. This is my first time seeing you actually take a loss. His face turns hostile, his eyes sharply glaring over. Li Tianhu, you better shut your mouth right now. The guy just laughs it off. Fine, I will shut up. He walks straight over to Nathan Quinn. He drops a hand on his shoulder and gives some shady advice. Listen, kid, having guts is obviously a really good thing, but do not be stupid about it. The fierce, overflowing aura inside Nathan Quinn instantly surges right through Li Tianhu's hand, making the guy freeze completely. He barely even touches him and his nerves go totally numb, forcing him to hastily snatch his hand back a second later. How is this even possible? Nathan Quinn repeats the exact same word he has been tossing out all day, get lost. Li Tianhu gets instantly blasted backward, gritting his teeth helplessly. In pain and totally humiliated, the guy quickly springs up and screams very well, I am taking your miserable life right now. But out of absolutely nowhere, his father Li Vo Min is already standing like a giant mountain right behind him. He strictly asks whose life he wants to take. Hearing that familiar voice, the son immediately drops his hostile attitude. Now watch this. Li Vo Min speaks quietly, but his authority is crushing. Behave yourself. Then he raises a command token, causing the entire sky to warp and flood the ninth city with intense fiery orange light. Hear my command. Open the cave. Tam Nu excitedly tags along, telling Big Brother Nathan Quinn they should go. He just smiles and replies softly, yeah. In a flash, there is absolutely no one left on this entire street. Tam Nu is totally buzzing with excitement, eagerly speaking up. Big Brother Nathan Quinn, this spirit crystal is the condensed essence of the ninth city's spiritual energy, and it has a massive effect on actual cultivation. Nathan Quinn calmly thinks to himself. So this so-called Dorng Thien Bich Nguyen is actually just a crystal formation that can absorb raw energy. Perfect timing. If this energy can seriously boost his nascent soul, Nathan Quinn definitely has to grab this chance right now. But the second he sits down, a bone spirit randomly pops up. Sitting right behind him, Li Tianhu and Pham Vu start whispering, hey kid, aren't you supposed to be some mega superstar? Let us see whose martial spirit is actually better. Tam Nu hears this absolute nonsense and immediately starts cursing them out. She yells that these two are maliciously using their martial spirits just to slow down big bro Nathan Quinn's absorption rate. Right then, Nathan Quinn summons his massive giant avatar to pop out and drop a warning, sorry. But when it comes to suppressing enemies with martial spirits, you guys are basically toddlers compared to me. Li, Tianhu, and Pham Vu are scared completely stiff, stammering a grade 6 Earth rank martial spirit. How is that even possible? How does a guy from the lower realm have such a terrifying martial spirit? Nathan Quinn finishes his cultivation, standing up without hesitation to strike an insanely cool pose. He targets the two guys who have been constantly trash-talking him, spreading his hand wide toward the ground and shouting loudly, martial spirit suppression. His divine soul is a gigantic spirit beast, literally 4 times larger than the 2 pathetic divine beasts those other guys brought out. Just 3 seconds in, Li Tianhu and Pham Vu are quickly defeated and totally wrecked. Nathan Quinn casually crosses his arms and mocks them, now you know whose martial spirit is better, right? Both guys crawl on the dirt, stammering out that they know. He gives them a slight side eye and drops one more savage line from now on: tuck your tails and act like decent humans. After that, Nathan Quinn picks a corner to continue his divine training. Everyone else in the cave is totally mesmerized by his glowing blue divine aura. The Jade Origin crystal has hit its absolute limit. As long as he keeps cultivating right there, the rest of them cannot absorb even a single drop of the crystal's energy. Pham Vu refuses to accept this. No way. They have to find the Patriarch and City Lord to stop him. Otherwise, he will drain every ounce of energy from the entire Jade Origin cave. At that exact same time, deep underground inside the Ninth City, the weapon spirit, taking the form of a striped tiger, senses the massive spiritual energy and gently stands up. Its eyes glow with a fierce red light, fangs fully exposed, before it lets out a completely furious roar. Who exactly is absorbing the energy of the Jade Origin crystal? The spirit throws a massive tantrum, causing the ground to shake violently. Just imagine the absolute chaos. Pham Hao and Li Vo Min watch the world spin, totally freaking out as furniture crumbles. They look at each other in a total panic. What just happened? The weapon spirit broke out. The spirit stomps its foot heavily, appearing right in front of them both. Li Vo Min has to quickly tell that kid from the lower realm to stop immediately. Senior weapon spirit, please do not lose your temper. He desperately tries to convince it. This guy is the real hope of our Ninth City. You just need to endure it for 3 more days. While Li Vo Min struggles, Pham Vu bursts in from outside with more terrible news. Patriarch, City Lord Lai. This is really bad. Nathan Quinn has a grade 6 Earth rank martial spirit, and the Jade Origin crystal literally cannot handle his wild absorption rate. Lai Tianhu naturally chimes in right after father. You have to use the City Lord token to open the Jade Origin cave quickly. If you let that kid keep cultivating, our entire Ninth City is basically ruined. Unexpectedly, Li Vo Min absolutely loses his mind and screams at both of them, all of you shut your mouths right now. Once the Jade Origin cave is opened, it absolutely must run for 3 days. There is zero logic in stopping it right in the middle. If you disagree, come find me at the City Lord's mansion. Neither of them dares talk back, so they respectfully kneel down to obey yes, father. Li Vo Min has secretly been plotting this all along, so he doesn't care about these minor issues. 3 days. Just wait 3 more days to capture Nathan Quinn and steal absolutely everything he owns. 3 days later, inside the Jade Origin cave, Nathan Quinn is dealing with a massive headache. No good. Even after grinding for 3 days straight inside the Jade Origin cave, his war god nascent soul still cannot reach total perfection. Looks like he's forced to use the ultimate treasure he scored from the death arena. The soul-testing fire fruit never disappoints. Nathan Quinn quickly swallows both types of divine medicine, and instantly his tiny nascent soul version absorbs all the most precious energy. The divine aura radiating off him is totally different from before. This makes Nathan Quinn insanely hyped. With a perfect nascent soul, he is finally about to face his tribulation, so he absolutely has to find a quiet, empty spot. If he makes his breakthrough right here, the entire Ninth City might actually be wiped out. This kid is finally done for. Nathan Quinn finally steps out of the massive cave. The second he exits, he heads straight to the south street of the Ninth City to report 2 seniors. I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Peril mountain range. Once I successfully pass my tribulation, I will definitely return to the Ninth City immediately to join the Phoenix Camp selection. Pham Hao refuses to let this tasty bait escape, instantly sweet-talking him. Little friend Nathan Quinn, please do not rush off. A testing official from the Phoenix Camp is arriving very soon. I will take you to meet that person first. He agrees but still emphasizes his own condition. Fine, but I can stay for 3 hours max. Otherwise, the entire Ninth City will face total disaster. Pham Hao smiles brightly at him. Of course, we definitely will not delay your tribulation time. Li Vo Min suddenly thinks to himself, this kid is merely facing a tribulation. How could that possibly affect the entire Ninth City? You know how this goes. What a shameless bragger. Hanging around the Pham mansion with Nathan Quinn, naturally Tam Nu tags along too. They both sit in the massive courtyard, waiting. Seeing that his face looks terrible, Tam Nu asks softly big bro Nathan Quinn, "Can you actually hold on?" Nathan Quinn answers honestly, absolutely no problems at the moment. Time keeps dragging on, so an impatient Nathan Quinn finally asks how much longer until that examiner actually gets here. Pham Hao puts on this totally fake, embarrassed look, just straight up stalling for time. He promises it will be soon, but right as the words leave his mouth, the token on him suddenly lights up. Pham Hao and Li Vo Min lock eyes in perfect sync, sharing this incredibly shady smile. It is finally happening, but then some kind soul suddenly sprints right into the area, screaming a frantic warning. He screams at Nathan Quinn to run because these guys want him dead. Nathan Quinn turns around, calling out his savior Tiu Trit. Li Min obviously cannot just stand there while someone ruins the plan. He angrily asks Alliance leader Tiu what kind of nonsense he is sprouting. A panicked Tiu Trit warns Nathan Quinn that all four major factions have literally joined forces just to hunt him down. Everyone across the East Continent's upper domain knows the deal now. Just report his location to the four factions, and you get to be Wendao Ancestor's disciple, plus snag 4 insanely rare holy artifacts as a bonus. Farm Hao and Li Min kept their mouths shut because they want to steal the secret treasure straight off his body. Their perfectly calculated trap just got exposed by a guy young enough to be their kid. Li Min completely loses his mind, screaming at him to shut up while blasting a lethal beam of spirit energy right at him. Miraculously, Tiu Treat barely survives the hit unharmed, though the entire stretch of ground beneath his feet gets absolutely obliterated. Nathan Quinn clenches his fists and stands up, so this entire setup was just one massive, filthy trap. He does not doubt his savior's warning for even a single second. Knowing Tiu Trit's solid character, the guy would never just throw out random accusations. And looking back, those two old dudes had been acting incredibly weird around him all day. Tum Nu looks absolutely shell-shocked to see her own father teaming up with Li Min. She cries out that big brother Nathan Quinn literally saved her life, begging to know how he could do this. Her dad coldly snaps back, since when does her one measly life outweigh the entire Fan family's future? Right then, two massive black holes rip open in the sky, and out step the terrifying Fan Ancestor and Li Ancestor. The Fan Ancestor casually twists the knife right into Tom Nu's broken heart, completely agreeing that her little rescue means absolutely nothing next to the grand destiny of their clan. Nathan Quinn actually freezes up when he spots them, a Tier 2 Venerable and a Tier 3 Venerable. Backed by these two ancient heavyweights, Li Min gets super arrogant and starts running his mouth again. He boasts that the game is over, telling Nathan Quinn to be smart and quietly hand over the secret treasure right now. Otherwise, their glorious ancestors will show exactly zero mercy. But honestly, Nathan Quinn is way too stubborn to fold to cheap threats. He just smirks and tells them to keep dreaming. The Li Ancestor frowns heavily, declaring that if the kid refuses to hand it over, they will just take it by force. Instantly, a crazy burst of purple spirit energy explodes behind the two ancestors. The sheer pressure is insanely wide, crushing the entire area to dust in just a split second. Nathan Quinn stands tall amid the total wreckage, loudly telling the two ancestors to hold up for a second. Out of respect for them letting him into the heavenly cave, he is giving them some very friendly advice to back off immediately, otherwise this entire ninth city is going straight to hell. The Fan Ancestor acts all high and mighty, mocking the kid and demanding to see exactly how he plans to destroy the ninth city. The old man drops a massive suppressing tower directly toward Nathan Quinn's head. Meanwhile, the Li Ancestor swings his arm, pulling out a super creepy red whip covered in weird demonic markings. Seeing these two legendary ancestors going all out just to murder Nathan Quinn, a terrified Tom Nu screams out in absolute panic. She begs them to stop, but he stands there completely fearless, his voice casually calm. He tried to be nice and warn them, but since they ignored it and want to crush him, he decides to drop all respect and go totally nuclear on them. The Fan Ancestor strokes his beard with this playful, arrogant smirk. He admits it is mildly impressive the kid triggered a 300-mile lightning tribulation, but asks if that tiny spark is supposed to destroy the city. What an absolute joke. Now watch his next move. Nathan Quinn instantly summons his fully cultivated nascent soul. He arrogantly claps back 300 miles? Nope, that was literally just the warm-up. The clear blue sky suddenly gets swallowed by thick black clouds, with crazy lightning roaring and tearing through the darkness above. All of it condenses into a single terrifying point, just like the suppression tower from earlier. The massive tribulation array locks onto its master's enemies and violently crashes down. Both ancestors possess enough sharp instincts to instantly sense the fatal danger, screaming out that things have gone totally wrong. And he does not stop at one lightning strike. Nathan Quinn goes wild and drops 4 of them, creating a blinding electrical flash that completely swallows up the two ancestors. The Fan Ancestor and Li Ancestor actually manage to throw their hands up for defense, but they still end up getting roasted entirely black from head to toe. Nathan Quinn takes the chance to mock them a 600-mile lightning tribulation, and yet these two mighty ancestors cannot even fight back. The Fan Ancestor absolutely cannot take it anymore and desperately begs Nathan Quinn to stop right now. The Li Ancestor forces a fake laugh, promising they learned their lesson and will never cross him again. Nathan Quinn had honestly already held back quite a bit during that last strike. His war god nascent soul summoned a 600-mile tribulation without even being fully unleashed. If he lets it all out, he will definitely slaughter thousands of innocent cultivators in the ninth city. No way. He absolutely has to get out of this place right this second. In a flash, he blasts off into the distance, dropping one final warning he is only sparing their miserable lives today for the sake of the city's innocent people. A furious farm Hao angrily grits his teeth. There is no way they can just let the kid walk away from this. He decides to leak Nathan Quinn's location straight to Wendao Mountain right now. Good or bad, they can still cash in on that massive bounty. Up in the pitch-black sky, you can literally see Nathan Quinn shooting away like a rocket. But suddenly, a panicked voice screams out, "Wait, everyone, look, it is the ninth Prince Tong Ngok, alongside the official examiner from Phoenix Camp." Even Nathan Quinn is genuinely shocked. The ninth Prince and two Peak Elders. Judging by those outfits, are they from the Phoenix Camp? Song Yu flashes a dangerously smug smirk. He barks out an order. "Everyone listen up. Stop Nathan Quinn right this instant." Elder Sun Yi obeys, forming hand seals to control the God Demon seal. A glowing rope suddenly tightens around Nathan Quinn. Their magic is just too fast for him to dodge. Elder Wang throws out another move, trapping them and Nathan Quinn inside a massive sphere, blocking the lightning clouds. Song Yu laughs like a total maniac. Well, well, brother Nathan Quinn, looks like we meet again. Hand over the heaven grass right now, or I will personally show you the Burning Heaven Kingdom's absolute worst torture methods. Nathan Quinn frantically tries to warn them. Song Yu, you need to let me go right now, or this entire ninth city gets wiped out completely, and you are all gonna die in this lightning tribulation. Song Yu just keeps up that sarcastic sneer. Seriously, Nathan Quinn, where do you get this ridiculous confidence? Bragging with a straight face like that. Elder Sun Yi, shatter his tribulation for me. The elder happily agrees. Consider it done, ninth prince. Sun Yi shoots straight up to the top of the sphere, stabbing his sharp blade right into the center of the lightning clouds. That totally brainless move instantly shocks him so hard his eyes roll back. Song Yu definitely did not see that coming, quickly shouting a new order. Elder Wang, make a move now. Being the smarter guy here, he tries to reason. Ninth prince, this kind of tribulation is way beyond what we can handle. Forcing Nathan Quinn to stay is just going to get us severely injured. But Song Yu is totally blinded by his own ego. I am ordering you as your prince. You must capture Nathan Quinn for me right now. Left with zero choices, Elder Wang agrees. He taps his finger using spirit energy to release a fire soul, sending a beam of power straight through Nathan Quinn. Seeing it literally did nothing to the kid, Elder Wang turns back to apologize to Song Yu. Ninth prince, you saw it yourself. It is not that I refuse to stop him, but I am just way too old and completely out of juice. The prince bares his teeth and curses. I think you are just playing totally dumb. And guys, his next order is just completely unhinged. I am Song Yu, Prince of the Burning Heaven Kingdom. Everyone in the ninth city hear my command. Kill Nathan Quinn immediately. Do not mess this up. Ancestor Fan and Ancestor Lee see their royal backup and completely jump on the hype train, shouting in agreement. We absolutely cannot let this punk get away with it. Li Wuming has just been waiting for this exact moment to use the City Lord token, lighting the signal fire to open the Nine Saints Mystic Gate. Inside that ring of glowing spirit energy, the weapon spirit appears looking incredibly intimidating. It bares its fangs, roaring out the 9 absolute laws. Li Wuming stands beside it, gathering his strength to fire the limitless kill cannon right alongside the spirit. Nathan Quinn effortlessly deflects that incoming attack. He really did not want to make a huge scene, but since they are pushing him, he has to fight back. Since you guys are being this stubborn, do not blame me. The tribulation lightning is not some tiny spark anymore. It rolls in thick and heavy, completely terrifying the crowd below. How is this possible? Nathan Quinn's lightning tribulation actually reached 7,200 miles. No, wait, the tribulation is still growing. Elder Wang is so shocked he nearly falls over at the 10,000-mile mark, amazed he gets to see a miracle like this while alive. Nathan Quinn fuels the lightning with his own spirit energy, instantly overwhelming absolutely everyone. Sun Yi frantically throws up his shield to block the sheer fury crashing down. Sage King shield. But even with that, he still eats a massive blast of lightning and screams in total agony. One by one, every single person standing there suffers the exact same brutal fate. Blood-curdling screams just keep ringing out non-stop. Song Yu is practically shaking in pure terror. This is totally insane. Realizing he has zero chance of winning, he turns around. Flee! But Nathan Quinn is absolutely not letting it go. Staying right on his heels, do not even think about escaping. Song Yu panics, glancing back over his shoulder only to see the massive lightning storm right behind him. A split second later, the guy completely vanishes, leaving behind only one absolutely miserable scream. Ah, finally nobody blocking the way. Nathan Quinn tells himself he really has to get out of the ninth city fast, but with his current speed. Escaping this whole area before the lightning actually drops is going to be pretty tough. Luckily, Elder Wang suddenly decides to be the nice guy and offers him a way out. Little friend, if you do not mind, this old man can actually lend you a hand. Once you step into the void and make the jump, you can leave this place in an instant. Nathan Quinn has no bad blood with the old guy, so he respectfully replies, "Thank you, senior." Elder Huang seems to still have something on his mind, calling out softly, "Wait, there is more." A gold-rimmed token with a phoenix carved right into it gets tossed straight over to Nathan Quinn. He just stares at it. "What is this?" Elder Huang laughs freely, explaining that this is the Phoenix Blood Token, and holding it grants entry into White Tiger City. Go find the Phoenix Camp Supervisor in the leading city of the Upper Realm Eastern Continent. Nathan Quinn. I know you are being hunted by the four great factions, but our Phoenix Camp honestly could not care less about your background. If you successfully survive this tribulation, I am officially inviting you to join our camp as the Vice Commander. Grateful for the lifeline, Nathan Quinn turns toward the spatial gate, making sure to thank him. I will seriously think about it. In a flash, that portal zips him straight over to the Heavenly Danger mountain range. Nathan Quinn drops into a defensive stance. He readies the heaven-blocking shield and the demonic light mirror, fully preparing himself to welcome this insane lightning tribulation. The entire sky gets completely swallowed up by massive, sparking lightning clouds. Nathan Quinn sits on the grass and throws both arms straight up. He pushes back hard against the crushing pressure crashing down on him. Meanwhile, way over in the Eastern Continent upper realm, somebody drags their trembling feet across the dirt. Tong Nok quickly uses a token to report the crazy situation. "Father, grandfather, it is Nokni. Nathan Quinn is hiding out in the Ninth City right now, so quickly notify the four great powers to send their guys to capture him." A brutal lightning strike totally shatters his shield into pieces. The shiny fragments just free fall through the air. He desperately tries keeping his balance, but gets knocked completely flat onto his back. A few fresh scratches pop up across his face. He just lies on the grass, looking up at the sky, completely doomed. The divine mirror, holding back the storm, gives a warning. "Remember, this time you owe me 100 million strands of chaotic chi." Then, it literally sucks up all the lightning, choking the area. Nathan Quinn drops his jaw. Pure, absolute shock. That red and black dragon lightning could totally cripple a high-level venerable with one hit, yet she just ate the whole thing without a scratch. The divine mirror keeps right on mocking the heavens, asking if this natural tribulation is really just this weak. Such absolute trash really makes you lose face. Nathan Quinn is totally furious now. Why in the world would she go and provoke the actual sky? Suddenly, something weird shifts in the air. He goes totally silent and just stares off to one side. Those red lightning bolts creeping through the cloud layers look super suspicious right now. They all start grouping together in one single spot, aiming directly at the center of the mirror. It drops right in front of Nathan Quinn and hands over the job. "You handle the rest," it says. He is completely lost. "Leave it to me." Are you actually joking? Without another word, it blasts out a fierce wave of purple and red lightning fire. Nathan Quinn just throws his hands up, completely giving up on life. Yep, he is totally done for this time. But wait, some miraculous burst of energy suddenly sweeps through and actually saves his life. White hair flutters wildly in the wind as Nathan Quinn slowly opens his eyes. He is absolutely stunned to see the Azure Dragon making an appearance right here. Holy Lord! The man just opens his hand, and in a single blink, grabs that insolent mirror. "Thuanglan," he warns. "This guy is the war god's master. A tiny ant like you actually dares to act up here?" Every single bit of that terrifying red and black lightning gets crushed right inside the Azure Dragon's glowing palm. When he opens his hand again, only a tiny, pathetic little spark remains. The Azure Dragon then casually shoots all that freshly absorbed lightning straight into Nathan Quinn's nascent soul, completely startling the poor guy. "Holy Lord, what are you doing?" His nascent soul immediately reacts violently the second this massive surge of pure energy forces its way into his body. That tiny spiritual body instantly shoots up into a tall figure, shattering its little cocoon. Glossy jet black hair grows rapidly all the way down to its waist. The body and face slowly form until it looks exactly like a second Nathan Quinn. Even the real guy cannot believe his own eyes right now. Is this actually my own primal spirit? The divine plate sends him a quick update: stabilize it, strengthen it, but you absolutely cannot break through to the venerable tier yet. Nathan Quinn asks out loud, "Why the heck not?" The artifact immediately scolds him for being dumb. "Your vision is still way too narrow. It says even if your combat power is totally extraordinary right now, you still cannot act like some unbeatable king here in the Eastern Continent. And definitely don't forget the Central Continent upper realm, full of freaks with heaven-rank martial souls. You have to condense a heaven-defying spirit and become an invincible martial emperor first. Only by rebuilding your crazy aptitude can you ever hope to actually conquer the 9 heavens." Nathan Quinn is deeply struck by those epic words. Invincible martial emperor and heaven-defying aptitude. He cracks a small grin, and a fierce new energy lights up his eyes. "I completely get it now." Nathan Quinn drops into a neat cross-legged pose, settling his mind to recall the soul and push right past his physical limits. A second later, he slowly opens his eyes and totally frowns. He glances around the area and panics. The azure dragon is nowhere to be found. Wait, where did the Holy Lord go? The divine plate gently breaks the bad news. No need to shout. He is already gone. The azure dragon already figured out you would level up to an invincible martial emperor and rebuild your heaven-defying potential. So he left a tiny sliver of his will tucked away inside your left arm, just to help you survive this brutal lightning tribulation. Now that you successfully tanked the sky's wrath, that little echo of his will has naturally faded away forever. Nathan Quinn stubbornly refuses to accept that. He grips his own hand, muttering that the master will always be right there with him. Meanwhile, heavy smoke blurs everything over in the Ninth City. Emperor Tong holds a serious chat with Elder Yin and the third brother. Looks like the intel from the Burning Heaven Ancient Kingdom is totally legit. Nathan Quinn definitely faced his tribulation right around here. Catching some shady guy lurking behind a cliff, the group immediately locks onto him. Elder Yin uses fire magic to literally lift the poor dude off the ground, demanding to know where Nathan Quinn went. The guy is so terrified he stammers out his answer. A cultivator from the Phoenix camp just teleported him far away. Emperor Tong sneers. Oh, great job. Phoenix camp, just wait until I catch Nathan Quinn. Then I am coming to settle the score with you guys. Second and third brother, I am heading to the Natural Peril mountain range. You two split up east and west. Both of them instantly accept the orders. And how about our boy Nathan Quinn? He just sits there, happily plotting his next move. Wait, that white-haired Elder Huang from the Phoenix camp actually tossed him a handy token earlier. If the vice commander of the Phoenix camp really wanted him dead, why waste so much effort teleporting him all the way to this dangerous mountain range? Since things played out like this, he decides to hit up White Tiger City first. Suddenly, his wrist lights up, and he just stares. What on earth is this thing? A super weird ring of purple light completely wraps around Nathan Quinn. Following that glow, a phantom image of Deer pops right up in front of him. He yells out all excited, asking the princess what she is doing. She winks playfully, holding up one finger. Didn't the two of them form a blood oath? She used that blood oath to teleport the illusion mirror onto him. So now they can basically voice chat across thousands of miles. Nathan Quinn finally gets it. Makes total sense, but he has to ask, where exactly is the princess right now? She playfully complains that she absolutely is not telling him. That is what he gets for acting on his own and sending her away in the first place. He totally understands why she is mad and quickly explains himself he just did not want to drag her into his own mess. Deer puts on a strict tone, scolding him that there is no next time. Oh right, she just got some wild news. The big four factions found out about his tribulation in the Ninth City, and they sent actual martial saints to hunt him down. She tells him to lay low and hide. Once she finishes healing Miss Merc, she will come back and help him obliterate those four factions. Nathan Quinn asks her in total confusion, wait, healing Miss Mork? But Deer has zero intention of spilling the details to him. She tells him to drop it, then asks the real question, does the Ninth City have any good booze? Nathan Quinn blanks out for a second, rubbing his chin to remember. Good booze? Deer gets annoyed instantly, scolding Nathan Quinn for being way out of line. He knows perfectly well the princess loves a good drink, and he did not even bother looking for her. He waves his hands with an awkward laugh, definitely next time. A super weird thought suddenly pops into his head. He is an invincible martial emperor, right? So why does his heart panic this much the second Princess Deer gets mad? She is not cooling down at all, just firing off complaints left and right. She decides the princess has to punish him right now. She orders him to walk straight for 3 miles, then take a left for another 3 miles. He needs to pick the 7-star grass for her, and absolutely no secret snacking. Otherwise, the princess will definitely make him experience her absolute worst methods. Nathan Quinn actually shrinks his shoulders at her sharp voice, keeping his head down without daring to argue back. Okay, he gets it. Her phantom image starts fading out as she announces time is up. This illusion mirror only opens once every half month, so she will see him then. He tells her gently, yeah, as long as she is okay. He is totally relieved. Once the mirror vanishes on the other side, Deer's cheeks suddenly flush bright red. What was that? He just suddenly dropped the cheesiest line ever. Anyway, Nathan Quinn obediently follows her orders to find the herb, spotting a glowing purple flower hidden in the grass. He cheers right up. He actually found the 7-star grass, carefully tucking the thing away into a small pouch. Right after that, Nathan Quinn activates his red dust transformation art, crafting a completely fresh new look for himself. He fully swaps his identity and heads straight for Barco City. It is already sunset by then, with the blue clouds fading into a really soft orange and pink. Now watch this. He uses his eye powers to scan the area, but ends up completely surprising himself. He is using his divine god left eye, and yet he can only see a tiny sliver of Barco City. This place is seriously more intense than a holy Tao artifact. He walks up to the massive main gate, still standing in the outer limits of Barco City. The guards make it super clear getting inside requires a fee of 100 origin stones. Nathan Quinn completely panics. What? He is totally doomed. Every single stone he had already went straight into his stomach. Is he seriously about to get locked out over a measly 100 origin stones? While he is racking his brain, a fancy carriage suddenly rolls right past him, heading straight into the city gate. The guy inside flashes a jade green token, and the guards instantly change their tune. Turns out he is a genius from the Huyan camp. They wave him right in. Nathan Quinn starts wondering if the Huyan camp guys get a free pass. What about the token Elder Vung gave him? Nathan Quinn drops the panic. He whips his token out, boldly asking the guards, what about the Huang camp? A few minutes later, he is casually strolling right through the streets of Baco City. Looking down at the token in his hand, he smiles with pure relief. Who knew this Huet token worked perfectly as an all-access pass? Mid-walk, Nathan Quinn suddenly stops, throwing a really sharp glance over to one side. He looks straight up at this absolutely massive tavern. Tons of experts are hanging out inside the Nan Tum Tavern, so maybe there is solid news about the Huang camp in there. A staff member steps outside with an awkward smile. The guy tells him that today, the tavern is hosting a storyteller talking about the 3 camps recruiting disciples. If he wants in, he still has to cough up 100 origin stones. Nathan Quinn mutters to himself. 100 origin stones again? He reaches straight into his pocket. Will that Huet token actually do the trick here? But before he can even pull the token out, a super bossy voice barks right behind him. If he cannot afford a measly 100 stones, he needs to get lost and stop blocking the door. Thark Hai struts up with his arms crossed in a wildly arrogant sneer. The servant instantly starts groveling, asking if this is the legendary #1 genius of Thark Newtown. The servant confirms that 4 massive geniuses from the Huyan camp are already waiting inside the tavern, eagerly inviting him right in. As the guy brushes past, Nathan Quinn casually asks if he has some kind of mental problem. Thark Hai has a sky-high ego, so he instantly loses his mind, gritting his teeth to demand what Nathan Quinn just said. The waiter desperately steps in. He begs Taoist Thach Kai to remember the tavern rules about zero fighting. But this guy just violently shoves the waiter aside, screaming at him to get lost, before glaring pure daggers right at Nathan Quinn. He threatens the kid to drop to his knees and apologize right now, or else both his legs are getting completely snapped in half. Nathan Quinn just flashes a cocky grin, deliberately mocking the guy to try it if he has the guts. Just when a massive brawl is about to pop off, that steps right between them. He smoothly asks Taoist Thach Kai to please cool down, save him some face, and just let this whole mess go. Since they know each other, Thach Kai actually swallows his rage. He tells young Master Tew that he is only dropping it out of respect for him. The whole reason Nathan Quinn was throwing shade earlier is because he noticed something totally bizarre. His God of War eyes actually cannot see through this guy's martial spirit or his cultivation level at all. Plus, there is this incredibly faint trace of golden dragon aura hiding deep inside his body. His identity has to be absolutely insane. Tew that handles things smoothly, politely apologizing and asking this fellow Taoist if they somehow offended him with that little stunt earlier. He offers a formal apology on behalf of the tavern, promising to cover the 100 prime stone entry fee if he still wants to come inside and look around today. Asking how that sounds, Nathan Quinn instantly grabs the free ticket and says thanks. The second he walks inside, he immediately fires up his God of War eyes. You have to know your enemy to win the war, right? He absolutely cannot walk into Phoenix Camp completely blind to what is waiting for him. Once inside, Nathan Quinn keeps his eyes peeled, scouting out the selection area for the 3 major camps. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes totally wide with shock. He spots a very familiar guy sitting at a nearby table. Wait, that is Long Ho from the Demon Sect. Why the heck is he here? The girl sitting across from him glares with pure annoyance. She calls him an animal, warning that if he keeps staring, she will rip his eyes right out. Long Ho does not even look embarrassed, just completely thirsty. He tells the young lady that everyone appreciates beauty, and since she looks that stunning, he obviously wants to keep staring at her. Faced with that sleazy attitude, the girl clenches her fists real tight. But right as she is about to snap, a gentle voice interrupts, telling him to chill and not cross the line. Nathan Quinn steps up to apologize, asking the lady to please forgive his idiot buddy if he was being offensive. Long Ho stares without blinking the moment he spots a familiar face. Smiling bright, he casually asks what the kid is doing all the way out here. All those people chasing him, and they still failed to catch him? Nathan Quinn just looks completely deadpan, saying he was about to ask him the exact same question. Long Ho instantly spills all the tea. A few days ago, he ran into this old man from the Black Tortoise camp. The guy was super old but kept following him around, begging him to join them, so he got soft-hearted and finally said yes. True gold always shines no matter where it goes. The brag is so painfully dry that Nathan Quinn can only nod along just to humor the guy. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. Right as the conversation completely dies, an announcement calls for all the geniuses from the three camps to gather on the second floor. They supposedly have some amazing wine ready to share with everyone. Long Ho excitedly jumps to his feet and drags Nathan Quinn along for the ride. He says they should definitely go. If they want to score those entry tokens into White Tiger City, they are going to need these people. Knowing this perfectly well, Nathan Quinn just smiles and agrees. Got it. But right at the stairs, a waiter steps up to block their path. He apologizes to the young master, explaining that non-members of the three camps cannot go up to the second floor. Hearing that, Long Ho drops his voice. Are you absolutely blind? He demands to know why he cannot bring his own bro upstairs. Up on the second floor, Tew that casually lifts his teacup, hears the loud commotion, and orders them to just let both guys up. Not daring to disobey, the waiter quickly says yes. And just like that, Long Ho and Nathan Quinn calmly stroll right up the stairs. Thatch Kai sits right across from Tew, that showing some painfully obvious discrimination on his face. He complains that the second floor of Leisure Tavern was always strictly for camp members only. Since when did they start letting random stray cats and dogs walk up here? Long Ho instantly gets triggered, yelling that if he has a problem, they can settle it right now to see whose fist hits harder. Thatch Kai just pauses with a piece of food halfway to his mouth. Taking the chance to preach, he reminds everyone sitting around this table that they are actual big shots. So they shouldn't just throw hands over every little thing, especially since young Master Tew that called them all together because he obviously has some business to discuss, pointing out that this supposed brother isn't even in the three camps, so what gives him the right to be here? Tew, that has a way gentler vibe, calmly smoothing everything over. He tells everyone it is totally fine, no need to keep arguing, let's just jump straight into the main issue. As everyone already knows, White Tiger City only allows exactly 1,000 entry slots every single day. He just happens to hold a few of those slots to share with the group. But once they officially enter the Black Tortoise camp, he has a favor to ask of them. Thatch Kai looks pretty hyped by this solid offer. He swears that as long as it falls within his power, whatever young Master Tew that needs, he will absolutely bust his back to get it done. The girl who got pissed off by Long Ho earlier is also sitting right there. Check this guy's nerve. Nathan Quinn flashes a wide grin, clasps his hands, and casually asks Tew that for an unreasonable favor can he score an entry token too? Already holding a massive grudge, Thatch Kai instantly starts mocking him. He laughs like it is a hilarious joke, asking why a measly martial ancestor realm nobody even wants a token. What would he even do inside White Tiger City? Is he seriously planning to join the three camps selection tournament? But the only girl at the table catches the hidden meaning in his words. An entry token costs at least 5,000 prime stones, and honestly, it is completely priceless. How does this guy even have the nerve to ask? They say a shameless person is invincible, and yeah, this dude is totally undefeated. Nathan Quinn keeps trying to persuade him, saying if young Master Tew Thut just gives him an entry token, it would be great. He promises that if he ever needs a favor later on, he will definitely go all out to help. Plus, even though he is not from the three camps, he still has the Phoenix, but the guy flat out interrupts him. No way. This token is not easy to get. If he wants to enter White Tiger City, he had better figure it out himself. Tew Thut smoothly dodges the topic by yelling for his servants to come over. He orders up some drinks to celebrate their future success, inviting everyone to taste the special Fire Spirit wine from the Leisure Tavern. This Fire Spirit wine is actually brewed from the saliva of a fire fox emperor, packed with all kinds of rare earthly treasures. To show his sincerity today, every single person here gets 10 jars of Fire Spirit wine. He guarantees they can drink until they drop. Looking at these cool jade green bottles, Nathan Quinn immediately thinks of one person. With wine this good, the wine princess would absolutely love it. Thatch Kai suddenly stands up and grabs his hand, sarcastically pointing out that young Master Tew Thut kindly invited him to drink. Yet he is stashing the Fire Spirit wine away, probably to trade it for spirit stones outside. Thatch Kai mocks his total lack of shame, making Nathan Quinn visibly annoyed. Seeing this just makes Thatch Kai even more excited. He sneers at his expression, asking if he actually wants to start a fight. A faint blue light suddenly flashes past them, instantly shattering several jars of wine into pieces. Nathan Quinn is not about to take those insults lying down. He grits his teeth, ready to throw hands. Terrified by the massive surge of spiritual energy, Thatch Kai quickly jumps back. The guy scowls in absolute anger, accusing him of using an illusion to hide his true identity. You know how this goes every single time a fight gets good. Someone has to show up and ruin it. This time it is an old man rushing in. He yells for the young master, saying they just got news about a Phoenix Camp genius arriving in the second city, holding up his portrait. Tew Thut leans back in his chair and barks an order. Send people to search the entire second city and make sure that Phoenix Camp Genius comes to the Leisure Tavern. The old man obeys, but the second Teothut unrolls the portrait to take a look. His eyebrows shoot straight up in pure shock. Seeing Nathan Quinn standing right there in the painting, he starts stuttering, completely unable to speak. Knowing exactly who he is dealing with now, Teothut hurriedly stands up and bows. He apologizes for his disrespect, realizing he is the actual Phoenix Camp Genius. Nathan Quinn just gives a slight smile and unleashes his mortal world transformation art. Tharkai stares with his eyes practically popping out of his head, muttering that it is impossible. Teothut awkwardly laughs, saying he really hid that well. Nathan Quinn sits back down. He calmly explains that he was actually about to reveal his identity earlier when asking young Master Teothut for the token. Teothut is quick to take the blame, admitting it was his fault for impatiently cutting him off. But since he belongs to the Phoenix Camp, he can actually head straight into White Tiger City. Nathan Quinn laughs softly, finally understanding the rules. He asks young Master Teothut what this whole three-camp selection is all about. Teothut patiently explains, wondering if he wants to join it. Tomorrow, the three camps are holding a massive selection event. All the local geniuses will enter White Tiger City for testing, judged directly by the strict three camps examiners. He happily offers to take him along tomorrow if he is actually interested. Sound good? Nathan Quinn does not hesitate at all, thanking him for the trouble. The next day at the White Tiger City Martial Arts Hall, Nathan Quinn and Long Ho stand right by the entrance. Teothut points the way, announcing that this is the martial arts hall where the three camp selection happens, telling them to head inside. Nathan Quinn looks around with eager eyes, not forgetting his basic manners. He thanks young Master Teothut. Gripping his token tight, Teothut just gives him a subtle little smile. The Phoenix Camp Genius is right in front of him. This status is definitely enough, and now he can pass this news to his third brother. Inside, it is pretty packed. While Long Ho happily looks around, Nathan Quinn stays kind of serious. A woman walks over and shoves two wooden tags right into their hands. These are their queue numbers. Keep them safe. Nathan Quinn stares at his tag, suddenly finding this quite interesting. It is just a three-camp selection, yet so many crazy geniuses actually showed up. Right then, the crowd suddenly bunches together, making a massive racket. Turns out it is all because of a platinum-haired guy looking like an absolute heartthrob. Why is Lung Vo Song here? Did the three great camps not already set their sights on him ages ago? So why the heck is he still showing up for this selection? And then there is another talent making the crowd lose their minds. Did Tuet Morg not also get an official invite from the Phoenix Camp? Rumor says she has a rank 6 Earth grade martial spirit, meaning fighting her is basically a guaranteed loss. The second Long Ho spots the beauty. He literally jumps for joy. He tells Nathan Quinn that today he finally understands love at first sight. He is completely convinced that Tweet Morg is his one true soulmate. The booming voice of the guide echoes across the hall. He announces for the three camps examiners to enter the arena. The first guy walking in has this seriously cold, unapproachable face, the mighty vice commander of the Black Tortoise Camp. Next up is a familiar immortal face. Elder Huang from the Phoenix Camp is here, alongside Vice Commander Shuao of the White Tiger Camp. Elder Huang stands dead center, scanning the whole crowd of candidates. He does not see that one familiar face, and his disappointment is totally obvious. Looks like Nathan Quinn really skipped out on the three-camp selection. Shuao throws his arm up and completely projects his voice. Listen up, everyone. The trial starts soon. But anyone Elder Huang sets his eyes on, our White Tiger Camp will instantly offer double the benefits to recruit you instead. Elder Huang just sneers right back. What a greedy, shameless guy. Keeping trash out of the Phoenix Camp is actually a blessing. Seeing these two big-shot judges instantly glaring and beefing, Elder Xiong loudly clears his throat. Ahem. The three-camp selection is officially kicking off, and the Martial Arts Hall will now activate the Asura Illusion Realm. If you can survive in there for the time it takes one incense stick to burn, you become a Xuanwu Camp backup disciple. Last for 2 sticks, and you are officially in the Xuanwu Camp. Last for 3 or more, and all 3 major camps will personally fight over you. After laying down the rules, he raises his hand high and shouts at the top of his lungs. The competition begins right now. Instantly, a massive spirit beast drops down from above right as the shout echoes, a completely wild hybrid of a dragon and a bird. The dragon bird flexes its insane pressure with a deafening, mind-bending roar. Everyone is desperately covering their ears in pain, except Nathan Quinn. He just stands there and smirks, totally amused. This is the perfect chance to test exactly what level his mental strength has reached. Elder Xiong casually stands there with his hands behind his back and announces, "Congrats to those of you who survived the first incense stick. You are now Xuanwu Camp backup disciples. Time to crank it up and enter the second phase of the trial." Welcoming them this time is an even freakier monster. It has a super jacked body like a mutated wolf, topped off with a set of violently flapping wings. Long Hu just stares up with wide eyes. Okay, this Asura actually packs a serious punch. Since they are all total prodigies, they quickly hear Elder Xiong speak up again. Congrats on clearing the second phase of the test. Now I can finally tell all of you the truth. The Asura Illusion City actually has 5 full levels. Level 3 starts right now, so you guys better watch your backs. Shui Meng and Huang team up to fight back, and she cheers with pure hype. Just as the Asura almost completely flattens Longhu, he frantically books it out of there. One incense stick later, Elder Zhang checks over the remaining candidate list and feels pretty satisfied. Not bad at all. The overall quality of the 3-camp selection this season is way higher than last year. It actually took opening the 3rd illusion level just to force some of them into using their martial spirits, but suddenly, he spots something super weird going on down below. Who exactly is that guy? Elder Wang frowns, staring hard at this dude who is somehow chilling in the 3rd illusion level like he is on vacation. Elder Xiong smiles, his eyes crinkling up. Huge congratulations on passing the 3rd brutal trial. Everyone's assigned number has already been recorded. Soon, the 3 major camps will evaluate and handpick from among you. He projects his voice even higher across the giant testing hall. Time for the 4th trial. The Asura in this round is a flawless, deadly combination of the previous 2 phases. Inside that glowing zone packed with spirit energy, endless groans of pain echo out. This is bad. The fearless Xu Meng viciously slams her massive spiked hammer into the ground. Wild Beast Treasure activated. Wu Shuang follows up fast to back her, slashing dual swords through the air to form a massive glowing battle array. Strike! The Asura growls loudly, its violently glowing eyes rolling back in pure intimidation. Nathan Quinn does not even bother moving. Even he is a bit surprised, who knew that after cultivating into an invincible martial emperor, his willpower would become this insanely strong. Elder Wang has not figured out his real identity yet and is completely stunned. Who in the world is this crazy kid? His actual power level is just unbelievable. Elder Xiong cannot hide his shock either, since when did our Burning Heaven ancient kingdom produce a freak genius like this? Shu Ao obviously chimes right into the commentary. Besides that guy, I am betting the other 3 will not last much longer at all. Wu Shuang, Shui Meng, and Longhu are all getting totally manhandled by the Asura. Elder Xiong tracks the timing perfectly, announcing the exact second the incense stick finally burns out. The 4th illusion level ends. Wu Shuang violently faceplants into the dirt, glaring bitterly over at Nathan Quinn. This guy is totally relying on some cheat item. Otherwise, how could he survive this long without even summoning his martial spirit? Even a once-in-a-generation genius with a rank 7 Earth-grade martial spirit would take some damage in a totally messed-up situation like this. Even Elder Xiong feels thoroughly confused, because this whole thing is undeniably weird. Shu Ao walks right up to him. Forget about whatever magical artifact he might be hiding. Just crack open the 5th illusion level, and his true colors will be completely exposed. The Great Asura in this stage is genuinely terrifying. The second it spawns, its massive presence totally dominates the entire space. Elder Wang actually disagrees slightly with this move. Vice Commander Su, is your little method here really appropriate? Shu Ao turns his head halfway, throwing him a totally wicked side-eye. Why wouldn't it be? Get this twist of logic. If he has real skills, he naturally will not fear the Asura. If he is faking it, then let this Asura teach him a brutal lesson. You cannot just cheat your way to the top in the 3-camp selection. The massive Great Asura turns its complete attention to the only candidate left standing, Nathan Quinn. The Great Asura's ear-piercing roar does not make him flinch at all. Instead, it just instantly ignites his absolute battle lust. You are dead meat. Without even waiting around, Nathan Quinn casually waves a single hand, using his raw spirit energy to completely obliterate it from existence. Everyone is absolutely floored. He really just wiped out Tula with a single strike. Following that glorious win, Nathan Quinn raises an eyebrow and calls out loudly, "Do you guys still think I cheated back there?" Vung Lao walks right up to him, completely in awe. He says true talent speaks for itself, especially for someone this insanely gifted. The old man admits he has only ever seen one other person like that, then asks his name, sincerely inviting him to join the Feng Huang camp. Nathan Quinn totally plays along, using a fake name. He calls himself Duan Thang, thanking Vung Lao for the kind offer. Right then, Huan Yao casually strolls over with a booming laugh. He chuckles loudly, telling little friend Duan Thang that their Baikho camp is the absolute strongest legion in the Kokwukfantian, packing way more resources than Feng Huang, or even Huan Vur could compare to. He says rather than picking the Feng Huang camp, joining Barco just makes way more sense. After all, even their former top genius already ditched them to walk into the light. Vung Lao glares right back and snaps at Huang Ao, hoping he watches his big mouth. "What is it?" he asks smugly. Does Vung Lao actually want to start a fight? Then the elder turns right back to Nathan Quinn, currently playing Dorn Than, promising softly that the Feng Huang camp will absolutely never let him down if he joins. Huang scoffs that Feng Huang is still pulling the same tired tricks, just spewing a whole bunch of empty words without offering any real, practical value at all. Dropping his arrogant act, Huang steps up, getting super eager to pitch his side. He tells little Dorn Than that if he chooses the Barco camp, they will prep a drop of Guardian Divine Beast Blood, the Quick Fun Than's ultimate white tiger essence, just to cleanse his body. Deep down, the old guy is plotting his sneaky little scheme. As long as this kid actually agrees to join the Barco camp, Feng Huang will totally be left eating their dust. Nathan Quinn replies politely to the two elders, saying he is super flattered by Vice Leader Huang's very generous affection. He acts totally grateful, but notes that before picking a side, he actually has one big question to ask them. He casually mentions fighting Nathan Quinn in the past. So if he joins them, how exactly do they plan on handling Nathan Quinn when he finally shows up? Hung Lao suddenly storms forward, barking aggressively that if they run into that punk, the Huan Vor camp will naturally go all out to crush him. Vung Lao keeps a totally level head though, stating clearly that actual cultivation comes first. Their Feng Huang camp refuses to waste precious time on petty grudges. Meanwhile, Huang Ao proves he is easily the most ruthlessly petty guy here. He brags about the Bark Ho camp partnering with the Thung Darman headquarters. The absolute second Nathan Quinn shows his face, they will immediately deploy everyone to hunt him down and kill him. Totally clueless that Nathan Quinn is standing right in front of him, the old fool gleefully assumes Dorn Than is just asking about him because he lost their previous fight. He figures the kid is super bitter about the defeat, hoping to track Nathan Quinn down for an epic round 2 revenge match. Nathan Quinn stays perfectly in character, acting totally touched. He thanks the 3 vice leaders for clearing that up, announcing he is finally ready to join. You are not ready for this. The kid's unexpected choice catches both Vung Lao and Huang Ao completely off guard. The Feng Huang camp. Getting totally brushed aside like that, Huang Ao instantly loses his cool, shouting, "What did you just say?" Bark Ho offered him completely insane perks, and he still picks Feng Huang? He screams at the kid, asking if his brain is completely short-circuited. Nathan Quinn's eyes flash brightly, a sly smirk creeping onto his face as he fires right back. He casually tells Vice Leader Hua that actually, the brain-dead one here is him. Huang Ao is already reeling from the rejection, but getting openly mocked by some brat? He absolutely loses his mind with rage. He roars at Dorn Than for being so arrogant. Daring to call him brain-dead, the old man snarls that he must truly have a death wish. Since Nathan Quinn is officially his guy now, Vung Lao steps up without a second thought to shield him. He glares at Vice Leader Hua, demanding to know what he is trying to do. Dorn Than belongs to the Feng Huang camp now, so it is not his place to teach the kid a lesson. Huang Ao grinds his teeth, hissing out a furious curse. He points at Dorn Than, growling that he is highly suspicious of the kid's actual relationship with Nathan Quinn. Otherwise, why ask such a bizarre question? He bets the kid only chose a Feng Huang because he heard the Barco camp were sworn enemies with Nathan Quinn. He demands an answer one last time. Is he seriously sticking with the Feng Huang camp? If he backs out now, there is still a tiny chance to fix this. Honestly, seeing the old man raging this hard just makes Nathan Quinn even more amused, so he fires back a deeply savage reply. The word regret doesn't exist in his dictionary. Huang Ao practically swallows poison at that, swearing to burn today's humiliation into his memory. He warns the kid don't ever come crying on his knees later. Humiliated, the old guy finally stops trying to sway Nathan Quinn. Instead, he whips around to the 3 contestants who survived round 4, shouting, "Do you guys want to join the Barco camp?" Vo Song instantly agrees. He is totally in. Twitmering makes a totally different call though. She wants the Feng Huang camp. Then Long Ho loudly drops his own choice. He is picking the Huan Vor camp. Huang Ao doesn't even bother saying another word, just turning his head and storming off, muttering that those two are completely clueless fools. He tells Lung Vo Song to follow him out. Meanwhile, Vung Lao kindly pulls Nathan Quinn aside. It is time to head to the main Feng Huang headquarters. The outer grounds of their base are stunning, feeling incredibly warm and peaceful, just like the leader running it. Vung Lao pulls out 2 separate tokens, handing them over to his new disciples. These are the Feng Huang tokens. They will need them to freely enter and exit the camp from now on. The rules of the Phoenix camp are dead simple. First, 0 betrayal. Second, absolute obedience. Traitors get hunted down at all costs. Elder Vuong suddenly cracks a highly satisfied smile at that grim thought. He announces that the Phoenix camp recruited exactly 12 disciples this year, and they are all getting a brutal 3-month special training course. Listen closely, guys. If these rookies want better resources, they better grind hard and skyrocket their strength. After dropping those basic survival tips, Elder Huang casually escorts Tuyet Mong and Nathan Quinn straight to the Grand Phoenix Camp headquarters. His deep wrinkles show as his eyes crinkle into a smile. Since everyone is finally here, it is time for the grand tour of the headquarters. This place boasts three massive main halls: the Technique Hall, the Resource Hall, and the Cultivation Hall. Their top commander is currently in closed-door training. So for the next 3 months, these rookies are splitting into 2 squads for pure combat training. Elder Huang clearly values our guy Nathan Quinn, immediately handing him a captain rank entirely equal to the top veteran disciple Muk Thane Da. He officially appoints them as the captains for Squad 1 and Squad 2 of the 99th Disciple Batch. The 10 remaining rookies now get to pick their teams freely, and a few snobby kids instantly start running their mouths. One yells that he picks Squad 2. Brother Muk is a martial venerable with a grade 7 Earth Spirit, so picking anyone else is just stupid. Exactly, nobody has ever even heard of this Donthon guy before. He cannot compare to Brother Muk. Meanwhile, Tuyet Mong already totally likes Nathan Quinn from the tournament, so she firmly believes in him. She fires back, so what about a grade 7 Earth Spirit? If they actually fought, nobody knows who would take the win. The crazy uneven numbers seriously annoy Elder Huang, so he lays down a hard rule: 8 members max per squad, meaning 2 guys are forced to join Squad 1. Mukthanda glances back and ruthlessly kicks out 2 kids he considers utter trash. He declares Squad 2 only takes the strong, telling Tham Phi and Tuthian to get out. Tham Phi and Tuthian hesitate, totally hating this forced move. They try to plead, but Mukthanda just gives a cold snort and a completely dead, sharp glare. Terrified, the 2 rookies shut up and drag themselves over to Nathan Quinn. They awkwardly ask Boss Donthon to look out for them. Then another disciple suddenly speaks up, looking real bothered. Hold up, Hung Len steps in, blatantly showing his heavy bias. He announces that they have 0 issues with Brother Muck leading Squad 2. But making this absolute nobody Donthon a captain, he completely refuses to accept this ridiculous decision right now. Tuyetmong whispers into Nathan Quinn's ear that this loudmouth is Vice Commander Hung's son, packing a grade 5 Earth Spirit. He is sitting at the peak Martial Emperor tier. Elder Huang, always keeping things logical, drops a very quick answer. In the Phoenix camp, only pure strength talks if Hung Len has a problem. He should test the guy himself. The arrogant kid loudly accepts the challenge. Hung Len obnoxiously spreads his arms, shrugging as he provokes him, asking if Captain Donthon actually has the guts to fight him right here. He even cockily offers a free 3-move head start. Nathan Quinn, being an absolute prodigy, calmly agrees to throw down, but tells him to keep his sad little handicap. Hung Len kicks things off by throwing a heavy punch. But to Nathan Quinn, the guy's speed is a joke. He dodges effortlessly, roasting him for being way too slow. He quickly scans the room and totally realizes that Mukthon Da is the only guy here actually worth his time. Done overthinking, Nathan Quinn slightly bends his knees and violently launches his heels off the floor. Leaping high into the air, he closes the gap on Hung Len, glaring down as he offers to teach him a real punch. You guys feel that? His strike is not just physically heavy, it packs enough wild spiritual energy to completely freeze the bully. If it were not for the cold sweat, Hung Len looks like a literal statue. He is so terrified his nose is running, instantly realizing he cannot dodge this apocalyptic strike. Turns out the kid is not completely rotten. He mans up, drops his pride, and admits absolute defeat right there. Nathan Quinn politely accepts the win. With that drama over, Elder Huang smoothly pivots back to the extremely important main topic. Since there are no more annoying objections, he gets straight to the point. For this combat training, everyone heads to the Technique Hall to pick out a manual. Then they spend 2 full months mastering it. After 2 solid months, Squad 1 and Squad 2 throw down in actual bloody combat. The winning squad gets a legendary Phoenix Blood baptism, and their captain officially gets promoted to the batch commander for the 99th rookies. Plus, Commander Chu will take them as a true disciple. Tuthian practically screams out in pure shock. Commander Chu has not taken a new student in decades, making this crazy exception an absolutely massive deal. Tuatmong gasps in pure awe. This commander is literally one of the 3 supreme powerhouses of the Burning Heaven Ancient Kingdom, standing right up there in rank with the Emperor himself. Tham Phi excitedly chimes in with wild rumors. Rumor has it Commander Chu holds the Immortal Phoenix technique. It is the ultimate lifebound skill of the Blood Eagle Phoenix. If you learn this, you could get your head chopped off or soul crushed, and you still would not die. Wild ambition flares up in Mukthon Da's eyes. He promises himself that this immortal technique is definitely ending up in his pockets. One minute the sky is crystal clear, and the next boom dark clouds roll in and lightning strikes straight down. A massive crowd suddenly shows up, demanding to know if Donthon is around. They scream at the Phoenix camp to hand him over immediately. Surprise, surprise, it is just the exact same group of enemies Nathan Quinn made recently. The crowd below absolutely loses their minds. They point up and gasp, "Wait, is that Elder Am from the Big Three? Even the ninth Prince Tong Nok is here. What do these guys want with Don Than anyway?" Elder Huang steps out, sweating heavily. He asks what business they have with Don Than, politely reminding everyone the kid is officially a Phoenix Camp disciple now. Elder Am just scowls hard at that. He fires back, they only came to see if this Don Than is actually Nathan Quinn in disguise. If he is not their guy, they promise to pack up and leave. Meanwhile, Nathan Quinn, currently playing the role of Don Than, does not even break a sweat. He actually tells Elder Huang to let them right in. Pure gold fears no fire, he claims, completely eager to see what kind of wild investigation they have planned. Elder Huang has no choice but to agree. The intruders immediately throw up a massive barrier around the whole place, completely terrified their target might try to run away. Elder Am steps up to interrogate him first, demanding to know his exact connection to Nathan Quinn. Nathan Quinn delivers a completely smooth, rehearsed lie. He claims they simply crossed paths in the dangerous mountain range and threw hands for a bit. After that, the guy just vanished without a trace. Huanao aggressively steps in next, asking where he came from. "Cold Ice Village," Nathan Quinn casually replies. The Luke family guy totally calls him out on that. That village was wiped out 3 years ago. Real convenient. 0 witnesses left alive. Elder Am loses his patience and whips out a shiny magic mirror. He does not care about any backstory. The heaven-illuminating mirror will totally expose his true identity. He starts chanting the magic spell super fast, commanding the mirror to scan. As Elder Am works his magic, Nathan Quinn quietly mutters his own counterspell. He uses his insanely overpowered soul skill to completely flip yin and yang around. In the end, the all-powerful mirror totally fails. Elder Am freezes up entirely, stammering out, "How on earth is this even possible? Could this kid seriously just be a total stranger?" Elder Huang, who already hates these guys, wastes 0 time basically telling them to pack up and leave. He reminds Elder Am that the mirror could easily break through even a Martial Saint-level disguise. Since Don Than clearly looks perfectly normal under the scan, he tells the whole annoying squad to take their baseless suspicions and crawl right back where they came from. But Huan Gao absolutely refuses to leave. He yells out to wait, arguing that a magic mirror can obviously still glitch out. However, there is one ultimate thing that absolutely cannot be faked, a martial spirit. He steps right up and throws out a sneaky proposal. Releasing a martial spirit is the easiest trick in the book. Just show it off right here and prove you are not Nathan Quinn, and they will leave the Phoenix camp instantly. Sound fair? Nathan Quinn stands his ground like a boss. He tells Vice Commander Hua that his spirit is strictly top secret. He definitely does not just flash it around. The mirror already proved his innocence, so why the heck should he play along with this circus? Huan Gao instantly switches to nasty playground taunts. He asks if Don Than is secretly terrified. It is just showing a spirit. What is the absolute worst that could happen? He even promises a big public apology if he is completely wrong. But wait for it, the very next second, a massive explosion absolutely rocks the yard. Huan Zhao gets totally blasted back, violently coughing up blood. Commander Chu Bitch Hoa steps out, glaring absolute daggers at these uninvited losers. He aims his fury right at Huan Zhao, calling him a pathetic hunting dog.